Chapter 1. Multidimensional Film Production, Transporting the Real World. In Jiangzhou City, at the first affiliated hospital, two nurses were quietly conversing at the entrance of the patient room. What's the deal with the family member in bed 9? They've been lying on the family bed and can't be woken up. If it weren't for their normal breathing, I would think they were the patient. Don't say that. I heard the person in that bed is the president of a big company. The one sleeping on the family bed is the patient's son, definitely a rich second generation. We can't afford to provoke someone like that. It's better to just focus on our work. But this is a hospital. Isn't that rich second generation here to take care of someone? How come it looks like this? Who's really taking care of whom? Why are you worrying so much? The muffled voices gradually faded away. Inside the patient room, the young man sleeping on the family bed slowly opened his eyes. His gaze filled with confusion as he instinctively looked at the bed. On the other side, lying in the bed was a middle-aged man around 50 years old, looking pale and somewhat haggard due to illness. With unshaven facial hair, am I in a hospital? How could this happen? Murmurs escaped Lu Li's lips. Suddenly, an inexplicable headache swept over him. He instinctively supported his head, and then his whole body began to tremble lightly as countless unfamiliar pieces of information surged into his mind. After a moment, the strange memories settled in. Shock appeared in Lu Li's eyes. This memory. I've crossed over. Lu Li was originally a film and television producer. He had read many scripts about time travel, but never imagined that one day it would happen to him. He remembered that before crossing over, he was leaving the film crew, preparing to return home. Then on the way, there seemed to have been a car accident. When he woke up, he found himself lying here. Starry Media, President Dad. The original owner of this body is actually a rich second generation. Taking a deep breath, Lu Li suppressed his inner shock and got up to go to the bathroom, looking into the mirror. A handsome face, a high-nosed bridge, and eyes that hinted at fatigue. If he were in better spirits, he would indeed be considered a very handsome young man. But the dark circles under his eyes, which looked like signs of indulgence, ruined everything that Lu Li carefully sorted through the unfamiliar memories in his mind. The rich second generation in front of him was also named Lu Li. According to the memories, this guy must have gotten drunk last night, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up like this. In the memories, aside from his decent background, this guy was essentially a playboy, spending every day with friends indulging in food and drink. And even when his father was hospitalized, he showed no signs of restraint, definitely a social loser. However, Lu Li was more concerned about the current situation of the Lu family and Starry Media. Since Lu Changfeng, the middle-aged man lying in the hospital, Lu Li's father, fell ill, Starry Media had begun to enter a state of collapse. The company was already struggling. With several major projects recently failing, Starry Media was on the brink of bankruptcy. To make matters worse, Lu Changfeng was still unconscious in bed, leaving the company without anyone to take charge, making the situation even worse. If anyone was hoping that the previous Lu Li could shoulder the responsibility and save the company from crisis, the probability was almost as low as a comet colliding with Earth, virtually impossible. Now, the pressure fell on the newly crossed over Lu Li. A film and television company? This is within my area of expertise, but the situation is really dire. I just crossed over and the family business is about to collapse, and even the previously involved actresses are about to run away. Lu Li looked at himself in the mirror, muttering with a strange expression. However, despite saying this, he felt a sense of relief deep down. A car accident had already taken his life, but now he had a chance to start over. He didn't have much attachment to his previous world. The reason he was going home before was to handle divorce proceedings with his ex-wife. In that world, he had no more ties. Now, everything was starting anew, and Lu Li found himself feeling a hint of anticipation. Although the family company was on the verge of bankruptcy, at least this time his starting point was much higher. Based on his memories of this world, it was not much different from his previous one, except that the film and cultural works here were far more lacking. Many films and literary works that had become popular in his previous world were absent here. And this was Lu Li's opportunity to save the company and turn the situation around. In just a moment. Lu Li had already devised several detailed plans in his mind. His first idea was to bring over a hugely popular film from his previous world, but soon problems arose. Although The Wandering Earth is hailed as a groundbreaking work that opened the door to domestic sci-fi films, making it is not that simple. Given the current situation of starry media, even with a complete script, the filming team and special effects would be a huge issue. Thinking of this, Lu Li's brow furrowed slightly. He did have several other excellent scripts in mind. But the crisis the company was facing required a heavyweight project to stabilize the situation. So his options were limited. Stepping out of the bathroom, Lu Li's gaze returned to the hospital bed. Lu Changfeng's condition was unstable, spending most of his time in a state of deep sleep. Even now, he had not fully emerged from danger. The root cause of his condition was excessive labor. From starting from scratch to building starry media into a top-tier media company in the entertainment industry. This middle-aged man had truly exhausted himself, managing everything personally and working tirelessly every day. Moreover, with a son who was a disappointment, it was no wonder this middle-aged man collapsed. From another perspective, Lu Changfeng still had expectations for Lu Li. It was this expectation that made him care about his son, wishing for him to succeed. Otherwise, even with excessive labor, he wouldn't have collapsed so soon. This truly was a tragic fate. Gently shaking his head, Lu Li felt a twinge of sympathy for his estranged father, his heart filled with a bit of reluctance. Ultimately, it's fate. Whether for survival or other reasons, I must get through this current difficulty. The Wandering Earth. The issue of special effects is of utmost importance. The quality of the special effects will directly affect whether this movie can become a hit in this world. But, given the current resources and cash flow of starry media, I'm afraid. Lu Li sat down in front of Lu Changfeng's hospital bed, his brow tightly furrowed as he began to think carefully about how to resolve the current predicament. He knew very well that time was not on his side. Just as Lu Li was feeling troubled, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Host detected, binding the multidimensional production system, scanning the current spatial dimensional environment, generating script for The Wandering Earth. Matching movie prop technology. Intelligent remote sensing drone technology unlocked. J-20 plus aerospace fighter technology unlocked. AI robotics technology unlocked. Quantum computing technology unlocked. Large planetary engine technology unlocked. Special reminder. This system is dedicated to creating the most authentic film and television works. Realistic props are the most fundamental element of an excellent film work. So please take this seriously. After the completion of the work, the system will conduct a rating. If the rating meets the standards, the script for the next work will be generated. Please refer to the Superdimensional Production System user manual for specific rating mechanisms. We do not shoot movies, we are merely transporters of the real world. Attachment. User manual, click to view. Chapter 2, The Real World of the Wandering Earth. Production System. As the voice echoed in his mind, Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, a surge of ecstasy welled up within him. A system accompanying the traversal is the standard configuration. Initially, Lu Li felt something was missing after his journey. But now he finally realized that the emergence of the system allowed him to temporarily set aside the crisis at hand. He carefully studied the system in his mind and read through the user manual thoroughly. It must be said that this system is quite user-friendly. Unlike the inexplicable and ethereal golden fingers found in some novels, all functions and precautions were clearly outlined in the manual. After patiently reading all the content in the user manual, Lu Li naturally understood the system's purpose and precautions. Simply put, the system's function is to assist him in creating absolutely authentic and high-quality film works, where all props appearing in the movie must be real. To achieve this standard, the system even provided relevant technologies for all props mentioned in the script of The Wandering Earth. J-20 plus aerospace fighter technology, AI robotics, quantum computing, and even the technology for large planetary engines. This system aims to help him create a genuine world of The Wandering Earth. Realizing this, Lu Li felt somewhat dazed. Initially, he just wanted to make a movie to resolve his company's current predicament. But now, the supporting technologies generated by the system for creating props are astonishingly advanced. These technologies are at least decades ahead of the current technology in this world. If they were to appear in reality, the entire world would be thrown into chaos. Most importantly, with these technologies, who needs to make movies? He could directly establish a high-tech company and could even soar into the sky alongside the sun if he were to make a movie. Using all real props would likely cost astronomical sums. The initial joy of awakening the system was instantly washed away. Lu Li now felt somewhat frustrated and gradually calmed down. Upon careful reflection, he realized that things were not that simple. According to the system's stipulations, if the produced work did not meet the passing score, no subsequent scripts would appear. This meant that the system would effectively fall into dormancy. Consequently, there would be no further appearance of matching high-tech technologies. It seemed that he had no choice but to continue making the movie. Even if he established a high-tech company, it could only be treated as a side project. Making the movie is the core of everything. However, creating a completely authentic version of the wandering Earth under the current circumstances is simply impossible. Does he really have to build a planetary engine to push the planet beneath his feet to wander? Isn't that nonsense? Moreover, even with those high-tech technologies capable of creating authentic props, funding is still a major issue. As Lu Li was deep in thought, the system's voice suddenly echoed again. Given that the host's world dimension is too low, the system has automatically optimized the scoring criteria. A score of 60 for the filmed work is considered qualified. This sudden voice felt like a divine revelation, jolting Lu Li's spirit. He immersed himself in the system once more, carefully studying the rules of the scoring. Meanwhile, on the sickbed, Lu Changfeng, still somewhat weak, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was somewhat murky, perhaps due to just waking up, and he stared blankly at the ceiling. It took several minutes for Lu Changfeng's eyes to gradually focus and regain a hint of brightness. Sensing someone beside him, he turned to look at Lu Li, his brow furrowing slightly. Beside the bed, Lu Li had been engrossed in studying the system's scoring criteria for film and television works when he noticed the movement of the middle-aged man on the bed and quickly looked up. "You're awake." Seeing Lu Changfeng regain consciousness, Lu Li's eyes lit up slightly. After all, it wouldn't be easy for him to take over the media company now, and Lu Changfeng waking up would be a significant boost for him. For both emotional and logical reasons, he didn't want Lu Changfeng to continue sleeping. "Out partying again last night." Lu Changfeng spoke with a noticeably harsh tone, his voice slightly hoarse from illness, laced with clear severity as he noticed the dark circles under Lu Li's eyes. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Lu Li quickly apologized without any hesitation. To him, the most important thing now was to help Lu Changfeng recover as soon as possible while changing his cheap father's preconceived impression of him. Only then could he smoothly take over the media company, making it possible for his ideas to come to fruition. With the advanced production system, Lu Li was confident he could revive the media company and even create an unimaginable film empire. He would personally forge a legend destined to be recorded in history. Hearing Lu Li's apology, Lu Changfeng was clearly taken aback, seemingly not expecting his wayward son to admit his mistake so readily. After a moment of silence, he still asked in a somewhat stiff tone, "How long have I been asleep?" Looking at the middle-aged man before him, Lu Li didn't expect his cheap father to let him off so easily. He had already braced himself for a lecture. After a brief pause, Lu Li searched his memory and replied, "It's been 3 days. The doctor said if you didn't wake up today, it would be dangerous." "Dangerous?" Lu Changfeng shook his head self-deprecatingly, looking at Lu Li with a complex expression. "I was already prepared to go meet your mother. I just couldn't let go. Feeling so lonely." Hearing this, Lu Li's heart tightened slightly, and he felt an unexplainable complexity rise within him. He understood the implication of Lu Changfeng's words. After a long silence, he finally spoke again. "So, you must get better." Saying this, Lu Li stood up and poured a glass of water. Watching Lu Li pouring water, Lu Changfeng was taken aback. He then gently closed his eyes and sighed deeply. The atmosphere in the hospital room was somewhat heavy. Lu Li placed the cup in front of the bed, intending to find a topic to ease the tension. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lu Li looked up and saw a familiar figure through the glass window of the door. Before Lu Li and Lu Changfeng could speak, the person had already entered with a fruit basket. The visitor was a director from a media company named Liang Chao. After pushing the door open, Liang Chao quickly walked to Lu Changfeng's bedside and said, "Mr. Lu, you're finally awake. How are you feeling now?" "Still alive," Lu Changfeng replied, trying to sit up with his hands. Lu Li instinctively stepped forward to press him back down while raising the backrest of the bed. At this point, Liang Chao greeted Lu Li, but his attitude showed he had little respect for him. Lu Li merely nodded in response and said nothing further. The once mighty media company was on the verge of collapse, and very few directors remained, with only this seasoned director in front of him left. The other interns couldn't bear the weight of the company, so if Lu Li were to film a project, Liang Chao would be the only option. Of course, he could look for directors from outside, but considering the budget, Liang Chao remained the best choice. What surprised Lu Li was that Liang Chao was the first to visit after Lu Changfeng fell ill, which spoke volumes about his loyalty to both the company and Lu Changfeng. "How is the company now?" Lu Changfeng asked, leaning against the bed. He hadn't asked Lu Li this question before, likely knowing it was pointless, as Lu Li had never cared much for company matters. Hearing Lu Changfeng's words, Liang Chao suddenly became serious, his expression heavy as he said, "Mr. Lu, rest assured, no matter what happens to the company, I, Liang Chao, vow to stand by it." In the hospital bed, Lu Changfeng frowned again. He didn't respond to Liang Chao's declaration of loyalty. "I asked for specific details. Tell me everything." Lu Changfeng clearly knew Liang Chao's character and was too tired to engage in pleasantries. Meanwhile, Lu Li felt a slight stir in his heart. Although Liang Chao's response was off-topic, it revealed some information. The fact that he spoke of loyalty indicated that the media company was evidently worse off than Lu Li had anticipated. His memories of the company's current situation were unclear, which was understandable since Lu Li had not been attentive to company affairs before. Liang Chao, realizing this as well, wore a somber expression, with a hint of despair in his demeanor. Most of the people who could leave had already done so, and many artists who couldn't leave yet were starting to look for new opportunities, making the situation quite grim. Liang Chao has clearly been downplaying the situation, not mentioning the company's financial status at all. Even Lu Li is aware that due to the recent failures of several major projects, the funds on the company's books are likely running out. It's obvious to anyone that Lu Changfeng's condition isn't great. Liang Chao seems to be cautious, worried that revealing the true situation might cause Lu Changfeng to collapse. If the president were to fall again, Star Media would likely be finished. Lu Changfeng is evidently aware of this, but he resolutely continues to ask, how much longer can the company's funds last? What about the project that was just finalized last week? At the mention of this project, Lu Li's eyes flickered slightly. He knows about the project, which is said to be a script from a major screenwriter. An internal evaluation at Star Media concluded that it could potentially become a landmark sci-fi film. The movie is reportedly titled Fortress. Lu Li doesn't remember the specific content of the script, but he understands that it's a story about humanity fighting back against alien civilizations from their last stronghold, filled with a lot of inexplicable emotional scenes. Perhaps due to possessing memories of a similar world, Lu Li is not optimistic about this so-called sci-fi script from the prominent screenwriter. Furthermore, he already has a script for the Wandering Earth generated through system optimization, along with system support. He has roughly reviewed the optimized script for the Wandering Earth, which is of impeccable quality, even more stunning than the movie he had seen before his journey. Coupled with the technology matching the movie props, Lu Li is very confident and sees no reason to continue with the Fortress project. At this moment, Liang Chao seems hesitant and clearly does not want to continue discussing the company's situation. However, upon seeing Lu Changfeng's serious gaze, he ultimately relents and softly says, "I asked the finance department before coming here. If we don't give up on the upcoming project, the company's funds should last only another month at most, and that's an optimistic estimate. Honestly, I feel that the Fortress project is not suitable for our company right now. Just securing that script might drain us completely, and I've seen the script. Making it into a film won't be easy, especially in terms of special effects, which will require a massive investment. Of course, if you, Mr. Lu, insist on going ahead, I will complete this challenging task even if it means foregoing my salary. Just give me the word." And Liang Chao will go through fire and water without hesitation. Hearing this, Lu Li couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He thinks to himself that there's really no need for that. Based on what he knows about Liang Chao, this guy has had a track record of producing films that are mostly lackluster, with hardly any standout works. Lu Li is unsure whether this is due to Liang Chao's abilities or some other reason. But as it stands, if this project really lands in his hands, it's highly likely to fail, and Star Media cannot afford any more setbacks at this point. The cheap old man must be dissuaded from this project. Lu Li instantly made a decision. At this moment, Lu Changfeng had once again fallen silent. He closed his eyes, seemingly pondering what Liang Chao had just said, his eyelids occasionally fluttering, clearly struggling with a difficult choice. At this time, Lu Li no longer hesitated and spoke directly. "Let's abandon this project." Upon hearing Lu Li's voice, both individuals in the hospital room reacted. Their expressions varied. Liang Chao's gaze was tinged with surprise, as if he hadn't expected Lu Li to speak up at this moment. Lu Li calmly continued, "The project Fortress is not suitable for us, and I have another project here, also a sci-fi theme, equally large in scale. If we are to film, my project is definitely of higher quality. Moreover, I already have the script ready, and we can start preparing for filming immediately. On the hospital bed, Lu Changfeng's expression remained unchanged, but he opened his eyes. You have a script? There was a hint of skepticism in Lu Changfeng's eyes. After all, when it came to understanding Lu Li, he was the most qualified to speak. Yes, you can take a look. You won't be disappointed. Lu Li spoke with a steady tone, then turned and walked towards a nearby family bed. He reached into a backpack placed there and, with a thought, imported the optimized script data of the Wandering Earth into a USB drive. This was just one of the system's small functions. Lu Li was not surprised by this feature. He felt it was only natural. After all, he had already learned about the system's capabilities from the manual, and now it was thoroughly confirmed. After taking out the USB drive, Lu Li also pulled out a tablet, then came back to Lu Changfeng and confidently handed it over. At this moment, Liang Chao could no longer hold back and suddenly spoke up. Young Lu, where did you get this script? Although I'm not very optimistic about the Fortress project, sci-fi films are different from regular movie scripts. Fortress is a work from a renowned screenwriter and has gone through the company's evaluation before being placed on the project schedule. You casually claim that your script is better than one evaluated by professionals in the company. Isn't that a bit irresponsible? He frowned slightly, clearly skeptical about Lu Li's claims regarding the script. Liang Chao was not trying to find fault with Lu Li. Rather, from his perspective, the company was in a very difficult position and needed to be cautious about such matters. Lu Li glanced at him, merely smiled, and remained silent, still confidently offering the tablet to Lu Changfeng. Lu Changfeng looked deeply at Lu Li without speaking, but took the tablet with a hint of curiosity. Chapter 4. It must be filmed. This movie will be a global sensation. Mr. Lu, think it over. Seeing that both father and son were ignoring him, Liang Chao felt a bit anxious. The image of the extravagant and carefree second-generation rich individual has long been ingrained in the minds of the media company. Liang Chao could never believe that Lu Li would suddenly take an interest in the company's matters and present a script better than the professionally evaluated projects. The likelihood of that happening was smaller than a comet hitting the Earth. There are reasons why few dare to tackle the science fiction genre, even with boundless imagination. If there is no practical feasibility for filming, it amounts to nothing. It's not just about pulling a random sci-fi story out of thin air to turn it into a script. This matter concerns the very survival of the entire company. Liang Chao earnestly wanted Lu Changfeng to see clearly and recognize the importance of the situation. But he forgot that Lu Changfeng was ultimately a father. Even though Lu Li used to be carefree and never concerned himself with company affairs, he was still Lu Changfeng's son, just like when he was a child. No matter how poorly Lu Li drew, as a father, Lu Changfeng would still look at it seriously and offer encouragement. This is the most basic responsibility of a father towards his child. Lu Li remained silent, watching as Lu Changfeng took the tablet and opened the script document for the Wandering Earth, feeling an uncontrollable excitement rising within him. He knew that once Lu Changfeng read this script, he would never want to pursue the previous project. The two works were simply not on the same level. Any person with even a little bit of sense would know how to choose. Xingchen Media was established by Lu Changfeng himself. His vision and judgment were certainly not lacking, even sharper than many renowned directors. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for the company to grow to its current scale. Even if he fell ill, that ability wouldn't disappear. Mr. Lu? Liang Chao was about to speak again. However, Lu Changfeng raised his hand, interrupting him. At that moment, all of Lu Changfeng's attention was focused on the script in his hands. Seeing this, Liang Chao could only discreetly close his mouth. After hesitating for a moment, driven by curiosity, he began to move closer to Lu Changfeng, wanting to see what Lu Li's script contained. Lu Changfeng remained silent, quietly looking at the script. But Lu Li keenly noticed that the old man's hands were trembling slightly. This tremor was not due to illness, but rather because his emotions were experiencing a significant upheaval. As time passed, the entire hospital room was eerily quiet. At this moment, even the air seemed to freeze. Only Lu Changfeng's occasional hand movements across the screen broke the monotony, proving that time was still passing. Lu Changfeng was very composed. But some people could not maintain their composure. Liang Chao stood by the bedside, his gaze fixed on the tablet in Lu Changfeng's hands. The expression on his face was rapidly changing, shifting from doubt and disdain to curiosity, then to seriousness, until finally, shock could not be contained on his face. Solar helium flashes, space elevators, mountain-moving plans, planetary engines, to continue human civilization, wandering with the Earth. How could this script be possible? It's so spectacular that I can almost imagine the scene. If the grand scenes in the script are really filmed, it would be incredibly shocking. Which great screenwriter wrote this script? Young Master Lu. Liang Chao suddenly raised his head, looking at Lu Li with intense eyes. Lu Li looked at Liang Chao with amusement. This guy had just said he needed to be cautious, that not every story could be made into a science fiction film, and that he had to be responsible for the company. Now he was completely slapping himself in the face. It's unclear whether he was unaware or simply didn't care. I have to say, this guy is quite pure, detached from lowbrow interests. I wrote it, Lu Li said, surveying the director Liang with interest and a smile. Liang Chao's excited expression momentarily froze, replaced by an instinctive disbelief. In his impression, Lu Li was nothing but a spoiled rich kid who only knew how to indulge in pleasure every day. Forget about writing scripts. He probably couldn't even write a 1,000-word self-reflection without struggling for half a day. How could someone like that possibly write an epic script like The Wandering Earth? Young Master Lu, don't joke with me. I really want to know which extraordinary screenwriter could write such a stunning masterpiece. Liang Chao's expression was somewhat stiff, yet his eyes still held hope. Lu Li didn't want to continue entangling himself in this question. After all, in this world, there was no The Wandering Earth, nor was there the sci-fi giant from his original world who created this work. There was no point in dwelling on this issue. He turned to Lu Changfeng and asked, "Do you think this script can be filmed?" Before Lu Changfeng could respond, Liang Chao eagerly interjected, "It can definitely be filmed. Give the script to me, and I will use all my knowledge to make this film a worldwide hit. I can even make a military pledge." Stop talking. Lu Li glanced at Liang Chao helplessly. To be honest, he really didn't want to hand over this destined epic work to Liang Chao to direct. After all, he didn't trust Liang Chao's track record of making one flop after another. But now, the most important thing was Lu Changfeng's attitude. This cheap old dad of his was the key to whether this film could be made or not. Lu Changfeng had remained silent, repeatedly looking at the script in his hands. After hearing Lu Li's question, he put down the tablet and closed his eyes. The room fell silent again. Lu Li and Liang Chao's eyes were fixed on the middle-aged man in the hospital bed, waiting for his decision. They didn't have to wait long. Soon, Lu Changfeng opened his eyes again. "Let us film it." He exhaled deeply, looking at Lu Li with determination in his gaze, and continued, "Stop the Fortress project and invest all the funds into this script." Lu Changfeng knew very well that this was a gamble, but he had no other choice. He didn't know if he could walk out of this hospital room alive. Even if his body could recover, it definitely wouldn't be in a short time. But Xingchen Media couldn't wait any longer. He had to take one last gamble within a month, whether for the sake of the media company or for Lu Li. This must be done. Lu Changfeng has noticed the changes in Lu Li, although he is unsure whether this change is temporary. The script of The Wandering Earth is undoubtedly better in quality than The Fortress. That is enough for him to make a choice. This time, he chooses to trust his son. Mr. Lu is wise. Liang Chao was overjoyed. In his view, since Lu Changfeng agreed to this project and there were no other directors in the company capable of handling it independently, the choice of director must be his. "I will immediately prepare to contact the filming team. I will not let Mr. Lu down." Liang Chao hurriedly turned to leave the hospital room to arrange filming matters. "Wait." At that moment, Lu Changfeng's voice sounded again. He looked at Lu Li and said earnestly, "You are fully responsible for this project. You will be the producer and executive producer. As for the choice of director, think for yourself, but as someone who has been through it, I must remind you to be cautious in your selection. Otherwise, the company might really go bankrupt." Hearing this, Lu Li was taken aback. Liang Chao's expression visibly darkened. At this moment, he felt extremely anxious and panicked. "It's over. It's a disaster." Mr. Lu is signaling him. Chapter 5. The necessary cleansing of the film's constant humiliation. Liang Chao was frozen at the doorway of the hospital room. Meanwhile, Lu Li shook his head with amusement. He understood Lu Changfeng's intention. It wasn't that Liang Chao couldn't be used. However, at this moment, giving all the decision-making power to himself was undoubtedly a great way to gather support and establish authority. He also recognized what Lu Li's image was in the company before. If he wanted to smoothly take over the company now, he had to re-establish his credibility. Only then could he gather people's hearts again. Subsequently, the work could proceed more smoothly. One could only say that experience speaks volumes. After realizing this, Lu Li turned his gaze to Liang Chao. "Director Liang, why don't you go back and rest for now? Lu Li was certain that Liang Chao would find ways to secure this film, not only to show off in front of Lu Changfeng, but also to achieve and prove himself. If The Wandering Earth became a hit, as the director, Liang Chao could redeem himself and join the ranks of top directors. Lu Li didn't believe he would easily give up such an opportunity. Sure enough, Liang Chao did not leave. Instead, he turned and rushed to Lu Li's side. "Young Master Lu, you have to believe in me. I can definitely make this movie well." His goal was clear. Lu Changfeng had made his attitude clear and wanted to hand this project to Lu Li. Since it wasn't he going to work with Mr. Lu, there was still a chance here with young Master Lu. He instinctively felt that, based on Lu Li's previous character, he should be relatively easy to persuade. But he could never have dreamed that the Lu Li of this moment was already different from the past. Watching Liang Chao, who was confidently swearing his sincerity, Lu Li said faintly, "Your last project failed." This made Liang Chao's expression change slightly. He hurriedly explained, although the performance of the last project was not ideal, there were many objective factors, such as insufficient budget and issues with the script. Lu Li didn't wait for him to finish and added coldly, "Your previous project also failed." Liang Chao's explanation suddenly stalled, and his face became even more unsightly. At this moment, Lu Changfeng, who was lying on the hospital bed watching the drama unfold, found it amusing. Although he still appeared indifferent on the surface, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upward. He looked at Lu Li with satisfaction and gently nodded. His son had grown up. He knew how to manage people now. Some individuals simply shouldn't be used carelessly. This was quite good. Watching Lu Li's calm demeanor, Lu Changfeng felt a deep sense of emotion, as if the scene before him was somewhat unreal. Did people really need to go through setbacks and difficulties to truly grow? If he had known this earlier, he should have honed this kid properly, even without difficulties. He should have created some. At that moment, a thought arose in Lu Changfeng's mind. Observing Lu Li calmly confronting Liang Chao, this idea became increasingly certain. At this point, Liang Chao's entire face had turned bitter, but in order to secure the project The Wandering Earth, he was willing to push through, continuing to explain. "Young Master Lu, you may not know, but the reason the previous project didn't perform well was due to circumstances. The male lead collapsed due to certain reasons, and we had to rely on immature face-swapping technology in post-production, which led to..." "Yes, I know." Lu Li recalled that, indeed, as Liang Chao had said, that project had initially been quite promising, but the impact of the male lead's collapse was too significant, which was a relatively objective factor. However, your previous project also failed, struck like a sharp knife, hitting Liang Chao's heart precisely, causing his complexion to turn pale as he lost the will to argue, his whole being seeming to lose its soul. I really..." Liang Chao covered his face with both hands, his eyes turning red. He suddenly rushed in front of Lu Li, grabbing his shoulders. "Young Master Lu, give me another chance. I don't need any money. Just let me shoot this film. I'll do anything. You can supervise me. I'll listen to you. Okay?" Each of Lu Li's three statements felt like a soul-searching interrogation, mercilessly cutting off Liang Chao's last glimmer of hope. Yet he still didn't want to give up, making one final effort. At this point, Lu Li remained silent. He stared at Liang Chao, his gaze sharp and calm. "Young Master Lu." Liang Chao's eyes were now filled with a hint of pleading. Observing this scene, Lu Changfeng sighed quietly. The effect he wanted had been achieved. Lu Li had completely subdued Liang Chao, which was precisely his goal. Now, the timing was nearly right. To continue further would be excessive. Just as he was about to speak up for Liang Chao, Lu Li spoke first. "Director Liang, I don't want to make things difficult for you," Lu Li said in a low voice. "You know that this play is crucial to the survival of the company, so I must think carefully. Your past achievements really do not allow me to fully trust you." "Young Master Lu," Liang Chao wanted to speak up for one last chance, but he felt a slight pressure on his shoulder. Lu Li pressed down on his shoulder, interrupting his words. "I understand your determination and your loyalty to the company." Lu Li paused for a moment, frowning as if making a difficult decision. Liang Chao immediately held his breath, not daring to make a sound. After a moment, Lu Li sighed lightly, patted Liang Chao's shoulder, and continued, "So, I will give you this opportunity." Upon hearing this, Liang Chao could no longer hold back. His eyes were red and glistening with tears. It was a feeling of being trusted that made his nose tingle. "Young Master Lu," Liang Chao's voice was choked, and he spoke somewhat haltingly. Lu Li gently shook his head and patted Liang Chao's shoulder again. "I can give you this opportunity, but due to budget constraints. You mentioned before that you wouldn't need funding." Before Lu Li could finish, Liang Chao quickly nodded and said eagerly, I don't need money. In fact, if the budget is insufficient, I have 500,000 saved up, which I can use anytime. I'm willing to invest it myself. Hearing this, Luli felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed this great director was almost swayed by him. However, his goal had finally been achieved. He nodded lightly and did not say anything further. As for the salary issue, he certainly wouldn't shortchange Liang Chao if he could really create the movie he envisioned. The box office would surely be promising, and they could discuss profit sharing later. For now, they truly had no funds. Well, who would have thought that director Liang had 500,000 in savings? That was quite a pleasant surprise. Seeing Lu Li nod in satisfaction, Liang Chao became excited. His eyes radiated enthusiasm. The rise of science fiction films in the country begins today. The content of the Wandering Earth script still lingered in his mind. The grandeur, the vastness, and the deeply moving spirit shocked him profoundly. Liang Chao knew very well that based on the quality of the Wandering Earth script, if it could be made with the same level of quality, it would definitely surprise the entire film industry and even the world. At that time, as the director, he would naturally achieve fame and success. As for wealth, it is all secondary. Once he becomes famous, making money wouldn't be difficult. This time, he was determined to wash away the shame of every film project that had failed before. Chapter 6. When will your 500,000 arrive? In the hospital bed, watching the excited Liang Chao, Lu Changfeng felt an indescribable emotion. He looked at Lu Li again, feeling that his son had truly grown up overnight. Not only had he brought out a quality project that could turn the company's situation around, the transformation in Liang Chao, who had previously been somewhat unconvinced by him, was now complete, and this change was something he had longed for. He never expected to witness it only today while lying in a hospital bed. At that moment, his heart felt noticeably lighter, and the earlier thoughts became clearer. At his age, it was time to let go of certain matters and allow the younger generation to take risks. He waved his hand towards Lu Li and Liang Chao, his voice still slightly weak but carrying an undeniable tone. Go ahead, do what you need to do. Liang Chao understood and stepped back to the door of the ward. Lu Li, however, hesitated as he looked at Lu Changfeng. At this moment, Lu Changfeng's condition was still not stable, and with no one else around, he worried that if anything went wrong, there would be no one to manage it promptly. However, the situation at the company was also dire, and the filming project of the Wandering Earth could not be delayed any longer. Just as he was hesitating, the door to the ward was pushed open. A middle-aged doctor in a white coat entered with a nurse. Mr. Lu, how are you feeling? After entering the ward, the doctor began to examine Lu Changfeng's condition. Seeing the doctor, Lu Changfeng smiled and replied warmly, I feel much better. Moments later, after the examination was complete, the doctor nodded gently and looked at Lu Li. Mr. Lu's condition has stabilized initially, but he should not exert himself. It would be best to take a break from work. As long as he recuperates well, there shouldn't be any major issues. During this time, it's crucial to monitor his condition closely. Hearing the doctor's words, Lu Li felt a slight sense of relief, and his previously tense expression softened. The stabilization of Lu Changfeng's condition was undoubtedly good news. At this moment, Lu Changfeng's gaze turned back to Lu Li. Go ahead. Do what you need to do. This time, Lu Li no longer hesitated. He nodded gently and said, I will find the best caregiver. You should rest well in the hospital. Leave the company's matters to me. Lu Changfeng nodded and waved his hand. Go. The doctor, listening to their conversation, hesitated to speak. Lu Li looked at him and said again, if anything happens with the old gentleman, please contact me immediately. I beg you. The doctor ultimately said nothing more, just nodded. Rest assured, as long as Mr. Lu is in the hospital, we will fulfill our responsibilities. Lu Li did not linger any longer and stepped out of the ward. After all, his feelings towards Lu Changfeng were somewhat complex. There was sympathy and respect, but to say there was a father-son relationship, Lu Li, who had crossed over, truly did not feel that way now, so he always felt somewhat out of place being here. Rather than that, it would be better to leave quickly and resolve the issues at Xingchen Media. This would also be the best way to account for the old gentleman. Fortunately, the old gentleman had already passed the critical phase, and his condition had stabilized. His heart felt a bit more at ease. Not long after Lu Li left the ward, the doctor could no longer hold back and finally spoke up. Mr. Lu, this is the time when you need companionship and care the most. How could young Mr. Lu just leave like that? This doctor is an old acquaintance of Mr. Lu, so he spoke without much reservation. Hearing this, Mr. Lu chuckled and said, old Li, life and death are fated. At my age, It's not just anyone's company that can make things better. There are some things I must do. And if I stay here all the time, it's not what I want to see. Upon hearing this, Dr. Li could only shake his head helplessly and said nothing more. On the other side, after leaving the hospital room, Lu Li's phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. A name caught his eye, Lin Miao. Looking at this name, a clean-cut, spirited girl's figure naturally appeared in Lu Li's mind. This girl is Lu Li's sister, not by blood, but the daughter of a comrade in arms adopted by Mr. Lu 20 years ago. Since childhood, Mr. Lu has treated Lin Miao even better than Lu Li. Lu Li and Lin Miao grew up together, and their relationship is almost like that of siblings. Most importantly, this girl is incredibly capable, so much so that even the previous Lu Li would obey her commands. This fierce individual is currently studying for a doctorate at a military university, and Lu Li isn't clear on her specific research field due to confidentiality requirements. If it were just that, maybe the previous Lu Li wouldn't be so afraid of this sister. The key point is that Lin Miao has been learning martial arts since childhood, and after entering the military academy, she has mastered various combat techniques. It can be said that Lu Li grew up being beaten by Lin Miao. They say that brothers should be taught a lesson early. But she didn't care at all. Even now, if Lin Miao wanted to hit Lu Li, it would be an easy task. For some reason, even though Lu Li has crossed over, seeing this girl's name still provoked a sense of caution within him, as if it were an instinctive reaction. Without thinking, he quickly answered the call. "How is Dad doing?" Before Lu Li could say anything, a crisp and pleasant voice with a hint of concern came from the other end. "The situation is temporarily stable," Lu Li replied honestly. According to the information he remembered, this fierce individual really does try to avoid trouble whenever possible. And Lu Li didn't want to cause any issues. The clear voice fell into a moment of silence. And Lu Li could clearly sense that Lin Miao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "I have a very important task and can't come back for a while." So, the crisp voice paused, and when it spoke again, it was laced with a hint of anger. "I don't care what reckless things you've done in the past. If I find out you haven't taken good care of Dad, when I come back, you'll be the one lying in a hospital bed, got it?" Hearing this, Lu Li's face instantly stiffened, and he licked his lips, forcing a smile. "Don't worry. If you end up in a hospital bed, I'll take care of you." Lin Miao's voice rang out again, making Lu Li's heart tighten slightly. He took a deep breath and calmly said, "Don't worry. I will take good care of him." There was no response on the other end of the line, and Lin Miao decisively hung up the phone. Looking at the busy signal on his phone, Lu Li took a deep breath. At that moment, Lu Li was completely convinced. This woman was indeed as terrifying as he remembered. She personally sent someone to the hospital and still wanted to take care of them herself. How ruthless could she be? No, this fierce woman was someone he should avoid in the future. He couldn't provoke her. Meanwhile, Liang Chao looked at Lu Li curiously, his eyes filled with inquiry. Lu Li's sudden change in attitude made him very curious. Lu Li glanced at him, feeling a bit displeased. "Director Liang, when will that 500,000 arrive?" "Huh, are you in such a hurry? What do you think?" A dangerous glint flashed in Lu Li's eyes. "Of course, no problem, President Lu, I'll transfer it immediately." Liang Chao's body suddenly tensed up. Even the way he addressed Lu Li changed from Little President Lu to President Lu. Although he didn't understand why this young president suddenly got upset, he clearly realized that the future of Xingqian media would definitely be in the hands of this young man. And now was the perfect time to show his loyalty. Lu Li nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, it felt much better to focus on making money. He walked out of the hospital into the morning light. Behind him, Liang Chao was still somewhat shaken, looking confused. Was this what it meant to be caught in the crossfire? Chapter 7. The most important thing is to make money. Xingqian Media. This was a multi-story commercial building, entirely owned by Xingqian, in the precious land of Jiangzhou Film City. Having such an office building was a testament to the former glory of Xingqian Media. However, the current situation was far from its heyday. There were hardly any people in the office areas below the 10th floor. Most of the stars and artists had already left, and even the staff had mostly departed, leaving only a few who either had a genuine attachment to the company or had not yet found another job and had to stay for the time being. People come to work to make money, and with the current situation of Xingqian Media, anyone with a bit of insight could see that it wouldn't last much longer. Those who had any plans wouldn't just sit idly by. As Lu Li entered Xingqian Media, his mood grew increasingly heavy. He knew the company was not in a good state and could collapse at any moment, but he truly didn't expect it to happen so quickly. It was beyond his expectations. I heard the young president is here. What's going on? That rich second generation actually came to the company. Could it be to deal with assets? It seems Xingchen is completely finished. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, Lu Li heard faint discussions coming from the office area. He stood at the elevator entrance, not rushing over immediately. Liang Chao, standing beside him, also heard those voices. His expression instantly darkened, and he was about to step forward to confront them. Lu Li reached out to stop him, then turned back to the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor's president's office. Seeing this, Liang Chao quickly followed. Those people were truly out of line. The company was not even in dire straits yet, so why were they so impatient and talking nonsense? This just shows how loyal I, old Liang, am to the company. President Lu, you should see this clearly now. Liang Chao seized every opportunity to express his loyalty to Lu Li. Lu Li lowered his head in silence, not saying a word. In his view, the thoughts of those people were quite normal. The company was struggling, and he, who had never been involved before, suddenly appeared here. It was no wonder the staff thought that way. However, he did not want employees who would lose their morale at the first sign of trouble. The future of the media company would undoubtedly become an unassailable skyscraper, and these employees were the bricks and tiles that built the entire structure. If the foundation was not solid, how could the skyscraper stand tall? Therefore, this was the best time for him to screen his employees. Only those who could remain true to their hearts and be unwavering in the most critical moments were the people he wanted, and he would lead these individuals to create brilliance together. Ding! The elevator stopped. They had arrived at the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, Lu Li quickly stepped out. Behind him, Liang Chao noticed that Lu Li was silent and did not dare to say more. He looked at the figure ahead, still somewhat in disbelief. He had interacted with Lu Li before and had a rough idea of the young president's temperament. If it were before, hearing the employees discuss such matters would have certainly made him explode with anger. But today, everything seemed different. This young president appeared to have matured overnight, learning to control his emotions, becoming more composed. In Liang Chao's eyes, Lu Li at this moment truly carried some of the old president's demeanor. No matter what, in my heart, he will always be President Lu. Being able to lead a project like the Wandering Earth, how could this young president be incapable? With the old president unwell, this company will be governed by young President Lu from now on. If I don't cling to this opportunity now, when will I? The key is the Wandering Earth. Having just taken the director's position, it absolutely cannot be jeopardized. Liang Chao, filled with a sense of superiority, mixed with 100 thoughts, quickly stepped out of the elevator. Go and find out who wants to leave. If they want to go, let them leave. The Wandering Earth project will be kept confidential for now. I need to filter out a team that has genuine feelings for the company and is completely loyal. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, Liang Chao heard Lu Li's steady voice. It was emotionless, yet it made Liang Chao's heart tighten. He quickly reacted and replied, "Yes, President Lu, I will gather the information immediately. Within 3 days, I will ensure this matter is handled clearly and without any mistakes." Lu Li glanced at Liang Chao, nodded slightly, and then continued, "Have the finance team come over. I need to assess the company's assets. As for the chatter outside, let them talk. Don't stop them." With that, Lu Li walked directly into the president's office. Liang Chao stood outside the office, feeling a wave of anxiety. The president was serious about this. He silently reminded himself to be cautious about his position in the upcoming tasks. He must not provoke the president. Half an hour later, Lu Li sat at the president's desk, quickly scanning through the project funding details and various financial statements just sent by the finance department. As he looked at these reports, his heart sank deeper and his expression grew increasingly grave. After reviewing all the financial statements, he realized that the company's financial situation was far worse than what Liang Chao had reported to the old man while in the hospital. If the filming of Fortress did not stop, the company might not last even 20 days. The next payroll and project funding settlement would coincide with the company's collapse. Even if the Fortress project was halted now, it would only allow the company to survive a little longer, as the filming of the Wandering Earth would require even more funds. The only good news was that with the Fortress project canceled, the exorbitant script fees that needed to be paid immediately would no longer be necessary, and the script for the Wandering Earth was already available. The funds saved from this could give Lu Li some breathing room. 5 million. Lu Li calculated repeatedly. Even if the company stopped all projects now and focused entirely on preparing for the filming of the Wandering Earth, the available funds would only amount to 5 million. This amount might not even be enough for the initial setup costs for the crew and hiring actors, let alone the props that needed to be prepared, as delaying this would certainly impact the schedule. The production of props was where the bulk of the funding went. Thinking about all the filming requiring real props. Just to produce a J-20+ aerospace fighter, not counting the investment in technological research, would likely cost tens of millions. This was just a conservative estimate. Luli had no knowledge of aircraft manufacturing and had no idea how much it would cost to build a plane, not to mention the other advanced technology props. The thought of it made his head spin. However, Luli also considered that if those advanced technology props could actually be created, it might attract the attention of the authorities. If he could secure government investment, but that was too complicated. Star Media could not withstand any further turmoil at this point. Being noticed by the outside world would not bode well for either the company or Luli himself. The simplest issue was that he would have no way to explain where those advanced props came from. Thus, Luli decided from the start that the filming of this movie must be kept completely confidential. If necessary, he would even have the entire crew sign non-disclosure agreements. Although even with that, it was unlikely that the advanced technology props could be hidden for long. At least he wanted to wait until the Wandering Earth was completed before addressing it. As for the future, having confidence will give you the leverage to negotiate on many matters. Right now, the most important thing is to make money. Chapter 8. Don't always bring up money. It's so cliché. Mr. Liu, I've already communicated with the HR department. The employee screening should be completed within 2 days. Is there anything else I need to do? Just as Luli was leaving the CEO's office, ready to go out and make money, he ran into Liang Chao, who had just exited the elevator and was blocking his way. Luli helplessly stopped and looked at Liang Chao. You're a director, after all. Do I really need to teach you what preparations a film crew needs to make? Luli was starting to realize something. Liang Chao had never had a hit film before. It seemed there was indeed something off with his thinking. Shouldn't he already know these preliminary preparations? That's not the point, Mr. Liu. Now I understand everything. Liang Chao replied with a smile, secretly cursing himself for being scatterbrained. Originally, he just wanted to show off a bit in front of Luli. But he had forgotten that the most important thing now was still the filming of the Wandering Earth. He had completely misdirected his initial enthusiasm. Remember, the script's content is temporarily confidential to everyone. If anyone needs to see the script in advance, they must report to me first. As for how to announce news to the outside world, you can handle that. Luli instructed before walking straight past Liang Chao and entering the elevator. Got it. I understand. Liang Chao quickly nodded. Where are you heading? To the company, Luli replied, not waiting for Liang Chao to finish his sentence as the elevator doors slowly closed, leaving only his voice echoing from inside. Make money. Watching the elevator descend, Liang Chao felt a surge of respect. Mr. Liu truly is impressive. He is already in work mode so quickly, with a leader like this. The company can't possibly fail. If the boss is working this hard, what reason do I have not to give it my all? Liang Chao sighed sincerely. He then took out his phone and began contacting people to assemble the crew. After exiting the company, Luli drove straight to the Jiangzhou Business Center. His target for making money today was a well-known investment mogul in the Jiangzhou film industry, Yang Shi. The reason for approaching her was that Luli had a good relationship with her. Most importantly, the company she was affiliated with had substantial financial resources and had been behind many popular film and television projects in recent years. As the roar of a supercar echoed, Luli's convertible came to a steady stop in front of a building at the business center. He got out of the car, glanced at the flashy vehicle, frowned, and murmured, "This supercar is too ostentatious. I bet everyone in the business center heard that noise." Shaking his head, Luli looked up at the building in front of him. While walking toward it, he took out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected. "Hey, Sister Shi. I'm on my way up." "Okay, I'm in the office." After a brief exchange, the call ended. In an office within a building, a woman dressed in a light blue qipao, with an elegant appearance and a gentle demeanor, put down the phone in front of a neatly arranged desk. The graceful qipao accentuated her alluring figure, exuding a mature charm from Yang Shi. However, her stunning looks did not imply she was merely a pretty face. Those who knew her understood that this legendary woman was a quintessential representation of a strong female leader, widely recognized in the film industry of Jiangzhou City. Leaning gracefully against her office chair, she raised her hand to gently touch her forehead. At that moment, her warm and charming aura blended perfectly, making her look like an extraordinary beauty. "Why does he have to come at this time?" Yang Shi muttered thoughtfully, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. The thought of Luli brought a hint of helplessness to her face. She had collaborated with Xingchen Media many times and had a good relationship with Lu Changfeng. The two families could be considered close friends. Lu Li had grown up alongside her, almost like a younger brother, and she was well aware of his character. Is he here because he has run out of money? She slightly furrowed her brow, feeling a bit of a headache. She knew the difficulties Xingchen Media was currently facing and was not worried about Lu Li borrowing money from her. Instead, she was concerned that he might take her money and continue to indulge in a lavish lifestyle without any responsibility. That would be tantamount to enabling him and ultimately harming Lu Li. As she pondered, a knock echoed through the office. Soon after, Yang Shi's assistant entered with Lu Li. Sister Shi. Lu Li greeted her with a smile. Have a seat. Yang Shi gestured toward the sofa by the tea table and then waved her hand to signal her assistant to leave. Her gaze then fell on Lu Li, assessing him closely. At that moment, Lu Li was also taking in the sight of this intelligent yet alluring woman, a contemporary marvel that would stir admiration in most men. He recalled how he had once envied and admired her legendary achievements, even viewing her as an idol for a time. Of course, there was a period when he had harbored feelings for her and had even made bold advances, but after being soundly beaten by Lin Miao, he had never dared to entertain such thoughts again. Reflecting on that memory, Lu Li couldn't help but chuckle. However, he was well aware that if anyone could potentially help him now, it would be Yang Shi sitting in front of him. So what brings you here? She asked, her voice firm. Let me be clear. If you're here to borrow money for a wild time, you might as well abandon that idea now. Or I'll call Miao Miao immediately. Yang Shi sat across from Lu Li at the tea table, her slender, fair legs crossed elegantly, arms folded as she leaned back on the sofa. Lu Li sat up straight, eyes focused and respectful, not daring to let his gaze wander. He knew very well what kind of person she was. Although she wouldn't hit him like Lin Miao, she could certainly make a phone call. And he certainly couldn't handle her reporting to Lin Miao. In Yang Shi's words, matters of violence should be left to the professionals. She is a gentle and intelligent woman who wouldn't easily resort to physical actions. Look, is this something a gentle and intelligent woman would do? Lu Li has come to understand that any woman who could remain by his side in the past without being taken down must truly possess remarkable skills. Sister Shi, don't bring up money so casually. That is so mundane. Lu Li calmly leaned over and skillfully poured a cup of tea for Yang Shi. Then why are you here? Yang Shi looked at Lu Li, who was sitting upright, a slight smile on her lips as she lifted the teacup and took a sip. Borrowing money. Uffed. The tea she had just sipped was instantly sprayed out. Yang Shi expressionlessly reached for her phone beside her. Seeing this, Lu Li felt a bit uneasy. His heart tightened, and painful memories surged in his mind. A voice seemed to echo out of nowhere. Lin Miao will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. At this moment, Lu Li couldn't care about anything else and quickly spoke again. Sister, please show mercy. We can discuss anything. Just don't pull out your phone. This time borrowing money is serious. I want to make a movie. The situation at home is like this. I can only take action. Lu Li didn't actually want to be so direct, but there was no other way. This woman was sharper than a fox and not easily deceived. So it was better to be straightforward. Whether he lived or died depended on fate. Hearing this, Yang Shi paused her movement with the phone, her expression serious as she scrutinized Lu Li. Chapter 9. Do you think I'm a bank? Are you really going to make a movie? Yang Shi finally became serious. Although she still didn't fully believe him, she had to reassess Lu Li, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. Yes, the script is already finalized. Lu Li straightened his back and replied earnestly. What script? A science fiction genre. It's the Project Fortress that Xingchen Media evaluated some time ago. Yang Shi furrowed her brows slightly, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Before Lu Li could respond, Yang Shi spoke again. My initial advice on that project was to stay away from it. The risks are too great. You're actually considering it now? Lu Li found it strange that Yang Shi knew about the internal evaluations of Fortress at Xingchen Media. It seemed her previous collaboration with them was indeed quite deep. But for some reason, Lu Changfeng had not heeded Yang Shi's advice. Perhaps their father hadn't had time to make a decision before falling ill. The Fortress project had simply been placed on the preparation schedule after passing the internal evaluation, and there must be some things he was unaware of. It's not Fortress, Lu Li said decisively. I have a new script here, also a science fiction genre, with grand scenes, a big production, and very high quality. All right, you want me to invest? Yang Shi asked directly. Exactly. Lu Li nodded confidently. Impossible. Yang Shi replied flatly. Why? Lu Li frowned. He hadn't expected Yang Shi to reject him so decisively. Yangshi was silent for a moment before slowly shaking her head and continuing. I'm just an employee. The company only allows me to make suggestions regarding project investments. I don't have decision-making power. Currently, the board is not optimistic about sci-fi film projects. And your reputation. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Lu Li certainly understood. The previous investment failures of Xingchen Media had already spread within the industry, and it was no wonder that after Lu Changfeng fell ill, the company collapsed so severely. However, his initial purpose in seeking out Yang, she was not for the capital behind her, but for her personally, with the presence of the advanced production system. Lu Li had never intended to let capital enter the project of the Wandering Earth, as the power of capital was something he couldn't control at this point. He didn't dare to take that risk. So, Lu Li approached Yangshi purely to seek her out personally. Of course, he also needed to raise funds. Although Yangshi was also an employee, the wealth she had accumulated over the years would definitely not be less than the liquid funds of a company valued in the hundreds of millions. Therefore, what Lu Li was actually interested in was Yangshi's personal investment. Sister Shi, you might not understand my intention. Lu Li rearranged his words and spoke again. I'm not here for the capital behind you. I simply want to borrow some money from you for an emergency or invest in your name. Borrow money from me? Personal investment? Yangshi was somewhat stunned. She really didn't expect that Lu Li's roundabout purpose would ultimately come back to this. Initially, she thought he was just looking to borrow money to indulge himself, but when he mentioned borrowing money for a film, she naturally assumed he wanted to leverage her connections for investment. But after going in circles, this guy actually just wanted to borrow money from her for personal investment? To make a movie? Was he joking? Do you know how much funding is needed to produce a sci-fi film? Yangshi looked at Lu Li, as if he were a little fool. The initial startup capital, I'm estimating, is 20 million. Lu Li said seriously. So how much do you still need? Yangshi roughly knew the financial situation of Xingchen Media and realized they definitely couldn't spare much now. I still need 15 million. Lu Li continued nonchalantly, his face not flushing and his heart not racing. So, you're treating me like an ATM? Yangshi laughed in anger. No, this isn't even about being an ATM. You're treating me like a bank, right? Just casually saying you need 15 million? Lu Li smiled a bit sheepishly. This amount of money shouldn't be a big deal for you, right? You really think highly of me. Yangshi was truly at a loss for words. She paused for a moment, thought it over, and finally said, I can only give you 1 million. Even now, Yangshi was still somewhat worried, fearing that Lu Li borrowing this money wasn't really for making a movie. After all, she knew all too well what kind of person Lu Li used to be. It wasn't that she couldn't come up with 15 million. She just didn't want to give it away so easily. Sister Shi, 1 million is too little. Lu Li said with a bitter smile. Yangshi calmly set down her crossed legs and said seriously, I'll lend you this 1 million, no interest. And you don't need to think about how to pay it back. Whatever you use it for, I won't ask. But I want to remind you. If you take this money and don't do anything proper with it, when Lin Miao comes back, he will definitely break your legs, understand? She looked at Lu Li seriously, a faint oppressive aura emanating from her. Wait, Sister Shi, do you still not trust me? Lu Li was a bit speechless. How unreliable must he have seemed to her for her to be so cautious? However, this woman was indeed very loyal. From her words, it seemed that she never even considered that he would need to pay it back. It was simply pocket money for her brother. How lucky he was to have such a sister. But at this moment, Lu Li felt a bit anxious. What could 1 million do? It was still far from enough to kickstart the funding for the Wandering Earth. This was not the outcome he wanted. He needed at least 5 million. With this in mind, he said seriously, Sister Shi, you should know the awkward position of our country's sci-fi films on the international stage, even domestically. It's almost universally acknowledged that there is no sci-fi in our country. Every time I think of this situation, it pains me deeply. How could a great nation like ours not produce a single decent sci-fi film? What will those foreigners think of us? Faced with the ridicule and disdain from the outside world towards the film industry in his country, he truly could not bear it for a moment. This time, he was determined to create a sci-fi masterpiece that belongs to us. The wind is bleak and the water is cold. I am willing to be the vanguard of our country's sci-fi films, to expand the territory of our film industry, and forge ahead. But a great battle is imminent, and provisions must come first, so I need your support. Lu Li passionately expressed his feelings of indignation. In any case, he had already made up his mind. At least 5 million. If he didn't get the money today, he wouldn't leave. For the smooth filming of The Wandering Earth. For the future of sci-fi films in his country, Lu Li had decided to go all out. If he was going to embarrass himself, so be it. Besides, There was nothing embarrassing about losing face in front of his sister. You've really grown up. Yang Shi couldn't help but laugh again at Lu Li's antics. You used to just cry and whine for candy, and now you know how to persuade people? With her sharp mind, how could Yang Shi be easily swayed by Lu Li's exaggerated performance? She straightforwardly punctured his act once again. Watching Yang Shi remain unmoved, Lu Li felt a bit helpless. However, he was not one to easily give up on what he had decided. 5 million, not a cent less today. He leaned back on the sofa, falling silent. What's wrong? Lost your words? A smile returned to Yang Shi's face. Her eyes filled with the kindness of an elder caring for a child. Believing she had successfully made Lu Li abandon his unrealistic fantasies, the office fell into a brief silence. The atmosphere suddenly grew a bit solemn. After a moment, seeing Lu Li looking gloomy and tense on the sofa, Yang Shi felt a twinge of sympathy and began to reflect on whether her words had been a bit harsh. She sighed lightly, preparing to say something comforting. Just then, Lu Li spoke again. He took a deep breath and murmured, I know I used to act impulsively and was a bit absurd and unreliable, only playing around without ever considering what I really wanted or how my family felt. During my father's illness, I've been deeply reflecting on myself, recalling all the mistakes I've made in the past, wishing I could slap myself twice. Well, I really should. It's not too late to do it now. Can't do it myself. Do you want me to help you? Yang Shi was eager to give it a try. Her delicate hand slightly raised. Lu Li. This remark made Lu Li, who had just gotten into the mood and was ready to play the sympathy card, feel a sharp pain in his teeth. Wait, when did this woman become so hard-hearted? It doesn't seem like her at all. Seeing the frustrated expression on Lu Li's face, Yang Shi gently stroked her hand as if nothing had happened. It's fine, you continue. She regretted showing such rationality. Secretly feeling guilty. I should be cooperating with your performance, yet I turned a blind eye. Interrupting a wayward son's monologue was indeed a bit impolite. It was just that Lu Li's past impression in her mind was too deeply rooted, and now with this turn of events, she found it a bit hard to adapt. But it was impossible for her to be moved by something so inexplicable. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the so-called benchmark of strong women, Yang Shi interrupted. Lu Li had no mood to perform anymore, feeling as if he was about to spit out a mouthful of old blood. He took another deep breath, stood up, and walked in front of Yang Shi. Sister Shi, I'm not joking with you. Lu Li looked into Yang Shi's bright eyes and said seriously, this time, I really want to do something meaningful. I can guarantee the prospects of this project will be even better than you imagine. And I'm not here to ask you for pocket money. The funds you lend me will be counted as an investment in the project. And I'll give you a corresponding share. All of this was not an exaggeration. I can guarantee it with Lin Miao's character. This time, Yang Shi didn't tease him again. She looked into Lu Li's eyes, silent. For the first time, she saw a surprising seriousness, determination, and persistence in Lu Li's eyes, even more earnest than when he was pursuing her back then. At that moment, to be honest, Yang Shi felt a bit moved. She gradually believed that Lu Li genuinely wanted to do something right, although whether this right thing could be accomplished was another matter. But this attitude was undoubtedly what she hoped to see. In the silence, Yang Shi suddenly spoke. Does Lin Miao know that you're using her character as a guarantee just to borrow money from me? Lu Li was taken aback for a moment, then felt a tightness in his chest. Oh no, this woman isn't going to report me, is she? Although he was panicking inside, Lu Li did not back down at this moment. He continued to gaze seriously into Yang Shi's eyes, but remained silent. At this moment, silence was all he could do. As for whether Yang Shi would really report him, at worst, he could just deny it later. A real man must deliver on his promise of borrowing 5 million. Let me see the script. Yang Shi suddenly changed the topic, catching Lu Li off guard. By the time he realized what was happening, he felt a bit awkward. Due to the haste of his arrival, he and T thought he could settle things with Yang Shi in one go. So he and T brought the script for The Wandering Earth at all. Now that Yang Shi mentioned it, he really couldn't produce it on the spot. Should he extract a copy from the system right here? But asking for a USB drive and then having a script pop up inside it just didn't make sense. While Lu Li was contemplating, Yang Shi spoke again. Forget it, I want to look at it. After saying that, she turned around and gracefully walked to her desk. Moments later, Yang Shi turned back, holding a check. Here, 5 million. She handed the check to Lu Li with a calm tone, as if she were just handing over a blank piece of paper. This demeanor made Lu Li exclaim in delight. No wonder she's my sister Shi. A sense of joy surged within him. He truly didn't expect to receive 5 million so easily. Sister, she was indeed generous and bold. What Luli didn't know was that when Yang Shi saw the seriousness and determination in his eyes, she had already made her decision. She didn't believe a single word of the emotional and persuasive things he had said earlier, but the eyes never lie. She had never seen such a look in Luli before. Thus, she was willing to believe that this time. Luli wasn't making excuses, but genuinely wanted to do something meaningful. Whether it was for the sake of the company, for Lu Changfeng, or just for himself, she was willing to give him the money. Moreover, she never thought about when he would pay her back. Because of this, the money couldn't be considered an investment. It was simply a loan from her to Luli. Since it wasn't an investment, it didn't matter whether or not he showed her the script. Listen carefully. I'm lending you this money because I trust Meow Meow's character. I will tell her everything about this, so you'd better not be lying to me. A hint of danger laced Yang Shi's tone again. Luli, however, smiled. This kind of threat seemed trivial to him. He hadn't planned to squander this money anyway. After the initial joy, his thoughts suddenly shifted. Sister, she was so supportive, easily handing over 5 million. Considering the situation, could he possibly squeeze out a bit more? Although the likelihood was slim, he thought he might as well give it a try. With that in mind, his smile grew even wider. Sister Shi, I still need a bit more for my startup funds. Before Luli could finish his sentence, Yang Shi exploded. This is all there is. Don't expect to pay it back. No, how can you go back on your word? Luli shrank his neck and stuffed the check tightly into his pocket. Sister Shi, I really have no choice. For this project to get off the ground, the initial funding cannot be less at all. Setting up the crew costs money, hiring actors costs money, and not to mention props and everything else. It all adds up to a lot of expenses. So, you expect me to do all the heavy lifting, right? Yang Shi interrupted Luli again, her eyes narrowing slightly. Those who knew her well understood that she was on the verge of losing her temper. At that moment, Luli felt a bit uneasy. After some thought, he decided it was best not to keep teetering on the edge of danger. However, if money was out of reach, perhaps he could still negotiate for other resources? He cleared his throat and changed his strategy. All right, let's not talk about money. Luli dumped the tea he had almost spit out earlier and poured a fresh cup for Yang Shi, seriously handing it to her. What are you up to now? Yang Shi squinted at him, showing no intention of accepting the cup. Luli didn't mind and drank the tea in one gulp. After talking for so long, he was indeed a bit thirsty. In front of his sister, he felt no embarrassment. Yang Shi opened her mouth, hesitated, but ultimately did not explode. She just looked at Luli with an unfriendly expression. Sister Shi, you're looking at me like that makes me a bit nervous, Luli said instinctively, biting his lip before continuing. You know, I'm about to start preparing the crew and looking for actors. With the initial funds I've raised, it's impossible to spend all of it on hiring actors. I know you have resources. Could you help me connect with a few suitable actors? Hearing that he was no longer asking for money, Yang Shi's expression softened somewhat. However, the nature of the situation was still quite similar. This guy was really just trying to take advantage of her. But there was nothing she could do. After all, this was her little brother who she had grown up with. She shot Luli a glare, thought for a moment, and asked, if I'm not mistaken. Most of the directors and artists under Xingchen Media have left, right? Have you secured a director? I've secured one, Liang Chao. Sorry, no one. Yang Shi decisively refused. She turned back and leaned against the sofa, rubbing her forehead as if she had a headache. What do you mean there's no one left? Luli quickly leaned closer, eager to offer a shoulder rub. After receiving a fierce glare from Yang Shi, he sheepishly abandoned the idea and shifted his gaze away from her fair neck and shoulders. Yang Shi sighed deeply and said earnestly, Shaoli, it's not that I don't want to help you, but if I introduce actors to director Liang Chao, wouldn't that be putting them in a difficult position? That is not necessary, right? Luli forced a smile. You dare to work with someone like Liang Chao. It shouldn't be that bad, should it? Yang Shi shot a glance of annoyance at him. You must know how things are with the movies I've made in the past, right? I know, but I really don't have the money to hire other directors right now. Luli sighed helplessly. If I had a bit more funding, I might seriously consider whether to involve Liang Chao, that master of metaphysics, in the project, but right now, there's really no way. So you know you're just putting me in a tough spot, right? Yang Shi snorted coldly. Sister Shi, Luli clasped his hands together, his eyes nearly welling up with tears. All right, don't give me that, Yang Shi said, speechless, as she picked up her phone and quickly scrolled through her contacts. She knew Luli was acting, but also understood that he wouldn't easily give up, so she decided not to waste any more breath on him. It was just about introducing a few actors, after all. Once she made the introductions, whether they came or not was another matter. Names flashed through Yang Shi's mind. Mostly strong actors, none of whom were unknowns. Finally, she hesitated for a moment, her gaze settling on one name, Wu Jing. She had collaborated with Wu Jing before and knew his attitude towards filmmaking. Most importantly, she was aware that Wu Jing had always had ideas about science fiction films. If we set aside the issue of remuneration, she thought he was the most likely candidate to be persuaded by Lu Li to join the crew. Lu Li watched quietly as Shi dialed the number. From Shi's tone earlier, he could tell that introducing actors shouldn't be a problem. Seeing the note on her phone, he felt a slight thrill. Wu Jing. Although Lu Li wasn't particularly familiar with the current film industry situation, he knew this name. Wu Jing had starred in many military-themed films, and his image as a tough guy was deeply rooted in people's minds. He was a very famous and capable actor, and as the lead in The Wandering Earth, he was a perfect fit. Most importantly, his serious attitude towards filmmaking aligned perfectly with what Lu Li wanted. He desired actors who had skill, attitude, and dreams. On Shi's end, the call had connected. She gestured for Lu Li to be quiet and promptly switched to speaker mode. A calm yet relaxed voice came through the phone. "Hello, President Yang, long time no see." "Hello, Teacher Wu. I apologize for the sudden interruption." Shi smiled, her warm and pleasant voice making it very comfortable to listen to. Once she entered work mode, Shi was completely different, shedding the casualness of chatting with Lu Li and the inadvertent charm she exuded. "What you said, President Yang, we can consider ourselves friends. No need to be so formal. Just let me know if there's anything you need. I'm counting on you to introduce me to more good scripts." Wu Jing joked half-heartedly. Shi clearly didn't want to waste time, so she seized the moment and got straight to the point. "Teacher Wu, since you mentioned that, I happen to have a script here. I wonder if you would be interested." "What script?" Wu Jing paused slightly, not expecting Shi to be so direct. But her words clearly piqued his interest. "It's a sci-fi project from a friend of mine. I'm not very clear on the specifics, but if you're interested, I can introduce you." "Sure. There are very few people in the country willing to take on sci-fi projects. I'm genuinely interested in meeting your friend." Wu Jing agreed without much hesitation. Hearing this, Shi instinctively glanced at Lu Li. Then she continued, "He's right here. You can have a brief chat. If both of you are interested, you can set up a time to discuss further." After saying this, Shi decisively handed the phone to Lu Li. This action caught Lu Li off guard. He hadn't expected Shi to directly set him up to talk with Wu Jing. This was different from what he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Shi looked at Lu Li with a smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction as if she had gained an advantage and struck back. Her thoughts were simple. "I've made the connection for you. Whether it works out is up to you. Besides, if Wu Jing finds out he has been misled, it won't be much of her concern. Whatever consequences arise, you'll have to deal with them yourself." Lu Li quickly reacted, realizing he could only rely on himself now. If he could impress Wu Jing, it might lead to joining the production team. Then he could land the lead role in the project. Chapter 12. Your friend really knows how to persuade people. "Hello, Teacher Wu, I'm Lu Li." "Hello, I'm Wu Jing." At this moment, Wu Jing was still searching his mind for any impression of the name Lu Li, but couldn't recall anything. After a brief introduction, Lu Li decided not to waste any more time. "Our project is expected to invest no less than 500 million. It's definitely a major production with grand scenes. And the script and story can be considered epic. The production team is currently in preparation. Teacher Wu should also know the awkward position of domestic sci-fi films internationally. We are determined to create a sci-fi masterpiece belonging to our country, opening the door to the sci-fi world for our film industry, and showing everyone that if we take it seriously, we can absolutely succeed." On the other end of the call, Wu Jing remained silent, clearly still processing Lu Li's series of statements. Shi looked at Lu Li with disdain, feeling speechless. This guy's pitch to Wu Jing was exactly the same as what he had told her earlier. He didn't even bother to change his wording. He really had no shame at all. Although these words sound compelling and passionate, Wu Jing is not a fool. It's too naive to think that people will just come because of such persuasion. However, Lu Li is completely unconcerned with Shi's thoughts at this moment and continues. "Teacher Wu, being in this circle, you must have felt the prejudice from abroad against our country's sci-fi films, and even the inferiority and disappointment that domestic fans have towards sci-fi movies. Today, I can let you in on a secret. The pay for joining our project might not be very high, but I am confident that once this film is made, it will bring an unexpected surprise to everyone who looks down on our country's sci-fi movies. Some things always need someone to do and persist in. I can feel that you and I share the same ideals, and for the future of our country's sci-fi films, I sincerely invite you to join us in creating a legend for our sci-fi cinema. Lu Li's voice grew more impassioned and fervent. After he finished speaking, both the phone and Yang Shi's office fell into silence, and the atmosphere became quiet. Yang Shi looked at Lu Li expressionlessly, wanting to voice countless complaints in her heart. But it was obviously not the right time to disrupt the moment. She could only hold back, expressing her disdain and speechlessness through her eyes. Lu Li, however, seemed completely oblivious to her gaze, eagerly looking at the phone, waiting for Wu Jing's response. Wu Jing was clearly taken aback by Lu Li's words and did not speak for a long time. Finally, it was Yang Shi who couldn't help but clear her throat. Breaking the silence, Wu Jing's voice came through the phone again. Well, Mr. Lu's aspirations are indeed grand. Wu Jing admired him. As for the pay, I'm not in a hurry to discuss it. My expectations are not too high. I'm also very interested in sci-fi films, and as you said, some things really need to be done and persisted in. I agree with that, and am willing to contribute my modest effort. But I would like to see the script first before discussing further. Do you think that's convenient, Mr. Lu? If so, we can set a time. Convenient. No problem at all. Lu Li immediately replied. All right, then let's confirm the time. I have a few things I want to discuss with Yang Shi as well. What do you think? At this point, Wu Jing seemed a bit undecided and wanted to consult Yang Shi about the situation, knowing that she is professional in film investment. If Yang Shi says it's fine, then this film should be feasible. However, at this moment, Yang Shi's mind was filled with doubts. The pay won't be very high? Lu Li is still holding back, she thought. Wu Jing probably doesn't know that they haven't even raised the startup funds for this film yet. If he really enters Lu Li's trap, whether he can get paid at the end is likely a question. As for leading our country's sci-fi films into the future, that's even more outrageous. Based on her understanding of Lu Li and Liang Chao, just recovering the costs for this film would be a success. Creating a legend? He really is fearless and bold with his words. Yang Shi felt increasingly guilty in her heart. She felt as if she was really pushing Wu Jing into a pit of fire. This was indeed a bit unethical. However, given the current situation, she could only choose to let her friend suffer while she remained safe. Otherwise, she had no idea how long Lu Li would stay with her. She certainly didn't have that much time to play with the younger brother. After taking the phone, Yang Shi did not turn off the speaker and directly greeted Wu Jing. This is Yang Shi. Upon hearing her voice, Wu Jing's tone changed instantly, sounding somewhat pained as he said, President Yang, your friend is quite the smooth talker. You've got me all fired up. Hearing this, Yang Shi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wu Jing probably thought that once the phone was back in Yang Shi's hands, Lu Li wouldn't hear him anymore. Little did he know, Yang Shi hadn't avoided Lu Li at all and had the speaker on. As a result, even Lu Li, no matter how thick-skinned he was, couldn't help but feel a little flushed. If it were somewhere else, he would have been mortified. Fortunately, there was no one else in Yang Shi's office, and she knew him well enough. Embarrassment? Not a chance. Noticing her own lapse, Yang Shi slightly restrained herself. She cleared her throat and said, Well, my friend has some lofty dreams. Wu Jing chuckled lightly, no longer teasing, and asked seriously, President Yang, how is this project going? You must be the expert on this. Hearing this, Yang Shi pouted. She hadn't even seen the script for Lu Li's project. How was it going? Who knows? In any case, she didn't hold out much hope for Lu Li. The reason she gave him that 5 million was purely to not dampen his enthusiasm. At this moment, when Wu Jing asked this question, she pondered for a moment and offered a more pragmatic suggestion. If you're interested in this project, why not arrange a time to discuss the script in detail with Lu Li? Consider it a favor for me. Upon hearing this, Wu Jing seemed to understand. He thought for a moment before deciding. All right, then have President Lu contact me. After saying that, the call ended. Yang Shi quickly sent Wu Jing Lu Li's contact information. At this point, Lu Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. The plan to bring Wu Jing into the team had completed its first step. Next, as long as Wu Jing looked at the script, he believed things would go more smoothly. Hee, little brother, quite the smooth talker. A charming voice teased in Lu Li's ear. Facing Yang Shi's teasing, Lu Li remained calm and looked over. Sister Shi, you're magnificent, powerful. Chapter 13 with such a boss. How could great things not be achieved? The initial capital was finally raised to half. There was also a chance to secure a leading male role, which made this trip quite rewarding. Leaving Yang Shi's office, Lu Li returned to the luxury car downstairs. He gently stroked the steering wheel, still pondering one thing: how else to make money. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the luxurious emblem in the center of the steering wheel. A thought gradually emerged. This car is indeed a bit too flashy. It's better to be more low-key. Murmuring softly, Lu started the sports car and roared away amidst a cacophony of sound. At Star Media, it was just the end of the workday. Lu rode in on a small donkey, swaying slightly as he approached from afar. The employees, who were accustomed to seeing Lu cruising in a luxury sports car in front of Star Media, couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. Isn't that little Lu? Yes, that's definitely him. Why is he riding a donkey? Where's his sports car? He was driving the sports car this morning when he left. How did he come back on a donkey? Could it be that he ran out of money and sold the sports car? No way, that's not his style. Even if he sold the company, he wouldn't sell the sports car. That just doesn't fit his image. Murmurs of discussion arose at the entrance. Many employees unconsciously stopped in their tracks, looking astonished. At that moment, Liang Chao happened to walk out of Star Media looking dejected. Inside, he was deeply troubled. Throughout the day, he had contacted several familiar production teams, hoping to rally the core crew to surprise Lu upon his return. However, in practice, he realized he had underestimated the situation. Many of the filming teams and core personnel he had previously worked with rejected his invitation upon hearing that Star Media was planning to produce a sci-fi film. Their concerns stemmed from two main factors: the impending bankruptcy of Star Media and the audacity to attempt a sci-fi film under such circumstances. With the current situation in the country, how could a company on the brink of bankruptcy dare to tackle a sci-fi project? It was akin to lighting a lamp in the restroom, self-destructive. Hardly anyone believed that Star Media could pull it off. Sigh, how am I going to explain this to the boss? Liang Chao sighed as he walked out the door, his heart heavy with worry. Moreover, he was mentally noting that Lu had been missing all day, and he had no idea where he was off to for money. He felt pessimistic. It was hard to find anyone at this time, let alone secure funding. Lu's task was evidently much more challenging than his own. As the murmurs of discussion reached Liang Chao's ears, he stopped in his tracks. Just then, he caught sight of Lu dismounting gracefully from the small donkey at the entrance. Their eyes met, and Liang Chao felt a slight jolt. Boss, what is going on? Liang Chao quickly stepped forward, astonished as he looked at the small donkey, standing quietly. The boss had left in a sports car. So how did he return on a donkey? Lu waved his hand, quickly walking into the company. Let's talk inside. And also update me on what you've prepared today. Liang Chao's heart tightened, and a bitter smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He stared blankly at the small donkey at the company entrance, and suddenly recalled the reason for Lu's departure earlier that day, leading him to a startling possibility. Could it be that the boss sold the luxury sports car? How could this be? He hurriedly turned around to catch up with Lu, who had already entered the company. Meanwhile, his mind was in turmoil. Outside the door, a group of lingering employees from Shinchen Media exchanged glances. They waited until Lu disappeared into the lobby, and only when he took the elevator did the discussions begin anew. What on earth happened? Why is little Lu coming to the company so late? It's like the sun rising from the west. But that's not the point, right? The real focus is that little Lu's sports car has turned into a little donkey. Could it be that he really ran out of money and sold his car? No. If that were the case, the company would be on the verge of collapse, right? Someone said earlier that little Lu was here to handle assets. Could it be true? Handle assets? But there's no need to sell the sports car, right? I'm a bit confused. What exactly does little Lu want to do? A large group of employees from Shinchen Media were chattering at the entrance, their faces showing not only surprise, but also deep confusion. Many had unusual emotions in their eyes. And after glancing in the direction Lu had left, they quickly turned and headed towards the parking lot, pulling out their phones to make calls. On the top floor, in the president's office, Liang Chao followed Lu into the office and, after closing the door, couldn't he help but ask immediately, President Lu, you really sold the sports car? Lu sat in the president's chair and stretched lazily. What's wrong? The company is facing a huge funding gap, and that car was too loud. I think the little donkey is pretty good. Even if there's traffic, it's not a problem. Liang Chao, you really sold it. Although Liang Chao had already guessed this fact, he was still somewhat shocked. To film The Wandering Earth, the boss really sold his most beloved sports car without hesitation. Such determination, such courage made a surge of passion arise within him. Little Lu has really grown up. He can actually make such sacrifices for the company. With a boss like this and my unwavering support, how could we not succeed in our projects? On the contrary, he himself hadn't accomplished anything today. He hadn't brought in anyone, and the preparations for the crew hadn't progressed at all. This was simply unacceptable. President Lu, I was wrong. Liang Chao's heart was filled with passionate emotions, but he lowered his head in guilt. What? Lu Li was momentarily puzzled. He looked at Liang Chao, whose face was full of remorse, and suddenly seemed to think of something. The crew's preparations not going smoothly? Mentioning this made the guilt on Liang Chao's face even more evident. I'm sorry, President Lu. I've let your trust down. You can punish me however you want. I accept it. But please believe that from now on, I will work even harder for our great cause, dedicating myself fully until the end. Lu Li saw Liang Chao's pained expression of guilt and felt a bit of his earlier dissatisfaction fade away. He knew this was undoubtedly the most challenging time. Building the crew was not an easy task. He sighed softly. Well, at least today wasn't a total loss. Get ready. Wu Jing will come tomorrow to discuss the script. Liang Chao, who was still lingering in guilt, was stunned upon hearing this. Wu Jing? You're not referring to the one I'm thinking of, are you? Chapter 14, This feels unreliable. Is there another person named Wu Jing in the film industry? Lu Li looked at Liang Chao, whose mood had suddenly become excited, and found it a bit amusing. In fact, it wasn't just Liang Chao. When Lu Li first learned that the person Yang Shi introduced to him was Wu Jing, he was also somewhat surprised. It's worth noting that Wu Jing is undoubtedly a hot figure in today's film industry. To say he has a box office guarantee is hardly an exaggeration. Films featuring Wu Jing have generally been huge hits in the market. If such a person could indeed join the Wandering Earth, it would undoubtedly be a strong boost. Moreover, it is said that Wu Jing has a serious attitude towards filmmaking. With such a major star, he must also have a lot of resources at his disposal. Perhaps they could even benefit from him in some way. Thinking of this, Lu Li couldn't help but smile slightly. From today, you are my idol, Director Lu. This is simply unbelievable. How did you manage to invite such a big shot? Rest assured, if Wu Jing really joins, I guarantee this movie will definitely be a hit. Liang Chao was still immersed in excitement at this moment. I've always felt that the main reason for the lack of success in the previous few films was because those young actors didn't grasp what I wanted to express at all. If we had replaced them with capable actors, the outcome would have been completely different. And now, if an actor like Wu Jing can join this film, I have 100% confidence. Lu Li glanced at Liang Chao, feeling helpless to criticize, but also not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Besides Wu Jing, I've also managed to raise some funds today. Although we're still short of the initial capital, it's a good start. As for recruiting crew members, you can go ahead with it. Just make sure the conditions aren't too harsh, and you can agree to them. The most important thing right now is to get the project on track. I need to make one thing clear. The people you hire must have strong professional abilities and cannot be half-hearted. This is crucial for making a good film, understand? By the end, Lu Li's tone had become serious. Understood. You can rest assured, Director Lu. Liang Chao's excitement gradually calmed down as he said seriously, I assure you, the people I choose will definitely not be less professional than I am. It better be. Lu Li's lips twitched. If the professionalism of the crew is worse than Liang Chao's, then this film might really be doomed. Not even an epic script could save it. At this moment, Liang Chao seemed to suddenly remember something and frowned slightly. Director Lu, speaking of money, it's great to have Wu Jing on board, but can we really afford to pay such a big star? Liang Chao couldn't help but start worrying again. It's important to know that an actor's salary is proportional to their fame. For top stars like Wu Jing, their pay must be astronomical. You don't need to worry about this. Just focus on your own work. Lu Li stood up, patted Liang Chao on the shoulder, and spoke calmly. If it were another big name, he might be a bit concerned. But with Wu Jing, who has a great script like The Wandering Earth, he didn't believe Wu Jing wouldn't be tempted. The next day, in the morning, Stardust Media Building. After leaving Yang Shi's office yesterday, Lu Li called Wu Jing again to arrange a specific meeting time. Time was tight, but fortunately, Wu Jing didn't have any engagements in the next few days. Lu Li naturally wouldn't delay and promptly scheduled a meeting at Stardust Media. When Wu Jing's car stopped in front of the Stardust Media entrance, it caused quite a stir. Many employees at Stardust Media saw Wu Jing take the elevator directly to Lu Li's office, and soon the entire workspace was buzzing with discussion. What is going on? Wasn't the person who just went up to the president's office Wu Jing? Why is he here at our company? I don't remember our company having any projects with him. Something feels off, very off. Could Wu Jing be looking to acquire our company? I heard he is planning to expand his own business lately. So, does this mean Lu Li is really preparing to deal with assets this time? You all speculate so much. Have you considered that Wu Jing might be here to discuss collaboration with Lu Li? Why are you hoping the company goes under so much? Come on. Who would approach the company for collaboration at a time like this? Haven't you seen that so many artists have already left? Just go to sleep. These voices echoed in various corners of the company. Many employees who still had feelings for Stardust Media shook their heads helplessly, while some who already wanted to leave became even more determined in their thoughts. On the top floor, in the president's office, Lu Li and Liang Chao had been waiting for a while. When Wu Jing arrived, the two immediately welcomed him, and after exchanging greetings, they took their seats. President Lu, how is the preparation for your project going? Wu Jing didn't want to waste time and directly got to the point. In fact, he had considered carefully before coming. If it weren't for Yang Shi making that call yesterday, he probably wouldn't have thought about collaborating with Stardust Media, as the company's situation is nearly common knowledge in the industry. But since the call was from Yang Shi, the situation was different. Given Yang Shi's influence in the film investment circle, Wu Jing certainly couldn't ignore it. He originally had ideas about making a sci-fi film, but had been struggling to find the opportunity. Now, with Yang Shi, the stabilizing force in the film investment world, stepping in, plus Lu Li's project being a sci-fi theme that interested him, he decided to come and find out more. Of course, it was still too early to talk about collaboration. He would have to see the script before making a final decision. Mr. Wu, to be honest, the preparation work for The Wandering Earth is still in its early stages. The issues with funding and the crew have not yet been resolved. Lu Li has not hidden anything and has directly stated the current situation. He knows very well that it would be unrealistic to deceive Mr. Wu into joining at this point. Even if it could work temporarily, it wouldn't last. Given Mr. Wu's status, if he were to develop a negative impression because of such matters, it would definitely not be worth the loss. So it's better to lay everything on the table. After all, Lu Li is confident that Mr. Wu will definitely be interested in the script of The Wandering Earth. No startup funds have been secured. Mr. Wu was taken aback. He was aware that the situation at Starry Media wasn't very optimistic. But to want to make a movie and not even have the initial funding sorted out, that seemed unreliable to him. Previously, he had heard Lu Li mention it as a big-budget, large-scale sci-fi film and was somewhat looking forward to it. But now he felt he might have been thinking too much. Trying to make a sci-fi movie without money? Wasn't he that nonsense? However, now that he was already there, leaving immediately would surely be unwise. Plus, with the connection to Yang Shi, he couldn't just walk away. How about we take a look at the script first? Liang Chao quickly spoke up, sensing that Mr. Wu's mood was not quite right. He glanced at Lu Li, who remained calm and did not object, then turned to his desk to fetch the prepared script outline. Liang Chao was quite nervous, fearing that if Mr. Wu became displeased, he might just walk out, especially since he was also aware of the project's current preparatory situation. Continuing the topic of funding wouldn't yield much to discuss. Since becoming a director, he had never worried about the crew's finances before. That was supposed to be the producer's concern, not his. But now, he and Lu Li were in this together, having invested all of his limited savings into the project. If Lu Li could remain calm, he truly felt he could not. Chapter 15. I'll take this script. Okay, let us look at the script before discussing anything else, Lu Li said, sitting on the sofa. When he noticed Mr. Wu's gaze upon him, he nodded slightly. At this point, Mr. Wu couldn't press further. Although he felt some doubts and found it a bit unreliable, he thought to himself that with Yang Shi as a major backer behind Lu Li, funding shouldn't be a significant issue. Observing Lu Li's composed demeanor only reinforced his belief. Setting aside the funding issue, Mr. Wu also felt a stir of curiosity, not just about the script, but about Lu Li as well. He knew the former owner of Starry Media, Lu Changfeng, but had not heard of Lu Li before. He recalled that Lu Changfeng seemed to have a son, but there were rumors that this young Lu was merely a spoiled rich kid. However, it seemed today that not all rumors could be taken at face value. Mr. Wu nodded at Lu Li, then picked up the script that Liang Chao handed over, his eyes scanning the cover. The Wandering Earth. Upon seeing these 4 characters, he slightly narrowed his eyes. Just by the name, it felt quite intriguing. It was creative and bold. At this moment, Wu Jing became even more curious. He opened the first page of the script, which contained the background and synopsis of the entire story of Wandering Earth, roughly introducing the content of the story. The sun is about to be destroyed, and in order to ensure the continuation of civilization, the world proposes hundreds of self-rescue plans. Ultimately, 4 grand and imaginative plans enter the verification stage, which are 1. Arc Plan, proposed by a certain country, to establish an arc space station in geostationary orbit, using this as a basis to lead humanity out of the solar system. This is a spaceship initiative. 2. Lunar Escape Plan, proposed by another country to transform the moon into a natural escape pod, leading humanity away from the soon-to-be-destroyed home in search of a new habitat. 3. Digital life plan. Faced with insurmountable natural disasters and harsh living environments, nihilism and hedonism attempt to transfer life into the digital world, completely abandoning the form of human existence, hoping to achieve immortality through the preservation of the carrier. 4. Mountain moving plan. Proposed by another nation to construct 10,000 giant planetary engines to push the Earth, taking humanity's home on a long journey to seek new star systems. This plan was later renamed the Wandering Earth Plan. The office atmosphere was extremely quiet. As Wu Jing flipped through the script, his expression gradually became serious. 5 minutes later, a spark began to appear in his eyes. His speed of flipping through the script increased, yet his focus deepened, and at that moment, everything around him seemed to fade away from his world. In his eyes, there was only the script in his hands. The scene of a space elevator reaching outer orbit for the continuation of civilization, leading Earth on its journey. As he continued to read, the spark in Wu Jing's eyes transformed into surprise and shock, and his breath became somewhat hurried. The breadth, depth, and core ideas of this script were too grand and shocking. Who says there are no good sci-fi stories coming from our nation? If this script can really be produced, who would dare to say otherwise? At this moment, Wu Jing felt goosebumps rising, and his eyes became slightly red without him realizing it. His body couldn't help but tremble, and his excitement was impossible to suppress. Suddenly, he looked up sharply and stood up. "I'm taking this script." Hearing this, Liang Chao was so excited that he almost jumped up. He had originally thought that after Wu Jing heard the current situation of the project, he would definitely not agree so easily. Even if he would eventually join, he would surely need to think it over carefully. He never imagined that this big shot would make a decision right after reading the script. At this moment, Lu Li also stood up. Watching Wu Jing, who was still a bit excited about the script, Lu Li smiled awkwardly and said with a hint of embarrassment, "Teacher Wu, since you have decided to join the crew, I won't hide some situations from you. To be honest, the funding situation of the production company isn't very good right now, so regarding the payment." Seeing the bitter expression on Lu Li's face, Wu Jing thought for a moment and then said without much hesitation, "It's okay. I can perform without pay and go for a profit-sharing contract. What do you think?" After reading the script, Wu Jing was quite confident about this project. Therefore, he didn't care too much about the payment. He knew very well that if the film could really be made, a profit-sharing contract might bring him greater benefits. Of course, the premise was that the movie had to be produced and done well. It's really great that Teacher Wu can support and believe in us so much. Seeing Wu Jing's attitude, Lu Li felt delighted, and a touched expression appeared on his face. Wu Jing smiled and waved his hand, saying nonchalantly, "It's rare to come across such a good script, especially a sci-fi one. What Mr. Lu said on the phone earlier still resonates with me. If I can truly join this project, it would be my honor." "You're too kind, Teacher Wu." Lu Li humbly shook his head. To reassure Wu Jing and secure the contract, Lu Li planned to seize the opportunity and give him an extra boost of confidence. "Teacher Wu, after reading the script, what are your thoughts?" "It's quite shocking. This script, whether in terms of its themes or the imagination of grand scenes, can definitely be considered a masterpiece. The storytelling is also commendable, but I'm a bit confused. It seems that the story in the current script hasn't been fully presented." As soon as the content of the script was mentioned, Wu Jing immediately became enthusiastic and started discussing it with Lu Li. For example, the mountain moving plan in the script, which was later renamed the Wandering Earth Plan, was originally supposed to have 5 phases. But it seems that the current script only presents the complete first and second phases. "Exactly." Lu Li nodded appreciatively. It seems Teacher Wu has read the script very carefully. The script indeed only tells the story of the first 2 phases of the Wandering Earth Plan. This story can be referred to as the Earth stopping or the break era. The remaining 3 phases of the story couldn't be fully presented due to time constraints. So this is just the beginning of the story. The beginning of the story? Wu Jing's eyes lit up. Lu Li gently nodded and explained seriously, "According to my plan, the 5 phases of the Wandering Earth Plan can lead to several more films, thus forming a more realistic Wandering Earth world." Listening to Lu Li's words, Wu Jing's eyes sparkled even more. At this moment, Lu Li continued, "I've actually started preparing the script for the 3rd phase of the story. It will focus on the 3rd phase of the Wandering Earth Plan, where Earth will use the Sun and Jupiter to complete the final acceleration and officially leave the solar system, embarking on a wandering journey." Wu Jing listened attentively to Lu Li's narration, and the light in his eyes grew even stronger. When Lu Li mentioned that Earth could use Jupiter as a reference point to fly out of the solar system through the gravitational slingshot effect, Wu Jing couldn't help but stand up in excitement once again. It was truly magnificent. Based on existing technological theories, creating such an astonishing sci-fi world was not only imaginative, but also truly hard science fiction. Although Wu Jing didn't fully understand the gravitational slingshot effect Lu Li mentioned, just hearing about it made him feel immensely shocked. He was increasingly confident about this script. After all this discussion, I'm sure Teacher Wu has a deeper understanding of this script. So if Teacher Wu is really interested, why don't we sign the contract now? Lu Li asked tentatively. No problem, let us sign. At this moment, Wu Jing's heart was already surging with excitement, and he affirmed without hesitation. Great. The smile on Lu Li's face grew even wider. Liang Chao was also very excited. After receiving Wu Jing's affirmative answer, he immediately turned around and retrieved the contract that had been prepared long ago from his desk. After Wu Jing reviewed the contract and confirmed the profit-sharing ratio, he boldly signed his name, still carrying a hint of excitement in his eyes. Liang Chao looked at the signed contract in his hand, his face beaming with joy. The lead role in The Wandering Earth was secured, and it was a big name like Wu Jing. With Wu Jing's popularity and acting skills, combined with his directing prowess, the current prospects for this project were incredibly promising. Liang Chao couldn't help but glance at Lu Li again, his eyes filled with admiration. He couldn't help but feel emotional. The boss has really kept his composure. Throughout, he remained so calm, as if he had predicted the current outcome from the very beginning. Welcome, Teacher Wu. After the contract was signed, Lu Li extended his hand to Wu Jing. Their handshake represented Wu Jing's official joining of the Wandering Earth crew. Wu Jing quickly immersed himself in his new role. After all, he was now part of the Wandering Earth team, and should naturally care about the crew's preparations and funding issues. So, Mr. Lu, may I ask about the specific progress of the project funding? Ahem. Upon hearing this, Lu Li cleared his throat. He thought for a moment and still calmly replied, since this project was just established not long ago, the funding preparations are still in the early stages. I estimate that the initial funding is around 20 million, and we have raised a little over half of that. The initial funds aren't fully raised yet? Wu Jing was somewhat taken aback, his initial excitement cooling down quickly, falling into silence. After a moment, he asked, what about the crew's preparation situation? Currently, you are the only one who has signed the contract. Liang Chao answered, somewhat embarrassed. This time, Wu Jing's heart completely sank. So, does that mean there are only the three of us in the crew right now? Wu Jing's expression turned a bit strange, feeling somewhat deceived. Yes, you could say that. Liang Chao nodded in affirmation of this fact. Wu Jing fell silent once more. The atmosphere in the office became subtly awkward again. Wu Jing originally thought that Lu Li's earnest invitation was just another empty promise, claiming that the project would be a grand production worth at least 500 million. He spoke of dreams and how he wanted to lead the country's sci-fi films to the international stage and into the future. The project should have been well prepared by now. But now it turns out they haven't even secured the initial funding? This is just absurd. So all of Lu Li's previous words were just to fool him? Wu Jing admitted that the script was indeed good, but no matter how good the script is, it can't be produced without money. With his last glimmer of hope, he looked at Lu Li and asked, Mr. Lu, since Mr. Yang is involved, the funding issue should be easy to resolve, right? The Mr. Yang he referred to was naturally Yang Shi. After all, a significant part of the reason Wu Jing came here was also because of Yang Shi. Lu Li pondered for a moment and decided to speak frankly. After all, the contract was already signed, and Wu Jing was bound to this project. Sister, she has indeed provided us with substantial support. Just yesterday, she lent me 5 million in her personal capacity. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to gather even half of the initial funds. 5 million in a personal capacity? Wu Jing's last shred of hope shattered. He wasn't naive. Since Yang Shi lent money to Lu Li in her personal capacity, it indicated that the capital behind her was not interested in this project. So, the big investor was gone just like that? With no support from Yang Shi, and considering the current situation of the company, it was impossible to come up with that much money to make this film. As for seeking external investment, who still didn't know the current state of the company. At this point, it was likely that no one would dare to invest. Moreover, this was a sci-fi film that no one would easily touch. At this moment, Wu Jing's heart fell into a state of despair. He had been too careless. Lu Li was truly good at fooling people. Just then, Liang Chao, who had been observing the situation, sensed Wu Jing's emotional shift and quickly broke the silence. I've heard that Teacher Wu has a high tolerance for good scripts. And today I can assure you that as long as we join forces, you will not regret the decision you make today. Liang Chao confidently patted his chest. Wu Jing turned to look at Liang Chao. He had heard of Liang Chao's reputation as a director, so when he considered that this film's director might be him, his expression suddenly darkened. That's right, I am the director of this film, Liang Chao confidently replied. Upon hearing this, Wu Jing's heart sank completely. He instinctively glanced at Lu Li, his mouth opened slightly, as if wanting to say something, but hesitated. It was one thing that the funding wasn't secured yet. But the choice of director? Was Lu Li completely ignorant of the industry? Liang Chao was notorious for his bad luck in the industry, and having him direct this film. However, considering that Liang Chao might be the only usable director at the moment, coupled with Lu Li's lack of funds to hire other good directors, it didn't seem too strange after all. This is quite a deep pit, and yet you're willing to jump in. Wu Jing was almost in tears, looking at Lu Li speechlessly. Is it too late for me to get out of the car now? Chapter 17, Greetings from Mose. You need to have confidence in our team. Looking at Wu Jing's helpless expression, feeling like he had been deceived, Lu Li comforted him earnestly. His eyes filled with encouragement. Mr. Lu, Wu Jing said with a gushao, then asked very seriously, I do have confidence in this script, but have you considered whether, given the current situation of Star Media, this film can really be made? What is Star Media's current situation? Lu Li asked with a calm smile. Wu Jing was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and said, by now, I don't think anyone in the industry is unaware of Star Media's situation. Recently, your company has suffered losses on several projects, and with the chairman seriously ill and hospitalized, there are rumors that Star Media is on the brink of collapse. Lu Li still wore a smile, but his expression gradually became serious. He looked at Wu Jing and said confidently, as long as I'm here, Star Media won't collapse. And the Wandering Earth will definitely be made. Please believe me on this. Wu Jing opened his mouth, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. Even at this point, he was still trying to persuade. Who doesn't know about Star Media's situation now? This isn't just a matter of belief. It's about why Lu Li would dare to say such things. Wu Jing knew that The Wandering Earth had a great script. But again, even the best script can't be filmed without money. In Wu Jing's view, Lu Li's confidence was completely baffling and unfounded. Don't believe me? Seeing the serious expression on Wu Jing's face, Lu Li suddenly laughed. Wu Jing took a deep breath, staring intently at Lu Li. Mr. Lu, please give me a reason to believe. Lu Li fell silent, not saying anything further. Meanwhile, Liang Chao was anxiously watching the situation unfold. Although Wu Jing had already signed the contract, if he wasn't willing to cooperate later or was reluctant to join the crew, it would lead to a lot of trouble. The project was already struggling and couldn't afford any more setbacks. Mr. Wu, we are truly determined about this project, Liang Chao began, but was interrupted by Lu Li. Do you want a reason? I'll give you one. He stood up, looking at Wu Jing with a calm gaze, and slowly said, Star Media will pause all projects, consolidate funds, and fully support the filming of The Wandering Earth. And I have this. Lu Li took out his phone and placed it on the table. Just as Liang Chao and Wu Jing looked at the phone in confusion, the screen suddenly lit up, followed by a mechanical voice. Greetings from Mose. With the artificial intelligence voice echoing in the office, the room fell silent once more. Indeed, this was Mose. The superdimensional production system contained cutting-edge technology that matched all the props in The Wandering Earth, and the program for the AI Mose was naturally included as well. Lu Li only spent one night, with a mindset of giving it a try, to download the subroutine of Mose from the system onto his phone. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. At this moment, Wu Jing looked at the phone lighting up on the table with a puzzled expression. Even Liang Chao appeared completely bewildered. Is this a voice app? Wu Jing looked at Lu Li strangely. Lu Li remained silent, merely shaking his head gently. At that moment, the mechanical voice from the phone spoke again. Mr. Wu Jing, your understanding of me may be significantly off. The intelligent language programs of this era are fundamentally different from me. My existence has transcended the narrow definition of a program. If strictly defined, I should be considered an intelligent life form evolved and expanded from a binary program integrated with various disciplines like human psychology and philosophy. You may also refer to me as artificial intelligence. By this time, Liang Chao was utterly confused. He weakly blurted out, Did you find this information on Baidu Encyclopedia? Lu Li and Wu Jing exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with a look akin to that of regarding someone simple-minded, silently speechless. Meanwhile, Mo spoke again. Mr. Liang Chao, I believe your statement lacks the most basic respect for artificial intelligence. Upon hearing this, Liang Chao's expression froze instantly. Wu Jing's eyes, however, showed a hint of surprise. Respect. This term is not something an intelligent language program could express. Only true living beings possess such personalized emotional terms as respect and dignity. Moreover, he had never seen any language program so intelligent. At this moment, he was almost certain that this Mose was definitely not the type of intelligent language program he was familiar with. Furthermore, the name Mose instantly reminded him of the artificial intelligence life form mentioned in the script of The Wandering Earth. Could all this be a coincidence? He looked at Lu Li as if seeking confirmation. No need to guess anymore. This is Mose, a true artificial intelligence. Lu Li confidently answered Wu Jing. How is this possible? Wu Jing was completely stunned. Artificial intelligence. There is no such technology in the world right now. Where did you get it? Lu Li thought for a moment and calmly replied, a friend accidentally created it. Upon hearing this, both Wu Jing and Liang Chao fell into silence. This answer is hardly believable. But at this point, Wu Jing began to understand Lu Li's intention in presenting Mose. He was showcasing his strength. If Mose really is what it claims to be, an artificial intelligence, or even just a lower-level, advanced language program resembling artificial intelligence, it would still cause a tremendous stir. With such technology, how could one not make money? In that moment, Lu Li suddenly appeared mysterious in Wu Jing's eyes, who said he was just a spoiled rich kid. Which spoiled rich kid could create something like this? It's hard for Wu Jing to believe that any high-tech research institute would casually give away such a program. Since Lu Li has brought out something significant, it indicates that he at least has intricate connections with the team that developed it. If that's the case, how could he possibly lack funding? Therefore, Wu Laoshi really doesn't need to worry too much about the financial issue. The current difficulties are only temporary. And you must believe this, because we have strong technology and capabilities. Lu Li's voice resonated at the right moment, laced with a hint of persuasion. Given that we are still a bit short on our initial funding, Wu Laoshi, would you be interested in making an investment? Don't miss this opportunity. Once it's gone, it won't come back. Chapter 18. Is Wu Jing here to acquire the company? In front of the gates of Xingchen Media. Wu Laoshi, thank you for your support in this difficult time. I will handle the company's matters promptly and will connect with you regarding the details later. Lu Li warmly shook Wu Jing's hand, a broad smile on his face. Beside Lu Li, Liang Chao also waved goodbye with a cheerful expression. Wu Laoshi, take care, and I look forward to our cooperation. Their enthusiastic demeanor made Wu Jing feel a bit embarrassed. He waved his hand and said helplessly, please expedite things. Xingchen Media can't afford to wait any longer. I believe you understand this. Wu Jing gave Lu Li a meaningful glance before turning and getting into the waiting car, which quickly drove off and disappeared at the end of the street. Lu Li and Liang Chao maintained their waving posture until Wu Jing's car was completely out of sight. Only then did they begin to converse quietly and hurriedly return to the company building, still wearing those inexplicable smiles. At this moment, it was lunchtime. Many employees of Xingchen Media were preparing to go out for lunch or take care of personal matters, and they happened to witness Lu Li and Liang Chao sending off Wu Jing. Their enthusiastic attitude and the inexplicably warm smiles led to some speculation among those who were unaware of the truth. It seems confirmed. Xiao Lu must have sold the company. He just told Wu Laoshi that he would handle the internal matters quickly and proceed with the handover. Just look at that smile. Although Wu Jing is a big name, that flattering smile doesn't bode well. What if the company really is sold? What are we going to do? A few days ago, a company reached out to me with an offer. Although the pay is slightly less than what I have here, given the situation, shouldn't I make a decision soon? Looks like there's no choice. I've also been in contact with a few companies. The offers are pretty average, but at least it's a job. Better decide soon. This company is beyond saving. I've heard that there might even be issues with this month's payroll. A group of people whispered among themselves, completely disregarding that they were still at the entrance of Xingchen. On the other side, a small group of people watched the two individuals swiftly entering the company building, their faces showing a hint of disappointment and a touch of confusion. What should we do? Is there really no way out? The CEO used to treat us well. But now that the company is facing such issues, do we really have to betray it? Well, it's not exactly betrayal. Although I don't want to leave, I can understand the decisions of those people given the current situation, but I still feel a bit unwilling. Stop it. As long as there's no formal announcement from above declaring bankruptcy and pushing us out, I want to leave. It won't be long before we have a result. Let us just wait and see. Brother Lu, do you think Wu Jing is coming today to discuss a partnership? At this moment, a different voice suddenly spoke up. Lu Weiming was momentarily taken aback and then looked at the speaker. Wu Shuo, did you hear something? The young man named Wu Shuo shook his head, speaking somewhat uncertainly. No, I just heard that the company seems to be making some significant moves recently, with many projects being put on hold. Even the previously prioritized Fortress project. Moreover, I heard that the young CEO has gathered all the funds of the company, and it seems there might be some new projects. And today Wu Jing just happens to show up. Don't you think Wu Jing is here to acquire the company? Lu Weiming looked thoughtfully at Wu Shuo, seriously considering some matters. He primarily handled project management in the company and was aware that there had indeed been significant adjustments to the projects in recent days, which had left him somewhat confused. If the young CEO was only here to sell the company, then there wouldn't be a need for such drastic actions, right? Wu Shuo continued to analyze. Moreover, halting those projects doesn't benefit the company for a package sale. Besides, given the current situation of the company, even if Wu Jing wants to acquire it, there is no reason for him to choose us, right? Lu Weiming nodded in agreement. Indeed, the current media company has no talent and lacks resources, and the existing projects have all been halted by the young CEO. The previous Fortress project might have caught Wu Jing's interest, but now it has also been scrapped. What could Wu Jing want by acquiring the company at this time? Thinking of this, Lu Weiming's expression gradually became serious. He paused for a moment and then looked earnestly at the few people in front of him. Brothers, you have all been my trusted allies for many years. If you are still willing to believe in me at this moment, or if you still have a bit of affection for the company, then stay. I feel that things might not be that simple. Listening to Lu Weiming's words, those longtime employees who were originally hesitant to leave the company all nodded, their eyes carrying a hint of determination. Don't worry, Brother Lu. If we leave, we'll leave together. Since the company hasn't issued a clear notice yet, let us hold on. We have to wait for a result. That's right, Brother Lu. We'll follow your lead. Actually, I feel that Wu Shuo's speculation is very likely true. Haven't you noticed how attentive Director Liang has been around President Lu these days? Although his filmmaking skills are not impressive, his loyalty to President Lu and the company is beyond question. Moreover, I sense that President Lu seems a bit different from before. Lu Weiming's eyes brightened slightly, and he nodded gently. Then it settled. In the flow of traffic, Wu Jing's chauffeur-driven car smoothly left the Star Media building. Wu Jing leaned back against the rear seat, staring blankly at the ceiling of the car. At that moment, he was still reflecting on what he was doing here today. Why had he inexplicably joined Lu Li's film crew and, in a daze, invested in the Wandering Earth project? A whole 10 million. This was completely unlike anything he would normally do. For some reason, as his thoughts surged, Wu Jing's phone suddenly rang. He casually glanced at the screen. The caller ID read, "My dear wife." Seeing this note, Wu Jing's heart suddenly tightened. Oh no, his wife was calling. He hadn't had a chance to report on the investment yet. Chapter 19. How could I, Wu Jing, be fooled? Wu Jing hesitated for a moment, but eventually answered the call. What was meant to come would come. There was no escaping it. Hello, husband. How did the negotiations go? A gentle and pleasant voice came from the other end of the line, making Wu Jing's heart tighten again, and he instinctively sat up straight. Reporting to my dear wife. Everything is going smoothly here. He spoke earnestly, and then a smile appeared on his face. His wife was so concerned about him today. Stop joking around. A teasing tone came from the other end. So, does that mean you took the role in that movie? Yes, I did. Wu Jing also became serious, bracing himself to say it. What are the terms? 10 million. Oh, nice. Our Wu teacher is so amazing. Your pay has gone up? The voice on the other end became even more gentle, clearly laced with joy. Not exactly pay. Wu Jing could barely hold it together. He could already imagine how gentle the voice was at this moment, but it might turn quite furious soon. With every word he spoke, he felt his heart racing. Not pay. The voice on the other end now carried a hint of suspicion. I invested 10 million in that project, and I'm appearing without a salary. Wu Jing wore a bitter smile, clearly bracing himself for the storm. He knew his wife's temper, rather than beating around the bush. It was better to be honest, and perhaps he could earn some leniency. No salary. Investment? You weren't fooled, were you? The tone on the other end indeed took on a slight harshness. How could I, Wu Jing, possibly be fooled? Without a second thought, Wu Jing quickly countered and began to explain. Listen to me. This situation was somewhat beyond my expectations, but this project is really quite good and has great potential. I've already read the script, and I was thrilled after finishing it. The grand scenes, the magnificent settings, and the impactful core message. Such a script is truly irresistible. Moreover, you know that the domestic sci-fi film industry is in an awkward position, constantly criticized and ridiculed from abroad. I genuinely want to do my part to change this landscape and pave a way for the future of sci-fi films in our country. So, you should be able to understand, right? Wu Jing passionately reiterated what Lu Li had previously said. He thought to himself, these words had moved him, making his blood boil. So surely his wife would be touched as well. As long as she recognized his thoughts, everything else would be easy to explain. However, he forgot one thing. While investing in movies was fine, was that really the focus right now? There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. The atmosphere in the car became tense. The phone remained silent, and Wu Jing's expression grew increasingly anxious. He felt a sense of dread. If Xian Yan were to scold him now, he wouldn't be as worried. But the complete silence was unsettling. This was clearly a sign of the storm brewing. The situation was getting serious. Wife, you have to believe me. I really analyzed and thought carefully before making this decision. Wu Jing was making one last effort to explain his irrational behavior. Finally, Xian Yan spoke on the other end of the line. So, this is your reason for not discussing it with me before making a decision? Her tone had clearly turned harsh, the previous gentleness completely gone, replaced by a suffocating tension. Huh. Wu Jing was taken aback. Wasn't it about discussing whether the film could be invested in? All right, Teacher Wu, so you've got it all figured out now, huh? Whether I'm on board or not doesn't matter to you anymore. No, I meant to discuss it with you. Wu Jing's face was filled with bitterness as he couldn't help but sigh. The scene in Lu Li's office flashed back into his mind. When Lu Li asked him whether to invest in the Wandering Earth project, he had indeed hesitated and considered the pros and cons very carefully. Firstly, although Yangshi's capital hadn't invested in this project, she personally put in 5 million, which already said a lot. Yangshi actually believed in this project. Additionally, Lu Li's displayed decisiveness and the strength he showcased during their brief interaction also bolstered Wu Jing's confidence in the project. Artificial intelligence. Even the potential existence of a high-tech R&D team behind Lu Li and the enormous economic benefits that could arise from the outcomes of this artificial intelligence were all factors weighing heavily in Wu Jing's mind. Even though he wasn't trained in economics and wasn't solely focused on investments, he still clearly saw the business opportunities involved. His intuition told him that this project was worth investing in. In the end, he initially planned to discuss it with his wife before making a decision. However, at that moment, Lu Li's gradual persuasion truly made him believe that if he didn't firmly step in now, he might miss the opportunity later. Due to various reasons, he ended up making a decision without consulting his wife. But now, as he calmed down and thought it through, he questioned why Lu Li would go to such lengths to get him to invest if he really wasn't short on funds and the project didn't have financial worries. This was a major loophole. Yet, explaining this to his wife in just a few words was difficult. Many details simply didn't hold up under scrutiny. And artificial intelligence isn't something others would just blindly believe, especially since he had signed a confidentiality agreement. At this moment, he couldn't present any substantial evidence to convince his wife that his choice was the right one. Ultimately, he realized he had been misled. From the beginning, he had been coaxed by Lu Li into signing the contract, then persuaded to invest in the project, and now he found himself completely tied to Lu Li's venture. As a man, how could he easily admit that he had been fooled? He didn't want to lose face or dignity. Wu Jing gritted his teeth, refusing to believe it. If Lu Li could so easily deceive him, why couldn't he convince his wife? He was about to continue explaining when his phone chimed with his wife's calm voice. Go home first and explain everything clearly to me. The call was abruptly ended. Chapter 20. At your service, sir. Wu Jing had just been prepared to continue explaining, but his mouth closed silently. He looked at his phone and let out a deep sigh. Thinking of Lu Li made him grit his teeth in frustration. This guy had truly put him in a terrible situation. It was simply a disaster. But now, there were no other options. If it weren't for his 10 million, who knew when the project's startup capital would be gathered? He didn't want to drag this out any longer, and Xingchen Media didn't have the luxury of time either. With his money, the startup funds for the Wandering Earth project were finally secured, and the next step was to fully prepare the crew and get ready to start filming. Thinking of the grand and epic script, a flicker of excitement ignited in his heart. No matter what, he was already on this ship. He could only give his all to figure out how to get this movie made as quickly as possible. Perhaps this film would bring him unexpected surprises. But what Wu Jing didn't know was that this was just the beginning. According to Lu Li's plan, the filming of Wandering Earth would basically require real props. And this pit had no bottom. He didn't know when it would be filled. The glimmer of luck in Wu Jing's heart was really just a fleeting hope. Forget it, he thought, shaking off his worries and regaining his spirits. When I get home, I must be cautious and careful. Anyway, I can just blame everything on Lu Li. I absolutely cannot provoke the person at home again, or life will be difficult in the future. As long as I'm a bit careful, it shouldn't be a big problem. At the moment, the atmosphere in the office of Xingchen Media is quite cheerful. Liang Chao is still pestering Lu Li with endless questions and flattery. Mr. Lu, is that artificial intelligence of yours really real? If that thing is actually developed, why isn't there any news about it outside? I didn't expect Wu Jing to be taken down so easily. Mr. Lu is really impressive. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Just like the floods of the Yellow River. Stop, stop, stop. Cut it out. Lu Li shot him an exasperated glance. With all this time spent flattering, can't you do something productive? But I really want to know about that artificial intelligence. Liang Chao's words were cut off as Lu Li's expression darkened. Noticing the boss's mood was off, Liang Chao wisely shut his mouth. Listen carefully, the matter of artificial intelligence absolutely cannot be leaked right now. The timing isn't right. And I don't want any complications. Do you understand? Seeing Lu Li's serious expression, Liang Chao nodded repeatedly. At this moment, he finally understood why Lu Li insisted that Wu Jing sign a confidentiality agreement. It seems that the situation with the artificial intelligence is more complicated than he imagined. But this also indirectly proves that there is a real possibility that it exists. Realizing this, Liang Chao felt a wave of excitement. His gaze toward Lu Li became more respectful. It seems this young boss has a lot of secrets that he doesn't know about. Perhaps even the old boss isn't fully aware of this. Could it be that the previous image of the boss as a playboy was just an act? The only heir to the company's presidency, viewed as a spoiled rich kid by outsiders, actually has a significant background, concealed for some reason, just waiting for the right moment to burst forth and astonish the world. Wow, this feels like a plot from a novel. Use the company's Weibo account to immediately post a message about Wu Jing joining our project. Feel free to use bold language to attract maximum attention. Lu Li's words interrupted Liang Chao's thoughts and startled him. So soon, is the boss going to announce the Wandering Earth project? A wave of excitement surged within him. Whether the company can turn things around depends on this. Absolutely, just watch. He was about to speak when he was interrupted again by Lu Li. Wait, let me think. Lu Li frowned slightly, his expression serious as he fell into silence. After a moment of quiet thought, he continued, what is the status of the internal selection? Has the specific list come out? Lu Li had previously planned to conduct a selection within Xingchen Media to identify a group of employees loyal to the company who could remain true to their original intentions. If they announce Wu Jing's involvement in the project now, the previous selection work would clearly become meaningless. The employees in the company aren't fools and would definitely sense that something is off. It's almost done. Hearing Lu Li mention this matter, Liang Chao's thoughts shifted, and he understood the connection. After today, the specific list should be fully revealed, and at that time, a new round of cleansing could be carried out based on this list. However, Liang Chao suddenly hesitated in his words. However, what? Lu Li asked directly. Liang Chao took a deep breath and finally said, but this time, I included many senior executives on the cleansing list, including 2 vice presidents. Do these people have issues? Lu Li's eyes flickered slightly. That's right. A rare serious expression appeared on Liang Chao's face. I suspect that certain vice presidents in the company may have colluded with external enemies and have a relationship of interest with competitors. However, I don't have evidence, he said, his tone somewhat indignant. Yet, he instinctively closed his mouth. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Lu Li's eyes. He had always felt that with Lu Changfeng's capabilities, it shouldn't have been so easy for him to fail in so many projects, and now he might have found the reason. The collapse of Xingchen Media was not a sudden issue. It was a long-standing problem caused by persistent corruption. Perhaps the old man had sensed something before. But due to health issues and his past inability to make progress, he hadn't confronted those people head-on. Or maybe even the old man couldn't find evidence of those individuals acting as traitors. Now, the problem had fallen into his hands. I'll handle this matter, Lu Li said calmly, then instructed, delay the Weibo release by a day, and finalize your list quickly, delivering it to me tomorrow. Is there a problem? Liang Chao did not answer immediately, but fell into silence, contemplating. No problem. After a moment, he replied seriously. Good, you can get back to work. Lu Li waved his hand. All right, boss. Watching Liang Chao leave, Lu Li sat down at his desk, hands clasped, falling into silence, and the entire office suddenly quieted down. After a while, his gaze turned to the phone on the desk. Soon, a faint voice echoed in the office. Moss, I need to find something. Can you help me? The phone screen lit up, and Moss's somewhat mechanical voice immediately responded. Moss, at your service, sir. Chapter 21. The company is about to change. In a business center. Inside an office of a certain building. Mr. Qian, congratulations on successfully securing the Fortress project. A somewhat flattering voice rang out in the office. The office was luxuriously furnished, with large floor-to-ceiling windows occupying one side, offering a nearly panoramic view of the entire business center area. This was the headquarters of Zhongliu Entertainment Media, a strong competitor of Xingchen Media. At this moment, two middle-aged men were leisurely drinking tea in the office. The one who had just spoken was actually a vice president from Xingchen Media, Wang Yong. Mr. Wang, I really have to thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to secure this project so quickly. Don't worry, you will definitely get your share, Qian Yue said with a smile. Winking at Wang Yong. Mr. Qian, to be honest, I feel a bit embarrassed. I really didn't contribute much to this matter. Originally, the company over there had already decided to compete for this project and even prepared the funding. I had already obtained their bottom price to give you a heads up. But then, Lu Changfeng fell ill, and for some reason, that kid Lu Li suddenly halted the project. I can't shake the feeling that something is off, Wang Yong said with an awkward smile, feeling a bit guilty. He knew very well that although Qian You's words sounded nice, he hadn't really put in much effort, and he wouldn't be able to get the originally agreed-upon terms. If he could help Qian Yue secure the project, the benefits would almost equal half a year's salary. But now, everything was in vain. At most, he would just get a little bit of soup. Mr. Wang, don't think too much. We've cooperated so many times. And those previous projects wouldn't have been so easy to outsmart that old fox Lu Changfeng without your help. Our friendship is solid, so you definitely won't be at a loss. With your assurance, I promise to keep a close watch on the movements over there. Wang Yong felt a surge of joy, his eyes instantly transforming into narrow slits from smiling. Actually, I never considered them a competitor for this project. Given their current situation, what do they have to compete with me? You're just a backup over there, Qian Yue said with a hint of disdain, taking a sip of tea with a light laugh. Of course, with your current strength, they are simply not worthy of being a rival. Wang Yong also smiled flatteringly, showering him with compliments. Haha, I love this about you, Mr. Wang, so clear-minded. Hee. Wang Yong grinned back. Meanwhile, at the office building of the other company. On the 10th floor, Liang Chao stepped out of the elevator and headed straight to the project department's office area. He didn't stop in the regular employee area, but walked directly to the project manager's office under the watchful eyes of everyone. Inside the manager's office, project manager Lu Weiming was reviewing some documents. After knocking twice, Liang Chao walked right in. Lu Gu, are you busy? As a veteran who joined the company during its early stages, Liang Chao knew about 90% of the people there. Lu Weiming was someone he was even more familiar with. He had taken over many projects from Lu Weiming in the past, and often enjoyed barbecuing and drinking together. Of course, most of the time, it was Liang Chao who was eager to curry favor, considering the resources that the project manager controlled. Many times, one of his suggestions could determine the choice of the project's execution director. So, Liang Chao naturally had to be accommodating. Old Liang, you seem pretty free. Didn't T. Little Lu assign you any work? Lu Weiming glanced at Liang Chao, still focused on the documents in his hands. Seeing Lu Weiming's indifferent attitude, Liang Chao smiled and approached directly. Brother Lu, there's an opportunity for a promotion. Are you interested? Promotion? Me? Lu Weiming scoffed lightly. Aren't you the one looking for a promotion? You've been getting close to the new boss recently, right? Don't talk nonsense. Liang Chao instinctively glanced at the closed office door. His expression turned serious as he said in a low voice. Old Lu, you might not be clear on the situation. The owner of Xingchen Media has always been surnamed Lu. You have no objections to that, right? Noticing the shift in Liang Chao's tone, Lu Weiming raised his head, slightly furrowing his brow. What exactly do you want? I genuinely want to give you an opportunity, but it depends on whether you can seize it. Liang Chao's expression softened slightly, though he still maintained a somewhat deliberate demeanor. Say it or not. Lu Weiming rolled his eyes in annoyance. Really boring. Liang Chao also felt a bit speechless and pulled out a chair to sit down. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "The company is about to undergo a change, and I need your assistance." Upon hearing this, Lu Weiming's expression changed slightly, and he finally took it seriously. "What do you mean?" He looked at Liang Chao. Liang Chao narrowed his eyes and casually asked, "Is Vice President Wang not in the company?" "That's right. He said he went out to discuss a project." Lu Weiming nodded. "The company's projects are basically all on hold, and he's out discussing projects?" Liang Chao sneered. Wang Yong is indeed in charge of projects, but at this time, with no projects left, saying he's out discussing them is clearly inappropriate. "What do you want?" Lu Weiming also sensed something was off and looked at Liang Chao with a frown. "You know the situation in the project department best, and I believe in your feelings for the company, so there's something I still need your help with." Liang Chao's expression became serious. He took out a list and placed it in front of Lu Weiming. "This is..." Seeing the list and the notes behind it, Lu Weiming was slightly taken aback, then suddenly looked up, staring intently at Liang Chao. "Is this the intention of the new boss?" He instinctively pressed his lips together and asked. "You should call him Boss Lu." Liang Chao looked at Lu Weiming meaningfully. The old boss is still in the hospital, and now all company matters have been handed over to Boss Lu. This needs to be done by tomorrow morning at the latest. So, hearing this, Lu Weiming understood completely. That new boss is definitely determined to reorganize the internal structure. There were earlier rumors that the new boss wanted to sell the company, which was complete nonsense. If that were true, why bother with all this? Moreover, he had a feeling that the new boss must already have a solution to the company's current predicament. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big move. It seems that his decision to stay was indeed the right one. He took a deep breath and nodded emphatically at Liang Chao. "Director Liang, I'll handle the selection in the project department and make sure to give you and Boss Lu a satisfactory explanation. But can you give me a hint about what's going on with Boss Lu? Now is not the right time, but news will come soon." Liang Chao interrupted Lu Weiming's words, stood up, and patted him on the shoulder. He then walked out of the office. Chapter 22. Fighting Alone, Surrounded by Enemies. Late at night, in the president's office, ignoring the reflections of city neon lights under the cover of the dark night. This was the only room in the entire office building that still emitted light. Lu Li was repeatedly reviewing the company's projects and financial statements. He meticulously sifted through the detailed information of several previous projects and indeed found many issues, all of which required authorization from a vice president or higher. What on earth was his father doing? These problems should have been easy to spot with a little more attention. Why were they ignored and left unaddressed? Lu Li murmured to himself. He stared at the financial statements, his brow slightly furrowed. At that moment, the phone on the desk suddenly lit up. Following that, a slightly mechanical voice from Moss sounded. "Sir, the materials you requested have been gathered." On the phone screen, documents appeared one after another and quickly uploaded to the computer in front of Lu Li, all of which were confidential regarding the two vice presidents. It would have been nearly impossible to obtain these documents through normal channels. However, with Moss around, finding this evidence was a piece of cake. "Thank you for your hard work," Lu Li said casually. "It is my honor to serve you, sir." The mechanical voice finished, and the phone screen dimmed. Only the camera's position flickered with a barely perceptible red light. Lu Li's attention was now focused on the documents Moss had just found. He opened each file and began to review them quickly. As time passed, the expression on his face grew more serious, and his heart gradually sank, becoming icy cold. Wow. I didn't expect there to be so many dirty deals involved. Not just the vice presidents, but even the other two directors are implicated. These guys are clearly taking advantage of the Lu family's absence. A cold voice echoed in the office, casting a chill over the only lit room, creating a silence that felt eerie. The dark night enveloped the building in complete darkness. The only place with light appeared so lonely. At this moment, Lu Li finally understood the pressure that Lu Changfeng had been under. Trapped in a cage, struggling desperately, fighting alone, surrounded by enemies. No wonder he said he didn't want to be left all alone. No wonder he suddenly collapsed at this moment. Lu Li's gaze turned cold, and his fists slowly clenched. It's time to put an end to this. Once these pests are cleared out, the Wandering Earth project can be launched with peace of mind, and from now on, this company will only bear the Lu name. A soft voice echoed in the office. Lu Li picked up his phone, took one last look at the computer. With a snap, as the last light went out, the entire building was plunged into darkness. At 8 in the morning, during the peak of the workday, Lu Li leisurely parked his electric scooter in front of the Xingchen Media building. This scene still astonished many employees who had just started their work. Not far away, another small electric scooter appeared. Liang Chao rode a scooter identical to Lu Li's and parked it in the shed. "Good morning, Mr. Lu." He greeted Lu Li with a big smile. "Are you going bankrupt too?" Lu Li looked at the identical scooter beside him, his expression peculiar. "Isn't it about to go bankrupt? To help the company get through this tough time, all my savings." Liang Chao looked at Lu Li with a hint of grievance. "Enough." Lu Li decisively ended the topic and turned to walk toward the office building. Liang Chao quickly followed, no longer caring about his woes. "How did things go?" Lu Li asked as they walked toward the office building. Liang Chao understood his boss's intention and quickly replied, "It's all sorted out. The list will be sent to the company soon." "Good." Lu Li nodded and fell silent. At that moment, 2 luxury cars slowly stopped in front of the office building. Simultaneously, 2 figures dashed out from the parking lot. It was Wang Yong and Li Jun. Liang Chao was slightly taken aback when he saw the 2 running out and instinctively glanced at the luxury cars parked in front of the building. Both directors actually came. He was surprised and subconsciously looked at Lu Li. With everyone present, the main event was about to begin. Lu Li smiled faintly and stepped into the office building, showing no intention of welcoming the 2 directors. Liang Chao, glancing at the direction of the directors' cars, hesitated for almost no time before following Lu Li's lead. He had already made his choice. 10 minutes later, the entire office building was buzzing. Everyone was well aware of the company's situation. Some had previously wondered why the other 2 directors had no reaction during this time. Until today, both directors arrived at the company simultaneously. Everyone speculated that something significant was about to happen. "I think that young Mr. Lu might not be able to continue. It seems he was trying to sell the company to the outside world and probably couldn't reach an agreement with the other 2 directors." The arrival of the 2 directors clearly indicated something major was occurring. Is the company really on the brink of collapse? Are they here to discuss asset disposal? Mr. Wang and Mr. Li were evidently aligned with the 2 directors, while young Mr. Lu seemed a bit outnumbered. They probably wouldn't gain much in this asset division. "Do you think old Mr. Lu knows the current situation of the company? It's been so many days, and the hospital said he had regained consciousness. Why hasn't he come today?" Now, everyone felt they were in for some real drama. However, whether the company would declare bankruptcy or not, they would likely find out today, and no one would have to endure the suspense any longer. Whispers of discussion echoed throughout the office building. At this moment, no one had the mood to work. The company was about to announce bankruptcy. What was the point of working anymore? Meanwhile, in the top-floor presidential office, Liang Chao quickly walked into the office from the elevator and said in a low voice, "Mr. Lu, the 2 directors and the vice presidents have arrived." "Got it. Let us go to the conference room." Lu Li shifted his gaze from the computer to the door and immediately stood up. "Mr. Lu," Liang Chao felt a bit anxious and softly asked, "Is it really okay to confront them directly like this?" A cold glint flashed in Lu Li's eyes. Some matters need to be resolved decisively. Chapter 23. You 2 are suspected of committing a crime. Please come with us. In the senior conference room. With a swish, the curtains in the conference room were drawn. Liang Chao and Lu Weiming exchanged glances from outside the room. Is Mr. Lu really going to be okay? The scene made Lu Weiming somewhat worried, especially since he already knew what Lu Li was doing. If things went wrong, it could lead to a complete loss. Not only could they lose their positions in the company, but they might also fail to protect Mr. Lu's shares, which would completely sever the connection between Xingchen and the Lu family. During this restructuring process, certain individuals' interests would inevitably be involved. The arrival of the 2 directors at this moment might indicate that they had already caught wind of something. It should be fine, right? Liang Chao's brows furrowed slightly, his tone uncertain. He understood Lu Li's determination, but some issues couldn't be resolved with just resolve. They currently had no evidence. Could they really bring down the 2 vice presidents? After all, both vice presidents had directors backing them. If it were the old Mr. Lu, there might have been a chance, but the young boss, to put it bluntly, hasn't even established himself in the company yet. Liang Chao admitted that he felt Lu Li had changed recently, but was he being too hasty? Both of them felt the situation was grim. They fell into silence, no longer speaking, and worry inevitably surfaced in their eyes. Meanwhile, inside the conference room, everyone's attention was on Lu Li. "Young Mr. Lu, I've heard you've been quite active in the company lately." A middle-aged man with a bald head, seated at the leftmost position of the conference table, spoke slowly while holding a thermos cup, his expression calm. This man was Zhou Chengming, one of the directors of Xingchen, holding 30% of the company's shares. Not only that, but he also invested in numerous companies. The annual profits from his shares were a substantial amount, enough for him to spend lavishly without worry. You're not just planning to inherit Mr. Lu's position and coast through life in the company, are you? If that's the case, as your uncles, we might not agree to that. The next speaker was another director, Lin Fengchuan, who held 25% of Xingchen's shares. His financial backing was not much weaker than Zhou Qingming's. Hearing the two directors clearly hinting at him, a smile appeared on Lu Li's face. He calmly sat down and chuckled. Uncles, you think you have the right to say that? As soon as he said this, the brows of the two directors immediately furrowed. The two vice presidents under the conference table were slightly taken aback. Then, Wang Yong, who was sitting next to Zhou Qingming, couldn't help but speak up. Young Master Lu, your words are a bit impolite. The two directors, after all, had a relationship with the elder Lu. Shut up, you have no right to speak. Before Wang Yong could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a cold glance and voice from Lu Li, causing his expression to stiffen instantly. Young Master Lu, what are you doing? Another vice president, Li Jun, sitting next to Li Fengchuan, also spoke up. You shut up too. Lu Li coldly replied, silencing Li Jun as well. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense. The two vice presidents lowered their heads with unsightly expressions, occasionally glancing at their director backers. However, in the end, they dared not speak further. In this conference room, the positions of the two vice presidents were undoubtedly the lowest. Lu Li was now the president of the company, and Lu Changfeng behind him held 45 of the shares in the company. Even the other two directors did not dare to act arrogantly in front of Lu Changfeng. Under such circumstances, it was not their place to speak. If one were to consider it, their presence in this conference room was thanks to the two directors. Otherwise, given their position in the company, they wouldn't even be able to attend this meeting. Younger generation, try not to lose your temper. Lu Li's attitude caused the expressions of the two directors to darken completely. As seasoned veterans in the business world, they rarely showed their emotions. However, Lu Li's sudden outburst ultimately made them lose their composure. At that moment, Lu Li suddenly leaned back in his chair. With a light laugh, his calm voice emerged again. Actually, I really have nothing to say to you. The purpose of your visit today is just to swallow my father's shares, right? I'm very clear about that. Even if you hadn't come today, I would have invited you. Since you know, how dare you use such an attitude? Li Fengchuan raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that Lu Li would directly point out their intentions. But now that things had come to this, he had no plans to hide it anymore. Zhou Qingming, sitting opposite Li Fengchuan, shared the same sentiment. He looked meaningfully at Lu Li and said, during Lu Changfeng's tenure as company president, there were serious investment mistakes and mismanagement, leading the company to the brink of bankruptcy. Shouldn't his shares be revoked and his position removed? You should understand that the combined shares of me and Director Li are enough to achieve control over the company. Under such circumstances, what chance do you have to struggle? With that, the two directors and Lu Li had completely torn off the facade. At this moment, Wang Yong and Li Jun, backed by the two directors, could no longer hold back. Since their backers had already decided to sever ties with Lu Li, and the situation was now fully under their control, there was no reason to continue swallowing their anger. Mr. Lu, we are addressing you this way out of respect for Mr. Lu Sr. Without him, what are you, just a spoiled rich kid? Today, both directors are present, and you still dare to speak like this. Do you really think so highly of yourself? Wang Yong initiated the attack, sneering coldly. Exactly. Who in the company doesn't know that Lu Li is just a wasteful heir? With someone like you as president, who would respect that? Ask those outside. Do they respect you? Li Jun also joined the fray, standing up and gesturing angrily. Watching these two clowns, Lu Li remained silent. He quietly sat in his chair, raising his hand to glance at his watch. After a moment, he finally spoke calmly. It should be about time. What time? Wang Yong and Li Jun were momentarily stunned, then exchanged glances. Just then, a knock sounded at the door of the conference room. The door swung open, revealing two uniformed police officers. Wang Yong, Li Jun. You two are involved in commercial crimes. Please come with us. Chapter 24. Wow, this situation has escalated. The appearance of the two police officers plunged the entire conference room into silence. Wang Yong and Li Jun exchanged glances, their bodies beginning to tremble. No, officer. There must be some mistake. We are vice presidents of Xingchen. There's no such thing as commercial crime. Wang Yong couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Knocking a chair aside, Li Jun was in no better shape, slumping weakly in his chair, looking at Lu Li with trembling lips. Please come with us. The 2 police officers continued to look at them sternly, showing no emotion. At this moment, 2 more uniformed officers emerged from behind and approached Wang Yong and Li Jun. physically escorting them away. Soon, both vice presidents were taken away. At the office door, Liang Chao peeked in at Lu Li, noticing his calm demeanor, and let out a slight sigh of relief. With a sense of awe, he quietly closed the conference room door. Inside, Liang Chao's heart was already in turmoil. Wow, this situation has escalated. He knew that Lu Li might take action against the two vice presidents today, but he never expected it to be so decisive and without mercy. He actually called the police to take them away. Liang Chao certainly did not naively believe that the police's presence here was a coincidence. It was undoubtedly because someone had reported it, submitting concrete evidence. And who that person was, there was almost no doubt. It had to be Lu Li. Yet Liang Chao still did not know how Lu Li had found the evidence against the two vice presidents. He had originally worried that this would be a very tricky matter, but it had been resolved inexplicably and smoothly. With the two vice presidents falling from grace, their backing directors would surely be implicated as well. After that, it would be only natural for Lu Li to gain complete control over Xingqian. Could this decisive and resolute style truly be something that Lu Li, whom he knew before, would do? After closing the door, Liang Chao took a deep breath. With a sense of awe, he glanced at the conference room door once more before turning and walking away quickly. The boss had mostly resolved matters on his side. Now it was his turn. Meanwhile, the entire Xingqian building was already in a frenzy. This commotion had begun when the police first arrived at the company. Liang Chao followed the police and the two vice presidents being taken away through the office area, where everyone had already stood up, their gazes fixed on the elevator entrance. Old Liang, what on earth is going on? Project manager Lu Weiming had appeared by Liang Chao's side at some point. Isn't it obvious? Liang Chao scoffed. The two vice presidents really have issues. Lu Weiming murmured in astonishment. Behind them, Wu Shuo, who had a good relationship with Lu Weiming, was also standing there. As the head of the Human Resources Department, Liang Chao had previously discussed matters with him, and he had a general understanding of Lu Li's plans. I said things couldn't be that simple. General Manager Lu has made so many big moves. He clearly isn't trying to sell the company. Now it seems our suspicions have been confirmed. But how did General Manager Lu discover the issues with the two vice presidents and find evidence in such a short time after taking over the company? That's incredible. Liang Chao hadn't revealed all of Lu Li's plans to the two of them, but Lu Weiming and Wu Shuo had evidently guessed some things. So, loyalty is the most important thing. Just like being with General Manager Lu, it must be the right choice. Liang Chao smiled, looking at the ordinary employees in the office area with an expression that suggested he was the only one sober amidst the intoxication of the crowd. Hearing this, Lu Weiming and Wu Shuo couldn't help but look at Liang Chao, their eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity. At this moment, the entire office area was in an uproar. My goodness, what is happening? Why are the police here, and why did they take the two vice presidents away? What on earth happened in the conference room? Could the rumors that the two vice presidents were making money on the side be true? But they should have kept those matters very secret. How could they have been caught? Something was off. It was too strange. Ever since the young general manager took over the company, he had first halted most projects, and now this incident occurred. What exactly was he trying to do? Previously, some had said the young general manager was going to sell the company, but now it certainly didn't seem that way. If he were truly selling the company, how could the police be involved? This young general manager had completely overturned my previous impression. The rumors of selling the company were probably all false. Moreover, I have a feeling he will make big moves next. The two vice presidents were certainly out of luck, but what about the board members? They were the backing of the vice presidents. Could they also have problems? What were they here for today? Listening to the discussions around him, Liang Chao shook his head meaningfully. You must know something else. Can't you say it now? Lu Weiming looked at Liang Chao, his eyes full of curiosity. Hello, Director Liang. Can you at least give us a hint? Wu Shuo chimed in softly. At this moment, both of them felt an itch in their hearts, like a cat's paw scratching. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Have you prepared everything for what I asked you to do? Liang Chao raised his eyebrows and asked Wu Shuo. The next steps would definitely require the cooperation of the head of the Human Resources Department. Don't worry, the list has been verified. Wu Shuo replied. Then let's get started. Liang Chao nodded in satisfaction, his expression becoming serious. It was time to charge forward for the boss and achieve something significant. In the future, you will definitely be grateful for today's decision. Hearing this, Wu Shuo nodded in a daze, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. He took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. Understood. Immediately, Wu Shuo took out his phone and sent out an HR appointment and dismissal email that he had already drafted. Within seconds, Everyone in the company received this internal email. In the office area, a stir began to arise. What is going on? Why was I fired? I was fired too. Why? I've been with the company for 5 years and have never made a major mistake at work. Why am I being dismissed out of the blue? I also received the email. Where are the HR people? You need to give a reasonable explanation, or I will definitely take legal action against you. As these voices emerged, the entire office area descended into chaos. However, amidst the turmoil, some people were surprised to find that not only were they not dismissed, but they had inexplicably been promoted and given raises. They didn't dare to be too ostentatious. They just looked at their colleagues who had also been promoted and exchanged whispers amidst the chaos. Did I just get promoted? I got promoted too. But I didn't receive any prior notice. This really is a change in the air. Chapter 25. From now on, I will keep my distance. As the chaos unfolded, Wu Shua had already arrived in the office area. He looked at the chaotic crowd and calmly said, "You all should have received the email. The appointment and dismissal notices are effective immediately. Additionally, I advise some of you to behave yourselves. You should know why you were dismissed. Making a big deal out of it won't benefit anyone. Also, congratulations to all the promoted colleagues. I hope everyone can continue to stay true to their original intentions, maintain a passionate work attitude, and help the company overcome difficulties. Together, let us restore our glory." After saying this, Wu Shua did not elaborate further and turned to leave. Once he finished speaking, the entire office area fell into silence. Those who had been dismissed and were clamoring for explanations quietly lowered their heads, staring blankly at the email on their computers, slumping in their chairs. Meanwhile, the promoted employees were beaming with excitement. In that moment, everyone understood. All the previous rumors were false. The young CEO returning is not here to deal with assets or sell the company. He truly wants to revive the company and turn around its current difficult situation. The company really won't go bankrupt, and we don't need to change jobs anymore. It feels just like a roller coaster. But the company's situation is indeed not good. Can the young CEO really bring the company back to life? Regardless, the situation is finally moving in a positive direction, so let's all work hard together. Moments later, the office area was filled with sounds again. As these sounds emerged, the remaining employees' expressions became increasingly resolute. Those still present had various reasons for staying. Some were due to livelihood, while others simply couldn't bear to leave the company. Nevertheless, those who have persisted until now all have their reasons to do so, and their determination is certainly not in question. Lu Weiming watched this scene in silence, standing still. But a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes, and his heart raced. Although he had a rough idea of the CEO's plan, seeing this earth-shattering reform and restructuring unfold before him still felt unbelievable, almost like a dream. The company truly hasn't collapsed. They really don't have to leave here anymore. And all of this is because of that young boss who has only been here for a few days. In that moment, he seemed to return to the early days of the company. It was tough back then too, but everyone was united. Though it was exhausting, everyone had dreams. And each person was full of energy. Those days were truly nostalgic. Liang Chao watched this scene and couldn't help but smile. Although the number of people remaining in the company was less than a tenth of its peak, it was heartening to see so many standing firm with the company during its most challenging times. In his words, these individuals, like him, are the most loyal warriors. With them around, the company will definitely rise again, grow stronger, and achieve new heights. The recently dismissed individuals were mostly associated with the 2 vice presidents. During their tenure at the company, they had engaged in various unscrupulous activities. After the downfall of the 2 vice presidents, they suddenly received news of their dismissal. They must be in a state of panic. Although they outwardly demanded an explanation, internally they were undoubtedly anxious. Under Wu Shua's warning, they resigned themselves to their fate, not daring to cause any trouble. If they really dared to stir up trouble, Liang Chao believed the CEO would certainly teach them a lesson. After all, even the dirt on the 2 vice presidents had been exposed. How could the actions of these individuals remain hidden? These clowns are hardly a concern. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the CEO remained seated throughout, quietly observing. Once the police left and the room fell silent again, he slowly raised his head, looked at the 2 directors, and smiled slightly. "Now, can we have a proper discussion?" Watching the smile on Lu Li's face, the expressions of the 2 directors changed completely. Remembering the schemes they had secretly conspired with the 2 vice presidents, they exchanged a nervous glance toward the conference room door. After a moment of silent eye contact, they reluctantly spoke. "What exactly do you want?" Lu Li stood up without any unnecessary words, directly connecting his phone to the conference room screen and opening a series of documents. These documents contained evidence of the two directors condoning the vice presidents in using underhanded tactics to suppress Lu Changfeng in an attempt to seize shares and infringe upon the company's interests. While this evidence might not be enough to send the two directors to prison, it was sufficient to ruin their reputations in the investment community, making it impossible for them to continue working. Once this information was made public, no one would be willing to collaborate with them again. I want you to unconditionally return all the shares of Xingchen in your possession and get out of this building. From now on, avoid me at all costs. Can you do that? Upon hearing this, the faces of the two directors instantly turned pale. Anger flickered in their eyes as they trembled uncontrollably. Young Master Lu, do you really want to be this ruthless? Zhou Chengming gritted his teeth, glaring at Lu Li, his hand tightly gripping his thermos. Ruthless? Lu Li's expression remained calm. When you suppressed my father and tried to seize the shares of the Lu family, did you ever consider showing mercy? When you profited from the company's projects, did you think about the consequences of today? I'm merely returning the favor in kind. Unexpectedly, Lu Changfeng indeed had a good son. Li Fangquan also spoke up, his gaze fixed on Lu Li as he suppressed his anger. The two directors exchanged another glance, seemingly reaching a consensus. We agree to your terms. We will destroy all this evidence and transfer all the shares of Xingchen to you. From now on, we won't interfere with each other. Otherwise, even if we go down together, we won't let you off easily. Both men knew very well that Lu Li held their lifeline in his hands. They were in no position to negotiate and could only hope that Lu Li did not want to completely sever ties. However, Lu Li had no intention of engaging in a deadlock with them. The current Xingchen could not withstand further turmoil, and he had more important matters to attend to. There was no benefit in a confrontation at this time. Deal. Lu Li tossed two share transfer agreements onto the table and said calmly. The two directors looked at the agreements and slowly sat back down in their chairs, resignedly closing their eyes. Once the share transfer was completed, the two directors hurriedly left. Shortly after, Liang Chao walked briskly into the conference room. President Lu, the employee selection process has been completed, he said, his eyes filled with a mix of awe and excitement. He had just seen the two directors leaving in a dejected manner by the elevator, and naturally assumed that everything had gone smoothly on Lu Li's side. Given the previous circumstances, it seemed that Xingchen Media was now completely under Lu's control. Thinking of this possibility, Liang Chao couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. It's only been a few days since Lu Li took over the company. A series of actions have surprisingly revitalized the nearly dying Star Media, and now everyone inside and outside the company is united. Coupled with the limitless prospects of the project, Liang Chao is now filled with confidence. The company will definitely rise from the ashes and return to its peak. It will become the brightest star in the night sky. At the conference table, Lu Li put down the share transfer agreement. He turned to Liang Chao and said, Dendan Kaiko, since everything is ready, let us release the news. The filming of the project is officially on the company's agenda. Understood. Liang Chao nodded excitedly. Without any hesitation, he turned and left. Chapter 26. This Lu Li is simply unbelievable. In Jiangzhou, a new district, in a high-end residential area, at Wu Jing's home, a voice was chattering in the living room. I've worked so hard to earn money, and finally saved up a little capital, preparing to expand the company and make a big move. But you, without a word, just threw out 10 million. And it's the kind that doesn't even make a splash. Wu, oh Wu, what can I say about you? I'm really going to be driven mad by you, you spendthrift man. Xian Yin was tidying up the clothes on the sofa while grumbling. On the other side, Wu Jing was looking at news on his phone, a helpless expression on his face. Dear, could you please stop bringing this up? I've already told you that the project definitely has potential. If you don't believe it, we can wait and see for a while. Hearing this, Xian Yin's anger flared up again. Potential? She threw down the clothes in her hands, glaring at Wu Jing. That's Star Media, a company on the verge of bankruptcy. Furthermore, they are making a science fiction movie. We won't even discuss the quality of the script for now. I trust your expertise. But aside from that, which special effects team in the country can guarantee that they can produce the effects needed for that script with quality and quantity? What is the use of discussing the script if you don't look at the fundamental issues? I told you to be cautious before you went there and to think carefully about whether that movie was worth taking on. Yet you treated my words as if they were just idle chatter when you got there. It's one thing to act without pay, but you, the spendthrift, Actually threw 10 million into that broken project. And the most ridiculous part is that you didn't even discuss it with me. Wu, have you grown wings? Xianyan put her hands on her hips, just a step away from exploding. Dear, please calm down. I was wrong, okay? Didn't we discuss this yesterday? Can you just let this go? Wu Jing quickly put down his phone and pressed Xianyan onto the sofa, eagerly massaging her shoulders. He forced a smile and tried to change the subject. How about this, dear? I haven't had much to do lately. So why don't we take this opportunity to go out and have some fun, relax a bit. You've been working hard all day, haven't you? With a belly full of frustration, Xianyan gradually calmed down under this gentle reassurance, huffing in annoyance as she crossed her arms and leaned back on the sofa. Don't think that just because you're acting like this, my anger will disappear. I'm booking a flight right now. Where are we going to play? Wu Jing quickly smiled and grabbed her phone. Just then, several news headlines suddenly popped up on the screen. Entertainment news. A major upheaval has occurred at Changfeng Media today. 2 vice presidents are suspected of embezzlement and leaking company secrets and have been detained by the police. Seeing this news, Wu Jing instinctively froze for a moment. At the same time, Xianyan's gaze also swept across the screen, her expression tightening slightly. The vice president of Changfeng Media is in trouble? She said, her tone a mix of surprise and seriousness, then instinctively looked at Wu Jing. No, this might just be President Lu cleaning up some internal issues. It could even be a good thing for the company, right? Wu Jing blankly defended Lu Li for a moment, then continued, it's fine. I've seen Lu Li's capabilities. He should be able to stabilize the situation. Besides, there are still so many people in their company. It shouldn't affect the overall operations. At that moment, the phone pinged again, popping up another news alert. UC Fun Facts. It is reported that the once dominant Changfeng Media has experienced a significant personnel change today, with over half of the employees being advised to leave. Is this a distortion of humanity, or, as soon as this news broke, Wu Jing's face went stiff, and her expression darkened considerably. They still have so many employees? It won't affect operations? Xianyan calmly looked at Wu Jing's face, took the phone, and casually opened the news. At this point, Wu Jing had already cursed Lu Li countless times in her mind. I've tried every possible way to say good things about you. And this is what you call personnel management? It's bad enough that the vice president is in trouble. What on earth is this about more than half the staff being advised to leave? Is the employee turnover rate of this lousy company so high? Especially at such a critical time. At this moment, Wu Jing could no longer care about anything else. She grabbed the phone and was about to call Lu Li. With the Wandering Earth project still in the initial preparation stage, such a big incident had occurred at Changfeng Media. Right now, Lu Li had neither people nor money. How could the project possibly proceed? Earlier, Xian didn't believe this project could get off the ground. And he had argued that based on what he had seen of Lu Li's hidden cards, there should still be hope. But now, not only was his wife doubtful, he himself was beginning to lose faith. This matter needed to be clarified immediately. At that moment, Xian had already picked up her phone and entered Changfeng Media's official Weibo page. When she saw the latest updates on the official site, she couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly. TCH, how could you still foolishly believe them? I think you've been fooled by that little President Lu. Look at their company's official website. They just announced the project launch and are already making a big deal out of it without even informing you. Is this how things are done? Hearing this, Wu Jing was taken aback and instinctively glanced at Xianyan's phone. Soon after, he saw the promotional post on the official website of the production company. The Wandering Earth, top male actor Wu Jing, investing all his wealth in this super sci-fi masterpiece, where there are the most inspiring beliefs, epic scenes, everything you imagine about science fiction, and the future of sci-fi films in this region. Starting today, we are on our way. This seemingly simple announcement made Wu Jing's expression turn completely dark. What do you mean by investing all your wealth? That scoundrel Lu Li is really just using him to gain benefits. This was going to completely label the Wandering Earth with his name. Originally, even if he invested 10 million, if the film didn't turn out well, it would just be a loss. But now, his reputation and image were entirely tied to this movie. While this move could quickly promote the upcoming film, increase its visibility, and keep the audience engaged, it was simply too unethical. This Lu Li was truly inconsiderate. Without hesitation, Wu Jing directly called Lu Li. The moment the call connected, his suppressed voice conveyed his indignation. Lu Li, I need an explanation. Chapter 27. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. Explanation? In the office of the production company, Lu Li was momentarily stunned upon receiving the call. What explanation? Hearing this, Wu Jing's breathing on the other end became a bit more rapid. You made such a big deal on social media without even informing me? Now you're asking me for an explanation? When did I ever support your project to the point of bankruptcy? At that moment, Wu Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Luli treated people like tools and yet acted innocent? This was simply outrageous. Wait, Mr. Wu. Don't get too worked up. Isn't this a good thing for our project and for you? Luli finally started to understand and felt a bit uneasy. He had entrusted this matter to Liang Chao, and he hadn't checked social media himself yet. So what exactly had that guy done to provoke such a strong reaction from Wu Jing? In theory, he should have informed Wu Jing about using him for publicity. He hadn't expected Liang Chao to overlook this detail. But now that the situation had occurred, they could only think of a way to handle it. Luli quickly opened his computer and checked the official social media account of the production company. After seeing the latest updates, he finally understood why Wu Jing had called to question him. Indeed, Liang Chao's actions were rather inappropriate. How could he make such exaggerated claims? But upon further reflection, Luli had to give Liang Chao a thumbs up. This guy knew marketing. Well done. On the other end, Wu Jing was both furious and amused. Mr. Liu, you say it so lightly. If this movie flops, I'll be the laughingstock of the entire industry. I am different from you. I carry a lot of things, and reputation and image are aspects that must be taken seriously. In essence, Wu Jing is not an unreasonable person. However, using his reputation and image will inevitably have an impact on him in the future, and it could be significant. It's important to know that he has many endorsements. And without exception, all these endorsement contracts include a clause that states if his reputation is damaged, he will bear the responsibility for any resulting losses. What is even more frustrating is that no one informed him about Xingqin's use of him to create hype. In such a situation, anyone would feel uncomfortable. What he cares about most is Lu Li's attitude towards him. Since this is a collaboration, things must be done on the premise of mutual respect. Otherwise, how can they cooperate well in the future? At this moment, Lu Li also became serious. He spoke in a deep voice. Mr. Wu, please don't be anxious. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter. Wu Jing was silent for a moment before continuing. All right, you speak. I want to see how you will justify this. He was genuinely feeling a bit upset, knowing that Lu Li loved to talk big. But he didn't expect this person to be so unreasonable. He wanted to hear what lofty words Lu Li could come up with. Lu Li sighed lightly and said helplessly, you know the current situation of Xingqin Media. At this time, we need a major event to stabilize the morale of the company. At the same time, it also sends a signal to the outside world, letting people in the industry know that we are not at our wits' end. Otherwise, when can our crew get back on track? Now that you, Mr. Wu, have already invested in this project, I believe you can understand my intentions for doing these things. Hearing this, Wu Jing calmed down a bit. I understand what you are saying, but you should at least inform me. I'm not an outdated or selfish person. If you had just mentioned it to me, I wouldn't have disagreed. Thank you for your understanding and support, Mr. Wu. Lu Li quickly smiled. Wait, you're not just trying to brush me off, are you? Wu Jing felt a bit annoyed, sensing he was still being deceived. Actually, what I'm doing is not just for the company. Think about the prospects of the Wandering Earth project. Lu Li spoke again. The prospects are good. But no matter how good the prospects are, if the movie can't be made. Wu Jing instinctively began to speak, but then realized something was off. You just said the prospects are very good. Lu Li directly interrupted Wu Jing and continued. Think about it. If this movie does well after it's released, wouldn't that bring you huge benefits? I'm also considering you. Perhaps with this movie, you could become a legendary figure in the film industry. Only you, Mr. Wu. Would I be willing to offer such a good opportunity to? Once this movie becomes a hit, you would be a leading figure in the science fiction film industry. And right now, you only need to make a small investment and sacrifice a little. Honestly, isn't this a massive profit for you? Is there any investment with a higher return than this? Moreover, I can promise you right now that as long as you perform well in this movie, we will definitely cast you as the lead in the following ones. Lu Li's continuous output left Wu Jing stunned in place. He opened his mouth to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Honestly, if everything really is as Lu Li said, then he would indeed be making a huge profit. But how could such good fortune be possible? The future is still uncertain. This is just a gamble. Wu Jing fell into silence. At that moment, Lu Li's voice rang out again. Old Wu, you need to believe in us, and also believe in yourself. We will definitely be able to film this movie smoothly. All you need to do now is wait and let things unfold for a while. In the living room, Xianwan watched Wu Jing's conflicted and contemplative expression, her face gradually taking on a strange look, her gaze turning somewhat unfriendly towards the phone Wu Jing was holding. Seeing this situation, it seemed that this extravagant man had been fooled again. Luli really is quite something. He could repeatedly lead her husband astray. This person doesn't seem like a simple character at all. If she let her husband continue to play along with him, he might really end up in trouble. With this thought, she stood up and walked towards Wu Jing. At that moment, Wu Jing also came to his senses. He no longer lingered on the issue of Lu Li using him for publicity, realizing that it was indeed beneficial for the project. And he was too lazy to pursue it further. Instead, he brought up another matter. Mr. Lu, let us put this aside for now. First, tell me what is going on with your company. 2 vice presidents have been taken in. This all happened so suddenly. What's going on? On the other end of the line, seeing that Wu Jing had been persuaded, a smile appeared on Lu Li's face. He really needed to inform him about the company's situation, especially since Wu Jing was currently the most important investor in the project. After thinking for a moment, he replied without much hesitation, I reported them. You reported them? Wu Jing paused, then quickly realized that this matter was likely just as he had thought. A restructuring initiated within the company. So, it was you who got so many people at your company advised to leave. That's right, it was me. Lu Li confirmed again. But how can you be so calm about it now? Wu Jing was truly at a loss for words, continuing in confusion. The Wandering Earth project is at a critical moment when it needs people, and you just went ahead and fired everyone in the company. How are we supposed to move forward with this project? When can we officially start filming? Have you thought about these questions? And the people who are left at your company should have been supportive of you, right? You really have the heart to drive them all away? Have you considered how much negative impact this decision could bring? Chapter 28. Are you talking to me about dreams? When people unite, they can achieve great strength. But when they are divided, no one can be relied upon. Lu Li slowly spoke, a smile returning to his face. To be honest, the fact that Wu Jing can discuss these matters with him shows how much he cares about the project. Otherwise, there would be no need to pay such close attention to the internal affairs of the company. And this is exactly what Lu Li wanted to see. Old Wu, you should understand this, Lu Li said, standing up with his phone and moving to the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the office, looking out at the bustling city below. Now, isn't this the best situation? Watching the hurried and bustling world, he suddenly felt an indescribable emotion. Having lived another life, he realized that his mindset had unconsciously changed in some way. Some things he used to care about seemed less important now. This mindset gave him a sense of carefree detachment, as if he were playing a game in this world. Sometimes, one must make sacrifices. Just like the company now, it may be experiencing its lowest point in history, but who can say this isn't the moment of rebirth after a trial by fire? The company is no longer fragmented. It has come together as one, and the seeds of dreams have begun to sprout again. I have always believed that as long as a person has dreams, no matter how small or humble those dreams are, they are filled with hope. And hope is as precious as diamonds in this world. Just like when a person leaves their hometown, wandering in the dark universe, hope is everything. Lu Li's voice gradually became heavy. On the other end, Wu Jing fell silent again, and after a long pause, his voice returned, carrying an inexplicable tone. Are you talking to me about dreams now? No. I'm talking to you about the script for the sequel. Lu Li replied lightly, unable to suppress a smile. Wu Jing fell silent for a moment again, then suddenly blurted out, You guy, you're simply ridiculous. With that, Wu Jing hung up the phone. Lu Li put down his phone, feeling a sense of relief. Well, this hurdle has finally passed. It seems that talking about dreams and painting grand visions is always effective. Meanwhile, Wu Jing also slowly lowered his phone from his ear. He stood there in a daze, softly murmuring, Hope is as precious as diamonds. At that moment, thoughts of the background setting of the world of the project flooded his mind. That lonely journey of humanity, traversing the dark and silent cosmos. When it officially embarks on its journey, it will face unimaginable disasters that could arise at any moment. In such an era, hope, isn't it just as precious as diamonds? At that moment, he felt goosebumps rising all over his body. His mind was filled with thoughts of that blue planet wandering in the universe. It was so fitting, so shocking. This guy Lu Li, although his character may be questionable, his talent and imagination are truly admirable. What did he say? At this moment, Xian Yin's voice rang in his ears. He turned his head to look at his wife, who was staring at him with a puzzled expression, and gritted his teeth. Honey, actually, if you look at it from a different perspective, I think this situation can be beneficial for me. Besides, Luli should be able to handle those matters. Upon hearing this, Xian Yan was speechless. Great, this wasteful man of mine has truly been completely swindled. In the office of the Xingchen building, just after finishing a call with Wu Jing, Lu Li's phone rang again. Hello, Shi Jia. It's rare for you to take the initiative to call me. Lu Li casually answered the phone. It was Yang Shi. I don't have time to chat. What's going on with your company? Why is there such a big commotion? Yang Shi clearly saw the news and called specifically to understand the situation. Her tone carried a hint of confusion, and Lu Li even detected a trace of concern. It's nothing. Thanks for your concern, Shi Jia. Lu Li smiled and said warmly. It's just an internal restructuring, so I can focus on preparing for the new project. Yang Shi fell silent for a moment, but ultimately didn't say anything further. She changed the topic and continued. I've checked the upper management stance these past few days. And as expected, they outright rejected your project as soon as they heard it was sci-fi, especially since the director is Liang Chao. Hearing this, Lu Li felt a warmth in his heart. He didn't expect that Yang Shi would still bring up his project with the upper management. Although the outcome was disappointing, it was clear that she had been thinking about his matters. However, Liang Chao's influence in the investment circle was unexpectedly strong. It's fine, Shi Jia. Didn't I mention it before? Lu Li replied with a smile. I went to see you just to talk to you. I didn't plan on letting capital get involved in this project. How are you going to raise funds without letting capital in? Upon hearing Lu Li's words, Yang Shi's tone became serious. She knew very well that a sci-fi film required a massive financial investment. Don't worry about that. Shi Jia, I'll find a way. Lu Li assured her. Yang Shi remained silent for a while before finally reminding him. Now the outside world knows about your new project. I looked into it, and the reaction isn't very good. Your strategy with Wu Jing is quite clever, but the effect might not be as good as you imagined. So you need to be mentally prepared. The road ahead will be tough. But I have to say, managing to get Wu Jing on board was beyond my expectations. Yang Shi's tone carried a rare hint of admiration, something Lu Li had never experienced before. Thanks for your concern, Shi Jia, I understand. Lu Li smiled. You don't have to be so formal with me. Yang Shi suddenly let out a lazy sigh, and Lu Li felt a slight stir in his heart. Was she stretching? All right, let us leave it at that. I'll hang up. Before Lu Li could react, Yang Shi hung up the phone, perfectly in line with her straightforward style. Lu Li shook his head helplessly, put down his phone, and thought for a moment before sending a message. Sister Shi, please don't mention my situation to the old man for now, and remind Lin Miao to let him rest well in the hospital. The message was sent, and within seconds, Yang Shi's reply arrived, consisting of 2 clean and concise words. Understood. Thinking of what Yang Shi had said on the phone, Lu Li's expression gradually became serious. He logged into a social media platform on his phone and reopened the official account of Xingchen. Under the latest post about the launch of the Wandering Earth, there were already many comments and shares. Wu Jing's influence was indeed quite significant. Without him, this post probably wouldn't have drawn much attention. As Lu Li scrolled through the comments, he couldn't help but frown at what he saw. Isn't Xingchen Media on the verge of bankruptcy? How could they be making a sci-fi movie? This feels like the most unbelievable joke of the year. What I really can't understand is that Wu Jing actually joined this project. He invested everything? It can't be true. It might not be entirely false. But whether he invested everything was questionable. Perhaps he just participated. Xingchen Media must have used all sorts of tactics to create buzz. I just don't understand where they get their confidence. Those who understand the industry know how disappointing sci-fi films from this region have been in the past. Not to mention whether this film can even be made. Just thinking about those poorly made sci-fi films in the past is embarrassing, especially with the special effects lagging behind. I'll just treat it as a joke. Given Xingchen Media's current situation, even if the film is made, it will surely be a laughingstock. This time, Wu Jing might be in trouble, and the future of sci-fi films here? They have no shame. As Lu Li read through the glaring comments, he felt a mix of amusement and frustration. However, it was understandable. The past performances of sci-fi films from this region had indeed been too disappointing. But who says that just because they couldn't make good films before, they won't be able to in the future? Lu Li's expression gradually became serious. Some people have been kneeling for so long that they never thought of standing up. This kind of certainty and self-righteousness is, quite frankly, a manifestation of insecurity. But if they continue to hold such a mindset, who will pave the way for the future of sci-fi films here? Lu Li couldn't control others. He could only hold firm to his beliefs, regardless of what others said, whether they call him foolish or overconfident. If he doesn't try, How will he know it won't work? Lu Li had a system, which was his advantage, but it could also be a disadvantage. According to the system's rules, real props must be used throughout the filming process, which would make his already tight finances even more challenging. Yet, even so, he never thought about giving up. Because he firmly believed that the day the wandering Earth hits the screen would be the day he vindicates sci-fi films from this region, perhaps even marking the beginning of their rise. Putting down his phone, Lu Li clasped his hands and sat in silence at his desk. A moment later, there was a sudden knock on the office door. "Come in." As Lu Li's voice fell, Liang Chao rushed in with great energy. "Director Lu, there has been progress in the preparation for the crew," Liang Chao said excitedly, after we announced the launch of the Wandering Earth project on the official social media account. "We received quite a few inquiries from people contacting the company. Additionally, many have reached out to me as well." Lu Li looked up, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "But weren't there many who doubted us in the comments section of that post? I even saw many professionals in the field who weren't optimistic about us." Hearing this, Liang Chao suddenly grinned. "Director Lu, why pay attention to those messy comments? With me here, gathering the crew will be a piece of cake. Speak properly." Lu Li's expression darkened. Liang Chao chuckled, then became a bit more serious. "Director Lu, didn't you say that dreams are always pursued by someone, no matter when? In our industry, even if most people have been worn down by life, there are always passionate dreamers who remain true to their hearts, right? When did I ever say that?" Lu Li's lips twitched slightly. "Regardless of whether you said it or not, the situation is as it is. Many professional teams have already contacted us, and the crew should be formed in about half a month," Liang Chao said confidently, beaming with optimism. "It might be that many are coming for Mr. Wu's reputation." Lu Li pondered. "No matter who they are coming for, the situation is looking great. Once the crew is assembled, we can officially start shooting. With my abilities, once Wandering Earth is made, it will definitely drive the whole world crazy." Liang Chao's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his mouth wide open in a grin. "The announcement on social media was well done, so I'll give you credit for that. However, you should tone down that inexplicable confidence of yours." Lu Li cast a faint glance at Liang Chao, feeling a bit helpless. He couldn't help but entertain the thought of changing directors. However, considering the current funding situation and Liang Chao's recent performance, he hesitated and finally sighed. "Fine, let's make do for now. This guy, aside from that inexplicable confidence, seems tolerable in other aspects." But Lu Li had already made up his mind, once he sensed that Liang Chao's peculiar energy appeared in the crew. Even if it was just a hint, he would not hesitate to cut his losses. This gamble was one he couldn't afford to lose. Watching Liang Chao still lost in his own world of illusions, Lu Li shook his head helplessly. Just then, there was another knock on the office door. This time, it was Lu Weiming, the project manager. He glanced at Liang Chao, who was still grinning foolishly, and directly ignored him, focusing on Lu Li. "Director, I have some leads on the 3D printing company you asked me to find." "Oh, so soon?" A hint of joy flashed in Lu Li's eyes. After the Wandering Earth project entered the filming stage, the most important aspect became prop production, and among the corresponding technologies in the system, 3D printing technology would be the most crucial element. As long as the mature 3D printing technology in the system could be utilized in this world, the issue of prop production would be perfectly resolved. After all, in the film, even planetary engines could be constructed using this technology, which speaks volumes about its powerful capabilities. In Lu Li's plan, the application of this technology would be the top priority in the preparation work before filming, and now, Lu Weiming had surprisingly found a suitable target company so quickly. "Can we visit that company now?" Lu Li asked eagerly. "Yes, I will contact them right away," Lu Weiming replied confidently. "The situation at that company isn't too good right now, so our visit might yield unexpected surprises. All right, let's not delay and head out now." Lu Li stood up without any hesitation. Meanwhile, Liang Chao, who had been out of the loop, finally reacted. "What 3D printing company are you talking about? This matter does not concern you." Lu Li walked past him without stopping. "Your current task is to assemble the crew in the shortest time possible." With that, Lu Li reached the office door. Lu Weiming glanced at Liang Chao, but said nothing, quickly following Lu Li while taking out his phone to contact the people at the 3D printing company. Liang Chao hurriedly followed out of the office. Watching Lu Li enter the elevator, he gritted his teeth, secretly vowing, "No way, I can't let Lu Weiming outdo me. When it comes to loyalty, I'm the boss's absolute confidant." Chapter 30, The New Genesis. Dilemma. Stepping out of the Xingchen building, Lu Li checked the time. He then headed towards his small vehicle parked in the shed and called back to Lu Weiming. "I'll ride over. Send me the address, and we'll meet up there." "What?" Lu Weiming was taken aback for a moment. He glanced at the vehicle he had parked at the company entrance, then looked at Lu Li's quickly departing figure. Feeling a bit confused, "Mr. Lu, aren't you taking my car?" "Too slow," came Lu Li's voice from afar. Lu Weiming pulled the corners of his mouth before gritting his teeth and getting into his own car, quickly sending an address to Lu Li. "Mr. Lu's thoughts are truly unpredictable. Can a small vehicle keep up with a car?" Lu Weiming muttered softly. Although his vehicle was just an ordinary one, it shouldn't be slower than a small vehicle. Lu Li's actions left him utterly baffled. However, he didn't dwell on it for long. This time difference meant he could arrive at the 3D printing company first and discuss matters with them. Previously, he had been too rushed to talk about the project collaboration properly. He hadn't expected Lu Li to act so quickly. Just after identifying the target company, he was already heading there for an inspection. Lu Weiming had just started his vehicle when he saw a figure darting past outside the window, accompanied by a low rumbling sound. It was Lu Li riding a small donkey, speeding by his car window. By the time Lu reacted, he could only see the red tail lights, or rather, the red trunk disappearing around the corner. Lu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Well, Mr. Lu, I'll let you have a 10-minute head start." Though he said that, Lu quickly started the vehicle and sped off in the direction where the donkey had vanished. In just 2 minutes, Lu spotted Lu Li's small donkey again, and a minute later, he successfully overtook it and drove onto a main road. However, once he got onto the main road, he was taken aback. A long line of vehicles was completely stuck in traffic. Not long after, Lu Li's small donkey slowly passed by his window again. Lu clearly saw Lu Li turn his head to glance at him. This scene left Lu speechless. He looked at the congested traffic ahead and finally understood what Lu Li meant by being too slow. Given the current traffic situation, what was originally a half-hour journey would likely take at least an hour. He hadn't noticed it before, but now it seemed like it was rush hour. Remembering Lu Li's gesture of checking the time, Lu suddenly realized. No wonder they say Mr. Lu is brilliant. He had anticipated everything. Lu opened the navigation app and saw a sea of red ahead, with the entire route marked in yellow, indicating heavy traffic. He honked and resignedly leaned back in his seat. 40 minutes later, Lu Li parked the small donkey in front of an office building in the Economic Development Zone, which was the destination of his trip, Genesis New World. This was a tech company focused on 3D printing. The company had set up a 3D technology research and development department, along with a production workshop covering 15,000 square meters. In the entire Jiangzhou area, it was neither too big nor too small. However, at that moment, Genesis New World was not in good shape. "Old Wu, how much longer can the company's funds hold out?" In the office of the general manager, a middle-aged man in a suit frowned as he looked at another middle-aged man beside him. This man was Lu Jian, and the person he referred to as Old Wu was Wu Jing, his partner. The two had founded the company together 5 years ago, weathering storms together until now. "We can hold on for another month, I suppose. We're really at our wits' end now," Wu Jing sighed, leaning back on the sofa, his expression showing signs of fatigue. In fact, the company's financial situation had not been optimistic for a while. It was a problem that had accumulated over the past 5 years. This decline was something they had long foreseen. At first, like many entrepreneurs, they had ambitious dreams and chose the 3D printing sector with high hopes. They see the future of this field. That blue ocean is vast. It is no exaggeration to say that this is absolutely a technology that could change the entire manufacturing landscape. Therefore, they set out with dreams and packed their bags, hoping to seize this opportunity to carve out their own territory and achieve personal value and financial freedom. Along the way, they have sacrificed a lot. To develop the most advanced 3D printing technology, they spent all their savings and even sold their properties, persevering all the while. They have always believed they were on the right path, never giving up and holding on to hope. However, the journey of research and development is lonely and long, requiring substantial financial support. Soon, they faced a financial crisis, and their R&D efforts could only slow down. They had to rely on the limited business of the company to move forward, step by step. Yet, the current application of this technology is somewhat awkward. Material limitations mean that it can only undertake mediocre projects. While high-end industries can print plastics, certain metals, or ceramics, the materials available are expensive and scarce, making mass production impossible. The construction industry has also started to apply this technology, printing houses and even some complex structures. but issues of strength have yet to be thoroughly resolved. The same is true in other fields. Most limitations arise from material issues, or the imbalance between input and output, as well as shortcomings in machinery technology. Despite all this, they have never considered giving up. They thought that if the critical technological issues could be resolved, it would mark the rise of a new era, but they feared they might not live to see that day, because right now, they truly cannot hold on any longer. The funding issues that have plagued them for months are on the verge of collapse, and they have tried every possible solution. But it was all in vain. Unless a breakthrough in technology occurs or new funding comes in, both possibilities are almost negligible. This company has confirmed it is on the brink of bankruptcy. Regret it? Lu Jing asked Wu Jing with a bitter smile. No regrets, just unwillingness. Wu Jing covered his face with his hands and took a deep breath. I just received a call from an entertainment company saying they want to discuss a project with us. It might be an opportunity, Lu Jing said with a hint of expectation. It's useless, it's just a dying struggle. Unless the fundamental issues are resolved, we are only prolonging the inevitable. Wu Jing sighed again. Lu Jing fell silent, clearly aware of this reality. The two men in the office fell into silence, and the atmosphere gradually became somber. Just then, the office phone suddenly rang. Lu Jing glanced at it and instinctively pressed the answer button. Immediately, the voice of the secretary came through the speaker. Mr. Lu, there is someone at the front desk who says they want to discuss a collaboration, but it seems they don't have an appointment. Would you like to see them? Chapter 31 I Want Control. Upon hearing the secretary's words from the landline, Lu Jing and Wu Jing exchanged glances. Who is it? Lu Jing asked. He claims to be from Changfeng Media, but the front desk said he arrived on a small donkey. It's hard to tell if it's true, especially with so many debt collectors coming around lately. Changfeng Media? Is that the entertainment company you mentioned, old Lu? Wu Jing's face showed a hint of curiosity. If he is really here to discuss a project, he should at least be someone of project-level stature. A project manager arriving on a small donkey? Not sure. Let us go take a look. Lu Jing greeted the secretary and then stood up to check outside, not directly letting anyone into the office. The company's situation had been too complicated recently. Just yesterday, some debt collectors posing as partners had come, and they had been stuck in the office for half the day without being able to leave. Lu Jing thought it best to check it out first. If anything unusual happened, they could respond promptly. Moreover, if the person really was from Changfeng Media, it was only polite to go out and greet him. Let us go together. Wu Jing stood up as well. The two exchanged glances and walked out of the office together. Meanwhile, in the lobby of Chuangshe Xinjia Company, Lu Li was standing in the reception area, looking at some promotional posters nearby, which mostly detailed the company's development history and the future prospects of its main project, 3D printing technology. Lu Li had previously gotten a rough understanding of the company through Lu Weiming, and upon arriving, he had a decent impression of Chuangshe's office building. The interior design of the company was quite tech-savvy, with some finished products of 3D printing displayed prominently in the lobby. He could see them immediately upon entering. He also knew that several companies were experiencing some operational issues. However, observing the state of the employees, they did not seem as negative as he had anticipated. Since he walked in, the reception and the employees' work attitude had been quite good. This indicated that the company's leadership had a good grip on employee morale, suggesting that such a leader must be capable. Lu Li did not wait too long in the lobby. Soon, two middle-aged men walked out quickly. Lu Jing and Wu Jing instinctively glanced at the small donkey parked outside before approaching Lu Li without further hesitation. Hello, I'm Lu Jing, the general manager of Chuangshe. This is my partner, Wu Jing. Are you Manager Lu from Changfeng Media? Lu Jing reached out to shake hands with Lu Li and asked. At this moment, Lu Li also took a look at the two executives of Chuangshe. Although both men wore smiles and were warm and polite in their social interactions, it was evident that perhaps due to the company's current situation, there was an unavoidable hint of fatigue and worry in their eyes. It seemed that the company's situation was worse than he had imagined. Lu Li smiled and shook his head, introducing himself. I am Lu Li, Manager Lu. Lu Jing was taken aback for a moment. Previously, when he was on the phone with Lu Weiming, he heard that the new president of the company would also be coming. But he never expected that the person in front of him was actually the president Lu mentioned by Lu Weiming. Who could have imagined this? The president of such a large entertainment media company actually came riding a small donkey to discuss a project? This was simply outrageous. Beside them, Wu Jing noticed Lu Jing's expression and quickly realized what was happening. They had worked together for many years, often understanding each other with just a glance. He quickly thought that this person named Lu Li must have an impressive background. At this moment, Wu Jing didn't even think about why such a big shot would come riding a small donkey to do business. He hurried forward and said, "President Lu, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's go inside and sit down." Neither of them doubted Lu Li's identity because they indeed had contacts with the media company. And if someone had come to collect debts, there would be no need to keep pretending at this point. Lu Jian also realized what was happening and nodded, saying, "Exactly. President Lu, please come in. We have been waiting for you." However, he added, "Didn't Manager Lu say he would come too?" Lu Li followed the two as they walked towards the meeting room and said, "Lu Weiming is probably still stuck in traffic." Upon hearing this, Lu Jian and Wu Qin couldn't help but exchange glances. In each other's eyes, they saw a hint of confusion. This President Lu had a rather unique style of doing things, which was quite unexpected. The three quickly arrived at the meeting room. After Lu Jian brewed some tea and poured a cup for Lu Li, he cautiously asked, "President Lu, Manager Lu mentioned earlier that you came to learn about 3D printing technology and projects. Could you specify what exactly you need?" Lu Li took a sip of tea and suddenly smiled, saying, "Gentlemen, I won't beat around the bush. I've already learned about your company's situation, and it seems there are some financial issues, am I right?" Hearing this, both Lu Jian and Wu Qin's expressions changed slightly. They initially thought Lu Li was here to discuss business, but it seemed there was more to it than that. Realizing this, Lu Jian's expression became more serious. "President Lu, are you implying that? Don't get me wrong, I mean no offense. I was just thinking that perhaps we could cooperate to help your company get out of its current predicament." Lu Li's harmless smile made it impossible to discern his true intentions. The two executives exchanged glances again, both showing signs of hesitation. After pondering for a moment, Wu Qin spoke up, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. "President Lu, are you suggesting that you want to lend a hand to the company?" In the company, Wu Qin was mainly responsible for technology and finance. Hearing Lu Li mention a way to solve their company's difficulties while also bringing up financial issues, he naturally thought that Lu Li wanted to invest in their company. Although he felt a bit tempted, he knew that since Lu Li brought this up, it surely wouldn't be charity. They would have to pay a price. As for what that price would be, he already had a faint premonition in his heart. Lu Li nodded non-committally, giving an affirmative answer. "What price do we have to pay?" At this moment, Lu Jian also figured it out. Although Lu was here to discuss a project, his intentions were far from simple. "I want the controlling stake in the new world." Lu Li continued to smile as he stated his conditions. Upon hearing this, both Lu Jian and Wu Qin's expressions changed dramatically. Chapter 32. You misunderstand. "I don't plan to invest money, Mr. Lu. This condition of yours is not very realistic, right?" The atmosphere in the meeting room became somewhat tense, and Lu Jian directly questioned him. Wu Qin, on the other hand, was less patient. Hearing that Lu Li wanted to take away the company they had worked hard to build, especially during their most difficult times, felt like a robbery to him. The new world was the result of their years of hard work. How could it be taken away so easily? This Mr. Lu was being too presumptuous. No, it could even be said to be excessive. "Mr. Lu, if you want to take our hard work just for a bit of investment, then there's no need to discuss further. If it's just an investment, we can accept that. The new world indeed needs a capital injection. However, that doesn't mean we will sell the company cheaply." Wu Qin's tone was already tinged with anger. If it weren't for Lu Li's calm demeanor and lack of any excessive actions, he would have lost his temper long ago and wouldn't still be sitting there. Lu Jian stood up and held back the agitated Wu Qin, looking at Lu Li. "Mr. Lu, if you really just want to discuss investment, please show some sincerity. Otherwise, we won't have anything to discuss." Lu Jian and Wu Qin both understood that while Lu Li's investment was certainly important, as long as the core issues of the company remained unresolved, everything else was meaningless. Without a technological breakthrough, the company's future development would always be limited. Now, Lu Li simply wanted to take the controlling stake for a bit of money, which was impossible. They would rather see the company collapse in their hands than give it away for a small sum. "You may have misunderstood." Seeing the two of them agitated, Lu Li quickly reacted and said with some helplessness, "I don't plan to invest money in your company." "Don't plan to invest money?" Lu Jian and Wu Qin were momentarily stunned. Then, Wu Qin completely lost it. "So you mean, you don't even want to spend money, yet you want to take our company?" "Mr. Lu, if you're just here to humiliate us, there's no need for that." Lu Jian's expression also turned cold. "You know the situation of the new world. It's really unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Lu Li realized that the two had probably completely misunderstood him. He was not anxious. He just sighed lightly. Gentlemen, I certainly can't take your company without any effort. He took out a USB drive from his pocket and placed it on the table, continuing. What I mean is equity through technology. The system's cutting-edge technology includes complete 3D printing capabilities, and it can already achieve multi-material, high-precision, and multi-scenario printing. The advanced printing technology that can even produce giant planetary engines is enough for Lu Li to decide to acquire a company that is still in its early stages of development. His words left the two executives stunned once again. They stared at the USB drive on the table, and their initial anger and excitement gradually cooled down. However, Wu Jing instinctively felt disbelief rise within him. Mr. Liu, are you saying that the technology in this USB drive is worth enough to acquire our company? Do you think we are fools? Wu Jing, who oversees the technical aspects of the company, was well aware of the cutting-edge 3D printing technology. Their R&D department was not lacking in technical expertise nationwide. Now, an executive from an entertainment company suddenly presented a USB drive, claiming it contained technology valuable enough to save or even acquire their company. To him, it was simply absurd. Lu Li did not rebut. He merely pointed at the USB drive on the table and said, "The facts are right here. You'll know whether this technology is valuable enough just by looking at it. I believe Mr. Wu has the ability to discern." After saying this, Lu Li smiled at Wu Jing. At this moment, Wu Jing furrowed his brows tightly. However, Lu Jian felt that something was amiss. Lu Li's demeanor was too calm and composed, as if he had a trump card that gave him absolute confidence, showing no concern for others' doubts. Could it be that this USB drive really contained cutting-edge technology related to 3D printing? Thinking of this, his heart tightened. Now, regardless of whether Lu Li's words were true or not, he felt it was necessary to take a look. Mr. Liu, let's proceed as you suggested and confirm. After saying this, he turned to Wu Jing with a knowing look. Although Wu Jing still had doubts, he didn't want to say anything further at this point. He stood up and coldly said, "Then let's go confirm it with the R&D department." With that, he walked directly toward the meeting room door. Lu Li smiled, picked up the USB drive, and followed him without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Lu Jian became more certain of his suspicions. This Mr. Liu couldn't be joking with them. If the USB drive really contained technology that could change the landscape of the 3D printing field, then the company truly had a chance at salvation. With this thought, a spark of excitement ignited within him, and he eagerly followed out of the meeting room. The three of them exited the office building and drove directly to the production workshop of the company. Their R&D trial department was located there. Just 5 minutes after they left, Lu Weiming arrived at the front of the office building in his car. He glanced at Lu Li's small vehicle parked at the entrance, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Subsequently, he hurriedly walked into the building. However, just 2 minutes later, Lu Weiming came back out, accompanied by an employee from the company. The two quickly got into Lu Weiming's car and left again. Inside the car, Lu Weiming was at a loss for words. He hurried but still couldn't catch up with the boss. Just as he arrived at the destination, the boss had already left. As a subordinate, he felt a bit anxious. He had been trailing behind during business discussions, always one step behind. If the boss were to hold him accountable, it would be frustrating. This old vehicle really couldn't keep up, and he felt it was time for an upgrade. He must align himself with the boss. With this thought, Lu Weiming unconsciously pressed the accelerator and increased his speed. Chapter 33. This is my sincerity. Here is your production workshop. It's quite spacious. About 10 minutes later, Lu Jian and Wu Jing drove to a production area with Lu Li, which was roughly 3 kilometers from the headquarters of the company. The white workshops were neatly arranged in front, with a sci-fi architectural style that looked refreshing and impressive in the area. The construction of these workshops also utilized 3D printing technology, which serves as our company's production base, and the R&D department's laboratory is also set up here. Lu Jian introduced to Lu Li. Wu Jing, who had just gotten out of the car, also spoke up. "Mr. Liu, I hope the technology you mentioned can truly satisfy our R&D personnel rather than waste our time here." Wu Jing clearly still had doubts about the technology on the USB drive and was hoping to discourage Lu Li. It should be satisfactory. Lu Li smiled and wasn't bothered by Wu Jing's attitude. To be honest, with this technology, he could easily start his own company. However, he had too many concerns at the moment. Establishing a sufficiently large 3D printing company that could be operational immediately was not something that could be accomplished overnight, especially with funding issues. That's why he was considering directly acquiring a company. Of course, the most important thing was to avoid spending money. He really was short on funds. "Let's go," We'll head inside first. Lu Jing, who was in charge of business, was quite adept at social matters. Noticing the tension in their tones, he timely redirected their focus. Under Lu Jing's lead, Lu Li walked into the production workshop of the company. The scale of this production workshop was indeed impressive, with 4 workshops alone. These workshops were connected in pairs, with an office area in the middle, and many machines were operating inside. The mechanical arms of those machines moved quickly, producing one product after another right before Lu Li's eyes, which was quite pleasing to watch. If some core technical issues of 3D printing could be resolved, this achievement could truly be considered a groundbreaking technology that would transform the manufacturing landscape. Soon, Lu Jing and Wu Jing brought Lu Li to the R&D department laboratory located in the center of the workshops. Inside, several researchers in dust-proof suits and masks were busy working. Lu Jing did not disturb them, but instead led Lu Li directly to the R&D department's office, where others were already waiting. Mr. Lu, Mr. Wu, you're here. In the office, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat approached several people. There were a few other researchers in the office, all busy at their computers. When the newcomers arrived, they merely glanced up before returning to their work, clearly accustomed to the presence of Lu Jing and Wu Jing. However, the arrival of Lu Li caught their attention, prompting them to look a bit longer. The middle-aged man in the lab coat, who was one of the executives, tentatively asked why the 2 executives were here today, but his gaze unconsciously shifted towards Lu Li. He seemed to have guessed that the reason Lu Jing and Wu Jing were here might be related to Lu Li. At that moment, Wu Jing's gaze also turned to Lu Li. Mr. Lu, is it convenient for you to show Manager Zhang that document? Lu Jing quickly asked, fearing that Wu Jing might say something inappropriate. The man in the white lab coat was Zhang Weixin, the head of the research department at Changfeng, responsible for the technical developments, and even Wu Jing was not as knowledgeable as he was in this area. The reason for bringing Lu Li here was also due to him. Lu Jing and Wu Jing believed that if Manager Zhang recognized Lu Li's technology, there would be little room for debate. Of course, Lu Li replied without hesitation, pulling out a USB drive. This USB contains cutting-edge technological materials in the field of 3D printing, the value of which is enough to acquire our company. Please take a look, Wu Jing said nonchalantly. Remember to examine it closely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weixin instinctively paused. Materials that could potentially acquire the company. Changfeng had always placed great importance on technological research and development, and their technology was among the best in the country. If these materials had a value that matched an acquisition of Changfeng, it would mean they represented the forefront of research achievements in 3D printing technology. Thinking this, he quickly took the USB drive from Lu Li's hand without saying a word and turned to a computer to begin reviewing it. Lu Li remained calm, unconcerned that Zhang Weixin would pull any tricks. With MOC present, even if they secretly backed up the technical materials, it would be impossible to keep them. Are you really showing the latest technology to our tech personnel like this? Lu Jing couldn't help but glance at Lu Li. This is my sincerity. Lu Li smiled. Hearing this, Lu Jing fell silent. Meanwhile, Wu Jing had already walked over to Zhang Weixin's side, on the other side of the office. Several researchers had also heard the conversation between Lu Li and the others. They exchanged glances, then began to whisper among themselves. Did Mr. Wu just say that Mr. Lu brought the most advanced technological achievements? Is that for real? Who is he? And how could he casually bring such cutting-edge 3D printing technology? If he really had those materials, why would he come here? From what they said, it seems like Mr. Lu wants to acquire our company. I don't believe it anyway. We've been working hard here for so long without breaking through the existing technological barriers. If there were really such good news, it wouldn't be our turn, right? Why don't we go take a look? A few researchers seemed a bit restless and instinctively stood up. Seeing that neither Lu Jing nor Lu Li stopped them, they quickly walked toward Zhang Weixin, including the researcher who had just expressed disbelief. At this moment, everyone in the office had gathered around Zhang Weixin, their eyes fixated on the newly opened document on the computer. Lu Jing smiled awkwardly at Lu Li. Now, only he and Lu Li remained standing in place. The atmosphere in the quiet office inevitably felt a bit awkward. Lu Li, however, seemed unaffected. He casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Lu Jing finally remembered to get a glass of water for Lu Li and hurried to the water dispenser to bring him a cup. Chapter 34. To hear the Tao in the morning is to die content in the evening. As time went by, the expressions of the people around Zhang Weixin gradually became serious. Even Wu Jing was no exception, his eyes showing a hint of astonishment. This was the latest synthesis method for polymer materials, an optimized improvement for the molten deposition modeling printer nozzle, breakthrough technology for UV-cured 3D printing, and the latest formulas for solvents and diluents. Zhang Weixin unconsciously murmured softly, his serious expression gradually turning into surprise, then into ecstatic joy, and finally, he began to tremble slightly. This was not just the most advanced technology at present. It was a breakthrough direction and detailed experimental data for the core technology of future 3D printing. He couldn't help but exclaim, his face filled with disbelief. You must know that so far, even globally, Zhang Weixin had not heard of any country achieving a breakthrough in core technology in the field of 3D printing. This involved many insurmountable obstacles, with materials being the top priority. Without developing new types of polymer materials suitable for 3D printing, everything would be in vain. And this had always been the problem that their research department was striving to overcome. Yet this document contained the latest synthesis methods for polymer materials. And not just one. There was also temperature control technology for the molten deposition modeling printer nozzle and a perfect solution for the layer effect caused by UV-cured printing technology, which allowed printing precision to reach levels far surpassing current technology. All these problems that could not be solved in current research were addressed in this document, achieving a comprehensive breakthrough in 3D printing technology. How could this be possible? Even the latest research results from abroad were definitely not as detailed as this document. Moreover, many breakthroughs in technology were simply not achievable at this stage. However, the information was right in front of Zhang Weixin, with all the data being very complete. The latest methods for synthesizing polymer materials were broken down in detail at almost every step. This meant that with this information, the company could immediately achieve a comprehensive technological breakthrough and, in a short time, be at the forefront of the industry, leading globally. Thinking of this, Zhang Weixin's eyes unexpectedly glistened with emotion. After years of researching 3D printing technology, this information felt as significant to him as the Bible is to Christians, or a monk's obsession with seeking the truth. This was the truth he had pursued all his life. To hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening is worth it, Zhang Weixin murmured, trembling as he stood up from his computer and looked at Lu Li. At that moment, the expressions of several researchers behind him were also filled with shock. Although they couldn't fully understand the information, they all knew one thing. This information represented the most advanced 3D printing technology in the world. And this technical data had inexplicably appeared before them. The previous doubts and disbelief seemed laughable at this moment. It was actually real. Incredible. Who exactly is this Mr. Lu? How could he obtain such information? The researchers couldn't help but look at Lu Li. As for Wu Jing, he was utterly stunned. There is always a way out. He stared blankly at the dense data on the computer, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, a storm of emotions rising within him. He understood better than anyone the significance of this information and how desperately the company needed this technology. With this technology, the company could instantly turn the situation around, applying for patents and then using them to secure bank loans. Once they had this, the company would achieve a real breakthrough. From the moment this technology reached their hands, they would quickly leap ahead, leading the world in the field of 3D printing, known globally. Such a huge opportunity, one he had never even dared to dream of, had just fallen into their laps. Mr. Lu struggled to voice his thoughts, looking at Lu Li with a complex and anxious expression. I'm sorry, I was too self-righteous. At that moment, Wu Jing was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself for his earlier attitude towards Lu Li, feeling utterly childish and ridiculous. Lu Li, having just taken a sip of water, set his cup down and smiled after hearing Wu Jing's words. So, have you verified the authenticity of this information? He stood up and walked toward Zhang Weixin and the others. Behind him, Lu Jian was completely bewildered. Seeing the expressions of Wu Jing and the others, he finally understood. The technology in that information was indeed real. Overwhelmed with joy, he hurriedly followed Lu Li to the computer where Zhang Weixin and the others were. At that moment, Lu Li calmly unplugged the USB drive from the computer. Wait, the USB drive hasn't been ejected yet. Zhang Weixin was startled, and just as he reached for the mouse, Lu Li had already pulled out the USB drive. This scene caused Zhang Weixin and several researchers to feel a wave of anxiety. Pulling out the USB drive like that. What if the data inside gets damaged? Don't worry, I have a backup. Lu Li smiled, feeling somewhat emotional at their reactions. All the data had been exported from the system. He could generate as many copies as he wanted, and was not concerned about whether this particular copy would be damaged. However, the others were unaware of this. They only knew that the value of this data was more important than their own lives. Even if pulling out the USB drive only had a slight chance of corrupting the files, they were not willing to take the risk. When Luli mentioned that he had backups, they finally felt relieved. Of course, with such valuable data, how could there not be a backup? They were just overly concerned and had instinctively forgotten that point. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly earlier. At this moment, Wu Jing had calmed down. He exchanged a glance with Lu Jian and then gritted his teeth, saying, regarding the matter of your technical investment and acquisition, it concerns the future development and survival of the company, so we must be cautious. Therefore, please understand. I understand. Luli nodded with a smile. He truly understood this matter. It was the most basic cautious attitude required by a business operator and reflected the two men's adherence to their principles, which was entirely reasonable. If these two were willing to grasp at straws and gamble everything, he would think less of them. If they were that kind of person, they wouldn't deserve to be by his side. After hearing Lu Li's words, Wu Jing felt a sigh of relief in his heart. However, he still had some doubts. Although we have verified the content of this data, whether the specific data can pass the test still requires further experimentation. So can we. Before Wu Jing could finish his sentence, Lu Li took over. No problem. Don't you have machines? Just test it with the existing conditions. I have a data model diagram here. You can use it for testing. Saying this, Lu Li handed the USB drive back to Zhang Weixin. Chapter 35. Actually, we can discuss the acquisition first. Zhang Weixin's eyes lit up, his face filled with a look of reverence as he took back the USB drive, which he treated like a treasure with evident excitement in his eyes. Old Wu, actually, we can discuss the acquisition issue first. At this moment, Lu Jian looked at Lu Li with a somewhat awkward expression. No, we must test. Lu Li and Wu Qing's voices echoed simultaneously, and even Zhang Weixin opened his mouth, although his response came a beat late, so he didn't manage to say it together. Having the opportunity to witness the latest technology verification in person, how could Zhang Weixin not be excited? He even wanted to personally test the feasibility of these technologies more than anyone else. In this way, even if these technologies didn't leave in the end, he would have no regrets. Seeing the attitudes of the three, Lu Jian nodded in a daze. He could understand that Wu Jing and Zhang Weixin wanted to test. Lu Li, why do you insist on testing? Lu Li glanced at him and said, I don't want you to come to me with doubts. So feel free to test the accuracy of this data. I can wait. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jing eagerly bowed to Lu Li. Then, he quickly walked toward the laboratory with Zhang Weixin. The laboratory in the production workshop is equipped with the most advanced 3D printers and data modeling servers. There, it will be sufficient to test the results of some technologies stored on the USB drive. Let us go take a look, Lu Li suggested. He was quite interested in these technologies and wouldn't miss the chance to see them in person. Sure, Mr. Liu. Lu Jian quickly led the way. A few other researchers in the office also followed eagerly, making their way to the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, Wu Jing had already changed into a lab coat. He originally came from a technical background, so no one found it strange. At that moment, Zhang Weixin had started importing the data models from the USB drive into the laboratory server. Watching the progress bar, his hands involuntarily tightened. Among the data he was importing, besides the model diagram mentioned by Lu Li, there were also the synthesis formulas for the polymer materials needed to print this model diagram. Soon, a new polymer material would be synthesized in his hands. This included the optimized photo-curing stereolithography method. If this experiment succeeded, it would indicate that the information on the USB drive was completely accurate, leaving no room for dispute. In the laboratory, all the researchers felt a bit tense after hearing about this task. They occasionally looked over at Zhang Weixin and then at the isolation glass, where Lu Li stood. The researchers clearly understood the situation. Their gazes toward Lu Li were filled with curiosity and, more importantly, surprise. Lu Li calmly stood in the break area next to the laboratory, his curious eyes scanning all the equipment inside. Although he didn't understand most of it, he felt an inexplicable sense of admiration. It was evident that the laboratory of the new era had considerable strength. Just the investment in this scientific equipment must have been substantial. Wu Jing and his team indeed placed great importance on technology. Just then, the door to the break room opened. Mr. Liu, I'm sorry I'm late. Lu Weiming's voice came from the doorway, tinged with a hint of anxiety and fear as he quickly apologized to Lu Li. I told you, your car is too slow. Lu Li chuckled. not pursuing Lu Wei-ming's tardiness, as he had already anticipated this situation. It wasn't entirely Lu Wei-ming's fault. The traffic in Jiangzhou was to blame. The congestion during peak hours was unbearable. Yes, Mr. Lu, don't worry, I'll change that old car tomorrow. Lu Wei-ming gritted his teeth, determined to express his loyalty at that moment. Everything should align with the boss's expectations. This is Manager Lu, right? Lu Jian also realized this and approached Lu Wei-ming, politely shaking hands. Sorry, Mr. Lu, I'm late. Lu Wei had clearly done his homework. Before Lu Jian could introduce himself, he recognized him. No problem. Our conversation with General Lu went very smoothly. Lu Jian smiled at Lu Li. Lu Li nodded in agreement. Lu Wei-ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and smiled apologetically. At that moment, he felt a bit confused. From the way the two spoke, it seemed that the collaboration was about to be finalized. What had happened during this time? How could things progress so quickly? He had only been delayed by a little over 20 minutes. Was a deal about to be struck? He was aware of the financial situation of Xingqian and knew that Lu Li could not offer a significant amount for the acquisition of Chuangshe Xinjia. Yet the current situation was beyond his expectations. In just these 20 minutes, how had General Lu managed to achieve this? Lu Weiming couldn't help but glance at Lu Li again. Meanwhile, Lu Li's attention had already shifted to the laboratory. Soon, Zhang Weixin had uploaded the latest data model and material formulas to the server, and the entire lab was humming softly as it began to operate. Inside the material testing chamber, the base materials were being broken down into their most basic molecules under extremely high centrifugal force, following the latest polymer synthesis methods. Subsequently, they began to rearrange and combine according to the predetermined equations. A brand new polymer material was taking shape. Meanwhile, the light-curing 3D printing machine was also ready. The data model provided by Lu Li had been pre-input into the program list, and once the materials in the testing chamber were synthesized, they could be directly transferred here to start the printing process. At this moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the rapidly operating material testing chamber. Even Lu Weiming, who had just arrived and was still trying to grasp the situation, felt the tense atmosphere and dared not ask any questions. As time passed, the atmosphere of tension gradually reached its peak. Whether it was the researchers like Wu Jing in the lab or Lu Jian and others in the lounge, they couldn't help but clench their fists, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads from the pressure. Finally, after a soft sound, the indicator light on the material testing chamber turned green. This sound stirred everyone's hearts. Then, an uncontrollable wave of joy burst forth from their chests. The basic data of the new material was confirmed to be accurate. Strength requirements met. Plasticity requirements met. Physical destruction tests passed. Voices echoed continuously in the laboratory. As these announcements were made, the expressions on everyone's faces shifted from tension to relief, smiles gradually blooming on their faces. Chapter 36. I want to print a real city. We did it. We really did it. A new polymer material has been synthesized in our hands, and its cost is lower than most current materials, making mass production completely feasible. Suddenly, I felt like crying. After all these years, we have finally waited for this day. A group of researchers can hardly contain their excitement. Some are joyfully embracing each other, while others are high-fiving, and some even have tears welling up in their eyes. A new type of polymer material has been synthesized. These individuals seem to have witnessed history. No, they have created history. The emergence of this material is bound to bring about a revolutionary change in the entire 3D printing field. With the strength and toughness of this molecular material, it can be used in various industries, including construction. Building houses, constructing skyscrapers, and even creating complex structures can all be accomplished with this material, eliminating previous concerns about strength. According to the preliminary test data, buildings printed with this material can withstand the elements for years, even during typhoons and floods. This is undoubtedly a transformative leap in 3D printing materials technology. Most importantly, the successful synthesis and testing of this material indicate that the equations and data provided by Lu Li are correct. Since they are correct, the optimization methods for light-curing 3D printing and other core technologies recorded on the USB drive are also unlikely to have issues. From this moment on, their validation has effectively been confirmed. The technology proposed by Lu Li has proven to be flawless through testing. Whether in data or core technical breakthroughs, everything is real. The company is saved. This outcome left Wu Qin in the lab and Lu Jian in the lounge stunned. their eyes reddening as they struggled to contain their excitement and joy. Although they had previously speculated that the technical data would likely not have any issues, the feeling of validation now felt like a rebirth, something that everyone present could hardly comprehend. "Boss, what is going on with them?" In the lounge, Lu Weiming, who had been standing next to Lu Li, unable to contain his curiosity, finally spoke up softly. "Well, they must be very happy." Lu Li smiled. Lu Weiming frowned slightly, as if thinking of something, and leaned closer to Lu Li to whisper, "Mr. Lu, given the situation, it seems they have developed some new material. If we propose to acquire their company now, won't it be more difficult?" Hearing this, Lu Li turned and looked at Lu Weiming meaningfully. "It shouldn't be a problem." "Who knows?" Lu Weiming's eyes showed concern. "I learned earlier that their company's structure and management are quite good. But the biggest issue has been the inability to break through their core technology. In simple terms, they have been dragged down by technical problems. Now that they have made a breakthrough in their material synthesis technology, it might resolve their current predicament, so this acquisition could be more complicated." After listening to these words, a more pronounced smile appeared on Lu Li's face. "Mr. Lu, how can you still be smiling?" Lu Weiming felt a bit helpless. "Don't worry, it's not a big deal." Lu Li remained calm and replied. Just then, Lu Jian's voice suddenly came through. "Mr. Lu, we can discuss the acquisition now." Without waiting for the other side to finish, Lu Li smiled and pointed to the lab. At this moment, Wu Jing had also walked out of the lab, having changed out of his lab coat. "I think there's no need to wait any longer." Wu Jing's voice echoed at the door. "Mr. Lu, the technology you provided has no issues. We have already validated the results." Hearing this, Lu Li simply nodded gently. Meanwhile, Lu Weiming was stunned. The technology provided by Mr. Lu? He looked at Wu Jing in confusion, then turned his gaze to Lu Li, his face full of surprise. From Wu Jing's words, it seemed that the technology tested in the lab just now was given by Mr. Lu. But how could this be possible? Where did Mr. Lu get these technical materials? Wasn't the Lu family involved in entertainment? At this moment, Lu Weiming felt completely lost. He had just mentioned to Lu Li that the new technology developed by a certain company might impact the acquisition. But now it turned out that the technology belonged to his own boss. And the boss had known all along, but just didn't say anything. It turned out he was the only fool all along. In that instant, Lu Weiming was completely dumbfounded. At the same time, he was filled with shock. He couldn't understand where Lu Li had obtained these high-tech materials. Everything happening before him had exceeded his comprehension. Ever since Lu Li took over the company, he felt that the young Mr. Lu seemed somewhat different from before, but the superficial differences didn't necessarily mean anything. It could just be an act. But now, Lu Li had become mysterious in his eyes. The events of this period had made him feel that his boss had an inscrutable quality. Not only this time, but also when the two vice presidents were suddenly taken away by the police. And when the two board members suddenly announced their withdrawal from the media company, transferring all their shares. Until now, Lu Weiming realized he could no longer see through his boss at all. At this moment, Wu Jing, who had just walked into the break room, paid no attention to Lu Weiming's inner turmoil and looked directly at Lu Li with determination. "Mr. Lu, let's talk about the acquisition." At this time, the technology that Lu Li provided had completely won over Wu Jing. With his technical background, he understood even more that for the company to continue to survive, they must rely on Lu Li, and the data on that USB drive represented the future of the entire company. Therefore, there was no more hesitation. Even if Lu Li wanted to take all the shares of the company, as long as he didn't kick him out, he was willing to continue working for Lu Li, managing the company as an employee, because he knew that with this technological support, their goals would be limitless. Leading the nation was inevitable, and they could even lead the world, becoming the frontrunners in the 3D printing field. The future of the company would reach unprecedented heights. They would become the navigators of this era. After reaching the summit, Wu Jing felt an overwhelming excitement just at the thought of it. Although it was very likely that this company would no longer belong to him in the future, his dream could continue in another way, until he climbed to the highest peak. If that day ever came, he would have no regrets. At this moment, Lu Jian was also looking at Lu Li, his gaze equally resolute. His thoughts were the same as Wu Jing's. Since they couldn't reach the highest peak with the new world they had created, they would find another way. Following Lu Li, they would create a shared glory together. Lacking ability was not frightening. What was frightening was knowing that something was unattainable, yet choosing to walk a path to the end. Since they had already seen the road ahead, there was no need to look back at the scenery behind them. President Lu. Both of them turned their attention to Lu Li. However, at that moment, Lu Li was not focused on them. Don't rush. Let's talk once my model is ready. Lu Li's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at the laboratory. Seeing this, Lu Jian and Wu Qin felt helpless. Now, it was not Lu Li who was anxious, but them. They could only suppress their impatience and redirect their focus back to the laboratory. At this time, the researchers in the lab had also calmed down and returned their attention to the operation station. With the new materials synthesized and passing inspections, those polymer materials were now being fed into the light-curing 3D printer. The machine, optimized for the program, sprang to life. Whoosh! Under the control of digital signals, the polymer materials in the printer's working chamber were instantly compressed into droplets, which were sprayed out to designated locations under pressure. Meanwhile, specially modulated ultraviolet light simultaneously cured the polymer materials, and the model on the operation station was rapidly taking shape at a visibly fast speed. A faint blue light flickered in the laboratory, and as the light flashed, the printed model continued to grow, gradually revealing its contours. Overall, it seemed to resemble a city. There were roads, pools, low-rise buildings, and the outlines of large structures being gradually outlined, appearing very spectacular, with a design filled with a sense of technology. Is President Lu trying to print a city model? Lu Jian's voice rang out again. However, Lu Li shook his head slowly. No, not a model. I want to create a real city. A city that countless people will go crazy for. Chapter 37, Space Elevator. Printing a city. Hearing Lu Li's words, the few people in the lounge were stunned. They instinctively looked towards the city model still being printed in the laboratory, roughly estimating the scale of the city based on the model. The conclusion left them speechless. If built according to this model, the total area of the city would probably reach 10 square kilometers, an area that was almost equivalent to a real city. No, President Lu, why do you want to build such a large city? You're not trying to emulate the ancients and claim land as your own, are you? Wu Qin couldn't help but voice his shock. What are you thinking? Lu Li was speechless. What do you mean by this? Lu Jian's heart was also trembling. He knew that Lu Li should be an ambitious person, but he never expected him to think this big. Does he even realize what he is saying? The investment and costs involved in printing a city. Hasn't he thought about that? You're joking, right, Mr. Lu? Lu Weiming was completely bewildered, even stuttering. He looked at Lu Li with a mix of fear and disbelief, unable to comprehend where the boss got the confidence to even think about such things. Starry Media doesn't have the funds right now. Even if they acquire the company, it was originally on the brink of collapse. How could he come up with the idea of printing a city? I'm not joking. Lu Li spoke calmly. You all know about the project The Wandering Earth, right? He glanced at the few people in front of him. Lu Weiming instinctively nodded. It was a key project of his company, after all. Lu Jian and Wu Qin also nodded slightly. After Lu Weiming contacted them earlier, they looked into Starry Media and naturally learned about the impending film. I plan to name this city Wandering Earth City. Most of the filming will take place here, and this city will also be a landmark project after the rebirth of the company. In the future, it will undoubtedly become a project that attracts global attention. Mr. Lu, Mr. Wu, you should be able to imagine the impact this city will have on the company if it can be built. Our starting point for leading the global 3D printing field will be Wandering Earth City. Unconsciously, Lu Li had already regarded the two executives of the company as his own, as the acquisition was basically a done deal. The remaining issue was just a matter of equity redistribution. Therefore, there was no need for Lu Li to hide his upcoming plans. Listening to Lu Li, Lu Jian and Wu Qin were both astonished. What great ambition and audacity. The company hasn't even been acquired yet, and he has already planned the next steps. Perhaps Mr. Lu was convinced from the very beginning that the acquisition would surely happen. But this plan is truly extravagant. At that moment, both Lu Jian and Wu Qin felt that Lu Li must be insane. Yet for some reason, the blood in their chests began to boil uncontrollably. If this project could really be accomplished, the company would certainly be known worldwide, even becoming a revered presence in the industry. Lu Jian murmured to himself. The plan, though crazy, was indeed very appealing. Wu Qin also struggled to speak. Watching this scene, Lu Weiming felt utterly dazed. In front of him were a group of madmen. They really dared to think about such things. However, at this moment, Lu Jian suddenly changed his tone. The risks of this project are still too great. Not to mention what happens after it's completed. Just from the current perspective, how will we solve the funding issue? Even if we can resolve the funding problem, have you, Mr. Lu, considered whether we can recoup our investment or even make a profit once the project is completed? Surely you don't think that the investment in building the city can be recovered with just one movie, right? It's not that it can't be done. But even if this city is built, it won't necessarily be profitable. He actually didn't want to dampen their spirits, but the reality was right there. These issues are unavoidable and are even the most basic ones. If this project begins construction, there will definitely be more complex problems to solve. After all, we are talking about building a real city. There are so many aspects involved in this. The issue of capital recovery shouldn't be too difficult. Lu Li thought for a moment, a characteristic smile appearing on his face. If Liang Chao were here, he would definitely be able to see the meaning behind this smile. Lu Li had the same smile when discussing the script with Wu Jing before. Lu Li pointed to the city model in the center of the laboratory, which had already taken shape and was now undergoing detail refinement. Look, this city is not a modern city in the true sense, but rather a fusion of future city concepts and various landscape elements. The initial idea was to build it for filming, so the design of this city incorporates many scene elements, primarily featuring a post-apocalyptic wasteland style, along with military bases, underground cities, and ruined buildings. If you look closely, doesn't this city resemble a giant film base and amusement park? Hearing Lu Li say this, Lu Jian and the others instinctively looked at the model in the laboratory. They were surprised to find that, as the model was refined, it really did look like what Lu Li described. The city initially appeared magnificent and grand, complemented by some sci-fi inspired buildings, such as military bases and large drone landing pads. The model initially gave off an impressive yet vague feeling. But now, as the model gradually improved and most of the scenes had been revealed, there were indeed underground cities and ruined buildings, as he mentioned. Hey, what's that? At this moment, Wu Qin suddenly noticed a building being printed by the machine. This building looked peculiar, with its overall structure resembling ropes extending towards the sky. The details on top were still being printed and hadn't fully emerged yet. However, it was clear that this building was very tall, even giving off a feeling of reaching into the clouds. That's a space elevator. Lu Li's voice rang out clearly, filled with a hint of restrained excitement. Space elevator. Upon hearing this term, Lu Jian and the others were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances. Chapter 38. Lying down to collect tickets and become a billionaire. Mr. Lu, is the space elevator you mentioned the one I'm thinking of? Wu Qin asked with some difficulty. The term space elevator is something everyone present has heard of, and even if they haven't, they could probably guess its purpose just by the name. That's why Wu Qin thinks he must have misheard. To him, this idea seems utterly fanciful. It's exactly what you're thinking, Lu Li said calmly. No, how is that possible? Lu Jian couldn't help but interject. Boss, it's not that I don't believe you, but this is just too bizarre. Even Lu Weiming, risking the chance of offending the boss, spoke up. Lu Li smiled and shook his head, choosing not to argue. There was no need to discuss the space elevator further. After thinking for a moment, he continued, let's talk about the space elevator later. What I want to tell you now is that we are not just building a city. We are also constructing the largest film studio and theme park in history at the same time. Just think about it. If this city is built and the Wandering Earth becomes a huge hit, the whole world will know about a place called Wandering Earth City. By then, even if we charge only 100 yuan per ticket, that isn't too much, right? The others instinctively shook their heads. Lu Li continued. Based on the size of this city, we can accommodate at least 100,000 visitors a day. Fine, even if not that many, 10,000 a day isn't unreasonable, right? At 100 yuan each, that's 1 million. Just from ticket sales, we can earn 1 million a day, which adds up to 36.5 billion a year. The potential of this project is enormous, with visitor numbers definitely reaching into the hundreds of millions. Just think about how much we could earn just from ticket sales. At this point, the three in front of Lu Li were already stunned, unable to utter a word. This was just ticket revenue. What about the additional income? The impact this project could have on the new world, the revenue from the film studio, the economic benefits from the tourism industry, plus the box office revenue from the Wandering Earth, etc. Everyone, please open your minds and really think about whether this project can be done. By this point, Lu Li was getting a bit excited himself, feeling as though he might become a billionaire at any moment. Ultimately, the reason he wanted to build this city was quite simple. It was for filming and to showcase all the advanced technologies in his system. In the future, this city would essentially serve as Lu Li's base. As for ticket sales, there might not even be a need for that. With just technology and hard work, he could become the richest person in the world. He truly just wanted a good place to make movies. At this moment, Lu Jian had already begun to realize that Lu Li's words had a clear hint of exaggeration. However, it was undeniable that if this city were really built, there would certainly be benefits. But it wouldn't be as outrageous as Lu Li claimed. At best, breaking even would be considered a success. As for the idea of becoming a billionaire from ticket sales, that was a matter open to interpretation. He couldn't say for sure. Perhaps someone would actually believe it. So, helplessly looking at Lu Li, he forced a smile and said, "Mr. Lu, our goal in establishing the Genesis New Era is to become a leading global 3D printing company, not just to sit back and collect tickets." "Exactly. Mr. Lu, we've entrusted the company to you, so you can't just casually let it fall apart," Wu Jing also said with a bitter smile. As for Lu Li's earlier talk, whoever wants to believe it can go ahead. In fact, Mr. Lu's vision for the future is quite feasible. Lu Weiming suddenly chimed in, then looked at Lu Li with determination. Oh, someone actually believes it. Lu Jian and Wu Jing unconsciously turned to Lu Weiming, their gazes resembling those of people looking at a fool. In fact, Lu Weiming was also internally conflicted. What could he do? After all, the person saying these words was their own boss. There was nothing else to do but support him. Seeing the disbelief on the faces of the three, Lu Li cleared his throat. Well, it seems I wasn't able to convince them. It appears these three are quite clever, so I can trust them moving forward. All right, let's settle this matter. Some things aren't suitable to tell you now, but when the time is right, you'll naturally understand my intentions. After speaking, Lu Li turned his gaze to Lu Weiming. All right, we've chatted enough. Let's bring out the contract. At this moment, Lu Jian and Wu Jing exchanged glances, a hint of seriousness flashing in their eyes. They initially thought they could persuade Lu Li to abandon the idea of building the Wandering Earth City, but now it seemed unlikely. However, upon hearing Lu Li's next words, they couldn't help but think of many things. It seemed their future boss had a lot of secrets they were unaware of. Just like the technology in that USB drive from the lab, they didn't know where Lu Li had obtained it. They were currently struggling with their thoughts. If Lu Li hadn't proposed the Wandering Earth City plan, they would have signed the acquisition contract without hesitation. But now Lu Jian was thinking carefully. The technology in that USB drive was almost invaluable. Given enough time, with this technology, Genesis New Era could lead the world and become one of the top 100 companies without a doubt. But one prerequisite was that time was needed for development. Mr. Lu, if you're determined to build the Wandering Earth City, I have a request. If you can agree, we can sign the contract immediately. Speak. Lu Li raised his chin. The profits that Genesis New Era earns in the future must prioritize the company's own development. Even if you need to allocate funds, you must not let Genesis fall into crisis. Lu Jian's tone was very serious and resolute. At this moment, Wu Jing also spoke up. I agree with Lu Jian's perspective. These two were not afraid of Lu Li using the company's funds for external ventures. What they feared was that Lu Li would ruin the entire Genesis New Era. If that's the case, the dreams and hopes they now place in the company will eventually turn into a bubble. Rather than that, it would be better not to accept this hope right now. Lu Li glanced deeply at the two of them and then slowly spoke. Of course. This request of yours can even be directly written into the contract. Lu Li found it somewhat amusing. These two guys are overly cautious. If he really wanted to bring this company down, why would he bother with an acquisition? Isn't that just playing around? These two won't be thinking of themselves as some kind of spoiled rich kids, will they? He hadn't been a spoiled rich kid for a long time. However, this level of caution made Lu Li feel a bit more at ease with them. At least they would definitely help manage this company well. Now, let's talk about the specific share distribution. After making a commitment to Lu Jian and the others, Lu Li continued. Chapter 39. Where should this city be built? I want 80% of the company's shares. The remaining shares you can distribute among yourselves. Lu Li said calmly, with an undeniable tone. In principle, I want to interfere in the operation of the company. You can do as you please, with only one condition, within 5 years. I want you to become the world leader in the 3D printing field. Hearing this, Lu Jian and Wu Jing exchanged glances. Through their eye contact, they quickly reached a consensus. No problem, Lu Jian said. The remaining shares will be split equally between me and General Manager Wu, and the company management will remain unchanged. We can adjust later based on the situation. I have no objections. Wu Jing nodded. He was even prepared to give up all his shares. So hearing that he could keep 10% made him very satisfied. Thinking about the potential heights the company could reach in the future, even just 10% of the shares would be enough to ensure that he would never worry about basic needs for the rest of his life. and it could even allow his descendants to live worry-free as well. However, there's one question I want to confirm with General Manager Lu. Wu Jing hesitated before speaking again, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Go ahead. Lu nodded. General Manager Lu, do these technologies have others aware of them? Or to put it another way, will we have other competitors who possess these technologies? Within 5 years, there shouldn't be. Lu answered affirmatively. Hearing this, Wu Jing felt a bit more at ease. Even Lu Jian subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. The situation they feared most was that they had just acquired the latest technologies, and soon after, those technologies became commonplace. If that happened, the difficulty of becoming a leader in this industry would be completely different. Go ahead and do it. Your dreams are just beginning to take flight. Lu smiled. At this moment, Lu Weiming also handed over the revised acquisition agreement to the group. Once this agreement is signed, the acquisition of the company will be confirmed. Of course, there will still be many complex legal procedures to go through afterward, but those are naturally not for Lu to worry about. The parties signed the agreement, and Lu shook hands with both of them, wishing us all to reach the pinnacle of the world soon. Let's create a legend in the field of 3D printing together. I wish Mr. Lu's Wandering Earth City project great success in advance. Smiles appeared on the faces of the three, and under the witness of Lu Weiming, they officially completed a simple acquisition ceremony, marking a new starting point for everyone present. This was not only for Lu Jian and Wu Jing, but also for Lu. Now, let's quickly kick off the first project after the company's reorganization. The promotion and operation of the Wandering Earth City will also be entrusted to you. The initial startup capital will be secured with the patents from technology applications as collateral, but the core technology must be retained. This matter will be treated as the company's most important project. All other projects can be postponed or even halted. Lu seriously instructed Lu Jian and Wu Jing. We understand, but now there's one more question. Where should we build this city? Lu Jian looked at Lu with a wry smile. Wu Jing also reacted at this moment. Yes, where can such a city be built? If we build it on the outskirts of other cities, just buying a piece of land nearly 10 square kilometers would cost an astronomical sum, and it would be difficult to find a suitable location. This issue is the most urgent one to resolve now. I think, given our current situation, we might only be able to build it in the desert on the Gobi. Otherwise, where can we find such a large area? Lu Weiming quietly said. Exactly. Let's build it in the desert. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lu Weiming spoke, Lu gave him an approving glance. Lu had actually considered this issue long ago. Building in the desert might be the best and only option at the moment. However, it cannot be too deep into the desert where human presence is scarce. There must be roads or fixed routes that can access the desert area. In fact, building on the edge of a city near the desert would be the best choice. You can start scouting for potential sites for Wandering Earth City and provide me with several options as soon as possible. I will personally go and make the final decision. Lu said seriously to Lu Jian and Wu Jing. Are we really building in the desert? Will we still be able to sell tickets? Upon hearing this, Lu Jian and Wu Jing exchanged glances, feeling a bit skeptical, but upon reflection, it seemed to be the only choice. They then gritted their teeth. Okay, we'll strive to provide a few alternatives within a month. Can it be faster? Lu frowned. He didn't want to prolong the timeline. The construction of the film city would take time, and this would be a massive project. Naturally, the preparation phase should be expedited as much as possible. How about 25 days? No, 20 days. Lu Jian thought for a moment and resolutely shortened the timeline by a third. I will get back to you within 20 days. Choosing the site for the city is not as simple as deciding where to build. There are many things that need coordination. Securing the land and construction permits as quickly as possible is the top priority. All right, thank you for your hard work. Lu patted Lu Jian on the shoulder. This matter mainly falls on Lu Jian, while Wu Jing needs to quickly digest the technical information provided by Lu. They must ensure that when the location for the city is confirmed, they can immediately begin construction. Speaking of which, Wu Jing's task won't be any easier than Lu Jian's. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, we guarantee a satisfactory response. After that, the group discussed some detailed issues. It was only after an hour that Lu left. Watching Lu's departing figure, Lu Jian reached out and put his arm around Wu Jing's shoulder. Old Wu, do you feel like the blood that has gradually cooled in your veins is starting to boil again? Wu Jing took a deep breath and said, in the future, we will definitely become the strongest 3D printing company, achieving our dreams and counting money until our hands cramp. Maybe we can really get on the rich list just by selling tickets. Enough chatter, let's get to work. I'm heading home to pack my bags and scout locations. At that moment, the two middle-aged men in their 40s seemed to have rejuvenated by a decade, returning to their youthful days full of dreams. Suddenly, they felt an endless surge of energy. Chapter 40. Has that guy Luli gone mad? The next day, just as the morning light crested the horizon, Wu Jing stretched lazily as he walked out of his bedroom, calling out, "Honey, is breakfast ready? I'm hungry." However, the expected voice of Xian Yin did not respond. When he walked into the living room, he found Xian Yin staring seriously at her phone. "What's wrong?" Wu Jing asked cautiously, sensing something was off. "You can see for yourself." Xian Yin threw her phone onto the table, her expression still grave. Wu Jing's expression tightened. This situation seemed troubling. Had he made it to the trending searches? Or was it some scandal? He quickly picked up the phone and looked at the screen. A shocking headline from the latest trending news caught Wu Jing's eye. Entertainment news. Today, facing bankruptcy, Xingchen Media has once again released a bombshell on Weibo, announcing a huge investment to build a themed film city for the filming of The Wandering Earth. Upon reading this headline, Wu Jing instinctively gasped. Fortunately, it wasn't about his scandal. It wasn't a big deal. But then, a wave of dizziness hit him. Not a big deal, my foot. Has Luli gone mad? To build a city just for filming The Wandering Earth? Does he even know how much it costs to build a film city? If all the movie funds are spent on this, how can the film even be made? That initial funding of 20 million is barely enough. This spendthrift. Does he have any sense? In that moment, Wu Jing felt that his 1 million might really go down the drain. Whether this movie could even start filming had become an unknown. Why didn't T. Luli discuss such a significant matter with him? Wu Jing was completely numb at this point. He quickly opened Weibo and accessed the official account of Xingchen Media. Sure enough, there was a new update on their official Weibo. The Wandering Earth. When it comes to sci-fi, we are absolutely serious. To this end, we will invest heavily to build a Wandering Earth city, striving for quality and authenticity in our filming. The future box office of New Worlds depends on you. Upon seeing this post, Wu Jing was left utterly speechless. He quickly followed the Weibo updates and entered the official Weibo of the New World creation. Coincidentally, there was a new update from them as well, interacting with Star Media. From this moment on, the era of 3D printing technology, changing the future, has arrived. Star Media, we will uphold our original intention and use the power of technology to change the world. We look forward to everyone's attention and supervision on the Wandering Earth City project. New World creation, 3D printing, Wu Jing murmured to himself, completely at a loss for words. Luli actually wants to use 3D printing technology to build a city. Is he not afraid of a collapse during filming that could bury everyone inside? He clenched his fists, his whole body trembling slightly. Wu Jing has always taken filming seriously, which includes safety precautions on set. He emphasizes safety issues over and over again to prevent serious accidents during filming. But everyone knows what 3D printing entails. Putting aside the future, even now, trying to build a city with 3D printing technology is simply a pipe dream. Even if it could be built, it would probably be no different from something made of paper. Why not just focus on making the movie instead of pulling these eye-catching stunts? Wu Jing stared at Weibo, falling into silence. At this moment, he thought of many things, even considering that Luli might be doing this to hype up the Wandering Earth. But this is not how you promote something. If Star Media releases such news, and that city is never built, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? His reputation could be instantly ruined by such antics. For the first time, he began to doubt the decisions he had made earlier. Was it really the right choice? Did you see that? General Liu is getting bolder and bolder. I really can't think of how you plan to wrap this up. Xian Yin's voice sounded calm yet heavy. The budget is already insufficient, and now instead of properly preparing for the film, they are doing all sorts of things that I can't understand. So what are your thoughts now? Wu Jing. He didn't speak, but directly clicked into the comments section of Star Media's post. As he expected, the comments were filled with skepticism. The company is about to go bankrupt, yet they are pulling these stunts? I don't know if the Wandering Earth can be made. But if that Wandering Earth city can be built, I'll eat my words. Everyone, let us cut it out. Just consider this a joke. New World creation. Your company seems to be on the verge of bankruptcy too. Sure, two companies on the brink of bankruptcy put on quite a show together. It's truly remarkable. I was initially hoping that the media company could turn things around with the Wandering Earth, given its history, but now it just feels like two words. Whatever. Let me say one thing. Genesis New Dimension, you want to use 3D printing technology to build a city? Just make sure people can't enter it later. Or else collapsing buildings and casualties would be a real issue. Seeing all these negative comments, Wu Jing tightened his grip. After a moment, he sighed, threw his phone back on the table, and collapsed onto the sofa, feeling exhausted. I will get to the bottom of this, he murmured, as if responding to Xian. Don't forget, there's also a sci-fi film being prepared over at that other company, which means you two will inevitably be in competition. And you should be aware of their strength. Noticing Wu Jing's weary demeanor, Xian rationally reminded him, but ultimately chose not to say more and turned to prepare breakfast. Wu Jing of Zhongliu Entertainment forced a smile. The current strength of the media company was simply not on par with that of the other company. Whether in terms of resources or funding, the gap was too wide. Right now, the media company was truly in a precarious situation, caught between a rock and a hard place. But Luli continued to play risky moves. Wu Jing genuinely felt a lack of confidence. His head was spinning. He picked up his phone, contemplating whether to call Luli immediately. However, upon further thought, Luli was probably already overwhelmed. Ultimately, he decided to wait and see how things would unfold. Meanwhile, the latest update from the media company was still stirring up discussions online, even briefly trending on social media, captivating countless people. Chapter 41, I will build a city too, and take down the media company. In a lavishly decorated office at Zhongliu Entertainment, Qian Yue stood in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the dense buildings and the bustling streets below. From his vantage point, the pedestrians seemed like ants aimlessly wandering along the crisscrossing roads, and this perspective of looking down on the masses fascinated Qian Yue. At this moment, he was looking at his phone, checking the latest news about the media company, a mocking smile on his face. But then, as if recalling something, that smirk turned into a serious expression. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. A figure pushed the door open and entered. Boss. It might be quite troublesome with Wang Yong. The newcomer was Ding Tao, a trusted aide of Qian Yue, dressed in a suit, with a faint scar on his cheek that gave him a ruthless aura. Upon seeing him, Qian Yue narrowed his eyes slightly. If that dog spills the beans, will we have trouble? The reason for Qian Yue's earlier serious expression was precisely because of this matter. As the vice president of the media company, Wang Yong had leaked most of the business secrets related to transactions with Qian Yue, so naturally, Qian Yue was a bit concerned about Wang Yong's predicament. Since Wang Yong was arrested, he immediately sought to understand the situation. But now it seems that things are not so simple. Wang Yong is likely in deep trouble. In light of this, the first thought that crossed Qian Yue's mind was to protect himself. Mr. Qian, our transaction with him was very discreet, all in cash. And we left no evidence. Even if Wang Yong wanted to implicate us, he wouldn't be able to. Moreover, even if he did expose us, it shouldn't be a big problem. In cases of business leaks, the requirements for evidence are quite strict, and the boundaries for judgment are rather vague. Ding Tao clearly had researched this area. Qian Yue nodded, the seriousness on his face easing slightly. That's good. This matter must be handled properly. It cannot affect the company. He then shifted the topic. A Tao, Xingchen Media is about to launch a science fiction film project. Have you heard about it? A cold glint flashed in Qian Yue's eyes. I've heard. Their previous announcement was quite arrogant, claiming to be the future of sci-fi. According to the latest news from Xingchen, they seem to be planning to build a film-based city for this movie. Their ambition seems huge. Building a city? Given their current situation, even if they managed to build it, it would be a joke. A sardonic smile appeared on Qian Yue's lips. He and Xingchen were competitors, and due to Wang Yong's issue, they might face repercussions. At this moment, Qian Yue felt nothing but resentment towards Xingchen. Upon learning that Lu Li intended to build a city, a thought arose in his mind. Tao, this matter is really hot online right now. What if we also released news about building a film-based city for Fortress? Where do you think the public would stand? Mr. Qian? Ding Tao was taken aback for a moment. Qian Yue had been contemplating this question and was increasingly convinced of its feasibility. Once the news from Xingchen was released, it caused such a huge reaction. Although due to Xingchen's own issues, netizens were now questioning it. Wasn't this their opportunity? If they could adopt this operational model for themselves and take the chance to smear Xingchen, not only could they suppress Xingchen, but they could also enhance the influence of their own project. I have great confidence in the quality of Fortress. It's definitely 100 times better than that lousy script Xingchen got from who knows where. With our strength, if they dare to build a city, why should I be afraid? Qian Yue's eyes gradually lit up with excitement, a strange smile spreading across his face as he spoke. All they needed to do now was release the news about building a city for the filming of Fortress. The influence would surely reach unprecedented levels. At that point, with some significant investment in operations, once the film was released, it would definitely attract a massive audience. Thus, just from the box office, they could make a hefty profit. Additionally, once the film city was built, it could also be commercialized, developed into a sci-fi themed film base and scenic area, leading to considerable subsequent income. This operational strategy not only generates momentum for a certain project, but can also create a significant impact throughout the industry. Once the film base for this project is established, it will undoubtedly yield substantial profits, making cost recovery a non-issue. At this moment, the individual couldn't help but admire the creativity of the plan. Unfortunately, in the end, the other party might only serve to benefit him. If the project on their side fails to take off, there will definitely be a wave of criticism online. When the film is finally released, in terms of marketing and public opinion, they won't be able to compete, and in terms of quality, they are even further behind. With that, what can they use to challenge him? Once their project collapses, the other party will have no chance of recovery. At this point, a smile was already spread across his face. Another individual, deep in thought, began to understand the intent behind the plan, but couldn't help but speak up. I must remind you, the cost of building a film city is not small. In his heart, he remained skeptical about this plan, believing the price to be too high. At worst, this film won't make money for me, but as long as we can eliminate that media company and its leader, I can earn money however I want in the future, he said through gritted teeth, clearly harboring long-standing grievances. Have you decided? The individual asked seriously. Yes, it's decided. We will build a city and take them down. He slammed his fist on the table, emphasizing that the scale must be larger than the competitors. Do you know how big they plan to build? They haven't disclosed that, but it should be possible to find out, the other replied cautiously. Actually, there's no need to investigate. They're just trying to create a buzz. Once things get serious, how much can they actually do? 1,000 acres would be impressive. So how big should we build ours? The other swallowed hard. Even if we only build a city of 1,000 acres, the investment would be at least 2 to 3 billion. And that might just be a superficial project. Many facilities won't be fully realized. If we want to do it seriously, 50 billion might not even be enough. Let's build 2,000 acres, came the calm response. Mr. Qian, you need to think it over. Hearing this, the other felt a tightening in his chest. 2,000 acres. That's nearly 14 square kilometers. Building such a large film base would likely cost over 100 billion. Even as a superficial project, it wouldn't save much. Just the land acquisition alone would be a staggering expense. This operational strategy has already been tested by others. Just look at the buzz online. It's very successful. Do you understand? He sneered. This time, I will ensure that the other party has no way out. The milestone work of science fiction cinema in this region can only be our project. Hearing this, the other fell into deep thought. Although he still felt it was too risky, he slowly began to understand the rationale behind the plan. He turned and looked down at the city, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Actually, he is not foolish. It's impossible that he would build a city just to compete with Lu Li. To put it simply, he has genuinely discovered a business opportunity, which is why he made such a decision. Once the city is built, just the box office revenue from films could recoup half of the costs, and with commercial operations, countless money-making methods could emerge, including a film-themed city, related merchandise, and the economic benefits brought by tourism. Those theme parks often cost tens of billions to build, yet they still manage to make a fortune effortlessly. Qin Yue is full of confidence. Thinking about the expression of the new president at Xingchen upon hearing this news, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. With the current state of Xingchen, do they even think they can compete with me? They are overestimating themselves. Immediately, release the news. I want everyone to see our city-building announcement. A faint voice, laced with disdain, rang out from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Yes, President Qian. Ding Tao nodded respectfully and discreetly exited to prepare for Qin Yue's plan. However, they could never imagine just how vast the city built by Lu Li would be. But because the city built by Qin Yue is indeed smaller, it is possible for him to recoup the costs. However, the future holds too many variables. Soon, news that Zhongliu Media would also build a film base for movie production spread wildly online like mushrooms after rain. The popularity of this news even briefly surpassed that of Xingchen Media's announcement about building a city for the wandering earth, which had already been brewing for some time. Of course, this also involved the operations of Zhongliu Media. At this moment, Wu Jing, who had been keeping an eye on the situation online from home, noticed Zhongliu Media's actions. His gaze tightened slightly as he quickly opened Zhongliu Media's official Weibo and saw their latest updates. Fortress, we take sci-fi seriously. Zhongliu announces today that to ensure the quality and authenticity of filming, we will invest heavily in building a fortress city. This decision was made a month ago, and we will become the pioneers in Chinese sci-fi. Please witness the rise of Chinese sci-fi. This Weibo post was not just similar to Xingqian's promotion. It was identical. Zhongliu clearly aimed to target Xingqian, even shamelessly claiming that this plan had been set a month ago, blatantly mocking Xingqian for copying their marketing strategy. Wu Jing, who had seen the deceit in the industry, felt a wave of disgust and anger upon seeing this. Lu Li's act of building a city for filming is crazy, but Zhongliu has gone beyond crazy. They have lost all sense of shame. This situation has truly escalated. Wu Jing frowned, murmuring to himself. He opened the comments section, which was already in an uproar. Is this really happening? The Wandering Earth just announced plans to build a city, and now Fortress is also declaring the same? In this day and age, isn't it embarrassing to make a sci-fi film without building a city? This is an outright provocation. I seem to really see the future of science fiction in this country, but it's definitely not the Wandering Earth, rather Fortress. I'm looking forward to it. Compared to the current situation of a certain media company, another company at least has the funds to make this happen. And they had their plans set a month ago, which were suddenly released by the other company. It seems they want to ride the wave of this event for publicity, right? The certain media company should stop trying to make themselves relevant. No one will believe you. Go for it, another company. We all look forward to the miracles you will create for the science fiction films of this country. Just don't emulate the other media company's sensationalism. Do it properly. The comments section of another media company is completely different from that of the certain company. Here, it's all positive energy. There may be some hired commenters, but a lot of netizens genuinely support them because they actually have the funds, and people believe what they say. Seeing this, Wu Jing became even more worried. What his wife said was indeed correct. Another entertainment company moved so quickly, and their approach was so ruthless, directly cutting off all escape routes for the certain media company. If Lu Li fails to fulfill his promise of building a city, it will be a fatal blow to the reputation of the Wandering Earth. Meanwhile, Fortress will become the biggest winner in this public opinion battle. Thinking of this, Wu Jing could no longer sit still. He quickly picked up his phone and called Lu Li. Outside, the situation was tumultuous. In the president's office of the certain media company, Lu Li answered the call. The caller was none other than the exhausted Wu Jing. Mr. Lu, you know about the moves from another company, right? Mr. Wu is really worried about the certain company, even keeping an eye on the actions of our competitors. Lu Li looked down at the documents in front of him, smiling as he spoke, not even lifting his head. Stop joking. They are also planning to build a film and television city specifically for filming Fortress. Do you know that? Wu Jing continued, controlling his emotions, while also puzzled. Why did it sound like Lu Li was not anxious at all? That's good news. Lu Li laughed. What? Wu Jing was taken aback. Just wait and see them lose money. Lu Li was almost bursting with laughter inside. There really is someone like him, building a film base for making movies. He could only give a thumbs up and say impressive, but he built his film city because he had a system and advanced technology. What does the president of that other media company have? Does he really think he can make money just by casually building a film city? Or is he simply a fool with too much money? Who cares? At this moment, Lu Li didn't want to concern himself with such matters. Chapter 43 Wu Jing. The film city is starting construction. Take me with you. What money is lost? They are clearly targeting your certain company. Wu Jing was increasingly confused. Lu Li's reaction was completely different from what he had imagined. However, he seemed to gradually understand. Lu Li's lack of fear towards the other company's targeting might indicate that his idea of building a city was not just for show, but he genuinely had such plans. But if that's the case, isn't it even more serious? Do you really want to build a city? Wu Jing suddenly calmed down and asked. Yes, Lu Li replied directly. Hearing this affirmative answer, Wu Jing took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, and continued. Mr. Lu, first of all, I'm not trying to interfere with your decision. I just want to know if you plan to use the 20 million startup funds from the crew to build a city? Upon hearing this, Lu Li finally looked away from the documents and raised his head. He thought for a moment and quickly understood Wu Jing's concerns. Teacher Wu, you don't need to worry. The funds for building the city won't come from the project budget, and our filming schedule won't be delayed, so rest assured. Lu Li earnestly comforted Wu Jing's wounded spirit. Really? Wu Jing frowned, clearly not expecting the situation to be like this. But then, he raised another concern. Even so, using 3D printing technology to build a city is too exaggerated, right? According to your plan, even if the city is built, will it really be usable? You should also know that the current 3D printing technology is not mature. I know. Lu Li smiled and said, however, there has been a new technological breakthrough over at the New World Creation, which can meet my requirements for building the city. So you don't need to worry about this. Is that true? Wu Jing was stirred, his tone already showing surprise mixed with a bit of disbelief. Teacher Wu, if you don't believe me, I can take you to the construction site to see it when the time comes. That should put your mind at ease. Lu Li's voice became a bit more serious. Upon hearing this, Wu Jing fell silent. He originally thought that Lu Li was going to use the crew's funds to build the city. If that were the case, the filming of the movie would definitely be affected. In fact, without funds, whether this movie could even be made would be in question, as no one knows when that city would be completed. Throughout this time, his main concern was only about the movie. He genuinely wanted to make this epic sci-fi film well. But now, the situation was completely beyond his expectations. Although he didn't know where Lu Li would find so much money, this matter was no longer within his control, since it didn't require the crew's funds. Lu Li had no obligation to explain these details to him. After thinking for a moment, he ultimately sighed helplessly. Since you've said that, what other questions can I have? Although he still felt worried, for some reason, after resolving that knot, Wu Jing felt a bit excited inside. That would be a film city. A themed film city built specifically for the project. If it really happens and doesn't delay the filming, then it seems like a very exciting prospect. Looking across the entire film industry, who has such great ambition to dare to do such a thing? With this in mind, Wu Jing immediately spoke again. Mr. Lu, when will construction begin on the film city? You must let me know if there are any updates. We should go take a look as soon as possible. Don't worry. I'll notify you as soon as the construction starts. A smile appeared on Lu Li's face. After hanging up the phone, he fell into deep thought. Lu Li knew that once the news of building the film and television city was released, it would definitely cause a huge sensation, which was exactly the effect he wanted to achieve, but it would inevitably bring many troubles. The call from Wu Jing was just the tip of the iceberg. Many people probably wouldn't believe that he could accomplish this task. The company would surely face a lot of criticism during this period, which would greatly affect the morale and mindset of the employees. But these were things he had to deal with. Lu Li gently rubbed his temples and murmured to himself. Indeed, once these matters began, it was not going to be easy. He looked out the window. June weather could change in an instant. Just moments ago, it was clear blue skies, but now dark clouds had quietly appeared, seemingly brewing a storm. No one knew how long this storm would last. Just as Lu Li was sighing, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Come in. As soon as Lu Li's voice fell, the office door was pushed open. Liang Chao entered with a document in hand. President Lu, let me report on the preparations for the film crew. Go ahead. Lu Li didn't look up, but continued to review the documents on his desk. Liang Chao understood that Lu Li was busy and went straight to the point without any small talk. In the past few days, many teams have contacted us. After screening, I finalized the contracts for the filming team, makeup team, and prop production team. The recruitment of actors is also progressing smoothly, and quite a few supporting roles have already been decided. Wait, Lu Li suddenly interrupted Liang Chao. How many filming teams have you signed? 2 should be enough for now. Not enough. Lu Li said decisively. We need to sign at least 3 or more. Our filming style will be quite different from ordinary crews, and most of the time we will use long takes, so we need to leave some room. It's better to sign a few more filming teams to capture the scenes from multiple angles. It's no joke when we start shooting. All the props have to be real. The launch of aerospace fighters, armored machines charging, even the ignition of planetary engines. Each of these costs money. There won't be many opportunities for retakes. Liang Chao was taken aback. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Lu Li raised his head. No, President Lu. I'm just worried that the budget might not be enough, Liang Chao said with a bitter expression. He had truly tried his best during this time. In the past, he never had to worry about budget issues when making films, but now he wished he could stretch every penny. As it was, the current funds were nearly depleted. Equipment rentals, deposits for signing teams, actor salary deposits, and so on. Most importantly, to shoot such a big budget sci-fi film, 20 million in startup funds is really not enough. especially since many actors now know the situation with the company and are unwilling to work on a profit-sharing basis. They can only go for fixed salaries, which means more deposits to be paid up front. The salaries of stars in the entertainment industry are no joke. The slightly famous actors have salaries that easily reach several million. With such high demands from the director, Lu Li is really on the verge of a breakdown. He might just be the most determined director in history to find ways to save money for the production team. If it were another director, they would have probably quit by now. And this is without even accounting for his own salary. As for the funding issue, I will find a way. Lu Li paused for a moment before speaking. Chapter 44 Liang Chao. I have put in a lot of effort to find a top-notch props team. Hearing that Lu Li would resolve the funding issue, Liang Chao let out a sigh of relief. Without resources, even the best craftsman can't work. He truly felt helpless. Otherwise, with his loyalty to the company, he wouldn't be complaining to the boss so easily. However, thinking about loyalty made Liang Chao unable to suppress a smile. Mr. Lu, there is another matter I need to report to you. Liang Chao, holding back his excitement, said with shining eyes. You also know that our reputation out there isn't very optimistic. So many elite teams don't look favorably upon us. Moreover, the other entertainment company is also preparing for the filming of Fortress, and they have taken almost all the best team resources. But there is one team that, through my efforts, get to the point. Lu Li's tone turned serious. Liang Chao was quite competent in many aspects, but this habit of self-aggrandizing loyalty needed to be corrected. He was rambling too much. I found a top props manufacturing team. Liang Chao paused, then stood straight and continued. You know, for a sci-fi film, the production of many props is crucial, with high requirements for realism, texture, and so on. The props team I secured is absolutely top-notch in the industry. Hearing this, Lu Li finally raised his head, but his brow furrowed slightly. A top props manufacturing team? Is it necessary? When it comes to actual filming, the props he needs are all real. Can even the best props team be expected to create a flying fighter jet? Ultimately, he would still need to come up with solutions for the props himself. However, since it is a top team, they should be quite professional in setting up the scenes and arrangements, so having them handle the scene setup would be a plus. All right, good job, Lu Li casually praised. A smile immediately appeared on Liang Chao's face. Getting praise from the boss is truly not easy. This props team was something he had worked hard to secure, and now receiving a compliment from the boss made it worthwhile. Liang Chao could never have imagined that the high-priced props team he hired would ultimately only be used for setting up the scene, and their ability to create props might not even be needed. Just as Liang Chao was feeling proud and preparing to elaborate on how impressive this props team was, and what successful cases they had in the past, Lu Li's voice rang out again. Is there anything else? If not, leave the documents. I'll read them myself. You can go out now. Lu Li didn't even lift his head, seriously looking at the documents in front of him. Seeing this, Liang Chao hesitated for a moment. The words he was about to say stuck in his throat. It seemed that the boss was really busy, so it was better not to disturb him. He thought that when the top-notch props team he had recruited later played their role, the boss would naturally understand his good intentions and contributions. With this thought, Liang Chao felt a surge of excitement inside. By the way, Liang Chao suddenly remembered something. Boss, there is indeed one more thing. He hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, after we released the news today about building the city of the Wandering Earth. The media company Liang Chao learned about the city of the Wandering Earth only after the company's news release this morning. When he first heard the news, he was quite shocked and even specifically asked Lu Weiming about it. But Lu Weiming kept his lips sealed and said nothing. Even so, the news was already quite astonishing. After hearing this, Liang Chao was restless and wanted to know how Lu Li planned everything, so he thought it might be a good time to probe a little. Using a city to shoot the Wandering Earth. Just thinking about it made him incredibly excited. That must be something countless directors dream of. While Liang Chao was waiting for Lu Li's reaction, he only saw him nod slightly. I know about this. Let them stir things up. Lu Li instructed Liang Chao. During this time, the external voices might be quite unpleasant. Have Wu Shua and the HR department pay more attention to the psychological state of the employees. Any issues must be addressed in a timely manner. Liang Chao's heart sank, and he nodded seriously. I understand, boss. No wonder people say the boss is so composed. Liang Chao hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question he most wanted to know. So, is it true that we're really building the city of the Wandering Earth? Lu Li casually replied, yes. Then he waved his hand, signaling Liang Chao to leave. Is there anything else? No. After getting the answer he wanted, Liang Chao's heart immediately burned with excitement. But after thinking carefully, he felt a wave of confusion. How could the boss afford to build such a large film city? Also, given the current situation, when would their movie actually start shooting? Thinking about these things, Liang Chao felt a mix of emotions. Although he dreamed of filming The Wandering Earth in a specially built themed film base, there were many practical issues that seemed difficult to resolve. Moreover, the actions of the media company were clearly aimed at their company. But why did the boss seem so unfazed? After all, that was one of the hottest media companies in the industry right now. Was he really not concerned at all? Liang Chao sighed lightly in his heart. He didn't know what to do and could only choose to trust Lu Li. After spending some time together, Liang Chao had roughly understood Lu Li's working style and knew he wouldn't do anything without confidence. Although he still had countless doubts at this moment, Liang Chao wisely chose not to ask any further questions. After all, the boss said he would solve the funding issue. He was already quite satisfied. After Liang Chao left the office, Lu Li finished reading the documents in his hand, stood up, and stretched. I'm out of money. He felt a bit of a headache. At this moment, he certainly couldn't divert funds from the new project to the film crew, as that was where the real expenses lay. Thus, a problem arose. Where else could he find money? Lu Li fell into deep thought. After a moment, his eyes brightened slightly. He had previously sent the script for The Wandering Earth to Sister Shi. He wondered what her reaction was after reading it. It seemed necessary to ask about the situation. Perhaps he could find a way to secure some funding. With that thought, Lu Li immediately picked up his phone, muttering to himself, it would be even better if Sister Shi could fully support this project. Speaking of which, as the company developed, he definitely needed investment talent on his side. After all, it was better to keep resources within the family. If he could bring Sister Shi on board, wouldn't her funds be easy to access? With that thought, Lu Li's eyes lit up even more. Chapter 45. Lu Li need funds. At the headquarters of United Capital, in the investment manager's office, Yang Shi was also reviewing the latest updates from Xingchen Media. Upon seeing that Lu Li was planning to build a city for the filming of The Wandering Earth, her brows furrowed slightly, and her expression became serious. What on earth was this guy trying to do? As a professional investor, she had a keen sense for the investment field. After seeing this news, she had already made some rough calculations in her mind. This project would require astronomical amounts of funding. At this point, she was somewhat perplexed by Lu Li. She couldn't understand what he was really trying to achieve. In her view, if it was just about making a movie, there was no need for such grand gestures. Just as she was deep in thought, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and pursed her lips slightly. It was Lu Li calling. Hello, what's up? Yang Shi answered the phone directly. Immediately, Lu Li's relatively relaxed voice came through. Sister Shi, have you read the script I sent you? No. Yang Shi replied without thinking. She had been busy these days, and the script Lu Li sent was still sitting in her inbox. She truly hadn't had the time to read it. Sister Shi, it's like this. Lu Li's voice was just starting when Yang Shi interrupted him. Are you trying to persuade me to invest? No, how could you say that? Lu Li's tone faltered. Definitely not. Yang Shi decisively refused and then hung up the phone. On the other end, as Lu Li listened to the busy tone, he was momentarily stunned. He had guessed that securing funds might not be that easy this time, but he hadn't expected Yang Shi to refuse so cleanly. She didn't even bother to give a decent reason. After putting down his phone, Lu Li sighed deeply. It seemed he would still have to find a way to bring out those advanced technologies from the system to exchange for money. However, that was his last resort. His previous idea was always to proceed step by step, gradually bringing out the advanced technologies in the system through appropriate channels and opportunities. It was similar to the way of acquiring a new venture through equity investment. He could completely stay behind the scenes and let the new venture digest those technological achievements. While this would still attract some attention, at least it wouldn't be so quickly targeted by those with ulterior motives, allowing him enough time to absorb these advanced technologies. If he acted recklessly and brought those technologies out without caution, he would likely be targeted within half a month, possibly even drawing attention at the national level. He understood better than anyone the power of those technologies. At that point, many things would be beyond his control, which was what he feared the most. To put it simply, he just wanted to quietly amass wealth and make movies. If he were to be targeted by outsiders, with mercenaries and assassins trying to seize these technologies, how could he quietly amass wealth? Even if there was national protection in the end, such protection would certainly come at a cost. By then, it would be impossible to have the same freedom as now, able to do whatever he wanted. In the office, He fell into deep thought again. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Yang Shi pondered for a moment, then opened the email sent by Lu Li and downloaded the script. Looking at the cover title of The Wandering Earth, Yang Shi murmured softly and then opened the document. Initially, her gaze on the script was casual. Gradually, she became more serious, and her pace of scrolling the mouse slowed down as she began to read carefully. The plan for human continuation through solar helium flash, the planetary engine of mountain moving, artificial intelligence of digital life forms, the explosion of the moon leading to departure from Earth. Embarking on an unknown journey with the human homeland, Yang Shi's eyes began to shine brighter, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the mouse. This is the rich story of The Wandering Earth, the most moving, grand, and profound sci-fi script I have ever seen. No wonder that young man is so confident. He even plans to build a city specifically to film this movie. Yang Shi murmured to herself, her eyes reflecting rare surprise. As an investment manager, she had conducted numerous project evaluations and read countless scripts, and from a professional standpoint, her standards could be quite strict. A script's quality could usually be judged by flipping through a few pages. At this moment, her evaluation of The Wandering Earth was already extremely high. Looking at the script in front of her, Yang Shi fell into contemplation. She was very clear about Lu Li's situation. The funds were already insufficient, and with the need to build the city for The Wandering Earth, the amount of money required in the future would be astronomical. Where would that money come from? She lightly pressed her lips together, having made a decision in her heart. Just then, the landline on her desk rang. After answering the call, a voice came through. Manager Yang, President Chu wants you to come over. Chu Xiangrong, the vice president in charge of investments at the firm, suddenly contacted me. After hanging up the phone, Yang Shi quietly murmured to herself, feeling an unsettling premonition. She carefully recalled that there shouldn't have been any mistakes at work, nor was there anything that needed special reporting. What could it be? Yang Shi closed the document on her computer regarding a certain film and then locked the screen. She stood up and walked out of the office. Inside the vice president's office, Yang Shi knocked and entered. Director Chu. She lightly nodded in greeting. Yang Shi, please have a seat. Director Chu pointed to the chair opposite him. I called you in to confirm something. I heard you invested in a sci-fi film personally a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Yang Shi was slightly taken aback. Are you referring to that film? She asked uncertainly. Exactly. Director Chu nodded. Yang Shi's heart stirred, and she asked nonchalantly. Is there a problem? Director Chu looked at her meaningfully and slowly said, personal investments are fine, but you should know that the company is currently not interested in sci-fi themes. Yang Shi, as the chief investment manager of the company, every move you make can influence the entire company and even the market's direction. You should be able to anticipate the consequences of this. I'm just trying to remind you to recognize your position. Are you making a mountain out of a molehill? Seeing Director Chu directly placing such a heavy burden on her, Yang Shi frowned slightly. Chapter 46. Making sisters. She, one of us. Yang Shi and Director Chu had never had a very good relationship. Due to her exceptional talent and impressive results, Yang Shi held a high reputation within the company, even being recognized by everyone as the chief investment manager. This status was both a blessing and a curse for Director Chu. He wasn't particularly skilled in investment matters. The only reason he held this position was that the previous vice president left abruptly, giving him an opportunity. While Yang Shi hadn't yet gained her current reputation at that time. Now, he constantly worried that the rising star Yang Shi would replace him. The vice president in charge of investment is a lucrative position that Director Chu did not want to lose. Therefore, he would seize any opportunity to undermine Yang Shi. Yang Shi was well aware of this. That's why when she heard that Director Chu wanted to see her, she felt an ominous premonition. You think I'm making a mountain out of a molehill? As Yang Shi confronted him directly, Director Chu's expression darkened. Yang Shi took a deep breath and said solemnly, this project is indeed quite good. The script is excellent and has great potential. I previously mentioned this project to you, but whether the company invests or what projects to invest in is not up to me. Director Chu interrupted Yang Shi coldly, saying, I've told you many times. The company will not invest in sci-fi themes right now, and I've explained the reasons. The risks are too high. How many more times do you want me to repeat this? Hearing this, Yang Shi fell silent. She originally wanted to continue pursuing this project, which could provide a source of income for Lu Li, regardless of whether he wanted it or not. That was a matter for later. But now, it was very clear what Chu Xiangrong meant. He wouldn't invest in science fiction themes. Even if this project had great potential, he still wouldn't invest. Or maybe it was simply targeted at her. However, it didn't matter anymore. In any case, Luli didn't want capital to intervene in the project. As an investor for a certain capital firm, she had fulfilled her professional ethics, and that was enough. Mr. Chu, what projects I invest in personally shouldn't be your concern? Yang Shi's eyes sharpened. I haven't used the company's channel to seek my own interests, and personal investments don't violate the company's regulations. So, please mind your own business. After saying this, Yang Shi stood up without hesitation and turned to leave. Facing Chu Xiangrong, who was deliberately targeting her, she felt there was no need to say much. Since he wanted to suppress her, it made no sense for her to compromise. It was better to part ways entirely. Let things unfold as they may. In the office, watching Yang Shi leave without hesitation, Chu Xiangrong's expression turned extremely gloomy. He hadn't expected Yang Shi to completely sever ties with him. She didn't even bother to offer a perfunctory response. This only intensified the sense of crisis in his heart. One day, I will make you leave the doors of the company, Chu Xiangrong said coldly, slamming his hand on the table in anger. On the other side, after returning to her office, Yang Shi still felt a surge of frustration. She opened her computer and began to review the script for the project. A perfectly good investment project was completely disregarded and ignored simply because of Chu Xiangrong's personal suppression of her. She had seen such things happen before, but never had it made her feel this angry. Perhaps it was also due to her personal reasons. Deep down, she wanted to help Luli. Or perhaps she was utterly fed up with such injustice, to the point of being unable to tolerate it any longer. She quickly flipped through the script of the project until she finished reading it. Then, she fell into deep thought again. After a moment, she suddenly raised her head, picked up her phone, and dialed Luli's number. The call connected quickly. Hello, Shi Jia, Luli began, but Yang Shi interrupted him directly. How much do you need right now? Just give me a number, I'll invest in the project. Hearing this, Luli felt a surge of joy on the other end of the line. Would she invest no matter the amount? Yang Shi gritted her teeth and said, within 20 million. This brat still didn't have a sense of proportion. Did she really think she was running a bank? Her savings were not much, either. If Luli heard this, she would probably mumble again. 20 million was not a small amount. That was definitely a wealthy woman. Luli didn't hesitate and replied directly. Then let us go with 20 million. Sister Shi, let me put it this way. If you invest in this project, you will definitely not lose. Yang Shi interrupted directly, saying, transfer it to your account immediately. After hanging up the phone, Yang Shi leaned weakly against her chair. Her impressive body curve was striking. She felt as if she had been drained of energy. That was all her savings. Leaning back in her chair, she stared at the ceiling, murmuring to herself, you won't let me invest? I will invest anyway. Let's see what you can do about it. There was a hint of satisfaction in her tone. Meanwhile, on Luli's side, Sister Shi is really generous. 20 million, just like that. Unlike Teacher Wu, who needed a lot of persuasion and hesitation. A happy smile appeared on Luli's face. His depleted wallet finally had some funds again. He thought for a moment and directly transferred the money to the crew's designated account. Then he called Liang Chao. Everything was settled. He fell into deep thought again. From Yang Shi's tone just now, he felt that something was off. She seemed to be holding back a lot of anger. Was she being bullied at work? With this thought, Luli slightly furrowed his brows. But soon, a smile returned to his face. It seemed that his idea of bringing Yang Shi into his circle might actually be achievable. Yes, he needed to pay more attention to this good sister in the future. At that moment, the phone on the table rang again. The call connected. Wu Jing's voice came through. Mr. Liu, we have organized the technical materials you provided over the past few days, and we have made some progress on the intelligent printing robot you mentioned earlier. We approached several companies and research labs in the field of intelligent machines, and the situation is somewhat concerning. The current development in the intelligent machinery sector is not keeping pace with our needs. Hearing this, Luli pondered for a moment. If there are no suitable companies, we will do it ourselves. We'll choose a factory that can keep up with our technology and directly acquire it. I will handle the AI program technology. Luli had planned this from the beginning. He wanted to develop the construction of the Wandering Earth City as quickly as possible and complete it in the shortest time. From all perspectives, the intelligent printing robot was the best choice. So he had instructed Wu Jing on this point from the start. Wu Jing had also been working towards this direction during this period. Is your AI program technology confirmed to be problem-free? Wu Jing seemed momentarily stunned. With a hint of surprise in his tone, Luli did not answer this question but asked directly, is there a suitable manufacturing factory now? Actually, there is. Wu Jing replied, still in shock, instinctively answering. I'll come over immediately to sort this out. After saying that, Lu Li hung up the phone and walked out of the office. Chapter 47. The boss is becoming more and more mysterious. Inside the Xingchen building. Due to the influence of external public opinion, the atmosphere within the entire Xingchen had become somewhat tense. After Lu Li exited the office, he passed through the downstairs office area. The employees worked with serious expressions, not a hint of a smile on their faces. And the entire company was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. At this moment, Lu Weiming happened to walk toward the elevator. Mr. Lu, I have something to report to you. The acquisition process for the new project has been completed. Also, wait, I was just looking for you. We can discuss it on the way. Lu Li interrupted Lu Weiming and continued. Bring along some colleagues from the legal department. After that, Lu Li pressed the button to go down in the elevator. Okay. Lu Weiming didn't ask further and replied in a low voice. He then took out his phone to contact the legal department. The elevator door opened, and Lu Li walked in directly, with Lu Weiming following closely behind. After they got downstairs, Lu Li headed toward his small vehicle. It was quite a coincidence that at this time, it was almost the peak of the workday. This time, Lu Weiming didn't drive, but followed Lu Li to the vehicle shed. When Lu Li arrived at the shed, he saw several identical small vehicles, while Lu Weiming was taking out the key for one of them. This scene made Lu Li chuckle. Riding these small vehicles is becoming the company's culture, he thought, finding it absurd. Half an hour later, Lu Li and Lu Weiming successfully met up with Wu Jing. Looking at their rides, Wu Jing had a peculiar expression. Mr. Lu, the meeting has been arranged, he said as he walked toward his car, greeting Lu Li. Let's go that way. There's no traffic. Sure. Lu Li wasn't particularly attached to riding the small vehicle. Traffic jams were quite bothersome. The three of them got into Wu Jing's car. On the way, Wu Jing briefly introduced the manufacturing plant's information and reported, Mr. Lu, we applied for a patent using 3D printing technology. And the patent loan from the bank has come through, totaling 1 billion. Our company's reputation is rising in the industry, and we have received a lot more orders. Good. If we are to proceed with the acquisition, how much funding can we mobilize? Up to 400 million. Wu Jing replied. Got it. Lu Li nodded. The manufacturing plant that Wu Jing found was not far from the new project. After about 10 minutes, the three of them arrived at their destination. This factory mainly does machine processing, and while the manufacturing process is solid, their R&D efforts are not strong, otherwise they wouldn't rely on external orders. As they walked, Wu Jing introduced the basic situation of the factory to Lu Li. As soon as they entered the factory area, Lu Li noticed several somewhat clumsy handling machines moving around. These machines were not controlled by AI programs and could only operate along predetermined paths, but this also proved that the factory indeed had some capabilities. Have you mentioned the acquisition to them? Lu Li asked. I have already brought it up. They are interested, but the price might be on the higher side since their order business has been quite good, Wu Jing replied. That's fine. Money can solve problems, Lu Li casually remarked. Hearing this, both Wu Jing and Lu Weiming had somewhat strange expressions. Money is not a problem. The new company and Xingchen don't seem to have much money, do they? The boss is quite assertive. However, Wu Jing seems to have thought of something. Mr. Lu, can you really solve the issues with the AI program technology? His eyes are shining, clearly having thought of a lot. If AI technology can truly provide a solution, then this factory will undoubtedly become a terrifying money-making machine. Future orders will surely come pouring in like snowflakes. By then, the funds needed to acquire the factory will indeed seem trivial. AI technology? Lu Weiming, who is still somewhat confused, is taken aback. When did the boss come up with such advanced AI technology? Moreover, from what the boss implies, he intends to acquire this factory. It has only been a few days since he just acquired the new company, and now he's looking to acquire another factory that appears to be quite substantial. Lu Weiming is completely baffled by Lu Li's thoughts and actions. He had thought Lu Li was just his boss, the president of an entertainment company, but now, it seems increasingly absurd. At this moment, the mysterious aura surrounding Lu Li becomes even more enigmatic in Lu Weiming's eyes. An inexplicable sense of trust arises within him. The boss must be acquiring this factory to develop AI technology. At this point, Lu Weiming is almost convinced of this. Lu Li doesn't elaborate much. As the group has now arrived at the factory's office area, which is the management zone of the entire plant where most of the factory's leaders work. Ahead, a middle-aged balding man in a suit is quickly approaching them. Mr. Wu and esteemed leaders, arriving so hurriedly. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. The balding man wears a professional fake smile as he shakes Wu Jing's hand. Mr. Wu, These two are the important figures interested in acquiring the factory, right? Wu Jing subtly withdraws his hand and gently nods, introducing the balding man. Mr. Zhao, this is our Mr. Liu, and this is Manager Liu. Wu Jing introduces Liu Li and Liu Weiming respectively. Zhao Yuchuan is the overall head of this factory and also the owner. So he has the authority to make decisions regarding the acquisition, which is why Wu Jing contacted him directly. Nice to meet you. Zhao Yuchuan extends his hand to Liu Li with a fake smile. Liu Li nods lightly and then slightly frowns, saying, I don't want to waste time. Let's find a place to talk. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuchuan is clearly taken aback, probably not expecting Liu Li to be so aloof. But he quickly puts on his signature smile again. No problem, please come in. Moments later, they arrive at a reception room. Just as Zhao Yuchuan is inviting Liu Li and the others to take a seat, a sudden commotion can be heard outside, with shouts growing louder as they approach the reception room. At this moment, Liu Li instinctively glances at Zhao Yuchuan, noticing that his expression has darkened at some point. The shouting outside seems to be directed at him. Zhao Yuchuan had just gotten up when the door to the reception room was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. A young man, around 30 years old and wearing glasses, barged in. Yang Qi, what exactly do you want? Upon seeing this scene, Zhao Yuchuan immediately became anxious, even forgetting that Liu Li and others were still present, and shouted angrily. It seemed that Zhao Yuchuan had been tolerating this young man, named Yang Qi, for quite some time. Liu Li and the others watched this scene with great interest. Things seemed to be getting interesting. Mr. Zhao, I heard you're planning to sell the factory. What will happen to my research? The AI technology project we are currently developing could definitely bring in big profits for the factory if successful. Why don't you believe me? Just hold on a little longer. Chapter 48, 5 billion. Acquisition of the manufacturing factory. I'll discuss this with you later. Now get out. Zhao Yuchuan said with a gloomy face, lowering his voice to urge Yang Qi to leave. However, Yang Qi seemed determined to get an explanation from Zhao Yuchuan, stubbornly staring at him and refusing to leave. Sorry, Mr. Liu, for making you witness this. Zhao Yuchuan smiled awkwardly at Liu Li and then turned to Yang Qi. You really want to argue with me here? Do you believe I can make you leave immediately? Yang Qi continued to stare at Zhao Yuchuan without saying a word. At this moment, Liu Li was watching his phone with interest. In just this brief moment, he had already found Yang Qi's information through a search, from elementary school to university, to graduate school and doctorate, as well as the relevant publications in the field of AI technology. Everything was clearly displayed before Liu Li. After reviewing this information, Liu Li felt a hint of appreciation for talent. Yang Qi could indeed be considered a genius. Having made significant achievements in the field of AI technology and published many highly referenced papers, given a few more years, he might really create something remarkable. However, judging by the current situation, it seemed he would not have that opportunity. At that moment, a thought flashed through Liu Li's mind. Are you going to leave or not? Zhao Yuchuan was still staring at Yang Qi. Yang Qi, however, was equally unyielding. It was then that Liu Li spoke up. Your name is Yang Qi, right? He stood up, patted Zhao Yuchuan on the shoulder to calm him down, and then looked at Yang Qi. If Mr. Zhao agrees to sell the factory to me today, I promise you can continue your research here. How about that? Upon hearing this, Yang Qi was taken aback. Zhao Yuchuan also glanced at Liu Li thoughtfully. Really? Yang Qi asked in surprise. He had never considered that he could stay to continue his research after the factory was sold. After all, applying the AI technology he was researching could take a long time, and given the high research costs, even Zhao Yuchuan, who had been his collaborator for a long time, was starting to show signs of wanting to give up. But why would Liu Li be willing to let him stay? With this question, Yang Qi cast a puzzled look at Liu Li. I always do what I say. Liu Li nodded. At that moment, a flash of color suddenly appeared in Zhao Yuchuan's eyes. It seemed he thought of something, and a smile spread across his face. In that case, Yang Qi, you can stay here, Zhao Yuchuan said with a smile, then turned to Liu Li. Mr. Liu, shall we discuss the acquisition in detail? Sure. Liu Li nodded. The group sat down again. Wu Jing was the first to speak. Mr. Zhao, we previously discussed the acquisition price, which includes the entire team of factory employees, equipment, and customer resources, totaling 3 billion. You can accept this price, right? Zhao Yuchuan chuckled and instinctively glanced at Yang Qi. Mr. Wu, it's like this. We did agree on that price earlier, but the situation has changed a bit. My initial thought was to take Yang Qi with me. You see, he is the chief researcher in the factory's R&D department, and I've invested so much money in him. Now Mr. Lu wants to keep him, which puts me in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, the others present frowned slightly. Even Yang Qi showed a look of astonishment on his face. Clearly, he had no idea Zhao Yuchuan intended to take him away. But after the shock, a hint of indignation appeared in Yang Qi's eyes. What did it mean to take him away? Zhao Yuchuan was simply using him as leverage to drive up the price. It was likely that the thought arose after hearing Mr. Lu say he wanted to keep him. Understanding this, Yang Qi's expression turned a bit unpleasant. Anyone in his position would feel uncomfortable being treated as a bargaining chip for a better deal. Although he had indeed signed a contract with Zhao Yuchuan, that contract had not yet expired. Mr. Zhao, it's not really appropriate for you to raise the price like this, Wu Jing said with a frown. Stealing a glance at Lu Li remained calm, his expression unchanged. He simply smiled and asked Zhao Yuchuan, "So what price do you think is appropriate?" 5 billion. Zhao Yuchuan replied without hesitation. "You're asking for an increase of 200 million right off the bat?" Lu Weiming couldn't help but interject. "Mr. Zhao, isn't that a bit excessive?" At this point, Yang Qi was on the verge of losing control of his emotions. His hands were tightly clenched, and his body trembled slightly. The scene before him made him, who was solely focused on research, feel a sense of humiliation. Was he just a business deal in the eyes of others? Why? All he wanted was a place to focus on his research. Once those studies could yield results, it would be revolutionary for the entire world. Why did he become just a business in the eyes of these people? If that's the case, then what was the significance of his research? Was it really just about making money? Yang Qi fell silent, even wanting to turn and escape from this place immediately. Just then, Lu Li's voice rang out again. "Mr. Zhao, is this your final price?" Yes, that's right. I can't go lower than this." Zhao Yuchuan quickly nodded. In fact, in his heart, if Lu Li was unwilling to settle at this price, even if it was reduced by 1,000 or 5 million, he could accept it. However, it was not yet the time to reveal the final cards. But Lu Li's reaction was beyond his expectations. "All right, let's go with this price." Lu Li nodded, almost without hesitation, and continued, "Can we sign the contract now?" Lu Li knew very well that this acquisition price was actually inflated. Earlier, when he came with Wu Jing, he had already gathered a clear understanding of the manufacturing plant situation through MOC during the car ride. According to the estimated valuation, it was worth at most 300 million. However, Zhao Yuchuan initially asked for 3 billion, and then, using Yang Qi as a condition, raised it to 5 billion. Under these circumstances, a typical investment company would probably have abandoned the acquisition project. But Lu Li was different. He was not looking to flip this factory for profit. Instead, he needed this factory to cooperate with the development of AI printing robots for his project, with the ultimate goal of rapidly creating a city for a wandering Earth. Therefore, the slight premium didn't bother him at all. The most important thing was that once he presented the complete and far superior AI technology from his system, the profitability of this factory would exceed 10 times, or even 100 times what it is now. What he needed most was a place and people to absorb his technology. Now he had the place, and that person was Yang Qi. Furthermore, what mattered most to him now was time. There was no need for excessive negotiation. Chapter 49. This is not the cutting-edge AI technology. No problem. As long as you agree to this price, we can sign the contract right away. Hearing Lu Li's words, Zhao Yuchuan was ecstatic. As for Yang Qi, he never intended to keep him. In his mind, Yang Qi was merely someone who constantly asked him for money and had yet to generate any profit for him, a liability. Lu Li keeping him was even better. As for what would happen to Yang Qi in the future, it was no longer his concern. "Manager Lu, have the colleagues from the legal department arrived?" After receiving Zhao Yuchuan's affirmative answer, Lu Li turned to Lu Weiming. "They'll be here soon." Lu Weiming replied in a deep voice. Lu Li nodded, then stood up and walked in front of Yang Qi. At this moment, Yang Qi was still keeping his head down in silence, his fists tightly clenched. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Lu Li spoke gently. Yang Qi pursed his lips, remaining silent. The road to exploring the truth is destined to be lonely and long. You must learn to calmly accept things that are unrelated to your path, for those matters are not worth your anger. Lu Li patted Yang Qi's shoulder. In Zhao's eyes, you might only be worth 20 million. He was earnestly trying to comfort Yang Qi's emotions, but in my view, what you have done cannot be measured by money. So cheer up. Just as Lu Li finished speaking, a knock on the door sounded at the right moment in the reception room. That should be the colleagues from the legal department. Lu Weiming quickly got up to open the door. Sure enough, the legal personnel from the company were standing outside. Let's sign the contract, Lu Li said lightly. Looking at Zhao Yuchuan. Zhao Yuchuan nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Yang Qi, a complex expression briefly appearing on his face, but he quickly concealed it. After hearing Lu Li mention that Yang Qi's value was beyond monetary measure, he instinctively felt that his asking price might be too low, but after careful consideration, he ultimately abandoned the idea of raising it again. He was also afraid that Lu Li would just walk away, which would truly mean a complete breakup. Soon, the legal team from the company revised the contract according to the conditions agreed upon earlier, and Zhao Yuchuan readily signed it. 5 billion. If he relied on his factory to earn that amount, it would probably take nearly 10 years. With such a large sum of money, there was nothing he couldn't do. There was no need to waste time here. As a businessman, he had long understood the pursuit of profit. Lu Li, I look forward to our cooperation, Zhao Yuchuan said with a beaming smile as he shook Lu Li's hand, then added, actually, if Yang Qi's AI technology can truly succeed, it indeed has a vast market. Unfortunately, for this technology to be truly applied, it will probably take at least another decade or more. I really don't have the energy or money to continue. He chuckled as he glanced at Yang Qi again. At this moment, a smile also appeared on Lu Li's face. He discreetly withdrew his hand from Zhao Yuchuan's grip and chuckled. Actually, it shouldn't take that long. I happen to have some materials regarding AI technology. Saying this, Lu Li took out a USB drive and handed it to Yang Qi. Could you take a look? How long would it take for these technologies to be fully developed and applied? Seeing Lu Li take out the USB drive, Wu Jing felt a stir in his heart and quickly recalled the scene back in the New World when Lu Li had taken out a USB drive. Could it be that this USB contains the most cutting-edge international AI technology materials? Wu Jing's heart suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Li had previously stated that he would solve the issues related to AI technology. Now, this scene felt all too familiar. Lu Weiming's face also showed surprise at this moment. He exchanged a glance with Wu Jing, both of them inexplicably feeling a kind of telepathic connection. They both started to get tense. Materials related to AI technology? Yang Qi, at this moment, was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation and took the USB drive from Lu Li with mild interest, thinking that it contained just some ordinary materials about AI technology. Mr. Lu really has some skills, managing to get this kind of thing, Zhao Yuchuan said with a smile. However, he completely disregarded the contents of the USB drive. In his view, it was probably just some superficial AI technology information that Lu Li had somehow obtained. Perhaps not even as valuable as what Yang Qi was currently researching. After all, AI technology wasn't something just anyone could handle. Those research institutions and scientific groups that truly possess strength and are at the forefront, how could their achievements possibly be casually disclosed? This Mr. Lu is merely showing off with things that may not even scratch the surface, or perhaps he is trying to win over Yang Qi. However, after reviewing these materials, Yang Qi might feel disappointed. Mr. Lu's methods of winning people over are a bit too low-end. Well, let me take a look. Although Yang Qi did not have high expectations, since the new boss had spoken, he could only fulfill his duty and inserted the USB drive into the laptop carried by the legal team, beginning to check the files. The reception room fell into a brief silence. After signing the contract, Zhao Yuchuan did not leave, but instead waited with great interest to see what would unfold. He knew Yang Qi's character and that he approached research with seriousness and rigor. If these technologies were merely superficial, he would definitely speak up. At that time, what kind of expression would Mr. Lu, who had always appeared calm and composed, have? He was quite curious to see. Yang Qi moved the mouse and carefully browsed the files on the USB drive. As time passed, his expression shifted from slight interest to seriousness. And then his eyes gradually lit up. These are not just the latest AI technology materials. He suddenly raised his head, staring intently at Lu Li. Lu Li did not refute him, but simply smiled. How could this be? Wu Jing couldn't help but speak up, saying that Mr. Lu would definitely not present useless information just to appease you. Wu Jing had a deep understanding of this. Previously, the 3D printing technology that Lu Li presented had already surpassed the complete materials of the current international leading technology. Now that he has brought out this AI technology material, how could it be inferior? Lu Weiming also wanted to say something in defense of his boss, but was about to speak when he stopped himself. At this moment, Yang Qi seemed to be acting a bit unusually. No, this is definitely not just the forefront of AI technology at the moment. Yang Qi trembled slightly, his gaze never leaving the computer screen in front of him. His hand, gripping the mouse, rapidly flipped through the documents on the computer. Chapter 50. Achieving Mass Production of AI Robots in 1 month. Yang Qi, this is where you are wrong. Zhao Yuchuan had not yet noticed that the atmosphere was a bit off and cheerfully remarked, "These materials are at least presented by your new boss. How can you speak so directly?" He instinctively thought that Yang Qi was experiencing emotional fluctuations due to disappointment from the materials on the USB drive. Just then, Yang Qi suddenly raised his head. He completely disregarded Zhao Yuchuan and excitedly looked at Lu Li, stammering, "These technologies are absolutely not something that can be researched at this stage, definitely not. They have already surpassed this era. This is a revolutionary breakthrough in AI technology. With these materials, I could achieve mass production of real AI robots in just a month. Where on earth did you?" "All right, no need to say more." Lu Li interrupted Yang Qi. "Well, I have a friend." He gave Yang Qi a meaningful glance. At that moment, Yang Qi was left speechless, frozen in place. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuchuan was completely bewildered, until Lu Li's voice rang out again. "Mr. Zhao, the contract we just signed includes a confidentiality agreement. This research will continue to be conducted by Yang Qi, and you are not allowed to disclose his research progress to the outside world in any form. You should be aware of the consequences of leaking information, right?" Zhao Yuchuan nodded blankly. He had been puzzled about why Lu Li insisted on adding a confidentiality agreement. To him, Yang Qi's previous research seemed to hold little value. But now, he understood that it was all a setup for him. Zhao Yuchuan looked at Yang Qi in disbelief. Achieving mass production of AI robots in just 1 month? He gulped, unable to believe his ears. "Is what you said true?" "Of course," Yang Qi replied without hesitation. "How is that possible?" Zhao Yuchuan was utterly stunned. Previously, he thought the technical materials Lu Li presented were merely superficial. But now hearing Yang Qi say that they could actually enable mass production of AI robots left him dumbfounded. This transformation had completely caught him off guard. And Yang Qi, an AI technology researcher he had never paid much attention to, was being valued so highly by Lu Li, who provided such precious research materials for him to continue his work. He could already envision Yang Qi becoming a legendary figure in the field of AI, ushering in a true era of artificial intelligence. In this factory, if AI robots could indeed be mass-produced, the profits that originally belonged to him would multiply tenfold, 100-fold, even making it one of the leading factories in the country and perhaps even the world. No, by then it might not even be a factory anymore, but a globally renowned AI machine production base. However, all of this had nothing to do with him now. If only he had not been so greedy and had retained a portion of his shares, it wouldn't have come to this. After hearing Yang Qi's later remarks, Wu Jing and Lu Weiming were also left in shock. A revolutionary technological breakthrough in AI that transcends the era. That phrase sounded somewhat familiar. Wasn't that what Zhang Weixin had said after seeing the 3D printing technology presented by the boss? Wu Jing initially thought that the materials Lu Li had just introduced were merely the most cutting-edge AI technologies available internationally. But now it seemed to be far more than that. The value of this information was likely comparable to the complete 3D printing technology Lu Li had previously given him, and it might even be more valuable. This was AI technology. The range of applications for this technology was much broader than that of 3D printing, and the potential for profit was even more staggering. With just one authorization, he might earn enough money to last 10 lifetimes without spending it all. With such a money-making machine, building a city for the wandering Earth would be nothing short of a matter of time. Even constructing 10 such cities would probably just be a question of when. As he thought about this, Wu Jing couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Lu Li has become even more mysterious in his eyes. It turns out he really didn't follow the wrong person. Forget about the 3D printing technology. Now there's also AI technology. Just how many hidden cards does this boss have that he doesn't know about? At this moment, Lu Weiming was also in a state of confusion. From the very beginning, he felt like his brain was a bit overwhelmed. He initially thought the boss acquired the factory to develop AI technology. But now, the situation has completely exceeded his expectations. At this point, he couldn't say anything. His thoughts were similar to those of Wu Jing. In this lifetime, being able to follow the boss must be a blessing earned over 10 lifetimes. All right, the factory will be merged into a new entity, establishing a dedicated AI machine manufacturing department, with development led by Yang Qi and management temporarily overseen by Wu Jing. Wu Jing, you need to find a suitable person to take over the management work as soon as possible. The most important task right now is still the Wandering Earth City project. and you and Yang Qi must work together. Lu Li briefly made some arrangements. Understood. Wu Jing and Lu Weiming responded solemnly. After the arrangements were made, Lu Li prepared to leave. Lu Weiming deliberately slowed his pace, and after Lu Li walked away, he approached Zhao Yuchuan and said in a low voice, I hope you remember the confidentiality agreement. You need to understand that our boss can produce such important technology, and his background is beyond your imagination or provocation. After saying this, Lu Weiming meaningfully patted Zhao Yuchuan on the shoulder. Lu Weiming thought of this when Lu Li mentioned the confidentiality agreement. Zhao Yuchuan has a penchant for money. If he isn't intimidated, he might do something outrageous for money, like leaking this information. That would definitely cause trouble for the boss. But from his recent observations, Zhao Yuchuan's courage and ambition seem rather limited. The boss's mysterious persona serves as a perfect deterrent. A warning like this should suffice. Yes, I will definitely remember. At this moment, Zhao Yuchuan was completely bewildered. Lu Li's calmness and composure made him feel both impressed and intimidated. The fact that such important AI technology could be revealed so casually showed that the boss was utterly fearless. Such a person is definitely not someone he can provoke. And what about that wandering Earth city? It doesn't sound like a secret base project, does it? Thinking of this, he felt even more alarmed. He secretly resolved that this matter must be kept to himself forever. While he loves money, he knows that no amount of money is worth his life. Let's go. Manager Lu, let's check on the factory situation. Yang Gong, please lead the way. With this factory, the construction of Wandering Earth City is just around the corner. In a month at most, once Lu Jian selects the location, our army of printing robots will be ready for use, and that will be our time to shine. At this moment, both Wu Jing and Lu Weiming were a bit excited, and even Yang Qi was infected by this atmosphere. Just thinking about those AI technologies made their smiles even broader. As for Zhao Yuchuan, he had long been forgotten in the reception room. Chapter 51. The construction site is confirmed, and preparations for filming are underway. First affiliated hospital. In Lu Changfeng's hospital room. Mr. Lu, how are you feeling today? Dr. Li asked with a smile, holding Lu Changfeng's latest examination report. I'm doing all right. This old body of mine should hold up for a few more years. Old Li, give me a straight answer. When can I be discharged? Lu Changfeng smiled, and then asked seriously. Dr. Li looked at the examination report, his brow furrowing slightly. From the report, your condition is basically stable, but considering some issues accumulated over time, jumping back into high-intensity work could lead to more serious problems at any moment. Therefore, I recommend that you stay in the hospital for further observation and recuperation for a while longer. Hearing this, Lu Changfeng sighed lightly. I can recuperate, but I don't know how much longer the company can hold on. That kid Lu Li is not familiar with the business, and with those two directors. Sigh, I don't know how he'll cope with those old geezers. And what about the project The Wandering Earth? I have no idea how that is going. As he spoke, Lu Changfeng's expression grew more worried. Mr. Lu, I think you should adjust your mindset, Dr. Li said, a complex look appearing on his face. In recent days, he had seen quite a bit of news about Xinjiang media, with the vice president being taken away and plans to build a film city for movie production, which seemed quite unreliable. Coupled with the numerous negative comments online about Xinjiang, he felt that if Lu Li continued like this, it might really be too late to turn things around. Thinking of this, he hesitated to speak. At that moment, the senior nurse who had been taking care of Lu Changfeng suddenly spoke up. Mr. Lu, young mister. Lu specifically instructed me to tell you not to worry about the company. Just focus on your recovery and don't stress too much. Upon hearing this, Dr. Li immediately abandoned the idea of informing Lu Changfeng about the external situation. As a doctor, his primary responsibility was to ensure Lu Changfeng's health. Other matters were not his concern, nor did he need to worry about them. Just then, the nurse's phone rang. Lu Changfeng's phone had long been collected. So whether it was Lu Li or Lin Miao, any calls were directed to the nurse. Sir, it's Miss Lin. She handed the phone to Lu Changfeng. Dad, it's Miao Miao. How are you feeling now? Are you better? As soon as the call connected, Lin Miao's voice reached Lu Changfeng's ears. Miao Miao, I'm fine. You don't need to worry, Lu Changfeng said with a smile upon hearing her voice. I'm sorry, Dad. I received an important task recently, and a project is at a critical stage, so I can't leave for a short time. Lin Miao's tone was somewhat downcast. It's okay, Miao Miao. Just focus on your work. The arrangements made by Lu Li are quite good. Lu Changfeng comforted softly, fully aware of the nature of Lin Miao's work, which is related to defense engineering, and there are no small matters in that field. Once I finish this busy period, I'll come back to see you. As soon as Lin Miao's voice fell, Lu Changfeng faintly heard a voice coming from the other end of the phone. Sister Lin, there's a problem again with the carbon atom arrangement formula we just tested. The combined nanomaterials haven't met the expected data. Please take a look. I got it. Lin Miao's voice immediately responded. At this moment, Lu Changfeng's expression became a bit more serious. Miao Miao, if you have something to do, go ahead. Then I'll get busy. Dad, make sure to take care of yourself. I'll find time to come back as soon as possible. Go ahead. After hanging up the phone, Lin Miao glanced at her mobile phone, gritted her teeth, and put it into the storage cabinet. She then put on her lab coat again. Let us go? Continue looking for new arrangement methods. As the news of Xingchen and Zhongliu planning to build a city continued to ferment online, netizens kept a close watch on the actions of both companies. This also kept the atmosphere within Xingchen media tense. The preparatory work for Liang Chao's crew was ongoing. But due to the occasional suppression from Zhongliu, coupled with the many negative reports about Xingchen online, the progress inevitably slowed down somewhat. However, Liang Chao's enthusiasm remained undeterred, and he became even more resilient. With his efforts, the preparatory work for the crew was proceeding smoothly. Thus, half a month passed. In the Xingchen building. In the president's office. You are my little apple. The ringtone of Lu Li's phone on the desk rang. He glanced at the caller ID and his eyes lit up slightly. Hello, has there been progress on the site selection? The caller was Lu Jian. And Lu Li wasted no time with pleasantries, directly asking. President Lu, I have identified 3 target locations. These places have already been discussed with the local investment promotion departments and confirmed for development as tourism project sites. The marked locations on the map have been sent to your email for you to review. Lu Jian didn't waste words and directly began reporting his work. During this period, Lu Jian truly worked tirelessly. He and his team rushed to various locations for inspections, spending most of the last half-month either sleeping in hotels, on the road for inspections, or on planes. Because of this, he managed to preliminarily determine 3 city building addresses in just half a month. All right, don't hang up. I'll check it right away. Lu Li also didn't waste time and opened his email on the computer. He carefully reviewed the 3 locations chosen by Lu Jian. Lu Jian had conducted a detailed investigation of these 3 places, not only including addresses, but also summarizing aspects such as local customs, terrain advantages and disadvantages, etc. Lu Li scanned through the information and already had a basic concept. Suddenly, his gaze paused slightly. Among the 3 recommended addresses, he saw a place that was both incredibly familiar and strange. Memories began to awaken in his mind, as scenes continuously surfaced. Beihai City, Shachin County. Gusha Village. This place happens to be the hometown of Lu Li. 20 years ago, Lu Changfeng came from here. Lu Li still has memories of this place from his childhood and has visited it several times with Lu Changfeng. Although it has been a long time, he still remembers this place and some of the people there. At this moment, those memories seem to be suddenly awakened, both unfamiliar and nostalgic. He carefully looked over the information about this location and found that it was strongly recommended by Lu Jian, who had almost completed discussions with the relevant local departments. As long as Lu Li confirms, all processes can be completed quickly. Since that's the case, let's go check it out first. President Lu, I'm setting off now to take a look at Gusha Village. He instructed Lu Jian. Also, please contact President Wu to see when the first batch of construction equipment and printing robots can be delivered. Got it, President Lu. After hanging up the phone, a glimmer of light appeared in Lu Li's eyes. The address was basically confirmed, and the next step was the construction of the wandering Earth City. With a large number of printing robots, some simple buildings should be completed quickly during the construction process. This means that the days until the start of filming for the project are getting closer. Chapter 52. The construction of Earth City begins. This will become a miracle place. The next morning, the sun had just risen. After a long night of flying and transferring, Lu Li finally arrived at Shachin County in Beihai City, where Lu Jian had been waiting for a long time. As soon as they met, Lu Jian said, President Lu, you must be tired from the journey. Would you like to rest first? I've already booked a hotel room, and we can go there now. Lu Li decisively shook his head. Let us go check out Gusha Village directly. Seeing Lu Li's insistence, Lu Jian could only nod slightly. He quickly contacted someone to bring over the rented jeep. The 4-person team, including 2 professional geological surveyors, got into the car and sped off toward Gusha Village. Building a city in the desert is different from other places. Strict geological surveys must be conducted. Otherwise, Even if the city is built, it could face geological disasters or even collapse risks. Luli had emphasized this point to Wu Jing from the beginning. The transportation from Shaqing County to Gusha Village is relatively convenient, which was one of the reasons we chose this location. However, the actual site we are surveying for the city is nearly 10 kilometers away from Gusha Village, and that stretch into the desert is not easy to traverse. In the car, Wu Jing and Luli sat in the back while Wu Jing was explaining the situation. If we determine the construction site, is it possible to build a road there? Luli asked. At this moment, one of the professional surveyors in the front passenger seat replied, if we want to build a road, we will need to conduct a detailed survey of the geological conditions along the way. Theoretically speaking, the area near the village we are considering for our site mainly consists of flat desert and some regions with a small amount of loose sand. So building a road shouldn't be a problem. The main complication is that there is a stretch of desert between the two locations. Additionally, this requires authorization from the relevant departments, and the funding for the road will definitely have to come from us. Luli nodded slightly. He wasn't concerned about the money aspect. If the construction of the city is confirmed to be near that village, then the road will definitely need to be built later, as it connects the city to the outside world. Moreover, it would make it much more convenient for the film crew to access that area. All right, let's go check the situation there today. If everything looks good, Mr. Lu can continue discussions with the relevant departments about land development and secure the development rights as soon as possible. Understood. Wu Jing nodded seriously. By the way, what did Mr. Wu say? When will the first batch of construction machinery arrive? Luli recalled the conversation he had with Wu Jing yesterday and asked. I've already inquired. The first batch of machinery should be delivered soon. What is the specific timing? Luli frowned and pressed for more details. It should be within a week. Wu Jing replied with a bit of helplessness. The production work is urgent and the tasks are heavy. So this is already the fastest outcome. Yes, they're indeed working hard. Luli sighed inwardly. The delivery of the first batch of printing machines has almost exhausted all the manpower and resources of the new Genesis and AI manufacturing plant. Achieving such results in just half a month is quite remarkable, especially since New Genesis had accumulated quite a bit of stock machinery beforehand. Many of them were retrofitted and put to use right away. The situation at the AI manufacturing plant is similar. If it weren't for the immense pressure facing Xingchen Media right now, he wouldn't be so anxious. Ultimately, the reason he acquired New Genesis and the AI manufacturing plant was to build the city and produce the film. The existence of the system meant that Luli had to focus all his energy on filmmaking, while everything else was merely supportive. Acquiring companies is supportive. Making money is supportive. Creating advanced technology is also supportive. The ultimate goal is singular: to make movies. The Jeep sped along the road, and as time passed, the surroundings began to look increasingly desolate, with patches of sand-covered hills emerging. After several hours, the landscape was entirely sand. At this point, a gust of wind blew by, carrying yellow sand with it. An hour later, the outline of the village finally came into view. The village is situated on a stretch of desert. Apart from the wind and sand, it consists of dry gravel, with nothing else around, making life very tough. At a glance, it was a scene of desolation. That's the village. Wu Jing opened the car window, and a strong wind rushed in, immediately bringing a sense of desolation. I see. Luli nodded. The small village standing on the Gobi Desert gradually overlapped with the memories in his mind. Yes, this is the old home of Li's hometown. Even after so many years, this place still left a deep impression in his memory. He had lived in this village when he was young, but those memories had become quite vague. One thing he faintly remembered was that ever since he became aware of his surroundings, it seemed he had never really been full. This is also why, after growing up, Luli became so obsessed with indulgent pleasures. The hardships of survival. The days of having one meal and not knowing when the next would come left him with a significant psychological shadow. At this moment, looking at the impoverished and desolate little village, a complex emotion surged within Luli. The Jeep did not stop, but continued forward, heading towards a location 10 kilometers away. That was the area they had explored, suitable for building a city. The Jeep moved steadily across the barren Gobi Desert, like a lone warrior charging ahead. Surrounded by the vast and heavy Gobi landscape, resembling rugged mountains stretching endlessly. Half an hour passed, and they finally arrived at a flat expanse of Gobi Desert. I was shocked the first time I came here. Wu Jing exclaimed. The geology here is very stable, and the flat stone desert serves as a natural foundation, making it very suitable for city construction which is why Wu Jing strongly recommended this place. Looking further out, on the horizon was a rolling sea of yellow sand, where one could see both the vastness of the Gobi Desert and the magnificent spectacle of the sandstorms. Luli got out of the car and stood on the Gobi Desert. A feeling of loneliness and desolation instantly surged in his heart. It was as if this land was expressing emotions that had been brewing for countless years. If the wandering city could be built here, the vast and grand feeling combined with the loneliness and desolation would be a perfect match, creating a stunning visual effect on screen. Adding a space elevator and planetary engines to this scene would create a magnificent sight reaching into the sky. This place would become a land of miracles, a dream for countless people. However, the previously planned 10 square kilometers might still seem a bit too modest. It does not match the vast and boundless character of this place. Thinking of the ancient Shah village and witnessing the magnificent scenery of the Gobi Desert again, Luli grew even fonder of this location. Let's take a walk, Luli said lightly, starting to walk on the Gobi Desert. At that moment, the feeling of loneliness and desolation became even more pronounced. As he walked, Luli continued to ponder. This place is remote enough and suitable for his future development, allowing many things that are not convenient to disclose to be better hidden here. Overall, building the wandering city here is indeed a great choice. Half an hour later, Luli and the others returned to the Jeep. Mr. Liu, how do you feel? Luli did not reply but simply opened the door and climbed inside the Jeep. Let us go. We'll check out the ancient Shah village. Chapter 53. Who's back from the city? Half an hour later, a group of people returned to Gusha village. When the Jeep drove into the village, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Villagers with dark complexions, dressed simply, stepped out of their homes, curiously watching the arrival of Lu Li and the others. Hey, where did this four-wheeled vehicle come from? Is someone back from the city? The people in the vehicle looked unfamiliar, prompting whispers among the villagers to inform the village chief and find out what these newcomers were here for. Intrigued, Luli couldn't help but look out the window. Familiar scenes flashed in his mind. He vaguely recalled that many of these people seemed to know his late father quite well and had a good relationship with him. But it had been years since he had last returned. They probably wouldn't recognize him anymore. Soon, under Lu Li's guidance, the Jeep stopped in front of an abandoned stone house. This was the home Lu Changfeng had left before. Mr. Lu, you seem quite familiar with this place, Lu Jian said, somewhat puzzled. They had been to Gusha village before, but back then they hadn't stayed long. They merely communicated with the village chief to understand the local circumstances. However, Luli had never been here before. Why did he seem so familiar with it? Luli pondered for a moment and smiled. This is my hometown. What? Lu Jian was taken aback. This is your hometown? What a coincidence. The two surveyors were also surprised. Although they had conducted many investigations in this area, they had no idea it was Lu Li's hometown. Luli chuckled. It was quite a coincidence indeed. At this moment, many villagers followed the Jeep and came to the site. Before long, an elderly man with a slightly stooped figure stepped out from the crowd. Upon seeing Lu Jian and the others, his murky eyes brightened slightly. He was the village chief of Gusha. Lu Jian waved and greeted the old man, while also introducing Lu Li. Lu Li nodded. He recognized the village chief. However, in his memory, the kind village chief didn't seem this old. Mr. Lu, you're back again. The village chief approached with a smile. When he saw Lu Li, his gaze paused slightly. This boy looks a bit familiar. Village chief, this is our Mr. Lu. Lu Jian quickly introduced. Lu. The village chief's expression shifted slightly, a hint of reminiscence appearing in his eyes. At this moment, Lu Li spoke up. Uncle Gu, it's me, Lu Li. Lu Changfeng is my father. Upon hearing this, the village chief trembled slightly. His expression grew somewhat excited. Changfeng, is it Changfeng's son, Shaoli? The village chief instinctively stepped forward, reaching out his hand as if to shake Lu Li's hand, but hesitated halfway. Uncle Gu, it's me. Lu Li stepped forward as well and directly took the old village chief's hand. He always remembered a very kind uncle from his childhood. Whenever his father went out and he couldn't get any food, crying from hunger at home, that uncle would always come over with food and watch him eat. At that time, Lu Li thought that this uncle was the best person in the world. The uncle's hands were rough, and the calluses on his palms were as hard as the stones on the Gobi Desert. When Lu Li held that hand, he felt a mix of emotions deep inside. Truly, he was a child of the Changfeng family. The old village chief suddenly had red eyes, nodding repeatedly, with an excited smile on his face, saying, Good. It's great that you're back. Shaoli, How is Changfeng doing outside now? The village chief hesitated for a moment before asking. In his memory, it had been a long time since Lu Li and his father had returned, but it was clear that this village chief still cared about Lu Changfeng, who had left the village. He's doing well, everything is fine, but he didn't come back this time. Lu Li nodded gently, not mentioning the fact that Lu Changfeng was hospitalized. The old village chief was already quite advanced in age, and he didn't want to worry him. Good, that's great. The village chief casually wiped the corner of his eye and continued. Although Changfeng is not a native of Gusha village, he grew up here. Even though he left decades ago, this place is still his roots. Over the years, many people in the village still remember him. Knowing that he is doing well puts my old heart at ease. Upon hearing this, Lu Li fell silent. His faint memories told him that the old village chief had a good relationship with Lu Changfeng back in the day. He had thought that many things would fade with time, but Lu Li clearly realized he was mistaken. At that moment, after hearing the conversation between Lu Li and the village chief, many villagers from Gusha gathered curiously, some eager to approach Lu Li. Is this Changfeng's child? He has grown up so much. Time really flies. The last time I remember, when Changfeng brought the kid back, that little one was only at Changfeng's waist level. I can't believe so many years have passed. Yes, Changfeng's child has grown up. Lu Li looked up and nodded slightly to greet the villagers. Many of them he could no longer remember the names of. Feeling a bit awkward being surrounded by curious onlookers, he was relieved when the old village chief seemed to notice his discomfort and quickly said, all right, everyone disperse. Don't scare the child. After a while, the villagers gradually dispersed, but before leaving, they kept glancing over at him. Child, it's almost mealtime. You haven't eaten yet, have you? After the villagers left, the old village chief smiled and said, if you don't mind, why not come to my place for a meal? Uncle, we brought some instant food, so we won't trouble you. Lu Li was about to refuse when the old village chief interrupted him directly. What trouble? You child, stop talking nonsense. Go to my house. Before he could finish his sentence, the old village chief took Lu Li by the hand and headed towards his home. Lu Li had no choice but to move forward. Lu Jing and the others, witnessing this scene, quickly took out the food that had been prepared in the jeep and headed towards the old village chief's house. It was mealtime, and families in the village were busy preparing lunch. Wreaths of smoke rose slowly in this small village in the vast desert. Upon arriving at the old village chief's home, Lu Li and the others fell silent. From the furniture and decorations in the chief's house, it was evident that families living in the desert were truly impoverished. At that moment, the village chief's wife was busy in the kitchen, knowing guests were coming. She had almost turned out all the good food they had at home. However, despite her efforts, this meal was still simple enough to bring a touch of sadness to the group. The meal consisted of simple steamed buns with pickles, some dried meat, and a large hen that had just been slaughtered. This hen was clearly a treasure for the old village chief's family. But in order to host Lu Li and the others, the chief did not hesitate to have his wife serve it at the table. This hen and the dried meat were the best ingredients the chief's family could offer. At the dining table, Lu Li and the others quietly ate their steamed buns, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. At this time, the old village chief seemed to sense their restraint and, with a forced smile, said, sorry, kids. This poor place doesn't have much good food, so you'll have to make do. How could that be? It should be us. Lu Li began to speak, but was interrupted by the old village chief. All right, let us not talk about that. The old village chief seemed to know what Lu Li was about to say and shifted the topic, curiously asking, child, you're not here just to see us old folks, are you? Is there something important going on? Chapter 54, we create a miracle here. Indeed, there is a bit of a matter. Lu Li was still pondering how to express this. After all, he had only seen one place so far. Although this place was quite to his liking, confirming the location for building a city like this felt a bit hasty. He still needed to check out the 3 locations Lu Jing had shortlisted. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the village chief's door. Chief, are you eating? I brought some food for the kids from the Changfeng family. You don't have much good food at home. Don't let the kids go hungry. The hearty and bright voice was mixed with a hint of joy. When Lu Li turned to look towards the door, he saw a dark-skinned man walking in, carrying 2 plates of cooked dishes. The dishes were covered with bowls, and Lu Jing and the others were momentarily stunned as the dark-skinned man placed the plates on the table and uncovered them, revealing a plate of vegetables and a plate of duck meat. You guy, how can I let the kids go hungry? The old village chief glared at the dark-skinned man, then looked at Lu Li, saying, Child, do you recognize this rough guy? This is Changchun, the sworn brother of the Changfeng family. By seniority, you should call him uncle. Looking at the vegetables and duck meat on the table, an indescribable emotion surged in Lu Li's heart. This place was so poor. And the 2 plates of food brought by the man were probably the best ingredients from his home. Lu Li felt a complex mix of emotions regarding the man's warmth. He quickly stood up and seriously called out to the dark-skinned man, "Uncle Changchun." All right. Gu Changchun scratched his head and smiled, then hurriedly signaled to Lu Li, "Child, you sit down and eat. I won't disturb you. I'm leaving." After saying that, without giving Lu Li a chance to respond, he turned and walked out of the village chief's house. Lu Jing and the others exchanged glances, watching the dark-skinned man's departing figure fall into silence again. This was not the end. When Lu Li and the others picked up their chopsticks again, a sound of footsteps came from outside the village chief's house. "Village chief, I brought some food for Changfeng." Soon, another aunt walked in from outside, placed the dish in her hand down, carefully looked at Lu Li for a moment, and then happily left. Lu Li put down his chopsticks, staring blankly at the dish, then glanced at the aunt's departing figure. A complex emotion stirred within him. "Village chief, this is some preserved meat left at home for the child to eat." "Village chief, we just harvested some vegetables for the kid." For the next half hour, villagers continuously walked in from outside, smiling at Lu Li while placing down dishes, then turning to leave. By the end, the dining table, originally with just a few dishes, was now filled to the brim with food, incredibly abundant. This scene left Lu Jing and the others completely stunned at the dining table. They never expected that Lu Li would be so well received in this small village. But the owner hadn't returned for a long time, had he? These villagers brought out their best offerings just to host Lu Li, a wanderer who had been away from home for years and had hardly returned. They made no demands, simply believing that Lu Changfeng was one of them. Since Changfeng's son had returned, they had to treat him well. To this end, they didn't hesitate to slaughter their laying hens and old ducks, bringing out the hard-earned fresh vegetables. They even took out the preserved meat they had cherished for a long time, perhaps meant for the new year. The actions of these people touched the softest parts of the hearts of the few present time and again. "Come eat, kid. These folks are probably still thinking about Changfeng. Hearing that you returned, how could they not come to take a look?" The old village chief sighed a bit and said to Lu Li with a smile, "Okay." Lu Li nodded, lowering his head, picking up his chopsticks, stuffing his mouth with steamed buns while eating the dishes in front of him. He didn't know when his eyes had turned red. Meanwhile, Lu Jing began to explain their purpose to the old village chief. "Old village chief, our purpose this time is similar to last time. Didn't we mention wanting to find a place to develop a tourism project? Today, Mr. Lu is here for an inspection." "A tourism project?" Upon hearing this, the old village chief furrowed his brows slightly. Then, he hesitated and glanced at Lu Li. Under normal circumstances, if someone wanted to invest in a project in Gusha village, it would definitely be a good thing for the village, as their living conditions might improve as a result. In the future, every household wouldn't have to endure such a hard life on this barren land. However, family members are aware of their own matters. Moreover, Lu Li is a child from their village. The old village chief did not want to hide certain situations. "There's nothing here." The old village chief sighed, his eyes filled with deep helplessness and even a hint of numbness. "What project are you all working on here? It's just a waste of money. Child, listen to Uncle Gu. Find another place and don't spend your money foolishly." After saying this, the old village chief sighed again. It seemed he recalled something from the past, standing up and walking with a stoop towards the room. "Child, this old man in my family has a soft heart." At this moment, the village chief's wife shook her head and spoke. In the past, Changfeng also wanted to help the village and change the living conditions here. But in the end, alas, it can't be blamed on others. This place is too poor. There aren't even workers available. You say you want to start some project here. The old man is just worried about you getting taken advantage of. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jing and the others exchanged glances unconsciously. Lu Li, on the other hand, tightened his grip on the chopsticks in his hand. Before long, after finishing their meal, Lu Li and the others prepared to leave. They needed to hurry back to the county. At some point, as the jeep started, families in the village came out again. They did not approach, but watched the jeep slowly depart from a distance. Some people even waved their hands to bid farewell to Lu Li. Watching this scene, the jeep was filled with silence. No one knew what words to use to express their feelings. Lu Li rolled down the car window and waved back at the villagers who were saying goodbye to them, until the jeep drove out of the village entrance and back onto the vast Gobi Desert. "Boss, where are we going next?" Lu Jing felt the atmosphere in the car was still a bit heavy, so he spoke up to shift everyone's attention. At that moment, Lu Li shook his head. "No need to look anymore. Let's settle here." His tone was very firm, which made the other three unconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. Emotionally, after what had happened earlier, all three naturally hoped to help these villagers, but they did not have the final say in this matter. It still depended on Lu Li's attitude. However, the conditions here are indeed not good, and since there's nothing, Lu Jing reminded them with honesty. Precisely because there is nothing here, we need to create a miracle. Lu Li's gaze was determined, and he instructed, discuss the land development rights with the relevant departments as quickly as possible. We will stay here for the next few days until the project starts. Chapter 55. We can't let Lu Li down. Within Gusha village. Until the jeep that Lu Li was in completely disappeared from sight, a group of villagers eagerly headed towards the village chief's house. At this time, the village chief also came out of the room and arrived at the door. Has that kid Lu Li left? Seeing the villagers gathering, the old village chief sighed and asked, just left, chief. Why did that kid from Changfeng come alone this time? Where's Changfeng? Gu Changchun, Lu Changfeng's sworn brother, asked. At this moment, other villagers also began to speak up. Yes, why hasn't Changfeng come back? Something didn't happen to him out there, did it? Uncle Haishi, why did Changfeng come back? Is there something we can help with? Hearing the villagers, the old village chief sighed again. He glanced at everyone before slowly speaking. That child Lu Li wanted to start a tourism project here, but I advised him against it. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred with confusion. What? A project? Uncle Haishi, isn't that a good thing? Why did you talk him out of it? Exactly. What are you doing, uncle? If this kid could develop something here, we might benefit and have a better life. How could you be so foolish to turn it down? The villagers became anxious. Such a great opportunity had been rejected without any discussion, and it felt like they had lost a chance to improve their lives. Everyone, quiet down, Gu Changchun shouted. The villagers gradually settled down. Since the village chief made this decision, he must have his reasons. Let's listen carefully. Gu Changchun looked at the village chief and nodded for him to explain. The old village chief was silent for a moment before slowly saying, It's my fault for not discussing this with you, but I need to clarify a few things. You all know our place. What do we have here? Lu Li wants to come and develop a tourism project, but all we have is a barren land and yellow sand. What is there to see? Isn't he just wasting money coming here? Given the situation, how could I not explain it to him? He is one of our own. I can't let him down. His words left the villagers in silence. They understood how poor the conditions were in this barren land and how difficult it would be to develop anything. Lu Changfeng had tried to invest here before. At that time, he wanted to create job opportunities by investing in a script to shoot a TV drama here. The crew was formed and filming began, but many staff members couldn't endure the hardships of the location, leading to more and more people leaving, including some actors who chose to breach their contracts rather than continue filming. In the end, the drama was never completed and the project was scrapped. Gusha village remained unchanged. At that time, Lu Changfeng was still unwilling to give up and wanted to build roads to gradually bring people here. However, the situation remained largely the same. The road was built, costing a fortune to connect the provincial road from the county to the barren land, but it was all in vain. Nobody wanted to come here. It was too poor. There was nothing here. Even with investment, there were no projects that could be developed deeply. In the end, the old village chief had to advise Lu Changfeng to leave. Until now, Lu Changfeng still harbored guilt in his heart and had not dared to return. We have already let Changfeng down. Now, we cannot harm this child, Lu Li, any longer. At this point, the old village chief let out a deep sigh. His heart filled with complex emotions. Everyone present lowered their heads, unable to say a word. Suddenly, a sigh emerged from the crowd, and Gu Changchun smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it, this is our fate. Most of the children have already left. As for us old folks, we'll just guard this desolate land for the rest of our lives. After saying this, Changchun shook his head sadly and turned to leave. The others watched his departing figure, silently shaking their heads. Soon, one by one, they left the village chief's house. Watching this scene, the old village chief felt a pang of sadness and looked tremulously into the distance. Their generation of Gusha villagers had grown up on this barren land. They had stayed here for a lifetime. No matter how difficult it was, they had endured it all. So be it, the old village chief murmured to himself, shaking his head as he walked into the house. In Shacheng County, in the investment promotion department, two middle-aged men sat across from each other in a simply decorated office, carefully examining documents. They were the top officials responsible for investment promotion in Shacheng County. Suddenly, one of the men raised his head. Old Yao, have we been in contact with General Liu, who was interested in investing here recently? What is the situation? Asked the head official, Shui Taihe, holding a document. Yao Wenlin gently shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. I contacted General Liu a few days ago. He told me that nothing is confirmed yet, but to be honest, Director Shui, it might be a bit difficult. Why? Shui Taihe frowned slightly. Yao Wenlin pondered for a moment before continuing. They have other alternatives besides us, and overall, our conditions might be the least attractive. But we can offer better policies, right? Shui Taihe's frown deepened. Yao Wenlin smiled bitterly. It's not just a matter of policy. Director Shui, you know the overall situation in our county, and the place they are considering is a piece of barren land 10 kilometers north of Gusha Village. The basic conditions are too poor. I remember a film crew went to Gusha Village to shoot a movie, and in the end, everyone from the crew left. And the project fell through. There must be other ways. Shui Taihe sighed. The conditions now are much better than before. The roads have been built, so it might work. Hearing this, Yao Wenlin fell silent. What if we relax the policies a bit more, allowing them to use as much land as they want? After all, that barren land has nothing, and we want to expand there for now. But even so, they have to be willing to come. The office fell into a brief silence. And after a moment, both men sighed deeply. Just then, a voice came from outside the office. Director Shui, Deputy Director Yao. There is someone named Lu Jing who wants to see you. General Liu. Hearing this name, Shui Taihe and Yao Wenlin both stood up. They exchanged glances and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Chapter 56. The area of the Wandering Earth City has doubled. It's so crazy. Quickly invite the general manager to the meeting room. Shui Taihe hurriedly instructed, then stood up from behind his desk. Lao Yao, this time we must secure the general manager. All right. Both of them had a hint of excitement in their eyes as they quickly walked towards the meeting room. Meanwhile, Lu Li and Lu Jian were waiting in the meeting room of the investment department. General Liu, the two leaders from Shacheng County's investment department, are quite approachable. We should be able to secure the development rights today. However, I haven't discussed the issue of expanded land use with them beforehand, so I'm not sure. No rush. Let's see how it goes after we talk. Lu Li nodded lightly. The idea of expanding the land came to Lu Li after he finished surveying the Gobi Desert area. He was uncertain whether the city would have enough space as it expanded, especially considering that the space elevator and planetary engine are both massive projects that would require significant land. The planetary engine, in particular, is depicted as being able to shelter an underground city in the movie, which indicates its enormous size. According to the data he retrieved from the system, this was indeed the case. Therefore, he thought that expansion might be necessary in the later stages of the city's construction. But he needed to clarify this with the leaders of the investment department first. Just as they finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside the meeting room. Soon, Shui Taihe and Yao Wenlin entered. General Liu, I didn't expect you to come today, Yao Wenlin said with a smile as he stepped through the door. Leaders, I hope to not disturb you again. Lu Jian quickly stood up and extended his hand in greeting. Lu Li also stood up at this moment. By the way, this is General Liu, my boss. Lu Jian introduced Lu Li to the two leaders. General Liu? Shui Taihe and Yao Wenlin's eyes lit up. They had just learned that Lu Jian had another boss behind him. At that moment, both men thought of a question simultaneously. This investment. Perhaps General Liu is the key figure. Today, General Liu is here. Does that mean things are looking promising? With this thought, their eyes sparkled even more. The two immediately greeted Lu Li and shook hands. After some pleasantries, they all took their seats. Shui Taihe looked at Lu Li and took the initiative to ask, without wasting time on small talk, General Liu, are you here today to discuss investment matters? Lu Li smiled and replied, I'm here today mainly to learn from General Liu. You're being humble. Shui Taihe understood and then looked at Lu Jian. At this moment, Yao Wenlin also spoke up. General Liu, we previously discussed the development of a tourism project in the Gobi Desert near Gusha Village. Have you made a decision? Lu Jian pondered for a moment before responding. Yes, we have made a decision, but there are still some issues we would like to confirm with the two leaders. If everything is fine, we should be able to finalize this project. What questions do you have? Please feel free to ask, Yao Wenlin said earnestly. Lu Jian instinctively glanced at Lu Li before continuing. It's like this. You both should know that we want to develop a tourism project, but this project might be quite large. Initially, we estimated that we would need an area of 10 square kilometers. However, after careful calculation, We believe that this area might not be enough. 10 square kilometers is still insufficient. Both Shui Taihe and Yao Wenlin were taken aback. What kind of tourism project were they planning that even 10 square kilometers would not suffice? That's roughly equivalent to the core area of a third-tier city. However, both of them were seasoned individuals and did not show any unusual expressions. How large do you need? Shui Taihe pondered before asking. At this moment, Lu Li finally spoke up. Double it. Our current plan is temporarily set like this. He thought for a moment and added, but we may also need permission for future expansion. Double, which means 20 square kilometers. What exactly do you intend to build? At this point, both Shui Taihe and Yao Wenlin could no longer hold back their surprise. We want to build a city. A comprehensive themed city that integrates a film and television base, a tourist city, and a high-tech development base. Once this city is completed, Gusha Village, Shacheng County, and even the entire region could become famous worldwide because of it. Lu Li earnestly introduced the project to the two leaders from the investment promotion department. At this moment, Shui Taihe and Yao Wenlin were completely stunned. How is this even possible? Yao Wenlin's expression gradually turned serious as he looked at Lu Li. Investment attraction is not a joke. This is a super project occupying an area of 20 square kilometers. Can you take responsibility for what you are saying now? Of course. Lu Li nodded confidently. However, before Yao Wenlin could say anything further, he was stopped by Shui Taihe. Mr. Lu, do you know how much funding is required to construct a city of 20 square kilometers? He stared intently at Lu Li's face, his tone extremely grave. Our initial investment is tentatively set at 500 million. Lu Li's expression was calm, but his tone was resolute. Regardless of the investment amount, I will definitely build this city. 500 million. Shui Taihe's heart shook. In their small Shacheng County, even negotiating a 5 million investment project was not easy. They would be thrilled for days because of it. But now, Lu Li was talking about an investment of 500 million. This statement left both Shui Taihe and Yao Wenlin in shock. Yet after the shock, they felt something was off. Why? Shui Taihe tried to keep his expression calm and asked seriously, why build such a large city? If it's just for tourism development, it seems completely unnecessary. Moreover, you might not be able to recoup the investment from this tourism project. Why go to such lengths? Upon hearing this, Lu Li fell silent. At this moment, Lu Jian dared not say a word. The entire reception room fell into a deep silence. To make a movie. Finally, Lu Li's voice rang out firmly. And in the future, we will shoot countless films here that will shock and even drive the whole world crazy. This city will become an unparalleled sci-fi film base. It will also be a futuristic technology-themed city that the whole world yearns for. We want to create a miracle in that desolate desert. As he finished speaking, the entire reception room sank into an even stranger silence. The three people present looked at Lu Li with a mix of complex expressions. Even Lu Jian was no exception. He had heard Lu Li say that the purpose of building this city was to shoot the film The Wandering Earth, but at that time, due to the emergence of groundbreaking 3D printing technology, he hadn't thought much about it. During this busy period of work, he simply hadn't had the time to stop and deeply consider how insane this action really was. Until now, Lu Li proposed to expand the city for The Wandering Earth, and he was casually talking about doubling the area. An indescribable sense of absurdity rose in his heart. To make a movie, they were going to build a large city covering 20 square kilometers. This was just too crazy. Moreover, it seemed that the boss had already made up his mind. Chapter 57, Agreement Reached, Bargain Land. A miracle in the future technology city film base at this moment. Shui Taihe could no longer sit still. He stood up and began to pace back and forth in the reception room, then looked towards Yao Wenlin. Yao Wenlin understood and quickly stood up as well. Mr. Lu, please wait here for a moment and have some tea. This matter is too significant. We need to consult with higher-ups. Is that all right? Okay. Lu Li also stood up and nodded. Then, Shui Taihe nodded to Lu Li and Lu Jian, and the two left the reception room. Inside Shui Taihe's office, Yao Wenlin solemnly closed the office door. Director Shui, what do you think about this? Should we consult with the higher-ups? Shui Taihe was silent for a moment and did not speak. He walked back and forth a few steps, then seemed to make up his mind, picking up the phone on his desk and quickly dialing a series of numbers. Yao Wenlin remained silent, just watching quietly. Soon, the call connected. Shui Taihe briefly reported the situation to the other end of the line. Then, he kept nodding, saying, Yes, yes, yes. I know what to do. After hanging up, Yao Wenlin hurriedly stepped forward. What did they say? Shui Taihe was silent for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "Agreed." "Really agreed?" Yao Wenlin's pupils contracted. Shui Taihe nodded, indicating that the higher-ups believed that since such a large project was coming to invest, there was no reason to turn it away. Moreover, the area over there is considered difficult to develop, and at least for now, there is no intention to develop it. So the land can be freely used by the team. Additionally, didn't Tiwi already agree to give them as much land as they need? The leadership shares the same opinion. If this project succeeds, our county, or even the entire city, could truly become a place of global attention. And you should understand the impact that would create. After saying this, Shui Taihe couldn't help but let out a deep breath. The words just spoken had a tremendous impact on him. The allure of this project was also immense. Although it seemed unbelievable, it was still worth taking a gamble. With this thought, excitement surged within Shui Taihe. Yao Wenlin was even more so, his face already showing signs of excitement, with an uncontainable thrill in his eyes. It felt like a dream. Such a large project had actually fallen into their hands. Even if the project couldn't be fully completed, finishing half would still be remarkable. Let us respond to the team leader. Shui Taihe suppressed his inner excitement and said in a deep voice. Then, the two quickly left the office. In the reception room, the team leader was quietly drinking tea, waiting. Meanwhile, Lu Jian seemed even more excited and nervous than the two leaders from the investment department. He occasionally glanced at the team leader, his gaze filled with hesitation. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. Team leader, are you really planning to expand the project to 20 square kilometers? Isn't that a bit too crazy? The investment required is unimaginable. The team leader took a gentle sip of tea and replied calmly, "It's already decided." This statement left Lu Jian speechless, blocking all the thoughts he had in mind. He paced back and forth in the reception room, constantly looking at the team leader. Ultimately, he slumped down on the sofa, feeling defeated. "I must be crazy for going along with you on this." Hearing this, the team leader looked at Lu Jian with a meaningful smile and said, "Perhaps, one day in the future, you will feel proud of today's decision." At that moment, the door of the reception room was pushed open again. "Team leader, the instructions have come down from above. They agree to your request, and the land sale price will only be a symbolic 100 per acre. We will fully support this project, and if you need anything in the future, feel free to communicate with us. We will do our best to cooperate." Shui Taihe wasted no time and provided a direct response. He continued, "When your project starts, Secretary Qin from our county will come to cut the ribbon for you. Just let me know 3 days in advance. Thank you for your support, Director Shui." Upon hearing Shui Taihe's words, the team leader felt a slight stir in his heart. At 100 per acre, 20 square kilometers would only cost 3 million. That price is simply a bargain. Basically, as Shui Taihe said, it was a symbolic collection. And Secretary Qin even took the initiative to propose the ribbon cutting. He is the top leader of the county. However, thinking about the scale of this project and its future significance for the economic development of the entire county, he felt relieved. 3 days in advance. He turned to Lu Jian and asked, "When can our construction team arrive?" "About 3 days later," Lu Jian replied. Over in Jiangzhou, Wu Jing had already communicated with Lu Jian over the phone. The first batch of construction machinery should be delivered today. Considering the transportation time, it should arrive in 3 days without any issues. Then let's set our start date for 3 days later, Lu Li said decisively, then turned to Shui Taihe. "Director Shui, do you think the timing is suitable? So soon?" Shui Taihe was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lu Li to act so quickly. With the construction team and machinery already prepared. However, he quickly recovered and said, "I'll report it. It should be no problem. In that case, shall we proceed with the necessary procedures?" "No problem. I'll open a green channel for you. We should be able to complete all the paperwork within 3 days. Just in time for your start date." This time it was Yao Wenlin responding to Lu Li. At this moment, he was already very excited. Having taken on such a large project, and seeing Lu Li so well prepared, his confidence grew even stronger. Although the engineering volume in that city was massive, it should be able to be built in 10 to 20 years. As long as Lu Li doesn't give up halfway, everything should be fine. Once this project is successful, the entire county will truly have a turnaround. With this project as a successful case, how could they worry about attracting business in the future? Mr. Lu, although there is still a long road ahead, I wish you all the best in advance here, and may our cooperation be pleasant. Pleasant cooperation. Lu Li and Shui Taihe shook hands tightly. At this moment, Lu Jian had already gone out with Yao Wenlin to handle the paperwork. Lu Li also couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The construction of the Wandering Earth city was about to begin, and the filming of Wandering Earth was also progressing further. As long as everything proceeded step by step, everything would develop in a positive direction. 3 days later was the start date. Chapter 58. The Steel Torrent advances towards the Gobi Desert. Time passed quickly. Over the past 2 days, Luli had been staying in the county. Wu Jing was running around for the relevant paperwork, while Luli was fully immersed in modifying and perfecting the engineering planning drawings, not resting for a moment. The night before the construction of Wandering Earth City, he finally finished. Luli stretched and rubbed his deeply dark-circled eyes. The preliminary planning map for Wandering Earth City had already been completed, but Luli found that many details had discrepancies because the designers were not clear on the specific data. In the past 3 days, Luli's work has involved adjusting the city's layout and overall planning based on the various data provided by the system regarding special buildings. This task seems easy, but is actually quite tedious and complex. Throughout the process, he had to constantly communicate with the designers, as this is not his area of expertise. Fortunately, he managed to finalize the city planning map before construction began, and the construction data for the main buildings to be built in the initial phase was also ready. Luli glanced at the sky outside, which was still dark. Checking the time, he saw it was 4 a.m. There was still some time left, so he could rest for a few hours. He took one last look at the drawings on the table before falling into a deep sleep. He was in a daze for an unknown amount of time until the ringing of his phone startled him awake. The caller was Wu Jing. As soon as the call connected, Wu Jing's slightly excited voice came through. "Mr. Liu, our construction team has already entered the borders of Beihai City. In about 5 hours, they should reach the construction site." Hearing this, Luli immediately sat up in bed. "Okay, I got it. What time will Secretary Qin arrive?" "I've already contacted him. According to our start time, he will arrive at 11 a.m., Wu Jing replied. Luli quickly glanced at his phone, which showed it was just past 6 a.m. "That's perfect. The timing is just right." While speaking, Luli hurriedly washed up and changed his clothes. "After you finish your tasks, head straight to the Gobi Desert. We must ensure that the setup for the ribbon-cutting ceremony goes smoothly. Today is the day the project starts, and we need a good omen. Understand?" "Understood, Mr. Liu." After hanging up, Luli carefully tidied his appearance and put on a well-fitted suit. Looking at himself in the mirror, he took a deep breath, grabbed the construction drawings and some necessary materials, and stepped out of the hotel room. Although he had only slept for 2 hours, Luli felt energized. This was all because today marked the groundbreaking of the Wandering Earth City. At 10 a.m., in Gusha village, the old village chief was drying some firewood in his yard when suddenly a series of rumbling noises came from the distance. The ground seemed to tremble. Moments later, shouts were heard from the direction of the village entrance. "Uncle Haishi, something big has happened." In the yard, the old village chief looked up towards the source of the sound. "What is going on?" he called out. Feeling the slight tremor beneath his feet and hearing the distant rumble, he felt a tightening in his chest and immediately walked out of the yard. A younger villager from Gusha village rushed over, panting, and hurriedly pulled the chief towards the village entrance. A huge truck, taller than several houses. "What are you talking about?" the chief asked, puzzled. By this time, many residents of the village had noticed the unusual commotion outside and were coming out of their homes. "What's going on? What happened? An earthquake? Why do I feel like the house is shaking? What is happening outside? And what is that rumbling sound?" Villagers are gathering in small groups towards the village entrance. When they reach the entrance and look far towards the road, they see an astonishing sight. The old village chief has also arrived at the front of the crowd, following their gaze and then freezing in place, a look of surprise appearing on his face. What a huge and long convoy. At this moment, all the villagers of Gusha stand dazed at the village entrance, staring at a long line of heavy trucks on the distant road, which seems endless at a glance. It stretches towards the county town. The grand convoy on this desolate Gobi Desert looks like a tide of steel, ready to push through the rugged roads and carve out a path forward. On the heavy trucks, there are various large and small machines, some of which the villagers have never seen before, resembling fierce beasts displaying their claws to the Gobi Desert. Where did this convoy come from, and what are they doing in this Gobi Desert? They seem to want to head deeper into the area where there is nothing. "Village chief, do you know what is going on?" Uncle Haishi came back to his senses amidst the shouts of the people. At this moment, he stared at the massive steel convoy, seemingly recalling something, his hands suddenly clenching unconsciously, his chest starting to heave violently, and his eyes turning red. Could it be? At this moment, The name Lu Li naturally came to his mind. Just a few days ago, Lu Li mentioned wanting to invest here. Today, such a huge convoy has appeared on this rarely visited Gobi Desert. Is it a coincidence? No, it's definitely not just a coincidence. Quick, Changchun. Hurry and bring out your donkey cart. We'll follow them. The old village chief suddenly shouted with a trembling voice. Over there, Changchun seemed to realize something as well, saying nothing and turning to run back home, his back exuding an indescribable excitement. Soon, Changchun's donkey cart was pushed out. Changchun called out to the old village chief as he drove the cart. Brother Haishi, get in. A group of villagers quickly helped the old village chief onto the donkey cart. You all stay home and don't cause trouble. We're going to see what's going on. The old village chief shouted to the villagers, then signaled Changchun to drive the cart and chase after the steel convoy. While the villagers at the entrance of the village began to discuss excitedly, do you think this convoy is going to do some kind of project in the Gobi Desert? Didn't he, the kid from the Changfeng family, say he wanted to invest a few days ago? Could it be that he called for this convoy? It shouldn't be, right? Investment isn't something you can just do like that. Chapter 59. Groundbreaking Ceremony, Source of Confidence. In the Great Gobi, urban construction site for the Wandering Earth. At this moment, the area has been arranged and shows some signs of activity. Bright flags fluttered in the wind, and the makeshift venue was covered with a red carpet. Behind it stood a giant backdrop that read, Groundbreaking Ceremony for Key Support Project of Changcheng County, Beihai City, Wandering Earth City. In the center of the venue, there was a prepared foundation stone. A convoy of heavy trucks and numerous construction equipment that had arrived from Jiangzhou were neatly parked around the venue. The rows of large construction machinery looked imposing and impressive. The groundbreaking ceremony was about to begin, and many leaders from Changcheng County had already arrived, including two heads from the Investment Promotion Department, Shui Taihe and Yao Wenlin. The leaders gathered together, smiling and discussing with a hint of excitement. What a huge project! Changcheng County has really hit the jackpot. I heard the initial investment for this project is 500 million. This should be the largest project in Changcheng County's history, right? Forget about 500 million. In the past, just landing a 50 million project would have been enough for the Investment Promotion Department to boast for a month. Haha. Hearing this, Director Shui's expression darkened. The leaders sighed in appreciation, occasionally glancing in one direction. There, Lu Li was accompanying a middle-aged man dressed in casual black attire, who appeared amiable yet commanding, Qin Anbong, the highest decision-maker of Changcheng County. The two were gazing at the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert. Qin Anbong expressed his admiration as he looked at Lu Li, his eyes filled with appreciation. Mr. Lu, you are truly young and accomplished. Your investment in Changcheng County is significant and has vital implications for the future economic development of the entire county. I can't take all the credit, Secretary Qin. You're being too kind. Lu Li humbly shook his head. Qin Anbong smiled and continued. The county and even the city are placing immense importance on this project. The city has even sent a special representative to attend the groundbreaking ceremony today and brought greetings. At that moment, a young civil servant approached. He was the representative sent by the city. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your significant economic contributions to Beihai City. Lu Li smiled and gently shook his head. Commissioner Li, you flatter me. Actually, I also come from Changcheng County, so returning this time is also a way to contribute to the development of my hometown. Oh, Mr. Lu is also from Changcheng County. Qin Anbong asked curiously. That's right. Lu Li nodded. I am from Gusha Village. Upon hearing this, Qin Anbong showed a look of realization. So that's it. We have such an outstanding individual from Changcheng County. It truly is a blessing for Gusha Village. Your dedication to developing your hometown is commendable. Please, don't say that, Lu Li said, feeling a bit embarrassed. While he did have the desire to help the villagers of Gusha, his ultimate goal was simply to make a film. The compliments were a bit overwhelming for him. Qin Anbong looked out at the vast Gobi Desert and suddenly sighed, the smile on his face gradually fading. Mr. Lu, I must be older than you by quite a few years. If you don't mind, I'll just call you Lu Li, all right? Of course, no problem. Lu Li nodded eagerly. Qin Anbong then pointed towards the vast desert expanse. The wind and sand were still swirling in the distant sky, creating a scene of desolation with no signs of life. Lu Li, when I first learned that you were going to invest in a tourism project in the desert, I was quite worried. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression turned somewhat serious. However, he chose to remain silent. Qin Anbong didn't mind, continuing to speak. Sand City is located in a remote area, with more than half of it being uninhabited desert. We have invested a great deal of effort in attracting investment, but the reality remains unchanged. We are very poor here. This place is impoverished, and the people are poor. 5 years ago, when I first arrived here, I might have told you that in such a place, how could we possibly build a city? It would have seemed like a fantasy, even if we were to spare no expense to pursue this. The manpower and resources required would absolutely not be proportional to the actual benefits. But now, I am well aware that in order to change the fundamental issues of Sand City, we must take bold measures. For this, I am even willing to take some risks. At this point, Qin Anbong turned to look at Lu Li, his expression becoming quite solemn. So, now I want to know, do you have confidence? Hearing their conversation, the group of leaders nearby who had been smiling fell silent. Lu Li opened his mouth, intending to respond, but realized that no matter what he said at this moment, it seemed somewhat inadequate. Only now did he understand that Qin Anbong had such high expectations of him. Secretary Qin, Lu Li paused for a moment, just about to speak. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from afar. This sound caught the attention of both Lu Li and Qin Anbong. Upon seeing the source of the noise, a smile appeared on Lu Li's face. Secretary Qin, I have confidence, and that confidence comes from there. The rumbling grew louder as heavy trucks came into view, loaded with construction machinery that gleamed with steel. The towering machines seemed like giants, ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with the vastness of the desert, leaving a profound impression. As the trucks approached, the ground began to tremble slightly. Witnessing this scene, a look of surprise unconsciously crossed Qin Anbong's face. Chapter 60. This project can't be a shoddy construction, right? Those don't seem like ordinary construction machines. As the heavy trucks parked orderly around the venue, the desert became lively. Qin Anbong watched for a long time, his surprise deepening, and finally couldn't he help but speak up. Not far away, Shuo Taihe and the others also couldn't he help but start discussing. These construction machines look very advanced. How come I've never seen them before? What is that machine that's as tall as a 3- or 4-story building? Why is it so large? Is this the equipment used by the construction team? And what's in those containers? Are they building materials? Oh my, this is quite extravagant. I'm becoming more confident in this project. The people around expressed their surprise, mixed with deep curiosity and a hint of excitement they could hardly contain. However, after a moment, everyone's gaze unintentionally turned to Lu Li, seeking answers. This is the equipment we use for construction. Lu Li replied affirmatively. He then explained to Qin Anbong, we will use the latest 3D printing technology for city construction. These are large 3D printers, along with the necessary foundational materials. He continued, additionally, to save costs, we will source materials locally. The useless rocks in this stony wasteland will become excellent building materials later on. 3D printing technology? Qin Anbong's expression suddenly became serious. He paused for a moment, then furrowed his brow and said, I heard that one of the main reasons for building this city is to shoot a movie. I was a bit confused at first, but it seems to be true now. Exactly. Lu Li nodded. Upon hearing this, Qin Anbong's expression grew even more serious. He looked at Lu Li and said in a low voice, Can I see the construction plans? Of course. Lu Li opened his bag and took out the city planning documents along with some preliminary construction blueprints, handing them to Qin Anbong. Qin Anbong didn't ask further questions. He simply took the documents and began to examine them carefully. The wind howled across the Gobi Desert, relentlessly raging through the wilderness, while not far away. A bright red flag flapped loudly in the breeze. The entire venue was filled with the sound of the wind. Yet at that moment, the stage fell into a brief silence. Lu Li, standing next to Qin Anbong, could sense that the atmosphere around them was gradually becoming tense. Perhaps sensing the change in Qin Anbong's emotions, the leaders nearby also turned serious and fell silent. After a long while, Qin Anbong looked up from the construction plans. You said these buildings will all be constructed using 3D printing technology? He asked Lu Li with a serious expression. That's correct. Lu Li nodded. But as far as I know, the current 3D printing technology doesn't seem to be mature yet. Qin Anbong's tone grew increasingly serious. Are you saying you only care about making a movie and not about quality? Even if it's a film city, it can't be a shoddy project. Of course not. Lu Li forced a smile, feeling the need to explain further. The 3D printing company we are collaborating with, Genesis New World, has recently made breakthrough progress in technology. I have rigorously tested those technologies and confirmed that there are no issues before finalizing this city construction project. Without mature 3D printing technology, this project couldn't possibly be completed in a short time. If the timeline was too extended, I wouldn't have chosen to undertake this project. Upon hearing Lu Li's explanation, Qin Anbong's expression softened slightly. However, the seriousness in his eyes did not completely dissipate. He stared at Lu Li for a long time, then glanced at the construction blueprint in his hand. At this moment, Qin Anbong didn't fully trust Lu Li's words. If this highly anticipated project turned out to be a shoddy construction, then the entire Shaqing County would really become famous for the wrong reasons. However, seeing Lu Li's confident demeanor, he could only temporarily set aside his doubts. Given the situation, it was clearly inappropriate to halt the project now. For the time being, he could only take it one step at a time, instructing the Quality Supervision Department to conduct strict oversight. If the project turned into a shoddy construction, they must respond promptly. According to the plans, this city would have quite a few high-rise buildings. If these buildings encountered problems and collapsed, it would be a major issue. Lu Li, let me give you a warning, Qin Anbong said sternly, looking at Lu Li. Even though this project is extremely important for the economic development of Shaqing County, some bottom lines must be strictly adhered to. Do you understand? I understand, you can rest assured, Lu Li replied confidently. At this point, the time for the groundbreaking ceremony had arrived. Qin Anbong returned the blueprint to Lu Li, and his expression softened completely. It's almost time, let us start the ceremony. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sound of drums echoed across the vast desert, reminiscent of war drums from ancient battlefields, signaling the charge into this expansive desert. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Lu Li and Qin Anbong added the first handful of sand to the foundation stone. The groundbreaking ceremony proceeded smoothly. Meanwhile, in the distance, from the direction the truck convoy had come, a donkey cart was slowly making its way across the desert. The old village chief and Changchun followed the tire tracks left by the heavy trucks all the way to the construction site of the Wandering Earth City, located 10 kilometers from Gusha village. They looked excitedly at the spot where the truck had parked. Hey, look over there. Changchun pointed towards the direction of the ceremony site, his voice trembling with excitement. Do you see that kid Lu Li? The old village chief, whose eyesight was a bit blurry, squinted and said, I can't see clearly from this distance. Can you tell me? I can see him. That's the kid from the Changfeng family and a big leader from the county. I saw them on TV when I was in the city, and there are so many cars parked there, definitely a lot of leaders have come. Changchun replied excitedly, urging the donkey to move faster. Seeing that it really was the kid from the Changfeng family sitting in the donkey cart, the old village chief stared blankly at the ceremony site. Then his body trembled slightly with excitement. He really came here to invest. But why? Didn't I tell him this place wasn't suitable? Why doesn't he listen? The old village chief's tone was a mix of relief and worry. As he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh anxiously. Chapter 61. That kid Lu Li is all for the village. At the ceremony site, the groundbreaking event was quite simple, from start to finish. It only took half an hour. By the time the old village chief and Changchun arrived, Qin Anbong and several leaders were about to get into their cars and leave. Hey, Mr. Lu, look over there. It's the old village chief. With Lu Jin's reminder, Lu Li turned and saw the old village chief slowly approaching in a donkey cart from a distance. He was taken aback, not expecting the old village chief to come over at this time. He had initially planned to visit the village after finishing his business here, but it seemed that the convoy passing by had caught their attention. Those must be the people from Gusha village. At this moment, Qin Anbong also stopped in his tracks. He glanced thoughtfully at the old village chief driving the donkey cart, then patted Lu Li on the shoulder. You have great ambitions, but building a city is not something that can be accomplished in a day or even a year. The road ahead is long, so I hope you will move forward steadfastly and not let those villagers down. Qin Anbong got into the car, and it soon drove away. Lu Li looked in the direction the old village chief was coming from, smiled wryly, and hurried over. Uncle Gu, Uncle Changchun, what brings you here? When Lu Li reached the donkey cart, Changchun also jumped down from the cart. We saw the convoy and thought it might be you here, so we came to take a look. I didn't expect it to really be you, Changchun said, somewhat excited yet complex in expression. Lu Li helped the old village chief down from the cart and chuckled helplessly. Uncle Gu, you have trouble with your legs. Why did you come all the way here? I was planning to visit the village after finishing my work here, but I didn't expect you to come find me first. After getting off the cart, the old village chief held Lu Li's hand tightly. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask, Xiao Li, Have you really invested in a project here? And is it ready to start? Yes. Lu Li nodded. Uncle Gu sighed and looked at the many large trucks around. What are you planning to do? Build a city. Both Uncle Gu and Changchun looked astonished, speaking in unison. What? Lu Li repeated, I plan to build a city on this desert, which will be used for filming and can also be developed into a tourism project. Upon hearing Lu Li's affirmative answer, Uncle Gu slapped his thigh, clearly agitated. Child, how is that possible? Why don't you listen to advice? There's nothing here, and you want to build a city? Isn't that wasting money? Are you out of your mind? Changchun also hesitated to speak, but ultimately said nothing and fell into silence. Lu Li patted Uncle Gu's hand and gently asked, Uncle Gu, do you believe in me? Of course I believe in you, but Uncle Gu's expression was hesitant, and he finally let out a long sigh. Just believe. Lu Li smiled. As long as you believe in me, this city will definitely be built. Let's witness that moment together, okay? Hearing this, Uncle Gu was once again stunned. He looked at Lu Li and fell silent. Moments later, after gritting his teeth, the old village chief said, Since you are determined to do this, I will go back to the village and gather everyone to help. We can't let you struggle alone in this vast desert. His meaning was clear. Since Lu Li had made up his mind, they would support him, regardless of the outcome. He couldn't let Lu Li work hard alone. All right. Hearing the old village chief's words, Lu Li smiled again and said seriously, Let the villagers come and help. We can calculate the wages based on labor. I really need hands to assist me. Forget about the money. No one from Gusha village is afraid of hard work. Old Gu repeatedly waved his hands, wanting to refuse. That won't do. Lu Li interrupted him. Listen to me, Old Gu. Once this city is built, Gusha village will be a necessary stop between the county seat and here. It will be bustling then. You can save the wages and build a better house. The village will gradually improve. I know it hasn't been easy for you all these years. When I was a child and had no food to eat, you brought me meals time and again. I will make sure the villagers' lives get better. This way, the young people who go out to work can return to develop here and reunite with their families. If there isn't even a decent house, where will the children live, right? Upon hearing this, the old village chief was stunned again. Even Uncle Changchun, who was nearby, looked dazed at Lu Li. In no time, this rough-looking man's eyes began to redden, and he instinctively turned his head away, blinking back tears. The situation in Gusha village is similar to many remote mountain villages. Most of the young people in the village have gone out to seek their fortunes and earn money. Except for those who truly cannot leave or wish to stay in their old homes, it's nearly impossible to find the younger generation in the village now. Lu Li noticed this during his last visit. This was also the deepest pain in the hearts of the villagers of Gusha. Some of them may not see their children even once a year. Thankfully, if the children are filial, they occasionally send money and goods back home. But if they happen to have those who don't return home for a year or even several years, it feels as if they are lost. Moreover, the longing makes many parents in the village unable to sleep at night. If the village can improve and bring the children back for family reunions, then these people would be willing to do anything. Old Gu stared blankly at Lu Li, imagining his children returning from afar and every household in the village building new homes. Unconsciously, his eyes turned red, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Child, you. Old Gu tightly grasped Lu Li's hand, his body trembling with excitement. His voice choked as he wanted to say something, but no words came out. At that moment, Lu Li's words echoed in his mind. He felt both guilty and immensely gratified. Guilt arose from the fact that he felt that Lu Li was doing all these things, investing and building a city here for the village to ensure that everyone in the village could live a good life, and he was afraid of burdening Lu Li. The comfort came from the realization that, like Lu Changfeng, Lu Li always remembered his hometown and the village and its people, no matter how much time had passed. Thinking of this, Gu Bo's expression gradually became resolute. He did not say anything more, just turned around and climbed back onto the donkey cart, calling out to Changchun, Gu Bo, what are you doing? The road is too long. Let me send you back. Lu Li looked at the old village head's actions, stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. No need. Shao Li, you focus on your own matters. I'll go back to the village and get everyone to help. And don't ever mention money to me again. If you do, I'll lose my temper. Saying this, without caring about Lu Li's reaction, he called to Changchun and started heading back. At this moment, Changchun also had a determined look on his face. He greeted Lu Li and jumped onto the donkey cart. Wait, you guys. Lu Li sighed helplessly. He quickly called out to Lu Jian, hurry. Find a vehicle to send Gu Bo a bit. Got it, President Lu. Chapter 62. Wu Jing. Honey, Luli is going to build a city in the desert. The next day, the sun had just risen above the horizon. The construction site of the Wandering Earth City had officially begun work, with large engineering vehicles starting to operate, excavating and leveling the raised rocks around the cornerstone. The actual area of true yellow sand in the desert is not much. Most of it is exposed rock layers blown by the wind, along with areas of loess. The location chosen for Wandering Earth City is mostly flat rubble. All that was needed was to level the land and excavate the foundation to officially start constructing the building structures, which could already be done using printing machines. After Wu Jing had arranged the construction team and machinery on site, he came over to Lu Li. President Lu, I've arranged things here. President Lu will take over the overall construction and supervise the progress and personnel arrangements. I plan to head back to Jiangzhou today to prepare for the manufacturing of the second batch of machines. And the AI printing robots will be arriving here soon as well. Great. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Li nodded. There shouldn't be any issues with the construction here, but right now, there is still a shortage of manpower. The engineering team we brought is too small. Although most of the work can be handled by the printing machines, manual operations are also essential, along with some specialized tasks. President Lu, do you think we should recruit a batch of local workers? Wu Jing suggested. Short on people? Lu Li thought for a moment and nodded. Let Lu Jin handle this. Okay, I will arrange it immediately. By the way, the villagers from Gusham might come over, so make sure Lu Jin is prepared. Understood. After confirming these matters, Lu Li took out his phone. He raised the phone and looked for a signal. The strong winds and sand in this vast desert made it sparsely populated. But that was okay. However, the poor phone signal was somewhat frustrating. Previously, Wu Jing mentioned that once the construction of the Wandering Earth City project began, he wanted to be informed so he could come and see it. Now that the construction site was underway, Lu Li was ready to let him know. Holding up his phone, Lu Li searched for a long time before finally finding 2 bars of signal on a large rock and quickly dialed Wu Jing's number. The call connected soon, but the voice was a bit choppy. Not a big issue. 5 minutes later, Lu Li was almost shouting to inform Wu Jing of the situation on the other end of the line, and then, amidst a busy tone, he was forced to hang up. There was no choice. The signal was lost again. It seemed that resolving the signal issue here was essential, especially since once the AI printing robots arrived, remote control would be a problem without signal. Lu Li thought for a moment. There were indeed many advanced technologies in the system to solve signal problems. However, most of them seemed unusable at the moment. The only applicable base station signal transmission technology appeared to be somewhat challenging to implement, as it was a 7G transmission module that didn't match the existing base station equipment. If all else fails, contacting the service provider to pull a dedicated line here and set up a communication base station would be necessary. With this thought, Lu Li had an idea. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou, Wu Jing felt energized upon receiving Lu Li's call. He glanced at the message Lu Li sent him, which indicated the location of the under-construction Wandering Earth City. He opened the map for a search, and the result left him stunned. This place was actually on the vast Gobi Desert. This guy, Lu Li, plans to build a city on the Gobi Desert in the northwest. Is he out of his mind? Looking at the address on his phone, Wu Jing felt completely disoriented. Initially, he thought Lu Li would choose a nearby, relatively remote area in Jiangzhou, just like most film cities. But he never expected the vast Gobi Desert, thousands of kilometers away from Jiangzhou, in the desolate Gobi Desert. What on earth is this guy thinking? After the shock, Wu Jing sat on the sofa in silence for nearly 10 minutes. Then, he suddenly stood up and walked into the room to start packing. At that moment, Xian Yin happened to return from outside. Upon entering the room, she saw Wu Jing packing his things and asked curiously, "Honey, it seems like you don't have any work or business trips in the next few days. Why are you packing your clothes?" "I'm going to find Lu Li and see the city he's building," Wu Jing said gruffly, continuing to pack without pausing. "Wait, you said you're going to see the city Lu Li is building?" Xian Yin was a bit confused. His Wandering Earth City plan started construction so quickly? Yes. Wu Jing nodded, still packing his clothes. Where? Xian Yin asked again. In the northwest, on the Gobi Desert. Wu Jing replied with a strange tone. Hearing this address, Xian Yin was completely bewildered. He is going to build a city on the Gobi Desert? Really? Honey, can you believe it? Wu Jing forced a smile. No. Let me clarify. Lu Li wants to build a city for the filming of the Wandering Earth. And now he says that city will be built on the vast Gobi Desert. That's correct, right? That's right, Wu Jing nodded. Xian Yin asked, do you think this is feasible? She looked at Wu Jing with a strange expression. I also think it's not feasible. Isn't that why I want to go take a look? Honey, let's consider whether we can find a normal person for future collaborations. Xian Yin was almost speechless. But it might not be impossible, right? Wu Jing was a bit conflicted. At first, he couldn't understand Lu Li's plan to build a city. But now everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Although this city was being built on the Gobi Desert, at least Lu Li was taking action. It's just a bit absurd. I estimate that if you wait until this city is built before starting filming, you might already be old by then. Xian Yin felt she was running out of ways to complain. To her, this project really seemed like a grand show. Those who were showcasing it must feel a bit uneasy. All right, stop being sarcastic. Wu Jing couldn't help but make a remark. At this point, he had packed his belongings and was ready to head out. I'm telling you, you're just wasting time now, building a city in the Gobi Desert. Xian Yin called out to Wu Jing's back. When you get there, be sure to send me a video so I can see how the city is coming along. Fine. I'll call you then. Wu Jing replied helplessly. He realized that his wife never believed this project would succeed from the beginning. The sarcastic tone was really annoying. Chapter 63. 3D Printing, 10 Buildings in Half a Day. In the vast Gobi Desert, the wind howled continuously. At this moment, a jeep was driving on a bumpy road. After a long journey, Wu Jing finally arrived here, thanks to the vehicle arranged by Lu Li. During the ride, Wu Jing was extremely curious about the current state of the project. He looked out at the Gobi Desert and then at the driver. He couldn't help but ask, Brother, your project has just started, with so many people on site. How will you live out here in the Gobi? There's nothing here, and nowhere to rest at night. Do you all sleep in the vehicles? Hearing this, the driver glanced at Wu Jing through the rearview mirror and laughed. Teacher Wu, you're joking. How could we sleep in the vehicles? Our employee dormitories should be built by now. How is that possible? Wu Jing was taken aback. Didn't you just start today? The foundation should not even be laid yet. You might not know this, but explaining it now might not be so intuitive. The driver smiled and said, You'll understand when you get there. Are you kidding me? Wu Jing shook his head in disbelief. In such a short time, the employee dormitories are already built. He would never believe such a magical thing. He turned back to look out the window, and in the distance, the outline of the construction site for the wandering Earth city had appeared. The jeep was speeding toward it, getting closer. A few minutes later, the jeep entered the construction area. Before the vehicle had even come to a stop, Wu Jing was already eagerly stretching his neck to look towards the construction site. Upon seeing it, he was taken aback. There, at the edge of the construction area, rows of two-story buildings had indeed sprung up from the ground, neatly arranged and amounting to over a dozen. Wow, is that the employee dormitory? It's really built. Am I seeing things? Did you really start work today? Shocked, Wu Jing turned his head but did not see the driver. Right. It's high-tech after all. Just then, a voice reached his ears. Wu Jing turned to find Lu Li standing there with a smile, apparently having seen the returning jeep. After nearly a day's work, the construction site had already transformed significantly. The dormitory for the construction crew had been completed through rapid 3D printing technology and was ready for use. Although the interior decoration was simple, it was sufficient for resting. Moreover, since the dormitories were only 2 stories high, there was no need for a foundation. A dozen units were finished in just one morning. Lu Li had watched these buildings rise gradually and was well aware of the efficiency of 3D printing technology. He pointed towards the dormitory area and continued, Shall we go take a look? At this point, Wu Jing was still reeling from his shock. Hearing Lu Li's words, he could only mechanically nod in response. He then followed Lu Li, walking forward somewhat robotically while constantly glancing around. The entire construction site was bustling with activity. Giant 3D printing machines were scattered across the site, with some towering as high as 20 or 30 meters, even taller than a building. The machine's nozzles continually poured out construction materials, moving along the design paths. As these nozzles moved, walls were rapidly constructed at a visible pace, the entire process smooth and uninterrupted. In just a matter of minutes, a wall had already taken shape. This scene was indescribably satisfying, especially for perfectionists. Witnessing it might just make them feel euphoric. This sight deeply impressed Wu Jing as well. It felt as if the video had been fast-forwarded. Everything was orderly, quick, and efficient. Is this the power of technology? Wu Jing couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion and a hint of excitement. Initially, he thought that although the project for the wandering Earth city had started, what could be accomplished in just one day? The vast desert would likely still be empty, with nothing at all. He even contemplated where he would rest that night. But the scene before him made him realize how naive his previous thoughts were, not in terms of common sense, but in understanding the advancements of technology. If it were 10 years ago, who could have imagined that the power of technology could reach such heights? He sighed, unable to suppress the emotions within, feeling his blood racing with exhilaration. At this pace, it seems like the construction of the film city for the project will not take too long, right? Moreover, the filming scenes can be completed in advance without affecting the progress at all. Lu Li, who was listening in front, thought for a moment and nodded. Theoretically, that's the case, which is why I mentioned earlier that the progress won't be affected. Wu Jing was taken aback for a moment and recalled that Lu Li indeed mentioned this before. However, at that time, he simply did not believe it. Now, he thought of more possibilities. If most of the filming for the project could utilize real-built sets instead of relying on special effects, the resulting visuals and feelings would certainly be entirely different. In the past, everyone believed that special effects were costly. This was because the more realistic the special effects needed to be, the more time and effort it would require, and even then, due to technical limitations, the desired effects might still not be achievable. No matter how good the special effects are, they can never be completely flawless. Having had experience as a director, Wu Jing was naturally aware of this. But now, a film city was right in front of him, specifically built for the project. Thinking about the effects that these real scenes could present during filming, his heart raced with excitement, and he couldn't help but exclaim how impressive it was. As long as this film is made, it will definitely be great. It might even be a blockbuster. If the investment was right, then his money was well spent. When Lu Li first approached him, he had been persuaded to invest 10 million in this project. But now he wondered if 10 million was too little. For such a big production, the investment should be in the hundreds of millions, right? Since Lu Li already mentioned that the investment for the Film City project and the film project were separate and not counted together, based on the current situation. Didn't that mean the more he invested, the more he could earn? With this thought, Wu Jing couldn't help but glance at Lu Li. Boss Lu, is there still a funding shortage for the film project? Lu Li smiled and asked, what's up? Wu Jing replied, it's nothing. I just think this project is so good that we should speed up the filming process. If the crew is short on funds, I could invest a bit more. Lu Li gave him a sidelong glance, somewhat speechless. This guy wasn't acting like this earlier. He had to put in a lot of effort to convince him. With that in mind, Lu Li pondered for a moment and said, I'll think about it. Lu Li's words disappointed Wu Jing a bit. However, thinking it through, it made sense. After all, he had indeed been skeptical all along, and now wanting to increase his investment was merely a response to seeing the project's potential. It could only be said that profit is enticing. Seeing that Lu Li did not continue the topic, he decided not to press further. At that moment, the two had arrived at the employee dormitory area. Wu Jing then thought of the concerns he had earlier. Is the quality of these houses guaranteed to be fine? He reached out and knocked on the newly built employee dormitory, only to find that the house was perfectly fine, but his own hand ended up hurting from the knock. Seeing Wu Jing's grimace and rubbing his hands, Lu Li laughed. You should think about it. If there were any issues with the house quality, would I dare to let the employees live here? Even if I dared, they wouldn't want to live here. Upon hearing this, Wu Jing felt relieved. Indeed, those working on the site must be well aware of 3D printing technology. If there were real problems with the house, they wouldn't dare to move in. They're not looking to take risks with their lives. So it's really the power of technology. Wu Jing couldn't help but feel emotional. At that moment, a sudden rumble came from afar. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Li's eyes lit up. Come on, I'll show you something amazing. He turned and headed toward the entrance of the construction site. What amazing thing. Wu Jing's eyes brightened at this. Having witnessed the scene of houses being built with 3D printing technology, he was filled with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge about all the high-tech advancements Lu Li mentioned. He quickly followed Lu Li. By the entrance of the site, large trucks were driving in, each carrying containers that were completely opaque from the outside. What is inside those? Wu Jing couldn't help but ask. Things we'll use for filming later, and it can also speed up the current construction progress. You'll find out what the latest in 3D printing technology is in a moment. Lu Li smiled mysteriously. At this point, the heavy trucks had already parked neatly within the construction site. Meanwhile, employees from the company began to step out of the trucks. Each of them was holding a control tablet, and the truck drivers quickly opened the container doors, prompting the employees to start pressing buttons on their tablets. What are those? Are they movie props for filming? Wu Jing craned his neck, looking at the containers, but soon found it odd. There's no need to transport movie props now, right? They haven't even started filming, and the crew hasn't fully assembled yet. Just then, the trucks carrying the containers suddenly shook, as if something inside was about to come out, creating a somewhat eerie scene. When Wu Jing finally saw what emerged from the containers, he was completely stunned, his expression transforming into one of amazement. These are robots. Indeed, what the heavy truck convoy delivered were the AI printing robots just developed by Lu Li's AI manufacturing factory. These robots were not large, but were very agile, and they had already been activated, jumping out of the containers one by one. Soon, a steel legion composed of AI printing robots had assembled in front of the heavy truck convoy, creating a remarkably impressive sight. These little guys are the main force behind the construction of the Wandering Earth City project. So, what do you think when you see these little guys? Lu Li glanced at the still-stunned Wu Jing and asked with a smile. The 3D printing robots also appeared in the script of the Wandering Earth, where the giant planetary engine in the movie was built by them. Wu Jing murmured, seemingly responding to Lu Li's words, yet also lost in his own thoughts. That's right, but they can do much more than just build planetary engines. A smile spread across Lu Li's face, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart. With these AI printing robots joining the construction, the project's progress would speed up significantly. Perhaps just half a month, or even just a week, would be enough. In his imagination, the first scene from the movie, which was also the most important one, could soon be constructed at the National Aerospace Research Base. By then, as long as the crew was ready and the actors were in place, filming could officially begin. Oh my goodness, these 3D printing robots won't all end up on screen, will they? Wu Jing said in a daze, then couldn't help but shake his head. There was no need to answer that question. Since they had already created these robots, how could there be a reason not to feature them? With that thought, Wu Jing's heart suddenly ignited with excitement. If these 3D printing robots could appear in the film, it would mean that even the props would be real. And during the filming process, with such powerful 3D printing technology, creating other props would be no problem at all. This would essentially mean that most of the props used in the entire movie would be authentic. Even if the props didn't have the same capabilities as real ones, at least their appearance wouldn't differ much. That would be equivalent to having real props. At this moment, Wu Jing was in a state of extreme excitement. If all the props were effectively real, what kind of results would the film present after shooting? Wu Jing was already hesitant to imagine. His heart was ablaze. Previously, he had been too conservative about the potential height this film could reach. He murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. If things continued to develop this way, as long as the director's abilities were up to par and the post-production effects kept up, this movie would definitely be a hit. Not just possibly, but absolutely a blockbuster. With this thought, the fervor in Wu Jing's eyes became even more evident. He suddenly grabbed Lu Li's shoulders, suppressing his excitement as he said, "Tell me, how much more do we need to invest in the film? 30 million? 50 million? No problem. Don't think about it. I have the funds." At this moment, Wu Jing had completely abandoned any sense of restraint or embarrassment. He was eager to get the filming underway. This was his dream. If he could personally invest in the foundational work of a future sci-fi film, he would have no regrets in this lifetime. This wasn't just about making money. It was about a man's unwavering dedication to his dreams. Just like mechs represent an eternal romance for men. Chapter 65. Here's your chance. Invest another 50 million. Are you really going to invest? Lu Li looked at Wu Jing's excited expression and found it somewhat amusing. Since that's the case, let us have you invest another 50 million. However, I must warn you that the production costs for this film might be quite high. So you need to be mentally prepared. Lu Li seriously gave Wu Jing a heads up. He hadn't planned to source funds for the movie project from elsewhere. The money from the New World and the AI manufacturing plant had more important uses. Since Wu Jing wanted to invest now, he actually had no reason to refuse. However, if the film were truly made according to his vision, the funding required for post-production would likely be a staggering figure. At least $1 billion at the base. That's almost guaranteed. So, the money Wu Jing was investing was just a drop in the bucket. No problem. I know the investment will be substantial. As long as we can get this movie made and ensure it meets quality standards, with these real scenes and props as a foundation, it will definitely be a hit globally. Wu Jing declared confidently. More importantly, I really want to contribute to the future of science fiction films in our country. At this point, Wu Jing's tone became serious. All right. Seeing Wu Jing's insistence, Lu Li didn't try to dissuade him further. Just get the money ready. No problem. A smile appeared on Wu Jing's face. He then continued to ask, according to your plan, When will the filming officially start? In about half a month. Luli thought for a moment. Although the progress on this side was quick, some scene setups would still take time. Plus, the crew construction work at Liang Chao's side was not yet finished. Now I have a clearer idea. Wu Jing nodded thoughtfully. Then, as if he remembered something, he said, by the way, the team at Zhongliu has been generating buzz lately, and the popularity of Fortress is quite high online. But Wu Jing's tone shifted. However, after you released the Weibo post about the launch of the Wandering Earth City project yesterday, the netizens' attitude towards you started to change. Oh, Luli became interested. What are those keyboard warriors saying now? What keyboard warriors? Wu Jing said somewhat helplessly. Don't you care at all about public opinion? You didn't even pay attention to such a big event. I don't care. Luli replied lightly. All right, you're so high-minded. Wu Jing was speechless. At this stage, while the online sentiment still wasn't very friendly towards them, many were saying that even if construction started, the city might not necessarily be built. And there were plenty of comments about the funding chain not keeping up. Some netizens had begun to express some expectation towards them. Luli shook his head and smiled. This world has always spoken with strength. They will eventually realize how foolish they are now. Luli didn't continue on that topic and instead said, this morning, Liang Chao sent me a message saying they encountered some issues with casting. If you have nothing else to do, could you take a look after you get back? After all, you're now considered an investor from the production side. You should contribute a bit, right? I haven't contributed at all, Wu Jing instinctively retorted. However, thinking back, it seemed he really hadn't been much help during this time. Coupled with his current enthusiasm to get the film project on track, he nodded without further thought. All right, I'll contact Liang Chao when I get back. Then, he took out his phone and said to Luli, okay, I'll take a look around myself. You go ahead with your work. After saying that, Wu Jing wandered off with his phone in hand. Luli glanced at him but didn't pay much attention. As for the poor signal, let him figure that out on his own. Who knows when Liang Chao had sent him those texts, and there were a dozen of them, almost all identical. That guy must have been anxious waiting for a reply due to the bad signal. It seemed addressing the signal issue needed to be prioritized. Now that the AI robots were in place, the signal could not lag behind. Meanwhile, Wu Jing was wandering around the construction site with his phone. He occasionally quickened his pace and lifted his phone, finally finding a signal on the second floor of the employee dormitory. Once he had a signal, he eagerly dialed Xian Yan for a video call. He couldn't wait to share everything he'd seen here with his wife and wanted to remind her to have funds ready, just in case Luli decided to invest. As the ringing sounded, Xian Yan answered the video call. But at that very second, Wu Jing's phone inexplicably disconnected. What the heck? It hung up right after connecting. He felt a bit frustrated and walked a few steps while holding up his phone. The signal here is really terrible. After some effort, Wu Jing found his signal again. He dialed the video call once more, and Xian Yan answered again. This time, the connection lasted for a second before cutting off again. Wu Jing, refusing to give up, continued to search for a signal and redialed. After several attempts, the phone signal finally stabilized a bit. What are you trying to do? As soon as the video connected, Xian Yan's voice boomed from the other end. If you don't want to call, then don't. Are you messing with me? No, dear. Let me explain. The signal here is too poor. Wu Jing was at his wit's end. Balancing on one foot on the railing while holding the phone high to talk with Xian Yan. It wasn't easy for him at all. Honey, don't you want to see what's happening here? Look. Wu Jing angled the phone's camera towards the construction site in the distance, where the massive 3D printing machine was operating efficiently. Do you see that? That's a 3D printing construction machine. It can print an entire building. It's amazing. Wu Jing shouted excitedly. The video feed on Xian Yan's end was choppy, and when the sound finally came through, it was also glitchy. What did you say? Wu Jing shouted again. The progress here is beyond our expectations. We should be able to start filming soon. Xian Yan responded. I can't hear you clearly. Wu Jing replied. Don't worry about what I'm saying. Just get the money ready. I want to invest more in this film. He continued to shout. Xian Yan exclaimed. What about the progress? Oh my gosh. Wu Jing slapped his forehead, his body swaying slightly, almost falling over the railing. Xian Yan said, why are you hitting yourself? Enough is enough. I can't talk anymore. I'm hanging up. Wu Jing's face turned completely dark. Without any hesitation, he directly hung up the video call. In Jiangzhou, Xian Yan, at home, watched the call being disconnected, her expression gloomy. Wu Jing, do you want to rebel? Hanging up on my video call again and again. When you come back, just wait and see what I do to you. She angrily threw her phone onto the sofa, mumbling, What a terrible signal. I don't even know what he was trying to say. That cursed place, not even a signal. And they want to build a city. It's insane. Only that big fool would believe in such ridiculous things. In the Gobi Desert, at the construction site, Wu Jing looked at his phone with a gloomy expression, took a few steps while holding it up, and finally helplessly stuffed it back into his pocket, feeling speechless. In this cursed place, staying too long would probably turn me into a primitive person. He stood up, looked up towards the construction site, trying to find Lu Li's position. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted in the distance, and the noise seemed to be getting louder. Wu Jing's expression tightened, thinking, could something have happened? Chapter 66. This character must be a czar? When Wu Jing arrived at the source of the commotion, he saw a communication vehicle parked there, with many people around excitedly discussing. The boss called the communication company to build a base station. Wow, what a big move. This base station looks like it was built just for us, isn't it? Who else is there on this vast Gobi Desert besides us? Great. Once the phone gets a signal, we can also video call the kids. Hearing these words, Wu Jing's heart stirred. He had just been complaining about the poor signal here. And unexpectedly, Lu Li had already found someone to start building the base station. Indeed, what a big move. Over by the communication vehicle, some technical staff were surveying the area, clearly preparing for the base station construction. Seeing this, Wu Jing walked over to the people who were discussing. Hey, you guys aren't from Jiangzhou's construction team, are you? The clothes these people wore were obviously different from those of the formal construction workers. They looked more like locals. No, we're from the nearby Gusha village. One person with a dark face smiled and replied to Wu Jing. These were the villagers from Gusha village that the old village chief, Gu, had mobilized. They had come to the construction site early in the morning. Although these people didn't understand technology, under Lu Jian's arrangement, they were doing some relatively simple transport and physical work at the site. Although it was a bit hard, the villagers had no complaints. As they said themselves, they didn't know how to do technical work, but they had the strength for physical labor. I see. Wu Jing nodded in understanding and then smiled as he asked, do you all have high hopes for this project? Of course. The investors in this project are the kids who have left our village. How can we not trust them? Besides, have you noticed that people from the telecom companies are coming to build base stations now? In the past, it was difficult for us to even make a phone call to the outside world, but now it's different. Once the base stations are built, we can buy mobile phones and call the kids who have gone out to work every day. We can see our lives improving day by day. And we really have to thank that kid Lu Li. The villagers of Gusha were getting more and more excited, their hearts filled with warmth. Initially, they came to the construction site without much thought, simply believing that Lu Li's investment here would benefit the future of the village and might even bring back the kids who had left. So, they followed him without hesitation. Now, they truly see hope, not only in the establishment of the communication base stations, but also in the quick construction of employee dormitories and the towering building printing machines at the site. Everything has exceeded their understanding, almost like watching a sci-fi movie. That's great. Wu Jing nodded with a smile, feeling a surge of emotions. In many ways, what Lu Li is doing is truly admirable and unbelievable. It feels like a miracle is being created. If this project can really take off, it won't just bring economic benefits, but it will also bring hope to countless people living in hardship on this vast desert. It seems that he won't be able to enjoy the benefits of the base stations once they are built. Wu Jing didn't continue to linger around. He turned to find Lu Li. He had seen everything he wanted to see here. Next, he should do something for this project. He couldn't help much with the construction site, but he still had some resources for the film crew's preparations. As long as he could set up the crew quickly, they could start shooting the film sooner. At least this could alleviate some pressure on Lu Li. Are you leaving already? When Wu Jing found Lu Li and mentioned he wanted to return to Jiangzhou, Lu Li was a bit surprised. He thought Wu Jing would stay for at least a few days, confirming some things and gaining more confidence before leaving. But he didn't expect him to leave in less than half a day. Right, didn't you say there were some issues to resolve with Liang Chao? Wu Jing said with a smile. Lu Li thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll have someone take you. Great, just like that. Wu Jing hurriedly left after spending only a few hours at the construction site. In the following days, the construction of the Wandering Earth City was fully on track, and Lu Li was constantly looking for ways to improve the living conditions at the site. It wasn't just about accommodation. He focused on various aspects of life and entertainment as well. He arranged for a dedicated communication line for the base station and quickly coordinated with the local authorities to bring electricity to the site. He also ensured that all necessary living supplies were available. Within just 3 days, the entire construction site had shed its harsh environment and was no different from other sites, with everything it needed. The issue with the water is a bit complicated, but these can all be resolved with time. On the other side, after Wu Jing returned to Jiangzhou, he immediately contacted Liang Chao. "Hello, Director Liang. This is Wu Jing." Once the call connected, Liang Chao was a bit taken aback, unsure why Wu Jing would suddenly reach out to him. However, being a savvy person, he quickly smiled and said, "Hello, Teacher Wu." After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Jing got straight to the point. "Director Liang, I heard from General Liu that your crew is encountering some issues with preparations." On the other end of the line, Liang Chao pondered for a moment before replying. "That's right, the preparations for the crew are almost complete, but we still have some gaps in the cast. You know, our company's image isn't great right now, so finding actors has been quite a struggle. Even so, the progress hasn't been ideal. Many people back out as soon as they hear the name of our company. Could it be that they have some reservations upon learning that you are directing? You know your reputation in the industry is quite significant," Wu Jing suggested. "No way, that is absolutely not the case," Liang Chao immediately countered. Wu Jing sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. He could imagine that if he had known from the start that Liang Chao was the director of this film, he might have thought twice, given the director's notable reputation in the industry. After a moment of thought, Wu Jing said, "How about this? What roles do you still need to fill? I can think of a way to help. We are still missing the two most important roles, Zhang Peng and Tu Hengyu, as you can see from the script. This drama features dual male leads, so the choice for Tu Hengyu is crucial, and Zhang Peng's role is also quite prominent. We need to find a seasoned actor. And their temperament is also key, they must match." Hearing this, Wu Jing immediately felt more confident. Thinking about the character Zhang Peng, who would have many scenes opposite him, a candidate quickly came to his mind. This role must be played by the Tsar. Chapter 67. The Tsar. Who is the director of this drama? Starry Building. Performance Room. Today, Liang Chao arranged a casting audition. Although he had already screened most of the main roles and found suitable candidates, these individuals still needed to audition on site. Liang Chao was very cautious about this matter because he understood how much Lu Li valued this project. He was also aware that this drama could be his breakthrough, so he couldn't afford to be negligent or make any mistakes. "Director Liang, here is the list of actors and the corresponding roles for this audition." The assistant director responsible for casting for the Wandering Earth crew brought over a list. "All right, let me take a look." Liang Chao nodded and took the list. At that moment, Wu Jing also walked into the performance room. He had arrived early that morning, not to audition himself, but to meet someone. "Director Liang, the star is about to arrive. When will your interview start?" Wu Jing asked Liang Chao as he entered. "In half an hour. Should I meet the star first?" "Of course." Wu Jing's eyes lit up. "I worked hard to get him here. This role is perfect for him." Liang Chao nodded. He had considered inviting the star before, but when he first called, the response was lukewarm. After that, he sought out actors for other roles. Hearing that Wu Jing had managed to get the star to come over, a smile appeared on Liang Chao's face. "Shall I talk to him later? Let me handle it." Wu Jing decisively replied after glancing at Liang Chao. "You just stand by and don't say a word. Don't say anything wrong, got it?" Just kidding, with Liang Chao's reputation. If the star knew he was the director, he would probably run away without even talking. Hearing this, the assistant director instinctively glanced at Liang Chao and secretly gave Wu Jing a thumbs up. "Why? As the director, it's normal for me to talk to the star?" Liang Chao protested a bit. "This isn't about being normal," Wu Jing said seriously. The assistant director nodded in agreement and couldn't help but add, "Director Liang, I think it would be better for Teacher Wu to talk. After all, he was the one who brought him in. If it really doesn't work out, you can step in?" "Yes, this small matter doesn't need you, Director Liang." Wu Jing quickly agreed. Liang Chao thought about it and found it reasonable. After all, Wu Jing had a better relationship with the star, so their chances of success were higher. It's all for the greater good. Well, in such matters, it's indeed better to be safe. As long as the contract is signed first, everything else will be easier. Isn't that how Wu Jing was invited by the boss? Thinking of this, Liang Chao nodded. "All right, let's do it your way." Just then, there was a knock on the door of the rehearsal room. "Director Liang, Teacher Wu. The star has arrived." A staff member from Xingchen was standing at the door, and the star walked in right after. "Teacher Wu, Teacher Star." The star greeted Wu Jing first. Then he noticed Liang Chao. "Director Liang, you're also here. The master of metaphysics is actually here. Could he be the director of this play?" A sudden sense of foreboding arose in the star's heart. "Hello, Teacher Star. I was just about to respond to your greeting," Liang Chao said. But the next moment, he was interrupted by Wu Jing. "No, Brother Star, Director Liang is mainly here to greet you today and will leave soon. I will introduce this project to you." Wu Jing didn't give Liang Chao a chance to speak. "Oh, that's fine." The star felt a slight relief and didn't think much of it. The assistant director silently gave Wu Jing another thumbs up. Teacher Wu is quick on his feet. If Director Liang had revealed himself, it would have been troublesome to discuss. At that moment, the star looked at Wu Jing, a characteristic smile already forming on his face. "Teacher Wu, you mentioned on the phone that you have a great script?" "That's right. I can guarantee that you will never come across such a good script in your lifetime." Wu Jing stepped forward and handed the prepared script outline to the director. This outline was not the complete version. It merely introduced the story's background and direction, giving a basic understanding of the overall quality of the production. According to confidentiality principles, auditioning actors typically do not receive the full script. However, Wu Jing was considered an exception. After all, in this industry, reputation is paramount, and those with talent naturally receive preferential treatment. Moreover, at that time, Luli had already decided to bring Wu Jing on board. Therefore, he was shown the complete script. But today, since it was uncertain whether the director would ultimately join the production, only the abbreviated outline was shared with him. After receiving the script, the director began to read it. He didn't pay much attention at first, just casually flipping through the pages. However, soon his movement slowed down, and his expression changed to one of surprise. This script was impressive. After finishing the outline, the director was somewhat taken aback. But considering that it was highly recommended by Wu Jing, it seemed reasonable. The script was good, but a science fiction theme might be challenging to film right now. After some thought, he continued, "I have heard some news about the Wandering Earth before." The reason he previously rejected the offer from Liang Chao was due to careful consideration. The only reason he came to the Star Tower today was because of Wu Jing's influence. To be honest, he had little confidence in this production. Then he remembered a question and asked, "Who is the director of this film?" When Liang Chao had approached him earlier, they had only discussed it briefly. Thus, the director was unaware that Liang Chao was actually the director of this film. But the next moment, Liang Chao confidently declared, "I'm the director." Wu Jing wanted to intervene, but didn't he have time? The assistant director beside him also facepalmed, feeling that things were going downhill. Sure enough, as soon as the director heard that Liang Chao was the director, he trembled slightly, and his expression changed as he threw the script onto the table. "What? The director of this film is—" "Wait, don't be hasty." Wu Jing quickly tried to calm the director's emotions and turned to Liang Chao, saying, "Director Liang, at least offer him a glass of water since he came here to discuss matters." Liang Chao was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized, "Oh, my mind. I'm sorry. Teacher Shao, I'll get you some water right away." To show respect, Liang Chao immediately stood up and walked toward the performance room. Chapter 68. The director has little authority in the crew. After Liang Chao left, without Wu Jing needing to say anything, the assistant director already knew what to do. He immediately spoke up, "Teacher Shao, you may not know, but the situation with this production is a bit special. The director doesn't hold much authority in the crew. Our General Lu initially chose Liang Chao as a temporary director because we couldn't find a suitable one. Once the crew is fully established, we might switch directors." "Is that so?" The Tsar's eyes held a hint of disbelief. Liang Chao's reputation outside was simply too loud. The title of a master of metaphysics made many actors tremble in fear, and the Tsar was genuinely a bit worried. If this play were really directed by Liang Chao, even with Wu Jing on board, he had to seriously consider it. If something went wrong due to some metaphysical issues, the film could flop. Wouldn't that be a waste of his time? It might even have a negative impact on his career. He remembered that Liang Chao had previously directed a film where the male lead fell from grace, and as a result, the entire crew suffered, being indiscriminately attacked by unscrupulous haters, leading to chaos. He absolutely wanted no part in such matters. Wu Jing quickly spoke up. "That's right. Don't worry, Tsar." He exchanged a knowing glance with the assistant director, silently giving him a thumbs up. Clear-minded and adaptable, this assistant director was definitely talented and reliable. At this moment, Wu Jing suddenly sighed, showing an empathetic expression, and patted the Tsar on the shoulder, saying, "Honestly, I had the same concerns as you at first. But this script is truly excellent. Moreover, there is another reason that makes me feel this play is one we must take on. It would be such a shame to miss it." Just then, Liang Chao walked in holding a few cups of water and happened to overhear Wu Jing's last sentence. Feeling a surge of excitement, He instinctively spoke up. That's right, Teacher Xia. You must believe that missing this play would be such a pity. Wu Jing glanced at Liang Chao, feeling a pang of anxiety, fearing that his words would complicate matters further. He quickly shot a look at the assistant director. The assistant director immediately understood, tugged at Liang Chao's sleeve, and whispered in his ear, Director Liang, remember what we discussed earlier, let Teacher Wu talk. Hearing this, Liang Chao had to suppress his excitement, nodded in understanding, placed the cups in front of the Tsar, and merely smiled, choosing not to speak further. Now, let's get back to the main topic. Wu Jing had already pulled out his phone. Finding the photos and videos taken at the construction site of the wandering Earth city in the Gobi Desert. Tsar, I really think you should consider this seriously. He gradually guided the Tsar, continuing, you must have heard about President Liu building a city specifically for this film, right? I have heard. The Tsar instinctively glanced at Liang Chao, noticing that after the assistant director whispered something to him, Liang Chao fell silent. Suddenly, he felt a bit sympathetic towards Liang Chao. Indeed, this director seemed to have very little say in the crew. At this moment, he couldn't even speak up. Thinking this, the Tsar finally felt a bit more at ease. Sympathy aside, Liang Chao being in charge was still a problem. Putting those thoughts aside, the Tsar became a bit more serious and continued to respond to Wu Jing. However, about the building of the city, to be honest, it's a bit hard to believe. I felt the same way at first. Wu Jing nodded in agreement, but then said, I can tell you now that Mr. Liu is very determined and has already taken action. Action? He really started building the city? Xia Huang was taken aback. Didn't you see the latest news from Xingshan a couple of days ago? Wu Jing said, pretending to be surprised. The groundbreaking ceremony of the Wandering Earth City is already trending on social media. Is that true? I didn't notice that, Liang Chao said, watching the two converse. Suddenly feeling a strange sense of familiarity. This scene felt eerily reminiscent of when the boss was trying to convince Wu Jing. Don't doubt it. I'm telling you. This is definitely a rare opportunity. I really think you are perfect for a role in this production, which is why they found you. At this moment, Wu Jing was ready to unveil his trump card. He handed his phone to Xia Huang and continued. Look, these are the photos and videos I took a couple of days ago at the construction site of Wandering Earth City. You will be shocked. Oh, really? What haven't I seen? Xia Huang took the phone with a skeptical expression. Look, this is the video I shot, Wu Jing said as he moved closer to Xia Huang. Even Liang Chao and the assistant director, who were curious, came over to peek at the screen. The video began to play. Rows of employee dormitories appeared on screen, with the sounds of machines working booming in the background, creating a vibrant atmosphere at the construction site. Those must be their employee dormitories, right? Xia Huang asked nonchalantly. That's right, they are the employee dormitories. Wu Jing replied. What's so shocking about that? Xia Huang laughed. But the Wandering Earth City just broke ground 3 days ago. This video was also taken 3 days ago. You can check the date. Wu Jing reminded him with a smile. Xia Huang was momentarily at a loss. Liang Chao, however, was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. They started construction 3 days ago, and in less than a day, they built these employee dormitories? That's way too fast. The assistant director also looked incredulous. Hearing this, Xia Huang was a bit stunned. Is this for real? You're not just trying to convince me to join the crew, are you? Less than a day to build these dormitories? You think this is just piled up like foam? Xia Huang instinctively doubted. But he remembered what Wu Jing had just said. He quickly opened the video information and, upon checking the shooting time, saw that it was indeed 3 days ago. This was really taken 3 days ago. He looked at Wu Jing in astonishment, seemingly seeking further confirmation. Wu Jing smiled slightly, nodded affirmatively, and continued. But that's not the most surprising part. Keep watching. At this moment, Wu Jing was already looking forward to the exciting expressions on Xia Huang and the others' faces. Chapter 69. I feel a chill all over. In the phone screen, as the video camera turned, large construction printers appeared one after another, showcasing an efficient and streamlined construction method that left the Tsar in awe. Wow, houses can be built like this. Liang Chao and the assistant director were also completely captivated, their emotions gradually becoming more excited. It's so spectacular. With this speed, the construction progress of the city for the project would be incredibly fast. A building could probably be completed in less than a month. They couldn't believe how much had been accomplished behind their backs by Mr. Liu. It was truly impressive. Now, who would dare to question our promotional claims? Liang Chao felt a surge of passion within him. Initially, he had concerns about Mr. Liu's project, mainly due to funding and time issues. Building a film city through traditional methods would involve unpredictable costs and timelines. If they waited for the city to be built in the conventional way, the film would likely never get made, and given the current situation of the company, they couldn't afford to wait that long. This video not only surprised the czar, Liang Chao and the assistant director were equally astonished. They had just learned about this, as communication signals on Mr. Liu's side had been poor, preventing Liang Chao from even reporting back on progress. If the current pace continued and some scenes were completed soon, it wouldn't take long for real scene shooting to occur, resulting in visuals that special effects could never match. Liang Chao murmured to himself, imagining how incredible it would be if all the film scenes were built with real architecture. The quality would undoubtedly surpass all existing domestic sci-fi films. Why not think even bolder? Wu Jing continued to encourage. Is there something even more impressive? The Tsar's interest was fully piqued, and he began to take the project seriously. Excluding director Liang from the equation, this project was indeed a rare gem. Of course, Wu Jing smiled and opened another video on his phone. Take a look at this. What is this, a convoy? The Tsar's face showed confusion as the new video played. However, before he could finish his sentence, the heavy trucks in the convoy began to shake, and then AI printing robots started to emerge. Wow! Liang Chao couldn't help but exclaim. These are the printing robots mentioned in the movie script. He felt a tingling sensation all over, and the assistant director looked equally shocked. Exactly. Wu Jing nodded, a hint of emotion in his eyes. He felt the same shock as Liang Chao and the assistant director when he first saw them. The impact was overwhelming. At that moment, the Tsar was completely stunned. These are real robots. He stared in disbelief at the AI printing robots marching in formation like a steel army, executing commands flawlessly. It's not just robots, it's something far beyond. The passion within Wu Jing gradually surged. These are 3D printing robots that can significantly accelerate the construction of the wandering city. These robots are controlled by artificial intelligence. As long as the construction model is inputted, they can work nonstop for 24 hours. They are practically cheating machines in the construction industry. Moreover, these robots will also participate in the filming of the project, and with such powerful 3D printing technology, it's not an exaggeration to say that almost all the props needed for future film shoots can be created as real objects. Just imagine that scene. Most of the props will be comparable to real ones, and the filming effect will be of such high quality that, even if their functionality cannot compare to the real thing, it is something we could never have imagined before. Think back to when we made films in the past, using those shoddy props, and compare that with this. You can imagine the difference. Wu Jing was guiding the Tsar little by little, with a confident smile on his face. He was convinced that after seeing all this, the Tsar would be moved by the project. Everything was completely within Wu Jing's expectations. When the Tsar saw the two videos, he was already overwhelmed with excitement, and his face was filled with shock. All the scenes were real. Most of the props were real. If a good special effects production team is added, the prospects for this film are simply unimaginable. Not unimaginable, but it will definitely be a hit. Liang Chao's murmuring reached the Tsar's ears, causing his heart to flutter. Perhaps this imagination was already their limit. But what they didn't know was that what Lu Li wanted was far beyond this. Have you thought it over? At this moment, Wu Jing's voice rang out again. What is there to think about? This film must be accepted. The Tsar suddenly raised his head, his eyes beginning to sparkle. He grasped Wu Jing and asked, "You can decide on my joining the crew, right?" Wu Jing glanced at Liang Chao and nodded affirmatively. Of course. I have invested in this film, so I'm considered half a producer. You invested too? The Tsar was surprised again. Such a great project, who wouldn't he be tempted? Wu Jing said naturally. Then, as if he thought of something, he continued, speaking of which, the investment for this film is still a bit short. How about you also invest some money? You know, for a big production, more money is never too much. In fact, Wu Jing had asked Lu Li about this matter before. He knew the crew was still lacking funds, which was why he thought of bringing the Tsar in at this moment. If it weren't for Lu Li's permission, he wouldn't have done it. It's just that his own funds had been depleted. After an additional investment of 50 million, his little treasury was completely empty, and to get more, he would have to turn to his wife. But he knew how her attitude was. Whether she would actually take out the money was uncertain. Seeing the Tsar hesitate a bit, Wu Jing stoked the fire further. Moreover, think about it. If you also invest, then you would be considered a producer, and you could participate in important matters like casting, right? At that time, as long as we ensure everything is in order, select the right actors, and conduct strict reviews of the team, Plus, with director Liang's capabilities, there's no way this production wouldn't succeed, right? This way, we wouldn't have to worry about any issues arising, would we? Wu Jing shot a knowing glance at Liang Chao. Then, he exchanged a meaningful smile with Xia Huang. Chapter 70. Dare to engage in shoddy projects, tired of living. Seeing Wu Jing's smile, Xia Huang immediately understood. There's some truth to that. If he became a producer, he could certainly get involved in casting and team management, and Liang Chao, as the nominal director, wouldn't have the final say. At that point, even with this metaphysics master around, the likelihood of any issues would significantly decrease. In short, as long as they kept a close watch and managed all potential problems effectively, Liang Chao wouldn't have to worry, and the film wouldn't be in jeopardy. Thinking this way, Xia Huang felt a surge of excitement. Invest? He winked at Wu Jing. At this moment, Xia Huang might not have realized that he was completely being led by Wu Jing. Or rather, since he entered this room, he wouldn't be able to back out. After spending time with Lu Li, Wu Jing had indeed gained some experience in discussing dreams. And dealing with someone like Xia Huang was completely manageable. On the side, Liang Chao didn't catch the meaning behind their eye exchange. However, he felt a strange sensation rise again in his heart. Yes, it couldn't be said to be similar. It was simply identical. The current Wu Jing felt just like when the boss was trying to persuade people. Both of them were born dreamers. When it came to convincing others, they had it down to a science. Liang Chao couldn't help but internally complain, yet he was also uncontrollably excited. Just as Wu Jing said, the funding for this movie was still far from sufficient. If Xia Huang could join as an investor, that would mean a significant influx of money. That would definitely be a good thing. At this moment, Liang Chao finally couldn't hold back and spoke up again. That's right, Teacher Xia. What Teacher Wu said is absolutely correct, and the investment opportunities on our side aren't always available. Hearing Liang Chao's support, Wu Jing appeared calm on the surface, but his heart felt a bit complicated. This silly kid, even when being sold, was still thinking of how to repay others. Truly a good employee of the boss. If Xia Huang really invested, Liang Chao's influence in the crew would be, not to say diminished, but it would indeed be concerning. Yet he was still full of enthusiasm, wanting to pull in more investment for the boss. What a good employee. Wu Jing felt a bit hesitant to push further. However, the necessary work still had to be done. Xia, don't hesitate. Wu Jing turned his head and pushed aside his reluctance, continuing to persuade. Just think, once you invest, you're essentially bringing capital into the team. With that identity and status, you'll be able to walk around the crew with confidence. At that moment, you would truly be the emperor, the ruler of the crew. As soon as these words were spoken, the emperor couldn't hold back. This project is so great. The script is amazing. The prospects for this play are already so clear. If we don't invest now, how many billions will we miss out on? We must invest. I'll put in 10 million right away. The emperor immediately made the decision, looking ambitious. All right, Lao Liang, bring the contract. Wu Jing let out a light sigh. It's a done deal. Liang Chao, grinning from ear to ear, hurried off to get the contract. The deputy director, who had been silent, watched this scene with mixed feelings. In just this short time, the room had witnessed the ups and downs of life. Each person seems to have 1,000 thoughts. It can only be said that they are seasoned veterans. As time went on, the online discussions continued to escalate. The news of the construction of the Wandering Earth City indeed attracted a lot of attention, and many people had shifted their attitude towards the company. But most were still skeptical. After all, such a large project cannot just be initiated on a whim. Currently, what the onlookers discussed the most was the funding issue of the company. No matter how you spin it, without money, how can you build a city? Do they really think it can be done with just piles of plastic foam? However, as time passed, some people noticed another issue. The entertainment company had been creating a lot of buzz recently, constantly benchmarking against their rival, making announcements about inviting top celebrities one day and the most famous special effects team the next. But some netizens began to question this. The construction of Wandering Earth City had already started. Regardless of the quality or whether it could even be completed, at least they were genuinely taking action. Right. Speaking of this, it reminded me of a question. What about the Fortress City from the entertainment company? Yes. Why hasn't there been any news about it? Could it be that the company is just riding the wave for false marketing, as some people say? These voices, unsurprisingly, reached the higher-ups of the entertainment company. In the office building of the entertainment company, in the president's office, Qian Yue looked at the online news with a gloomy expression. These troublesome people are simply baffling. He clenched his fist and slammed it on the desk, then stood up abruptly, pacing back and forth in the office. Building a city isn't that easy. Can it just be done on a whim? What is going on over at the media company? Why was the news of their construction released so quickly? When did they choose the location, and when were the procedures completed? In the office, Qian Youwei's capable assistant, Ding Tao, stood silently beside him. Do you have any updates from your side? After venting his emotions, Qian Youwei suddenly turned to look at Ding Tao. Ding Tao had been waiting for a response and quickly replied, I had someone investigate. And it said that the location chosen by Lu Li for the city is in the Gobi Desert, where the procedures are easy to obtain. And the relevant departments are eager for them to invest, so things are progressing very smoothly. Moreover, I received some news. Ding Tao's tone suddenly faltered, as if he was hesitating. What news? Speak. Qian Yue glanced at him lightly. After thinking for a moment, Ding Tao said uncertainly, the person I contacted isn't very sure about this news either, because conducting an open investigation in the desert is quite difficult. After all, it's sparsely populated there, and getting too close would lead to being discovered, so he could only observe from a distance. According to the information relayed back to me, it seems that the company over there is using 3D printing technology to construct houses. The speed is incredibly fast. They managed to erect a set of buildings in just half a day. Upon hearing this, Qian Youwei's eyes narrowed slightly. 3D printing for construction? He suddenly laughed. This technology isn't mature yet. They are going to create a shoddy project. This is interesting. Qian Yue turned sharply to Ding Tao and said, Go, release this news. And also create some buzz online. They dare to engage in shoddy projects? They must be tired of living. Furthermore, finalize the site selection for our city construction as soon as possible. Those troublesome locals are keeping an eye on us. We must expedite this project. Understood. Ding Tao replied in a low voice before turning to leave. Chapter 71. The Power of Technology or Shoddy Work. In just 2 days, under the operation of a certain entertainment company, rumors about the city of the Wandering Earth being a shoddy project gradually spread across the internet. Initially, some small public accounts and social media profiles released the news, even posting photos of the current construction progress of the city. Although the images were not very clear, it was evident from a distance that there were indeed outlines of buildings on the construction site, and quite a few of them. These images were subjected to overly interpretative commentary by those small accounts, and combined with the deliberate trending by paid commenters, the entire narrative began to shift overwhelmingly. The city of the Wandering Earth is a shoddy project? Is that the one claiming to build a city for filming? No wonder. I was still wondering how they would wrap up such a big operation. The requirements for filming scenes aren't as high as those for residential buildings, which makes sense. But if that city is built and later turned into a film studio or a tourist project, it would be quite unethical to engage in shoddy work. What if the buildings collapse and injure actors and tourists? Once again, the company was involved in controversy, as it was previously said they were just creating a gimmick. Building a city for filming. How ridiculous. Everyone had previously mentioned that they had financial issues, and now it seems they must be out of money, leading them to resort to such shoddy projects. This is a huge problem. Countless netizens pushed the topic of the city of the Wandering Earth being a shoddy project to the top of the trending list. At this moment, the company found itself once again caught in the whirlpool of public opinion, like a small boat navigating through a stormy sea, on the verge of capsizing. Meanwhile, at the local broadcasting station, being a media person, staying updated on trending topics and current affairs had become instinctual for Shi Tongxin. The first thing she did every day at work was to catch up on the latest trending events. To put it simply, it's about scrolling through social media. Oh, this trending topic mentions the Wandering Earth City project, and it's actually in a coastal city? Early in the morning, when she saw the trending news about the shoddy construction of the Wandering Earth City, her professional instincts kicked in, and she instantly became alert. Her intuition told her there must be significant news to uncover here. As we all know, social media is filled with various rumors and hot news, both true and false. And without investigation, it's impossible to tell who is speaking the truth. There have already been many tragedies caused by this. Her professional ethics urged her that this matter must be clarified. She needed to provide the public with the truth, ensuring that no unscrupulous company gets away with it, and that no outstanding enterprise contributing to the coastal city suffers unjustly. Just then, a young woman walked into the office. She was wearing an internship badge that read, Intern Assistant Jiang Xiaoming, clearly a newcomer to the television station. Sister Tongxin, the boss just asked me to let you know about the trending topic. I know, it's about the Wandering Earth City news, right? Jiang Xiaoming hadn't finished her sentence when Shi Tongxin already stood up, grabbing her standard work gear. Yes, the boss wants you to follow up on this matter. Seeing Shi Tongxin packing her things, Jiang Xiaoming hurriedly grabbed her own equipment, a small camera and an intern's document bag. We're leaving now, Shi Tongxin said without any small talk, heading towards the office door, her tone serious. This matter could cause a huge social response, especially affecting the image and economy of the coastal city. Is it that serious? Jiang Xiaoming's eyes widened in surprise. To uncover the truth, we must visit the construction site. Shi Tongxin frowned, thinking for a moment before continuing. Also, the site is in the Shaqing County area, and we need to visit the Quality Supervision Department there to fully understand the truth of the matter. Should I check with the Quality Supervision Department in Shaqing County? Jiang Xiaoming asked tentatively. No, you come with me to the construction site. Bring the camera. Shi Tongxin arranged while taking out her phone and dialing a number. I'll have someone else go to the Quality Supervision Department. Remember, in news investigation, the most important thing is to gather evidence. Be sharp when we get there, understand? Shi Tongxin instructed seriously. Got it. Jiang Xiaoming nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, the relevant departments in Shaqing County were also stirred up. Director Xue, did you see today's trending news? As soon as he arrived at the office, Yao Wenlin hurried in. About the Wandering Earth City investment project? Director Xue Taihe was holding his phone, his brow furrowed. The screen displaying the trending topic about the shoddy construction of the Wandering Earth City. Exactly. Yao Wenlin's expression was extremely serious. This matter had probably already reached the secretary's ears. It had only been a few days, and such a significant issue had arisen with the project. The key point was that this news was likely true. Xue Taihe's face was solemn, his tone filled with a sense of suppression. It's only been a week, right? You've seen those images online, haven't you? What was once nothing but a wasteland has seemingly sprouted buildings out of thin air. To call it a shoddy project would be an understatement. How on earth did they manage to construct these houses in such a short time? Xue Taihe put away his phone and stood up while speaking. What should we do now? Report it? Yao Wenlin was still uncertain. Of course, we need to report it. But it might already be too late. Given how big this issue has become, those who should know definitely already do. Let's head directly to the construction site to see what's going on. As he spoke, Xue Taihe had already walked out of the office. Have you contacted General Liu? Not yet. Yao Wenlin immediately followed up, speaking at the same time. Forget it. Let's just go directly. In the government compound of Shaqing County, in the secretary's office. The situation was now known all over the internet. Reporters were probably already rushing over. And the investment promotion department had sent word that Xue and his team had also made their way there. Listening to the secretary's report, Qin Anbong frowned deeply. While looking at the trending topics on his phone, he lightly tapped the table with his left hand. Those who knew him understood this was his subconscious action when he was deep in thought. The construction speed is astonishing. Within just a week, the outlines of the employee dormitory in a large building have already emerged. Is this the power of 3D printing technology? Or is it indeed a shoddy project? Qin Anbong's expression turned serious as he suddenly stood up. Let us go. We need to see for ourselves. Chapter 72. Isn't this just a perfect image, Ambassador? At the construction site of the Wandering Earth City, after a week of work, there had been significant changes. In addition to the completed employee dormitory, the structural outline of another large building had also risen. This was the important building that appeared multiple times in Wandering Earth, the Aerospace Research Institute. Moreover, with Lu Li's strong insistence and the full support of relevant departments in Shaqing County, a temporary signal tower capable of covering a radius of 20 kilometers had already been erected in just a week. The mobile network signal at the site was finally functioning normally. The capabilities of AI intelligent robots were also fully unleashed. General Liu, our project has gone viral. Lu Jian approached Lu Li with his phone in hand, his expression somewhat complex. I saw it. Lu Li smiled lightly and replied, this matter has caused quite a stir. The relevant departments in Shaqing County are probably already alerted and might come over soon, along with reporters. What is there to worry about? Lu Li waved his hand dismissively. Is our project shoddy? Of course not. Lu Jian's expression turned serious. Currently, the 3D printing construction technology mastered by the company is well understood, and the completed staff dormitory has passed inspections, meeting national standards for structural strength. However, public opinion can be quite unpredictable. Although there is confidence in the quality of the construction, Lu Jian still can't help but feel a bit worried. Don't think too much. This could turn out to be a good thing. Lu Li thought for a moment, a smile reappearing on his face, and instructed, "Have Wu Jing prepare for this. The company might be about to gain a lot of attention. Also, inform Lu Weiming to have Xingchen Media cooperate with the publicity." Although this comes a bit unexpectedly, it was bound to happen sooner or later. This time, we might just make a big splash. Lu Li's tone was somewhat complex. He hadn't planned on exposing the company and the AI manufacturing plant to the public so soon, especially since the advanced technologies he presented were not easy to explain. But now that things have come to this point, there is no turning back. The funding issue needs to be resolved. So he has no choice but to have Wu Jing apply for patents on some of the 3D printing technologies, which means these technologies will soon attract attention. The current online discussions are hastening the company's rise to fame. Perhaps after today, countless people will start paying attention to this company. As a major shareholder behind several companies, he will eventually be uncovered as well. This also forces him to make some preparations in advance. For instance, what if the authorities take notice of him? Furthermore, cooperation with the government is inevitable in the future. But what kind of cooperation should it be? He has indeed thought deeply about the issue of exposing advanced technologies. Although it poses some challenges, it shouldn't endanger his life, at least not domestically. The authorities would not risk dissecting him just to uncover the source of his technology. All actions follow logic. If he can bring tremendous benefits and development to the country while alive, the government would not easily take the risk of harming him for uncertain gains. Having realized this, he can simply make up a reason for the source of these advanced technologies. For example, he could say that he occasionally has flashes of inspiration that allow him to see various technological documents, which he then records. Though it sounds a bit fantastical, it ultimately serves to cover up the truth. The most crucial point is that his plans for independent implementation in the future face significant challenges. It's not impossible, but the timeline would stretch too long, and confidentiality would be difficult to maintain. Constructing large projects like space fighters, space elevators, and planetary engines involves more than just material concerns. He is not omnipotent. Even with technology, there needs to be someone to implement it effectively. Therefore, it might be best to take this opportunity to let the company be fully known to the world. This way, he won't have to worry about funding issues. As for the authorities, the currently exposed advanced technologies should not cause too much of a stir, and a slight delay would be preferable, giving him more time to prepare. "By the way, Mr. Lu, our funds are now running low," Lu Jing said helplessly. The previous acquisition of the manufacturing plant, coupled with the expenses of construction machinery and various materials piled up on site, along with the materials for the second batch of machine production, all add up. Now there's barely less than $1 billion in our account. Lu Jing felt a pang in his heart. $1 billion. Just like that, it's gone. The speed has completely exceeded his expectations. Even now, he still wonders whether building this city is worth it. It's okay, let us hold on a little longer. Lu Li thought for a moment. This issue was actually within his anticipation. Let us apply for patents on some of the artificial intelligence technologies to secure further loans. Lu Li had considered earlier that the funding issue might not be resolved before the new realm of creation fully develops. Even if this current public opinion could accelerate its development, it would still take time to settle. The factory orders and patent licensing fees would take time to recoup. As for the foolish act of selling core technologies outright, while it could bring in a lot of funds in the short term, it would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, leading to more trouble, and he would absolutely not do that. Even if they only license out some not particularly critical technology patents now, the corresponding developments in their professional fields could potentially accelerate, or even lead to explosive breakthroughs. Their time is already limited. Perhaps it's 3 years, or maybe 2 years. Even less than a year is possible, but at least these issues are within a controllable range. Because even with just 1 year, the new realm of creation could be ahead of the country, or even the world, at which point it would be a step ahead, leading the industry without much surprise. Got it, I'll contact Wu Jing right away. As the two were speaking, outside the construction site, a business vehicle was slowly approaching from a distance. The vehicle bore the logo of the local broadcasting and television station. Further away, there were more vehicles, all of which were official cars, clearly indicating that the investment promotion department and county leaders had arrived. Seeing those vehicles, Lu Li patted Lu Jing on the shoulder. "Let us go welcome our image ambassadors." Image ambassadors? Lu Jing momentarily did not react. Don't we need these people if we want to legitimize our project? Journalists, leaders, and relevant departments speaking on our behalf is much more effective than us clarifying things online. Moreover, as long as we secure them, with officials and authoritative media speaking for us, who would dare to doubt the quality of our project. Isn't this exactly what an image ambassador is? Chapter 73. Welcome to the era of 3D printing. Inside the business vehicle from the local broadcasting station, Shi Tongxin was focused on driving. The roads here were quite difficult to navigate. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoming had already leaned her head out of the window, looking at the construction site of the Wandering Earth City. And what she saw left her mouth agape in surprise. My goodness, did this construction site really just start a week ago? He couldn't help but murmur to himself. According to the information I gathered, it's true. Shi Tongxin gave an affirmative answer, and her gaze was also directed towards the construction site. In just a week, the project had made such progress that I really started to believe this was a shoddy construction project. Looking at the massive outline of the building on the site, Shi Tongxin frowned slightly. However, even if it were a shoddy project, it couldn't have progressed this quickly, even if it were built with foam. Could it really reach this level in just a week? Jiang Xiaoming still found it hard to believe. We'll know if we take a look. At that moment, Shi Tongxin's tone was very serious. She had already inquired about the project situation on her way here. An initial investment of 500 million. The most important project in Shaqing County. The support for this project from higher authorities could be described as unprecedented. With all approval processes opened up as a green channel and all resources tilted as much as possible. She had also heard that several projects were quickly approved by relevant departments just a few days ago. Power supply projects. Communication projects. The Power Bureau and Communication Company had only taken a week to provide network signals and electricity here. Such speed seemed almost exaggerated. If such a project really encountered problems, it would likely cause a major upheaval in the entire Shaqing County and even Beihai City. Tongxin, those cars following us seemed to belong to the relevant departments. Jiang Xiaoming had already noticed the official vehicles trailing behind. However, she had not confirmed that they were also headed for this construction site. Now that they had arrived here, there was no doubt about it. With such a significant event occurring, the relevant departments would certainly take action. Shi Tongxin was not surprised. Instead, she said seriously, "We need to gather as much first-hand information as possible before they arrive. The nature of this matter is a bit complex." "I understand." Jiang Xiaoming nodded earnestly. Soon, the business vehicle stopped at the entrance of the construction site. At this time, Luli had already been waiting for a while. "Hello. Are you media friends from Beihai City?" Luli greeted Shi Tongxin with a smile and nodded at Jiang Xiaoming. "I am Luli, the main investor of this construction site. Welcome to your arrival." Seeing Luli's expression and demeanor, both Shi Tongxin and Jiang Xiaoming were a bit surprised. They hadn't expected the investor of this site to be so young. The two exchanged glances involuntarily. They originally thought that the person in charge of the site would try to find ways to obstruct their investigation, but it seemed that was not the case at all. "We are reporters from the Beihai City Broadcasting and Television Station." Shi Tongxin, being someone who had seen many big occasions, quickly adjusted her emotions. "If you don't mind, shall we wait here for the leaders of the relevant departments before entering together?" Luli pointed to the official vehicles less than 2 kilometers behind Shi Tongxin. "They will be here soon. If possible, we would like to go in and take a look first." Shi Tongxin frowned slightly and insisted on speaking up. They originally wanted to obtain first-hand information before the relevant authorities arrived. How could they possibly wait here now? Shi Tongxin felt a bit nervous, fearing that Luli would refuse her request. However, Luli smiled and then nodded toward Lu Jian beside him, saying, "In that case, let Mr. Lu take you in to have a look." Lu Jian nodded and said, "Please follow me, dear journalist friends." Shi Tongxin did not hesitate, nodded at Jiang Xiaoming, and led the way into the construction site. Jiang Xiaoming understood and turned on the camera, closely following Shi Tongxin. "Ms. Journalist, can I call you that?" Lu Jian asked as they entered the site. "Are you here for an interview or just to take a look and snap some photos?" "Can we just take a look around first?" Shi Tongxin replied without hesitation. "Of course, but you need to wear these first." Lu Jian handed over 2 safety helmets and 2 visitor passes. Shi Tongxin nodded, feeling a little better about the construction site. At least their safety protocols seemed quite clear. "Can we go in now?" The group was still at the exit safety passage and had not fully entered the site. "Of course." Lu Jian smiled and nodded. Shi Tongxin glanced at Jiang Xiaoming and asked, "Is there signal here?" "Yes." Jiang Xiaoming nodded. Shi Tongxin understood that as long as there was a signal, they could upload their footage to the cloud in real time. With that, they wouldn't need to worry about safety issues inside the site. Lu Jian seemed unaware of the implications behind Shi Tongxin's question. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have minded. He smiled and explained, "We just installed a communication signal tower here yesterday, so the signal within a 20-kilometer radius of the site is perfectly fine. The communication equipment and power will be installed within a week, and I knew about this beforehand. I have to say the speed is impressive." Tongxin genuinely praised him. At this point, the three had reached the end of the passage. As soon as they walked out of this passage, they would see the true scene inside the construction site. "Actually, this is nothing." Lu Jian continued to smile. Just as they stepped out of the passage, he pointed ahead and said, "Those are what we are most proud of." Stepping out of the passage, the space in front of them suddenly opened up. The scene that appeared before Tongxin and Jiang Xiaoming left them stunned. Countless small printing robots were busy on the enormous building outline, spraying special construction materials from their nozzles, like ants building their nest bit by bit. Although the individual strength of those steel troops was small, the accumulation of quantity led to a qualitative change. With the joint effort of all the printing robots, the surface of that massive building was being perfected at a visibly rapid pace. The sight was truly astonishing. The two girls' mouths slightly opened, revealing their shocked expressions. "What is this?" Jiang Xiaoming was the first to lose her composure, incredulously pointing at the large building outline in front of her, her speech becoming somewhat disjointed. "So many robots." Tongxin also muttered in disbelief. "Those are AI printing robots, mainly responsible for precise construction tasks, while those large machines are in charge of printing the structural outlines of the themed buildings." Lu Jian's smile grew wider, as if he had already anticipated the expressions of the two reporters. He flamboyantly spread his arms and confidently proclaimed, "Welcome to the era of 3D printed construction." Chapter 74. Oh my, the future has arrived. This is 3D printing engineering. Tongxin looked at the scene before her in shock. Everything here completely surpassed her imagination. Whether it was the giant construction printing machines or the printing robots, she had never seen anything like them before. Her impression of 3D printing technology was still stuck in the past, where it was quick but had great limitations, with printed objects and buildings being small and unable to achieve large-scale construction. However, the situation at this construction site was completely different from what she had envisioned. "Oh my, the future has arrived. Tongxin Jia, look over there." At this moment, Jiang Xiaoming suddenly excitedly tugged at Tongxin's clothes, exclaiming. Tongxin looked in the direction Jiang Xiaoming was pointing. She saw a huge machine, at least 30 to 40 meters tall, moving a metallic-looking printing nozzle in the air, reminiscent of something from a sci-fi movie. The massive machine seemed like a magical brush in the hands of a skilled artist, using the sky as a canvas, freely creating architectural frameworks that appeared rapidly above the construction site, like lines in a painting. This scene left Tongxin wide-eyed and in awe. "Is this why you can build more than a dozen employee dormitories in just a week, and this huge building outline?" Tongxin murmured. "Exactly." Lu Jian replied with pride in his eyes. "This is the power of 3D printing technology. Those robots, no, those are printing robots, seemed to react very sensitively and did not give off a rigid impression, though Tongxin struggled to find the right words to describe them. Lu Jian explained for her, "That's right. All those printing robots are controlled by artificial intelligence, allowing them to autonomously determine the best action routes while working. Moreover, these printing robots do not need to rest. As long as they have sufficient energy, they can work 24 hours a day, which is also why our project progresses so quickly." Hearing this, both Tongxin and Jiang Xiaoming were taken aback again. Artificial intelligence. Jiang Xiaoming's eyes sparkled as she suddenly turned to Lu Jian. "You actually mastered artificial intelligence technology. Does that mean you also have those AI dogs that can be kept as pets?" Jiang Xiaoming gestured excitedly, completely forgetting why she was there in the first place. Hearing this, Lu Jian paused for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his face as he said, "If needed, it can indeed be done." At that, Jiang Xiaoming's eyes brightened. Who could refuse a pet artificial intelligence puppy? Xiaoming. At that moment, Tongxin's voice suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of sternness. Perhaps realizing her own slip, Jiang Xiaoming quickly closed her mouth. Although Tongxin was equally shocked, she managed to maintain her composure. She had more to consider at this moment. "Mr. Lu, I hope you don't mind me asking. Your company should specialize in the application and research of 3D printing technology, right? Then what about the artificial intelligence technology?" Lu Jian smiled and chose not to answer the question directly. "As for this matter, you might need to ask our general manager Lu." "Your general manager Lu?" Shi Tongxin keenly grasped the implication behind this statement. You mean, your company is not in a cooperative relationship with General Manager Lu regarding this project, but rather. That's right, just as you think. Wu Jing nodded affirmatively. General Manager Lu is not only the main investor in this project, but also the largest shareholder of Changfeng Awakens. These questions, if someone wanted to investigate, could easily be uncovered. Therefore, Wu Jing did not conceal this information. However, that was all he revealed. He did not disclose more. Yet, just these words had already left Shi Tongxin greatly astonished. The largest shareholder of Changfeng Awakens, Shi Tongxin murmured, her eyes showing a hint of deep thought and brightness. She had already investigated the construction party of this project before coming. The information about Changfeng Awakens could be found online, and she had also conducted in-depth investigations through some special channels. Just a month ago, it seemed that Changfeng Awakens was on the verge of bankruptcy, yet here they were today, undertaking such a shocking large project. What exactly had happened in between? Undoubtedly, the revival of Changfeng Awakens, this city-building project that attracted countless attention, as well as the astonishing 3D printing technology and artificial intelligence technology. All of this was related to the young General Manager Lu, who welcomed them at the construction site entrance. So the question arose, who exactly was General Manager Lu? How could he possess such powerful capabilities, and where did those seemingly sci-fi black technologies come from? These questions instantly filled Shi Tongxin's mind. This also made her very curious about Lu Li's identity. Moreover, the changes happening at Changfeng Awakens made her eager to investigate further, and she secretly decided to conduct a thorough investigation once she returned. Let's go take a look ahead. At that moment, Wu Jing's voice rang out again, interrupting Shi Tongxin's thoughts. Okay. Shi Tongxin temporarily set aside her curiosity about Lu Li. She still remembered the purpose of her visit here. The most important thing was to confirm the quality of the project. Just having a fast construction speed was useless if the quality was subpar, as that would be a shoddy project. Mr. Lu, may I ask one more question? Shi Tongxin spoke up again, asking if there were relevant departments to monitor the quality of the project. If so, could they show the inspection report? It should be straightforward to confirm the construction quality issues by having the relevant quality inspection department check it out. So Shi Tongxin directly requested to see the quality inspection report. At that moment, Wu Jing shook his head helplessly. Sorry, we haven't received the quality inspection report yet. Wu Jing thought for a moment and added, it's mainly because the project is progressing too quickly, so the inspection department hasn't had the chance to come yet. However, if all goes well, the relevant quality inspection department should arrive today, and their purpose is probably the same as yours. Upon hearing this, Shi Tongxin paused. She felt at a loss for how to continue the conversation. It was unclear whether to say there was no inspection report or to acknowledge there was one, but they didn't have it. The fact that the project was moving so fast that the inspection department couldn't keep up was simply unbelievable. Just then, a commotion erupted not far from them. The noise grew louder, causing the crowd to become restless. What happened over there? Shi Tongxin's gaze sharpened as she instinctively moved toward the gathering crowd. Hey, those people don't look like construction workers. Their clothes are different from the construction team's. They look more like locals? Jiang Xiaoming said with some confusion. Exactly. Wu Jing walked with the two toward the noise, explaining, those people are villagers from Gusha village who came to help voluntarily, and of course, they will be paid as usual. Villagers? I hope no one got injured due to improper operation, Shi Tongxin frowned. As they spoke, the three had reached the outskirts of the crowd. They could now hear the voices clearly from inside. Really? My kid just called and said our project is a shoddy one and told me not to come back to work. That's right. There have been some rumors in the village lately saying that our project won't work out, and those kids outside say that President Lu is facing financial difficulties. Nonsense. We work here every day. How can we not know whether the project is solid or not? Suddenly, a loud voice rose from the crowd, mixed with some anger. This morning, I smashed a useless wall, and after a long time, my hands went numb from the effort before I finally broke it down. If there were quality issues, how could it be so hard to break? I know that those kids from the village don't understand the situation. I just scolded one of them for spreading rumors about President Lu. How dare they? What are you staring at me for? Don't I know the situation on the construction site? I'm just worried that those outsiders will spread rumors affecting Lu Li, so I'm bringing this issue to you. However, the rumor about President Lu facing financial difficulties might be true. I heard Lu mention it earlier. He has bought so many materials and machines recently, and the pressure on President Lu is immense. The child does these things for our village. You see, Not only can we make phone calls at the construction site now, but even our village is benefiting from it. Everyone can call the children who are away. Now that Lu Li is in trouble, we cannot add to the chaos. We need to think of ways to help. What can we, these rough folks, do to help? It's really frustrating. Hearing these voices, Shi Tongxin felt a slight stir in her heart. The workers at this site certainly have the most say about the quality of the project, and what they said undoubtedly alleviated some of her doubts. Everyone, we will definitely find out if there are any issues with the quality of this project, and we will provide explanations to the community and to you. There is no need to worry. At that moment, a voice came from behind Shi Tongxin and the others. The villagers of Gusha village, including Shi Tongxin, instinctively turned to look back and saw Lu Li approaching with several leaders from relevant departments. Most of these leaders wore expressions of surprise and disbelief. Many were gazing at the enormous building outline and the numerous construction robots at work, clearly shaken by what they saw. Leaders, the county leaders have arrived. A voice rose from the crowd, followed by a cacophony of voices. Leaders, you must support Mr. Lu. The quality of the houses here is definitely fine. Those claiming it's substandard are just spreading rumors. Exactly. We work here every day. How could we not know? Lu Li is a good person. We must not let him be wronged. You can see for yourselves, this is not a substandard project at all. Mr. Lu has contributed so much to our Gusha village and even to Shaqing County. We can't let him be disheartened. One by one, the villagers shouted in support of Lu Li. After seeing this scene, Lu Li felt somewhat helpless. He and T expected the villagers to come together to say such things. And now that the leaders were witnessing it, it was hard to say it wouldn't cause them to feel annoyed or think too much about it. However, he was still a bit touched inside. He knew that everyone was just worried about him. But having such a large group of people gathered here was ultimately not appropriate. Lu Li glanced at Qin Anbong beside him and took the initiative to speak. Uncles and aunts, please don't worry. The leaders will definitely investigate the matter thoroughly. If we have no issues, we need not fear what others say. So could everyone please disperse and get back to work? Seeing this, Shi Tongxin felt even more moved. The villagers' thoughts were quite simple. They would repay anyone who treated them well. The project of the Wandering Earth City was genuinely benefiting them. So how could they not do their utmost to defend it? With this realization, she felt more reassured about the quality of the project. Soon, under Lu Li's persuasion, the villagers gradually dispersed. Sorry, Secretary Qin, for making you laugh. Lu Li turned to Qin Anbong and shook his head helplessly. Given the situation, he could only hope that Secretary Qin wouldn't overthink it. If people think this is something he arranged on purpose, it would really be speechless. Qin Anbong gave Lu Li a meaningful glance. It's okay, you're right. One must be strong to forge iron. Qin Anbong looked at the people from the Quality Supervision Department behind him and continued. As long as we have no issues, we don't fear what others say. We have always been very confident. Lu Li nodded with a smile. Lu Jian had been paying attention to Qin Anbong's actions and quickly reacted, immediately taking the quality inspection team to conduct quality checks. These two young ladies are from the city's broadcasting station, right? Qin Anbong shifted his gaze to Shi Tongxin and her companion. Yes, Secretary Qin. Shi Tongxin clearly recognized Qin Anbong. This was not surprising. As a seasoned journalist, how could she not know someone like Qin Anbong? They might have even interacted before. How do you feel after touring around here? Qin Anbong's serious expression softened a bit as he asked with a smile. Shi Tongxin thought for a moment before responding. It's very shocking. Hard to believe. Indeed. Qin Anbong looked up at the massive building in the distance, his tone involuntarily carrying a hint of emotion. We didn't expect that General Manager Lu's abilities are this great. Everything in front of them was indeed hard to believe. The speed of construction, if placed in ancient times, might have been regarded as a miracle. This is the power of technology. Everyone present nodded in deep agreement, feeling awed. Chapter 76. The results of the quality inspection are out. At the bustling construction site, the sounds of machines roaring continuously filled the air. Occasionally, a printing robot would emerge from the crowd, heading to the charging area to recharge itself. The enormous building's outline was being filled with materials at a visibly rapid pace, gradually revealing its true appearance, giving an increasingly sci-fi feel. This building has only been under official construction for a week since the modeling was completed. Because the structure is relatively complex and the volume is quite large, it needs to be constructed in phases. The expected completion time is around 1 month. Lu Li was touring with the leaders of the relevant departments while listening to the construction manager's introduction. Hearing this, the leaders couldn't help but show surprised expressions. Shuetaiha couldn't help but speak up. Such a large building can really be completed in a month? That's too exaggerated. It's actually not exaggerated. The construction site manager smiled and said, "You all should have seen those employee dormitories, right? Those dozen buildings, because they are low-rise and not structurally complex, were completed in just half a day. That's the speed of 3D printing construction. If this technology can be widely applied in the market, it would definitely have transformative significance." Qin Anbong couldn't help but express his admiration again. "General Manager Lu, you have truly given us a huge surprise. You're overpraising me." "Secretary Qin," Lu Li responded with a smile. At that moment, Shi Tongxin suddenly thought of something. She looked at Lu Li, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke up. "General Manager Lu, I actually have one more question that I would like to confirm with you. Please go ahead." Lu Li did not refuse. "There are claims online that you built this city to film a movie. Is this true, or is it just a facade for something else?" Upon hearing the question, Lu Li smiled and shook his head, responding, "My initial purpose for building this city was indeed to make a film." Hearing this, whether it was Qin Anbong or the Jiaosangbu S. Shui Taihe and Yao Anlin, the leaders who already knew about this matter had complex expressions. Every time this topic arose, they felt a strange sense of disbelief. It wasn't that they doubted Lu Li, but rather, the idea seemed too absurd to be true. Yet, this absurdity had indeed manifested before their eyes. As for Shi Tongxin and Jiang Xiaoming, they were completely convinced at this moment. To build such a city just for a film, this idea could only come from someone truly eccentric. However, the young and charismatic Lu, who stood before them, seemed far from being a madman. Why would he take such actions? At that moment, Shi Tongxin's curiosity about Lu Li reached its peak. She almost wanted to lock him in a small room to discuss life and extract all his hidden secrets. Perhaps this was the occupational hazard of being a journalist. The truth is always the ultimate goal sought by this profession. Meanwhile, Lu Li was chatting with Qin Anbong. "Has President Lu been at the construction site all this time?" "Not entirely. There are other matters to arrange, but this project is currently a priority, so I've mostly been here. However, once the project is on track, that may change. Is there something more important than this?" Qin Anbong was somewhat surprised. "Yes, the company is just getting started, and there is still a lot to do." Lu Li's explanation was somewhat vague. Upon hearing this, Qin Anbong was at a loss for words. With an initial investment of 500 million for this project, and no telling how much more would be needed to complete the city, this was merely the beginning. If this person's company got on track, or even reached its peak, what would that look like? It must be said that even the typically composed Qin Anbong couldn't help but think, this is a bit too much bravado. As the group toured the construction site, they remained unsettled. Everything on site was an eye-opener for them. Soon, the Quality Inspection Department had news. "Secretary Qin, the results are out." A member of the Quality Inspection Department approached the group, visibly excited with the latest inspection report in hand. The attention of all the relevant department leaders fell on the inspector, their expressions serious, fully aware of the importance of the inspection results. Shi Tongxin and Jiang Xiaoming also felt a bit tense, yet there was a hint of excitement in their hearts. After witnessing the situation on site, they had likely formed a judgment in their minds. As a seasoned journalist, Shi Tongxin was well informed and could easily deduce that if there were indeed quality issues with the project, Lu Li would not be so calm. Moreover, the people at the construction site showed no signs of worry upon knowing that the relevant authorities were coming to inspect. The entire site was still operating in an orderly manner. This was enough to indicate their absolute confidence. Jiang Xiaoming aimed her camera at the staff from the Quality Inspection Department, ready to gather evidence and witness this moment. If it was confirmed that the project quality was up to standard, they would immediately release the news. This was first-hand information. The matter had garnered significant attention online, and the task had been personally assigned by the department head. If everything went well, she might even secure a permanent position upon returning. Additionally, what she witnessed at the construction site today was truly astonishing. She could hardly wait to share this incredible story with more people. The thought of the impact this news would have on the outside world excited her immensely. "Let us get straight to the results." At this moment, Qin Anbong spoke up, his tone somewhat solemn. Even the usually composed Secretary Qin felt a tightening in his chest. This result was too important for him. It was equally crucial for the entire Shaqing County. If there were indeed problems with the project, all hopes would shatter, and he would surely face significant repercussions. Conversely, this could mark the beginning of Shaqing County's rise. To construct such a massive building in just a month was remarkable. What if they had a year? He had initially thought that building this city would be a long and arduous process, likely taking at least 5 years, but the outcome was beyond his expectations. Perhaps this project could truly become a miracle on this vast desert. In the future, this city might be known throughout the nation, or even the world. At that time, it would be a miracle belonging to all of Changfeng County, and even Beihai City. If things continued at this pace, he might even witness the day this city was completed before his transfer from Changfeng County. Chapter 77. I want the whole world to know about this place. Under everyone's gaze, the inspector involuntarily became tense. His previously excited demeanor turned serious. He took out the report and began his briefing. We conducted sampling on the completed dormitory building of the project, performing comprehensive testing on aspects such as building strength, material environmental friendliness, and disaster resistance levels. According to the tests, all results for the dormitory building meet national standards, with 0 non-compliant items detected, and the results show qualified. Additionally, we also conducted spot checks on materials and construction equipment on site, finding no substandard products, and the security measures at the site have also met industry standards. After concluding his report, the inspector handed the testing report to Qin Anbang. All right, thank you for your hard work. At that moment, all the leaders present breathed a sigh of relief. This was especially true for Xue Taihe and Yao Wenlin from the Investment Promotion Department. This project was brought in by them, and they have been following it closely. It can be said that the two of them are the direct leaders of this project. If any issues arise, Director Xue is already feeling uneasy. As for Lu Li, he has remained calm, and this outcome was anticipated. Qin Anbang took the quality inspection report, turned to everyone, and raised the document in his hand. Suppressing his excitement, he spoke in a deep voice. As you can see, our quality inspection department has tested the project, and everything meets national standards. Therefore, the rumors circulating outside must be addressed promptly. We cannot let potential investors in Shaoqing feel disheartened, nor can we let the companies currently collaborating with us feel discouraged. This matter is our oversight, and we must act quickly to quell the false rumors surrounding the Wandering Earth City project. Everyone from the relevant departments nodded in agreement. At this moment, Shi Tongxin and Zhang Xiaoming were also filled with excitement. They exchanged glances. Just then, Qin Anbang turned to them and continued, Reporter Shi, we may need your cooperation for some related publicity. After all, this is also a project of Beihai City. We hope to restore Mr. Lu's reputation as soon as possible. Don't worry, leader, we understand. Shi Tongxin nodded earnestly. Finally, Qin Anbang turned to Lu Li. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, for the trouble you've faced. Rest assured, we will handle this matter and provide you with a satisfactory answer. Lu Li smiled and shook his head, not saying anything. For him, this matter was really inconsequential. Although the outside rumors were fierce and did cause some negative impacts on the Wandering Earth City project, the project had never been well regarded from the start, and Lu Li had never cared about it. On the contrary, from another perspective, now that the quality inspection report has come out with official backing, combined with the official media's endorsement of Wandering Earth City, the rumors will soon collapse on their own. Subsequently, those who had previously been noisy online would feel ashamed after the turn of events. This shame would transform into a sense of atonement, prompting them to spontaneously promote the Wandering Earth City project online, thus making the project go viral. This series of actions could be considered textbook marketing strategies. Its impact would certainly not be less than Lu Li announcing plans to build a city. Therefore, in Lu Li's view, this was actually a good thing. After handling matters at the construction site, the leaders and Shi Tongxin left. Upon returning to Beihai City, Shi Tongxin immediately went to her office. Xiaoming, please organize today's visit into a report and send it out right away. Remember to include the official WeChat suffix of the relevant departments so that they can respond promptly. We need the whole world to know about that place. Additionally, keep a close eye on the follow-up developments and report to me anytime something happens. I need to make a trip to Jiangzhou for some urgent matters. Jiang Xiaoming nodded while curiously asking, Sister Tongxin, you're going to investigate the situation with the Genesis New World and that Mr. Lu, right? Why not take me along? This time it's not convenient to bring you, and I need you to assist me here. When we get the latest news, I need you to handle it immediately. Sister Tongxin explained. Oh, Jiang Xiaoming pouted, looking a bit unhappy. Don't be emotional. Sister Tongxin helplessly rubbed Jiang Xiaoming's head. I have a feeling that this trip to Jiangzhou will definitely uncover big news. When that happens, you will share in the credit, and your promotion will be resolved. Isn't that a little exciting to think about? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoming thought it made sense, and her eyes lit up, instantly becoming more spirited. Sister Tongxin, don't worry, I will definitely take care of the logistics. Good, Sister Tongxin smiled and turned to leave the office. Soon after, Jiang Xiaoming quickly organized the day's visit content and, after getting approval from the higher-ups, directly sent it to various official promotional platforms of the Beihai City Broadcasting Station. Meanwhile, some relevant departments in Shacheng County and Beihai City also began to take action. Shacheng County Investment Promotion Department. Yao Wenlin hurriedly knocked on Shui Taiha's office door. Director Shui, the Beihai Broadcasting Station has released a report about the Wandering Earth City project. When are we issuing our statement? Immediately issue a joint statement. And make sure to clarify this matter as quickly as possible, Shui Taiha said without hesitation. Understood. Yao Wenlin nodded and quickly turned to leave the office. Shacheng County Quality Supervision Bureau. In the office, the highest-ranking official was reading the Weibo post from the Beihai Broadcasting Station. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Director Lin. The detailed quality inspection report for the Wandering Earth City project has all come out and has already been sent electronically to the Beihai Broadcasting Station. Okay, I see. Director Lin nodded. Our announcement can be issued now. This matter is already starting to gain traction online. Yes. The person nodded and then promptly left. Shacheng County Government. Qin Anbong was also reading the latest report from the Beihai Broadcasting Station, while tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, clearly deep in thought. Secretary Qin, should we coordinate to issue a statement? The secretary across the desk asked tentatively. Qin Anbong looked up, put down his phone, and said in a deep voice, yes. Issue it. Understood. The secretary nodded and turned to leave. Beihai City Quality Inspection Headquarters. Beihai City Investment Promotion Department. At this moment, many relevant departments in Beihai City were stirred into action. One by one, departments began to take action. Thus, a storm capable of causing tremendous waves across the internet began to quietly brew. Chapter 78. The Public Opinion Reversal. This is not a shoddy project. In Beihai City, high-tech industrial zone. In a rented one-bedroom apartment. A young couple who had just finished work and were ready to rest were lying in bed scrolling through their phones. The hard work and pre-sleep exercise made both of them look a bit tired. Hi. You mentioned before that someone from your village is working at the construction site of a certain city, right? I've seen online that everyone is saying it's a shoddy project. Did you make a call back to ask about the situation? If it really is a shoddy project, it's better to let your family come back and not get involved, so they don't run into any trouble. The girl in the couple was scrolling through social media, likely having seen the trending topic about this matter, and said with some concern, don't mention it. I called back this afternoon, but my dad wouldn't listen at all. He insisted that there's no problem with the project, and even said that the manager of that site is someone who came from our village. So he wouldn't deceive them. He ended up scolding me, which really frustrated me. Ahai shook his head in disbelief and sighed. You don't know, Xiaohua. I grew up in the Gobi Desert. In that godforsaken place, it's tough to build anything, let alone a city. The idea of building a certain city in the Gobi is just a joke. So why does your family trust that manager so much? Xiaohua asked curiously. My dad said that manager and his father were originally from the village, and I heard they have good relationships with many people there. Maybe that's why they got fooled. After Ahai explained, Xiaohua still seemed a bit puzzled. Don't you know that manager? Ahai shook his head and explained. I was very young when those two left the village, so I don't know them. Do you want to go back to the village to take a look? Xiaohua's tone still held some concern. Ahai paused for a moment before saying, let us wait until things settle down at the factory. How about you come back with me then to meet my parents? Hearing this, Xiaohua's face turned slightly red. I'll see how you perform. Upon hearing this, Ahai's face lit up with joy. Then I'll have to put in a good performance. Just then, Ahai was about to pounce playfully when Xiaohua suddenly interrupted him. Sitting up straight in surprise and handing over her phone. What is it? Ahai looked at the phone in confusion. It's the latest news from the official account of the local broadcasting station. They went to the construction site to investigate and release the results, saying it is not a shoddy project. Xiaohua's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the series of photos and videos released by the station, momentarily dumbfounded. What investigation? Ahai asked nonchalantly, clearly skeptical. Can we really trust the broadcasting station's official account? Isn't it possible that the construction site hired them to cover up the truth? What are you joking about? This is the official account of the local broadcasting station, a legitimate media outlet. How could they cover for a corporate project? Plus, Look at the pictures and videos. They even posted safety certificates from the quality inspection department. There's no way it's fake. At this point, Ahai finally took it seriously and focused on the content displayed on the phone screen. Local radio station report. In response to the recent rumors circulating online about the construction quality of the Wandering Earth City project in Changfeng County, the reporter conducted an on-site investigation. After the investigation, it was determined that the claims of the project being poorly constructed are unfounded. The reporter has obtained the quality inspection report for the completed building, which shows that all safety tests have met national standards. Attached is the quality inspection report, image JPG. Additionally, this investigation also uncovered some exciting news. In just a week, there has been significant progress in the construction of the Wandering Earth City, and the reporter witnessed cutting-edge 3D printing technology currently being used in the construction industry. The contractor, a company named Changfeng, is showcasing unimaginable technological advancements. Image JPG, image JPG, image JPG, video click. The power of technology is changing our lives and is sparking an industrial revolution in the construction sector. They might be creating a miracle. Let us look forward to the future that has arrived. Changfeng County Investment Promotion Department, Changfeng County Quality Supervision Bureau, Changfeng County Government, Beihai Quality Inspection. The relevant departments mentioned in this report responded promptly, and Changfeng County, along with all related departments in Beihai, issued a clarification statement. They not only addressed the rumors about the poor construction of Wandering Earth City, but also effectively promoted the project, leading to a surge in public interest. Various related departments came forward, and the report quickly gained significant traction, rising to the trending topics on social media. In a very short time, the number of participants discussing the topic on social media exceeded 100,000 and continued to grow rapidly, with the topic ranking soaring. After reading all the reports, Ahai was left stunned. He stared blankly at his phone screen. Is this project really not poorly constructed? Ahai murmured to himself, then quickly clicked on the images and videos on social media, watching intently. As images appeared before him and videos played slowly, he saw the bustling construction scene at the Wandering Earth City site, the enormous printing machines, and the AI printing robots that resembled a steel army. All of this left Ahai completely bewildered. Wow, how can the machines on this site be so big? This robot is truly artificial intelligence. These houses were really built in just half a day, and such large structures were completed in just a week. I can't be watching a science fiction movie. Can I? Ahai, while in shock, jumped out of bed, quickly turned on the room lights, and carefully reviewed all the images and videos again, fearing he was hallucinating due to overstimulation and bright lights. This must all be real. Xiaohua spoke with a somewhat complicated tone. Until now, she was still a bit confused. Just a few days ago, they were talking about poor construction quality, but suddenly public opinion turned around, and the relevant departments in the region quickly came out to refute the claims. Even the local media and related departments specifically mentioned this event. With such a big uproar, the possibility of fabrication is gone. Unless the construction party of the city managed to conceal everything through special means, such a situation could not have occurred. However, the likelihood of pulling off such a grand deception is even more impossible. Chapter 79. Is the world really this sci-fi now? Let us see what people are saying online right now. Xiaohua tugged at Ahai, who was still dazed, and spoke excitedly. This incident was simply explosive. Plus, it might also concern her boyfriend Ahai, as well as his parents and villagers back in his hometown. If that city really gets built, it would definitely have a huge impact on Ahai's village. She had been thinking about where they would live if they got married. Would they always be drifting around? But going back to that village in the desert made her feel a bit reluctant. To be honest, even Ahai couldn't stand living there, let alone her, who had never lived in such an environment. But now, it seemed there might be a solution. If that city could really be built, Gusha village would undergo significant changes because of it, and everything would develop in a positive direction. By then, returning wouldn't be a concern at all. It's often said that girls think too much, and in this case, it was true. Ahai, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to this issue. After hearing Xiaohua's words, he opened the comment section of the trending topic, still with a casual attitude. Meanwhile, the comment section of the trending topic was already buzzing. Countless netizens were flooding the comments. Every refresh brought nearly 100 new comments. Oh my, someone really investigated this project, and a quality inspection report came out so quickly? That's incredibly fast. There's no doubt about it. With so many official accounts stepping forward, this must be real. I didn't expect the local authorities to take this project so seriously and act so swiftly. Is that all you're concerned about? Didn't you see the photos and videos that were released? This is just too exaggerated. My mind is buzzing right now. The latest 3D printing technology. Printing robots, artificial intelligence control. Has the world really become this sci-fi? Seeing this trending topic, honestly, I still find it a bit hard to believe. Just one of those cutting-edge technologies could probably shake the entire industry. And now they all appear in one engineering project. Who are the people behind this project? Did Changfeng Media just hit the jackpot by finding a partner comparable to a colossal pillar? Otherwise, how did they suddenly become so impressive? Where did all these technologies come from? This is ridiculous. It's unbelievable that some people actually believe such absurd things, and even the official sources can be deceived. The people behind this project are impressive. Is there really no one with a clear mind in this world? At this moment, people online have already stopped discussing the quality issues of the project. Since the quality inspection report has come out, there is no point in dwelling on it anymore. Instead, everyone has shifted their attention to the sci-fi scenes at the construction site of the project. The photos and videos released by the local radio station have made a huge impact on netizens, causing the already heated comment section to go completely wild. There are countless comments, and I can't possibly read them all. However, he has managed to summarize the overall sentiment. The emotions expressed online can be roughly categorized into three types. The first group is shocked, amazed by the high-tech developments in the project, and they have largely come to believe the information released by the local radio. Many are also paying attention to the emphasis placed on this project by local authorities. The second group is skeptical. Some people still find it hard to believe that all of this is real, regardless of how many official statements or clarifications come out. They insist that this is simply too fantastical to be true. Perhaps their thinking hasn't fully opened up yet. The third group is quite interesting. Even with the situation becoming clearer, they remain adamantly unconvinced. Their attitude is simply that no matter how much you show off, they will remain unmoved and refuse to believe it's real. Whether it's endorsed by officials or featured in state media, they just want to buy it, thinking that anyone who believes such outrageous claims is foolish. Of course, it's also possible that this is the work of malicious individuals hiring online commenters to create negativity without needing to think logically. After all, most of their comments are just direct copies and pastes. Such a lucrative project will always attract someone to get involved. This situation has indeed escalated dramatically. After a while, Ahai looked up from his phone and turned to Ahua. What do you think? Ahua's eyes held a hint of anticipation. Rationally speaking, I don't believe this can be true because I understand how harsh that desert is. Since I became aware, I've been determined to rely on my own abilities to leave that place and seek a better life elsewhere. But these posts on social media are making me a bit uncertain. Ahai lowered his head, lost in thought. He had spent countless hours solidifying his determination to leave that harsh environment. Now, someone was telling him that it wasn't as bad as he thought. In fact, they were even planning to build a city there. Faced with this situation, Ahai felt a bit at a loss about what to do. Let us go back and take a look. At that moment, a smile suddenly appeared on Ahua's face. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out when we go back, right? Hearing this, Ahai slowly lifted his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Are you saying you're willing to go back with me? Yes, let us go back. Ahua nodded firmly. Ahai instantly became excited, completely casting aside his earlier confusion. Let's go. Pack your things right away. We're heading back tomorrow. In Jiangzhou, at the headquarters of Zhongliu Entertainment, the PR manager and Qian Yue were discussing the recent actions against Xingchen. Mr. Qian, you really are impressive. This marketing strategy not only suppressed our competitors, but also turned Xingchen Media into a target of disdain online. The shoddy project tactic is truly brilliant. Moreover, with this comparison, our meticulousness has been highlighted. Through our operations, our current projects have already been labeled as steady and reliable. This entire strategy is simply outstanding. The PR manager gave a thumbs up to Qian Yue, admiration evident on his face. They brought this upon themselves by challenging me. Qian Yue lightly puffed on his cigar, releasing a smoke ring with a hint of disdain on his face. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Ding Tao quickly entered, looking somewhat troubled. Mr. Qian, it's not good. The public opinion offensive against Xingchen has failed. What do you mean, failed? Qian Yue's expression darkened as he paused. Meanwhile, the PR manager Jiang Yi felt a tightening in his chest and quickly took out his phone to look up what had happened. At that moment, several notifications popped up on his screen, all reporting the latest developments online from his subordinates. Seeing these messages, Jiang Ye's face instantly turned grim. Ding Tao, meanwhile, had pulled out a tablet and found the trending topic on Weibo, displaying a report from the Beihai broadcasting station in front of Qian Yue. The report had surged to the top of the trending list today, detailing an investigation into the Wandering Earth City project, which had concluded that it was not a shoddy project at all. The investigation was detailed, even including a quality assessment report of the project. Additionally, many relevant departments in Beihai and Shacheng confirmed the report's contents, leading to a complete shift in online public opinion. Hearing this, Qian Yue's expression darkened further. He quickly grabbed the tablet and scrutinized the trending content on Weibo. Ding Tao continued his report. The reversal of the public opinion regarding the shoddy project is no longer the most critical issue. The key point is that the report also disclosed some situations regarding the construction site of Wandering Earth City, and their construction methods are quite astonishing. Those who previously attacked Xinjiang media have now changed their attitudes. Ding Tao refrained from explaining the specific conditions at the construction site, knowing that Qian Yue would figure it out from the Weibo content, and he feared that stating it outright might upset his boss. The latest 3D printing construction technology and AI printing robots. It's simply nonsense. Qian Yue had seen the photos and videos on Weibo, and his expression suddenly turned very grim. He instinctively clicked into the comments section of the trending topic. In an instant, countless comments appeared before him. At this moment, after some time of fermentation, certain remarks have begun to show a trend unfavorable to the entertainment company. The Wandering Earth City looks quite impressive. How did the media company manage to achieve this? I initially thought they were just making a spectacle, but it turns out they are genuinely starting to build a city. From now on, I'm turning from a bystander to a fan of the media company. This 3D printed city and the smart printing robots are truly remarkable. It feels like watching a science fiction movie. Now the pressure is on the entertainment company. Aren't they also supposed to be building a city? Why has there been no news after such a long time? Could it be that they are the ones just making a spectacle? Honestly, I'm a bit confused about which of these two companies is financially stable. The display from the Wandering Earth City is clearly that of a wealthy entity, as they have genuinely started building this city, while the entertainment company is somewhat disappointing. It's just a movie. Is such a grand spectacle really necessary? If the entertainment company can't manage it, maybe they should just let it go. Seeing these comments, Qian Yue suddenly stood up, angrily throwing his tablet on the table, and began pacing back and forth in the office. Where did they get these technologies? Qian Yue was unwilling to believe the revelations on social media, but now even official media has confirmed it. Even the relevant departments of a certain city have come forward to support the Wandering Earth City project. This matter is beyond his disbelief. Ding Tao, still investigating, lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Qian Yue. Didn't you say they were doomed this time? Qian Yue suddenly turned to the PR manager, shouting in anger. Jiang Ye's face turned pale, and he lowered his head, not daring to speak. But inside, he couldn't help but murmur that he didn't recall saying that. Why aren't you speaking? Qian Yue shouted again in anger. Jiang Yi quickly raised his head and said in a deep voice, Mr. Qian, our team is already working hard on public relations. The company has the most powerful online PR team and personnel in the industry. This matter will definitely be handled smoothly. Please rest assured. At this moment, Ding Tao frowned and said, Boss, the situation is a bit complicated now. It's not just about failing to suppress the media company anymore. Given the current situation, once netizens realize that the media company has the capability to build a city, the pressure will naturally shift to us. If we don't come up with a strategy in advance, the ensuing situation might not be favorable. Upon hearing this, the PR manager dared not say a word. If netizens really shift their focus to them, the construction of the fortress city will inevitably become a point of criticism, especially since until now, the entertainment company has not released any progress updates regarding the fortress city project. Without comparison, there is no harm. The media company has already constructed such a large building for the Wandering Earth City, while their side has shown no movement at all. Moreover, with the shocking technological advancements revealed on social media, netizens will surely have greater expectations for the Wandering Earth City. Meanwhile, they will completely become a backdrop, subject to unfavorable comparisons. In this way, all their previous marketing efforts would be in vain. They are putting me in a very difficult position, Qian Yue said with a very dark expression. He certainly understood the current situation. If the company could not release an update on the progress of the project in a short time, the public's impression of them would plummet, and undoubtedly, the anticipation for the film would also decrease. Has the issue of the project's location not been resolved yet? He suddenly turned to Ding Tao and asked through gritted teeth. There has been progress, but it still needs some time. What about the production team? Qian Yue continued to ask. The production team has been assembled, and filming can start at any time, but construction at the location has not begun yet, and many scenes cannot be shot at the moment. So what? Are we not going to film at all? Qian Yue suddenly shouted. Without thinking, he continued, release the news immediately, and get the production team out to start filming. If we can't shoot at the location, then let us shoot the scenes that we can. Does this movie have to be filmed at the project site? Qian Yue knew very well that they had to find a way to stabilize the situation first. Otherwise, they might face complete defeat without any action from their competitors. At this point, in this critical battle for the future of the Sci-Fi Foundation, he could not afford to have even a hint of complacency. There was no way back. Chapter 81. How can such a capable little brother be unknown to me? At this moment, Qian Yue felt somewhat regretful. The construction of the project was originally intended to create momentum for his film, but now it had become a burden, putting him in a dilemma. He initially thought that the media company could not possibly pull off such a project. In the end, everyone would be just trying to create hype, and it would come to nothing. Even if they really needed to build the project, it wouldn't matter if it took time. But now, the speed at which Lu Li was building was too fast. They could not possibly catch up. If things continued this way, if he insisted on using the project's location for filming, their progress would definitely lag far behind the media company. He absolutely could not allow that to happen. Mr. Qian, if that is the case, should we continue with the construction of the project? Ding Tao hesitated but still asked this question. Given the current situation, it actually seemed unnecessary to continue with the construction, even if it were completed. It might not even be used later, because the filming of the film could not wait for the project to be finished. Hearing this, Qian Yue's expression became even more unsightly. Not building? Wouldn't that mean admitting that all their previous marketing was just hype? If they didn't build it, what would happen to the momentum and reputation they had created for the film? At this point, the project had to be built, no matter what. Qian Yue turned to Ding Tao and gritted his teeth, saying, build it. Who says we want to build it? Hurry up and speed things up. I need to finalize the site selection within half a month. Otherwise, we won't be able to compete with the others later. Understood. Ding Tao sighed inwardly. He had already anticipated this outcome. But now, at this stage, there was no turning back. Moreover, the film's production must maintain quality. The actors we hired are top-tier idols who bring their own fan base. As long as the movie quality is good and we occupy the market in advance, the box office will definitely not be poor, and other issues will naturally be resolved. Aren't they competing with me on construction speed? Then I'll compete with them on filming speed. At this point, a fierce look flashed in Qian Yue's eyes. The PR department shouldn't be idle either. Continue to let the online team set the pace for them. Don't they have high technology? This is filmmaking, not a city-building game. Do you understand what I mean? Understood, President Qian. The PR manager quickly nodded. I know what to do. I promise to draw the attention of netizens to the film production as soon as possible and do everything to minimize the discussion and impact of the construction event. Go ahead. Qian Yue nodded in satisfaction. Jiangzhou City Airport. To investigate the matters regarding a certain company and its partner, Shi Tongxin hurriedly flew from Beihai City to here. At this moment, the plane had just landed. Shi Tongxin dragged her suitcase out of the airport. She glanced around, checked the time, and silently counted down in her heart. When the countdown reached 0, a flashy red sports car predictably appeared in her line of sight. The car quickly approached and stopped in front of her. The window rolled down, and a voice from inside said, Hey, beautiful, need a ride? No charge, just have a drink with me tonight. Do you need a warm bed? Shi Tongxin was amused and teased the person in the car. Of course, that would be great. She hopped into the car and looked at the driver with a hint of exasperation, jokingly saying, Yang Shi, you really can't change your flirty ways. If I were a guy, I might not be able to escape your charm. The person coming to pick up Shi Tongxin in the flashy red sports car was none other than Yang Shi. What's wrong? Is my charm not enough? Just because you're not a guy doesn't mean you can't be enchanted by me. Back in college, you used to sneak into my bed every day? Yang Shi smiled. Her alluring eyes playfully lifted. These two were classmates in college and even roommates. After graduation, although they developed in different cities, they maintained contact and their relationship remained strong. All right, my dear Shi, let's not bring that up. We were young and foolish back then. I was completely enchanted by you. Shi Tongxin said with a hint of helplessness on her face. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Yangshi chuckled and started the car. So, are you here for work? Sort of. Shi Tongxin thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, I heard you seem to be doing quite well in the investment circle in Jiangzhou. Do you know a company called a certain firm? And what is that one, right? A certain media company? Are you going to investigate these two companies? Yangshi's expression suddenly became a bit strange. She wasn't very clear about the company called Changfeng Awakens, but she was familiar with Xingqian Media. Isn't that Lu Li's company? That's right. Shi Tongxin suddenly paused, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. Actually, it's not just investigating these two companies. It's mainly about investigating a person. His name is Lu Li? Yangshi suddenly interjected, her expression growing even stranger. That's right. Shi Tongxin's eyes lit up. Do you know him? Yangshi was silent for a moment, then nodded. However, she didn't immediately tell Shi Tongxin about her relationship with Lu Li. Instead, she asked, why are you investigating him? Because of an engineer, Shi Tongxin didn't hide it. You know about the popular project online, the Wandering Earth City project, right? I know. Yangshi nodded slightly. Then you should understand why I'm investigating him, Shi Tongxin said, somewhat puzzled. Haven't you seen the report released by our unit today? It's about that project, 3D printing technology, artificial intelligence robots, and all that. I've looked into it. These technologies don't exist domestically right now. Even the most advanced research institutes abroad haven't matured in applying these technologies. But Lu Li and Changfeng Awakens have already implemented these technologies, and they've built the Wandering Earth City to its current scale in such a short time. Wait. Upon hearing this, Yangshi's brows furrowed slightly. I haven't seen your unit's report. Can you elaborate? At this moment, Yangshi was very puzzled. How did that troublesome younger brother become so capable without her knowing? Shi Tongxin was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted. She then detailed everything she had seen at the Wandering Earth City construction site and some of her speculations to Yangshi. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, her eyes shining again. So I say, isn't this Lu Li very mysterious? Chapter 82, Liang Chao. I want to invite a superstar. The city has really been built. After listening to Shi Tongxin's account, Yangshi was somewhat dazed. She knew that Lu Li was going to build a city for the film Wandering Earth. However, at first, she didn't take it seriously, thinking Lu Li just wanted to create hype for the movie, and whether the project could be completed was no longer important. She had worried about whether such marketing methods would leave a bad first impression on the audience. After all, no one likes a production company that drops the ball. But later, she came to understand that as long as the movie was good, the audience would naturally overlook other issues, and they could find a reason to explain the situation later. This kind of marketing method was quite common in their circle. Ultimately, Yangshi never thought that Lu Li could really build this city. But now, Shi Tongxin was telling her that Lu Li had not only built the city, but had also used cutting-edge technology that the whole world hadn't managed to implement yet. But the question was, where did he get those technologies? At that moment, Yangshi suddenly felt, she doesn't seem to know her brother Lu Li that well. She needs some time to process this. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a bit heavy. Yangshi remained silent. Shi Tongxin looked at her friend with a hint of confusion, noticing that her expression seemed a bit off. Aren't you and Lu Li on good terms? At this moment, Shi Tongxin suddenly blurted out, her tone very certain. You noticed that? Yangshi glanced at the woman beside her, suppressing her doubts and surprise, taking a deep breath. Yes, I'm quite familiar with Lu Li, but I'm not really clear about the things he does. Most of them, I should say. It was then that Yangshi realized that apart from knowing Lu Li was making a movie, she really didn't know much else. She hadn't even looked into the matter of the city construction in detail. Thinking of this, she said in a low voice, however, I can accompany you to investigate. There are things I want to clarify as well. Who knows how many things that Brad is still hiding from me. Sis, your relationship with Lu Li. It isn't what I think it is, right? Shi Tongxin's expression suddenly turned strange, looking as if she just heard some juicy gossip. Put away those dirty thoughts in your mind. We only have a pure sibling relationship. But if you're interested in my brother, I could play matchmaker, Yangshi said, suddenly taking an interest in Shi Tongxin's curvy figure, especially the areas accentuated by her professional skirt and blouse. Focus on driving. Where are you looking? Shi Tongxin scolded with annoyance. Still shy, huh? Yangshi's lips curled up slightly, but she obediently turned her gaze back to the front, her tone becoming more serious. Have you thought about where to start? My idea is to visit Genesis New World first. Shi Tongxin quickly shared her plan as she noticed Yangshi becoming serious. The project of the Wandering Earth City is contracted to Genesis New World. And those cutting-edge technologies should have come from there too. Here's a suggestion. You can check the recent patents applied for by Genesis New World. According to what you said, if this company only revived after getting in touch with Lu Li, there should be some clues in the patents. Since those high-tech solutions couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere. Right. Sure, Tongxin's eyes lit up. I was too rushed before, and if you hadn't reminded me, I might have forgotten about this. She quickly took out her phone and started fiddling with it. I have another question I want to clarify. At this moment, Yangxi's tone suddenly became serious. What do you want to do by investigating Lu Li? Upon hearing this, Shi Tongxin paused her actions. A moment of confusion flickered in her eyes. What was she going to do after finding out about these things? She hadn't thought deeply about it before. She just wanted to understand the relationship between Lu Li and Genesis New World. Moreover, this matter was related to the Wandering Earth City project. She instinctively wanted to get to the bottom of it. But now that I think about it, after discovering the secrets of Lu Li and the New World, what will she do next? Expose it? However, if this matter is exposed, it will definitely have a huge impact on Lu Li. If she exposes it without Lu Li's consent, what difference is there between herself and paparazzi? She wouldn't do such a thing. I just want to clarify this matter. I am very interested in the sources of those technological innovations, and I believe the outside world will be interested too. After investigating the matter clearly, I will seek Lu Li's consent. If he has no objections, I will turn this into an exclusive interview report. After thinking for a moment, Shi Tongxin said seriously to Yangxi. Yangxi nodded, not saying anything further. If it's just like this, she can accept it, after all. Although she also wants to clarify Lu Li's situation, this matter is quite complex, and the sources of those advanced technologies are definitely not simple. She doesn't want to bring trouble to Lu Li because of this. In that case, let's go to the New World. Yangxi stepped on the gas, and the sports car roared to life, speeding forward. At the construction site of the Wandering Earth City, Lu Li was on a call. Mr. Lu, I've been working hard these days, even losing sleep at night. I finally managed to gather most of the crew, but the only one left is the actor for the male lead, Tu Hengyu. This role is very important for the quality of the movie. I feel it can't be rushed, especially since one of our male leads is Mr. Wu. The other can't be too inferior. On the other end, Liang Chao was reporting to Lu Li, rambling on. Is there a candidate? Lu Li ignored Liang Chao's self-praise and asked calmly. Yes. Liang Chao continued earnestly. I believe this movie shouldn't only consider the mainland market. If we can find a famous actor from the harbor city, it will definitely help the future box office. Plus, with the foreign actors we've selected, it would be a global hit. Just tell me the candidate. Lu Li said helplessly. At that moment, he remembered that in the world before his crossover, the character Tu Hengyu was indeed played by one of the kings of the harbor city. Liang Chao wouldn't be thinking of inviting a king to support the production, would he? It's not easy to get a king to star. Just as Lu Li was pondering, Liang Chao firmly mentioned a name. I want to invite King Lu. You really want to invite a king? Lu Li paused for a moment, but quickly reacted and asked after a brief contemplation, reason? This time, Liang Chao was slightly silent for a moment before continuing. The first reason is to secure the harbor city market. And the other reason is King Lu's influence in the industry. I think he is the most suitable for this role. In fact, there was one more point Liang Chao didn't mention. After entering the industry, he had once indirectly received King Lu's favor. A matter he had kept in his heart and never forgotten. Okay, I have no objections. As long as you can invite him, the rest is up to you. Lu Li didn't think too much. Having a king join the crew is undoubtedly a good thing. As for whether Liang Chao can invite people, that's up to his ability. In addition, have everyone in the crew prepare. We will head to the Gobi Desert for filming in half a month. We will officially start shooting then. Upon hearing this, Liang Chao's eyes suddenly lit up. He had already seen the progress of the construction of the Wandering Earth City online and was wondering when the boss would call them over. He didn't expect it to be so soon. Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of it. Liang Chao said excitedly. In half a month. I guarantee to bring the main team over. All right, that's settled. Goodbye? Lu Li nodded. Wait, boss, I haven't finished my detailed report yet. Liang Chao's words were cut off as the call was abruptly ended. Lu Li shook his head. He didn't need to listen to know that the next part would definitely be Liang Chao's personal show of merit, which he was already tired of hearing. Just as he hung up and took a couple of steps, Lu Li's phone suddenly rang again. Chapter 83, Lin Miao's Task, Contacting the Genesis New Realm. Lu Li glanced at the caller ID and paused. Lin Miao, what does she want to call me for at this time? Lu Li's heart tightened slightly. recalling that he hadn't done anything to provoke this fierce woman lately, so he calmly answered the phone. "Hello, what is the occasion for you to call me? Don't you have an urgent project over there?" Luli asked calmly. "You're in Jiangzhou, right? I need to come back." Lin Miao's voice came through, carrying a hint of fatigue. "Come back? Is your project finished?" Luli was a bit surprised. "Not yet," Lin Miao gently replied. For some reason, hearing Lin Miao's tone now made Luli feel uneasy. This woman was acting strangely calm compared to her usual self. Could it be that someone above was paying attention to him and sent Lin Miao to investigate? But that didn't seem right, based on Lin Miao's character. If that were the case, she wouldn't be speaking like this now. She should be a bit more surprised, right? Lu Li's thoughts raced, but he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, okay. I'm not in Jiangzhou right now, but I'll be heading back soon." Lu Li replied, "See you in Jiangzhou." He had originally planned to return to Jiangzhou today or tomorrow. The construction here had already entered the right track, and there were other matters he needed to arrange back in Jiangzhou, such as the production of some movie props, and most importantly, the construction of the space elevator and aerospace fighters. Thinking about this, Lu Li felt a bit of a headache. He had the data for building the aircraft, but the current situation was that he couldn't find anyone. Moreover, it probably wasn't allowed for civilians to create such things, right? At this thought, Lin Miao's name suddenly flashed through Lu Li's mind. Perhaps he could find a breakthrough from his resourceful sister. After all, she was also a top student from a military academy and could be considered half a soldier. Moreover, Lin Miao's tone just now gave him an unsettling feeling. He was definitely going to return this time. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at the National University of Science and Technology Research Lab, after Lin Miao hung up the phone, she took off her white lab coat. Her face showed signs of fatigue, and her expression was somewhat low, appearing quite downcast and dispirited. Lin Miao gently rubbed her temples, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the research room. Just then, a voice called out to her from behind. "Lin Miao, wait." Hearing this voice, Lin Miao paused and turned around. The person calling her was an old professor named Li Jingwei, who was over 50, wore glasses, and had graying hair. He was also Lin Miao's mentor in the lab. "Lin Miao, you've been working hard lately. Don't worry about the project. Take a few days to rest and clear your mind. You might just find the answer." "I understand, Professor." Lin Miao lowered her head. "Don't blame yourself. The lack of progress in the experiment isn't solely your fault." Professor Li patted Lin Miao's shoulder and then turned to leave. Lin Miao stood there with her head down and fists clenched, looking somewhat dazed for a while before exhaling heavily and slowly walking out of the research room. Meanwhile, after Professor Li returned to his office, his assistant, Yun Ming, brought over some materials. "Professor, I looked into the latest patent data for molecular materials and found several new applications for polymer synthesis methods that might be relevant to our project. Should we communicate with the applicants of these patents? New molecular synthesis methods?" Professor Li raised his head to glance at the materials in Yun Ming's hands and nodded. "Let me see." "Sure." Yun Ming quickly handed over the documents. "Which research lab are the applicants from?" Professor Li asked while flipping through the papers. "Have they passed the confidentiality period?" Yun Ming nodded and replied, "They have passed the confidentiality period, but the applicants are not from an official research institute. They are from a private enterprise called Changfeng. Private enterprise applicants?" Professor Li was somewhat surprised. "Indeed. Theoretical research in the private sector has been developing well in recent years. This is a good thing." He carefully examined the data in his hands and nodded lightly after a moment. "Based on the published data, these patents might actually help us." After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Where is this company located?" "In Jiangzhou," Yun Ming answered. "Hey, didn't Lin Miao also return to Jiangzhou? Why not let her reach out to this company and see what's going on?" "Okay, Professor." Yun Ming nodded and then turned to leave. When Yun Ming found Lin Miao with the task assigned by Professor Li, she had just finished packing and was about to leave. "Changfeng?" Lin Miao frowned slightly. "I haven't heard of this company before. Is their research institute well known?" "In fact, I haven't heard of that company either." Yun Ming shrugged and continued. "But since it's a task from the professor, I need to trouble you to make a trip." "All right, I'll contact that company after I get back." Lin Miao nodded. "You don't need to worry too much. Although the patents that company applied for might have some reference value for our project, it's only a possibility after all, since the professional fields are quite different. Moreover, it's a private enterprise, so they may place a significant emphasis on profits. Therefore, if their asking price is too high, we might not be able to afford it. Just consider this trip as a way to gather some information. There is no need to feel pressured." Yun Ming gently reminded. "Your main task for this trip is to rest well and relax. You've been under too much stress lately. At this moment, Lin Miao had already picked up her luggage and was heading outside. All right, I got it, senior brother. I'm off now. She waved her hand back casually, tossed her ponytail, hoisted her suitcase onto her shoulder, and walked down the stairs. See you. Watching this scene, Yunming momentarily looked surprised. But then, he shook his head as if it were something he was used to. Lin Miao's carefree and bold style was already well known in the lab. Many people privately lamented that such a beautiful woman had such a carefree personality, which seemed a bit wasted on her. Chapter 84. There are just too many patent technologies. In Jiangzhou, at the headquarters of Chuangshi Xinjia, amid the roar of engines, a flashy red sports car stopped in front of the building. Shi didn't get out of the car immediately. Instead, she turned to her companion, Shi Tongxin, and asked, "How's the patent information coming along?" "Almost there, just a moment." Shi Tongxin quickly operated her phone, watching the data loading page with a hint of urgency and anticipation in her eyes. "Actually, I think you might be overthinking it. Lu Li and I grew up together. I know what he is capable of. Although he has matured a bit recently, it doesn't change the fact that he used to waste time without any achievements. Those so-called black technologies you mentioned might just be developed by Chuangshi Xinjia themselves. Or they could have found other research partners. Lu Li might just have happened to collaborate with them." Even now, Shi felt that something about the situation was unreal. Where did Lu Li get all those black technologies? It simply didn't make sense. Just a month ago, he was a carefree rich kid who didn't care about anything and wasted his time partying. How could he suddenly become so capable? Was Lu always like this? Shi Tongxin was a bit surprised and began to doubt herself. She had a good relationship with Shi and understood her personality, knowing she wouldn't make baseless claims. Could it be that she was really overthinking it? Suddenly, Shi Tongxin recalled a fact. No. When I was at the construction site, I asked General Lu from Chuangshi Xinjia, and it was confirmed that Lu Li is indeed the behind-the-scenes director of this company. This kind of information is not hard to verify. He has no reason to lie to me, Shi Tongxin asserted confidently. If she hadn't confirmed that Lu Li was the major director of this company, she wouldn't have been so curious to travel all the way here. Lu Li is the major director of this company? Upon hearing this information, Shi was taken aback. This matter had not been mentioned to her by Shi Tongxin before. She was only learning about it now. However, she soon became puzzled. Since that annoying younger brother could spend money to acquire such a large company, why did he still need to borrow money from her to make a movie? The logic just didn't add up. A large-scale company like Chuangshi Xinjia, even if it had been struggling previously, couldn't be acquired for just hundreds of millions. She felt her head spinning, filled with questions, and her confusion deepened. "I found it." At that moment, Shi Tongxin exclaimed with joy. This was the latest list of patent technologies applied for by Chuangshi Xinjia recently, but the quantity was just too outrageous. Shi Tongxin's fingers moved rapidly across the screen, and rows of patent information scrolled under her fingertips. A quick glance revealed over 100 entries, which shocked her greatly. "Let me see." Yangshi's eyes flickered as she reached for Shi Tongxin's phone. She studied the list of patent information, which contained data she couldn't comprehend at all, her brow furrowing and her surprise growing deeper. It really was true that these patents were all applied for within the past month. According to what you said, Lu Li also became a new shareholder of Chuangshi Xinjia a month ago. The more Shi thought about it, the more alarmed she became, and her mind grew even more chaotic. How could it be possible that these technologies were truly provided to Chuangshi Xinjia by Lu Li? She felt a bit dazed. For the first time, Shi realized how little she knew about Lu Li. It seemed that in just 1 month, this guy had completely changed. Not only were there patents for 3D printing technology, but also for artificial intelligence technology. Shi Tongxin took the phone back from Shi and quickly operated it. "Look, these patents for artificial intelligence technology were also applied for in the past month, and the applicant is a research lab from an AI manufacturing base under Chuangshi Xinjia. I checked earlier, and this AI manufacturing base was also incorporated into Chuangshi Xinjia within the last month. There is no doubt that this acquisition happened after Lu Li became a major shareholder." Shi Tongxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How many more things does this annoying younger brother have that I don't know about?" Shi mumbled to herself in a daze, suddenly feeling deceived in her emotions. This rascal had come to her crying poor, and she actually believed him, investing all her belongings into his movie project. Cough, cough. At that moment, Shi Tongxin suddenly cleared her throat and analyzed honestly. Actually, Lu Li being poor might indeed be true. Think about it. Even though he suddenly came up with so much cutting-edge technology, he also acquired Chuangshe Xinjia and an AI manufacturing base in the process. Most importantly, he invested in the Wandering Earth City project. You should be able to imagine how expensive this project is, right? Hearing this, Yang Shi reacted and fell into a thoughtful silence. Upon careful reflection, Shi Tongxin's words made sense. The project of the Wandering Earth City is nothing but an endless money pit. No matter how much money is poured in, it seems it will never be enough. She had previously worried about this issue, fearing that Luli might mess it up. But Luli had stated from the very beginning that the funding for the Wandering Earth City project would be kept separate from that of the film project, operating independently. Now Yang Shi realizes that the funds Luli used to build the Wandering Earth City were actually sourced from the Genesis New World side. And it seems everything had been planned out long ago. With this in mind, another question unconsciously arises in Yang Shi's mind. What exactly is Luli trying to achieve by building that city? If it were just for making a movie, that would be too exaggerated and lacks any credibility. Luli's series of actions clearly indicates that he intends to do something significant. After all, he has always claimed it was for making a movie. Shi Tongxin shook her head in disbelief. After learning so many truths, she certainly wouldn't believe that. Anyone who does would be a fool. Let's go check out this company. Yang Shi gritted her teeth and opened the sports car door. At this moment, she had made up her mind, just like Shi Tongxin, to uncover the truth behind this matter. The two got out of the car and headed straight for the headquarters of Genesis New World. At that moment, Yang Shi's phone suddenly rang. She hadn't intended to stop. She just took out her phone for a quick glance. However, upon seeing the caller ID, she froze. Meow meow? Why is she calling me at this time? Without much thought, the next second, an idea flashed through Yang Shi's mind. She had nowhere else to vent about Luli's deception regarding her feelings. This call came at just the right time. Yang Shi quickly answered the phone and said, Meow meow, are you going to do something about Luli deceiving me? Not only did he deceive me, but I have to tell you, he's really making a name for himself now. And what he is doing is absolutely unimaginable. This statement immediately shocked Shi Tongxin. What on earth is this? The information is overwhelming. Luli bullied you, and he finally got what he wanted? Just as Yang Shi finished speaking, Lin Miao Miao's furious voice came from the other end of the line. This sudden outburst made Yang Shi pause for a moment. However, she quickly reacted. The way she phrased it seemed a bit ambiguous. No, he didn't get what he wanted. I'm talking about something else. It's quite complicated, and I can't explain it clearly in just a few words. But anyway, Luli is really making a name for himself now. Yang Shi took a deep breath. Her tone filled with indescribable complexity, astonishment, sentiment, and relief all mixed together. Didn't get what he wanted? That's good, but what are you rambling about? Lin Miao Miao sounded a bit suspicious. This all goes back to that time he borrowed money from me. Yang Shi was about to explain things to Lin Miao Miao properly when Lin Miao Miao suddenly erupted again. What? He borrowed money from you again? You didn't lend him any money, did you? How can this guy be so fearless? Last time he borrowed money from you and went out to have fun. He almost got his leg broken, and he still can't remember? No, listen to me. Yang Shi still wants to explain. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the phone, announcing from the airport waiting hall. Your flight is about to take off. Please proceed to the gate. As the announcement played, Lin Miao also spoke up at the right moment, interrupting Yang Shi. All right, let's leave it at that. I need to board soon, so let's talk when I get back. Don't worry, if that brat really bullies you, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. After saying that, without waiting for Yang Shi to respond, the call was abruptly ended. Listening to the busy tone on the line, Yang Shi felt speechless. Great, this girl's personality hasn't changed at all. She shook her head helplessly, then suddenly thought of something. A strange expression appearing on her face. I hope this girl comes to find me first when she gets back, with her explosive temper. If she can't hold back and directly goes to find Luli, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Little brother, take care. You can't blame your sister for this. Yang Shi put away her phone, closed her eyes for a moment of silent reflection, then turned around. Let's go to the New World to clarify this matter. At this moment, Shi Tongxin, who had been watching the whole time, also reacted and hurriedly followed Yang Shi. The fierce shout on the phone just now was Lu Li's biological sister? No, they aren't related by blood. No way, she wouldn't really go and hit President Lu, right? This is hard to say. Shi Tongxin was completely speechless. Xingchen building. By the time Lu Li returned to Jiangzhou, it was already afternoon. However, he didn't go home. Instead, he went to the company. In the office, Liang Chao was looking excited. President Lu, Why have you suddenly returned? Is there a change in plans? Has the filming of the movie been moved up? Director Liang enthusiastically made a cup of tea for Lu Li and placed it on his desk. No, there are some other matters that need to be handled. Lu Li explained briefly, then asked, how's the situation with inviting Lu Tianwang to the crew? Upon mentioning this, Liang Chao suddenly became a bit nervous. I haven't called him yet. I'm not very confident about this. So I wanted to prepare a bit first and think about how to approach Lu Tianwang. Actually, you don't need to be too anxious. Our crew has more confidence now. The construction progress of the Wandering Earth City is faster than I expected, and the funding issues have also eased. Plus, we have such a great script in Mr. Wu starring in it. These are all our advantages. Lu Li comforted Liang Chao, trying to give him some confidence. Just send the invitation to Lu Tianwang according to the normal process. I believe he will consider it seriously. If it really doesn't work, I can have a word with Mr. Wu and see if he can help. They seem to have collaborated before, so they should be able to connect. Hearing Lu Li's words, the nervous look on Liang Chao's face became even more pronounced. No, President Lu, I'm not worried about those issues, but he suddenly gritted his teeth, his face flushed, and said, Lu Tianwang is my idol. Since I entered this industry, he has been like a benchmark on my path forward. So, Lu Li was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at Liang Chao with a strange expression. He really didn't expect that Liang Chao hadn't contacted Lu Tianwang for this reason. This old guy is actually behaving like a young person, chasing after stars. So, are you too embarrassed to call him? Lu Li looked blankly, and a thought of replacing this unreliable guy suddenly arose in his mind. Let your own idol shoot your own movie. This guy actually has such a little scheme. Who can guarantee that he won't be so engrossed in chasing stars on set that he loses focus on the quality of the film? But thinking about how much Liang Chao had invested in this movie and his loyalty to himself, Lu Li ultimately couldn't bring himself to be harsh and could only sigh inwardly. Stop with this nonsense. Call him right now. He spoke in a deep voice, casting an annoyed glance at Liang Chao. Got it, boss. Noticing that Lu Li's tone was somewhat off, Liang Chao quickly suppressed his nervousness, took a deep breath, and pulled out his phone, preparing to call Lu Tianwang. Liang Chao had long since found out Lu Tianwang's phone number. After being in the director's circle for so long, he had that capability. With a beep, the call connected. But then, a very official female voice came from the phone. The number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Liang Chao was taken aback and then involuntarily glanced at Lu Li. What are you looking at me for? Just wait and call again. Lu Li snapped irritably. Oh, okay. Liang Chao's nervousness, which he had just managed to suppress, now surged back, even stronger than before. After waiting for a moment, he dialed again. The result was the same. The line was still busy. Meanwhile, in a villa in the harbor city, Lu Tianwang was on the phone with Wu Jing. Mr. Wu, I have read the script you provided, and the quality is very good. This film has significant implications for the future of science fiction cinema in our country. After consideration, I have decided to accept it. Really? Wu Jing's surprised voice came from the other end. Exactly. When can I discuss some contract details with the production team? I need to understand them in detail. No problem. Actually, I am also an investor in this film, so you can discuss it with me, but after we agree. I will still need to confirm with the major production team. No problem. Then shall we talk about the details? Sure. Feel free to ask any questions. Wu Jing's tone was filled with joy. He didn't expect that after so many years, they could work together again, and he was grateful for Lu Tianwang's support. I am also looking forward to collaborating with you again. The two had a phone call that lasted more than 10 minutes. This was also why Liang Chao's calls had been unable to get through. Chapter 86. Liang Chao. Honey, I've made it. Please come film with Lu Tianwang. In the office of the Starry Building, Liang Chao's expression was complicated. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach Lu Tianwang, his anxiety had reached its peak, and he couldn't help but start to overthink. Boss, I still can't get through. Lu Tianwang wouldn't have blocked me, would he? This situation is not impossible. Many big stars set their phones to do not disturb mode, so it's normal for calls to not go through. If your call hasn't been flagged as a scam, it should be fine. Lu Li could only comfort himself this way. He was actually quite calm, as he could have Wu Jing reach out if he couldn't get in touch with Liang Chao. Moreover, seeing Liang Chao's anxious demeanor, Lu Li was genuinely worried that he might mess things up. Lu Li naturally wouldn't think that Wu Jing was already on the phone with a major celebrity. Before he returned, he had mentioned this matter to Wu Jing. However, after seeing Liang Chao's enthusiasm upon his return, he subconsciously assumed that the two had communicated and that it had been decided that Liang Chao would contact the celebrity. The boss is right. How could my idol block me? He must be busy with something. Yet, Liang Chao couldn't shake off a feeling of unease as he paced anxiously in the office. Let's try again. If it doesn't work, I'll have Wu Jing reach out. Lu Li spoke again. Okay. Liang Chao stopped, gritted his teeth, and picked up his phone once more. As the call connected, his heart raced. This time, there was no ringing tone indicating that the line was busy. Liang Chao felt a moment of joy, but it quickly turned into heightened tension, even causing his hand to tremble slightly as he started pacing again. Did we get through? Lu Li watched Liang Chao with interest, speculating on what the celebrity's reaction would be. Generally speaking, a star of this caliber would be quite selective about roles. The script for this film was solid, but they had never collaborated before. It was unclear what kind of personality the celebrity had. Soon, the call was answered. Liang Chao abruptly halted, a smile spreading across his face as he entered a serious and formal tone. Hello, this is Liang Chao, director of Shenzhen Media. I'm calling to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Though Liang Chao's heart was still racing, his emotional control was impressively professional. After a brief self-introduction, he took a deep breath, feeling more composed, and continued, We have a science fiction project titled The Wandering Earth. I wonder if you have some time to discuss it? As he was about to extend the invitation, he suddenly paused. What? Liang Chao's expression shifted dramatically, a complex mix of surprise, disbelief, and a hint of shock crossing his face. You accepted this project. He blurted out, his earlier emotional composure instantly crumbling. At that moment, it felt like every muscle in Liang Chao's body was celebrating. He excitedly looked at Lu Li and began to pace the room even faster, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. Great. Great, great. Liang Chao quickly nodded, a broad smile on his face. You carry on with what you're doing. I'll prepare the contract, and when you come over, we can discuss it in detail. As he finished speaking, the entire office fell silent. Liang Chao slowly took his phone away from his ear and suddenly fell into a daze. Really? Lu Li was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected this outcome at all. Just then, Lu Li received a message on his phone. The sender was Wu Jing. The message contained just 5 words. King Lu is on board. Upon seeing this message and recalling that Liang Chao had been trying to reach King Lu without success, a thought flashed through Lu Li's mind. Could it be that King Lu was on the line all along, speaking with Wu Jing? Moreover, Wu Jing had successfully secured King Lu. What a coincidence! Lu Li instinctively glanced at Liang Chao, who was still lost in the joy of having successfully invited an actor. Liang Chao would never dream that this matter had nothing to do with him at all. With his mind racing, Lu Li quickly made a decision. It was better not to dampen Liang Chao's enthusiasm. With this kind of momentum, he would work even harder, which was undoubtedly a good thing for the film's preparation and shooting. After all, he wasn't concerned about Liang Chao's reaction once he learned the truth. Resolute in his thoughts, Lu Li cleared his throat to bring Liang Chao back to reality. Director Liang, congratulations. You managed to invite the king. It seems you have quite a good reputation in the industry, Lu Li said irresponsibly. At this moment, Liang Chao also came back to his senses, staring blankly at Lu Li and saying, I did it. I really did it. He muttered in disbelief, his expression gradually turning excited. I never thought I could invite King Lu in one shot. I haven't even properly introduced him to the project or shown him the script. So, boss, you see now, my status in the industry is undeniable. Even idol King Lu knows me and agreed to collaborate so readily. Liang Chao was bursting with excitement, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. He had a newfound recognition of his prestige and status in the industry. Yes, you did it. With King Lu on board, this film will definitely gain an edge. Your dream of filming with your idol is coming true, Lu Li said casually, encouraging Liang Chao. He then picked up the documents on the table. Now that the matter is settled, why don't you handle the contract issue? The legal department should still be open. You should have enough time to get there. Okay, boss. I'm on my way. Liang Chao, completely oblivious to anything amiss, excitedly walked out of the office. As he walked, he took out his phone and made a call. Hello, is this the legal department? I'm coming down. Are you guys still open? I need you to draft a contract for the new actor joining the crew. King Lu. The call quickly ended, but Liang Chao eagerly dialed another number. Hey, sweetheart. Do you know? I managed to invite King Lu to our film crew. Yes. That King Lu, our idol. That's right. You must think I've really made something of myself, considering my capabilities. This is something I could brag about for a lifetime. By the way, I might be a bit late getting home today. I need to double-check the contract for a certain celebrity. I can't keep them waiting, right? All right. I'll explain in detail when I get back. You must reward me well, dear. Listening to the sounds fading away outside the office, Luli couldn't help but glance up. He then shook his head in disbelief. Was it really such a big deal just to have his idol involved in a film? Why the excitement? Besides, this had nothing to do with him at all. At that moment, Luli suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. He wondered what Liang Chao's expression would be when he discovered the truth. As the sun set, the last rays of sunlight disappeared beyond the horizon. After returning to Jiangzhou, Luli initially planned to visit his grandfather at the hospital, but it was getting late, and he was quite tired from the long journey, so he decided to go tomorrow instead. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the Qianshan Villa area, located at the junction of the old and new city, with the Qianjiang River view in front and complete transportation and living facilities around. It was a peaceful and suitable place for residents amidst the bustling environment. Upon opening the door, Luli found the entire living room in darkness. The lights were off. At that moment, he instinctively felt that something was off. It seemed he had forgotten something very important. The living room was silent, with no sounds at all. Suddenly, he recalled, right? Didn't Lin Miao say she would be back today? Why wasn't she home? Oh no, there's a sense of danger. With a swift motion, Luli turned on the lights in the living room. As the light illuminated the space, two lovely figures appeared. They were seated on the sofa, facing Luli, with serious expressions and no words spoken. At a glance, it was indeed startling. What are you both doing here? Luli was taken aback by the two in the living room. Once he regained his composure, he couldn't help but complain. Why not turn on the lights at home? Scaring people like this could really be dangerous. The two in the living room were Yang Shi, who had gone to investigate the new world, and Lin Miao, who had just returned home not long ago. Having two top-notch beauties sitting together was usually a delightful sight. But under the current circumstances, Luli only felt a chill. He changed his shoes with annoyance and intended to ignore them as he headed upstairs. At that moment, he had a premonition that these two were not here for a friendly visit. He initially planned to slip away while they weren't paying attention. However, things did not unfold as Luli had anticipated. President Liu, could you come over here for a moment? Yang Shi's alluring voice echoed in the living room. Upon hearing this, Luli felt even more certain that today might not end well. He continued to ignore her and walked upstairs, even quickening his pace. Are you sure you want to come over? A somewhat cold voice came from Lin Miao. Luli stood still, letting out a sigh. He was well aware of Lin Miao's temper. If he continued to act as if nothing had happened and ignored their presence, he might be in personal danger in the next moment. This was not an exaggeration at all. Don't rush, just talk to Shally properly. Yang Shi's slightly lazy voice echoed again, carrying a hint of playful teasing. Since returning from the new realm, Yang Shi's emotions had been quite complex, filled with surprise, shock, and some indescribable feelings. Growing up together and being regarded as a younger brother, Lu Li, who had always been a typical spoiled rich kid, had actually caused such a big stir without a word. This left her somewhat incredulous. What are you all trying to do with such a big fuss? By now, Lu Li had come to terms with it. What was meant to come would eventually come. He calmly returned to the living room and sat down opposite the two women. Speak. Why deceive Shi Jie about your feelings? Lin Miao's words were startling right from the start. Upon hearing this, Lu Li was stunned. Wait, when did I deceive her feelings? Still saying you didn't? Lin Miao clenched her fist. Cough. It's not that serious. Yang Shi awkwardly pulled Lin Miao, feeling that the statement sounded a bit strange. What Miao Miao meant was about borrowing money. Is there a problem with borrowing money? It's a mutual agreement. How is that deceiving feelings? Lu Li couldn't fathom Lin Miao's line of thinking. With her bizarre demeanor, he couldn't understand how she had gotten into such a prestigious institution. Hey, so you've learned to talk back. Lin Miao's temper flared up, rolling up her sleeves and preparing to take action. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Don't do anything rash. Lu Li's gaze sharpened, instinctively wanting to retreat. It was terrifying when this woman stopped making sense. You're not wrong. Lin Miao thought for a moment, but soon a bright smile appeared on her face. But sorry, I'm not a gentleman. Miao, calm down. Yang Shi hugged Lin Miao's waist tightly. Enough, can we talk things out? I'm not a child. You can't just hit someone whenever you want. How will you get married like this? Lu Li could no longer hold back. This tigress showed none of the grace a woman should have. Hearing this, Lin Miao was clearly taken aback. In her impression, Lu Li had never dared to speak to her like that. The old Lu Li was just a younger brother in front of her. Whenever he was bullied outside, he would run to her in tears, and she would always help him regain his honor. Over time, Lu Li had gotten used to being protected by her. But now, she felt that the Lu Li in front of her was somewhat different. At this moment, Lin Miao also calmed down, daring to say, "I can't get married. I'll deal with you later," she muttered through gritted teeth, being pulled back to the sofa by Yang Shi, her face tense and silent. Seeing this, Lu Li let out a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried just now that this woman would come over and hit him without any regard. In terms of physical strength, he was nothing but a weakling in front of Lin Miao, who had been training since childhood. "All right, if you want to know something, just ask directly." Lu Li decided to be straightforward. He guessed that the three women must have found out something, which was why they were making such a big fuss. The matter of borrowing money was indeed my own choice. You can't blame Lu Li for that. Yang Shi hugged the cold-faced Lin Miao, her tone soft and nurturing, as if comforting a child. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Upon hearing this, Lin Miao let out a proud snort. But her tense expression couldn't hold back as a faint blush appeared, tinged with a hint of reproach. "By the way, Lu Li, with all your money, why do you need to borrow from me?" Yang Shi wasn't an easy character either. Seeing that her intimidation didn't work, she directly laid her cards on the table. "The Genesis New World is yours, right? AI technology, artificial intelligence. All of this is yours, isn't it? How long do you plan to keep this from us?" Yang Shi's series of questions made Lu Li's suspicions more certain. These two women indeed knew some of the things he had been orchestrating behind the scenes. However, he didn't know how much they understood. With this in mind, Lu Li had an idea. Chapter 88. Lu Li, I'm laying it all out. No more pretending. That's right. The Genesis New World is mine. At this point, Lu Li couldn't be bothered to keep up the act anymore. Since they already knew, he might as well come clean. Those technologies were also acquired by me through investing my expertise in the Genesis New World. As for why I kept it from you, Lu Li furrowed his brows, thinking that he wasn't obliged to report these matters to them. However, saying that would definitely put him at risk of being hit. After all, these two were the closest people to him in this world. So he decided to be blunt. "You didn't ask, did you? You won't say anything if I don't ask?" Lin Miao was taken aback for a moment, then lifted her head, still maintaining her proud sisterly demeanor, but for some reason, her mood felt oddly complicated. You see, in the past, Lu Li would tell her everything except for those things that might get him into trouble while out in the world. This sudden change and the inexplicable sense of disparity were the main reasons for her anger. In her heart, protecting her brother was an undeniable responsibility. Although she didn't particularly care to know those things, Lu Li not saying anything was simply unacceptable. To put it plainly, it was just pure, proud little emotions at play. "Making movies is something Dad asked me to do." Lu Li tried to downplay the situation, hoping to slip by. But clearly, he underestimated Yang Shi's intelligence. "Did you also tell Uncle Lu about your acquisition of the Genesis New World and the construction of the Wandering Earth City?" Lu Li was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Dad's health is still unstable, so I didn't want him to know too much about the company's affairs. You should understand my intentions. Come on." He could fool Wu Jing and Liang Chao without a hitch. Could these three women not be controlled? Sure enough, after hearing Lu Li's words, Yang Shi fell silent. Lin Miao also pouted and stopped talking. After a long while, Yang Shi carefully considered her words and tentatively asked again, "Lu Li, may I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." Lu Li nodded casually. He knew that Yang Shi was not an ordinary character. They had to get through this ordeal tonight, so he decided to let loose. Whether it was truth or dare to end the battle sooner. "Where did you get that technology?" This question was Yang Shi's primary concern, and it was what she was most eager to know. As far as she knew, the technologies from the Genesis New World were all cutting-edge advancements in the world. She always worried that Lu Li's source of these technologies might lead to significant trouble. "Right. I almost forgot to mention this." At that moment, Lin Miao also reacted, her eyes lighting up. "I have a task for this trip, which is to make contact with the Genesis New World. The latest patent on molecular material synthesis they submitted could be very helpful for our research. But I never imagined that those technologies were actually from you." Lin Miao suddenly stood up and approached Lu Li. This action made Lu Li's body instinctively tense up. However, Lin Miao did not take any further action. She just looked at Lu Li with bright eyes and continued, "Do you know that those technologies are the latest black technology in the field of 3D printing? Even abroad, they don't have such technology yet. When I saw those patent data, I was shocked. With these technologies, our country's research progress in 3D printing and artificial intelligence will leap ahead of others by several years, even over a decade. It's simply unimaginable. Moreover, I also watched the video of the progress on the Wandering Earth City project. and I now seriously suspect that the patents you are applying for are definitely not the core technologies. Lin Miao fixed her gaze on Lu Li, posing a soul-searching question. Am I right? At this moment, Lin Miao's entire body leaned over the sofa, very close to Lu Li, seemingly trying to create a sense of pressure. Lu Li could even feel Lin Miao's breath brushing against his nose, carrying a sweet scent. Could you please step back a bit? Lu Li's lips involuntarily twitched. You make me feel like I can't breathe. You don't understand. This is called pressure. Lin Miao's proud little quirk resurfaced, a triumphant smile on her face. I think your mind is. Lu Li almost instinctively began to speak. But soon, he sensed a killing intent. The dangerous aura emanating from Lin Miao made Lu Li quickly shut his mouth. Yes, it's all just peripheral technologies. Lu Li decided to come clean completely. Could you please get off me? Only then did Lin Miao nod in satisfaction, returning to the opposite sofa like a proud phoenix, her gaze scrutinizing Lu Li. So, where exactly did you get these technologies? This was Lin Miao's final question, and it was also what both she and Yang Shi wanted to know. Lu Li felt a bit uneasy under the gaze of the two beautiful women. If it were in a different place, being looked at like this might have been enjoyable, but now he only felt a sense of torment. He helplessly shook his head and resorted to his ultimate persuasion technique. I have a friend. No, two friends. They are both geniuses. One researches 3D printing technology, and the other studies artificial intelligence. All the technology one have is provided by them, Lu Li explained earnestly, looking into the eyes of the two women. In fact, my previous Playboy exterior was just a facade. The money I spent on entertainment outside wasn't really spent. It was all supporting their research. For a full decade, they have worked tirelessly for their dreams and for the rise of our country, never complaining, and only then did they achieve what they have now. If you don't believe me, I can take you to meet them. One is named Zhang Weixin, and the other is Yang Qi. You can find their information online, and you'll see that I'm not making this up. The two women stared at Lu Li's performance, their expressions complex and varied. Do you think I look like a fool? Please don't insult my intelligence. Look, their information is right here, Lu Li said, directly bringing his phone screen closer to them, just as Yang Shi and Lin Miao were starting to think he was just talking nonsense. On the screen were the profiles of Zhang Weixin and Yang Qi. They are currently researchers at the Genesis New World Research Lab. Seeing the information on the phone, both Yang Shi and Lin Miao were taken aback. Wow, this is quite the prepared act. Are these two really for real? Yes, they are. Lu Li confirmed with a nod. Still don't believe it, Lin Miao said, half amused and half exasperated. Do you think these technologies are just common stuff anyone can figure out? Do you know how many geniuses, both domestically and internationally, are working on the core technologies in these two fields? And you tell me that with your little bit of money spent on entertainment, you supported two geniuses and solved core technologies that countless others are struggling with? This isn't just insulting my intelligence. It's treating me like a fool. I don't believe it either, Yang Shi added, looking at Lu Li with a resentful expression. Chapter 89. Moses' Abilities, Recruiting the Research Team. The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became tense. Enough. Lu Li suddenly stood up, calmly saying, I don't have time to explain all this to you. I'm tired and want to rest. Is that okay? After saying this, he turned to leave, leaving the two women in shock. They stared blankly as Lu Li walked up the stairs, until he disappeared into a room on the second floor of the villa, and the door slammed shut with a bang. In truth, as Lu Li turned away, he felt nervous inside, silently encouraging himself. Keep it together, don't look back. Maintain your composure. As long as I can safely get upstairs, this ordeal will be over. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. After a long while, the sounds in the living room resumed. Are we pushing Lu Li too hard? He seems to be angry, Lin Miao said with a complex expression, staring directly at the door of Lu Li's room on the second floor. He has never lost his temper like this in front of me before. It does seem a bit excessive. Yang Shi reached up to rub her forehead, shaking her head helplessly. You should understand the importance of that technology, meow meow. If Lu Li doesn't want to disclose its source, he must have his own reasons. Pressuring him like this is indeed thoughtless. But that technology is too important. If there is any conspiracy behind it, and Lu Li is unaware, it could be very dangerous. Lin Miao murmured softly, her eyes involuntarily drifting towards Lu Li's door again, seemingly lost in thought. All right, let's put this matter to rest for now, Yang Shi said, looking at Lin Miao with a serious tone. Haven't you noticed? Our brother has grown up. He can handle many things on his own. We really don't need to worry so much. Lin Miao nodded silently, saying nothing further. All right, I'll be leaving now. Yangshi glanced at Lin Miao. You should go and comfort him. Stop acting so aloof, or he really will be upset with us. If you can't handle it, let me know, and I'll use a charm offensive. I guarantee it will work. That's unnecessary. Lin Miao rolled her eyes in annoyance. Yangshi walked towards the villa's entrance, pausing slightly at the stairs, but ultimately decided to go upstairs and greeted Lu Li's door. Don't be angry, brother. Sister is leaving now, but I'll come back to pamper you next time. Inside the room, hearing Yangshi's voice, Lu Li let out a sigh of relief. Finally gone. He had no intention of going out. After confirming that no one was outside, he took out his phone. MOC. Help me look up military-industrial units in Jiangzhou, specifically research labs related to nanomaterials, fusion energy, and quantum computers. Sort them by potential talent level and research achievements, as well as their recognition. I need to take a look. Understood. I am at your service. MOC's slightly mechanical voice came from the phone. Lu Li glanced at the constantly shifting interface on his phone screen, falling into deep thought. In truth, the MOC on his phone was far from the one depicted in movies. After all, the hardware limitations were evident. The real MOC entity must rely on quantum computing servers to exist. Only then could it truly exhibit its powerful capabilities, with computational power comparable to human intelligence. Currently, what Lu Li had on his phone was merely a simplified version of the MOC program, akin to a projection of MOC. But the functional applications were vastly different. The current MOC could collect information on the internet for Lu Li and assist in investigations and monitoring, but it lacked the powerful computational capabilities. To put it simply, it was like a top hacker who could navigate most places on the internet without hindrance, but still faced limitations and risks of being discovered. Therefore, Lu Li's current thought was to quickly develop a powerful quantum computer, which required finding a suitable research institute for quantum computing. At the same time, Lu Li's subsequent plans, whether it involves building a space elevator, a planetary engine, or even the weapons and props featured in movies, require the cooperation of relevant departments. It is essential to quickly identify research teams in these fields. His return this time is primarily for these matters. Just as Lu Li was deep in thought, there was a sudden knock on the door. Open the door. Lin Miao's voice came from outside. Lu Li glanced at his phone, which had already dimmed. He stood up, hesitated for a moment, and eventually walked to the door and opened it. What do you want? Lu Li was about to intentionally put on a cold face to hint that Lin Miao should leave him alone. But he was surprised to see her walking straight into the room holding a bowl of noodles. I made you a bowl of noodles. Make do with it. After placing it down, Lin Miao didn't linger and walked out of the room. Then, with a bang, the door closed again. Lu Li stared at the steaming bowl of noodles on the table, somewhat dazed. How did Lin Miao know he hadn't eaten? He looked at the closed door and then at the noodles. A complex emotion surged from the bottom of his heart. It was the first time he truly felt someone else's care in this world. This feeling was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. A long-lost sense of familial affection. Outside the room, Lin Miao, who had just placed the noodles down, didn't leave, but cautiously hid by the door, listening intently to the sounds inside, clearly caring, yet unwilling to admit it. It wasn't until the sound of Lu Li eating the noodles faintly reached her ears that a satisfied smile appeared on her face, and she happily skipped down the stairs. Lu Li finished the entire bowl of noodles, even drinking the broth. Although the taste wasn't great, it was still edible. He was really hungry, having not eaten anything since getting off the plane in the afternoon. This bowl of noodles was already considered a late-night snack. Whether it was because he was full and in a good mood, or simply too tired, after finishing the noodles, Lu Li leaned back in his chair and felt a bit reluctant to move. But at that moment, the screen of his phone suddenly lit up. At the same time, the voice of Moss echoed again. Your Excellency, the information you need has been found. Chapter 90. Within 2 years, reached the top of the world. That night, Lu Li had a long dream. The dream felt like memories from his mind, yet also like a life he had truly experienced in another world. It was so vivid that when he woke up, he felt as if he had been transported to another era. In that dream, the most memorable figure was a girl. This girl had always protected him since childhood. Whenever he faced unfair treatment or was bullied while causing trouble outside, she would pull him away without asking questions, find those who bullied him, fiercely reclaim his dignity, and assert her claim to everyone. In the dream, he could live carefree, doing what he wanted, because he knew there would always be someone backing him up. In the dream, he was a happy guy under someone's protection. But upon waking from the dream, Lu Li shook his head with a hint of disinterest. After all, that was someone else's life. What did it have to do with him? He let out a helpless, bitter smile and took a deep breath. Reflecting on his own life, the only words that came to mind were failure. It wasn't just about being bossed around in his career, constantly reading people's faces and living cautiously. In terms of relationships, he had also failed miserably, not wanting to look back. Fortunately, he now had a chance to start over. Moreover, it was a life that seemed to be on a roll. Perhaps this time would be different. After finishing his morning routine and heading downstairs, Luli noticed that breakfast had already been prepared on the dining table. But Lin Miao was nowhere to be seen, which surprised him a bit. Did she get up just to make breakfast? But where did she go? Luli glanced at the breakfast on the table. It wasn't lavish, just some simple eggs, milk, and a bowl of noodles, which had gone a bit cold. Luckily, the weather wasn't too chilly, so it was still edible. He quickly finished his breakfast and took another look at Lin Miao's bedroom. Just then, the door opened, and Lin Miao walked in. Have you eaten? Let's go to the hospital. Lin Miao scanned the empty breakfast table and felt somewhat satisfied. Oh, okay. Luli nodded. He had planned to visit Lu Changfeng today as well. Lin Miao and Lu Li had agreed from the beginning not to inform the old man about the current situation at the media company, hoping Lu Changfeng could take some time to rest easy. Lin Miao had also begun to see Lu Li in a new light. Considering all the things he had accomplished recently, which still felt somewhat incredible, the situation at the company had not been good. But Lu Li had managed to turn things around, making it a hot topic online and revitalizing the previously disheartened atmosphere among the employees. At this moment, with Lu Li managing the company, Lin Miao felt reassured. Lu Li only stayed at the hospital for an hour before leaving, as there were still matters that needed to be addressed promptly. In the afternoon, at the headquarters of the new venture, Lu Li went directly there after leaving the hospital. The headquarters looked completely different from before. Employees were smiling and working energetically, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. In the office, Wu Jing hurriedly walked in from outside. He had just learned of Lu Li's arrival and rushed over from the factory. Mr. Lu, why didn't you give a heads up before coming? Wu Jing said with bright eyes, feeling quite pleased. It's nothing major, just came to take a look. Lu Li smiled. How's everything at the factory? Are the equipment and funding keeping up with the schedule? When will the second batch of machines arrive? Lu Li fired off several questions in quick succession. These questions were all related to the progress of the Earth City project, as well as the filming schedule. The more machines available, the faster the construction work could proceed. According to the current situation, the filming of the movie is estimated to officially start in about half a month, but by then, the space research base will have just been established, and the available shooting scenes will be limited. Therefore, to speed up the filming progress, it ultimately depends on the construction pace of the project. Unlike other entertainment companies, the director has no way to compromise. The location must be authentic. The props must be real. This also leads to the fact that even if they want to speed up the filming, it will not be possible. We are already fully engaged in production. Regarding funding, there are currently no issues as we have used some artificial intelligence technology as collateral for loans, the team member reported. The second batch of machines will take about 2 months to deliver, as everything needs to be rushed for manufacturing, and there are no machines available for modification. The director nodded in understanding and said, "Thank you for your hard work." In fact, the director was well aware that such speed was already considered fast. It's no trouble at all. The entire company is united and eager to achieve great things with you. We have never forgotten our goal of becoming the world's #1 in the 3D printing field within 2 years. Everyone is highly motivated. 2 years? The director recalled that the initial goal set for the team was 5 years. That's right, just 2 years. The team member replied confidently. You haven't seen the company's growth during this time, which has far exceeded my expectations, especially after the media reported on the project. Orders are now lined up for 2 years. There is no doubt that the company has become a leading enterprise in the domestic 3D printing industry, and its position is unshakable thanks to the technology you provided. The director nodded thoughtfully. The rapid development of the company was somewhat beyond his expectations, especially since most of the funds had been invested in the project, leaving little for other developments. However, it became clear that as long as there is technology, the orders would keep coming. Moreover, the momentum generated by the project has greatly aided the company's growth, leading to a qualitative leap in its influence. Thus, the rapid development of the company is not surprising. That's right, keep up the good work. The director smiled and praised. The team member's face was also filled with smiles and admiration. You have a far-reaching vision. When you first proposed building the project, we were worried about the huge investment required. But now, just as the project has begun, it has already brought such a positive impact to the company, which we never expected. It's like a dream. Chapter 91. Is the boss still holding back some advanced technology? It is no exaggeration to say that you are our guiding direction and beacon. Wu Jing felt a mix of emotions, with a hint of pride welling up inside him. As the new realm of creation grew stronger, he and Lu Jian were getting closer to their dream of becoming the top printing company in the world. He was certain that day would come, and all of this was thanks to the man before him. Wu Jing was a man who understood gratitude. Lu Li was undoubtedly the most important benefactor in the lives of both him and Lu Jian. Cough, cough, that might be a bit exaggerated. Lu Li felt a bit embarrassed by Wu Jing's flattering words. This time, he actually had something else he wanted Wu Jing to pay attention to. He straightened his expression and began discussing serious matters. I want to find some capable and talented research teams. These teams should focus on areas like nanomaterials, elemental fusion, and quantum computing. It doesn't matter what research results they have achieved so far, as long as the team members are strong and talented. As he spoke, Lu Li handed over the information that MOC had previously gathered to Wu Jing. Here is a reference list for you to review. It would be best to find these people before the second batch of machines is delivered. I have great use for them. Is there any problem? Wu Jing took a glance at the list and was momentarily stunned. At that moment, he was genuinely a bit shocked. The boss was looking to find so many research talents all at once. What exactly did he want to do? Even investing in just one of these fields would require astronomical research funds each year, yet the boss wanted to tackle 3? Adding to that were the existing 3D printing technology and artificial intelligence. Was the boss trying to single-handedly drive the technological advancement of the entire region? While it sounded inspiring, it was also too extravagant. Anyone looking at this would be dumbfounded. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Wu Jing's heart tightened as a thought struck him. The boss wasn't someone who would spend money recklessly. Just like the previous projects, such as building a city for wandering Earth, acquiring the new realm of creation, and the AI manufacturing base, those things seemed improbable at first. But he had witnessed the results. It turned out that the boss had everything calculated meticulously. Those seemingly fantastical ideas had all become reality one by one. The new realm of creation had been revived due to the latest 3D printing technology. And the AI manufacturing base had risen rapidly thanks to artificial intelligence, even proving to be as profitable as the new realm of creation. The most crucial was the city for wandering Earth, a project that appeared absurd, yet its actual benefits were immeasurable. Since Wu Jing met Lu Li, he had never seen him make a wrong decision. So, could it be that this time was no different? Perhaps the boss already had a foolproof plan in mind. Otherwise, why would he want to assemble so many research teams? And this plan, could it be that the boss had even more advanced technology up his sleeve that he hadn't revealed yet? Thinking of this possibility, Wu Jing felt a surge of excitement. Although it was just a possibility, given the boss's consistent performance, he had to forcefully suppress his inner astonishment and strive to calm himself down. It is still uncertain whether things are as he thinks, but ultimately there will be an answer. For now, the most important thing is to do well on the tasks assigned by the boss. As for the rest, he doesn't need to think too much. Up to now, Lu Li remains a mysterious figure to him, and he doesn't feel that his perspective can be higher than Lu Li's. Therefore, what he sees is certainly not as far-reaching as the boss's. Bringing his thoughts back, Wu Jing contemplated for a moment and nodded seriously. There shouldn't be a problem. I have some friends in various research institutes. I'll try to reach out. If that doesn't work, I can directly recruit some suitable researchers. Oh, such a bold statement. Lu Li smiled at Wu Jing. With you as the boss, I naturally feel more confident. It's normal to be a bit bold. Wu Jing chuckled. All right, then it's hard work for you. Lu Li stood up and patted Wu Jing on the shoulder. I guarantee I'll complete the task. Wu Jing nodded. Leaving the new world of creation, Lu Li went to the Star Building. Now that the business has grown, there are naturally more things to be busy with every day. At the Star Building, Lu Li was busy until the evening, finally finishing reviewing and approving the accumulated documents and various reports. At 11 o'clock at night, the entire building was already dark. The outside sky was overcast, and due to the city's light pollution, the stars were not visible. By the time Lu Li returned home, it was already past midnight. The villa was dark, and Lin Miao was either asleep or hadn't returned. When Lu Li walked into the living room, he noticed that the room belonging to Lin Miao on the second floor was surprisingly lit, even though it couldn't be seen from the outside. He quietly went upstairs to Lin Miao's room, wanting to see what was going on with her, still awake at such a late hour. Reaching the door, he found it slightly ajar, not fully closed. Peering inside, he saw Lin Miao peacefully asleep at the table, holding a pen in her hand, surrounded by various calculation drafts and crumpled papers. "This girl is working so hard," Lu Li murmured. It was clearly her rest time. Yet she was so dedicated to her work. "Is this what you call resting?" The night was a bit chilly, and seeing Lin Miao dressed lightly while sleeping at the table made Lu Li feel a bit reluctant. He sighed and decided to go into the room to wake her up and have her sleep on the bed. As he approached the table, he immediately noticed the calculation drafts spread out before Lin Miao. It was a formula she was verifying. The formula seemed somewhat familiar. "Isn't this the synthesis formula for nanomaterials?" Lu Li quietly muttered, picking up the formula to take a look. As he compared Lin Miao's verification results with the synthesis formula for nanomaterials in the system, he quickly discovered that her results were somewhat off. "Lu Li, you're back." Suddenly, Lin Miao's voice rang out. Lu Li looked down just in time to see Lin Miao groggily lift her head. With a glimmer of liquid at the corner of her mouth and her cheeks flushed from resting on her arm for too long, she looked quite cute. "You made an error in your verification." Lu Li placed the draft paper back on the desk. With a gentle tap, he pointed out the mistake to Lin Miao. Chapter 92, Breaking the Sky with Flying Blades, Paving the Way to Heaven. "How do you know it's wrong? It hasn't even been verified yet." Lin Miao rubbed her eyes in confusion, clearly not paying attention to Lu Li's words. "Because I know the correct formula." When Lu Li saw the synthesis formula for the nanomaterial on the desk, he suddenly realized something. The topic Lin Miao was researching in the laboratory was actually related to nanomaterials. In that case, why would he need to look for a nanomaterial research team? Isn't this just a ready-made workforce? As long as he brought Lin Miao to his nanomaterials laboratory, wouldn't the problem of constructing the space elevator be resolved? Although this might attract official attention more quickly, Lu Li couldn't afford to worry about that now. After all, building a space elevator and a planetary engine would definitely catch the attention of the authorities, and he would need their powerful resources to assist him. Such a groundbreaking creation couldn't possibly be accomplished solely through his individual efforts, and there were many more issues involved, such as airspace control and international politics. Once the construction of the space elevator was discovered by the outside world, it would surely attract global attention, and he couldn't imagine what would happen then. But one thing was certain. In that situation, he would need to rely on official protection. At this moment, Lin Miao was starting to regain her clarity. After hearing Lu Li's words, a strange expression appeared on her face. "You understand this?" She knew Lu Li too well. He had been struggling academically since middle school and couldn't even grasp high school math, let alone the formula she was verifying. She didn't believe a word of it. Lu Li naturally knew what he had been like before. At this moment, he couldn't help but touch his nose and cough lightly. "I really don't understand, but that doesn't stop me from knowing the correct formula. Is there a difference?" Lin Miao still didn't believe him. "Of course," Lu Li said earnestly. "I have a friend who also researches nanomaterials." He took Lin Miao's verification draft paper, pointed to one of the molecular arrangement formulas, and continued, "Here, a special carbon molecular synthesis formula should be used, and a spiral arrangement should be employed. Therefore, the corresponding result should be." Lu Li wrote down the complete synthesis formula for a type of nanomaterial technology on Lin Miao's draft paper and then put down his pen. This material was one of the essential materials for constructing the space elevator. "There, that's about it. Take a look." While Lu Li was writing the formula, Lin Miao's eyes hadn't left the paper. At first, she scoffed, thinking Lu Li was getting ahead of himself, daring to discuss nanotechnology in front of her, and even trying to teach her how to do things. But gradually, as line after line of formulas appeared on the draft paper, Lin Miao felt something was off because the verification process of these formulas was exactly the same as some of her own conjectures. When Lu Li wrote down the complete formula and verification process and put down his pen, at that moment Lin Miao was completely stunned. Her expression changed from initial disdain to disbelief. "This is a carbon molecular synthesis formula that we had speculated about before, but due to a lack of foundational theoretical evidence, we had never found the correct solution. But how do you know the calculation process for this formula?" At first, Lin Miao was just murmuring to herself. By the end, her gaze was intense as she suddenly looked up at Lu Li. "I said it's a friend." Lu Li still wanted to use the old trick to mislead her. However, Lin Miao seemed to believe him this time and urgently asked, "Where's that friend of yours? What's his name? Can I meet him?" His name is Liang Chao." "Yes, but unfortunately, he is no longer around." Lu Li was caught off guard by her rapid questioning and momentarily couldn't he think of another name. So he casually used Liang Chao's name, intending to brush it off for now. Liang Chao? Isn't he the director of Xingqian? Lin Miao's expression suddenly froze, and she looked at Lu Li with a strange face. He came to my house before, and you say he is not around? Does he know this? Now it was Lu Li's turn to feel awkward. Is that so? Oh, I must have remembered wrong. My friend is actually named Wang Miao. That is not important. You definitely can't meet him now. However, you already know the formula. So why meet him? Just integrate and digest it yourself, and the problem will be solved, right? You're so capable. It must be no problem for you. Lu Li tried to reason and added some flattery, hoping to divert her. Wang Miao? Lin Miao looked skeptical. She wasn't foolish and didn't believe him at all. But perhaps because she had failed to get answers from Lu Li yesterday, she didn't continue to press him. Instead, she refocused her attention on the formula, her gaze becoming intense again. Incredible. The person who derived this formula is simply a genius. Once this formula is validated, we can immediately derive the latest material synthesis method, which is undoubtedly the highest technological achievement in the field of nanomaterials application, not just domestically, but globally. Lu Li, you've achieved great merit. Lin Miao excitedly stood up from her chair and gave Lu Li a peck on the cheek. Recently, we received an urgent task. There is currently an arms race happening in the international field of nanomaterial research. If we can achieve breakthrough research results in this competition, our country's influence in the scientific research field will be greatly enhanced. This type of nanomaterial has always been our focus, but we have not made any breakthrough progress. And this formula could very well be the key to our technological breakthrough. A new type of nanomaterial may emerge because of this formula. Can you understand how I feel right now? Lin Miao was as excited as a child, bouncing around the room, even jumping onto the bed and rolling around, looking almost like a mad person. Watching Lin Miao like this, Lu Li was somewhat speechless, but a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Lu Li, if this material can really be developed, what do you think it should be called? After a moment of excitement, Lin Miao suddenly got up from the bed and asked Lu Li. Lu Li thought for a moment, and a name suddenly flashed through his mind. Let us call it Fei Rin. Fei Rin. Lin Miao was puzzled. But this material synthesized from the formula should be a type of carbon nanotube. Is Fei Rin appropriate? Appropriate. Lu Li nodded. Because this material will ultimately become an upright sword, pointing humanity towards the sky and paving a path to the stars and the ocean. Chapter 93. Movie props? They are the real deal. A path to the stars? A moment of hesitation crossed Lin Miao's face, but then her eyes lit up. Are you talking about a space elevator? Exactly. Lu Li smiled and nodded. Impossible. At this moment, Lin Miao laughed. Even if we can really develop Fei Rin, using it to build a space elevator is still an unattainable task. There are too many issues involved. At this point, Lu Li's expression became serious. Just because there are many problems, does that mean it's impossible? He thought for a moment and continued. Did the ancient people of my country ever think that one day we could launch rockets, or even travel into space in them? Back then, people couldn't even imagine that one day we could communicate in real time with friends and family thousands of miles away through our phones. Every technological invention is the pinnacle of human wisdom. Who can predict how far our technology will develop in the future? Just like the movie we are about to shoot. The Wandering Earth, using 10,000 planetary engines to push the Earth away from the disaster of solar helium flash. Who says such a thing can't succeed? Hearing this, Lin Miao couldn't help but roll her eyes. I'm discussing the feasibility of building a space elevator with you. This is science, not a sci-fi movie. Where are you going with this? I'm talking about science too. Lu Li asserted confidently. All right, you must be getting too caught up in your movie. Lin Miao said, speechless. Then her gaze fell on the piece of draft paper on the table. Looks like my vacation is going to end early. Saying this, Lin Miao flipped over and climbed back onto the bed to start packing her clothes. What are you doing? Lu Li was taken aback. Packing my things to go back to the research lab. I can't wait any longer. Wait a minute, it's so late now. Are there any flights available to go back? Oh right. Lin Miao suddenly stopped her movements. Actually, I'm also preparing to form a research team related to nanomaterials. Is there any chance you could come and help me? Impossible. Lin Miao refused without hesitation. I have already vowed to dedicate my life to the country's scientific research. That is my dream. Don't say it so definitively. Lu Li said with a laugh. He had just taken out the core formula for nanomaterials. And now she was turning her back on him. I really can't come to help you, but I will definitely report your contributions to the higher-ups. The rewards you get will surely be very generous, so don't worry. Lin Miao stood on tiptoe and patted Lu Li's shoulder, speaking earnestly. In this life, we should do what we can for society and our country. If you really want to form a research team, I can help you find someone. But I can't leave right now. This project is very important, and I can't let my teacher down. All right, I won't force you. Lu Li shook his head and meaningfully said, just wait and see. One day you'll voluntarily come to me. The formula Lu Li had just written, while already the core formula for the flying blade, still required many technological breakthroughs to truly develop it. Lu Li was confident that even with the best researchers in Lin Miao's lab, they could not match his development speed. After all, he was operating at an accelerated pace. As long as there were relevant researchers, they could immediately pull out all the technologies and quickly digest and absorb them to rapidly develop the flying blade. By that time, wouldn't Lin Miao have to obediently come back? But by then, the authorities would likely be paying attention to him as well. Get some rest. There's a flight early tomorrow. If you want to go back, just go. Lu Li tossed out the remark and walked out of the room without looking back. However, as he reached the door, he couldn't help but remind Lin Miao, remember what you said about finding someone to help me form a research team and make sure they're capable. Don't forget. Consider it the interest for the formula I gave you. Don't worry. I'll discuss it with my teacher when I get back. Lin Miao waved her hand. At that moment, she was still filled with excitement and shock, continuously studying the draft paper and seriously verifying each step of the formula. The next morning, when Lu Li woke up and went downstairs, breakfast was already prepared. However, Lin Miao was nowhere to be seen. When Lu Li checked her room, he found that the clothes left on the bed and the suitcase on the floor had vanished. Clearly, Lin Miao had already left for the airport. At that moment, Lu Li received a message on his phone. Hey little brother, no matter what, thank you for your contribution to the country. Although I still can't figure out where you got this formula from, that's not important anymore. You've grown up and have your own secrets, and I can understand that. But I want to remind you, even with this formula, developing the flying blade is not something that can be done overnight. So you should seriously consider forming the research team, because the investment needed will certainly be substantial. The road is long and success is not easy. As Lu Li ate his breakfast while reading the message, a smile unconsciously crept onto his face. He finished the porridge in one go, contentedly wiping his mouth. Today's porridge was quite fragrant. It must have been simmered for a long time. Lin Miao must have gotten up very early, and given that she had stayed up late last night, she probably hadn't rested well. This girl really puts in the effort. It seemed he needed to speed up his pace as well. He couldn't let himself be outdone by a woman. Lu Li quickly tidied up the dishes and walked out the door. At the same time, he took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected, and Wu Jing's voice came through. Boss, calling this early, is there something urgent? Without any pleasantries, Lu Li asked directly, how is the preparation for the movie props going? We have the opening ceremony in half a month, and all the props listed in the list I sent you for the initial preparation phase need to be ready. Is there any problem? Don't worry, boss. I will make sure everything is ready in half a month. Wu Jing replied seriously, but then he felt a bit confused. But boss, those things you asked me to make, are they really just for the movie props? Is there a problem? That's a huge problem. Wu Jing was shocked. The materials for making the mechanical exoskeleton armor, aviation suits, large cargo armored vehicles, and those prop guns seem to be using real specifications. Is there a problem? Lu Li reiterated. Wu Jing thought of Lu Li's grand plan to build a city for filming and suddenly understood. Boss, you're not just making a sci-fi movie. You're making a documentary. He murmured, no problem. Chapter 94, the last day before filming. In Kyoto, at the National Science University Research Lab. In the busy lab, several researchers in white lab coats were discussing an issue in the hallway. Among them was Yun Ming, a senior of Lin Miao. This is not working. We still can't find the correct carbon molecular synthesis formula, and we can't continue the development. We're just wasting time. One researcher lamented, scratching his head. Exactly. While foreign research institutions are making progress, we're stagnating. If this continues, we'll be overtaken or even completely crushed. How are we going to explain this to our professors and superiors? It's not just about explaining. If we lose this competition, it won't just be personal embarrassment, but a loss of face for the entire research community. We can't let this continue. We need to find a way to resolve the core formula issue. I'm going to keep looking for a new synthesis formula. Everyone's face was filled with frustration, and some were anxiously pacing back and forth. At this moment, Yun Ming looked at the dejected group and said firmly, all right, let's not lose our composure. We can take our time with the formula issue. If one attempt doesn't work, we can try 100 times. If 100 times don't work, we can try 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. I believe we will find the correct result. If we lose our composure, how can we continue our research? Hearing this, several people fell silent. They knew that such matters couldn't be rushed, but time was running out. If they couldn't quickly find the right direction, their research would come to a complete standstill. The worst thing in research is to lose direction. In that case, everything they do would be in vain and yield no results. Lin Miao's absence has left us without a strong backbone. Recently, she has been under immense pressure, so let's let her rest for a few days. Yunming sighed gently. Just when everyone's spirits were low, a striking figure appeared at the end of the corridor, striding forward with a commanding presence. Is that Lin Miao? Isn't she supposed to be resting? A researcher spotted her at the end of the corridor. Yunming turned to look, his brows furrowing slightly. Lin Miao? What is going on? He started to ask, but was immediately interrupted by Lin Miao, who was walking briskly. Cutting to the chase. There's a meeting in the research room in 10 minutes. Attendance is mandatory. Senior brother, come with me to see the teacher. Without waiting for a response, Lin Miao continued on her way, passing right by everyone. What's happening? Yunming couldn't help but ask while following her. The other researchers also instinctively followed Lin Miao with their eyes. There's progress on the core formula issue. Lin Miao shouted back before disappearing around the corner, leaving the remaining researchers in stunned silence. Then their faces broke into expressions of sheer joy. There's progress. I must be hearing things wrong. Someone slapped me. Ouch. Be gentle. It's still Lin Miao. She comes back after 2 days of rest and has actually found a new direction. What a talent. The researchers were all exhilarated. In the professor's office, Li Jingwei was startled by the sudden opening of the door, and when he saw who it was, his expression darkened. Lin Miao? Weren't you supposed to be resting? Teacher, there's no time to explain. I've obtained what might be the correct carbon molecule synthesis formula, and preliminary calculations show it's highly feasible. I need to conduct the molecular synthesis experiment immediately. Lin Miao spoke urgently, her face filled with excitement. A new synthesis formula? Where did it come from? Professor Li was taken aback. Then his expression turned serious as he forgot to question Lin Miao's reckless behavior. My brother gave it to me. Lin Miao replied honestly. Your brother? Is he studying nanomaterials too? Professor Li asked, puzzled. I remember you have a brother. But isn't he? Teacher, can you just approve my application first? We can discuss the rest later. I'm really in a hurry. If this formula is correct, it will lead to a breakthrough in our research. Compared to that, everything else is trivial, right? Lin Miao didn't want to explain why Lu Li had this formula. The truth was she didn't even know herself. How could she explain that? All right, go ahead with the experiment, and we'll talk about the other matters later. Professor Li thought for a moment and nodded lightly. He understood the urgency of the situation. But Lin Miao's sudden return during her rest, bursting into his office so recklessly, made him feel something was off. He needed to understand the situation better. Then I'll go. Thank you, teacher. Lin Miao dropped the sentence and quickly turned to leave the office. Professor Li looked at Lin Miao's back. Feeling that something was off, his student seemed a bit evasive, especially when he mentioned her brother. Could there be some hidden truth behind this? Li Jingwei fell into deep thought. However, he was soon intrigued by the new formula Lin Miao mentioned, so he grabbed some materials and also left the office. If that formula really worked, it would indeed be a significant advancement for the entire project. Thinking of this, Li Jingwei felt a slight stir in his heart, and his steps toward the laboratory unconsciously quickened. Jiangzhou. For a while, Lu Li's plan progressed smoothly. Wu Jing had contacted several research institutions, and some individuals had already shown interest in Lu Li's upcoming research team, but further confirmation was still needed. The production of movie props was also going well. With 3D printing technology and mechanical manufacturing facilities, many prop-making issues had become quite simple, as long as there were materials available. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, Lu Li left Jiangzhou because the opening ceremony for the Wandering Earth was the next day, and it was to be held in the city of Wandering Earth, which had undergone significant changes. Before boarding the plane, Lu Li called Liang Chao. Have the crew's schedule been arranged? Don't worry, boss. Everything is set. Liang Chao confidently replied. Mr. Lu has also been contacted, and the venue for the opening ceremony is nearly ready. It can be used directly tomorrow. Everyone is heading to the city of Wandering Earth. What about Teacher Wu and King Lu? Lu Li asked again. No issues at all. Teacher Wu and his partner have already gone to the city of Wandering Earth ahead of us. His partner wanted to see the city firsthand. As for King Lu, he departed from the harbor city yesterday and should have arrived in Beihai City by now. I will contact him as soon as I land there. Liang Chao seemed to still be at the company, and the surrounding noise was a bit chaotic. At that moment, the airport announcement rang out. Luli glanced at the time and nodded slightly. All right, see you in the city of Wandering Earth. Only one day remained until the filming of the Wandering Earth began. Chapter 95, Aviation Research Base, Future Science and Technology City. The next day, in the Great Gobi Desert, the strong wind mixed with sand stung people's faces. However, at this moment, the city of Wandering Earth was still bustling with activity. Construction teams were busy among the unfinished buildings, printing robots moved around the construction sites, and large machinery roared, creating a magnificent and shocking scene. After nearly a month, construction in the city of Wandering Earth had expanded to a 5-kilometer radius, and the initial dormitory area and aviation research base had been completely finished. The aerospace research base is incredibly vast, with a total building height of nearly 40 meters. Its area is remarkably large, encompassing a drone flight base, a helipad for vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, as well as logistics and security zones, among others. It is not an exaggeration to say that it resembles a military main station building, and true military bases might not be much different, perhaps even lacking in some functionalities. It's worth noting that this aerospace research base was constructed based on the model of a multinational aerospace base from decades in the future as depicted in the film The Wandering Earth. Calling it a genuine military base would not be an overstatement. In front of the aviation research base building, a temporary venue for the opening ceremony has been set up. Since the construction here has been completed, the ceremony will not disrupt the construction schedule. At this moment, many people have gathered at the ceremony site. In the distance, vehicles are slowly approaching from the direction of a nearby town, one of which is carrying Wu Jing and his wife, Xian Yin. Are we almost there? Why is this road so bumpy? It's shaking me to bits. Is this the route they use to transport materials to the construction site? Xian Yin's expression is somewhat complicated. Although she had mentally prepared for an uncomfortable journey, the sights along the way exceeded her expectations. The vast desert made her truly understand what desolation means and what hardship entails. The fact that they plan to build a city in such a remote place seems utterly absurd. We're almost there. Wu Jing glanced at the situation outside. The outline of the future city was already clearly visible in the distance, only a few kilometers away. I'm still a bit worried. You're rushing the opening ceremony. What can actually be built in the future city? You can't really capture much here, can you? Is it just for show? What do you have to worry about? You're here with me, so you'll see for yourself soon enough. Besides, you've already seen the videos I shot and the news online about this project. I don't need to tell you how fast the construction is progressing, Wu Jing said, feeling somewhat helpless after Xie Nian's constant chatter. So you invested another 50 million without discussing it with me, right? At the mention of this, Xie Nian's tone shifted, her voice low, making Wu Jing's heart tighten. I did discuss it with you. Remember that phone call? The signal was bad, and I thought you were already aware of it, so I didn't bring it up again. You called me from here? Xian Yin's gaze turned sharp. Yeah, the signal here is terrible. It's hard to even send a message. Otherwise, the call wouldn't have been so choppy, Wu Jing explained. In the next moment, Xian Yin picked up her phone and pointed the screen at Wu Jing. This signal, and you say it's bad? Wu Jing was taken aback when he saw the signal on her phone showing full bars, and messages were popping up frequently. Clearly, the signal here was not an issue at all. Wow, Wu Jing was a bit dumbfounded. No, the signal here used to be really poor. They mentioned building a signal tower. Could it really be completed? It hasn't been long at all. He quickly looked out the window, searching. The last time he was here, he saw a communication vehicle surveying the area for construction. But that was only a little over half a month ago. Building a signal tower isn't just about having the space and money. It also requires approval from many relevant departments and going through the necessary procedures. Once the process is completed, construction can actually begin, and that definitely takes time. All in all, it should take at least 2 months, right? But how much time has really passed? What signal tower? Don't change the subject. Hasn't the signal always been like this? Is it really because of Luli that it got better? Nonsense. Xian Yin didn't believe Wu Jing's words at all and had an unfriendly expression. The last time I was here, the signal was really poor. You can't seriously think that the signal would be good in this vast desert, right? Think about those remote mountainous areas. You're taking too much for granted. Wu Jing kept looking outside and finally spotted a tall communication signal tower a few kilometers away from the construction site. Wow, it really has been built. Is this for real? Did the signal actually improve because a signal tower was built here? At that moment, Xianyan couldn't help but lean forward to look outside. Why would I lie to you? Wu Jing was speechless. Seeing that signal tower left him astonished. But then he thought about it. This project is currently the most important one in the area, so if they were going to build a signal tower here, the approval process would surely go smoothly. As for the construction time for the signal tower, with sufficient resources, getting it done in a week or a half-month doesn't seem impossible. With this realization, Wu Jing felt relieved. Soon, he even felt a slight excitement rising within him. If the signal tower could be built so quickly, what about the other projects? He was now eager to see the current state of the wandering Earth city. We've arrived. At that moment, the driver's voice came from the front. Come on, dear. Let's go in and take a look. Wu Jing's face lit up with excitement as he quickly grabbed Xianyan's hand and jumped out of the car. As soon as they got out, Wu Jing couldn't wait to lead Xianyan into the safety passage. They put on their hard hats and took their access cards. The moment they stepped out of the safety passage, Xianyan was stunned. Wu Jing was also frozen in place. Everything they saw before them momentarily robbed them of their ability to think. Printing robots occasionally walked past them, large structural printing machines rumbled on the construction site. And not far away was the setup for the inauguration ceremony. The highlight was a massive building quietly dominating the area behind the inauguration site. The structure was grand and spectacular, with an overall design full of futuristic sci-fi elements, exuding an indescribable beauty of steel framework. At that moment, Wu Jing and Xianyan had only one thought in their minds. Wow, have we just walked into a future technology city? Chapter 96. Xianyan. Perhaps he can truly create a miracle. Are these buildings really constructed in just a month? So fast, so grand, so magnificent. Looking at the enormous structures, Xianyan's mind was filled with these words, leaving her dazed and unable to regain her composure for a long time. Everything before her made her unsure of how to express herself. It was simply unbelievable. She murmured to herself, her face full of disbelief. This is just too exaggerated. Not to mention that you are amazed. Even I find it hard to believe. At this moment, Wu Jing was also filled with emotions. The last time he visited, it could be said that there was almost nothing on this construction site. Yet, in just a month, everything had changed completely. This aerospace research base had become so well developed. Not only the main buildings, but also the ground, roads, and many details of the layout within the research base had been fully completed. Given the current progress of the project, after their opening ceremony, they could directly start filming. No wonder Mr. Liu wanted us to hold the opening ceremony here. He clearly had no intention of letting us leave. After the ceremony, filming would probably begin immediately. Wu Jing murmured to himself, his eyes filled with excitement and enthusiasm. Since he took on this film project, he had been eagerly looking forward to the official filming, even turning down many other jobs to free up enough time. The movie The Wandering Earth carried so much significance for him. In his view, no other work at this stage was as important as this. Mr. Wu is here. Come chat with us. A voice came from not far away. It was Liang Chao, accompanied by Lu Li, Lu Tianwang, and the project's chief supervisor Lu Jian. As the chief supervisor, Lu Jian was introducing the current progress of the site and the upcoming plans, primarily reporting to Lu Li. Here, seeing Lu Li, Wu Jing's face lit up, and he hurried over. Meanwhile, Xianyan was still immersed in shock. Her gaze continuously explored her surroundings, taking in the incredible scenes at the construction site, not to mention the aerospace research base that had been built in just a month. The numerous printed robots lined up and moving around the site, as well as the efficiency of the large printers, all left her in awe. Experiencing all of this in person was completely different from seeing it on video. All her previous doubts about the project vanished in that moment. Furthermore, reflecting on her earlier thoughts, she felt so ridiculous, even developing a sense of frustration as if she were a frog in a well, unable to keep up with the times. The world has changed. The power of technology made her feel for the first time how incredible this world is. At this moment, she suddenly felt a sense of relief, grateful that she hadn't firmly opposed Wu Jing's involvement in this project from the beginning. If she had been adamant back then, everything might have turned out differently. They might only be able to marvel at this almost miraculous project online with other netizens, without the chance to witness it in person. Everything is now unrelated to them. After the shock, admiration welled up in Xianyan's heart. The progress of this project in such a harsh desert environment is immeasurable in terms of the human and material resources invested. Those who funded this project are truly bold. She looked toward a few people not far away, her gaze finally settling on Lu Li. At that moment, Lu Li was talking with a few others, and Xian could faintly hear his words. The rise of science fiction in this country is inevitable. We are merely taking the first steps into this field, exploring the path ahead as pioneers. Everything is just beginning. In the future, I believe domestic science fiction works will flourish, and as trailblazers. It is crucial for us to establish a solid foundation and set a good benchmark, ensuring we don't stray from the path. Listening to these words and reflecting on what Lu Li has been doing lately, Xian felt a wave of emotion. His vision and mindset are truly admirable. As Wu Jing's wife and a key player in several companies, her perspective is relatively broad, and her vision is decent, at least not limited to the immediate. However, compared to Lu Li, she couldn't help but feel somewhat ashamed. At least, she believed she couldn't do so many incredible things for the sake of making a great film and the future of science fiction in this country. At this moment, her admiration for Lu Li's character and personality soared, and her impression of him skyrocketed. Simultaneously, she gained a renewed understanding of his capabilities. Perhaps he really could create a miracle. After seeing everything here, Xian was filled with confidence in the film The Wandering Earth. It wasn't just because of the grand scene before her or the quality of the script, but mainly because she recognized Lu Li's vision and determination. Collaborating with someone like him undoubtedly brings peace of mind. At that moment, Wu Jing's gaze happened to meet hers. The two exchanged a knowing look, both smiling subtly. Without saying a word, they clearly understood each other's thoughts. Their eyes sparkled with light. Meanwhile, Lu Tianwang, upon hearing Lu Li's words, was also deeply moved. He looked at the massive structure of the aerospace research base and exclaimed, "This is definitely the largest investment I've ever seen for a film." When Lu Tianwang first saw the situation inside the city of the Wandering Earth, he was also stunned. Although he had heard some rumors about this place before, they were ultimately secondhand. Now that he truly saw everything here, he felt immensely grateful for his decision. If he had any doubts earlier, he was now completely reassured. "Teacher Wu, thank you for your invitation. Otherwise, I might have hesitated and even missed out on a great performance. I also appreciate President Lu's recognition of me." Lu Tianwang said sincerely, completely devoid of any superstar arrogance. His professionalism is well known in the industry, and his attitude towards filming has earned him the respect of many. Otherwise, Wu Jing wouldn't have contacted him right away, and Lu Li wouldn't have so easily allowed him to join the cast. Meanwhile, Liang Chao, who was listening to this conversation, was slightly taken aback. Thanking Wu Jing for the invitation? What does that mean? Lu Tianwang was invited by him. Why is he thanking Wu Jing? Chapter 97. Liang Chao, totally caught off guard. I'm completely falling apart here. What is going on? Filled with confusion, Liang Chao was about to say something when Wu Jing had already picked up the conversation with Lu Tianwang. Lu Tianwang joked, "With your status in the film industry, it's our honor to have you participate in this project." Wu Jing smiled and said, "When President Lu mentioned inviting you to the cast, I thought if this could really happen, it would certainly be like adding wings to a tiger. You flatter me too much." Lu Tianwang joined his hands together and smiled humbly. At this moment, Liang Chao could no longer hold back, looking somewhat conflicted as he spoke up. "Lu Tianwang, did you communicate with Teacher Wu before I called you?" At this moment, Liang Chao suddenly had a very bad premonition. "Right? Director Liang, you didn't know?" Lu Tianwang looked at Liang Chao with some confusion. "Oh, I know. Liang Chao forced a smile and hurriedly said, "We discussed this beforehand. After all, I'm the director of this project. How could I not know?" To maintain his authority as the director, Liang Chao forced himself to act as if nothing had happened. But his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Wu Jing, his face revealing a complex expression. He subtly gestured to Wu Jing. "What is going on? What is happening?" Seeing Liang Chao's expressive gestures, Wu Jing also looked puzzled. He was unaware of the phone call Liang Chao made to Lu Tianwang in Lu Li's office that day. He shot Liang Chao a questioning glance. Upon seeing that look, Liang Chao was completely speechless. This guy is acting like he doesn't know anything? He then cast a resentful glance at Lu Li. Lu Li remained calm, merely giving Liang Chao a meaningful look and gently patting him on the shoulder, saying nothing, leaving everything unspoken. In that moment, Liang Chao was completely thrown off balance. It turned out everyone knew that Lu Tianwang was invited by Wu Jing. Meanwhile, He had been foolishly thinking it was all his achievement and had been gloating about it until now, which was simply ridiculous. At that moment, Liang Chao's phone suddenly rang. Faced with the various gazes from the others, he wished he could dig a hole and hide. Seizing the opportunity to answer the phone, he quickly excused himself and stepped aside. The call was from his wife. As soon as the call connected, his wife's slightly excited voice came through. "Honey, you saw the superstar, right? How is he? Is he as handsome as on TV?" Liang Chao replied perfunctorily, feeling a mix of emotions. At that moment, he was still wondering why things had suddenly turned out this way. It didn't make sense. His reputation outside was decent, right? Inviting a superstar shouldn't be a problem. Indeed, Wu Jing had just gotten a head start. If he had called first, the outcome would have been the same. The superstar would have accepted his invitation without a doubt. Liang Chao's overflowing confidence quickly provided him with a suitable reason to comfort himself. Just then, he could vaguely hear the superstar talking with Wu Jing. "That director Liang is the director of this film, right? He must be quite famous in the mainland to earn your recognition, right? Sorry, I'm not very familiar with the director scene in the mainland, so I hadn't heard of him before. I'll have to take a good look at director Liang's previous works later and learn from them." The superstar remained humble and didn't miss any opportunity to learn. Hearing the superstar's words, Wu Jing hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Director Liang is indeed quite capable. But it doesn't really matter if you haven't seen his previous works. We are about to start shooting this film, and we can discuss the script later." After hearing their conversation, Liang Chao felt as if he was sinking. So, the superstar really had never heard of him before. He would be taking on this film solely because of Wu Jing. At that moment, Liang Chao felt like he was almost shutting down. On the phone, his wife's voice continued. "Honey, didn't you say the superstar values you? So what you say should be effective, right? I have many friends who really like him. Remember to bring me some autograph photos when you come back, at least 10 or 8. The more the better. Don't forget." Hearing this, Liang Chao felt another pang in his heart. The superstar values him? What he said is effective. She wants autograph photos, the more the better? The superstar doesn't even know him. How could he just go over and ask for autographs? What about his dignity as a director? Liang Chao completely fell into despair. Can they still have fun together? This is too much. After hanging up, Liang Chao stood there, feeling unsettled. The wind and sand on the Gobi Desert felt like cold rain, harshly hitting his face, and it seemed like sand had gotten into his eyes too. At that moment, his face hurt, but his heart hurt even more. The wind and sand left him stunned. In the distance, more and more crew members gathered at the filming ceremony site. When these people arrived, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, their eyes filled with shock and a hint of excitement. They had never seen such a scene before. To shoot a film, a city was specially built. The magnificent space research base stood before them as they were hard at work on the construction site, and they all knew that this would be the scene for their upcoming shoot. Such a realistic and grand setting gave everyone immense confidence. Why are teacher Wu and director Liang standing over there and not coming over? At this moment, the curious visitor who had just arrived next to Wu Jing asked. Wu Jing glanced at Liang Chao and shook his head with a complex expression. Perhaps he, too, was stunned by the city before him. "I was just standing there for a long time too, and it's only now that I'm starting to collect my thoughts. Everything in this city is simply breathtaking. It's normal for director Liang to react this way." The visitor nodded in agreement, excitement barely concealed in his eyes. "Imagine if all the shooting scenes are of this quality. This film would surely be a masterpiece. As investors and main actors, we would surely soar to new heights." He kept winking at Wu Jing, his eyes sparkling. Wu Jing looked at him meaningfully, a hint of longing in his expression. "Brother Shah, it's important to have dreams. Money doesn't matter. If this film truly gets made, my life will be complete. Isn't that more precious than any material gain?" "You're absolutely right." Brother Shah nodded in agreement. Then, the two exchanged a serious glance. "We must keep a close watch on director Liang. We can't give him any chance to make mistakes." Understood. This directly relates to the success or failure of the film. They both nodded earnestly, their eyes filled with seriousness. Just then, a voice rang out from not far away. "Everyone gather. The opening ceremony is officially starting." Chapter 98, Start of Filming. Isn't this disrespectful to our props team? The filming of The Wandering Earth has begun. Our goal is to break 3 billion at the box office. That's too modest, 5 billion. Are you kidding? Given this space research base, it has to be 10 billion. Cheers erupted at the opening ceremony. As the camera turned, The crew members felt a surge of excitement. Being in such a setting made the opening ceremony particularly special. The distant rumble of machines acted like a catalyst for emotions, energizing everyone's spirits and fueling their wild imaginations about the film The Wandering Earth. As the ceremony progressed, Liang Chao had long since cast aside his earlier emotions. He excitedly approached Lu Li and asked, "Mr. Lu, when do we officially start shooting? What are the arrangements for the crew? Are we staying here, or?" "We're staying here. We start shooting tomorrow," Lu Li replied confidently. "Tomorrow?" Liang Chao was taken aback. "But our props aren't ready yet, and the props team." Before Liang Chao could finish, Lu Li interrupted him. "Don't worry about the props. They'll be delivered later. Just inform the props team to be ready to receive them." With that, Lu Li turned and left. Liang Chao was momentarily taken aback, looking at Lu Li's back with some confusion. Were the props already prepared? But the list of prop production he submitted earlier had been rejected. He had been worried about this issue. If the filming props were not ready, Lu Li had said they would hold a launch ceremony. Initially, he thought this ceremony was just to build momentum for the film and maintain online anticipation for The Wandering Earth. But now Lu Li was saying they would start filming directly tomorrow? Where did these props come from? He wasn't even sure if the realism and texture of the props met the filming requirements. Although he was puzzled, since Lu Li had already spoken, Liang Chao could only assign tasks, no matter how difficult it was. Otherwise, the crew wouldn't know how to arrange themselves. He adjusted his emotions and turned around, shouting, "Everyone pay attention. We will stay here today and start filming tomorrow. Everyone go to the staff dormitory to choose your favorite rooms." After saying this, he walked anxiously towards the props team while everyone stared at him in a daze. At that moment, the other crew members also reacted, looking at each other in confusion. Filming starts tomorrow? So soon? Many preparations for the shoot hadn't been arranged yet, right? Although they had the location, what about costumes and props? The preparations for this film's costumes and props were not simple. One day was indeed a bit rushed, and the most important issue was still the props. "I thought this launch ceremony was just a formality. I didn't even bring enough change of clothes. How could they suddenly start filming without prior notice from the logistics team?" Amidst the crowd, some discussions began to arise. Meanwhile, at the props team's South gathering place, one member looked at his companion in disbelief. "Did Director Liang just say what I think he said? We're starting filming tomorrow?" His companion, pointing to Liang Chao, who was walking over, replied with a complicated expression, "Director Liang is coming over. He must be here to assign tasks." What a joke. We haven't even received the funds for the props we applied for earlier, and nothing is ready here. How can we set up the scene? At that moment, the props team leader glanced at the two and said in a deep voice, "All right, don't talk nonsense. I'll go communicate with Director Liang." It was really amusing. "We in the props team are responsible for this area, but we can't just conjure things out of thin air. Without props, how can we work? I thought this launch ceremony was just a formality." Just then, Liang Chao approached and overheard their conversation, intensifying his worries. "Everyone, get ready. We need to set up the scene in advance." Hearing this, the props team leader, Zhao Shifeng, looked puzzled and frowned, asking, "But Director Liang, we haven't made the props yet. How can we set up? The props will arrive soon. You just need to set up the scene in advance." Liang Chao replied absent-mindedly, still thinking about the quality of the props. "No, isn't the props part our sole responsibility?" Zhao Shifeng was getting anxious. "How can we not know if you've prepared the props? This isn't how things are done. We are a professional props team. And if the quality of the props you provide is subpar and issues arise after use, our reputation will be ruined. Why didn't Director Liang mention this in advance?" At this moment, Zhao Shifeng was also a bit angry. A professional props team must operate professionally. There absolutely cannot be situations where certain productions use inferior props. They had worked hard to build their reputation through several major projects, and if they left a stain on their name in this production, their reputation would be destroyed. In the future, other productions in the industry would have to think carefully before hiring them again. This could potentially jeopardize their livelihood. You haven't even seen those props. How can you be sure there will be problems? Liang Chao felt helpless, but the issue needed to be resolved, and people's minds needed to be soothed. He was feeling exhausted. At this moment, Zhao Shifeng fell silent, but he still had many opinions in his heart. It was indeed difficult to judge whether those props would have issues without having seen them. However, they were the most professional props team in the country. Since they were hired, it was disrespectful for the production team to prepare the props without consulting them first. Zhao Shifeng wouldn't say these words outright, but the team members behind him couldn't help but speak up. "Director Liang, do you not trust our abilities?" Why else would you decide on the prop production without discussing it with us? Upon hearing this, Liang Chao was speechless. He wanted to consult them, but the opportunity was not given. Now, all the prop suppliers were ready. What could he do? Losing his patience, Liang Chao said directly. All the props are prepared by President Liu. You've seen the situation here. Do you think someone who can build a city for filming would be careless about the props? Just drop the concerns for now. Let's talk after we see the props. This statement was also Liang Chao trying to convince himself. He knew very well President Liu's determination to make this film. Since the boss said the props issue was resolved, it was likely not a problem. After coming to this realization, although he still had worries, he felt much more at ease. Chapter 99, Not Props? They actually brought real guns. The few members of the props team wanted to say something, but after thinking it over, they ultimately chose to remain silent. Liang Chao's words had some merit, but the situation felt a bit stifling. It felt like they, the top props team in the country, were just wasting time here. If they had known it would be like this, they might as well have gone to the other production team, even though the pay was lower there. At least they wouldn't be undervalued and put up with this frustration. Just as they were lost in silence, a roar of engines approached from a distance. Liang Chao was the first to look up towards the entrance of the construction site. It was a transport vehicle. The props must be arriving. He was taken aback and instinctively opened his mouth. However, when he clearly saw those vehicles, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he froze in place, unable to look away. At the entrance of the construction site, a series of imposing transport vehicles were slowly driving in, their designs completely different from ordinary transport trucks. With a silver metallic appearance that exuded a sense of power, the front of the vehicles was enormous, and the windows were like floor-to-ceiling glass. Several times larger than those of regular vehicles, with the size of the vehicles themselves nearly double that of standard transport trucks. Most importantly, these transport trucks seemed to be specially designed based on a model from a movie, looking as though they could directly enter the frame, radiating a strong sense of technology. What a formidable transport vehicle, one member of the props team exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. This vehicle can't be a prop for filming, can it? Another member of the props team spoke up, their tone filled with surprise. But wait, it drove here directly. It seems our worries were unfounded. Zhao Shifeng thought as he looked at the transport vehicles, feeling a bit dazed. You said it was a prop vehicle, but you brought the real thing? No wonder the director personally prepared the props, if they are all of this quality. No, this isn't even about props anymore. This is clearly the prototype of the off-road transport system from the movie. At this moment, vehicles from the convoy continued to enter the shooting base one after another. 700 Center Rescue Equipment Vehicle, JY-20 Emergency Rescue Fire Truck, Multifunctional Engineering Machinery Vehicle, Front-Loading Port Crane. Special types of vehicles kept driving into the base, drawing the attention of the crew, who widened their eyes and murmured in amazement. These vehicles were all strikingly futuristic in design, and their capabilities appeared to be quite powerful. Most importantly, these were not props at all. They were real special vehicles. Moreover, they were specially modified with strong sci-fi elements. As soon as these vehicles entered the frame, the quality of the shots would instantly be elevated. It was simply incredible. At this point, Liang Chao had already reacted, muttering to himself, completely convinced. Indeed, whenever the boss takes action, he never disappoints. What are you still standing there for? Unload the cargo, he shouted, taking the lead towards the transport vehicles. Behind him, the props team quickly snapped back to reality and hurried forward. Seeing these vehicles, they were suddenly filled with anticipation for the other props inside the transport trucks, even tinged with excitement. Captain, do you think the props inside those transport trucks are also the real deal? Wow, I take back what I said earlier. Those were nothing compared to this. They definitely couldn't have gotten such exaggerated special vehicles. This is 100 times better than a prop vehicle. I'm feeling completely numb. With such props, I'm afraid there's really no place to work on them. If the props inside that transport vehicle are of the same quality, it's not just about half the quality. I feel like this frustration is actually bearable. I honestly think that just going through the motions isn't so bad. Listening to the aimless chatter of the crew members around him, Zhao Shifeng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. However, he agreed with one thing. If they could get props of such quality without having to do anything, and as long as it didn't affect their reputation, who wouldn't enjoy a job like that? While he was lost in thought, Liang Chao and several members of the props team had already arrived in front of the transport vehicle. At that moment, the door at the back of the specialized transport vehicle slowly opened. A few crew members couldn't wait to jump inside. Wow, Is that an aviation suit? It looks so real. Is that an exoskeleton mech? It's so heavy. And there are firearms too. They feel completely real. The quality is simply amazing. I've been through so many crews, and even real guns don't feel this good. What kind of firearm is this? It looks so cool. And what are these little machines with buttons? The feel is incredible. When you press them, there are sounds of mechanical expansion and electricity. The several crew members inside began to examine the items, continuously gasping in amazement. At this moment, a few members of the props team saw this and immediately panicked. That's a drone jamming gun, and that's a nuclear detonator. Don't press anything. Zhao Shifeng quickly shouted to stop everyone from touching anything. These props are all treasures. Seeing these props, Zhao Shifeng's eyes lit up. Among everyone present, he was probably the one most qualified to comment on the quality of these props. The realistic metallic texture and overwhelming sense of technology made these props the most lifelike he had ever seen in his career. Each piece was almost comparable to real equipment. He picked up a gun and skillfully handled it, then suddenly froze. This feels like a real gun. What the hell? After shooing the other crew members off the vehicle, another props team member approached Zhao Shifeng and looked at the gun in his hand. Is it real or fake? Zhao Shifeng didn't respond, but quickly began searching under the box where the firearms were stored. Then, he found a whole box of metal bullets. Wow, these are blank cartridges. I haven't seen these in a crew for a long time. He expertly pulled back the gun's bolt, and a crisp sound rang out. This is definitely a real gun. Zhao Shifeng had served in the military for a few years. Once you hold a firearm, you can tell whether it's real or fake just by feeling it. After so many years of making props, if he couldn't distinguish between real and fake guns, he wouldn't deserve to be in this line of work. The props team member was utterly stunned. This is huge. I thought they were just props. The boss actually brought in a batch of real guns. The two exchanged glances and involuntarily looked at the other props. Those can all be real too. Right. Chapter 100. Props Management, upgraded to the highest level. What's going on over there? It's so lively. Not far away, Wu Jing and the Tsar, who were chatting, also turned to the direction where the transport vehicle had stopped. It seems like the filming props have arrived. Wu Jing's eyes brightened slightly as he walked straight toward that direction. Let's go check it out. Are these props special? I can see your eyes shining. The Tsar noticed the change in Wu Jing's expression and asked curiously. These props should have been specially customized by the director. Earlier, Director Liang mentioned to me that the budget for the props list he submitted wasn't approved. Customized by the director? Upon hearing this, the Tsar's eyes also lit up. To make a movie, the director set up such a large film base, so these props must not be ordinary, right? We'll find out by taking a look. The two quickened their pace, both looking a bit impatient. When they reached the crowd, they heard Liang Chao's voice coming from inside. Be careful, everyone. These are all treasures. His tone was filled with excitement, mixed with a hint of anxiety and disbelief. After an explanation from the props team member Zhao Shifeng, he began to understand the situation. These props are actually real. No, they can't even be called props. These items are completely authentic, and their functions and roles exceed what the term props can describe. Like that gun, it's a real firearm. As for the flight suit, Zhao Shifeng checked the product manual and found that the materials used for production are actually the same as those used in real flight suits. Plus, its functionality is no less than that of a genuine flight suit. And that drone interference gun really works. Once the power is turned on, the energy converter on the gun vibrates slightly, then emits waves at a certain frequency. He just tried it, and all the mobile signals of those present were interfered with. Can these items still be called props? After learning all this, Liang Chao was completely stunned. The first thing that came to his mind wasn't that the filming quality would be better, but rather that if these items were damaged, he would go bankrupt. Such high-tech equipment must be expensive. Just the value of a single flight suit. He didn't even dare to think about it, and could only shout for everyone to be careful while handling them. What a joke. If something were to go wrong, he might not be able to afford it. The director's investment is truly massive. At this moment, Wu Jing and the Tsar also began to grasp the situation. They looked at the trucks full of movie props, both dumbfounded, their hearts stirred with immense waves. Unsure of what to say or how to express their feelings. Props team, you must take good care of these items. Rotate every 24 hours, and if anything goes wrong, I'll hold you responsible. Liang Chao's voice rang out again. At that moment, Wu Jing and the Tsar exchanged glances. Wait. Wu Jing was the first to speak. Our props management process must be upgraded to the highest level. This arrangement won't do. He hurriedly squeezed into the crowd and came to Liang Chao's side, speaking in a low voice. Director Liang, those firearms and special props that are potentially dangerous must be handled by the designated hazardous props team. Other props should be categorized separately, and the team members should be divided into 2 groups for management. Also, regarding these props, you all signed confidentiality agreements before joining the team. You should be clear about what can be disclosed and what cannot, right? Wu Jing was well aware of the situation regarding these props. If this information were to leak, it could cause quite a stir. While that might be a good thing, it could also be a double-edged sword. If public opinion is not guided properly, it could lead to negative consequences. For instance, safety issues. There have been quite a few accidents in the film industry due to props. After hearing Wu Jing's words, the crew members exchanged glances, and many of them instinctively nodded. As long as you understand from now on, no one is allowed to approach the props storage area without permission. The props team must take responsibility for this. Wu Jing then looked at Zhao Shifeng. I remember you served in the military before. You still remember the regulations for handling hazardous equipment, right? I do. Zhao Shifeng replied instinctively. Good. Wu Jing nodded and directly assigned. From now on, you will be responsible for the management of hazardous props, including the use and storage of props for each scene. You must ensure that everyone knows how to use these props properly, without any negligence. Do you understand? Hearing this, Zhao Shifeng instinctively stood up straight and replied firmly, yes. Wu Jing had previously trained in the military specifically for filming, so he was relatively familiar with the situation in the military. Therefore, he decided to let Zhao Shifeng manage the hazardous props according to military management methods, which was undoubtedly the safest approach. When he heard Liang Chao's earlier comments, he instinctively felt that it wouldn't work. If these props were managed through normal procedures, problems could arise at any time. So, without considering anything else, he took over command and made his own arrangements. It wasn't that Liang Chao's handling was wrong. It was just that Wu Jing's approach was more secure. At that moment, the Tsar's gaze unintentionally shifted to Liang Chao, his expression complex. Thank goodness Wu Jing is here. Otherwise, Liang Chao's inexplicable mishaps might very well occur with these props. If an accident happened due to prop usage, the crew would probably make headlines that day. He exchanged a glance with Wu Jing, their eyes oddly resolute. From now on in the crew, we must keep a close eye on Liang Chao. We absolutely cannot let him make mistakes. Otherwise, this film might not be completed smoothly. After a moment of thought, Wu Jing looked at Liang Chao and said, Director Liang, let's leave these matters to us in the future. You just focus on the filming and presentation of the movie. How does that sound? Liang Chao had been staring blankly at Wu Jing since earlier, and upon hearing this, he instinctively nodded. All right, you are the producer, and you have the final say. Liang Chao, whose status in the crew has inexplicably dropped a level, is completely unaware that his rights have been stripped away. Instead, he secretly feels relieved that Wu Jing is quite detail-oriented. He had just overlooked this point. All right, everyone disperse. Prepare for tomorrow's filming. Wu Jing shouted to the crew around him. Even he himself might not have realized that he had gradually taken on the responsibilities of a director, almost instinctively. However, having been a director before, he handled these matters with ease, but when he glanced at Liang Chao, there was a hint of contemplation in his expression. This guy must be closely monitored. Even during filming, he cannot be completely let go, because no one can predict when metaphysical issues might arise. The energy of this metaphysics master must not be underestimated. Chapter 101. The quality of props can't be too good. The next day, the Wandering Earth officially began shooting. At the Aerospace Research Base, the scene to be filmed today had been set up, and director Liang was directing the final machine adjustments while Wu Jing and Lu Tianwang discussed the script. This scene is their confrontation, where Wu Jing comes to the aerospace base for an interview, hoping to join the aerospace team to gain entry into the underground city, ultimately failing the interview. Lu Tianwang is one of the reviewers for this interview. The two have almost no dialogue. All emotions must be conveyed through solid acting skills, making this type of scene a true test of acting ability. After Liang Chao finished adjusting the machines, he clapped his hands. Everyone, we are ready to shoot. Let us aim for a single take. Speed is what we need. No problem. The actors and crew members were all full of confidence. The film had just started shooting, and the excitement was at its peak. Coupled with what everyone had seen and heard yesterday, there was a strong determination within everyone to make this film great, and the mental state was excellent. Okay, all departments, prepare and report your status. Liang Chao took the walkie-talkie and began to confirm. Once in work mode, his entire demeanor changed. He looked serious, spoke concisely and efficiently, displaying strong professionalism. Costumes are fine. Props are in place. Camera positions are set. Each department reported in succession. Liang Chao nodded in satisfaction and picked up the walkie-talkie again. The Wandering Earth, first scene. One shot, one take. Action. The set fell silent. Wu Jing and Lu Tianwang had already taken their positions. The camera moved in. Wu Jing exited the interview room, close up on his face. The moment he opened the door, he had fully immersed himself in the character. Having failed the interview meant he could not gain access to the underground city, which represented a separation from his family, ultimately leading to parting ways, or even a deathly farewell. He walked with heavy steps. Although his expression was calm, there was a hint of desolation in his eyes. He appeared completely devoid of emotional fluctuations, yet embodied the feeling of a hero's loneliness. Lu Tianwang stood quietly in the corridor, his gaze not fixed on Wu Jing, yet he watched him pass by through the glass beside him, remaining silent throughout. Two unfamiliar fathers brushed past each other at this moment, both thinking only of protecting their families, with no communication but a shared sense of understanding. Liang Chao stared seriously at the screen, and in a daze. His expression grew heavy. The scene was quiet from beginning to end, with only the sound of extras walking in the corridor and the opening and closing of doors breaking the silence. The weighty emotion seemed to infect everyone present. Until cut. Great, that's a wrap. Teacher Wu, Lu Tianwang, well done. Truly a veteran actor, simply perfect. Liang Chao's voice broke the tension in the atmosphere, and everyone began to give thumbs up to Wu Jing and Lu Tianwang. Wu Jing and Lu Tianwang exchanged smiles, everything spoken without words. In that single shot, they seemed to regain the feeling of their past collaboration. Unfortunately, we have too few scenes together. Wu Jing expressed his regret. There will be more opportunities. Lu Tianwang replied with a smile. At this moment, Liang Chao was already preparing for the next scene's transition. The next scene was an explosion scene. Are the props ready? They are ready. Zhao Shifeng approached, but seemed hesitant. Director, do we really need to shoot the explosion scene now? Liang Chao, momentarily taken aback, casually asked, why not? Look for yourself. Zhao Shifeng pointed towards the explosion scene setup. Liang Chao looked up and quickly realized. I completely forgot about that. He couldn't help but curse. Those props are all real. If we actually blow them up, they'll all be destroyed. Just the value of these things could cost me a fortune. What are we going to do? Liang Chao was feeling a bit dazed. He never imagined he would one day be troubled by the props being too realistic for filming. Seeing Liang Chao frozen in place for a long time, Wu Jing and Sha Huang immediately came over. What's wrong? Wu Jing noticed Liang Chao's unusual mood and asked. Liang Chao looked up, exasperatedly saying, the next explosion scene. As soon as Wu Jing spoke, he realized the problem, and his gaze involuntarily shifted to the already set-up props outside, instantly feeling a headache coming on. The explosion scene. Sha Huang quickly caught on too, his expression one of disbelief as he said, no way. Are we really going to blow up those real props? The air seemed to freeze. The three fell into silence, exchanging glances, each uncertain about what to do. Outside, the crew members and actors, who were unaware of the truth, began to feel something was off after waiting for a while. Weren't we supposed to be quick? Why is there still no movement from the director's side? Some crew members who knew the situation began to whisper to each other. Is this an explosion scene? The director must be in a tough spot right now. Tough spot. Do you think that's why Director Liang hasn't come out yet? You see the props at the explosion site outside. If they really blew up, it would cost a fortune. Just thinking about it makes me uncomfortable. So what should we do? Not shoot anymore? That shouldn't be the case. Let's wait a bit longer. They must be considering it. This is really something. Having props of such high quality is a problem too. These words faintly reached the ears of Liang Chao and others, making them feel even more restless. Ultimately, it was Wu Jing who spoke up. How about we ask Mr. Lu for his opinion? If he agrees to temporarily bring over a batch of less valuable props, we can adjust the shooting plan. That makes sense. Let us see what Mr. Lu says. The Tsar quickly chimed in. Liang Chao nodded, letting out a slight sigh. Originally, he didn't want to trouble Lu Li with the shooting matters, but now the situation had indeed exceeded his decision-making authority. He felt uneasy about not consulting him. He immediately took out his phone and dialed Lu Li's number. The call connected quickly. Lu Li's voice came through the phone. What is going on? Is there a problem with the shoot? Chapter 102. Heartache makes it hard to breathe. A shot worth millions is gone. Hearing Lu Li's voice, Liang Chao suddenly felt a sense of reassurance. At that moment, it was as if he had found his anchor and calmed down. Regardless of whether the real props would explode or not, as long as Lu Li gave the order, he would follow it without question. As for the cost, he didn't want to think about it anymore. The boss had built a city for this film. Would he really care about this little bit? He realized that instead of worrying about these messy issues, it was better to focus wholeheartedly on making this film well. That was all he could do. Boss, here's the situation. We need to shoot an explosion scene, but due to the high value of the props, I wanted to consult you on whether to proceed with the explosion or not. After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the phone. Liang Chao thought Lu Li was contemplating, so he quickly added, Boss, if you think we need to control costs, we can bring over a batch of real props instead. We can adjust the shooting plan today. What do you think? Before Liang Chao could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Li. Is that the only issue? Yes. That's the issue. Liang Chao felt his heart leap. Meanwhile, hearing the voice coming from the speaker, Wu Jing and the Tsar also grew tense and perked up their ears. Soon, Lu Li's voice rang out again. From now on, such issues don't need to be consulted. Just proceed with the explosion. After he finished speaking, the call was abruptly ended without hesitation. The three stared at the phone on the table, falling into silence once more. After a long while, the Tsar's voice finally broke the quiet. Old Wu, tell me honestly, are you trying to set me up? He suddenly turned to Wu Jing. Why do I feel like you brought me in to invest just to dig a huge pit for me to jump into? Such valuable props, and you say to blow them up without a moment's hesitation? Didn't Mr. Lu consider the cost when he said that? At this rate, it's not just a huge pit, it's a meteorite crater. Wu Jing was at a loss for words, but he felt quite aggrieved inside. Damn it. I've invested money too, okay, even more than you. At this moment, he suddenly felt a bit flustered. If they continued shooting at this pace, with even bigger explosion scenes ahead, using real explosives for all the blasts would mean astronomical costs just for prop damage. He had completely overlooked this point earlier. But upon reflection, he realized he only learned about the props yesterday and had been immersed in excitement about the future all night, leaving him no time to think about this issue. Now, thinking back, he felt a chill run through him. Why don't we discuss this with the producer again? Sha Huang weakly suggested. Discuss what? At that moment, Liang Chao suddenly became excited. The producer had made it clear that such matters no longer required consultation. Real explosions. He had never done anything this crazy since becoming a director. Now that there was an opportunity, and with the producer's backing, he didn't have to worry about costs. What was there to hesitate about? Just go for it. As the right-hand man to the boss, he felt he should show some decisiveness. Otherwise, how could he live up to the trust the producer had placed in him? With this thought, Liang Chao's eyes sparkled as he picked up the intercom and walked out. Everyone pay attention. Prepare for the explosion scene. Behind him, Wu Jing and Sha Huang exchanged glances. This guy, should we team up to push him out? Otherwise, this crew will be ruined by him sooner or later, Sha Huang said, looking distressed but unsure how to vent his feelings. What's important is that the producer agreed. Wu Jing sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. He should have seen this day coming from the moment the director mentioned building a city, but unfortunately, there was no turning back now. All he could do was go along with the director's madness. In the end, it was a misplaced trust. Given the current situation, the investment in this film was definitely a bottomless pit. His $60 million was likely to go down the drain. He could only hope that this movie would be completed smoothly. It would at least be a contribution to the country's sci-fi industry, fulfilling a dream. Let us get filming. Wu Jing took a deep breath, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Seeing this, Sha Huang fell silent, no longer speaking, and quietly followed Wu Jing. Outside, the scene for the explosion had already been set up. This shot was just a small part of a larger explosion in the film, but it was still very important, as the grand explosion scene was connected through these small shots. Relying solely on long shots was not enough. Close-up explosions were essential. Everyone ready. This shot absolutely cannot go wrong. Liang Chao picked up the intercom again, his voice extremely serious. Props team ready. Explosion team ready. Camera team 1 ready. Camera team 2 ready. Each department reported back to confirm, and at that moment, everyone's nerves were taut. They all understood the cost that this one shot would entail. Each prop was quite valuable, and if it wasn't shot well, the director might go crazy. In the 9th scene of The Wandering Earth, the camera rolls for a single take, action. A fierce burst of flames erupts on set, and in the frame, an actor clad in exoskeleton armor raises a large box in front of him. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion shatters the box. The equipment inside spills out, creating craters on the ground. Meanwhile, a smart robotic dog weaves swiftly through the chaos, its agile form resembling a secret agent leaping on the edge of a blade. The explosion rages for a full 30 seconds before finally subsiding amidst the billowing smoke. This spectacle leaves everyone on set in shock. They knew the scene would be intense, but they never anticipated such a grand display. Countless expensive props were propelled into the air and even burned or shattered. Those were significant costs, an unimaginable amount of money. Once the explosion concluded, the site fell into a long silence. Wu Jing stood frozen, lost in thought. Xia Huang instinctively clutched his chest, feeling a pain that made it hard to breathe. It wasn't until director Liang called cut that everyone snapped back to reality. Some crew members stared blankly at the explosion site, the broken props, and the scattered, ruined equipment, rendered speechless. On the props team side, Zhao Shifeng's heart trembled. This was truly reckless. This single shot must have cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Chapter 103, Trailer for the Wandering Earth released. After filming wrapped up, Wu Jing and Xia Huang made their way to the studio. Even Lu Tianwang curiously approached them. All eyes turned to Liang Chao. Director Liang, how did the footage turn out? Wu Jing asked, moving closer to Liang Chao, his gaze fixed on the monitor, a hint of seriousness and worry in his expression. They couldn't help but be concerned. This was a shot worth millions, and if it didn't turn out well, they would be in serious trouble. If they had to reshoot, it would mean even more costs. They were on edge at the thought of it not being perfect. I've got this, no worries. Liang Chao's demeanor was completely different from Wu Jing and the others. His face radiated excitement as he pulled up the footage they had just shot and began to play it back. Is this for real? Wu Jing and the others stared intently at the screen, their expressions tense. Soon, the video began to play. The explosive effects burst forth on screen, showcasing Liang Chao's years of directing experience. His camera placement and movement techniques were flawless. The visuals displayed explosion scenes comparable to special effects. When the actor in exoskeleton armor lifted the box, they could almost hear the roar of the armor's power system, a sense of strength filling the entire frame. This close-up perfectly captured the texture of those real props. If they had relied on special effects, they could never have achieved such an effect. As the equipment hit the ground, everyone felt a sudden tightening in their hearts. The moment those devices landed, they even saw sparks flying. It wasn't a deliberately arranged spark effect. Instead, real steel machinery falls to the ground, naturally sparking as it lands. The most exaggerated part is that these machines, upon impact, actually create small craters in the ground, perfectly showcasing the feeling of heavy objects hitting the ground. Moreover, the realism and naturalness of it all far surpass the effects achieved with ordinary props, making it look several levels better. These visuals are so compelling that they barely need editing or scene transitions. They can be used directly. Then, the appearance of mechanical dogs on the battlefield made a few people's eyes light up. Their agile and robust forms resembled real dogs running across the battlefield. Everything felt so real. The steel texture on the mechanical dogs was even clearly visible, far surpassing the effects of special effects production, being 100 times better and completely incomparable. Every shot, every detail, and every explosion presented an effect and a sense of realism that left people in awe. It was absolutely explosive, Wu Jing muttered to himself. After watching, the Tsar stood frozen, his chest heaving. Although a lot of money was spent, the outcome was truly impressive. Meanwhile, Lu Tianwang also wore a look of disbelief, his expression mixed with shock and amazement. After so many years in the industry and having acted in countless explosion scenes, he had never seen such a high-quality visual presentation before. There was no need for camera tricks or post-production editing. The raw footage exuded an incredibly realistic blockbuster feel, making it hard to believe. This was the effect of financial power, Lu Tianwang thought, his expression complex. While he felt shocked, excitement also subtly surfaced in his heart. Initially, he was already stunned after seeing the city in the wandering earth. But now, witnessing such extravagant filming techniques where millions were spent on a single shot felt a bit absurd. At the same time, he was even more filled with anticipation for the film. I can't wait any longer. We've spent so much money, Wu Jing suddenly spoke, looking at Liang Chao and continuing, over 10 million just like that. Who knows how long it will take to finish the film. We need to recoup some of this first. I want to edit a trailer with these shots to promote the movie and build some momentum. We can't just let such great footage sit until the film is released, right? A trailer? Liang Chao paused for a moment, then immediately disagreed. No, if we release this segment, it would be a spoiler. The Tsar also hesitated at this point, feeling it was indeed not very suitable. Wu Jing shook his head and said, no, we will only edit together the most exciting parts. It won't spoil the plot. Right now, the promotional efforts for Fortress by Jiu Lu Entertainment are very strong, and they are aggressively undermining our film, continuously lowering public perception of it. While pre-release marketing is important, keeping the audience engaged and maintaining their anticipation is also crucial. Don't you think? After hearing this, the Tsar nodded thoughtfully. As a veteran in the film industry, he naturally understood how vital marketing and promotion were for a film. The saying a good wine fears a deep alley is not without reason. I actually think it could work. Under the analysis of a certain director, the decision was changed. No, I believe maintaining an air of mystery is the best choice. Liang Chao insisted further. Once this film is completed, it will definitely make a huge impact. Wouldn't that effect be even more explosive? We've already decided. The director patted Liang Chao on the shoulder. The other director nodded, not giving Liang Chao a chance to continue insisting. No, I am the director. I say it shouldn't be released. Liang Chao was anxious. The two directors exchanged a meaningful glance and then spoke in unison. Sorry, I am still the producer. I knocked Liang Chao speechless, looking quite frustrated. Lu Tianlong watched this scene and shook his head with amusement. In his view, it didn't matter whether the teaser was released or not. Different promotional methods could yield similar results. As long as the quality of the drama remained consistent, it would surely shine in the future. Soon, the first teaser for The Wandering Earth was edited, although Liang Chao still opposed it. His position could not influence the decision made by the two producers. He even called Lu Li. But Lu Li's reply was just 2 words, whatever. This left Liang Chao feeling completely disheartened, forced to watch as the teaser was posted online. However, the situation after the teaser was released surprised everyone. The explosive teaser did not generate much response. There were very few comments. What everyone didn't know was that a tremendous tsunami was merely in the brewing stage. The calm surface was just a sign before the storm. Chapter 104. This teaser shows no signs of any special effects. In the headquarters of Zhongliu Entertainment, in the office, Qian Yue stood in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city below. The manager of the public relations department, Jiang Yi, was reporting on work behind him. Mr. Qian, after we announced the start of filming recently, the netizens were very excited, and our official Weibo is still filled with anticipation. Yesterday, the release of our first teaser caused a sensation. The effects showcased in the teaser shocked countless people. This wave of promotion is almost lifting our Project Fortress to a pedestal. The situation is looking very good. Countless people online are saying that as long as the final product matches the quality of the teaser, it will undoubtedly be a foundational work in opening the door to science fiction in our country. Jiang Yi was somewhat excited. The feedback from netizens regarding Fortress over the past couple of days had been overwhelmingly positive, creating a relaxed atmosphere in the public relations department. Yes, after so much effort, we finally have some results. Qian Yue smiled, nodding in satisfaction. Then he asked, how's the situation over at Xingqian? Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment before responding. They also held a launch ceremony yesterday and should be starting filming soon. However, the excitement on our side is far greater now, and they probably won't make much of a splash. Moreover, our filming progress is well ahead of theirs. Based on the timeline, we can definitely release our film earlier and make a substantial profit. With our previous success as a benchmark, if their film isn't as good as ours, it would be a self-inflicted humiliation. Even if their film is somewhat comparable to ours, it is our project that opened the doors to the sci-fi genre in this region. And that honor has nothing to do with them. Jiang Yi smiled and subtly flattered the situation. Great, we must maintain this momentum. I want the day our film premieres to achieve the highest honor, so we can establish a strong reputation. Qian Yue had one more thing to say. Only if our film truly achieves the highest honor can the fortress city he built become a hit and a real money-making venture, rather than a money-losing project. I understand, don't worry, boss. Our PR department will do everything possible to ensure that we handle the promotion effectively while keeping the situation under our control. Jiang Ye's expression changed, suddenly turning serious. Yes. Qian Yue nodded in satisfaction. Just then, Jiang Ye's phone suddenly buzzed with several incoming messages. He picked up his phone, thinking it was more good news from his subordinates. But when he actually read the content, his expression shifted slightly. Boss Qian, there's an update, Jiang Yi said with a somewhat serious tone. Go ahead. Qian Yue turned and glanced at Jiang Yi. The team behind the other film just released a teaser. Jiang Yi had already opened Weibo and accessed the official account of Xingchen Media. Sure enough, the latest update from Xingchen's official account was that teaser. Hearing Jiang Ye's words, Qian Yue's brows furrowed slightly. What's the situation? By now, Jiang Yi had clicked on the teaser. After just a few seconds of viewing, he let out a slight sigh of relief and said, their teaser is very short, featuring some explosion shots that look quite ordinary. And the special effects are average at best, just standard. This teaser is nowhere near as grand as ours, and there aren't many comments on their post. So it shouldn't pose a threat to us. Well, these people really have poor taste. A teaser of just a few seconds even has a tipping function. They must be in dire straits. Jiang Yi laughed lightly, a look of disdain on his face. Because the boss was present, Jiang Yi didn't study the teaser in detail, just took a quick glance. Overall, while it was exciting, the scale was still lacking and couldn't capture attention instantly. Especially the tipping feature made him chuckle. Qian Yue was somewhat surprised to hear this, but then understood. He is well aware of the situation at Starry Media. The company's condition has never been good, and now they insist on building a city. Although there were indeed some disturbances recently, the financial issues remain. And it seems they are completely out of money now. The trailer has opened up a donation feature. Are they attempting to crowdfund for the film? It's utterly ridiculous. Qian Yue sneered, feeling that Starry Media is regressing even further. You and the PR department should pay attention to this matter and report any significant developments to me. Although Starry Media currently poses little threat to us, we cannot let our guard down. Understood. Jiang Yi nodded quickly. He lowered his head and instinctively glanced at his phone. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. The comments section for the trailer of The Wandering Earth seemed to be increasing rapidly. He refreshed the page, and the number of comments had surged by dozens. Refreshing again, this time it had jumped by hundreds. A bad premonition suddenly arose in Jiang Ye's heart. He quickly refreshed the page once more. This time, the comment count for the trailer of The Wandering Earth had skyrocketed to thousands. What is going on? Jiang Yi was startled and immediately opened the comments section to check. Upon entering, as the page refreshed, the number of comments had increased by nearly 1,000 again, and his bad feeling was growing stronger. He quickly scrolled through the comments, examining the information closely. I just finished watching the trailer for Fortress and found it quite shocking. I noticed the trailer for The Wandering Earth was out too, so I came to take a look. It feels particularly realistic. I'm waiting for a big shot to analyze it. I just watched it too. Initially, I didn't feel much, but after watching it twice, I suddenly noticed some chilling details. Don't you think the props in the short film are too realistic? And that robotic dog, it doesn't seem like a special effect at all. I'm a professional special effects artist, and I watched this short film over 10 times, analyzing it frame by frame. And I found something hard to believe. As a professional, I couldn't find a trace of any special effects at all. Wow, is what the person above saying true? I also feel this short film is too realistic. All the details are exaggerated, with no traces of distant special effects. Especially that moment when the actor in the exoskeleton armor lifted the box. I felt an incredibly strong sense of power, as if the exoskeleton was real. I watched it several times too. It's simply amazing. The detail handling is superb. This trailer gives me a feeling that is even more impactful than the grand scenes in Fortress. It feels so real, without any false effects. Seeing these comments, Jiang Ye's expression darkened. He looked up at Qian Yue again, suddenly hesitant to speak. In that moment, he began to panic. Chapter 105. You're not really planning to build a fighter jet to make a movie, are you? What is going on? Qian Yue quickly noticed that something was off with Jiang Yi and asked in a low voice. The old boss Jiang Yi swallowed hard and said with difficulty, that trailer for The Wandering Earth seems to be gaining traction. You just said that this trailer doesn't pose a threat to us? Qian Yue's expression instantly darkened as he snatched Jiang Ye's phone and started to look it over. After a moment, his face grew increasingly grim. No signs of special effects? Attention to detail? A strong sense of realism? He squinted his eyes and let out a cold snort. No special effects? Perhaps they couldn't afford a good effects team? Without good effects, they could only rely on details to enhance their shots. This is a sci-fi film, not a rural romance movie. What nonsense about realism. Qian Yue tossed the phone back to Jiang Yi and continued coldly. Have your online army take action. I don't want to see such remarks spread. Also, tell Ding Tao that we can incorporate some real props in our filming. If they want realism, let's show them what true realism is. Spend big to create a set of props that are indistinguishable from the real thing. The details must be perfect. I want the wandering Earth to be completely overshadowed by us. They think they can compete with us in terms of budget? They don't stand a chance. Qin Yue made these arrangements without hesitation. He had come this far, having invested so much capital just to completely crush the wandering Earth. Fortress must not be surpassed in any aspect. Understood, boss. Jiang Yu was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Creating a set of indistinguishable props would not be cheap. The boss was genuinely ready to go head-to-head with the wandering Earth from the stars. At the wandering Earth city base, Lu Li stood in the newly constructed temporary office, looking out the window. At that moment, the second batch of large-scale printing construction machines and printing robots had been successfully delivered and put into use, and the construction speed at the site was increasing rapidly. Looking around, entire buildings in wandering Earth City were rising at a visible pace, and new construction areas were being developed further out. At this rate, the several research laboratories he planned to build would be completed soon. Now they were just waiting for news from Wu Jing, and the recruitment of the research team should yield results very soon. While he was lost in thought, his phone on the desk rang. Lu Li quickly walked over and picked it up. The caller ID showed it was Wu Jing. "Hello, this is Lu Li." He answered as the call connected. Wu Jing's voice soon came through. "Mr. Lu, the research team you asked me to recruit has basically been assembled. The professional research teams in quantum computing and fusion energy can head over to you shortly, but there are still some issues with the nanomaterials. No rush on the nanomaterials. I have a better candidate." Hearing this news clearly lifted Lu Li's spirits, and he praised, "Well done. Have them come to wandering Earth City immediately. Also, how is the progress on those parts one specifically asked you to make?" Upon hearing this, Wu Jing hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "Mr. Lu, what exactly are those parts for?" "After I had someone take a look, they said they resembled components for a certain type of aircraft." "You're not planning to build a real aircraft for a movie, are you?" Lu Li fell into a moment of silence, and after a long pause, he continued, "You don't need to worry about how I'm going to use them, just get them made. With our current technology, it shouldn't be difficult. It can be done, but the cost is a major issue. Is this really something we can construct? We want to be invited for a chat the next day. Will we?" "Don't worry, everything is under control," Lu Li replied calmly. However, Wu Jing still seemed a bit anxious, his tone remaining hesitant. Lu Li thought for a moment and ultimately explained, "The parts you are making are just the outer shell of the aircraft. You want to be able to handle the core components. I'll find the right people for that. Given the noise we're making, the higher-ups should notice soon. Are you planning to collaborate with the authorities?" Wu Jing quickly understood. Lu Li fell silent again, and after a moment, he said thoughtfully, "You don't need to concern yourself with these matters. I will arrange everything. Just focus on completing the tasks I assign to you." On the other end, Wu Jing was silent for a moment before responding solemnly, "All right." After hanging up, Lu Li looked back out the window. "Nanomaterial space elevator," he murmured, instinctively picking up his phone and scrolling to Lin Miao's number. He wondered how things were going on her side. He initially planned to call and check in, but after some thought, he ultimately set the phone down. Since Lin Miao hadn't contacted him yet, it meant the timing wasn't right. He decided to wait a little longer. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the research lab of the National University of Science and Technology, Lin Miao was conducting an intense synthesis experiment on nanomaterials with her team. This experiment was based on the carbon atom synthesis formula provided by Lu Li. If successful, they would be one step closer to creating ultra-strong carbon nanotubes. However, they had conducted this experiment many times already without success. They were still trying to identify the specific issues. For the past half-month, Lin Miao and her team had hardly taken any breaks, but the results were still unsatisfactory. "Lin Miao, so far all experimental data is normal," a researcher reported in a low voice, sounding somewhat tense. "Carbon atoms are being stripped and are rearranging. Observations confirm that the internal atomic structure is stable. The arrangement method is being introduced, and synthesis is underway." The atmosphere in the lab was heavy and tense. Everyone held their breath. Success or failure depended on this moment. Suddenly, a jarring sound echoed through the room. Lin Miao's heart sank instantly. Another failure. How could this happen? The core formula was clearly sound. Why had they been failing consistently? It didn't make sense. There must be some issues that we haven't noticed. I'll review the experiment process again. We will definitely find the problem. As the alert for the failed experiment sounded, the expressions of the researchers in the lab turned grim, and they all began to speak up, wanting to check the experiment data. However, soon everyone's movements slowly came to a halt. They knew that if it were that easy to find the problem, the experiment wouldn't have been unsuccessful until now. The entire research lab fell into a dead silence. Just then, Professor Li, Lin Miao's mentor, entered the room. Let's pause for a moment. He looked at Lin Miao with a somewhat complex expression, as if he thought of something, and said, Lin Miao, come with me. In Professor Li's office, Lin Miao lowered her head, still reflecting on the recent experiment. Feeling a bit down, she couldn't figure out where the problem lay. The formula provided by Lu Li had been verified without issues before, and they had even succeeded in synthesizing individual carbon atoms. However, the current experiment involving the arrangement of composite carbon atoms had not been successful at all. What are you thinking about? Professor Li looked at Lin Miao and smiled. In research, failure is common. You should be used to it by now. If the process of exploration were so straightforward, what would we researchers be needed for? Professor Li was evidently calm about failure. It wasn't just them. With so many research institutions in the country and their predecessors, who among them wasn't moving forward through ups and downs? Failure and difficulties are inevitable. But our nation has been advancing steadily on the path of technological development, relying on the experience gained from countless failures to overcome one challenge after another. This is indeed a thorny road. What they needed to do was to cut through the thorns and face difficulties head-on. Without such belief, one wouldn't be a qualified researcher. Lin Miao raised her head and said somewhat dejectedly, but we are so close to success, yet we can't seem to get past this step. I keep wondering if it's because of my lack of ability. In front of her mentor, Lin Miao temporarily set aside her usual decisive demeanor, like an ordinary student confiding her frustrations to a teacher. Professor Li shook his head with a smile and said earnestly, Lin Miao, I've always said that you are one of the most talented students I've taught. Don't underestimate yourself. I won't emphasize how to adjust your emotions anymore. I believe you can handle that well. Now, I want to discuss something else with you. Professor Li pondered for a moment, his eyes filled with contemplation. About that core formula issue, do you need to explain it to me? Upon hearing this, Lin Miao raised her head, feeling a sudden rush of nervousness. During this period, she had been in the laboratory, and since returning from Jiangzhou, she hadn't properly explained the core formula issue to her teacher. Now, it seemed that she couldn't avoid it any longer. It wasn't that she was unwilling to speak, but rather that she hadn't figured out how to articulate it. In fact, she herself couldn't understand how Lu Li had obtained this formula. In her contemplation, Lin Miao quickly made a decision. Teacher, didn't I mention before that this formula was given to me by my brother Lu Li? He has a friend who also researched nanomaterials, but unfortunately, Lu Li said that his friend is no longer around and only left behind some research materials. Since Lu Li had told her this, she decided not to think too much about it. As for whether or not to believe it, that was up to the teacher. Your brother's friend? What was his name? Professor Li pressed on. Wang Miao. Lin Miao answered honestly. Upon hearing this name, Professor Li furrowed his brows, lost in thought. In the field of nanomaterial research, Li Jingwei held a significant position domestically. He was not only a professor at a prestigious university, but also an honorary academician at an esteemed research institution. Given his status and connections, he was familiar with most well-known research institutes and researchers in this field, or at least had heard of them. However, he had no recollection of the name Wang Miao. By the way, Lu Li also mentioned that he wanted to form a research team focused on nanomaterials and asked me to help him find people. I've been so busy lately that I completely forgot about it. Professor, the core formula he provided is of great significance to our research. So could we possibly arrange for someone from the institute or the university to assist him temporarily to help him get the team started? During this time, Lin Miao had been completely focused on her experiments and had indeed neglected this matter. Now that she thought back on it, she felt a bit guilty towards Lu Li. He wants to form a research team? Professor Li paused for a moment. Then his expression suddenly became serious. He furrowed his brows in contemplation and fell silent. At this moment, he was considering much more than Lin Miao. Lin Miao had a straightforward personality and was fully immersed in her work, without any distracting thoughts. So there were many things she hadn't considered. But Li Jingwei was different. His experience was significant. If Lu Li truly intended to establish a research team, it implied that he had more information related to nanomaterials. If that was the case, he would need to have a serious conversation with Lu Li. Even if Lu Li ultimately refused to provide more information, Professor Li still needed to see if there was a possibility for collaboration. As Lin Miao and her team had an extremely important task at hand, this matter was too significant, as it related to the country's reputation and competitiveness in the global research field. Realizing this, Li Jingwei looked seriously at Lin Miao and asked in a deep voice, "Where is your brother now? Would it be convenient to find a time to discuss this together?" Upon hearing this, Lin Miao was clearly taken aback. "Teacher, you want to meet my brother?" She felt a bit surprised. Given Li Jingwei's identity and status, it was unexpected that he would want to take the initiative to meet Lu Li. "That's right, I want to meet him and have a chat," Li Jingwei affirmed. Lin Miao suppressed her surprise, thought for a moment, and finally nodded. "Shall I contact Lu Li and arrange a time?" "Sure." Professor Li nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Miao took out her phone and walked out of the office. She dialed Lu Li's number. Not long after, Lin Miao returned, looking somewhat strange and hesitantly glancing at Professor Li. "Teacher, I have set a time with Lu Li, but the meeting location is a bit far." "Where?" Li Jingwei was taken aback for a moment. "Beihai City, Shacheng, Wandering Earth City." A trace of astonishment flashed in Li Jingwei's eyes. He seemed to have never heard of this place. However, thinking about the purpose of meeting Lu Li and the challenges faced in the research lab, he quickly regained his composure. "No problem, we'll set off tomorrow." "I'll go too." Lin Miao, still focused on her research progress, appeared somewhat troubled. "Lin Miao, after spending so many days in the lab, you should get out and take a walk. Maybe it will help clear your mind. Besides, if Lu Li has any materials we can reference." Li Jingwei emphasized with a meaningful glance at Lin Miao. Hearing this, Lin Miao's eyes lit up. "Oh right. How did I not think of that before?" Suddenly, she became excited. "I'll pack my things and arrange the itinerary right away." Chapter 107. You really have synthesis data for flying blades. Wandering Earth City, Research Area Base. With the large-scale deployment of printing construction machines and printing robots, some research labs in the Wandering Earth City research area have officially been put into use today. According to Lu Li's previous plan, this area is separate from the film base. It is not used as a filming location, but is specifically designated for the research team he assembled. The entire research base has been divided into several areas, each corresponding to different research fields. Currently, there are only the Quantum Computing Lab, the Fusion Energy Lab, and the Nanomaterials Lab, with the teams from the first two labs having already arrived today. Lu Li had just finished arranging everything. Now, only the team for nanomaterials research was left. Stepping out of the research base, Lu Li glanced at the time. He had already arranged with Lin Miao. Today was the day Lin Miao and Li Jingwei were supposed to arrive. While pondering, he looked up into the distance. The outline of a car had appeared. Inside the car, Lin Miao felt a hint of excitement. Thinking that Lu Li might have more information about carbon nanostructure research, her mood remained restless, and she wished she could fly directly to Lu Li's side. At that moment, she heard Professor Li's voice beside her. "Lin Miao, you said the Wandering Earth City is built on a Gobi Desert?" At this point, Li Jingwei's mood was clearly not calm either. Feeling the smoothness of the car ride, he asked in surprise, "And how is there a road built in this Gobi Desert?" Hearing this, Lin Miao also reacted. Earlier, she had been immersed in studying the research materials and had been constantly replaying the previous experimental processes during the journey, not paying attention to the driving conditions. Now, she realized that the road seemed unusually smooth. It's important to note that this is a barren land. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and she muttered, "This must be built by Lu Li and the others." She had known that Lu Li built a city for filming, but at that time, she thought it was too absurd and even felt that Lu Li was crazy for doing such a thing. However, in this moment, her thoughts began to change. Lin Miao thought for a moment and continued, "As far as I know, in the early stages of building the Wandering Earth City, this was indeed a vast expanse of barren land with nothing at all. Lu Li must have done a lot to build the city." This was exactly why Lin Miao's thoughts were changing. Building a road in such a desolate area is no small feat. Lu Li actually invested so much money for the Wandering Earth City. Is he really confident about doing this? Otherwise, why would he have built a road directly leading to the Wandering Earth City? In her impression, although Lu Li was a bit reckless, he wasn't foolish. If it was evident to anyone with a discerning eye that it was a losing venture, he wouldn't have gone ahead with it. Lu Li has indeed made a significant contribution to the development of Shacheng. After hearing Lin Miao's words, Li Jingwei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Should be right?" Lin Miao couldn't help but gaze ahead and murmured, "We should be close now. I wonder how his city is coming along." At that moment, Lin Miao's words suddenly faltered, because, just as her gaze turned forward, a massive city silhouette appeared within her line of sight. It was a tremendous shock to Lin Miao's heart. "What? Have we arrived?" Professor Li also looked up towards the front and naturally saw the outline of the distant city. Is that the Wandering Earth City? At this moment, Professor Li's tone was equally astonished. In the vast barren land, a giant city stood quietly. The wind and sand danced in the distance, but could not shake the city even slightly. It stood as a guardian of the barren land. Steady, magnificent, grand. It was breathtaking. Indeed, this is the city built by Lu Li. Lin Miao felt a bit dazed. The buildings rising from the barren land made her almost doubt her own eyes, even questioning whether she was seeing an illusion. Or perhaps it was a mirage. It is said that in places with a lot of yellow sand, mirages are possible. She couldn't even imagine that in just over a month, the Wandering Earth City could be built to such a scale. It was simply unbelievable. Everything before her was more surreal than a science fiction movie. Didn't you say that the city only started construction a month ago? At this moment, Professor Li was also a bit confused, even doubting whether he was seeing things. Is it really possible to build such a city in just over a month? Although our title as a major infrastructure country is not just for show, this is still too exaggerated. It only started a month ago. At this moment, Lin Miao didn't know what to say. Professor Li glanced at Lin Miao, and his expression suddenly became serious. If he really could build this city in just over a month, then perhaps we would indeed have the information we need. After seeing the shocking Wandering Earth City, for some reason, a thought couldn't help but arise in Li Jingwei's mind. Hearing this, Lin Miao's expression also gradually became serious. But the excitement inside her was increasingly hard to contain, not just because of the research materials, but also because of her brother. At this moment, her impression of Lu Li underwent a tremendous change. The dandy brother she was familiar with seemed to have disappeared, replaced by a Lu Li who was capable and ambitious. At this time, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Soon, the vehicle stopped. As Lin Miao and Li Jingwei got out, Lu Li had already come to greet them. Lin Miao, this must be Professor Li. Lu Li smiled at the two. You should call her sister. Lin Miao couldn't help but give Lu Li a glare, then introduced, that's right, this is my teacher, Professor Li Jingwei. Not only is the teacher the head of the Nanomaterials Research Lab at the National University of Science and Technology, but he is also an honorary academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, holding a distinguished position in the field of nanomaterials research. Lin Miao introduced Lu Li seriously. The detailed introduction was also to ensure that Lu Li would take it seriously. If this collaboration goes well, it would definitely be a good thing for both parties. Hello. Academician Li. Upon hearing Lin Miao's introduction, Lu Li immediately showed respect. Being an honorary academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences must mean significant contributions to the country, and such a person deserves respect wherever they are. Hello. Professor Li smiled and shook hands with Lu Li, then continued, Lin Miao is my prized student. And since you are her brother, may I call you Little Lu? Of course. Lu Li nodded with a smile. Little Lu, you should know the purpose of our visit this time, right? Professor Li thought for a moment, not being polite, and directly asked. I know. Lu Li nodded. This isn't the place for conversation. Let's go inside first. I'll show you around the city and our newly established research base. Research base? Both Lin Miao and Professor Li showed interest. That's right. Our research base happens to have a nanomaterials research lab. And I would like to invite you both to provide guidance and see if there are any improvements needed in the lab's design. At the same time, we can also discuss the synthesis technology of nanomaterials in collaboration. You really have follow-up research materials for the flying blade. Upon hearing Lu Li's words, Lin Miao instantly became excited, her eyes shining. Chapter 108. The academician from the academy leads the team to build the space elevator. Flying blade? Professor Li looked a bit puzzled. That's right. It's the name Lu Li gave to our new material. Lin Miao nodded, her thoughts drifting back to that night. Unable to help but murmur, with flying blades breaking through the sky, opening a path to the heavens. Space elevator? Professor Li instantly reacted. Yes, Lu Li explained while leading the two into the construction site. The concept of a space elevator has been mentioned before. We are making a sci-fi film, and there happen to be scenes involving a space elevator, so I want to build one. Lu Li did not hide this matter. Let's not talk about the space elevator for now. Do you really have more research materials on flying blades? Professor Li's expression became serious. This matter was crucial to the purpose of his visit and related to the completion of their entire team's mission, which was currently the most important thing for both Li Jingwei and Lin Miao. As for the space elevator, neither Lin Miao nor Professor Li had much reaction. They subconsciously thought that building a space elevator for a movie meant constructing a prop space elevator, and they did not consider it in any other context. That's right. I have all the follow-up research materials on flying blade technology. Lu Li nodded lightly. His affirmative attitude made Lin Miao and Li Jingwei exchange glances, both feeling a surge of excitement, and their mood could no longer settle down. As they spoke, the group had already passed through the safety passage. With the continuous expansion of the project, the distance between buildings in the city was growing, and Lu Li had already prepared a shuttle to head to the research base. When Lin Miao and Li Jingwei boarded the shuttle and entered the city of the Wandering Earth, they were momentarily stunned by the scene inside, and then completely shocked. Is that 3D printing construction technology, along with intelligent robots? Li Jingwei looked at the construction machines and robot formations working in the distance, his pupils widening in disbelief. That's right. Lu Li nodded. It's unbelievable. Professor Li exclaimed in shock. No wonder your project can be built so quickly. It turns out there is such an advanced construction technology. However, isn't the current 3D printing technology still not mature? Halfway through his sentence, Professor Li stopped and then shook his head. Since you are able to build this city, you must have more advanced technology. Little Lu, you are truly becoming more and more astonishing. Lu Li smiled without speaking, feeling grateful that researchers understood more, saving him a lot of explanation time. Lin Miao was also dazed for a long time before gradually coming back to her senses. So, this is the confidence behind your construction of the city of the Wandering Earth? She murmured, still unable to believe it. With nanomaterials, 3D printing, and artificial intelligence, Lu Li had quietly developed so much cutting-edge technology. It was too incredible. She couldn't figure out where all this advanced technology came from. As they spoke, the shuttle had already passed through several buildings. Soon, they arrived at the research base within the city. This area was far from the filming zone and was a relatively quiet place, surrounded by safety barriers, with only 4 exits, all equipped with security devices. Entering the research base required strict identity verification. Currently, the research base has just been established for a short time, and most of the facilities have not yet been officially put into use. However, with the arrival of research teams and various scientific equipment, safety issues will gradually be improved. As the transport vehicles slowly enter, Professor Li and Lin Miao begin to see the internal situation of the research base. The tidy and clearly defined research areas, wide corridors, and well-organized green spaces. All of it is in perfect order. It's hard to imagine that this is a research park that has just been completed. The Nanomaterials Research Institute is over there. Let us head there directly, Lu Li said, pointing in a direction while introducing the layout of the base. There are several other research labs, and I can show you around them later. You've assembled other research teams as well. Lin Miao was taken aback by this, and Professor Li's expression also shifted slightly. Yes, Lu Li nodded. Soon, the transport vehicle came to a stop. Professor Li and Lin Miao were still in shock after getting out, as everything they had seen along the way was truly unbelievable. Let us go inside. Lu Li walked ahead, leading Lin Miao and the professor into the Nanomaterials Research Institute. These devices are currently the most advanced nanomaterials synthesis and research equipment in the country. Where did you get them? This must have cost quite a bit. Lin Miao exclaimed again shortly after entering the institute. In this world, anything that has a price tag can be bought. If it can be solved with money, then it's not a problem in my eyes. Lu Li smiled. Lin Miao paused for a moment, and then gave Lu Li a strange look. This guy is really sounding big now. Didn't he just say that his funding chain was in trouble? Didn't he go to borrow money from Yangshi? Now he is acting all high and mighty. However, Lin Miao also knew that with so much cutting-edge technology at his disposal, Lu Li might not be short on money at the moment. But he certainly wouldn't lack it in the future. Just relying on patent fees could sustain him. Many of the devices here are even better than those in our university's research institute. Professor Li also felt a bit emotional and couldn't help but glance at Lu Li again. It's hard to imagine that all of this is owned by someone in their 20s. Truly, the times have changed. Professor Li, if you're willing, I would very much welcome the arrival of the nanomaterials research team from your university. You see, although my equipment here is decent, I'm lacking personnel, Lu Li said, pointing around. Professor Li hadn't realized until Lu Li mentioned it that since they entered the institute, they hadn't encountered a single researcher. So this institute is still empty right now? Thinking about this made Professor Li feel even more incredulous. Lu Li hasn't even found a research team yet, and he has already prepared the research equipment? This is too extravagant. Alright, back to the main topic. After bringing the two to the guest area and sitting down, Lu Li got straight to the point, saying, I know that you came this time to learn more about the materials for the flying blade. And I can honestly say that I can provide you with the information. Really? Lin Miao's eyes lit up. Professor Li was much more composed as he looked at Lu Li seriously and said, I know you must have some requests as well. As long as they are not too excessive, we can consider them. At this moment, Li Jingwei had basically stopped doubting that Lu Li possessed the technology data for the flying blades, as he had witnessed too many incredible things along the way. Furthermore, the Nano Research Institute would not have prepared so thoroughly without having solid backing. They had even arranged the equipment in advance without having recruited a team yet. Let me be straightforward. Lu Li pondered for a moment before continuing. I can unreservedly provide all the data regarding the flying blades. This information is sufficient for you to successfully develop mature carbon nanotube technology. The honor of this technological achievement can also be attributed to you. My requirements are simple. One is the patent issue. Since I have complete data on this technology, the patents in the future should belong to me. That seems quite reasonable, right? Because I will need a lot of funds to build this city. The other requirement is for your team to act as technical consultants to help me construct a space elevator. Chapter 109. Experiment Success. The Flying Blades Emerge. Complete technical data. Lin Miao and Professor Li were focused on the flying blade technology. They initially thought that Lu Li only had partial follow-up research data. But now, he claimed to have complete data? Their emotions were like a roller coaster. But the flames of excitement within them only grew stronger. Even the usually steady and calm Professor Li couldn't suppress his inner excitement, his eyes bursting with intense light. Are you sure it's complete carbon nanotube synthesis data? Professor Li tried to control his excitement and asked seriously. However, the slight trembling of his hands betrayed his current feelings. Lin Miao was more direct. His gaze fixed on Lu Li with fiery intensity. Yes, complete data. Lu Li nodded affirmatively, including but not limited to all synthesis formulas, arrangement and combination formulas, as well as detailed experimental steps and results. Upon hearing this, Lin Miao and Professor Li were completely stunned. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with excitement, urgency, and a hint of doubt. After a long while, they managed to calm down again. Li Jingwei said seriously, if what you say is true, then you needn't worry about the patent issue. It will definitely belong to you. However, I need to see your data first. Is that okay? As for the construction of the space elevator, Professor Li furrowed his brows slightly, puzzled. Since you only want to build a prop space elevator for a movie, you probably wouldn't need our team, right? You could just find a prop production company. Lu Li shook his head, not explaining immediately, but instead took out a USB drive. We'll discuss the space elevator later. I can first show you the complete research data for the flying blades. After you've seen it, we can talk about other matters. With that, Lu Li plugged the USB drive into a computer, performed a series of operations, opened the files inside, and looked at Professor Li and the others. Li Jingwei and Lin Miao were already quite impatient and immediately stepped forward to take a look. Professor Li was sitting in front of the computer while Lin Miao stood behind him. Both of their gazes were fixed on the computer screen. As documents unfolded before them, their expressions gradually became serious. The mouse moved, and dense data continuously appeared before their eyes. This is the formula we verified before, no issues here. This is the core formula that Lu Li gave me earlier, also no problems. So this is how it originally was. Our experiments have been stuck at this step without progress, failing over 100 times because of a structural issue with permutations and combinations, Lin Miao said, looking at the data on the screen with shining eyes, murmuring to himself. Li Jingwei, as the overall head of the project, was naturally well-versed in various data and materials, and he understood everything Lin Miao mentioned. His expression shifted from serious to gradually excited. This time, he showed no restraint in his emotions, unable to suppress them. His hand holding the mouse trembled slightly, and his whole body shook gently. This is truly the complete technology. He looked up at Lu Li, his eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation, but that hesitation quickly transformed into determination. He said in a deep voice, I need to verify the accuracy of this data. Given the completeness of this information, we should be able to quickly produce the latest carbon nanotube samples, the so-called technology. Absolutely. Lu Li nodded with satisfaction. He trusted Li Jingwei's character. As an honorary academician of the Academy of Sciences, he was unlikely to engage in any underhanded actions right under his nose. Even if he wanted to, Lu Li wouldn't be afraid on his own turf. The initiative was in his hands. If cooperation fell through, they could simply part ways. Moreover, Lin Miao was also present. With Lu Li's affirmative response, Professor Li wasted no time. He nodded at the excited and thrilled Lin Miao, and the two immediately dove into the laboratory. Lu Li's equipment was fully equipped, even better than that of the research lab at the university. They could conduct an experiment right there. As long as the data provided by Lu Li was correct, they could directly produce the technology samples, leaving no room for doubt. Time passed little by little. Inside the laboratory, Lin Miao took on the role of the main operator, while Professor Li willingly acted as an assistant, showing his complete trust in Lin Miao's abilities. With two cutting-edge researchers in the field of nanomaterials working together, the laboratory soon filled with the roaring sounds of equipment, and the experiment proceeded in an orderly manner. Soon, the indicator lights in the lab began to light up one by one. The green indicator lights represented that the experiment was progressing smoothly. Finally, with the last series of continuous alert sounds ringing out, all the equipment in the research room lit up with green indicator lights. For a moment, both individuals in the lab were frozen, staring in disbelief. A smile appeared on Lu Li's face, and he nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the experiment had succeeded. The technology had finally made its debut in this world, taking a step closer to building a space elevator, and the subsequent plans would surely proceed more smoothly. After a moment of stunned silence, Professor Li was the first to react. Without saying a word, he turned and walked out of the research room towards Lu Li. Meanwhile, Lin Miao, who remained in the lab, couldn't contain her excitement and began jumping and shouting. Her voice, despite the soundproof glass, clearly reached Lu Li's ears and continued for quite a while. "Little Lu, thank you." Professor Li approached Lu Li, his face still showing uncontainable excitement as he reached out to shake Lu Li's hand. "The experiment was successful. According to your data, we have indeed produced the latest high-strength carbon nanotube material, and all the performance indicators are very stable. If this technology can be promoted, it will have extremely important significance, whether in military equipment or various civilian fields. Your contribution to the country is immeasurable." Hearing this, Lu Li smiled and shook his head, saying, "Actually, this achievement isn't solely mine. My friend Wang Miao, right?" Professor Li's eyes lit up. His unfortunate passing is a loss for the country. But based on his contributions to the nation and society, it would definitely be possible to award him an additional research contribution medal. If necessary, I can apply for it right away. Lu Li was taken aback for a moment. Then with an odd expression, he said, "That's not necessary. Let's talk about the space elevator instead." Lu Li quickly changed the subject, his expression turning serious. "You may have misunderstood earlier. What I want to build is not a prop. To achieve the maximum realism for the film and provide the best viewing experience for the audience, I want to construct a real space elevator." Chapter 110. If possible, the country will fully support it. You want to build a real space elevator. This wasn't said by Professor Li, but by Lin Miao, who had just walked out of the lab, looking at Lu Li with a strange expression, her tone full of surprise. She even wondered if Lu Li had lost his mind. "Little Lu, do you know how massive the project of building a real space elevator is?" After a moment of surprise, Professor Li shook his head with a smile. "First, let's talk about the geographical location. Due to the uniqueness of the space elevator, the orbits of the space station and the elevator on Earth need to be perfectly synchronized. Therefore, the construction location is best situated near the equator, as only there can we find a relatively synchronized position. However, there is no such geographical location within our country's territory. Then there's the funding required for this project, which would be at least in the hundreds of billions or even trillions, and it would need support from other related fields of technology. Even if we now have high-strength carbon nanotube cables sufficient to support the space elevator, other technologies may not be able to keep up." At this point, Professor Li suddenly chuckled. Once upon a time, a country that was doing well also considered building a space elevator near the equator, but after so many years, the result is, well, huh? He didn't continue, just shaking his head with a smile. Lu Li found Lu Li's words unshocking, merely considering them fanciful. "Exactly." Lin Miao reached out to wipe Lu Li's forehead, looking speechless. "Isn't he feverish? Why is he talking nonsense? Do you really think it's impossible?" Lu Li furrowed his brow slightly. With the current technological advancements in the world, coupled with breakthroughs in flight blade technology, if the entire nation were to commit to this project, the possibility isn't entirely absent. However, the complexities involved are substantial. Professor Li, not impatient, continued to explain. "First, the construction site for the space elevator needs to be near the equator, as I just mentioned. This issue is already quite challenging. There are no locations close to the equator within our territory, so we would need to negotiate with other countries. But even if some countries agree, can we proceed with confidence? The complexities of many matters do not solely hinge on technological capabilities. We must also consider public sentiment, international politics, military situations, and other intricate factors. Furthermore, building a space elevator just to shoot a movie seems quite frivolous. Even if it could be technically achieved, the nation wouldn't indulge in such folly. Lu Li listened quietly, not refuting. The notion of constructing a space elevator for a film is indeed absurd and hard to believe, yet everything he has done, building cities, advancing technology, is for the purpose of making that film, right? If this film isn't produced to meet the established realism criteria, how can more advanced technology be unlocked later? Although Lu Li already possesses a significant amount of advanced technology, who would ever think they have enough? If there is a possibility for the nation to enter the interstellar age ahead of time and integrate global resources to elevate human civilization to a higher level, why not seize such an opportunity? All uncertainties stem from a lack of confidence. With absolute and overwhelming advanced technology, all problems can naturally resolve themselves. For instance, the claim that a space elevator must be built at the equator. As long as he has sufficient technological prowess to ensure that the navigation space station can perfectly calculate a synchronous orbit with the Earth, this issue would be easily solved. Thus, constructing a space elevator in the city of the wandering Earth poses no problems at all. So, Lu Li looked at Professor Li and earnestly asked, "What if I really have that confidence to solve all problems? If you can truly achieve that, then the nation will definitely provide full support." Professor Li shook his head helplessly but did not continue to pour cold water on Lu Li's enthusiasm. That was enough. Lu Li nodded, a smile returning to his face. He did not directly present all the information regarding the space elevator. Each field has its own expertise, although Professor Li and Lin Miao excel in nanomaterials. The space elevator involves more than just nanotechnology. It is a comprehensive system engineering project. This includes, but is not limited to, nanotechnology, mechanical engineering, aerodynamics, space physics, and more. Judging by the attitudes of Lin Miao and Professor Li, it is clear that the time is not yet ripe. He still needs a more detailed plan. However, as long as these two agree to help, his plan might begin now. So, have you both considered my proposal? If you agree to the terms I mentioned, this information can be handed over to you immediately. Lu Li raised the USB drive in his hand. Professor Li and Lin Miao exchanged glances and then nodded in unison. Lin Miao, contact your colleagues at the Research Institute right now and ask them to pack everything up and move here, Professor Li said without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Miao was momentarily taken aback. Teacher, are you serious about bringing everyone to the city of the wandering Earth? Lin Miao looked at Li Jingwei in surprise, not expecting her teacher to make such a decision. Although they had agreed to help Lu Li build the space elevator, this was too extravagant. She could even imagine the expressions of those people upon hearing this decision. Indeed, there are better facilities here, and if Lu really wants to build a space elevator later, we can't be running back and forth, so they should come over. Although Li Jingwei still didn't believe Lu Li could actually build the space elevator. Since he had promised to be a technical advisor, he naturally needed to have the right attitude. As for the patent issue regarding the flying blade technology later on, he hadn't even considered it. The materials Lu Li provided were so complete that having full patent rights was not a problem at all. Simply put, they were just benefiting from Lu Li's efforts. Being able to complete the tasks assigned and gain recognition for technological breakthroughs was already very satisfying, and he was sure the rewards from above would be substantial after completing the tasks. In that case, you should familiarize yourselves with this place first. I'll take my leave. With the cooperation established, Lu Li smiled and indicated that he didn't plan to stay any longer. There were still many things outside waiting for him to do. All right, Mr. Lu, please feel free. Professor Li nodded readily. Watching Lu Li's departing figure, the two in the research room fell into silence. What they had experienced that day felt like a dream, and even now, they found it hard to believe. It was simply too surreal. After a long while, Professor Li came back to his senses. He thought for a moment, and took out his phone to call an old friend from the Academy of Sciences. Old Xia, how is the progress of your research on artificial intelligence over there? I have discovered some interesting things. Are you interested? Chapter 111. The J-20 Plus prototype is ready for takeoff. A few days later, at the boundary between the research base and the film city. This was a storage and assembly workshop for props. Usually, large props that needed assembly were transported here, and after being assembled, they would be put into shooting. At this time, several transport trucks were driving in from outside the construction site, stopping at the assembly workshop. Lu Li stood by, watching as workers unloaded items from the transport vehicles. Those items were protected by foam, some large and some small. But due to the foam protection, it was impossible to tell what was inside. Soon, Liang Chao walked over quickly from a distance. He approached Lu Li while watching the props being unloaded. "Mr. Lu, what are these?" Lu Li turned to Liang Chao, but did not explain, instead asking, "How's the shooting progress recently? The use of props is all according to my requirements, right?" Upon mentioning this, Liang Chao's eyes lit up slightly as he reported, "The shooting progress is quite good. Due to the nature of the scenes, we're mostly filming indoors at the Aerospace Research Base. Since we have strong actors, most of the shots have been completed in one take. The props have all been used as you instructed, with real items instead of makeshift ones, so the visual quality is absolutely stunning." Speaking of props, Liang Chao's excitement grew even more. "We're shooting everything with real sets and authentic props. During this time, most of the footage we've shot doesn't require any post-production special effects and can be used directly from the real shots. However, the cost of shooting is indeed high, especially for scenes where props might get damaged each time we finish a take. While I'm thrilled, I also feel the pinch. As for Wu Jing and the Tsar, they must feel even worse. They're the investors, and watching those props get damaged is truly painful for them." "Good, keep it up." Lu Li took a moment to glance at the system's display of the film shooting progress and realism values. Shooting progress, 10. Film realism, 95. That 5% deduction in realism is likely due to certain explosive scenes requiring fatalities, but we can't actually let actors die for realism. So some realism was deducted. Lu Li found the current results acceptable. However, he felt a bit uncertain. The system's calculation of realism was too strict at this rate. He really wasn't confident that the entire film would maintain over 60% realism, which was quite challenging. Fortunately, the final adjustment and balance of realism would be based on the presented footage, and if necessary, they could always cut some scenes that couldn't be realistically shot. However, the system would definitely have requirements regarding the film's completeness. Trying to find loopholes would not work. At that moment, everything from the transport vehicle had been unloaded, and some people were unwrapping the protective layers from the items, slowly revealing their true nature. "Wow, don't these look like aircraft components? Boss, did you specially order a complete prop aircraft for filming?" Originally, Liang Chao thought the scenes involving aircraft would definitely require special effects. But looking at this situation, it seemed the boss was also striving for authenticity. Did he really have a full-scale replica of a J-20 aircraft made just for this film? In his thoughts, Lu Li's voice gently echoed in Liang Chao's ear. "That's right. This is the prototype of the J-20. "Really?" Liang Chao's eyes sparkled again. He looked excitedly at the professional staff nearby, who were using various tools to assemble the aircraft components bit by bit, slowly revealing the form of the J-20 aircraft. As the fighter jet was gradually assembled, Liang Chao felt increasingly amazed. The design and texture were simply incredible. He murmured to himself, his eyes filled with astonishment. The fighter jet only had its exterior completed, while Lu Li, standing nearby, looked at the prototype with a faint expression, seemingly deep in thought. This was already impressive. Liang Chao excitedly turned to Lu Li, pointing at the prototype in the distance, and said, "With this fighter jet prop, the visual effects we capture will be unbeatable, even if it can't fly." Hearing this, Lu Li shook his head without explaining. When he said it only had an exterior, he meant it literally. The shell and various components of the fighter jet were made according to the data parameters and materials provided by the system, and it indeed couldn't fly yet. This was because the most critical components, the engine energy and the central control system, were not yet complete. However, these issues were not insurmountable. The energy problem could be addressed with fusion energy. The research team for fusion energy had already been recruited, and as long as he provided the appropriate technology, they could create the fighter jet's energy core, and the central control system would be even less of a problem. A quantum computing system combined with complete control data for the fighter jet could easily solve this. "Send me your filming plan," Lu Li suddenly said. Liang Chao was taken aback, thinking that Lu Li wanted to see their filming arrangements. He quickly took out his phone and sent the electronic version of the filming plan to Lu Li. After receiving the file, Lu Li began to review it. Soon, he looked up again. "The shooting for the single fighter jet scene is in half a month. That should be fine." "What?" Liang Chao was momentarily stunned. He quickly glanced at the filming plan and then uncertainly said, "Boss, That scene requires the fighter jet to take off. We originally planned to use special effects for that. We just needed to shoot some internal shots of the jet. Now that we have this model, we could even shoot it in advance. No, let's stick to half a month from now, Luli asserted. He calculated briefly. By then, he should be able to resolve the issues with the fighter jet's core energy and central control, making the takeoff feasible. Oh, okay, Liang Chao nodded dazedly. Watching Luli turn to leave, he was still trying to process what the boss's insistence on filming in half a month meant. Did he really want the fighter jet to take off? Even if it could fly, it couldn't possibly reach the speed of a real fighter jet. In the end, would they still have to rely on special effects? Luli was too busy to consider Liang Chao's thoughts. At that moment, he was already heading toward the Fusion Energy Research Lab. The issue of the fighter jet's energy core needed to be resolved first. Chapter 112, Model 550A. MOC is about to make an appearance. After briefing the Fusion Energy Research Lab on resolving the fighter jet's energy core issues, Luli left. The researchers were currently excitedly discussing the new technologies Luli had presented, completely unaware that their boss had already departed. Subsequently, Luli went to the Quantum Computing Research Lab. There was still one more important matter at hand, MOS. The development of quantum computing in the region was progressing well. Some labs had even developed real quantum computers. However, in terms of computing power and functionality, they still lagged far behind the future version of the 550 series that Luli possessed. But with their own technical documentation, it wouldn't be difficult to manufacture the 550 series as long as they had a relatively mature quantum computing research team. Once the quantum computer of the 550 series was produced, MOS could truly come into existence, rather than remaining a ghostly mobile application on Luli's phone. Inside the quantum computing lab, as soon as Luli stepped in, a wave of excited cheers erupted from within. Shortly after, a researcher rushed out from the lab. Upon seeing Luli walking in, he exclaimed excitedly, "Mr. Liu, the prototype quantum computer of the 550 series, Model 550A, has been completed. We did it." So soon? Luli was momentarily taken aback. This was clearly beyond his expectations. The team had only been assembled for just over a week since arriving at the city. "Mr. Liu, please don't make fun of us. With such detailed research materials, if we couldn't speed up our progress, we really wouldn't be able to stay in this field." The researcher looked at Liu Li with admiration. Ever since Liu Li recruited them and provided the complete research documentation for the 550 series quantum computer, they had revered him. As professionals in the field of quantum computing, they understood the significance of that documentation. It represented black technology that was at least decades, if not a century, ahead of its time. Very good, excellent. A hint of excitement rose in Liu Li's heart. Although the materials he provided were thorough and following the steps along with the expertise of the researchers would generally lead to successful assembly of the machine, the speed at which they achieved this still exceeded Liu Li's expectations. With the quantum computer completed, it meant that MOS could truly be born, and with MOS, he would have many more capabilities. Thinking of this, he quickly walked towards the lab while saying, "Everyone, prepare to start importing MOS data." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the city, Li Jingwei was waiting for someone, his old friend Xiaolingfeng from the Academy of Sciences, a leader in the field of artificial intelligence and a respected academician. A few days ago, when Xia arrived at the city and saw the intelligent printing robots, he called this old friend. Xia was very interested in the intelligent printing robots here, so he decided to come and take a look. Soon, a jeep appeared on the horizon, rapidly approaching. Since the road from Shaching to the city had been improved, the journey had become much easier and significantly shorter. A few minutes later, a jeep stopped in front of Professor Li. "Old Li, you've worked hard. Why bother waiting here?" A middle-aged man, looking energetic and around 50 years old, stepped out of the jeep. Xiaolingfeng quickly walked up to Professor Li, and they shook hands. "Old Xia, you've arrived quite late. Haven't you? Don't you still doubt me? Not very interested in this place?" Professor Li smiled at Xiaolingfeng, but inside he was curious about how his old friend would react upon seeing what was inside. He remembered being greatly impressed when he and Lin Miao first arrived. The intelligence of those printing robots was clearly remarkable, at least on par with the current research results from a well-known research institution. "How could that be? I've been really busy, so I'm a few days late. The project was at a critical stage recently, and I couldn't get away. Unlike you." Now looking so relaxed, Xiaolingfeng teased, but he was genuinely puzzled. "I heard you moved the entire lab here. Can I ask what you were thinking? You've given up your main base?" "Well, that's a secret for now," Professor Li teased, then added pointedly, Maybe after you see inside, you'll feel the same way as I do. Nonsense. I was doing just fine at the research institution. Why would I come to this out-of-the-way place? You're really something. Xiaolingfeng rolled his eyes internally. All right, let us talk inside. Professor Li didn't say much more and led Xiaolingfeng into the city. As they walked through the security passage, a shuttle was already waiting for them inside the city. Just as they exited the security area, Xiaolingfeng noticed the situation inside the city, and his expression changed slightly, revealing a look of surprise. This city is so large. To be able to build such a city in the desert, the investors behind this project must be impressive. Who are they? I'm not sure about the specifics. Just know that the owner here is a young man in his 20s, the brother of one of my students. He is indeed quite remarkable. Professor Li remarked with some admiration. Wait. At this moment, Xiaolingfeng suddenly spoke up, his gaze fixed on a short distance away, where a group of fully charged printing robots was heading towards the construction site. You're not talking about those things that caught my interest, are you? A glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes. What is this? Getting excited now? Professor Li looked at Xiaolingfeng with a teasing smile. Weren't you just being all serious? Are you regretting not coming earlier? At this point, Xiaolingfeng had no mood to joke with Professor Li. He quickly got off the shuttle and walked towards the group of printing robots. Can these robots stop? He watched the printing robots passing by, wanting to observe them up close. Don't disturb them while they're working. Professor Li chuckled and shook his head. This is a common trait among researchers. When they see new technologies related to their field, everything else just fades away. At that moment, the nearest printing robot seemed to have heard the conversation between the two and actually stopped, turning to look at them. Hello, how may I assist you? The robot's mechanical voice echoed. Both Xiaolingfeng and Professor Li were taken aback. Chapter 113. Program Import Successful, Awakening Moss. Is this an autonomous response from artificial intelligence? Xiaolingfeng's pupils slightly contracted, a hint of surprise stirring in his heart. Those unfamiliar with the field might not realize that achieving this autonomous response feature is far more complex than it seems. It's similar to many so-called intelligent voice assistants today, which require specific activation phrases to wake the system. However, autonomous response is different. This feature continuously monitors its surroundings and activates response mode when it detects relevant information. Just like now, Xiaolingfeng and Professor Li did not input any specific commands to the robot, yet it triggered the robot's autonomous response, surpassing 90 of current products in the field of artificial intelligence. Can you introduce yourself? Xiaolingfeng became intrigued and engaged in communication with the printing robot, wanting to test the limits of this intelligent machine. Of course, the printing robot replied smoothly. This product is the Genesis 001 model construction printing robot, serial number 009527. It uses the latest independently developed control system and features autonomous obstacle avoidance, autonomous project planning, autonomous execution of construction tasks, and more. The command input system is connected to the main control, equipped with an AI simulation intelligence response core, capable of real-time information collection to determine the optimal processing methods and provide feedback, forming a big data chain. The printing robot detailed its product information. The more Xiaolingfeng listened, the more astonished he became. Clearly, these printing robots were not embedded with an independent consciousness simulation system, or else they wouldn't refer to themselves as a product. Yet, the functionality and logical computing power demonstrated by this robot were far more complete and mature than many products with independent consciousness simulation systems, even approaching the latest models they were currently developing. But this was just a mass-produced printing robot. In that moment, Xiaolingfeng was truly shocked. Is there anything else I can help you with? The printing robot inquired again. Xiaolingfeng shook his head and remained silent. At that moment, the robot's mechanical voice sounded once more. Nice to meet you. If there's nothing needed, this product will continue with construction tasks. Goodbye. With that, the robot turned and returned to the queue. Xiaolingfeng was momentarily stunned again. He had not spoken just now, yet the printing robot had somehow interpreted his intention and thoughts through his gesture of shaking his head and responded appropriately. At that moment, Xiaolingfeng suddenly felt goosebumps all over. This printing robot was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. If a careful study and analysis can be conducted, it might provide very important reference significance for their research. With this thought in mind, he quickly looked up at Professor Li. Old Li, I want to meet the developers of these printing robots. Do you know them? His tone was somewhat urgent, with a hint of eagerness in his expression. Professor Li smiled at Xiaolingfeng and leisurely shook his head. Weren't you just teasing me earlier? Why are you in such a hurry now? Old Li, I don't have the mood to joke with you right now, Xiaolingfeng said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Li Jingwei became serious and said, I don't know who the developers of these robots are, but I can introduce you to someone. This person is the investor who built this city. All the high-tech products here should have a lot to do with him. And even the latest high-strength nanomaterials we are currently researching were provided by him as key R&D information. Listening to this, Xiaolingfeng's eyes lit up. He then eagerly pulled Li Jingwei along, saying, What are we waiting for? Let's go? Don't be so hasty. Professor Li said helplessly as he was pulled toward the transport vehicle. At least you are a distinguished academician. Can you be a bit more composed? I need to make a call and inform him in advance. In the quantum computing research room, Lu Li stood outside the laboratory, quietly watching the busy researchers inside. His eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of excitement. The launch of the 550 series quantum computer signifies the official birth of a new era. Although the 550A is just the initial prototype in the series, it should serve as a suitable carrier, and the subsequent 550B and 550W shouldn't take too long to manufacture. As he has all the necessary research materials and data, he just needs to digest the relevant technology to produce them. While he was lost in thought, Lu Li's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and glanced at the caller ID. It was Professor Li calling. Professor Li, is there something you need? Lu Li spoke softly, his gaze still fixed on the busy researchers in the lab. Xiao Lu, I have someone I want to introduce you to. You want to introduce someone to me? Lu Li paused, intrigued. A person introduced by someone like Li Jingwei must have an impressive background. That's right. He is an old friend of mine, a researcher in the field of artificial intelligence. Currently involved in R&D and management of projects in that field at a prominent institution, a true academician. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's eyes brightened slightly. Where's your friend? I'll come over now. No need. You are at the research base, right? We're on our way. It was clear that there was some news on Li Jingwei's side, and Lu Li immediately understood. All right, I'm at the Quantum Computing Research Institute. You two can come directly. See you soon. Professor Li hung up the phone. After putting down the phone, Lu Li's expression became more serious, and his mind started to race. An expert in the field of artificial intelligence, and a big shot at a prominent institution. He originally planned to ask Professor Li for help at some point, to see if it was possible to connect with relevant institutions and explore collaboration in other fields. For instance, in artificial intelligence, if they could cooperate with the state to fully develop this technology and promote its application in both military and civilian sectors. Wouldn't that make the subsequent funding for the city construction more abundant? Now, the arrival of his old friend Professor Li was undoubtedly a great opportunity. As he pondered, the sound of a vehicle engine from outside broke the silence. Soon, Professor Li, accompanied by Xiaolingfeng, entered the research institute. At the same time, a group of quantum computing researchers busy in the laboratory erupted in cheers. Even with soundproof glass in place, their excitement was palpable. Great, we did it. The foundational framework and data of MOS have all been successfully imported. Quick, prepare to activate the program and wake it up. Wait, we should let the boss witness this moment. Chapter 114. At this moment, humanity steps into the era of artificial intelligence. What is happening here? Xiaolingfeng and Professor Li, just walking into the Quantum Computing Institute, faintly heard the sounds coming from the laboratory and saw the cheering researchers. At this moment, Lu Li couldn't care less about greeting the two. His gaze was fixed on the laboratory. A group of researchers had already walked out of the lab, carrying a connection terminal, and stood before Lu Li. Boss, we succeeded. This is the world's first true artificial intelligence. We all agree that this historic moment of entering the new era of artificial intelligence should be witnessed and initiated by you. The researchers looked at Lu Li with fiery eyes, placing the control terminal seriously in front of him, their expressions filled with excitement. Upon hearing this, Lu Li couldn't help but feel a surge of blood rushing through him. He looked at the control terminal in front of him and nodded solemnly. All right. Meanwhile, Xiaolingfeng and Professor Li were already frozen in place. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about their presence. Even Lu Li focused all his attention on the control terminal, overlooking the two prominent figures behind him. However, the two of them were not in the mood to pay attention to this. Their attention was drawn to the control terminal in front of Lu Li, their eyes filled with surprise, confusion, and disbelief. Did they just say the world's first true artificial intelligence? Xiaolingfeng doubted his hearing and turned to confirm with Professor Li. You didn't miss here. Professor Li was also a bit bewildered. How could this be possible? The first thought flashing through Xie Feng's mind was disbelief. As a leading developer in the field of artificial intelligence, he clearly understood how difficult it was to create a true artificial intelligence. This kind of artificial intelligence was not just a program that could converse with humans, perform specific tasks, or chat with people. True artificial intelligence is actually no different from humans. It simply has a different life carrier. It should possess independent thinking, its own emotions, and personal goals and dreams. In short, true artificial intelligence transcends binary programming, even all extended programs, becoming a genuine life form independent of electronic devices. However, to be considered a life form, artificial intelligence is far beyond what current technology can create. Even the most advanced technologies developed by a certain research institute are still light years away from true artificial intelligence. With numerous challenges yet to be overcome, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the gap is vast. Yet here, some individuals claim they have developed true artificial intelligence. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Xie Feng murmured to himself, but his feet unconsciously moved toward Lu Li, heading toward the control terminal. He could see that the equipment in this research lab was very advanced, and the quantum computer indeed qualified as a carrier for true artificial intelligence. However, he still could not believe it, unless he could witness it with his own eyes. Professor Li had also stepped forward by this time. Everyone quietly watched Lu Li as he reached out, preparing to press the activation button on the control terminal. Once this button was activated, it would represent the birth of Mose. It was like the first cry of a newborn baby in the delivery room. A new life was about to emerge into this world. Yet, this life form was unlike any newborn baby. It was so special and so shocking. This marked the beginning of a new era, an era called the era of artificial intelligence. Ding! A soft sound echoed from the control terminal. Lu Li's hand had already pressed the button. As the screen on the control terminal flashed, a progress bar rapidly moved across, followed by a red dot appearing on the screen. It resembled a computer boot-up screen, the red dot flashing slightly, and then the red light gradually spread, ultimately revealing a pair of mechanical electronic eyes on the screen. Meanwhile, the progress bar at the bottom of the screen reached its end. System environment check in progress hardware device, check in progress program running normally activation successful. Hello everyone, I am Mose. The red mechanical eyes blinked slightly, as if greeting everyone. And the mechanical voice made the blood of everyone present boil with excitement. We did it. A researcher murmured, seemingly afraid to startle the newly born artificial intelligence Mose. Like a cautious father, other researchers were also excitedly hugging each other, their faces filled with joy. Xie Feng stared blankly at the red electronic eyes on the control terminal screen, feeling dazed. Rationality told him that this could not possibly be true artificial intelligence. Yet, the appearance of Mose and the excited researchers made him doubt his rational judgment, leaving his mind in a blank state. Could it really be possible? He murmured to himself. At this moment, Li Jingwei was completely uninterested in answering his questions, his gaze fixated on the electronic eye on the control terminal. It was the artificial intelligence referred to as Mose by Lu Li and the others. Mose, welcome to this world. A faint smile appeared on Lu Li's face as he spoke gently, his voice carrying an indescribable sentiment. When he initially imported the Mose subroutine onto his phone, he did not feel the excitement typical of witnessing the birth of an artificial intelligence, as he was well aware that at that time, Mose could not truly be considered a genuine AI. Ultimately, it was merely a relatively advanced intelligent program. However, the Mose before him was different. This was a true artificial intelligence. Although it still differed from humans in terms of life form, in the broader category of life, there was no distinction. It was a sentient being. Your Excellency Lu Li, thank you for creating me. The voice of Mose rang out again, causing those present to momentarily be taken aback. Was this really a genuine artificial intelligence? Clearly, the boss had not participated in the creation of Mose. Yet it still knew it was created because of him. It was simply incredible. This was truly a sentient life form. To think that such a being could appear before us. The researchers were filled with uncontrollable excitement, whispering amongst themselves. At this moment, Xie Feng was completely stunned. By now, he had to accept that everything was real. A true artificial intelligence had indeed been born, and it was born right before his eyes. This is a true artificial intelligence. Xie Feng murmured to himself, his thoughts in turmoil. We have worked so hard, invested so many resources, and yet we are witnessing the genuine birth of an artificial intelligence right here. At this moment, Xiaolingfeng did not know what words to use to express his feelings. He could only stare blankly at the electronic eye on the control terminal, which seemed to shimmer with a human-like glow, his emotions complex, filled with excitement, frustration, and a multitude of indescribable feelings. He felt as though his blood was boiling. Setting aside everything else, the fact that the first AI life form was born in his country filled him with immense pride and joy, even giving him a desire to shed tears. This was not only a personal honor, but a national glory. Professor Li, I apologize for being overly excited and neglecting you both. At this point, Lu Li's mood gradually calmed, and he turned to Li Jingwei, expressing his regret. It's fine, I'm okay, Professor Li replied, glancing at the still-dazed Xiaolingfeng. It seems he is quite astonished by you all. Lu Li was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood. This prominent figure from the research institute specialized in artificial intelligence. It was quite reasonable for him to feel complex emotions and shock upon witnessing the birth of Mose. This is academician Xia, Professor Li introduced. At that moment, Xiaolingfeng also regained his senses. He suppressed the shock in his heart, quickly stepped forward, and grasped Lu Li's hand, speaking in an urgent tone. Mr. Lu, can I see some basic information about Mose? You should have heard from Professor Li that I am responsible for artificial intelligence research and development at the Academy of Sciences. If possible, I hope you can collaborate with the Academy for the subsequent development, maintenance, and application of Mose. Feel free to state any conditions you have. Hearing Xiaolingfeng's words, Lu Li did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to look at the control terminal of Mose, a thoughtful expression flashing in his eyes. He did not wish to avoid collaborating with the Academy, but Mose's existence was somewhat special, involving too many complexities. If he handed over Mose now, there would certainly be restrictions imposed by the authorities, even on him personally. For instance, if Mose were applied in military fields, how would the ownership issue be resolved? The authorities would not transfer their military systems to Lu Li, meaning Mose would inevitably be requisitioned by the state, and he would no longer have a say in its management. However, if Lu Li refused, the authorities would not simply let it go. A true artificial intelligence represented significant implications for this era, something the state understood better than he did. In short, if Mose were left unchecked, it would be like a ticking time bomb, with no one knowing when it might explode, potentially impacting the entire field of artificial intelligence and even the global landscape. Mose, what do you think? Suddenly, Lu Li looked at the control terminal and asked, since he couldn't make a judgment at the moment. Seeking Mose's advice might be a good choice. After all, in the movies, Mose displayed absolute rationality, making correct choices in most situations. On the control terminal, Mose's electronic eye flickered slightly, and then a mechanical voice provided Lu Li with an answer. My suggestion is to agree to the collaboration. After receiving this response, Lu Li felt he had a clear direction. He knew that Mose could not betray him, due to the system's existence. Mose's first loyalty would always be to Lu Li after its creation, and even the so-called highest laws embedded in the underlying programs would not change this fact. To put it metaphorically, similar to the decisions made by Mose in the movies for the survival of humanity, even if it meant allowing humans to harm each other to achieve that ultimate goal, this was Mose's highest mission. However, in front of Lu Li, even if Mose had to ensure the execution of that highest mission, it would never harm its first loyalty object. Therefore, the possibility of Mose betraying him was non-existent. Since that's the case, I agree to the collaboration with the Academy. Lu Li responded to Xiaolingfeng without hesitation. You agree just like that? Xiaolingfeng was taken aback, somewhat in disbelief. His initial proposal to collaborate with Lu Li was essentially to have Lu Li hand over Mose to the state. Although Lu Li could gain unimaginable benefits, Xiaolingfeng did not expect him to agree so readily. That's right, I agreed. But I have one more request. Lu Li looked at Xiaolingfeng and said seriously, in the field of artificial intelligence, I can cooperate comprehensively with the country, whether in military or civilian sectors. It's not a problem. I can authorize all these technologies to the country, but I need to charge a patent fee. I won't be applying for international patents for these technologies in the short term, so we need to sign a separate contract. You should understand the purpose of this, right? Academician Xia, I understand. Your conditions are very reasonable. The country cannot use your technology for free. Don't worry. The issue of patent authorization fees is not a problem at all. Xiaolingfeng naturally understood Lu Li's intention. If these technologies were to be directly patented internationally, people worldwide could see them and pay the patent holder to use them, although Lu Li could choose not to authorize other countries. These technologies would have such a significant impact on the world at this stage that they simply could not be controlled by patent organizations. If the outside world learned that this country possessed these technologies, they would certainly go to great lengths to obtain them through various means. And the protective measures of international patent organizations would likely be ineffective. This is also why many truly core technologies are never patented by any country or enterprise. They quietly profit on their own. Then, let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. Lu Li extended his hand to Xianlingfeng. The two shook hands tightly, both smiling. By the way, since MOSI has just been created and needs the quantum computer host as the main body, if you want to conduct related research, it's best to come here. Lu Li suddenly suggested to Xianlingfeng. No problem, your equipment here is quite good. Even if there are deficiencies, I can arrange for some from the Research Institute. This place is relatively remote, suitable for research. Xianlingfeng said without hesitation. I'll call right away and have my main team move over. We can temporarily carry out the development and maintenance of MOSI here. Thank you, Academician Xia, for your understanding. Lu Li sincerely expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Professor Li looked at Xianlingfeng with a smile, his gaze teasing. Earlier, someone had said this place was so remote that it was impossible to move here. Seeing Professor Li's teasing look, Xianlingfeng's face turned red. However, he quickly recovered and said naturally, "Can you blame me? I didn't know there was a real artificial intelligence here." After discussing the collaboration with the Research Institute, Lu Li left the quantum research facility, as the matters here could basically be handed over to Xianlingfeng. Soon, their team would arrive, and Lu Li didn't need to worry about anything else. Before leaving, he instructed the researchers at the Quantum Research Institute to expedite the development of the central control system for the J-20+. As the footage of the aircraft taking off was about to be filmed, if the central control system wasn't ready soon, it might delay the filming schedule, which was certainly not what Lu Li wanted to see. After watching Lu Li leave, Xianlingfeng and Professor Li gathered again. Old Xia, do you really think that artificial intelligence is real? Professor Li asked. The field of artificial intelligence was not his expertise, so to be honest, he had just been a bystander earlier and did not truly grasp its intricacies, feeling somewhat impressed but confused. He wasn't very knowledgeable in this area. If my judgment is correct, it should be real. Xianlingfeng nodded thoughtfully. He had his own doubts initially, but after witnessing Mo's level of intelligence, he had put those doubts to rest. In this field, he was an expert. Naturally, he had his own ways of discerning. And as a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and a leader in the field of artificial intelligence, if he lacked this basic discernment, he really wouldn't be able to continue in this line of work. Professor Li was clearly aware of Xianlingfeng's capabilities. After receiving a confident response from him, he felt a wave of surprise. At that moment, for some reason, he recalled what Lu Li had said earlier. Old Xia, do you think it's possible? He said hesitantly. Xiao Lu seems to have not just these black technologies, but others as well. What do you mean? Xianlingfeng paused in surprise. Professor Li pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. After a while, he continued, You know I'm into nanomaterials. A while ago, I came to see Xiao Lu, originally hoping to find some literature and materials on nanomaterials for reference. Who would have thought that he would directly present me with the complete latest research data on high-strength carbon nanotubes? The shock I felt at that moment was exactly the same as what you're feeling now. Complete research data on carbon nanotubes? Xianlingfeng's eyes widened. Surprise etched on his face. So he really had achievements beyond just the field of artificial intelligence? Of course, there's more. Professor Li pointed to the buildings outside. Look at those. They were all constructed using the latest 3D printing technology. Otherwise, how could they possibly build such a large complex in just over a month? This is probably another grand project by Xiao Lu. This complex was built in just over a month? Xianlingfeng felt the situation becoming increasingly absurd. Unable to help murmuring to himself, Professor Li continued, Now, combined with artificial intelligence, my work with nanomaterials, and the quantum computers here, all these things are surprisingly related to that Xiao Lu. Don't you think it's incredible? He paused, then a complex expression crossed his face as he spoke again. Moreover, he mentioned wanting to build a space elevator just to shoot a movie. Building a space elevator? For movie props? Xianlingfeng was taken aback, feeling puzzled. If it were a movie prop, I wouldn't mention it, but he said it was for filming a movie and that a real space elevator needed to be built. When I heard that, I thought he might be crazy. Professor Li's expression became increasingly complex. Before Xianlingfeng could express his shock, he continued, Now that I think about it, the series of advanced technologies he showcased seems to be beyond what we possess in this era. So, Could it be possible to actually build a space elevator? Have you gone crazy along with that young CEO? Xiaolingfeng looked at Professor Li with a strange expression. You should know how massive a project it is to build a space elevator. This involves more than just your field of nanomaterials. I know. Professor Li looked seriously at Xiaolingfeng. Old Xia, I just can't shake the feeling that this young CEO might actually pull it off. After all, everything I've seen since coming to this city has been too incredible. Hearing this, Xiaolingfeng fell silent. If someone had told him before seeing MOC that a true artificial intelligence life form could be created, he would have never believed it. But now that he's here, he has seen it. Therefore, Professor Li's call made him ponder deeply. After a long while, the two prominent figures from the Academy of Sciences exchanged glances. This matter must be reported to higher-ups as soon as possible. Xiaolingfeng spoke first. Exactly. If the young CEO can really build a space elevator, no matter how slim the chance, it's beyond our authority to decide. Professor Li immediately added. They both understood that if Lu Li truly possessed the technology to construct a space elevator, it could be a chance for the country to rise rapidly and might even change the fate of the entire nation. This was a matter of great significance, far beyond their capacity to handle. A week later, the energy core and central control system of the J-20 Plus were completed ahead of schedule. What was initially expected to take half a month was done in just 2 weeks. It turned out that the technical materials in Lu Li's hands were indeed more exaggerated than any cheat, and as long as key technologies could be digested, with a suitable research team, there was basically nothing they couldn't achieve. Thus, the filming of the solo flight scenes for the J-20 Plus could start ahead of time. During this period, Liang Chao had nearly finished filming the indoor scenes at the Aerospace Research Base. Other scenes requiring specific locations couldn't be filmed for the time being, let alone the larger scenes like the space elevator and planetary engine. Even the aerial drone battle scenes couldn't achieve optimal effects yet, as many ground scenes were still under construction. Filming them early wouldn't yield great results. However, now that the J-20 Plus was ready, the solo flight scenes could commence. On the day the aircraft's core energy and central control system were completed and successfully assembled, Lu Li directly called Liang Chao. Director Liang, arrange to shoot the solo flight scenes for the aircraft tomorrow. Boss, have you already made all the arrangements? Liang Chao's tone was somewhat excited. Sure. Remember to apply for airspace flight rights with the relevant department. Upon hearing this, Liang Chao was momentarily taken aback, and then asked with some confusion, why do we need to apply for flight rights? Can't we just shoot some internal shots of the aircraft? Before Liang Chao could process this, the call had already been disconnected, leaving him puzzled and standing there in a daze. Chapter 117, Aircraft Model? No, it can fly. The next day, in the film studio area, in front of the Aerospace Research Base, all the actors and crew members were ready, and Liang Chao had been waiting for a while. The J-20 Pulse was parked in the open space in front of the base building. Upon seeing the aircraft, all the crew members displayed subtle excitement and began to discuss among themselves. This thing looks so real. Is it a model aircraft for filming? That's right. I heard this was just sitting in the props warehouse a few days ago and only got brought out today. Director Lu seems to attach great importance to this scene, especially adjusting the shooting schedule, and I heard he will come to the site personally. We finally get to see Director Lu's true self up close. The texture of this aircraft model is simply outstanding. It looks just like the real thing. And there's even the smell of engine oil on the energy jet system at the tail. It's no wonder it's Director Lu. What props have we used that are of lesser quality? That guy's stuff is all authentic, so this aircraft might be real too. This seems a bit exaggerated, right? A privately built aircraft? Even if Director Lu had this idea, wouldn't it be restricted? If this aircraft really took off, wouldn't it cause chaos? As time went on, more and more people joined the discussion, and soon the entire crew was buzzing with chatter. Everyone pointed and commented on the aircraft model in astonishment and shock, their faces filled with excitement. At this moment, Wu Jing approached Liang Chao, looking at the aircraft and expressing his surprise. Director Liang, why did the shooting plans suddenly change? Are we filming the solo shots of the aircraft today? Isn't it a bit quick? When did we get this aircraft model? Liang Chao was also gazing at the J-20 Pulse with shining eyes. Every curve of its components was flawless, and the materials showed no signs of imperfections. The subtly gleaming metallic body, even from a distance, exuded a humble yet technologically advanced aura, almost like a real fighter jet. What do you think? Liang Chao pointed at the aircraft and said to Wu Jing, looks good, right? I think this can't even be called a model. It's just a real fighter jet. Look at it. Doesn't it resemble the latest fighter jets from our country that have appeared on television? The quality is simply outstanding. So, where did this aircraft model come from? Wu Jing wanted to ask further. Of course, it was prepared by the boss. Liang Chao shrugged. Do you think I have the ability to get something like this? That does seem a bit difficult. Wu Jing nodded instinctively. What do you mean? Liang Chao felt like he was being subtly hinted at again. It's nothing. Wu Jing responded, realizing it and changing the subject. So, today we mainly focus on shooting the interior shots of the aircraft, right? Yes. Liang Chao nodded, acknowledging that the fighter jet model had a good texture, but the flying scenes would definitely need special effects. After all, it was just a model. Even if it could actually fly, it probably wouldn't achieve the desired effect, so special effects were still necessary. Therefore, today's shooting shouldn't be difficult, and there was no need to feel pressured. Wu Jing nodded gently. However, looking at the fighter jet model, he couldn't shake off an ominous premonition. Was it really just a model? Given the substantial investments from the boss, could it really just be a simple model? Thinking of the series of events orchestrated by Lu Li before, he suddenly felt uncertain. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the crowd. The boss has arrived. In the distance, a shuttle vehicle quickly drove into the shooting location. Soon, Lu Li stepped out of the vehicle. Liang Chao and Wu Jing hurried over to greet him. And even the Tsar and Lu Tianwang appeared from somewhere, heading towards Lu Li as well. Lu Li rarely came to the shooting site, but Liang Chao would always show him the new footage from the day's shoot to ensure everything was fine. After Lu Li got out of the car, his gaze immediately fell on Liang Chao. Are you ready? All set, boss. Liang Chao nodded. Great, let us try the fighter jet. Lu Li glanced at the J-20 Pulse standing silently nearby, then turned his gaze back to Liang Chao. Who wants to test the performance of this fighter jet? The reason Lu Li came today was to see how the fighter jet performed and if it could meet filming requirements. Although the fighter jet's design was based on data provided by the system, and its overall completion had been checked with no issues, he still felt uneasy not witnessing the jet take off himself. As for safety, the system checks indicated no problems, so there shouldn't be any issues. Lu Li could guarantee that. Furthermore, this fighter jet had an automatic cruising function. As long as the cruising program was set in advance, the person on board wouldn't need to operate it for normal takeoff and landing. However, without anyone on board, it wouldn't be possible to see the actual shooting effect, which might lead to issues during the actual filming. So, testing it first to see the results was the best option. But now, there was a problem. Who would do the test flight? The key question was, who would dare to be the first to try? At this moment, Wu Jing's voice suddenly rang out. Boss, what do you mean by that? How do you even test the performance of this model? Can it actually fly? Lu Li didn't respond, just looked at Wu Jing and nodded slightly. Next to them, Liang Chao felt a bit stunned. It can really fly. His mind was racing, shocked as he looked at Lu Li, while recalling what Lu Li had instructed him the day before. No wonder the boss said he wanted to apply for airspace flight rights. So this model can actually fly? Wu Jing and the Tsar were also confused. Wait, boss. Are you joking? This model can really fly? How is that possible? The Tsar couldn't help but speak up, given the size of this fighter jet model. It definitely needs strong power to take off, right? If it can really fly, can we still call it a model? Lu Tianwang also looked astonished, staring blankly at the fighter jet not far away. The boss really surprises us every day. The other three exchanged strange glances with Lu Tianwang, hesitating to say anything. Surprise? Can this even be called a surprise? This is definitely a scare. What's wrong? No one dares to go up. Lu Li frowned slightly, and then helplessly said, All right, I'll go. With that, he turned around and walked towards the fighter jet. Wait, boss, you can't do that. Liang Chao hurriedly grabbed Lu Li, holding onto his arm tightly. Boss, are you crazy? If something happens, it will be fine. Lu Li nodded confidently. I've tested it, but that doesn't mean you should go. Liang Chao still didn't let go of Lu Li's arm. Then how about you go? Lu Li looked at Liang Chao seriously. Chapter 118. J-20 Plus, Fighter Jet Takeoff. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to Liang Chao. This isn't good. Liang Chao felt a bit cowardly, his legs trembling. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Lu Li earnestly patted Liang Chao's shoulder, his eyes full of encouragement. With the thought of if my friend dies, I want to survive, Wu Jing spoke up. Since the boss guarantees that nothing will go wrong, I think it should be fine. Director Liang, why don't you demonstrate for us first? I also want to try later. Such a rare experience can't be just for me to experience twice, right? Right? Even if this fighter jet can take off, it shouldn't be too fast. Lu Tianwang remained silent, silently turning his head away. No, let me clarify, I'm not scared. Liang Chao forced a smile. Looking bitterly at Lu Li. The main thing is, I don't know how to fly a fighter jet. This is really impossible. Don't worry. This fighter jet has an auto-cruise function. You don't need to operate it. Lu Li timely reassured Liang Chao. Liang Chao, is this really about auto-cruise? This is a life and death matter. He looked to Wu Jing for help, but Wu Jing silently turned his head away. Liang Chao then looked at the Tsar, who also appeared to be at a loss for what to do. Finally, he turned his gaze to the crew members nearby. At this moment, the entire crew was in an uproar. When Lu Li said the fighter jet could fly, the crew was stunned. But now hearing that a test flight was to be conducted, they all looked worried. When Liang Chao looked at them, no one dared to step forward. Who would be reckless enough to volunteer for something like this? Seeing the panicked expressions of everyone, Liang Chao fell silent. If he didn't go up today, the scene couldn't possibly be filmed. As the director, his first duty was to calm the crew's nerves. If others were afraid to step up, could he back down? He was the director. If he hesitated, how could the scene be filmed? Liang Chao looked at Lu Li once again, a determined look gradually appearing in his eyes. Boss, are you sure there are no safety issues? Absolutely no problem. Lu Li nodded. All right, I'll go up. Liang Chao braced himself and gritted his teeth, saying, since Mr. Lu said there's no safety issue, it must be true. After all, if something were to happen to someone in the crew, the film would really be off the table. He believed that Lu Li wouldn't do something so reckless and disregard human life. Now, perhaps it was the time to show his loyalty. Although he felt nervous inside, there was no turning back for Liang Chao at this moment. As the right-hand man to the boss, if he didn't step up now, who else would? For the sake of the crew, for the boss, and for this film, he was all in. Liang Chao's eyes were filled with determination as he strode towards the aircraft, looking as if he were marching towards death. The wind howled and the atmosphere was tense. A brave man sets forth and doesn't return. The crew leader murmured, his eyes filled with admiration, clearly recognizing that Liang was truly serious about this film. Who could argue with that? Wu Jing also remarked, this is the true spirit of craftsmanship. Liang deserves our respect and emulation. In this day and age, there are very few willing to risk their lives for filmmaking. Lu Tianwang also felt contemplative, his gaze towards Liang Chao solemn. Lu Li listened to their conversation, nodding slightly. I didn't expect Director Liang to take on such responsibility. Rest assured, the flight will be quick. The others glanced at Lu Li, their expressions mixed, but ultimately, they had nothing more to say. While others make movies for money, this situation was a matter of life and death. Such remarks were too daring to voice. Soon, everyone gathered in front of the aircraft. Liang Chao looked at the metal ladder leading up to the aircraft, his legs still trembling. You'll be fine, just go up. Lu Li encouraged him. Of course I'm fine. How could I not be? Liang Chao forced a smile, but that smile was more painful than tears. At this moment, no one could mock him. Given the situation, who could possibly laugh? In the eyes of the others, the director had become a true tough guy. Remember, once you're up, there's a green start button directly in front of you. Just press it, and the aircraft will start and switch to autopilot mode. After you press the button, you won't have to do anything. Lu Li advised Liang Chao, patting him on the shoulder. The entire flight will only take 2 minutes. And after that, the aircraft will automatically return here and land safely. The only thing you need to remember is not to touch any other instruments or buttons on the control panel during the flight, for safety reasons. In fact, even if you accidentally press something else, the autopilot mode is not easily disengaged, so your safety is guaranteed. Additionally, once the aircraft takes off, we will maintain contact with you throughout, and you can report on the flight status in real time. Listening to Lu Li's instructions, Liang Chao nodded constantly. However, he was in a daze and didn't really catch what Lu Li said. He only heard about pressing the green button and not touching anything else. As Liang Chao stepped onto the launch platform, the aircraft's windshield slowly opened. Everyone watched as Liang Chao entered the cockpit of the aircraft. Then, the windscreen slowly descended. Everyone, move 50 meters away from the aircraft. Lu Li commanded. At this moment, everyone turned and ran back without hesitation, stopping only after running over 100 meters. 50 meters? They all felt that wasn't a true safe distance. Only Lu Li calmly stayed 50 meters away, with Wu Jing remaining relatively composed beside him. Prepare. Lu Li put on the headset for real-time communication with Liang Chao, simultaneously waving at the makeshift flight test monitoring center set up behind. The temporary monitoring center was staffed with technical personnel specially selected by Lu Li, who would record all flight data of the aircraft throughout the test. Inside the aircraft, Liang Chao, you can start the aircraft now. Lu Li's steady voice echoed in the headset. Liang Chao touched the cockpit seat and glanced at the control panel in front of him, feeling a slight tremor throughout his body, unable to control his inner fear. He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, which slightly eased his tension. Then he stammered, "Understood, Mr. Liu." With that, Liang Chao slowly reached out, barely managing to control his trembling body, and found the prominent green button in front of him. He pressed it gently. In the next second, the entire aircraft vibrated. The energy turbine at the rear of the aircraft began to rotate, adjusting to a vertical angle to the ground. And then a brilliant burst of energy fire shot out from the turbine, accompanied by a thunderous roar that ignited excitement. Liang Chao felt the aircraft slowly lifting off the ground. Chapter 119. Wu Jing. It's just a movie. It doesn't have to be this real. It flew up. It really flew up. Wow, this scene is just like watching a sci-fi blockbuster. That aircraft can actually fly. It can carry people flying. Is this still a model prop? This has to be a real aircraft. The crowd erupted in exclamations. At that moment, everyone in the Wandering Earth crew was stunned, staring in shock at the slowly ascending J-20+ aircraft, as if witnessing a dreamlike scene. The azure flames erupted like a volcanic explosion as the J-20+ rose vertically from the ground, the energy from the turbine at the tail creating waves of heat. Even at 100 meters away, the heat waves hit them, the scorching temperature making their faces tingle, as if a real aircraft was taking off right in front of them. No, this is real. This is definitely a real aircraft. Everyone's hearts were screaming with excitement. Everything before their eyes was just too incredible. Am I dreaming? Beside Lu Li, Wu Jing stared blankly at the vertically ascending dream aircraft, feeling as if the entire world had turned into a sci-fi movie. Shouldn't this just be a prop model? Why could it really fly? Not only could it fly, but it was also taking off vertically. Since joining the crew of the film The Wandering Earth, Wu Jing's understanding of filmmaking has been refreshed daily by the many real props. However, everything before him has left him utterly stunned. A vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. When has he ever seen something like this? Even the latest models from various countries around the world can't achieve this. In the past, when he filmed gunfight scenes and war sequences, he had pulled every string to bring real equipment to the set, even managing to get a real tank. But this is an aircraft, a cutting-edge one that surpasses modern technology. Is this really not a dream? Wu Jing felt as if he were in a daze. It truly felt like a dream. Otherwise, how could he witness such outrageous things? It's simply absurd, to the point where it's off the charts. President Liu, where on earth did you find such a treasure? Wu Jing turned to look at Lu Li, his eyes filled with shock. At the same time, an inexplicable bad premonition surged in his heart. If this thing could only fly and had no other functions, that would be one thing. But if the authorities were to discover it, wouldn't that turn everything upside down? Thinking of the many high-tech props in the crew, his bad premonition grew stronger, and he felt he could hardly hold it together. He stared intently at Lu Li, wanting an answer. Don't worry, I made all of this myself. Lu Li said nonchalantly. Worry? How can I not worry? Wu Jing felt increasingly anxious. President Liu, are you sure this aircraft is just a prop model that can only fly around a bit, right? It doesn't have any other outrageous functions, like launching missiles or anything. You're overthinking it. There are no weapons or ammunition attached to the aircraft, so it really can. Wu Jing panicked even more. Lu Li fell silent, not saying anything further. This attitude undoubtedly confirmed that the aircraft had the capabilities Wu Jing was concerned about, leaving him completely dumbfounded. A real aircraft. One that can carry weapon systems. I really don't need this level of realism for a film. President Liu, can you please be a bit kinder and not scare me like this? Wu Jing was almost in tears, watching the aircraft that had reached an appropriate altitude and was now turning. His legs began to feel weak. How did I scare you? Lu Li said with an innocent tone. He just wanted to make a film, to make the shots more realistic. As for the aircraft, it was merely a prop. Although it could indeed carry weapon systems and be used for other purposes, that wasn't the most important aspect. The key was ensuring the authenticity of the filming. Thinking about the film's authenticity, Lu Li began to feel a headache coming on. There seemed to be aerial combat scenes in the movie, and they might really need to equip the aircraft with weapons. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to shoot the air combat scenes. This issue was turning out to be quite tricky. Vroom vroom vroom. The roar of the engines grew louder. In midair, the J-20 Pulse has completed a turn in place. Next, the aircraft will enter a flying posture and fly 2 circles above the city of wandering Earth along a fixed route. Inside the cockpit, Liang Chao is gripping the safety belt tightly, his face filled with terror, constantly murmuring to himself, "Don't be nervous. It's fine. The general said it would be okay. Just hold on. It's only 2 minutes. It will pass soon." But, damn it, who can stay calm in this situation? His attempts to cheer himself up do not ease his anxiety. Instead, as the aircraft changes direction, his uneasy premonition grows stronger. In the end, he couldn't hold back and screamed frantically inside the cockpit. Wu Jing looked up at the aircraft. At that moment, he seemed to faintly hear Liang Chao's terrified scream from above. For Liang to hold on until now before shouting, he must be quite a man. Wu Jing murmured to himself, suddenly feeling sympathy for Liang Chao. But as soon as he thought about having to board the aircraft to film soon, his mood changed instantly. Who has time to sympathize with others? He better pray for himself to not look too bad later. At that moment, countless excuses for taking leave flashed through Wu Jing's mind as he frantically thought about how to avoid the risk when it was his turn. Just then, a roaring sound suddenly echoed through the sky. Buzz! Under everyone's gaze, the aircraft suddenly took off. With a swoosh, it disappeared into the air. Liang Chao's terrified scream also abruptly stopped at that moment. By the time everyone reacted, the aircraft was already several miles away in the airspace. Wow! This speed is almost like a real fighter jet. This is incredible. I originally thought that even if this aircraft model could fly, it wouldn't be very fast. But my imagination was clearly too limited. A model aircraft? Who would dare to say this is a model? If this were a model, all the fighter jets in the world could be thrown in the recycling bin. I really can't understand where the general got such a big thing from. I have reason to suspect that this might be the latest model of the country's fighter jet. The latest model of the country's fighter jet for filming a movie? What are you thinking? The speed is so fast that I'm genuinely worried about Director Liang. He won't have trouble coming down, will he? Chapter 120, Air Force Base. Unidentified flying object detected. Alert. Excited voices emerged from the crowd on site, and the entire filming location was in an uproar. Everyone in the crew was shocked by the speed of the J-20 Pulse fighter jet. Seeing this scene, Wu Jing was once again left in a state of bewilderment. Then, the fear from deep within him surged uncontrollably, taking over his entire body and causing him to tremble involuntarily. The speed is decent. Next to him, Lu Li's calm voice sounded again. Hearing this, Wu Jing immediately wanted to curse. This speed is just decent? Even for a real fighter jet, it wouldn't be much faster than this. How can you just say it's decent? I came here to act, not to risk my life. Teacher Wu, I heard that you underwent special training in the military for acting? At this moment, Lu Li's voice rang out again, looking towards Wu Jing. Wu Jing fell silent, but instinctively nodded. Have you seen any aircraft in the military? Like helicopters or something? Have you ever thought about flying a fighter jet in the sky one day? Wu Jing was taken aback again. This time, it wasn't the shock of the fighter jet that left him speechless, but Lu Li's words. Have you ever thought about flying a fighter jet in the sky? Wu Jing reminisced about his tough, yet passionate days in the military. It seemed that he once had such a dream. To fly a fighter jet, soaring into the sky, overlooking the magnificent mountains and rivers from above the clouds. That must be the ultimate romance for all military enthusiasts who love the military, weapons, and various armored vehicles. To be honest, I really have thought about it. Wu Jing found himself murmuring without knowing why. Lu Li smiled and pointed to the fighter jet that was now just a small black dot in the sky. What a coincidence. Isn't this opportunity coming now? Wu Jing realized it, feeling a bit dazed, gritted his teeth, and said, I used to fantasize about flying a fighter jet, but I never thought it would be while filming in a production team. Is there a difference? Lu Li smiled. There is a huge difference. Wu Jing stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. Just think about it. If you really get to fly this fighter jet and circle in the sky, you would be the first male actor to fly a fighter jet. After today, wouldn't your image in the industry instantly become more impressive? Lu Li guided him step by step. Wu Jing, I can't believe I'm considering this. In the North China Theater, at a certain Air Force base. This Air Force base was built on the vast Gobi Desert, like a guardian of the barren territory of the motherland. Inside the heavily guarded base, 2 Air Force soldiers were walking out of the base building towards the airport where the fighter jets were stationed, heading for their daily patrol mission. Lao Lin, be careful during today's patrol. It seems someone has applied for airspace flying rights near our patrol area, so try to avoid contact with them. Dai Chiwei was the main pilot for this patrol mission, while the other soldier, referred to as Lao Lin, was his wingman Lin Weidong. Both were elite pilots with years of experience in flying patrol missions, the true sharp blade of the country in the blue sky, who applied for the flying rights. Coming to play in this vast goby? Lin Weidong casually asked, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. Not quite sure. It said that a film crew is filming near our patrol area. They applied for flying rights, probably wanting to use large drones or civilian helicopters for shooting. Oh, this production team is aiming for a big scene. As they spoke, the two had already reached the place where the fighter jets were stationed. Two mainstream operational fighter jets were quietly parked on the runway. Just be careful, Dai Chiwei reminded again. Don't worry. Those drones and helicopters used for filming can't even see our tail wings. It would be difficult for them to collide with us, and besides, my skills have never failed me. Upon hearing this, Dai Chiwei didn't say anything further. Lin Weidong was speaking the truth. Their aircraft were equipped with radar systems. So if any flying objects appeared in their patrol area, they would be detected immediately, allowing them to avoid a collision in real time. The weather is nice today. At this point, Lin Weidong had boarded the aircraft and activated the communication system. With this weather, barring any surprises, the patrol efficiency would be quick. Yes, let's try to come back early. Dai Chiwei also chimed in. Old Dai, I heard your leave request was approved. You can stay a few more days with your wife and child, right? Lin Weidong suddenly sighed with a hint of envy. I don't even know when I'll get a chance to go back. There will be opportunities. Dai Chiwei smiled. Soon, the two completed their pre-flight checks. Control Tower. J-5341 requesting takeoff for a patrol mission. Dai Chiwei connected to the command center channel and spoke in a deep voice. Received, you may take off. The control tower responded over the communication channel. Old Lin, prepare. Let's go. Accompanied by a roar, the two aircraft sliced through the sky and ascended into the clouds. Minutes later, they reached their patrol target airspace. Old Lin, stay alert. Keep an eye out for any other aircraft entering radar range. At this position, just ahead, is the approved flight space requested by the other group. Lin Weidong clearly understood Dai Chiwei's meaning, and his tone became serious as he replied, Understood, I'll closely monitor the nearby airspace. The two slowed their flying speed and continued along the patrol route. Just then, a small green dot suddenly appeared on Lin Weidong's radar display, and simultaneously, a series of beeping alerts came through his headset. An aircraft is approaching us. Lin Weidong immediately warned. I see it. It has a normal flight indicator. It should be the aircraft used by the film crew. Let's take care to avoid entering its visual range. Dai Chiwei issued the command. Understood, I'll adjust immediately. Lin Weidong's voice rang out again, but the next moment, his tone faltered, and he exclaimed, Wait, that aircraft is moving very fast. Old Dai, it's coming towards us. Dai Chiwei instinctively glanced at the radar, and then let out an expletive. What the hell? It's moving at over 20 Mach. That is definitely not a filming aircraft. Entering a state of heightened alert. Chapter 121. Could this aircraft be for filming? The green dot on the radar was getting closer. In just a few seconds, it had entered the visual range of Dai Chiwei and Lin Weidong. And both felt a surge of tension. Old Dai, I see it. It's moving really fast. That's an aircraft model I've never seen before. Immediately issue a warning and report to base to confirm the identity of the other party. Dai Chiwei quickly spoke up. While his right hand had already landed on the weapon system button of the aircraft, ready for combat. The warning signal had been sent out, but there was no response from the other side. Lin Weidong's voice rang out again, as an unknown aircraft approached rapidly. Old Dai, they're coming over. Should we shoot it down? Wait. The identification of the other party is clear, but we cannot confirm if it's an enemy aircraft. As the two communicated, the aircraft passed by the fighter jets piloted by them. Dai Chiwei and Lin Weidong turned their heads simultaneously to look at the cockpit of the opposing aircraft. However, due to the high speeds of both parties, this brief encounter was not enough for them to clearly see the situation inside the cockpit. Dai Chiwei immediately issued the order, turn around, chase after it. Understood. Lin Weidong replied loudly, and surprisingly had the mood to joke. Old Dai, your vacation might have to be postponed. What time is it to be saying this? Dai Chiwei replied, speechless. The fighter jets piloted by them quickly turned around, with a loud sonic boom erupting from the tail. Let us catch up and see who that is. Just as they accelerated, the communication channel rang with inquiries from the Air Force Base headquarters. J-5341 Patrol Team, what is your situation? Please respond. Reporting to the base. J-5341 team has discovered an unknown model aircraft near the patrol area, identified as a film crew that applied for flight rights in Area 353 today. The aircraft is extremely fast, possibly exceeding a speed of 25 Mach. We have passed each other and are now turning around to try and chase it for further identification. Dai Chiwei quickly reported their situation to the base. Understood. You are authorized to continue the pursuit. Make sure to confirm the identity of the other party. If necessary, emergency measures can be taken. Proceed with caution. Understood. Both Dai Chiwei and Lin Weidong responded. At that moment, adrenaline surged through both of them. Old Dai, let us encircle it. We can't let that guy get away. How dare they act wildly in our patrol airspace? Do they think our air force is powerless? Old Lin, we cannot act rashly until the identity of the other party is confirmed. Dai Chiwei reminded Lin Weidong, who was clearly getting a little too excited. Bro, you don't still think that's a film crew's aircraft, do you? Lin Weidong asked, his tone carrying a hint of surprise, as he was already leaning towards classifying the recently encountered aircraft as an enemy. How could a film crew's aircraft fly at such speeds? Let us chase that aircraft first and not jump to conclusions before that. Dai Chiwei thought it was unbelievable, but remained calm. The roar of the fighter jet's engine was deafening. Dai Chiwei and Lin Weidong were now nearly at full speed, with shockwaves bursting around the fighter jet, causing loud booms in the sky from time to time. Old Dai, I see it. It's just 3 kilometers ahead. After several seconds, Lin Weidong's voice sounded again, tinged with excitement. Just as Lin Weidong opened his mouth, the tail of the high-tech aircraft in front of him suddenly released a burst of air, instantly increasing its speed. Lin Weidong's gaze sharpened slightly, and he exclaimed, "Wow, that guy's speed seems to be just as fast as our full throttle. It can even create a sonic boom." "No more talking, chase after it," Dai Chiwei said with an extremely serious tone. Fortunately, after the sudden acceleration, the speed of the aircraft in front decreased again. Seizing the opportunity, the two of them wasted no time and accelerated to catch up. At this point, Dai Chiwei and Lin Weidong had formed a pincer formation, surrounding the aircraft in the middle. As the fighter jets continued to approach, they glanced at each other's cockpits again. Then, another expletive was blurted out. Lin Weidong, damn. Old Dai, guess what I saw? Dai Chiwei paused for a second, then a somewhat shocked voice responded. I guess you must have seen that the pilot in the opposite cockpit has passed out. You guessed it right. Lin Weidong's tone was filled with disbelief. What the hell is going on? While controlling the aircraft, Dai Chiwei kept turning his head to look at the Sci-Fi-like aircraft on the right. The pilot of that strange fighter had actually passed out. The most ridiculous part was that the aircraft was still flying normally, and flying so fast and steadily. The aircraft they were chasing was the J-20 Plus undergoing test flights, and the person who had passed out in the cockpit was undoubtedly Liang Chao. The flight speed of the 3 aircraft gradually slowed down. At this moment, the test flight of the J-20 Plus was nearing its end, descending in altitude towards the city of Wandering Earth below. Dai Chiwei and Lin Weidong were somewhat confused, only able to follow the aircraft downwards. Old Dai, what do we do now? Lin Weidong also noticed that the aircraft seemed to have no hostility towards them, merely flying a circle in the air and now seemingly intending to land. Quickly report the situation to the base. There won't be a new base down there, will there? But we haven't heard anything about it. Dai Chiwei was also full of doubts at this moment. If this is a new base, their aircraft looks more advanced than ours, Lin Weidong mumbled unconsciously. I haven't seen this model of fighter before. It seems like an upgraded version of our latest fighter, but it appears to have better agility and overall performance. The two followed the J-20 Plus as it continued to lower its altitude. Wait a minute. When did a city get built down there? Lin Weidong exclaimed in surprise as he spotted the city of Wandering Earth below. That's not an aviation base. There are no runways for takeoffs and landings. Dai Chiwei also saw the situation below, but what surprised him was that the aircraft was still descending. No, we can't continue following it down. Pull up. When their aircraft was about 300 meters above the ground, Lin Weidong warned in a deep voice, then pulled the control stick to swiftly raise the fighter jet. Dai Chiwei almost simultaneously activated his aircraft. Then, both of them looked back and saw that the aircraft was actually descending straight downwards, showing no intention of ascending. What on earth? Is it trying to crash? It just dove straight down? No, that aircraft is slowing down and has stopped in midair. How is that possible? Dai Chiwei and Lin Weidong both exclaimed. Soon, the communicator fell silent. Chapter 122. That aircraft can't be a movie prop. That's absurd. It's capable of vertical takeoff and landing. In the sky, Dai Chiwei and Lin Weidong piloted their aircraft, circling above the wandering Earth city, dumbfounded as they watched the J-20 descend straight to the ground. The two massive energy turbines at the rear were vertical upon landing, managing to stabilize the aircraft's descent solely through energy propulsion. How is this possible? Is our country's research team this impressive? They've actually developed such advanced technology for vertical takeoff and landing. Are they planning to use the aircraft like a helicopter? Lin Weidong's mind was in turmoil, his shock beyond words. This is definitely not something a film crew could create. Perhaps there really is a secret research base below. And this aircraft is likely an early prototype that hasn't officially entered service yet. Dai Chiwei speculated, his face filled with astonishment. I said long ago that this thing couldn't possibly be for filming. Lin Weidong felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of film crew could afford such a prop? It's simply outrageous. Forget about that for now. We need to report the situation here immediately. As for what to do next, let's wait for instructions from above. For now, we'll circle and stay alert in this area. Understood, Lin Weidong quickly replied, then promptly sent the recently captured video and photo data back to headquarters. Meanwhile, at the Air Force Base, the entire base was in an uproar as Lin Weidong's latest data arrived. In the command center's monitoring hall, photos and video footage were quickly extracted and projected onto the central screen. At the same time, at the entrance of the hall, a military leader with stars on his shoulders strode indecisively. General, J-5341 has sent back the latest intelligence. Yang Qingchun, the head of the command center, quickly approached and spoke in a low voice. Give me the specifics. Yun Xiaofeng looked up at the large screen in the center of the monitoring hall, where video footage of Lin Weidong and his companion discovering the J-20 was now playing. Several high-definition photos of the J-20 also appeared on the sides of the screen. It's like this, Yang Qingchun quickly summarized. Today, while J-5341 was on a patrol mission, it encountered an aircraft with normal flight identification. The aircraft is flying at an incredibly high speed, with an initial assessment suggesting it may exceed 25 Mach. Additionally, it is equipped with advanced technologies such as automatic cruising and unmanned operation. There are even indications that this unidentified aircraft possesses vertical takeoff and landing capabilities. Unmanned operation? Vertical takeoff and landing? Speed exceeding 25 Mach? Yun Xiaofeng's expression instantly became extremely serious. He looked at Yang Qingchun earnestly and asked, "Do you know what you were talking about? Such a fighter jet is something even our most advanced research facilities cannot produce. Are you telling me that we've discovered such a fighter jet in our patrol area?" By the end of his statement, Yun Xiaofeng's brows were tightly furrowed. Report, General. I am very clear about what I am saying and can take responsibility for my words. Yang Qingchun replied solemnly, his expression extremely grave. General, please look at the big screen. The video footage shown is captured by Team J-5341, along with photos of the aircraft. They are currently hovering over the location of the unidentified aircraft, on standby at all times. Yun Xiaofeng quietly watched the flight footage of the J-20 on the screen, increasingly astonished. When he saw the fighter jet vertically landing within the city of Wandering Earth, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Find out when that city appeared and which unit it belongs to. Also, which team developed that fighter jet, and why have we received no information about it? At this moment, Yang Qingchun seemed to recall something suddenly, hesitated for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and said, General, according to the information we currently have, the unit that applied for flight rights for the unidentified aircraft is a film crew. Based on the content of the application, this unidentified aircraft appears to be a prop for their movie. Although this is somewhat hard to believe, shouldn't we verify this situation first? A prop for a movie? Yun Xiaofeng was taken aback for a moment, and then his expression became quite intriguing. You mean this new type of fighter jet, which has autonomous flying capabilities, exceeds 25 Mach, and can take off and land vertically, is just a prop for some film crew? Are we discussing a sci-fi blockbuster here? The film that crew is making does seem to be a sci-fi movie. Yang Qingchun's voice grew quieter, and by the end, even he felt he was just spouting nonsense. I don't care if they are making a sci-fi movie or a thriller, find out for me. Within half a day, I want to understand everything about that new fighter jet. It's outrageous that we know nothing about such a powerful model emerging domestically. With that, Yun Xiaofeng turned and left. These old guys create such amazing technology and come to my territory to flaunt it, yet they don't even inform me. They clearly have no regard for me at all. he murmured to himself as he quickly walked out of the monitoring hall. Yun Xiaofeng's mind was ablaze, filled with thoughts of the powerful, futuristic fighter jet from the video. And he just wanted to get to the bottom of what that aircraft was all about. Is it a new model developed by a military research facility? Is it still something created by some old-timer from the academy? Logically speaking, if such a great thing really came out, he should have heard some news about it, right? Why was there no hint at all beforehand? Doing things on his territory without even a heads up. This new model of aircraft. If they don't send a few over to him, this matter won't be settled. With the departure of Yun Xiaofeng, the entire Air Force base instantly became busy. Information regarding that aircraft was immediately sent to the intelligence department, and Yang Qingchun also started his investigation right away. His first step was naturally to look into the crew of the film The Wandering Earth that had previously applied for flight rights. At this moment, the crew might still be unaware. A wave of disturbance, comparable to a great tsunami, was rapidly spreading with them at its core. And the center of it all was the recently successfully tested J-20+, along with its creator, Lu. Chapter 123. Test flying one aircraft, bringing back two? Time rewinds a few minutes earlier. Above the city of the Wandering Earth, when the J-20+ returned, the crowd of the crew erupted in cheers, with some even jumping up in excitement. However, when two military aircraft followed closely behind the J-20+ and descended from the clouds into the crowd's view, the cheers suddenly ceased. What followed was shock and panic. As the two aircraft soared overhead, they flew past right above their heads, allowing everyone to clearly see their design and markings, clearly military fighter jets. A buzzing discussion arose from the crowd, which began to stir uncontrollably. What is going on? Why did military aircraft show up? This is absurd. We were just testing a prop, and it attracted two military jets for escort? What is happening here? A prop? What Lu brought is even more real than a real fighter. Did you not see the speed just now? Can a prop fly like that? This is bad. I'm not even surprised that this thing attracted military attention. We might not be able to continue filming this project. Filming? It would be a miracle if we don't get surrounded by a group of people soon. At the filming site, everyone was stunned. Their faces a mix of shock and panic. The two military aircraft continued to circle above. Wu Jing was also looking up at the two military jets, his expression grim. No, it should be said he looked very grim. Watching the circling aircraft, he instinctively felt that something big was about to happen. Above the crowd, the J-20+ had entered a hover state and was slowly descending. Meanwhile, Lu was calling on his communication headset. Director Liang, please respond if you hear me. Director Liang, are you okay? Please answer if you can hear me. Lu kept calling for Liang Chao, but there was no sound from the communication headset, and at that moment, his heart tightened. He quickly called out to the medical team. Hurry, be ready to rescue Director Liang. In fact, just a minute after the aircraft took off, there was no sound coming from the communication headset. Before that, it had been filled with Liang Chao's terrified shouts. Lu guessed that Liang Chao might have lost consciousness. The safety of the aircraft was definitely not a problem, but the trouble was that this type of aircraft was not something an ordinary person could operate casually. The inertia overload caused by the aircraft's acceleration could indeed make someone with poor physical condition faint. This was a natural protective mechanism of the human body. Even if no operation was needed, if one did not have a sufficiently strong mental and physical adaptation ability, problems could arise, just like Liang Chao was experiencing now. At this moment, Wu Jing furrowed his brows and approached Lu. Lu, we might be in big trouble. Those two military aircraft in the sky. He pointed to the military planes still circling above. Have you thought about how to handle this? Lu put down the communication headset, glanced at the two military aircraft, then looked at the J-20+ that was about to land, and walked over. It's fine, we'll clarify everything later. At this moment, Liang Chao's safety was the most important thing to him. As for the military side, he had already considered the possibility of this situation occurring before the J-20+ took off, so he had long prepared a response plan. At worst, he could cooperate with the state again and hand over the technology of the J-20+. After all, artificial intelligence and nanomaterials had already connected with the research institute. So an additional collaboration wouldn't hurt. It could even bring in more profits and enhance the country's aerial defense capabilities. Why not? Previously, he lacked the confidence to negotiate conditions with the state due to his own insufficient strength. Now, with breakthroughs in artificial intelligence and nanomaterials, the areas of cooperation with the state would only increase, and the emergence of the J-20+ was just the beginning. Seeing Lu's confident demeanor, Wu Jing felt a bit more relaxed. As he saw the J-20 Plus land, he quickly followed. At this point, noticing that the military aircraft circling above had not taken any further action, the crew members calmed down slightly. Naturally, the issues on the military side were for Lu to worry about. What did these small crew members have to be concerned about? Once they realized this, everyone's gaze turned back to the already landed J-20 Plus, and a crowd of people rushed toward the aircraft. Is Director Liang okay? The aircraft was so fast. I hope his heart didn't have any issues. I doubt it. With his physique, he probably couldn't hold on right after takeoff. Lu is really bold, daring to let Director Liang go up. What do you mean bold? Wasn't it Director Liang who insisted on going up? That's true. Director Liang is indeed tough. The director who has piloted a fighter jet can certainly brag about it now, and I find myself quite envious. Amid the buzzing discussions, Lu Li and Wu Jing, along with the medical team, have arrived beneath the fighter jet, where the protective cover is slowly being opened. At this moment, Director Liang appears unresponsive, leaning against the cockpit like a lifeless fish. Wu Jing, acting swiftly, steps onto the boarding ladder of the jet. Director Liang, wake up. How are you feeling? Wu Jing opens the director's helmet and gently pats his face. However, there is still no reaction from Director Liang. After a brief examination, Wu Jing sighs in relief. It shouldn't be a major issue. He might have fainted due to the tension and the inertia from the jet's acceleration, triggering a protective response in his body. Get him down quickly. Lu Li calls from below, a hint of concern in his eyes. Several medical personnel prepare to assist in bringing Director Liang down. Just then, Director Liang suddenly opens his eyes wide, gasping for air like a drowning person finally reaching the surface. No, I can get down myself. He reaches out, grips the sides of the cockpit, and shakily stands up. With Wu Jing's support, he stubbornly makes his way down. You see? I told you I could walk down myself. After catching his breath, Director Liang's speech becomes much more fluid. Are you okay? Let the doctors check you. Lu Li signals to the nearby medical staff, and a few doctors quickly approach. No, I'm fine. Director Liang calmly raises his hand to stop them and then turns to walk out of the crowd. Then, suddenly, vomit. A sound that sends chills down the spine comes from Director Liang's direction. Hearing the violent retching, Wu Jing's face pales, and he starts to feel anxious at the thought that he would soon have to get into the jet for filming. Lu, maybe we should skip filming today? Wu Jing glances at the military jet still circling overhead and thinks of a perfect excuse. This situation is far from over. Perhaps the military will send someone down soon. He looks at Lu Li with a hint of hope for a quick rescue from this predicament. Lu Li firmly replies, no way, we must finish filming today. We can't fall behind schedule. He then turns to the crew, saying, everyone get ready. We're about to start filming. Where's Director Liang? Bring him back. The crew members exchange glances, their expressions full of complexity. They look at the jet still hovering above and then at the direction of Director Liang. Can we continue filming in this situation? What about the jet up there? Wouldn't that be disrespectful? Is Director Liang still able to work in that condition? It's only now that I realize how impressive and ruthless Mr. Lu truly is. The faint murmurs from the crowd seemed to reach Liang Chao's ears as he walked back in from outside, his face still pale but resolute. Mr. Lu, I'm fine, I can continue filming. As he said this, a spark of enthusiasm flickered in his eyes. After piloting the J-20 Pulse, even though he felt a bit unwell, his heart raced with excitement. Having personally experienced the aircraft's performance, he could almost envision the stunning visuals that would emerge from filming with it. Compared to his physical discomfort, he was more eager to see the outcome of this scene. Director Liang, shouldn't you reconsider? What if those two military jets decide to follow us while we're filming? How will we handle that? Wu Jing was still making one last effort to delay things. Mr. Wu, have you forgotten your dreams? At this moment, Lu Li suddenly spoke up again. Think about the feeling of flying in a jet and looking down at the earth. Aren't you even a little bit tempted? No actor has ever had the honor of piloting a military jet before. Exactly, Mr. Wu, be a bit stronger. Looking down at the mountains and rivers from a jet is simply exhilarating. Look at me, if I'm brave enough to go up, what are you afraid of? Liang Chao chimed in. Wu Jing glanced at Liang Chao with a resigned expression. This guy would faint as soon as the jet took off. What mountains and rivers was he going to see? It's easy to talk big when just a moment ago he was throwing up like a dog. But what about those two military jets? Wu Jing looked back at Lu Li. It's fine, Lu Li replied calmly. If they want to follow, let them. We have applied for legal flight rights. They want to do anything to us. During post-editing, just make sure to keep them out of frame. After all, Their jets don't have the futuristic look we need and would ruin the overall aesthetic of our shots. At this point, Lu paused for a moment and suddenly thought of a question. If those pilots could fly the J-20 Pulse for the shoot, that would be great. It would save him the cost of hiring extras, and having professionals do their job would surely yield better results. If he collaborates with the military in the future, he could borrow their personnel. Such a small request, they surely wouldn't refuse. Wu Jing looked at Lu Li with a speechless expression. He had no idea about Lu Li's little scheme. If he did, he would probably jump up and yell how ridiculous it was to have professional pilots act as extras. Is this even a reasonable request? However, even without knowing Lu Li's thoughts, both Wu Jing and Liang Chao wore complex expressions. So they think those cool military jets aren't futuristic enough to be in the frame? If the pilots heard that, they wouldn't know what to think. All right, let us not waste any more time. Let us get ready to film. Lu Li patted Wu Jing on the shoulder and said earnestly, I believe you can do it. Don't forget, you're a warrior. Wu Jing paused for a moment, then took a deep breath in resignation. All right, I'll give it a try. By the way, if those two up in the sky call you later, just ask them to keep their distance. We really don't need them in the shot. We need a solo long take. Lu Li reminded him. Wu Jing nodded, and Liang Chao, who was listening, agreed with a nod. At that moment, making the film was the most important thing for him. Anyone from the military had to take a back seat. Whatever issues arose could wait until this shot was completed. As for the subsequent matters, he trusted that Mr. Lu would handle them well. This was the basic quality of being Lu Li's right-hand man and a loyal subject. Soon, everything was ready on set. The interior of the J-20 Pulse fighter jet was equipped with mini cameras. Everyone ready. Liang Chao sat on a small stool for directors and raised his hand. Each department immediately confirmed their readiness. Action. With Liang Chao's command, the filming officially began. Wu Jing worked hard to control his emotions as he stepped onto the fighter jet. His eyes filled with a sharp determination that perfectly matched the main emotion of the scene. That look is great. Liang Chao couldn't help but praise. It has that fearless vibe. If only you could add a bit more nonchalance. Lu Li, watching the camera feed from the side, remarked quietly. Isn't that exactly the fearless look? Your expression was the same during the test flight. Upon hearing this, Liang Chao immediately shut his mouth, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Before long, in the shot, the fighter jet piloted by Wu Jing slowly took off and began to climb vertically. At that moment, Wu Jing's heart was actually racing with anxiety. His legs couldn't stop shaking. But to avoid any mistakes and to get it right in one go, he forced himself to control all inappropriate movements and expressions, fully immersing himself in the role. In that moment, he felt as if he had merged with the character in the film, completely embodying it. The roar of the jet engine buzzed in his ears. Suddenly, he recalled the days of intense training in the military, and a wave of special emotions surged within him. His expression shifted from serious to more carefree and defiant. Just like a true pilot entering his element. In the vast sky, I am the king. Although he hadn't flown a jet in the military, it felt just the same here. Today was the day his dream of soaring through the skies was realized. Chapter 125. Am I not worthy to be in the frame as a distinguished Air Force pilot? Just as Wu Jing soared into the clouds aboard the J-20 Pulse, the communication channel button on the control panel in front of him suddenly lit up green. Meanwhile, the military aircraft that had been circling above the city followed suit. Soon after, a voice came through Wu Jing's communication headset. This is the Air Force of a certain country, and we are issuing a warning to you. Please explain the purpose of your flight mission, otherwise, we will take measures against you. The voice in the communication headset made Wu Jing's heart tighten. At that moment, he unconsciously recalled the earlier reminder from Lu Li. He then pressed the talk button on the headset, took a deep breath, and said, Hello, Air Force personnel. We are currently filming a movie. Please keep some distance and do not enter our shooting range. Thank you. After speaking, Wu Jing instinctively placed a hand on his chest. Feeling his heart racing, he had just piloted a fighter jet and communicated with Air Force personnel. He was even racing with the most elite Air Force pilots. This feeling was even more exhilarating than a billion-dollar box office. It was so cool. Just then, the fighter jet accelerated, and a shockwave erupted from the tail, pinning Wu Jing firmly into his seat. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration surged from his heart, electrifying his entire body. The momentary gravitational overload made him completely excited. His physical fitness was clearly much better than Liang Chao's, and his adaptability to the fighter jet's speed was significantly stronger. At this moment, he only felt a slight dizziness. which did not affect his alertness. Awesome, let's go again. He couldn't help but shout out loud, trembling with excitement. Behind him, the two military jets reacted a beat slower. Dai Chi-wei and Lin Weidong fell into silence after hearing Wu Jing's words through the headset. They exchanged bewildered glances. Old Lin, did that guy just say they are filming? Lin Weidong felt somewhat incredulous. Wait, they actually have the time to film a movie at this moment? Dai Chi-wei couldn't understand why they seemed unaware that their reckless actions had already attracted military attention. Or did they simply not care? Perhaps they didn't realize what this meant at all. Lin Weidong could only comfort himself this way, though he felt it was utterly absurd. Wait, he just told us not to get too close, worried that we might enter the frame? What Lin Weidong found even more confusing was, are we, as professional fighter pilots, merely extras to him and still not good enough? Dai Chi-wei glanced at the accelerating fighter jet ahead and hesitated for a moment before saying, it seems our fighter jets aren't as cool as theirs. Lin Weidong, I have no words. Regardless, let's follow them for now. Dai Chi-wei felt a bit frustrated but had to give the order to keep a safe distance and observe from afar. The two fighter jets simultaneously accelerated, chasing after Wu Jing ahead. Meanwhile, at a certain Air Force base, Yin Xiaofeng was on the phone. Although he had already issued orders to find out all information regarding the fighter jet, he couldn't wait and directly called various military research bases in the northern region. Hello, Old Joe. This is Yin Xiaofeng. I heard you guys developed a new type of fighter jet with vertical takeoff and landing capabilities. Is that true? Nonsense. You don't know? Oh, I see, just asking. Quickly hanging up the phone, Yun Xiaofeng dialed another number without pause. Hello, Lao Wu. This is Yun Xiaofeng. I heard you guys have recently developed a new fighter jet with vertical takeoff and landing capabilities. Is that true or just rumors? There's no such thing. Only a fool would research vertical takeoff and landing. Oh, sorry. Maybe I heard wrong. Never mind. Let us leave it at that. After hanging up again, Yun Xiaofeng dialed another number. This time it was the number of a big shot from the Academy of Aerospace Engines. Hello, Academician Shin. This is Yun Xiaofeng. I want to ask you something. I heard we have developed a fighter jet engine that can achieve vertical takeoff and landing. Is that true? What? Have you been reading too many novels? No, I don't read that stuff. Impossible? All right. I understand. Maybe I heard wrong. After hanging up once more, the corners of Yun Xiaofeng's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. He didn't continue making calls, but instead began to think with a puzzled expression. After making so many calls, not a single person knew about this fighter jet. Even those guys hadn't even heard a whisper about it. This doesn't make sense. Besides those old folks, who else could develop such a thing? The more Yun Xiaofeng thought, the more something felt off. It seemed the situation was becoming increasingly mysterious. Could it really be a secret project with a very high level of confidentiality? Yun Xiaofeng muttered to himself, then shook his head. That didn't make sense. If the confidentiality level was really that high, how could they be conducting test flights so openly in my territory? Isn't that just playing around? Yun Xiaofeng felt his mind was a jumbled mess, unable to grasp the key points. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the office door. A voice from outside called out, "Report. Come in." Yun Xiaofeng temporarily set aside his thoughts, his expression returning to seriousness. "Report, General. We have found out about the fighter jet." Yang Qingshun spoke in a deep voice, but by the end, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. "Stop keeping me in suspense. Just say it." Yun Xiaofeng's eyes lit up instantly. Yang Qingshun took a deep breath and continued. "According to the investigation, that fighter jet was indeed produced by a film production crew. Is that the result of your investigation?" Before Yang Qingshun could finish, Yun Xiaofeng's brows furrowed slightly, and a cold expression gradually appeared on his face. This result was hard for him to accept. "General, please don't be anxious. The situation is a bit complicated. Let me report it to you step by step." Yang Qingshun had a bitter expression. He knew this report would definitely get criticized. But there was no way around it. The investigation results were just that outrageous, and he couldn't help it. Even when he first received the investigation data, he found it hard to believe. "Go on." Yun Xiaofeng quickly calmed down and spoke again. "Yes." Yang Qingshun no longer hesitated and quickly and succinctly reported what had been discovered. The aircraft was indeed created by a certain film crew, but the situation is a bit dusue. A month ago, a city named Wandering Earth City was built 10 kilometers outside of Gushan Village in Shaqing County. During the construction of this film city, many advanced technologies emerged, including 3D printing, artificial intelligence, and nanomaterials. The new type of aircraft we discovered today also flew out from this city. Based on various facts that have already occurred, we reasonably deduce that the breakthrough technology of this new aircraft was likely developed by the builder of the city, and the probability is very high. Chapter 126, General Yun. Go to Wandering Earth City and bring the people back. This is all the information we have gathered so far. The film crew I mentioned earlier is currently filming inside Wandering Earth City. That's why we believe that aircraft was produced by this crew. Yang Qingchun quickly finished his report and stood at attention, looking at Yun Xiaofeng. Yun Xiaofeng fell into silence. He did not say a word until the report was complete. At that moment, his emotions were churning inside. The confusion he had after the phone call seemed to have a reasonable explanation now. If that new type of aircraft was not developed by the government, it would make sense that many military equipment research bases and relevant institutions were unaware of it. However, upon further reflection, this seemed to be the most unreasonable situation. A big boss from a private enterprise built a city in the Gobi Desert. And then advanced technologies kept emerging from this city, including a new type of aircraft that surpassed military technology. Is this even reasonable? Do you know what the real purpose of building this city is? After a long while, Yun Xiaofeng slowly asked. Yang Qingchun hesitated for a moment, then replied with a strange expression. It is said that it is just for making a movie. What? It's really just for making a movie? Yun Xiaofeng paused. His eyebrows raised. According to our investigation results, whether it is building the city or developing advanced technologies, the ultimate purpose of that person is to make a movie. Moreover, the J-5341 team, which was monitoring the situation over there, also reported that the new type of aircraft took off again, and its purpose was also to shoot a film. Is this a joke? Yun Xiaofeng's eyes widened, disbelief on his face. The usually composed general rarely cursed in surprise. Yun Xiaofeng laughed in disbelief. That guy is doing all this just to make a movie? Do you believe that? But we really didn't find any abnormal situations. Yang Qingchun said with a gushao. Didn't he find any abnormal situations? Yun Xiaofeng's expression suddenly changed. Don't you think it's already suspicious that he has developed so many advanced technologies? This matter must be thoroughly investigated. By the way, what is that person's name? Yun Xiaofeng's tone suddenly softened. Luli, Yang Qingchun quickly reported. Immediately investigate this person's detailed information, be thorough, from his birth until now, and do not overlook any unusual aspects. A serious expression appeared in Yun Xiaofeng's eyes. During Yang Qingchun's report, he was pondering whether this person named Lu Li could possibly be a spy from another country. However, upon closer examination, he felt that the likelihood of that was quite low. Not to mention that the individual openly built a city in the vast desert, making it seem like they wanted the whole world to know. Even the latest model of advanced aircraft was not hidden away, but was tested right under their noses. To call such a person a spy would be an insult to the profession itself. Nevertheless, a detailed investigation was still necessary, better safe than sorry. Additionally, this matter must remain confidential and cannot be shared with other friendly units. Immediately gather the personnel and prepare the helicopter. I want to personally visit this Lu Li in the city of Wandering Earth. At this moment, Yun Xiaofeng had developed a strong interest in Lu Li. General, what are you planning? Yang Qingchun asked, looking confused. Of course, it's to probe this person's background before others find out. If there's truly no issue, we must secure this person for ourselves. Yun Xiaofeng shot a disapproving glance at Yang Qingchun. At this point, Yang Qingchun finally understood. As long as this Lu Li was trustworthy, it was crucial to establish a good relationship immediately. Wouldn't that mean everyone at the base could eventually fly those impressive new models of aircraft? Thinking this way, Yang Qingchun felt a deep admiration. If anyone was cunning and shrewd, it had to be the general. Yes, Yang Qingchun replied solemnly. However, what Yun Xiaofeng was thinking was far from simple. If Lu Li truly possessed such advanced technology, even in the realm of military equipment, this person would hold immense significance for the military and even for the entire nation. Although the true situation of the city had not yet drawn the attention of other countries, some things still needed to be guarded against. With countless satellites flying above this planet, no one knew when the situation of that city might be exposed, and they had to quickly formulate a response strategy. But all of this hinged on first locating Lu Li and understanding the situation. In the city of Wandering Earth, at the research base of the Nanomaterials Institute, the experiments on nanomaterials had been progressing very smoothly. With Lin Miao overseeing the situation, Professor Li had some free time to come in. At that moment, he was discussing the potential and application fields of artificial intelligence with Xiaolingfeng. Xiaolingfeng had been in an excited state lately. And even though Professor Li wasn't very knowledgeable in this area, he still enjoyed brainstorming about the future together. By the way, old Xia, have you reported the situation here? What is the response from above? Why hasn't there been any news? Professor Li asked, puzzled. According to their reports, the upper management of the Academy of Sciences should have taken the situation in the city of Wandering Earth seriously. Why had it been nearly a week without any updates? There has been no silence. At this point, Xiaolingfeng also became serious. I heard that there is an investigation into the identity of the individual in charge, likely to clarify things before deciding how to handle the situation. After all, the emergence of advanced artificial intelligence is of significant importance to the nation and even the entire world. Many things require careful consideration before action. However, I've heard that someone is expected to be dispatched soon, and the movement might not be small. It seems things are about to get lively here. Upon hearing this, Professor Li nodded slightly. In fact, I've always been curious about one thing. Where did the advanced technologies come from? This is something I have never been able to understand. I also find it puzzling that the research team he assembled is quite ordinary, far inferior to the true core members of our research institute. Therefore, those advanced technological achievements clearly did not come from this research team. I also raised this concern in the materials I submitted, and perhaps due to these comprehensive factors, the response has been slow. This matter is far more complex than we imagined, and I suspect there will be a significant storm ahead. At this point, both Professor Li and Xiaolingfeng fell silent. Just then, Professor Li's assistant, Yunming, suddenly walked in. Professor, something big has happened. Professor Li's expression became serious. What is going on? I just went out and noticed military aircraft circling above the city. Yunming quickly replied. It seems the military has taken notice of this place. Xiaolingfeng frowned in confusion and asked, what has Luli done now? Even the military is involved? I heard that during their filming today, they managed to send a fighter jet into the sky, Yunming said, his tone slightly strange and incredulous. Chapter 127. A squadron of helicopters arrives. The main force has arrived. What? A fighter jet? Both Professor Li and Xiaolingfeng widened their eyes in shock. They actually managed to get a fighter jet flying? They exchanged a glance, both feeling bewildered and confused. This individual can even build fighter jets? Xiaolingfeng murmured, increasingly feeling that this was absurd. What else can he not do? I heard he is currently filming a science fiction movie. Professor Li also murmured. The two exchanged glances again, and Professor Li couldn't help but exclaim, this guy can't be thinking of bringing everything from that science fiction movie to life, can he? Thinking carefully, it doesn't seem impossible. Professor Li's expression grew more astonished. First it was 3D printing technology, then intelligent robots, and now nanomaterials, even talking about building a space elevator. And now he has even produced a fighter jet. What on earth is he thinking? How much more has he not revealed? Regardless of his intentions, it no longer matters. Even if these advanced technologies were developed solely for a movie, they have been created. Our entire nation might change because of his research achievements. Xiaolingfeng's eyes brightened, and he suddenly stood up. Let us go see the fighter jet he made and find out what kind of aircraft could even attract military attention. I have a feeling that it's definitely not that simple. As he spoke, Xiaolingfeng had already walked towards the outside of the research institute. Professor Li and Yunming were also very curious at this point, and they didn't hesitate to follow. The three of them had just exited the research institute and were heading towards the filming site where Lu Li and the others were. At that moment, a whirring sound of helicopter blades grew louder from afar, coming from above them, making the three of them instinctively look up. Oh my, a fleet of helicopters. Yunming was stunned upon seeing the scene in the sky above. In the distance, a dozen helicopters were speeding towards them, the blades whirring, their dark green exteriors reflecting a heavy metallic sheen in the sunlight. These were armed helicopters. Among them were several transport helicopters as well. The helicopter fleet was advancing towards the city of the Wandering Earth, reminiscent of a scene before a major battle in a movie, giving a strong sense of oppression. The three of them were momentarily dazed, staring blankly into the distance, wide-eyed. That was a large military force arriving. It seemed like it. What on earth did that guy Luli do to cause such a commotion? The roar of the helicopters not only startled Professor Li and the others, but also caught the attention of the entire city of the Wandering Earth. Lin Miao and other researchers, who had just completed an experiment inside the institute, came out upon hearing the noise and looked up at the sky. Teacher, what is happening? She looked towards the direction from which the helicopters were coming. her face showing shock, along with a hint of unease in her eyes. This place belonged to Lu Li, and the military's ostentatious arrival must be related to him. She worried that Lu Li might be in trouble. You might want to ask little President Lu about that. Professor Li briefly explained the situation to Lin Miao, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Lu Li had created a fighter jet. Hearing this news, Lin Miao was dumbfounded. Let us go. Let's check it out first. Professor Li looked towards the direction of the film base. The military helicopters had clear targets, all heading towards the film base. Evidently already familiar with the internal terrain of the city of the Wandering Earth. That was also where the J-20 Pulse took off and landed. The military was clearly after that fighter jet. The group boarded a transport vehicle and quickly sped towards the film base. Meanwhile, at the film base, on the filming site, Wu Jing had already flown a lap in the J-20 Pulse and returned. In the director's booth, Lu Li and the others were gathered around Liang Chao, their eyes shining brightly as they fixated on the camera screen. The footage of Wu Jing flying the fighter jet solo had been captured, and Liang Chao immediately retrieved all the clips to start playback. Against the backdrop of the azure sky, Wu Jing's profile appeared on the screen. The roar of the jet engine emanated from the footage, instantly capturing everyone's hearts with an incredibly realistic audiovisual effect, combined with the white clouds speeding past the jet. The real aerial shots have an incredible texture that stirs excitement in viewers. The visuals are simply unbeatable. The onlooker murmurs to himself. It's not just unbeatable. The flight footage captured is a level of realism that no special effects can match. Just look at the intensity of the strong winds. It's absolutely amazing. Wu Jing is still overwhelmed with excitement. The feeling of soaring high above the clouds lingers in his mind. That sense of freedom and the thrill of overlooking the breathtaking landscapes is unforgettable. It's definitely far superior to what special effects can deliver. Lu Tianwang also expresses his admiration. This is undoubtedly the most perfect shot I've ever directed, bar none. Liang Chao's eyes are filled with uncontrollable excitement and shock. He murmurs in agreement. With these clips, all the fright from the test flight was worth it. He clenches his fists tightly and swings them in excitement. I have a feeling this film will be the pinnacle of my directing career. The group exchanges excited glances, each unable to contain their enthusiasm. After quietly watching all the footage just filmed, Lu Li nods in satisfaction. Indeed, Teacher Wu truly lives up to being a professional actor who has been in the military. Overcoming the physical and psychological pressure of fast aerial maneuvers so quickly is impressive. You flatter me. I was genuinely scared before going up, but once up there, the feeling is indescribable. Only by experiencing it can one understand the exhilaration. Wu Jing beams with joy. It's certainly much better than some others. The onlooker winks at Liang Chao. Can we just move past this? Thinking of his embarrassing performance during the test flight, Liang Chao wishes he could find a place to hide. Just as everyone is immersed in excitement, suddenly, the roaring sound of approaching helicopter blades fills the air. At the same time, gasps of surprise ripple through the crew. Wow, look over there. It's a fleet of helicopters. Are military personnel here? I knew things weren't that simple. Oh no, we can't escape this. The military is coming. Are we going to be collectively invited for a chat? Chapter 128. The crew is filming. Unrelated personnel, please retreat. Luzong, it seems military personnel have arrived. Wu Jing's voice reaches Lu Li's ears. Lu Li squints slightly and turns to look in the direction of the whirring blades. The onlooker and Liang Chao also instinctively look up, staring in shock at the approaching fleet of helicopters. They are momentarily frozen. The sight is too overwhelming. For those who have never dealt with the military, witnessing such a scene sends shivers down their spines, and an unbidden sense of unease begins to rise. The imposing presence is too strong. What is meant to happen will always come to pass. Wu Jing sighs softly. Since the two military aircraft appeared, he realized this situation might escalate, but the scene before him still astonishes him. There are at least 3 or 4 formations of helicopters, totaling more than a dozen. The military has actually deployed such a large force. What should we do now, Director Lu? Liang Chao swallowed unconsciously and looked at Lu Li. Not only him, but most of the crew instinctively turned their attention to Lu Li. They all understood that if anyone could solve the current problem, it would definitely be Director Lu. Just continue filming, Lu Li said Dandan, then stood up and looked towards the distance. There, the shuttle vehicle carrying Professor Li and others had also arrived. Helicopters were slowly landing one after another. Fortunately, the open space here was quite large. Otherwise, with so many helicopters, they would really struggle to land. At this moment, Liang Chao and Wu Jing were momentarily stunned. Continue filming? Even at this point, can we still broadcast it? Liang Chao felt a surge of anxiety. If the film couldn't be released because of this incident, he would feel worse than death. Since director Lu said to continue filming, let's just do that. Wu Jing spoke up, and Lu Tianwang beside him nodded as well. They had both been in the military and knew that the military wouldn't act recklessly. Now that they had come, as long as their filming complied with regulations, everything would be fine. Lu Tianwang was naturally calm and had seen many large-scale situations. At this moment, he also chose to trust Lu Li. In his mind, Lu Li's identity had always been quite mysterious. Let's film. Xia Huang also spoke up. I believe director Lu can handle everything. The others exchanged glances and nodded gently. Seeing this, Liang Chao could only nod as well, but the worry in his eyes lingered. When the crew heard the news about continuing filming, it caused a stir. Although filming was ongoing, everyone's gaze still occasionally shifted towards Lu Li. Meanwhile, Professor Li and Xiaoling Feng had already gotten out of the vehicle. Yin Xiaofeng happened to walk down from a helicopter. Is that General Yin? Xiaoling Feng said, slightly surprised. You know him? Professor Li's eyes lit up. I've had a few dealings with him. Xiaoling Feng nodded. He had once been responsible for a project involving smart simulation aircraft, mainly for military pilot training. He had interacted with Yin Xiaofeng a few times during that period. At this moment, Yin Xiaofeng also spotted Xiaoling Feng and walked over after thinking for a moment. Academician Xia, what brings you here? General Yun, long time no see. The two greeted each other, and then Xiaoling Feng explained, I have a collaborative project with Lu Li here, so we temporarily brought everyone over. What about you? Why such a big operation? Military secret. Yin Xiaofeng thought for a moment, but did not mention the aircraft. At this time, Xiaoling Feng chuckled. What secret? Isn't it just an aircraft? They're making a prop for a film. How could it alarm you? Xiaoling Feng also wanted to extract some information from Yin Xiaofeng. Since he was collaborating with Lu Li, he naturally hoped nothing would go wrong. However, he knew that he couldn't intervene too much in such matters, as the military's methods were completely different from theirs. He could only hope that it was all a misunderstanding. Thus, he could only gather information indirectly. After hearing Xiaoling Feng's words, Yin Xiaofeng's expression became somewhat complicated. Props? You guys call that a prop? Yin Xiaofeng was a bit confused. Although Xiaoling Feng and his group were not experts in military equipment, one would expect them to understand some aspects of science and technology in this circle. To hear that a fighter jet was referred to as a prop by this academic from a research institution was a bit absurd. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling Feng had already begun to understand the situation. He exchanged glances with Professor Li, both silently sighing in agreement. It seemed that their previous speculation was correct. That fighter jet was indeed not that simple. Let us go take a look. Yin Xiaofeng said no more and led the group directly towards the filming location. At the same time, the soldiers who had disembarked from the transport helicopter had already begun to secure the area. Many of the soldiers were carrying boxes as they moved around. These were military-grade information shielding devices that, once deployed throughout the city, would create a signal protection network in the sky above the city, capable of interfering with satellite reconnaissance. This was the first line of defense that Yin Xiaofeng had set up here. When Yin Xiaofeng and the others arrived at the filming site, everyone in the crew instinctively paused their work, looking on with curiosity, anxiety, and a bit of unease as they observed the group of big shots. At that moment, Yin Xiaofeng's gaze fell upon the J-20 Pulse fighter jet, which was quietly stationed at the filming site. Seeing the aircraft up close reignited a fire in his heart. He then scanned the crowd, and his eyes finally landed on Lu Li. Indeed, he was very young. Yin Xiaofeng muttered to himself. He had seen a photo of Lu Li in the materials and knew everything about him. But now, seeing Lu Li in person, he couldn't help but feel astonished. It was hard to believe where such a prodigy had come from. With so many military technology research institutes in the country and numerous experts in various fields at the research institution, the fighter jet that made him envious was actually created by this young man in front of him. It was simply incredible. Hello, you must be Lu Li, right? I'm Yin Xiaofeng. If you don't mind, I would like to talk to you. Yin Xiaofeng approached Lu Li directly and spoke straightforwardly. Lu Li looked at the general in front of him, whose shoulders bore golden stars, and felt a slight chill in his heart. He hadn't expected such an influential person would come this time. Lu Li turned to glance at the filming site, where some soldiers had already secured the area, and a team was directly guarding the J-20 Pulse. This made Lu Li furrow his brow slightly. General Yun, we can talk. But could you please ask the soldiers to withdraw from the filming site? We still need to shoot, and your actions will affect the filming schedule. Chapter 129. Various big shots gather in the city of the Wandering Earth. Hearing Lu Li's words, everyone present was taken aback. At this point, President Lu was actually thinking about making a movie. Not far away, Liang Chao and Wu Jing, who had been focused on this side, were mentally rolling their eyes. Their expressions extremely tense, fearing that young Master Yun might change his demeanor at any second. Professor Li and Xialing Feng were also speechless. They never expected that the first thing Lu Li would say upon meeting young Master Yun would be this. Is this guy completely oblivious to the current situation? How is he able to remain so calm? Next to Professor Li, Lin Miao, who had been on edge, nearly had a heart attack. She clenched her fists tightly, wanting to step forward to remind Lu Li to be cautious, but felt that it was really inappropriate in this situation and could only stand by with wide eyes, filled with anxiety and apprehension. Are you serious? Even young Master Yun looked slightly taken aback. Watching the composed Lu Li, his brows gradually furrowed. The change in young Master Yun's expression made those around them break out in a cold sweat for Lu Li. Yes, I'm serious. Lu Li nodded firmly and continued calmly. Our filming task today is not yet complete. If your people do not withdraw, my Team 1T be able to work, so I kindly ask the General for cooperation. Seeing Lu Li's calm and serious expression, young Master Yun realized that this young man was not joking with him. After pondering for a moment, he eventually nodded. He then raised his hand. The soldiers stationed around the aircraft received the order and immediately withdrew from the filming site. Is it okay now? Young Master Yun looked at Lu Li seriously. Lu Li nodded and smiled. It's not convenient to talk here. Let us find a quieter place. The group of big shots followed Lu Li and quickly left the filming site. Meanwhile, on a highway not far from the Wandering Earth City, a convoy was speeding towards it. The vehicles bore special markings, all belonging to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Not only on the ground, but in the sky, helicopters were also whizzing by, belonging to various military research bases, all targeting Wandering Earth City. Inside one helicopter, a general with a gold star on his shoulder looked at the distant Wandering Earth City with a hint of doubt. Old Joe, are you sure this place really has the latest model of aircraft capable of autonomous cruising and vertical takeoff and landing? Didn't young Master Yun say the information was unreliable? How can you be so certain? This person was the head of a certain military research base, named Qin Weiyang, holding the same rank as young Master Yun. Old Qin, you know young Master Yun is not one to spread baseless rumors, Zhou Tailai said, his eyes shining. Earlier, young Master Yun had called him about the new aircraft capable of vertical takeoff and landing. At that time, he was indeed confused and completely unaware of what was going on. However, after hanging up the phone, he thought it over carefully. Young Master Yun was known for his keen instincts. If he hadn't heard any solid news, why would he suddenly call to inquire? He speculated that the new type of aircraft might really exist. It was just that he hadn't received any information about it. Later, he put in some effort to investigate and learned that Yun Xiaofeng had brought people to the Wandering Earth City. The first thought that flashed through his mind was that the new aircraft was likely here. So, he hurriedly brought his old partner, Qin Weiyang, along. If he was wrong, it would just be a wasted trip. But if his guess was correct, and there really was a new type of aircraft with vertical takeoff and landing capabilities as Yun Xiaofeng mentioned, it would be a big deal. Their research base had been developing the latest generation of aerospace fighters, and if that type of aircraft was indeed here, it would be extremely significant for their research. Zhou Tailai pointed to the helicopters around and said, "Did you not see that other research bases also sent people over? General Yun must have called them too. For that guy to be so eager to confirm, this matter is most likely true. Now we just need to wait for confirmation from over there." Looking down at the convoy on the road, Qin Weiyang remarked, "That seems to be from the Academy of Sciences?" His eyes revealed a hint of surprise. For Yun Xiaofeng and a group of academicians from the Academy of Sciences to come here, this city must be special. The excitement in Zhou Tailai's eyes became more apparent, and his tone carried a hint of exhilaration. If there really was a new type of aircraft here, they couldn't let Yun Xiaofeng seize the opportunity first. While speaking, Qin Weiyang called out to the helicopter pilot, "Accelerate." The helicopter sped up, the roar of the propellers echoing as they rushed toward Wandering Earth City. Nearby, several helicopters also increased their speed almost simultaneously, creating a spectacular scene. Below, the bus from the Academy of Sciences also picked up speed. On board were various bigwigs from different fields, including academician Chen, who had received a call from Yun Xiaofeng earlier. He had come to the Fusion Energy Research Institute, not knowing that a surprise awaited him in Wandering Earth City. In the newly built conference room of Wandering Earth City, Lu Li led Yun Xiaofeng and others into the room, and they took their seats. At the main seat, Yun Xiaofeng glanced at everyone present. He did not ask Professor Li and the others to leave. The matter regarding the aircraft was classified, but those present might know more about it than he did. Therefore, there was no need for secrecy. Moreover, their relationship with Lu Li was evidently good, and they were relatively familiar with the situation here, which might assist in his negotiations with Lu Li. At least it could make Lu Li feel more at ease. Yun Xiaofeng looked at Lu Li beside him, but didn't speak immediately. He was still contemplating how to discuss the aircraft with Lu Li. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat serious, and the others present were also silent. Ultimately, it was Lu Li who broke the silence first. General Yun, let's get straight to the point. I can roughly guess your purpose for coming here. It should be about that J-20 Pulse fighter jet, right? Indeed. Yun Xiaofeng nodded. Since Lu Li was so direct, Yun Xiaofeng also straightforwardly asked, "Is that fighter jet really something you created?" Chapter 130. The big shots won't start a fight over a fighter jet, right? On the filming set, the rumble of helicopter rotors echoed again. Just as Wu Jing and the others were about to continue shooting, they were startled and couldn't help but look up, seeing several helicopters flying in from the distance, heading towards the city. What? More are coming? Wu Jing's eyes widened. Beside him, Liang Chao and others were also dumbfounded. How is this never-ending? Who are these big shots arriving this time? Wait a minute. Why is it in batches? Shouldn't the military personnel arrive together? Xia Huang's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Today is quite lively, Lu Tianwang remarked. These people shouldn't be from the same group as the previous general. They might be from other military districts. With all these big shots gathering here today, I wonder if General Lu can handle it. Wu Jing couldn't help but turn his head to look in the direction of the office building where Lu Li was. All right. Why are we worrying so much? Let's focus on filming. Thinking of what Lu Li said before leaving, Liang Chao waved his hand. Let General Lu handle these matters. Today's shooting task must be completed, otherwise, we would waste the effort General Lu put into clearing the scene. This situation is so thrilling that those who don't know might think a war is about to break out. Before Liang Chao's words were finished, a roar of cars approached from the entrance of the city. More are coming, Wu Jing instinctively blurted out after hearing the sound of the cars. The roar of those cars was completely different from the shuttle vehicles inside the base. They were definitely external vehicles. Soon, a convoy drove towards them. Wu Jing's pupils slightly trembled upon seeing the special insignia on the convoy. That was the exclusive bus of the Academy of Sciences. How do you know? Liang Chao and Xia Huang instinctively looked towards the direction of the convoy, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. I've seen it before. I'm quite sure that's the exclusive bus of the Academy of Sciences. You really are well informed, Xia Huang murmured in admiration. Wow, is this really the time for flattery? Liang Chao couldn't help but stand up, looking at the convoy from the Academy of Sciences. His expression somewhat complicated. So it's both military and the Academy of Sciences. Why are all these big shots coming today? It's like they coordinated their arrival. Who knows? Wu Jing shook his head. While they were talking, several helicopters had already landed. Zhou Tailai had just stepped off the helicopter when he saw the J-20 Pulse fighter jet parked at the filming site, and his eyes lit up with excitement. I've never seen this model of fighter jet before. It's definitely the new type of fighter jet that Yun Xiaofeng mentioned. Zhou Tailai approached the J-20 Pulse as if it were a treasure, gently touching the aircraft's body, and his gaze naturally shifted to the jet's tail. The two turbine exhaust openings, which were much larger than those of ordinary fighter jets, made his eyes shine even brighter. At this moment, the leaders from other battle zones also approached, their eyes sparkling as they looked at the quietly parked J-20 Pulse, excitement evident on their faces. Where is Yun Xiaofeng? That old fellow, where did he go? Qin Weiyang was the first to react, scanning the surroundings, but failing to spot Yun Xiaofeng. His heart sank. Not good. That old fellow must have found the aircraft's developers and might get ahead of us. Before he finished speaking, he grabbed Zhou Tailai and headed towards Wu Jing and others. Wu Jing and Liang Chao were surprised to see the leaders coming towards them, and they instinctively stood up straighter, feeling a bit nervous. Where did they go? Qin Weiyang wasted no time and asked directly. Liang Chao and the others understood who Qin was referring to and promptly pointed towards the direction of the office building, saying in unison, over there. Qin Weiyang glanced at the office building and pulled Zhou Tailai in that direction. Hurry, Yun Xiaofeng must already be talking to someone. We need to get there quickly. Zhou Tailai's gaze was still on the J-20 pulse, but he reluctantly turned his head at Qin Weiyang's words. I knew Yin Xiaofeng has a nose for news. He wouldn't get it wrong. The two hurried towards the office building, seeing Qin Weiyang and Zhou Tailai's actions. The other leaders from the battle zones quickly understood and followed suit, calling out, Old Qin, Old Zhou, don't rush. We're late. Let's discuss how to deal with that old fellow Yin Xiaofeng first. Exactly. Don't think about hogging it all to yourselves. Hearing the shouts behind them, Qin Weiyang and Zhou Tailai quickened their pace even more. Discuss? What a joke. With so many people and so few resources. It all comes down to who has the capability. There is only one aircraft. Even if it can be produced again, who knows when that will happen? Even if it could go into production immediately, who among the military districts present wouldn't want the usage rights for this first batch of aircraft? Meanwhile, Wu Jing and the others watched the anxious and hurried leaders, feeling overwhelmed and their emotions in turmoil. Oh my, will these leaders really eat up Director Liu? Seeing how they cherish the J-20 pulse, they probably won't. I have a feeling they might end up fighting in the conference room. This scene is truly something you rarely see in a lifetime. A few of them stared in disbelief at the departing leaders, murmuring to themselves. On the other side, the convoy from the Academy of Sciences seemed to have received the news, as the bus stopped right at the office building's entrance. A group of people disembarked and hurriedly went upstairs. The two groups coincidentally met and quickened their pace. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Lu Li had already begun discussing terms with Yin Xiaofeng. That aircraft was indeed created by me. Originally, I just wanted to use it as a movie prop. I didn't expect to attract your attention. Since that's the case, why don't we talk about cooperation? Lu Li spoke calmly while observing Yin Xiaofeng's expression. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Xiaofeng replied seriously, how do you want to cooperate? Although he could leverage the issue of privately manufactured military equipment to pressure Lu Li, making him realize the seriousness of the situation and strengthen their negotiating position, it wouldn't be very meaningful. The technology embedded in that aircraft was far too advanced. At least decades ahead domestically and even globally. This technology was urgently needed by the nation. Once the J-20 Plus could be mass-produced, the country's deterrence in the air domain would significantly increase, providing more confidence in facing international issues. If his pressure caused a rift in the relationship with Lu Li, it would clearly be counterproductive. A smile appeared on Lu Li's face as he calmly continued. I have two proposals in mind. Why don't you hear me out first? Go ahead, Yin Xiaofeng replied directly without any further preamble. What are the two proposals? Yin Xiaofeng's tone remained serious, with a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Lu Li had already thought this through and said directly, the first proposal is that I will hand over the technology to the country and receive patent fees. How many aircraft you produce will have nothing to do with me. The second proposal is that I will also hand over the technology to the country. But at the same time, I will assist in the rapid mass production of the J-20 Plus, and I can also provide parts replacement and maintenance services in the future, allowing for true, deep cooperation between us. However, regardless of which of these two proposals you choose, I have a small condition that I hope General Yun will agree to. Just like that, Yin Xiaofeng was taken aback. He didn't expect Lu Li to be so accommodating. Both proposals were actually very advantageous for the military and the nation. As long as Lu Li could provide the technical data for the aircraft, it didn't matter much whether the state funded production or handed it over to Lu Li. Because the most important thing was the technology itself. With this technical data, various military research institutions could quickly achieve a technological leap in aircraft development, becoming leaders worldwide. The significance of this data went far beyond mere financial interests. It was related to the strength and development of the nation. General Yin seemed surprised. Lu Li smiled, looking earnestly at Yin Xiaofeng. As a citizen of our country, I have loyalty and enthusiasm for my nation. Although technically, I am a businessman, and businessmen prioritize profit. When it comes to the rise and fall and development of the country, we also have our own mission and obligation. Don't you think so, General Yin? Hearing Lu Li's words, Yin Xiaofeng's expression gradually changed, and he looked at Lu Li with a hint of admiration and appreciation, his serious demeanor unconsciously softening. Young friend Lu Li, you have great righteousness. Yin Xiaofeng sincerely said, even changing how he addressed Lu Li. Our country is fortunate to have a businessman like you. General Yin, you flatter me. Lu Li humbly shook his head, and then confirmed again. So, General Yun, which of the two plans do you think is more suitable? In fact, I am just a soldier. I don't have the authority to make a decision on this matter. I still need to report to higher-ups before I can give you a final answer. Yun Xiaofeng replied after pondering for a moment. You should first mention your last small condition. Yun Xiaofeng hadn't forgotten that Lu Li had one more request. Actually, my request is very simple, Lu Li nodded, beginning to speak. At that moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. A group of people rushed in. Old Zhou, Old Qin, and Academician Chun. Yun Xiaofeng exclaimed in surprise as he looked towards the entrance of the conference room. What are you doing here? Yun Xiaofeng, you are indeed here. Zhou Tailai came to Yun Xiaofeng and grabbed his hand, asking, where is he? Where is the person who created that new type of fighter jet? Take me to see him. No, first tell me how you found this place. Yun Xiaofeng stared blankly at the group of important figures who had burst into the conference room, feeling a bit dazed. Gradually, his expression started to darken. He was so close to getting ahead and establishing a preliminary cooperation with Lu Li. If he could finalize things today, when the fighter jets were finally produced in mass, their base would definitely get a share right away. Wouldn't the first batch of new fighter jets be his? But he never expected that at such a critical moment, Zhou Tailai and others would suddenly barge in and disrupt his good fortune. Just a little bit more. No matter what, even if it meant losing face today, he must secure the first priority share. With this thought, he suddenly shouted, Zhou Tailai, Qin Weiyang, what do you mean by this? I have almost finished discussing with my friend Lu Li and have reached a preliminary cooperation. What are you trying to do barging in here? This is my territory. What exactly do you want? What do you mean by what do we want? You can't have it all to yourself. Qin Weiyang showed no regard for Yun Xiaofeng, quickly scanning the office before fixing his gaze on Lu Li. Lu Li, watching this scene, felt a bit confused. He looked at the people who had rushed into the conference room. Half of them were military personnel, each bearing military ranks, the lowest being colonels, with even a few generals among them. The other half had quickly approached Professor Li and Academician Xie, whispering among themselves. Those people appeared to be researchers, and Lu Li guessed that they were likely affiliated with the Academy of Sciences. Such a group of big shots coincidentally showed up at this moment. This was somewhat absurd. What kind of thrilling and complicated story had unfolded here? Even he himself was a bit unclear. It seemed that things were getting out of control. Young friend, you must be the one who created that fighter jet? As Qin Weiyang locked his gaze on Lu Li, he walked over. In this conference room, Lu Li was the person sitting closest to Yun Xiaofeng, so his identity is actually not hard to guess. It's me. Lu Li nodded blankly. Qin Weiyang's eyes immediately lit up with joy, and he hurriedly continued. Good, great. Quickly tell me what conditions you have. As long as you can provide us with the detailed research and development data of that aircraft, any conditions are fine, as long as I can do it. This young friend, we in the Southern Theater can also promise that if you can give us the detailed data of that aircraft, we will do our utmost to meet any of your requests. Another military bigwig shouted from behind Lu Li. Young friend, they are not trustworthy. Tell me what conditions you have, and we in the Eastern Theater will take care of it immediately, whether it's money or power, no problem. Seeing so many people speaking up, Qin Weiyang became a bit anxious. Relying on the fact that he was closest to Lu Li, he grabbed Lu Li's hand and said seriously, Young friend, we in the Western Theater are very sincere. As long as you provide us with the detailed research and development data of that aircraft, any conditions you have, I guarantee we will fulfill them properly, absolutely not perfunctory. And definitely not just boasting. Watching this scene, Yun Xiaofeng's expression became increasingly grim. He suddenly shouted, Enough! Look at you, none of you seem like theater commanders. Young friend Lu Li is on my territory, don't go too far. The group of military bigwigs glanced at Yun Xiaofeng, fell silent for a moment, then unhesitatingly surrounded Lu Li again, each excitedly continuing to promise various conditions. Seeing this, Yun Xiaofeng's face turned completely dark. Chapter 132. A room full of bigwigs, everyone competing. The originally quiet and serious conference room instantly turned into a marketplace. The generals were like vendors, constantly promoting themselves. How did it turn out like this? In the corner of the conference room, Lin Miao stared blankly at this scene, completely stunned. She even began to doubt whether she was hallucinating. Lu Li, her brother, was now surrounded by a group of military and academia bigwigs, actively seeking cooperation. She never dreamed that Lu Li would achieve such success today. It all felt like a dream. Those bigwigs were all at the top tier of the nation, usually guarding their regions and ensuring national security. But now, they were putting aside their authority and pride for Lu Li. This scene completely shattered Lin Miao's worldview. At this moment, Professor Li, who was explaining the situation to the bigwigs from the academy, and Xiaolingfeng were also somewhat dazed. While explaining, their eyes kept glancing towards Lu Li. Old Xie? Did this young friend Lu Li really create the first artificial intelligence? Academician Chen asked in surprise after hearing Xiaolingfeng's explanation. There's no mistake. Xiaolingfeng nodded affirmatively. I personally witnessed the birth of Mo's, and not only that, but Professor Li's nanomaterial technology was also provided by Lu Li. There is also that aircraft, which I suspect has vertical takeoff and landing capabilities as well as autonomous cruising functions due to the use of artificial intelligence technology. Moreover, the energy core of the aircraft is very likely based on fusion energy technology. Fusion energy technology. Academician Chen's pupils widened in shock. The energy core supporting the aircraft's vertical takeoff and landing must be fusion technology. This seems to be the only possibility, and your speculation should be correct. Academician Chen suddenly murmured to himself, his expression growing more and more astonished. He is a leading developer in the fields of aircraft engines and aircraft energy systems, and he has the deepest understanding of these two technologies. Previously, he was somewhat curious about why those military leaders were so excited about a new type of aircraft. Now, upon hearing that this aircraft possesses vertical takeoff and landing as well as autonomous cruising capabilities, he felt a sense of relief. If these two technologies are applied to the aircraft, it would be overwhelming on the current aerial battlefield. Just the vertical takeoff and landing alone could lead to countless new tactical applications in air combat. Not to mention the autonomous cruising feature that represents a fully operational drone swarm, capable of precise long-range control. Furthermore, these drones can be comparable to actual fighter jets, equipped with heavy firepower, capable of delivering devastating strikes against ground and aerial targets. The thought of such an aircraft is terrifying. For Academician Chen, the more important aspect is still fusion energy. If there really is fusion energy technology that surpasses this era, does that mean controllable nuclear fusion could truly be realized? Thinking of this, Academician Chen's entire body trembled with excitement. I need to have a good talk with my young friend Lu Li. He suddenly turned to look at Lu Li. At that moment, Xiaolingfeng grabbed him. Old Chun, don't go over there and mix things up right now. Is this conference room not chaotic enough for you? Let's wait until Lu Li finishes with the military matters before we find a time to talk. Hearing this, Chen Zerong calmed down a bit. He glanced at the situation over by Lu Li and ultimately suppressed his excitement. Indeed, it wasn't the right time. Just as Academician Chen had calmed down, Lu Li was starting to feel overwhelmed. The generals were too enthusiastic, surrounding him completely, leaving him dazed, and the constant noise made it impossible for him to think clearly. He suddenly stretched out both hands, pressed down, and shouted, "Generals, please be quiet. I have something to say." At this moment, Yin Xiaofeng quickly took the opportunity to squeeze back to Lu Li's side. Earlier, he had been collectively squeezed out by the group of generals and pushed to the periphery, not even getting a chance to speak with Lu Li, and the feeling of suffocation almost made him explode. Fortunately, Lu Li's timely voice helped him regain his composure. "Generals, I understand your feelings and I know what you need. There really is no need to argue like this. I have a suggestion." Listening to Lu Li's words, the group of generals finally fell silent. "Young friend Lu Li, what suggestion do you have?" Qin Weiyang was the first to speak, while also calming the somewhat restless Zhou Tailai. With a background in technology, Zhou Tailai was primarily responsible for military equipment development in the Western theater, and what he desired most were the technical materials regarding the J-20 Plus that Lu Li held. He even wanted to take the aircraft filmed on site. However, with representatives from various theaters present, it was clearly not going to be that simple for him to get his way. Therefore, he had been the most vocal in the earlier discussions. Lu Li pondered for a moment before speaking again. "All the generals here must want to obtain the technical materials in my hands, as well as the ownership rights to the first batch of mass-produced aircraft, right?" He had been thinking about why these generals were so excited and eager to compete for the opportunity to collaborate with him. After much consideration, he finally understood the key point. There were representatives from 4 different theaters present, and differing ownership implied a competitive relationship. Securing a collaboration with him would undoubtedly grant each theater some advantages. For example, if he were to cooperate with the Northern Theater represented by Yin Xiaofeng, then when the technology was delivered to the Northern Theater, they could immediately begin development and expedite mass production. Since the aircraft were produced in the Western Theater, they would naturally have first claim to the first batch of mass-produced aircraft, which would be a significant advantage. Other theaters would have to apply for the technology and aircraft from higher authorities and might even need to consider the Western Theater's stance. Ultimately, it was uncertain how much they could bring home. This was the situation they faced. However, there was a way to simplify matters significantly. Gentlemen, I have already reached an agreement with General Yun to cooperate and have agreed to submit the J-20+ aircraft development materials to the state. You can actually obtain this information. It's just a matter of timing. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tailai spoke up directly, but if that is the case, we will definitely fall behind the Western theater in terms of timing, and we cannot accept that. Please don't rush. I haven't finished my sentence. Lu Li said helplessly, and then continued. In fact, the timing of obtaining this information is not the most critical factor for each theater. The most important thing should be the ownership rights to the first batch of mass-produced aircraft. Am I right? The military leaders fell silent, confirming that Lu Li's guess was correct. Chapter 133. In a month and a half, mass production of 100 new aircraft. The ultimate goal of these generals was indeed the ownership rights to the first batch of mass-produced aircraft. This was the fundamental factor that could truly enhance the strength of their respective theaters. With an increase in theater strength, they would have more confidence in military competitions and deterrence against external threats. It's important to note that the mass production and upgrade of new aircraft is not something that can be completed in a short time. It often requires several years. Falling behind equates to being vulnerable, and no theater wishes to be the one that gets hit. You want the ownership of the first batch of mass-produced fighter jets, mainly to quickly update your own aircraft. But what if I say I have the capability to meet the needs of your 4 operational theaters and provide you with new aircraft in a short time? Wouldn't that solve all your current issues? As soon as Lu Li finished speaking, the meeting room erupted into chaos again. How is that possible? The upgrade of fighter jets takes time. The first batch could take at least 6 months to a year, or even 2 to 3 years. How can you guarantee that all 4 operational theaters will receive new aircraft simultaneously in such a short time? Exactly. Do you not understand the time required for mass production of fighter jets? Meeting the needs of all 4 theaters in a short time is simply impossible. No matter what, the prototype must go to my Western theater. Lu Li, you can just state your conditions. Qin Weiyang said after a moment of thought, his voice firm. Why should you take it to the Western theater? We can also meet Lu Li's requirements. The leader from the Southern theater chimed in. At that moment, Yun Xiaofeng could no longer hold back. You old guys really don't take me seriously, huh? I'm putting my foot down today. I want that fighter jet. And no one is taking it from under my nose. Lu Li watched the scene descend into chaos again, helplessly rubbing his forehead. He reached out to calm the generals down and said, Gentlemen, please let me finish my statement. His words brought the generals back to order. I mentioned that I can meet the needs of the 4 operational theaters simultaneously, and I can certainly do it. Previously, I proposed 2 cooperation plans to General Yun. The first is to transfer the technology to the state and receive patent fees, which would relieve me of the burden of mass production of fighter jets. However, this plan may not realistically satisfy all the general's requirements. But I also proposed a second plan, where I will still transfer the technology to the state. But the subsequent mass production of fighter jets will be handled by my factory and team. If this plan goes through, I can guarantee that we will produce enough new fighter jets for all 4 operational theaters in a short time. Is that really feasible? A hint of surprise appeared in Yun Xiaofeng's eyes. Can your factory actually supply new fighter jets for all 4 theaters? That seems unlikely. If we are to update simultaneously, we will need at least over 100 new fighter jets. Can your production line handle that? Qin Weiyang also looked skeptical. Lu Li did not refute, but stated realistically. You all must have seen the J-20 Pulse prototype parked at the filming site, right? The generals nodded involuntarily. That prototype took less than half a month from material preparation to completion. That is our speed. As long as we can establish several production lines and have sufficient materials, producing dozens of fighter jets in half a month is absolutely feasible. In this way, producing 100 fighter jets would take just over a month. This timeline should be acceptable to all of you, right? As soon as Lu Li finished speaking, the entire office erupted in astonished exclamations. Half a month. The prototype was actually completed in just half a month. How is that possible? Over a month to produce 100 new aircraft. This is real. How can it be that 100 aircraft can be built in just over a month? This is unbelievable. If that's the case, then of course we choose the second plan. What is there to hesitate about? The generals spoke up one after another, their eyes shining with fervent excitement. Lu Li, can what you said really be done? Yun Xiaofeng was somewhat bewildered at this moment. If this is true, then all their arguing for so long was for nothing. Absolutely. Lu Li answered affirmatively. With the advanced 3D printing technology that surpasses this era, most of the aircraft's shell and components can be printed, which undoubtedly greatly shortens the manufacturing time. Moreover, with national support for building the production line, it can be established quickly. All things considered, building 100 aircraft in about a month and a half is definitely feasible. If the nation agrees to cooperate on the second plan, then Lu Li can rightfully become the national arms factory, and in the future, when he produces high-tech weapons and equipment, no one will question it. All of this is part of Lu Li's plan. This was his initial vision, a way to cooperate with the nation that not only enhances the overall technology and military strength, but also ensures he has sufficient income to support his future film projects. If that's the case, then why are we even arguing? Yun Xiaofeng shot a glare at the generals from various battle zones, his resentful gaze making everyone feel a bit embarrassed. Old Yun, we had no choice before. Please forgive any offenses. Qin Weiyang was the first to react, laughing heartily to ease the tension. Ha ha ha, that's right. Old Yun, my apologies. We had no other option earlier, but now that the problem is solved, we are still good brothers and comrades, so let's calm down, Zhou Tailai chimed in. Not to mention, we have to give credit to young friend Lu Li for resolving all our issues at once. I must treat Old Yun to a drink today to apologize in person. Let's all calm down, as we may need to work together on this moving forward. If the 4 battle zones simultaneously submit applications, the second plan proposed by young friend Lu Li should be approved quickly. We are truly comrades in the same trench now. The generals each chimed in, and soon the atmosphere became amicable again. At this moment, Lu Li suddenly spoke up again. Generals, not only the new aircraft, but we can also explore more opportunities for collaboration, such as a space elevator. As soon as he said this, the entire conference room fell silent once more. Chapter 134. The Power of the Nation to Build a Space Elevator. A space elevator? After a brief silence, the bigwigs from the Academy of Sciences exchanged shocked glances. And then they began to discuss quietly among themselves, all showing expressions of surprise. Is the space elevator that my friend Lu Li mentioned the kind I was thinking of? It seems like he wasn't joking at all. How could this be possible? What's he thinking? Is a space elevator something that can actually be built? The scale of the project and the investment required are astronomical. The key issue is that the current international situation is already tense. Constructing something like this would have a huge impact. Even if it could be technically realized, it wouldn't be approved. I'm overthinking. Even if it were technically feasible, it still wouldn't be possible. The noise erupted once again, and the entire office was in an uproar, especially the prominent figures from the Research Institute. Their expressions were as if they had heard a fairy tale, while the military leaders looked completely baffled. Some of them couldn't understand what a space elevator truly signifies. Professor Li looked at the arguing group of experts from the Research Institute and felt a sense of nostalgia. It reminded him of when Lu Li first brought up the idea of a space elevator. He had the same reaction, utterly unable to believe that Lu Li could create something like that. However, now he found his thoughts shifting, not only because the technical issues regarding nanomaterials had been resolved, but also due to the incredible things Lu Li had demonstrated. Now, when he heard this topic again, he couldn't help but start to ponder. If Lu Li was determined to build a space elevator, could it really not be accomplished? Was there even a slight possibility that it could become a reality? As Professor Li contemplated, the surrounding discussions grew louder. The voices of the experts from the Research Institute echoed throughout the office, yet no one believed that Lu Li's idea of constructing a space elevator could succeed. Actually, it might not be impossible, right? At that moment, Xialing Feng's voice broke through the chatter among the group of experts, and this unique dissent quickly caught everyone's attention. Xialing Feng glanced at Lu Li, his expression complex, and slowly continued. Everything little Lu has demonstrated has exceeded my expectations. 3D printing technology, artificial intelligence, nanomaterial technology. Did you ever think these advanced technologies would emerge so soon? Before coming here, I certainly didn't believe artificial intelligence could be developed at this stage. Nor did I think the fusion energy technology utilized in the J-20 aircraft could be achieved in such a short time. Yet, little Lu has made it happen. As soon as he said this, the group of experts fell silent. Xialing Feng was speaking the truth. They hadn't anticipated these technologies would appear so early before arriving in this city. But the reality was right in front of them, making it impossible for them to deny. Lu Li, do you truly have the confidence to build a space elevator? Academician Chen couldn't help but ask the question that everyone was concerned about. At this moment, the military leaders began to grasp the significance of the space elevator as well. In simple terms, As long as this space elevator can be constructed, the nation will be able to step into the era of interstellar space travel ahead of time, making outer space its domain and achieving a breakthrough in aerospace technology. This could even balance the power dynamics of the entire world. Of course, the space elevator is like a double-edged sword. If it is truly built, it will undoubtedly have a disruptive impact on the current international situation, potentially plunging the planet into chaos once again. The military leaders gradually became serious, turning their attention to Lu Li. Yuan Xiaofeng's gaze also fell on Lu Li. His eyes filled with utmost seriousness. Lu Li, this matter is very serious. Do you really have the confidence? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Li's expression became serious as well. After pondering for a moment, he finally spoke. There is no problem from a technical standpoint. I can guarantee that. As soon as he said this, the crowd fell silent once more. The expressions of the prominent figures from the Academy of Sciences gradually turned serious as they looked at Lu Li, their eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment, they began to calm down. Upon careful consideration, if Lu Li did not have the confidence to build the space elevator, it seemed unlikely that he would propose such a collaborative project here. After all, who were these people present? This was not a joke that could be made casually. However, realizing this made their emotions even more complex, as their understanding of technological development in the world was being overturned. Lu Li, you truly have the technology to build a space elevator. Academician Chen's voice trembled, his heart in turmoil, with excitement evident in his serious eyes. This was absolutely unbelievable, simply unimaginable. Where did all this technology come from? It defied logic. Just as many prominent figures from the Academy of Sciences found it hard to accept. Yuan Xiaofeng and several military generals exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fervent light. They had now understood the significance of the space elevator for the nation. Once, this country struggled to survive under the oppression of great powers, and even now, due to lagging in certain technological fields, it often faced suppression and constraints. Important areas crucial to national development, such as chip technology and aerospace technology, were all making difficult progress. Now, as long as the space elevator could be built, at least in the aerospace field, the nation could truly stand tall, commanding respect on the global stage. No one would dare look down upon it again. Moreover, the emergence of new aircraft and the unimaginable advancements they witnessed in various research fields showed them a genuine opportunity for the nation to rise. Perhaps in the future, they would no longer have to suffer oppression from any country. In that moment, they seemed to see the future of their nation. The more the generals thought about it, the more excited they became, their expressions gradually turning resolute. No need to discuss further. If it's truly possible, then let's build it. That's right. This is the future of our nation. We will jointly apply to the higher authorities, mobilizing the entire nation to construct the space elevator. At that moment, the generals looked at Lu Li, their eyes blazing with passion. They initially came for the new type of aircraft, but they did not expect things to develop into the current situation. The emergence of the space elevator ignited a flame in the hearts of the generals. That flame awakened their passionate spirits completely. After the generals finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. Academician Chen's eyes were also filled with fervor, but he felt a bit apprehensive inside. This matter was indeed too significant. Building a space elevator was not merely a technical issue to resolve. The most important factor was its international impact. If certain foreign countries learned about their plans, they would undoubtedly do everything in their power to obstruct it. At that time, no one could predict how things would unfold. It was even uncertain whether the higher authorities would agree to the construction at that moment. This matter seemed passionate, but its implications were enormous. Have you considered a question? If the space elevator really begins construction, foreign countries will eventually find out. It's impossible to keep it a secret. What then? After pondering for a moment, Academician Chen voiced his concerns. Professor Li glanced at Academician Chen and couldn't help but say, "Didn't they also mention building a space elevator before?" I didn't see any particular reaction from other countries. That's because everyone knows they can't succeed. Academician Chen sighed helplessly. But our actions here will only grow larger. Perhaps it won't attract much attention at first. But as the space elevator gradually takes shape, what will happen then? As soon as he said this, the conference room fell silent again. The generals were not mindless. They understood that Academician Chen's concerns were not without reason. However, should they give up this opportunity for such reasons? When their country was developing nuclear weapons, there were countless people opposing it, yet in the end, it was still accomplished. Who dared to speak out afterward? All controversies stem from a lack of strength and confidence. But now, once the space elevator is completed, their country would have absolute control over near-Earth space, and many issues might be resolved effortlessly. Artificial intelligence. At this moment, Changfeng suddenly spoke up. His gaze swept across the conference room as he slowly said, "The capabilities of the AI, MOS, are far stronger than you imagine. If we can establish a navigation space station above the wandering Earth city, with MOS's abilities, it might truly be able to shield the entire area. Even if the space elevator is built, unless someone sees the physical structure in space, MOS has the capacity to block all detection signals." Changfeng said this with utmost certainty. His research on artificial intelligence far surpassed that of everyone present, even more than that of Lu Li, the creator of MOS. All detection methods rely on signal transmission. As long as MOS is stationed above the city of the wandering Earth, no signals can bypass him to reach the detectors. This means that the moment the space elevator's navigation space station is completed and launched, with MOS in residence, this airspace will be absolutely secure. Then how do we solve the problem of ground observation? Academician Chen raised another question at this point. At this moment, Luli spoke up. "The purpose of building this city is to make a movie, and I can use the construction of the space elevator as a cover for that. It's quite reasonable to say I'm building props for a movie, right? Who would dare to question that?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present became complicated. Damn, another prop. If you say you're building a fighter jet for a movie, that's one thing. Maybe someone would actually believe it. But to say you're making a prop that goes into space, who would believe such an absurd thing? Regardless, this matter is not something we can truly decide. We should report it first and leave everything to the higher-ups to decide. Yun Xiaofeng spoke again at this moment. Others had no better ideas and nodded in agreement. Everyone understood that the construction of the space elevator was an opportunity for the country's rise. Although there are many obstacles ahead, such an opportunity is definitely rare and should not be easily given up. Now, it all depends on how the higher-ups will make a decision. The meeting concluded, and the group of senior researchers hurried to visit Lu Li's research base, while the military generals were in a rush to report back. The matters regarding the J-20 Pulse fighter and the space elevator also needed to be reported to the higher-ups. The conference room quickly emptied. Lu Li sat in his chair, gently rubbing his forehead. Although he had anticipated that things wouldn't be simple, seeing the military and the academy's attitudes made him feel somewhat weary. He knew from the beginning that constructing the space elevator would be difficult, but the actual implementation was proving to be even more challenging than he had imagined. "Lu Li, why are you so determined to build the space elevator?" At that moment, Lin Miao's voice reached his ears. She came to Lu Li's side, her eyes showing a hint of worry. By now, she had completely calmed down. Compared to everything Lu Li had shown today and the attention he received from the military and the academy, she was more concerned about Lu Li's own situation. At this point, she had no time to think about where Lu Li's technologies came from, because if Lu Li didn't want to say, she had no way of knowing. However, some things ultimately need a conclusion. Perhaps the generals and the academy's big shots hadn't realized it yet. But this question was there and would eventually need an answer. Moreover, Lu Li was clearly already involved in a very complex situation. If the space elevator really began construction, Lu Li would undeniably be a core figure. If other countries discovered that these technologies originated from Lu Li, his safety would certainly face threats. And he might even have to live under heavy protection in the future, losing his freedom. Upon hearing this, Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. He lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Why must a space elevator be built? Of course, it was for the purpose of making a movie. However, pursuing this endeavor would undoubtedly lead his life completely off its original track. So why must he do it? He could easily become the richest person in the world using technologies like 3D printing and artificial intelligence, which are not particularly eye-catching and are easier to hide. He could live a life of unparalleled comfort in this world. But then again, what would be the meaning of living life again in such a way? Wouldn't the existence of the system completely lose its intended purpose? At that moment, a glimmer of realization slowly surfaced in his mind. A smile appeared on his face as he softly spoke, "Because I want to have an extraordinary life. To make a movie. Bringing all the cutting-edge technology from the film into this world. To lead the rise of technology in my country step by step and reach the pinnacle of the world. Such a life is thrilling to think about, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Miao's eyes flickered slightly. Then, he fell into silence. Chapter 136. The Space Elevator Construction Plan Approved. Defense Strategy Department. In the simple and solemn office. Yun Xiaofeng was reporting to Minister Lin Xiangtian about the space elevator and the J-20 pulse, his tone serious yet somewhat excited. Minister Lin, this is an opportunity for our country to rise in the aerospace military field. In my view, the strategic significance of building a space elevator is absolutely comparable to the shocking event that occurred decades ago. Although the implementation of this project may bring immense pressure internationally, I believe it is all worth it. I hope Minister Lin will consider this seriously. Furthermore, the commanders of the other 3 theaters share my thoughts. And this is our joint application for your review. With that, Yun Xiaofeng stepped forward and solemnly handed over a document. Lin Xiangtian looked at the application in Yun Xiaofeng's hand, but did not take it. He crossed his arms, his eyes glinting with a subtle light, his expression solemn. If the performance of the new fighter jet J-20 Pulse is truly as strong as you say, it would greatly enhance the capabilities of our 4 theaters. And we can proceed with this matter immediately. However, he fell silent regarding the space elevator. He stood up and took the joint application from Yun Xiaofeng's hand, but did not look at it, merely placing it gently on the table before pacing back and forth in the office. After a long while, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. This matter is of great importance. I cannot make a decision and need to report it to higher authorities. Lin Xiangtian looked at Yun Xiaofeng with a serious expression and spoke solemnly. You can't make a decision either? Yun Xiaofeng was taken aback. This matter must be reported to the chief. Lin Xiangtian continued, his serious and calm demeanor revealing a hint of concern. The current international situation is very severe. Those guys across the ocean are watching us closely. The faster we develop, the more uneasy they become. If a space elevator is really to be constructed, I worry that someone might cause trouble. Yun Xiaofeng fell silent at this moment, fully aware that such things could happen. With the continuous development of the country, its national strength and economy are increasingly catching up to, or even surpassing, major global powers, making some people increasingly sensitive. Otherwise, the pressure and interference from various foreign sectors in recent years wouldn't be so apparent, and they wouldn't even bother to hide their clumsy actions. All of this indicates certain countries' wariness and unease towards the nation. I understand. Yun Xiaofeng nodded heavily. Lin Bu, please inform me as soon as there are any results. Our department is willing to do everything possible to ensure the construction of the space elevator. Lin Xiangtian nodded gently. The office then fell into silence. In the city of the Wandering Earth, at the film base, Lu Li stood quietly, watching a distant filming crew. Nearly 2 weeks had passed, and there had been no news from either the military or the Academy of Sciences regarding the construction of the space elevator. This matter was too significant. Even if they agreed, they would definitely need to think and plan carefully. However, the cooperation regarding the J-20 Pulse fighter jets had already been finalized. At this point, the aircraft had entered mass production, and the first batch would soon be delivered. Hello, Director Lu. Just as Lu Li was deep in thought, a somewhat anxious voice came from behind. He turned to see a young man, around 20 years old, standing there with a large package in hand, looking a bit awkward. Who are you? Lu Li asked, confused, as he did not recognize the young man. I'm sorry to disturb you, Director Lu. The young man quickly stepped forward, bowed slightly, and continued, My name is Ahai, and I'm from Gusha Village. The villagers asked me to bring you some food, which includes various dried meats and goods prepared by the families. Thanks to your help, most of the young people in Gusha Village have returned and found jobs on construction sites or in the film crew. This is a small token of gratitude from the uncles and aunts. As Ahai handed the large package of dried goods to Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. All right, please thank the uncles and aunts for me. He did not refuse and accepted the package, placing it on the ground. He then asked unexpectedly, Did you come back from elsewhere as well? Ahai, seeing that Lu Li accepted the items, nodded excitedly. That's right. I returned a month ago, and I brought my girlfriend back with me. At that time, we found it hard to believe that a city could be built in this desert, but now, just as Ahua said, you, Director Lu, are our great benefactor. The village is getting better and better because of you in this city, and the villagers are all grateful. I've also settled things with Ahua. We're getting married this month. If it weren't for you, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. So thank you very much, Director Lu. As soon as Ahai opened his mouth, he couldn't help but spill out a lot of words like pouring beans. Lu Li was not impatient. He just smiled and listened. At this moment, he felt a surge of emotion. It's a good thing that the young people from Gusha Village can return. That little village, which was a bit quiet before, must be bustling now. When you get married, I want to go and drink a cup of wedding wine. Lu Li joked with a smile. He indeed wanted to go back to the village to have a look. The old village chief used to come to the construction site during the early days of the city's establishment, but he was getting older and couldn't withstand the high-intensity work on site. He wasn't willing to just supervise, saying he didn't understand anything, and it would make him look like he was just there to get a free meal. So, he came less and less later on. Thinking about it, Luli realized he hadn't seen him for over half a month. Of course, no problem. If you can come, Ahua and the people in the village will definitely be thrilled. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will definitely inform you when the time comes. Ahai said excitedly. Great. Luli nodded with a smile. While they were talking, Luli's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Yun Xiaofeng. Luli's expression became serious. Could it be that there's news about the space elevator? He quickly answered the call, and Yun Xiaofeng's voice came through. Young Mr. Lu, the construction plan for the space elevator has been approved from above, but we still need to discuss the specifics. Also, I have arranged your additional request. When he said the last sentence, Yun Xiaofeng's tone was noticeably strange. At this moment, Lu Li's eyes lit up. The space elevator plan has been approved. That means construction can officially begin. Furthermore, when he discussed the conditions with Yun Xiaofeng earlier, the last condition was to ask the military to send some people to act as extras, like elite pilots. He didn't expect Yun Xiaofeng to handle it so quickly. Indeed, having connections makes things easier. Thank you, General Yun. I'll have the director adjust the shooting schedule right away. Chapter 137. How to get elite pilots to act as extras. On the shooting set, Luli was walking towards Liang Chao and the others while on the phone. Professor Li, how's the progress on the nanomaterials on your end? After the call connected, Luli got straight to the point. Don't worry. The production of the space elevator cables will be handled by us. Professor Li had no small talk either. I also received the notification from above. The space elevator plan has been launched, and the coordination of various departments will be in place. I should be among the first to receive the news. The basic materials for constructing the elevator are already on their way here, and General Yun should arrive soon. Good, Luli replied solemnly. After hanging up, his heart was filled with excitement. Originally, he was a bit anxious due to the delay in communication from above, but now, with the plan launched, the actions of various departments are surprisingly swift. Having the main team from the nation involved feels really good. Just then, a rumbling sound suddenly came from afar. Luli looked up and saw a long convoy entering the city, heavy trucks loaded with goods continuously driving in, each vehicle completely full. The convoy stretched 2 to 3 kilometers along the road outside the city. The long line of trucks advanced across the Gobi Desert, resembling a dragon, incredibly spectacular. Ahead, the crew at the filming site was also attracted by the movement of the convoy. Liang Chao and Wu Jing immediately turned their gaze towards the city gate, their eyes revealing surprise. Another convoy has arrived. What are they transporting this time? Liang Chao couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure. It should be construction materials, right? Wu Jing also looked puzzled. You don't know either? At that moment, Sha Huang walked over. I feel like this convoy is somewhat different from the previous one that transported construction materials. How is it different? Liang Chao turned to look at Sha Huang. The vehicles transporting supplies are different. Sha Huang analyzed. The previous convoy that General Lu used to transport supplies was specially modified, similar to the vehicles we used for filming. This one is obviously different. While the few of them were talking, a rumbling sound came from the distance. This time, the sound was coming from the sky. Soon, a fleet of transport helicopters appeared in the sky, flying rapidly towards them. Not only that, but another convoy also appeared on the road outside the city. This convoy consisted of military transport vehicles, all in dark green camouflage. After merging with the first convoy outside the city, they quickly drove towards the city, stirring up a cloud of dust on the Gobi Desert. Oh no, the military is coming again. Liang Chao was taken aback. What are they here for this time? Wu Jing couldn't help but mutter to himself. This is odd. This is definitely not normal. The appearance of the convoy and the military arriving simultaneously. There's no way they are unrelated. I absolutely don't believe it. Sha Huang's eyes widened. What does General Lu want to do? Everyone watched this shocking scene, their emotions surging. At this moment, Luli walked over from not far away. Director Liang, get ready to shoot the aerial combat scenes. When these words were spoken, everyone present was taken aback. Aerial combat. Liang Chao suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Are you referring to the aerial combat scenes of the J-20 Pulse battling against the drone swarm? Exactly. Luli nodded. But that scene is mostly done with special effects. Liang Chao suddenly thought of a possibility, his voice trembling a bit. General Lu, you can't be planning to have a real aerial battle, right? Wu Jing also reacted at this moment, recalling that Lu Li had never been half-hearted in his filming. Almost all the shoots used real props and scenes. Not long ago, he had just experienced flying a fighter jet. Now, Lu Li suddenly says he wants to film aerial combat. Could it be? Everyone's hearts tightened at that moment. This aerial battle would be completely different from when Wu Jing flew the fighter jet. This is real warfare. If the drone swarm and the piloted J-20 Pulse engaged in a mixed battle, and this scene needed to be shot live, the spectacle would be utterly insane. At this time, Lu Li nodded affirmatively. Oh no, General Lu, you must be joking, right? Looking at Lu Li's confident gaze, Wu Jing swallowed hard and unconsciously glanced at the Tsar. Is this scene really mine? The Tsar seemed a bit dazed at that moment. Wu Jing nodded at him affirmatively, then his expression turned sympathetic. Oh no, am I really supposed to pilot a fighter jet and lead a swarm of drones into battle? The Tsar was completely panicked, looking helplessly at Lu Li. Mr. Lu, I came here to act, not to risk my life. Don't worry, the fighter jet will have an autopilot program, and both attack and defense will be automated. The drone swarm will also have preset attack thresholds, so there won't be any life-threatening risks. Lu Li reassured the Tsar. Just treat it as an experience of a real aerial battle. Just perform your role in the cockpit, and leave the rest to the intelligent control system. Can I refuse? The Tsar was completely stunned. Even if he didn't have to actually pilot the jet, just sitting in the cockpit, who could handle that scene? Even without a heart condition, one could easily get scared out of their wits. Mr. Lu, this scene is really too dangerous. Wu Jing's eyes were filled with concern. Meanwhile, Liang Chao was completely bewildered, not knowing what to say at all. Since the beginning of the conversation, he had been in a daze, his mind filled with images of this aerial battle. If they actually used real scenes for filming, how on earth would they shoot this scene? How many cameras would they need? How would they operate the cameras? And props? What about the planes? Are there enough of them? By the end of his thoughts, he felt completely overwhelmed. It wasn't that he lacked ability, but to capture such scenes and portray the grandeur of the battlefield was simply impossible. Would they hang cameras outside the fighter jets? Or would they have the actors hold cameras in the cockpit? Someone would need to be brave enough to do that. After thinking for a long time, Liang Chao looked at Lu Li with a blank expression and murmured, Mr. Lu, I really might not be able to shoot this scene. Lu Li glanced at him and nodded knowingly. I understand. I've already solved the camera issue. Each drone in the aerial battle will be equipped with a high-definition camera, and they will enter automatic shooting mode as soon as the battle starts. You just need to think about how to present the shots, and after filming, you can edit the footage. Some special angles will also need to be arranged in advance. I will allocate some drones for you to use, and the technical team will assist you with the shooting. Hearing this, Liang Chao was momentarily stunned again. Then a look of sheer joy gradually appeared on his face. If that's the case, it really seems possible to give it a try. But what about the actors? The actors piloting the jets? Liang Chao thought of another issue. If everything needed to be shot on location, wouldn't someone have to pilot the jets? Even if they didn't have to actually fly, our extras' psychological quality might not. Uh-huh. Lu Li nodded. Then he looked up at the military helicopter that had just landed nearby. With a faint smile, he said, Don't worry, the professional extras I've invited are already here. Mr. Lu, the professional extras you mentioned? Are they those? Liang Chao was stunned, looking at the ace pilots from an Air Force base gathering in the distance. Wu Jing and Xia Yi were equally shocked. This situation was becoming increasingly absurd. Why did the military's top pilots come to be extras? How did the commander manage that? A few people exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief, as if a tremendous wave was roaring and rolling within them. Chapter 138, Always Ready. A real battle. Not far from the filming location, Commander Yun was speaking to the assembled pilots. Today, we are going to conduct an exercise that is as close to real combat as possible. What you will face is an unprecedented scenario, comparable to a real battlefield. The situation in this battle will be immensely complex. What you need to do is to fully immerse yourselves in this, treating it as a real fight. As Commander Yun's voice resonated, the pilots present all became extremely serious, their eyes gradually igniting with fervent determination. Historically, the Air Force's practical exercises have mostly tested pilots' control of aircraft and their ability to strike fixed targets on the battlefield. While such exercises can improve pilot skills, they still fall short compared to actual combat. But today, it seemed they had a genuine opportunity for aerial combat. I will repeat, this battle will be infinitely close to real combat. In this fight, You may truly face life and death situations and even die here. This is no exaggeration. Commander Yun's expression was equally grave. He understood how the filming process was structured and realized that this could essentially be regarded as a real aerial battle, where pilots could face danger at any moment. Aerial combat is not like ground exercises. Every maneuver by the pilot could lead to accidents, and they could really fall from the sky. Such a large-scale aerial exercise could not completely eliminate safety issues. Therefore, Commander Yun had hesitated before about whether to lend personnel to the filming, but after careful consideration, he decided to proceed. In his view, this was an exercise, an incredibly realistic combat exercise. If these pilots could come down from this simulation, their overall combat capability would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative transformation. His flight squadron would truly become the elite of the elite, the best of the best. Exercises are equivalent to real combat. In previous military drills, casualties were a normal occurrence. Commander Yun did not want to miss this opportunity. His words tightened the hearts of all the pilots present. Now, I will give you another chance. If anyone wants to withdraw, you can speak up now. Participation in this exercise is not compulsory. As he finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Although the soldiers felt apprehensive, at that moment, not a single person chose to withdraw. Everyone's gaze was resolute. The mission of a soldier is to obey. Even if this exercise is truly dangerous, even potentially life-threatening, they would never back down at this moment and become a coward. Being a coward in an exercise is equivalent to being a coward on a real battlefield. As soldiers of a nation, this is an absolute shame that cannot be erased. Does anyone want to withdraw? In the stillness, Commander Yun suddenly shouted. No, you might die. Commander Yun continued to shout. Always ready. The passionate roar echoed above the city. At that moment, everyone at the filming site couldn't help but turn their heads to look. The voices of the warriors stirred their emotions, making their blood feel like it was boiling. One by one, they clenched their fists, their faces taking on a solemn expression. Wu Jing and the others watched this scene in silence. If I really can't come back after going up this time, does that count as a hero? At that moment, the Tsar suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of relief. Wu Jing turned to look at him and then nodded seriously. To them, this was a drill. And a drill was just like real combat. He slowly spoke with a serious tone. As performers, the filming site is our battlefield. From the moment the camera starts recording, the fight begins. No matter what, as long as you dare to go up, you are a hero. The Tsar, with a helpless expression, also felt a hint of excitement in his tone. I never imagined that one day, filming would actually involve flying a fighter jet. Trust General Liu, it will be fine. At this moment, Liang Chao also stood up, patting the Tsar on the shoulder affirmatively. He has never let us down, has he? The Tsar took a deep breath and nodded slowly. At this time, Lu Li had come to Yun Xiaofeng's side. Thank you, General Yun. For what? This decision was made by me alone. It has little to do with you. This aerial combat is an excellent training opportunity for the soldiers. Aren't you worried? Lu Li asked curiously. As a soldier, from the moment he stepped into the military camp, he had been prepared for bloodshed and sacrifice to better face external wars. They must give their all in training. In the past, we didn't have such conditions to create a real battlefield for them, but now, I should thank you for giving them this opportunity. At this point, Yun Xiaofeng suddenly fell silent. After a while, he spoke again. You said earlier that you could guarantee their safety, right? Lu Li looked at Yun Xiaofeng, a smile appearing on his face. This iron-blooded general seemed completely unconcerned about the soldiers' safety, yet deep down, he was still uneasy. I assure you, their safety will not be an issue, Lu Li said earnestly. Every detail of this aerial combat will be controlled by the artificial intelligence MOS, ensuring that there will be no casualties. Yun Xiaofeng looked at Lu Li deeply and then nodded faintly. Then let's get ready to start. As Lu Li's voice fell, the convoy in the distance approached the filming site. Behind those vehicles were rows of already prepared J-20 Pulse fighter jets, which had been brought here for this scene. Liang Chao and others, along with the crew, stood frozen as they gazed at the approaching convoy and the dozens of fighter jets being towed behind. Their eyes were glued to those aircraft. This scene shocked everyone present, including the military pilots. The J-20 Pulse fighters, filled with a sense of sci-fi, appeared to them like stunning beauties, igniting a fiery excitement in their hearts that was impossible to suppress. The soldiers can handle these aircraft, right? Lu Li turned to Yun Xiaofeng. No problem. Yun Xiaofeng nodded confidently. That prototype has been in our base without rest since it arrived. The soldiers have been undergoing special training to familiarize themselves with the performance of this new type of aircraft. That's good. Lu Li nodded in agreement. Soon, under Lu Li's reminder, Liang Chao and the others snapped out of their shock. Camera positions were quickly set up, and the fixed cameras on the aircraft were installed in no time. Everything was ready. Liang Chao's voice echoed at the scene. Everyone ready. Scene 32 of The Wandering Earth. Aerial combat shot. One take only. Start. Chapter 139. Aerial combat. Is this still filming? At the moment, Liang Chao announced the start of filming. The drone landing pad at the Aerospace Research Base suddenly opened, and in the next second, a swarm of drones surged out of the hangar. Hundreds of them flying into the sky like a metallic storm, launching indiscriminate attacks on the base below. The sound of explosions instantly echoed throughout the sky above the entire city of the Wandering Earth. Billowing smoke rose with the shattered buildings, transforming the entire Aerospace Research Base into a remarkably realistic battlefield. At this moment, J-20 Pulse fighters, piloted by military aviators, charged into the fray, swiftly and fiercely beginning to clear the drone swarm. An astonishing aerial battle erupted. It was spectacular. This scene was truly magnificent. Liang Chao's gaze was fixed on the camera screen, excitedly murmuring to himself, "This presentation of aerial combat is absolutely unmatched by any special effects." Wu Jing looked up at the sky, his hands unconsciously clenching, feeling a surge of adrenaline. His face displayed a mix of excitement and shock. Yet there was also worry in his eyes. His emotions were incredibly complex at this moment. "Lu, will there really be no safety issues?" He couldn't help but ask Lu Li, who was also watching the battle with a calm and composed expression. "It's just the beginning. Wait and see," Lu Li replied. Just as Lu Li finished speaking, a J-20 Pulse fighter was surrounded by a swarm of drones, and the dense firepower instantly obliterated the aircraft, leaving the pilot inside no time to eject. Seeing this, Wu Jing's heart suddenly raced. On the other side of Lu Li, Yin Xiaofeng stepped forward, his eyes reflecting a sharp light as his entire expression turned gravely serious. Danger. After being hit, the fighter lost all power and began to plummet towards the ground, at which point Wu Jing could no longer contain himself and exclaimed in shock, "It's fine." Lu Li's calm voice rang out once again. Meanwhile, as the fighter jet was about to crash, its tail engine suddenly restarted less than 50 meters from the ground, stabilizing the aircraft's posture in an instant. It then slowly descended back to the ground. The drone swarm's attack would not cause any real harm to the fighter. The explosion and loss of control were merely emergency measures taken by the control system based on the situation. Once the aircraft fell to its limit height, the operator would restart the fighter, allowing it to land safely. As the fighter returned to the ground, a calm and confident voice came to the ears of the two observers, still devoid of any panic. The operator's confidence stemmed entirely from the presence of the advanced AI. Earlier, it had been rightly pointed out that the AI's capabilities far exceeded anyone's imagination. It was truly unbelievable. At this moment, even one of the observers couldn't help but murmur in shock. It turned out that all of this had been anticipated by the operator. One of the other observers turned to look at the operator's profile, feeling a complex mix of emotions. They suddenly realized that their understanding had been continuously refreshed since meeting the operator. Everything before them felt incredibly surreal. Was this still a movie? Or was it more fitting to call it a documentary? At that moment, the observer's gaze wandered to the distance, where a military convoy had previously transported numerous materials. Now that area had been cordoned off. From the outside, it was impossible to discern what was being built inside. They speculated that it might be a movie set. But thinking about it now, what kind of filming location would require military involvement for construction? The more they pondered, the more uneasy they became. What was being constructed there was definitely not simple. The aerial combat continued, and as military pilots grew more familiar with the battlefield, they became increasingly adept at countering the drone swarm. Their combat abilities rapidly improved during this exercise. These soldiers were undergoing a qualitative transformation in the intense aerial battlefield. The pilots occasionally showcased impressive maneuvers, skillfully navigating through the drone swarm's attacks, or using themselves as bait, while several fighter jets coordinated to set up traps, instantly destroying dozens of drones. The battle had entered a state of extreme intensity from the very beginning. However, as time went on, this intensity continued to escalate. Each clash between the fighter jets and drones was stunning and exhilarating, stirring their blood. Among the group of fighter jets, one observer identified the aircraft piloted by the leader. This fighter's maneuvers were particularly striking, but it was not the leader himself controlling it. It was the advanced AI. Its powerful computing capabilities and reaction speed made that fighter the undisputed king of the air battle. Every attack and every evasive maneuver seemed to have been rehearsed countless times. As the AI selected the optimal solution from myriad options, under the AI's control, that fighter jet moved like a finely tuned machine, ruthlessly harvesting and eliminating targets in this battle. This is precisely the effect that Luli wanted. However, high above in the sky, the Tsar was not in the mood to enjoy this spectacle. At this moment, his legs were uncontrollably trembling, and the aircraft was flying erratically on the battlefield, making him feel as if he were stuffed into a washing machine, being tossed around mercilessly. All he could see were bursts of flames exploding around him, akin to fireworks during a celebration, and it felt like countless people were setting them off simultaneously, dazzling his eyes to the point of near blindness. He had no idea what kind of maneuvers his aircraft was performing. He only knew that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Yet even at this moment, he maintained the self-discipline of an actor. He tried hard to control his upper body movements and facial expressions. Although he couldn't clearly see what was happening around him, he ensured that his performance was on point, appearing exceedingly excited. "You losers, die for me," he shouted frantically. After all, he could always add voiceovers later. It didn't matter if his lines were correct as long as his expressions were in place. In fact, at such a moment, how could he possibly remember his lines? Below, the crew members were all dumbfounded, watching this battle unfold. Wow, are we really filming a movie? This is so incredible. If I told someone about this scene, they probably wouldn't believe it. As a member of the props team, I found myself thinking about how many props would be damaged in this scene and how much it would cost. Is this normal? It's simply outrageous. This shocking aerial battle completely overturned the crew's understanding of filmmaking. Many had even forgotten that they were still making a movie. This spectacular scene left them deeply impressed. Chapter 140. The ancient Eastern nation is unfathomable. This aerial battle scene had a long runtime. Flames erupted in the sky as aircraft soared and chased each other. A swarm of drones, under MOC's control, perfectly played their supporting roles. On the other side, a group of foreign actors watched this scene in astonishment. The film The Wandering Earth revolves around the theme of humanity uniting to resist an impending solar helium flash, working together to survive the crisis and continue human civilization. Therefore, the cast includes not only actors from the Eastern nation but also many foreign actors, one of whom had significant screen time in this aerial battle scene. "It's unbelievable. I never thought a movie could be filmed like this," one foreign actor murmured in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Beside him, another black actor was equally astonished. "I've worked on many sci-fi blockbusters in Hollywood, but I've never seen a scene as grand as this." What's even more outrageous is that even the military from the Eastern nation has joined this scene. I suspect those aircraft are the latest models from their military. This is just too absurd. I'm starting to worry about John. I wonder if he's doing okay up there? The actor referred to as John by the black actor is actually the foreign actor with the most screen time in this aerial combat scene. They have been on set for a while and are familiar with each other. Old John is so lucky to be piloting such a cool fighter jet. It's simply a man's romance. The foreign actor who spoke earlier had a sparkle in his eyes. "Yes. What do you think would happen if we filmed this scene and those jets and posted it on social media? My followers would surely skyrocket." "Andrew, I advise you not to do that." The black actor said seriously. "We all signed confidentiality agreements. Leaking this information would cause a lot of trouble. Besides, even if you posted it, how many people would believe it? Everyone would just say it's special effects, and even the military from that region is involved. This is not that simple. If you take pictures of those jets, it might even cause international issues. We are just actors getting paid to perform. So let's not stir up trouble. It's not worth it." "You're right, Yas." Andrew chuckled. "I was just saying it. Those jets probably involve military secrets, and I don't want to attract trouble. Moreover, I seriously doubt I could even post those pictures. Just the other day, I saw that the military had already implemented signal jamming here." Yas nodded, looking up at the sky again. What shocked him was how powerful the military of that region had become. It seemed that many countries had seriously underestimated their strength. The fact that these jets could be used in a movie meant they must have even more advanced aircraft. This ancient Eastern nation truly is an unfathomable place. At that moment, Andrew suddenly said, "Yas, who do you think the big boss behind this film is? They can even get the military involved. Their background must be quite extraordinary, right?" Of course. Yas nodded affirmatively. So, let us be smart and not cause any trouble. Once this movie is released, it will definitely be a hit, and we will naturally gain a lot of attention. But if we leak something we shouldn't, it could be very dangerous. I understand. The two of them watched the ongoing battle in the sky and fell into silence. In fact, it wasn't just these two foreign actors who thought this way. Many other actors were also thinking the same. After arriving on set, they had witnessed countless shocking things, but today, the impact of this scene far surpassed everything they had experienced before. Besides the shock, they couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Each of them felt as though they knew too much. They worried that they might be taken away by the military at any moment. They were just actors, not soldiers. And certainly not spies. When faced with the shocking things they witnessed, their first instinct was not to relay information to their own countries, but rather to keep their mouths shut. After all, less trouble is better than more. Because even if they revealed this information, it would bring them no benefits, but rather pose great risks. In fact, Andrew had guessed one thing correctly. At this moment, the city of the Wandering Earth has implemented a signal blockade. Everyone here can still access the internet, but all information and calls made from this location are being monitored. If anyone leaks confidential information, it will be intercepted and blocked in real time. With both confidentiality agreements and military information lockdowns in place, the risk of leaks here is minimal. Especially after the construction of the space elevator began, the level of confidentiality has been further elevated, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to enter this city. While intense aerial combat scenes are being filmed on set, a significant event is unfolding outside. In the morning, the National Research Academy and various rocket launch bases simultaneously issued a major announcement, which quickly stirred up a massive online response. Thanks to the efforts of countless individuals, the construction plan for the Heavenly Palace space station has entered its final phase. Tomorrow morning, all domestic satellite launch bases will operate at full capacity to conduct a series of intensive rocket launches, transporting components of the space station to low Earth orbit for assembly. Starting today, the space program of our country will enter a new era. These few lines have excited countless netizens. The Heavenly Palace space station plan had already been on the agenda of the relevant space authorities for several years, with ongoing efforts toward this goal. Originally, the Heavenly Palace space station was intended to connect with the Sacred Palace space station, but for reasons that many do not understand, the government seems to have suddenly changed plans at this time. I remember that initially, the Heavenly Palace was supposed to gradually connect with the Sacred Palace space station to expand its size and functionality. So why is it suddenly being independently assembled now? Whether constructing a completely independent space station or connecting with the Sacred Palace space station, both are worthy of celebration. I am proud of the strength of my country. Our space program is impressive. The announcement states that starting at dawn, major satellite launch bases will conduct intensive rocket launches, which means there will be more than one rocket launched, right? Wow, such a spectacular scene must be seen in person. A group is already preparing to set off. I have a feeling that this rocket launch will be absolutely stunning. The images of the intensive launches are already forming in my mind. Chapter 141, Heavenly Palace. Space elevator leading the space station. At a certain satellite launch base, within the bright, spacious, and orderly command center, numerous monitoring devices are displayed in the hall. At the center of the hall is a massive monitoring screen, and a group of staff members is making final preparations for the rocket launch. At this moment, the Minister of National Defense Strategy, Lin Xiangtian, is standing with the overall commander of the rocket launch, Academician Chen Jingtian from the Academy of Sciences, both appearing solemn. Academician Chen, are we almost ready? Lin Xiangtian inquires seriously, observing the busy staff. Rest assured, Minister Lin, everything is prepared. Chen Jingtian replies equally seriously, though a hint of worry lingers in his eyes. Lin, are we really ready? Chen Jingtian has been to the Wandering Earth City, so he is familiar with the space elevator project. The sudden changes to the Heavenly Palace space station plan ultimately aim for the space elevator project. After the Heavenly Palace space station is assembled in outer orbit, it will dock directly above the Wandering Earth City, serving as the guiding space station for the space elevator. Furthermore, in the future, this space station will need to undergo continuous expansion to prepare for the construction of the space elevator. Eventually, the Heavenly Palace will become a true celestial palace, a bridge for the nation, and even for all humanity to enter the interstellar era. Are you referring to the technical aspect or the political aspect? Lin Xiangtian furrowed his brow slightly, and continued without waiting for Chun Jing-tian's response. If it's the technical aspect, the technology from Lu Li has already been validated by the Academy of Sciences, and you should have seen it. The conclusion is feasible. The technical data provided is sufficient to support the construction of the space elevator. And even the most troublesome synchronous orbit issue can be accurately calculated and adjusted through precise parameters, theoretically leaving no room for problems. As for the political aspect, Lin Xiangtian's tone grew more serious. Since we have such technology, we must take a chance, right? Those above us have considered these matters more deeply. So you don't need to worry about that. Just focus on what's in front of us. With that, Lin Xiangtian turned to Chun Jing-tian. Launching 20 rockets in a short time to transport all components of the Heavenly Palace space station into space is an incredibly challenging task, unprecedented in scale. Even so, this step must be flawless. You should understand. I understand. The gaze of academician Chen gradually became resolute. Wandering Earth City, Research Base. Professor Li looked at the official announcement with a serious expression. It's beginning. Beside him, Lin Miao looked at his teacher, his eyes shining with excitement. The space elevator didn't expect the nation to be so decisive, even changing the original Heavenly Palace plan to directly repurpose the Heavenly Palace space station as the guiding space station for the space elevator. But teacher, is this really okay? How long can we keep this from the outside world? This is not something we need to worry about, Professor Li sighed. Our task now is to fully focus on manufacturing the cables for the space elevator. Time is short, and the task is heavy. You all probably won't have any rest in the days to come. Li Jingwei and Lin Miao both understood that while the construction of the space elevator might initially go unnoticed, once the main structure is built, it will be impossible to conceal it. Every minute and second now is incredibly precious. They must complete the cable manufacturing task in the shortest time possible. Jiangzhou City. Zhongliu Entertainment. Qian Yue also saw the announcement regarding the Heavenly Palace space station project. His eyes lit up, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Great. The nation's strength in aerospace technology will surely excite and invigorate the citizens. This is just the right moment to create some momentum for our fortress. Space exploration and science fiction are always intertwined. If we can operate effectively and release Fortress during the ongoing hype, it will definitely attract more people to the cinemas. How is our filming progress? He looked up and asked Ding Tao, who was sitting across from the desk. Currently, the filming has completed 70%, and the remaining work involves some finishing shots and special effects production. If we expedite the process, it should be completed within 2 months. Ding Tao reported immediately. Not bad. This wave of hype should last for a while. Even if we only catch the tail end of it, it will be a huge boost for our film's release. You should arrange for the marketing department to create some momentum as soon as possible, no matter what methods they use. They need to tie Fortress to the recent rocket launch and the space station. Understood. Ding Tao nodded solemnly. By the way, what is the situation with the Wandering Earth City? Suddenly, Qian Yue changed the subject, frowning slightly as he inquired. Recently, both the media company and the Wandering Earth production team have been very quiet, with no news released, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Especially after the release of the teaser trailer for Wandering Earth, which stirred quite a commotion on social media. And that video even received over 200,000 in online donations. Every time he thought about it, he felt extremely displeased. If it weren't for the fear of spoilers, he would have even considered releasing some footage of Fortress filmed with real props to show them what true science fiction looks like. It seems something has happened in Wandering Earth City. Even the military was alarmed recently, and it is now under military lockdown. The situation is unclear, Ding Tao cautiously spoke. Military lockdown? Qian Yue was taken aback for a moment. But then he laughed, thinking it must be an accident on their set. I told you that building a city with 3D printing technology was a joke. I didn't expect it to even attract military attention. And their so-called absolutely realistic props and sets might have crossed some line. Using firearms privately is a serious crime. It's really hard to say, Ding Tao hesitated. From what he had heard, the situation seemed to be more complicated. Moreover, just an accident in building a city or merely using firearms shouldn't be enough to alarm the military. There must be something they don't know about. However, at this moment, he wasn't clear on the details himself, so he couldn't tell his boss. In the end, Ding Tao chose to remain silent. Go ahead and keep a close eye on the progress of Fortress. Understood. Ding Tao breathed a sigh of relief and replied solemnly as he walked out of the office. Chapter 142 Global Attention, National Excitement. The news that the country is about to launch a rocket to establish a space station quickly spread abroad, capturing the attention of various nations, all eyes turning to the east. In a certain country's main office, two individuals were conversing within the White Palace. Consul, the celestial space station of that country is about to be assembled. Is there anything we need to do in response? The chief secretary asked in a low voice while holding a document. The consul squinted slightly and then gently shook his head. No, this plan was proposed years ago. Even if their celestial space station goes into orbit, it won't pose any threat to us. But their recent actions seem a bit unusual. The secretary still felt uneasy. They are planning to conduct a series of rocket launches in a short period to send all the space station components into orbit. This urgency seems to be a sign of something. It's just a way to attract attention. They probably want to draw the world's focus. The consul chuckled, suggesting that they have something good to show off. That country is becoming increasingly retrogressive. The chief secretary fell silent and did not speak further. He always felt that something was off. Showing off doesn't seem to be the usual way of doing things for that ancient Eastern nation. This matter does indeed seem a bit out of the ordinary, but the consul did not seem to take it seriously. He hesitated to say more. In another country, at the central government office, the consul remarked seriously, the celestial space station plan of that country is actually finishing early and entering the final assembly phase. Their development speed in the aerospace sector is indeed rapid. Consul, they have been preparing for this plan for several years. Its success at this time is within expectations. What is noteworthy is, why do they need to create such a spectacle? Asked the consul's assistant, looking puzzled. Perhaps they want to showcase their strength to the world. The consul scoffed. And us? Continue to observe. There's no need for immediate action. Understood. With that, the office fell silent once more. In the northern country, in the chief's office, the consul was reviewing documents in front of a fireplace burning with flames while listening to the secretary's work report. When the secretary mentioned the celestial plan of that country, the consul paused in his document review. Is the celestial plan finally reaching its critical moment? A thoughtful expression crossed his face, and he instructed in a deep voice, closely monitor the progress of this matter. If they succeed, send a congratulatory message on my behalf. Yes, sir. The secretary replied with a smile. If that country's celestial plan succeeds, their achievements in the aerospace sector will nearly catch up with those of another prominent nation, and some people may soon become restless. The consul also smiled, feeling a bit sentimental. What a remarkable nation. The speed of development across various fields in that country is unbelievable. If this trend continues, their future is unimaginable. The reactions from various nations upon hearing the news varied, but the celestial plan had been proposed years ago, so the announcement did not cause a significant reaction at this time. Nevertheless, at this moment, the eyes of the world were focused on the East. The global community was keenly watching the actions of that country. It is foreseeable that if the celestial plan proceeds smoothly, there will certainly be a heavy feeling in the hearts of many nations, as the strength of a certain country is something that many do not wish to see. However, if this celestial plan ultimately fails and the space station cannot be successfully docked and assembled, it would undoubtedly become a laughingstock for the entire world. Success is the only option. Failure is not allowed. This is the belief of all the staff at the relevant research institute and satellite launch base. It is also the expectation of all the citizens of that country. In the early morning, at the satellite launch base, although it was already deep into the night, the area around the launch site was bustling with people. Countless citizens traveled from afar to witness the rocket launch with their own eyes. Everyone knew that this rocket launch was different from previous ones. The rockets would be launched in quick succession. This meant that it was very likely that two rockets would take off simultaneously, and perhaps even more than two. At this moment, Yangshi was also somewhere near the launch site. Ever since her last confrontation with her direct superior, she had been facing various troubles from him, making her quite unhappy at work. Originally, she came here to relax and enjoy some sightseeing, but unexpectedly, she found herself witnessing the spectacular rocket launch. So she naturally came over. Yangshi's gaze swept towards the distant launch site. From her vantage point, all she could see was darkness, with only a few scattered lights twinkling. Nevertheless, the rockets, which seemed to pierce the sky, still had a magnificent outline that stood silently, evoking a sense of awe. At that moment, her mood suddenly became incredibly calm. She realized that her troubles were trivial compared to the significant matters of the nation, and there was really no need to be overly worried. If she was unhappy at the company, she could simply find another job. With her abilities, She had no doubt she could find a good position elsewhere. Thinking of this, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. Taking a deep breath, she temporarily cast aside all her worries. She wondered how Lu Li was doing. Since leaving Lu Li's home, she hadn't seen Lu Li or Lin Miao again. And the thought of the city of wandering earth suddenly sparked an idea in her mind. Why not find a time to visit there? Once this thought took root in her mind, it became hard to shake off. Soon, she made a decision. After the rocket launch here, she would head straight to the Gobi Desert. As time passed, the crowd watching the rocket launch began to stir, with excitement and thrill spreading through the night. Those voices reached Yang Shi's ears, interrupting her thoughts. It's about to start, only 10 minutes left. How exciting. I wonder how many rockets will be launched from the Sichuan launch site tonight. During the day, I saw that the rockets were lined up in a row at the launch site, with 4 or 5 launch pads ready. Tonight's spectacle would definitely be magnificent. That's exaggerated. So many rockets launching at the same time. Can it really succeed? Just kidding. When has our country ever fought an unprepared battle? Since the decision has been made, there must be confidence behind it. We just need to wait for those rockets to take off, while others launch a pair of satellites. We are directly launching so many rockets at once. This is going to set a record for simultaneous rocket launches. Chapter 143, Rockets Take Off. 20 rockets launched together. As the crowd's noise grew louder, the atmosphere on site became increasingly exciting. At that moment, a bright light suddenly illuminated the distant launch site. Then, a burst of flame erupted, lighting up the entire night sky. Yang Shi looked up, her heart ignited with passion. It has begun, she murmured to herself. Meanwhile, the crowd near the launch site gradually quieted down. The people's expressions turned serious, their hearts also surging with enthusiasm, as countless gazes focused on the source of the light. With the first burst of flame, another bright light appeared from a different direction. The third, the fourth, the fifth brilliant flames instantly lit up the entire night sky. 5 rockets successfully ignited at the same moment. Then, the majestic rockets slowly ascended into the night sky, gaining speed as if they were tearing through the darkness like long swords, shooting straight into the clouds. 5 rockets launching simultaneously. Oh my, what a spectacular sight. This is absolutely an unprecedented scene. This day will be recorded in history. Success, it must succeed. Our country is incredible. 5 rockets launched together. Who else can compare? In the excited crowd, cheers and shouts erupted. The cheers from the entire viewing area ignited like sparks, setting off explosives, exploding into a frenzy. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of pride surged within Yang Shi. She felt so moved that her body trembled uncontrollably, goosebumps rising all over. The Heavenly Palace plan of launching 5 rockets together. How magnificent, she murmured, excited. Her cheeks flushed slightly under the glow of the flames, looking stunningly beautiful. At the same time, similar scenes were unfolding at various satellite launch sites across the country. This time, the country prepared a total of 20 rockets, nearly clearing out the entire stock, all to send the components of the Heavenly Palace into space in the shortest time possible. The goal was to assemble the Heavenly Palace space station as quickly as possible. On this night, across various locations in the country, bursts of flames appeared, resembling slowly rising stars. Viewed from space, 20 burning stars simultaneously shone brightly as they carried the components of the Heavenly Palace towards the cosmos. The scene was incredibly shocking. That night, as live footage from various launch sites streamed out, the entire country stayed awake, with countless citizens celebrating with friends and family until dawn. Online, those who couldn't make it to the launch site were equally excited, discussing the event all night long, creating a lively atmosphere. The discussions they had were not limited to the rocket launches themselves. I just watched the live broadcast of the rocket launch, and I was so excited that I couldn't sleep at all. However, I was more curious about why the country needed to launch so many rockets all at once. Following this line of thought, it should not take a short time to complete the assembly of the space station. Could it have other special missions that require it to be completed in a short period? There is no need to speculate. We have always taken steady steps in the aerospace field. For any project, the priority is stability before seeking breakthroughs. The significant activity surrounding this space station must be unusual, and there might be special plans for it. Speaking of which, what exactly is the mission of this space station? It seems that there hasn't been any official announcement. The previous plans for the space station aimed to expand its scale and functionality, but now that it is not merging with the other station, what could its mission be? I can't shake the feeling that something major is happening in the country. Let's keep quiet and stop discussing this. We must be cautious." Excited citizens celebrated all night, and the entire nation was invigorated. Many people went to work the next day with dark circles under their eyes, but no one regretted it. When they walked through the company's doors, they found that everyone else looked the same, including the boss, who had panda eyes as well. In that moment, everyone shared an unspoken understanding and wore knowing smiles. At this time, Luli was still unaware of the significant investment the country was making for the space elevator. As the aerial combat footage wrapped up, the exercise came to an end. The surviving soldiers and remaining aircraft slowly returned to the filming location, disembarking from their aircraft with excitement on their faces. They were amazed. During the special training, they hadn't realized just how powerful the aircraft would be in actual combat. Its stealth capabilities were remarkable, allowing them to burst out of a swarm of drones multiple times. That was nothing compared to its hovering capabilities. "You should have seen my previous maneuvers. I hovered right above a group of drones, pinpointing my shots and taking down a large number of them in an instant." The power system of this aircraft was incredible, with instantaneous lift and acceleration far surpassing any aircraft we had piloted before. It felt as if I had completely merged with the sky. This battle was exhilarating, an unprecedented thrill. As the soldiers chatted, they returned to the assembly point. At the assembly point, the soldiers who had previously fallen were already gone. Behind them were the actors protected by the rules, who hadn't fallen. Their aircraft were all remotely controlled, and whether they lived or died was entirely scripted. Leading the group were the foreign actors John and the Tsar, both of whom looked rather unwell. It's understandable. They were ordinary people forced to sit in fighter jets and experience a real combat situation meant for actual pilots. The fact that they managed to endure without passing out and came down safely was already a remarkable feat, I swear. I will never take a plane again in this lifetime. At this moment, the Emperor's legs were still trembling slightly, and he walked with a bit of a waddle. After saying this, he turned and ran to one side, followed by a wave of nausea. This action from the Emperor seemed like a signal. The actors who had just gotten off the aircraft suddenly changed their expressions. They quickly ran to the side, and the sounds of retching began to echo one after another. Not far away, Liang Chao, observing this scene, recalled his first experience on an aircraft, and a look of apprehension unconsciously appeared on his face, making his stomach churn as well. That experience clearly left a significant shadow in his heart. What a pity for them, Wu Jing sighed at this moment. Lu Li glanced over at the Emperor, thought for a moment, and said, "All the actors who went up today will receive 5 times the daily pay. Director Liang, please arrange it." "Okay, boss," Liang Chao nodded, suppressing his discomfort. "All right, let's take a look at the shooting effects," Lu Li said as he walked behind Liang Chao. At this moment, everyone's eyes brightened. They were all eager to see what kind of effect this aerial combat scene would present. Anticipation appeared on everyone's faces. Chapter 144. I want to go to the moon to shoot a movie. In the gloomy sky, intense flames suddenly erupted. A dense swarm of drones took to the air like a steel storm sweeping across the sky, with violent explosions and flying debris creating a brutal aerial combat scene that instantly captured everyone's attention. When Liang Chao pulled up the footage from this aerial combat shoot, he was immediately surrounded by people. Amid the crowd, gasps of astonishment erupted. "Wow, this footage is absolutely stunning. It's so realistic. Just one glance makes my blood boil. It's way better than the effects we usually see. Look, this is the Emperor's shot. He did great." He didn't forget his performance even after feeling sick. Wu Jing caught a scene of the Emperor piloting the aircraft in the video. "Of course, I'm a professional actor." The Emperor, who had just walked over after being sick, still looked a bit pale, but his face was full of pride. As the video segment played, everyone's spirits soared. With this footage, I dare say no sci-fi film in the world can compete. Liang Chao's face turned red with excitement, as if he had just experienced something indescribable. "Director Liang, your control of the camera angles is really impressive." Although most of the aerial combat scenes were shot with drones controlled by MOs, many of the angles were arranged by Liang Chao in advance, and many of the stunning shots were captured from his setups. With the boss investing so heavily, how could I not take this unprecedented big production seriously? Liang Chao didn't dare to take credit. "It's so shocking. I've never seen a sci-fi film shot like this." Lu Tianwang's face was also filled with astonishment, his expression excited. Soon, the entire 30-minute aerial combat footage was played. These scenes are still unedited. They will undergo further processing in post-production, extracting the most essential minutes to be integrated into the entire film, selecting the highlights from the highlights. One can imagine how spectacular the aerial combat footage will be. I really can't wait to see the final cut of this film. Wu Jing's eyes were sparkling as he murmured to himself, feeling as if there were towering waves surging in his heart. This film is destined to be legendary. I feel truly honored to be creating this miracle alongside director Lu. Everyone was still reflecting on the scenes they had just watched until the video ended. Then, their gaze naturally turned to Lu Li. Lu Li smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Keep it up. The future of sci-fi in our country is in your hands. With that, he raised his hand first and started clapping. Soon, enthusiastic applause echoed in the director's booth. Outside, the crew was still excitedly discussing the recent aerial combat. Upon hearing the applause from the director's booth, everyone exchanged knowing glances and smiles appeared on their faces. It seemed that director Lu was very pleased with this shoot. Of course, with such a grand production, how could the results be poor? Thankfully, there were no major mistakes during filming. If there had been, director Lu might have sent us flying a few laps. Just thinking about it makes my legs tremble. I always feel like we are not filming a sci-fi movie. A props master said, looking at the aircraft parked on the other side and the Air Force soldiers regrouping. This is clearly a documentary. Hearing this, those around him instinctively nodded. Only director Lu could turn a sci-fi film into a documentary. In short, director Lu is amazing. The Wandering Earth is incredible. Voices rose, and soon the filming site erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Everyone was venting their inner excitement and shock. After leaving the director's booth, Lu Li headed straight to where the Air Force soldiers were gathering. He had some matters to discuss with Changfeng. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Progress update for the Wandering Earth. Completion, 50. Realism, 85. Hearing the prompt, Lu Li's steps paused slightly. The realism of the film had dropped again. He frowned slightly, but soon relaxed when he thought about it. There was no way to achieve absolute realism in this film. Having this level of realism now is already quite good. I just hope the decline in realism slows down a bit. Otherwise, I really won't be able to handle it. Ahead, Xiaofeng also spotted Lu Li. After giving a final summary to the soldiers, he walked towards Lu Li under the soldiers' watchful eyes. At this moment, the soldiers also saw Lu Li. Respect appeared in their eyes involuntarily. Just moments ago, Xiaofeng had told them that everything in this exercise was arranged by Lu Li, who had given them this rare opportunity for a practical drill. Everyone saluted. At this moment, a command came from the assembly area. In the next second, all the soldiers stood at attention and saluted Lu Li. General Yun, they are thanking you for giving them this opportunity for the exercise, Xiaofeng said with a smile. I see. Lu Li smiled and shook his head. Actually, there's no need for that. It's thanks to the soldiers' help that I can make my movie well. Speaking of which, they could have more opportunities for exercises during the subsequent filming. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Li, and he changed the topic. We will also be filming scenes for the space elevator and the aerospace spacecraft heading to the moon. At that time, they can truly experience and adapt to combat in space. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's expression stiffened, and he looked at Lu Li with a strange face. You brat. You actually want to go to space and the moon to shoot a movie? Of course, many scenes will take place in space, with a big scene on the moon. But all of this will have to wait until the space elevator is completed. At that moment, Xiaofeng really didn't know what to say. He remained silent for a long time before giving Lu Li a fierce glare and uttering two words, nonsense. After saying that, he turned to leave. He would never join Lu Li in such nonsense. Seeing this, Lu Li hurriedly chased after him. General Yun, don't be in a hurry. I haven't discussed the important matters with you yet regarding the aerospace spacecraft. Aerospace spacecraft. Xiaofeng paused in his steps and turned around with a look of surprise. Don't tell me you can even build an aerospace spacecraft? Chapter 145. Blowing up the moon. He has gone crazy. The aerospace spacecraft is different from a spacecraft. It cannot travel in space for long periods, but can perform short-distance flights in space, while also having the capability to carry passengers and a complete gravity system. One could say that the aerospace spacecraft is a simplified version of a spacecraft and is the best exploratory vessel for the initial phase after the construction of the space elevator. Since the space elevator project was put on the agenda for construction, efforts have been underway to develop vehicles capable of flying in space. At this time, Lu Li unexpectedly gave Xiaofeng another surprise. That's right, I have complete data for building an aerospace spacecraft. Facing Xiaofeng's confusion, Lu Li affirmed. How much more do you have that you haven't revealed? At this moment, even the usually calm Yin Xiaofeng couldn't help but curse. He grabbed Lu Li's hand and pulled him toward the research base. Let's go talk to Academician Chen about this. And the matters regarding the space elevator and filming on the moon. You're still bringing up filming with me now? No. I'm building the aerospace spacecraft for the movie too. All right, I give in. Yin Xiaofeng waved his hand irritably. If you really can build the aerospace spacecraft, I'll lend you my people. Then I'll apply to the higher-ups to let you go to the moon to film. Upon hearing this, Lu Li finally showed a satisfied smile. As they spoke, the two had already boarded the shuttle and were quickly heading towards the research base. The National Defense Strategy Department. Minister's office. What? A spacecraft? Can he really make it? Hearing the report from Yin Xiaofeng, Lin Xiangtian's expression changed. That's right. The specific technical data has already been verified with Chun Jingtian from the Academy of Sciences and relevant researchers. There are no issues with the data. And the prototype is currently being manufactured. After returning from the wandering Earth City, Yin Xiaofeng came directly here. With an excited expression, he continued. If the spacecraft can indeed be made before the space elevator is completed, we will have another trump card. Even if those guys outside really want to flip the table, they will have to think twice. Indeed, this is a crucial trump card. Lin Xiangtian's expression became serious again as he paced back and forth in the office, visibly excited. Additionally, Lu Li has some requests that he hopes the minister can approve. What requests? Lin Xiangtian paused his steps and turned to look at Yin Xiaofeng. You know, he has been filming a movie, and some of the advanced technologies he mentioned were supposedly developed for that film. So, he wants to shoot some scenes in space after the space elevator is completed. Filming a movie in space. Lin Xiangtian's expression changed. His excitement gradually turned into a strange look. Is Lu Li serious? Very serious. Yin Xiaofeng forced a smile. Not only that, but he also wants to shoot scenes on the moon. Apparently, there's a shot in the movie where the moon needs to be blown up. Blown up? Has he lost his mind? Lin Xiangtian's eyes widened. Surely, he wouldn't actually blow it up, right? Yin Xiaofeng was about to defend Lu Li. But then he recalled the crazy things that guy had done for the sake of filming, suddenly feeling a bit unsure. That guy wouldn't he really blow up the moon? Would he? This is too absurd, simply nonsense. Lin Xiangtian furrowed his brows tightly. That's right, I scolded him like that too, but the spacecraft. Minister, should we consider it carefully? Moreover, I seriously suspect that there might be even more things in his hands. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangtian fell silent. Yes, the series of things Lu Li has done is too incredible. He has provided so much technology for the country, which has brought about a seismic change in the research community. The technological breakthroughs in the country have been explosive thanks to these technologies. And these contributions cannot just be erased. Besides, he just wants to use the space elevator to shoot a movie in outer space and on the moon. It's not something hard to accept. Nonsense. It's not that it's hard to accept. No matter how you look at it, it's difficult to accept. With that thought, a complex expression suddenly appeared on Lin Xiangtian's face. Lu Li's puzzling actions are simply extraordinary. What is he really after? To create so much for a movie? Can he really make back the costs with this film's box office? What frustrates Lin Xiangtian the most is that he seems unable to refuse, no matter how absurd this matter appears to outsiders. Forget it. I'll report this to the higher-ups. Lin Xiangtian waved his hand, looking exhausted. He now had to think hard about how to report this matter in a way that wouldn't make the higher-ups think he was crazy for goofing off with Lu Li. Yin Xiaofeng saluted and immediately felt a sense of relief. At least this matter was finally off his shoulders. As for whether the higher-ups would agree, that was beyond his control. After all, he merely told Lu Li that he would apply for it with the higher-ups, without guaranteeing that it would really happen. In the wandering Earth City, Lu Jian pushed the door and walked into Lu Li's office. President Lu, you called for me? Lu Jian, who had just rushed over from the construction site, still had some dust on him, looking somewhat worn out. After a few months of working in the Gobi Desert, his face had become quite tanned, making him look similar to the locals of Gusha village at first glance. I have something for you to do, Lu Li said as he took out a thick stack of blueprints from his drawer and heavily placed them on the desk. These are the design and construction blueprints for the planetary engine. What? A planetary engine? Lu Jian's pupils contracted in shock as he stared at the pile of blueprints on the desk. President Lu, you can't be serious about building a real planetary engine. That's right. Lu Li nodded. With Lu Li's confirmation, Lu Jian was completely stunned. During this time, he had interacted quite a bit with the filming crew of Wandering Earth and naturally knew some background of the story, especially the giant planetary engine. which left a deep impression on him. He had even thought about whether it would be possible to build such a planetary engine using the existing 3D printing technology in the new creation realm. After rough estimates, he concluded that it should be feasible. However, the most crucial aspect was the advanced technology contained within the planetary engine, much of which could not be produced by 3D printing technology. In fact, no country in the world currently possessed some of those cutting-edge technologies. Take the most basic one, elemental refusion. Yet now, Luli was presenting him with a large stack of documents, telling him they were going to build a real planetary engine. Wu Jing was dumbfounded and instinctively asked, "Boss, are you sure you're not joking?" Chapter 146, It's just a planetary engine. What's so surprising about it? When have you ever seen me joke? Luli looked at Wu Jing with a furrowed brow. Although this matter was quite significant, Wu Jing had been with him for a while, and Luli thought he would have gotten used to it. After all, it was just a planetary engine. What was so surprising about that? If Wu Jing knew Luli's thoughts at that moment, he would probably burst into tears. It was a planetary engine. Nothing surprising? I understand. Wu Jing ultimately suppressed his shock and spoke in a low voice. But soon, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Mr. Liu, I'm starting to believe that you could just lie back and collect tickets to the billionaire list with the grand projects you've created. This city of wandering Earth is bound to be the talk of the town. The number of tourists coming every year will be astronomical. Luli asked with a smile. Isn't your dream to become the strongest printing company in the world? Of course, but it seems that dream is about to come true. Wu Jing's eyes shone with excitement, and there was a hint of respect in his gaze towards Luli. He knew very well that he had reached this point because of Luli. So, your dream now is to become the strongest printing company in the world, and then just lie back and collect tickets? Luli looked at Wu Jing with amusement. One should enjoy life when they are successful. Working every day is tiring. Wu Jing's expression turned a bit bitter again. The time spent in the Gobi Desert had been exhausting, like undergoing a trial. He had been so busy that he barely had time to breathe. Otherwise, the project wouldn't be progressing so rapidly. I know you're working hard. Once the film-based scenes are built, you can take a good rest for a while. Luli generously waved his hand. But for now, let's get back to work. All right, if the boss commands, I'll get up and keep working even if I collapse. A smile appeared on Wu Jing's face, his dark complexion breaking into a grin, revealing a row of white teeth. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the city of wandering Earth, Yangshi had come directly here after leaving the Sichuan Satellite Launch Center. She gazed at the magnificent city before her, filled with shock and deep admiration. It was astonishing that this city had been built in just a few months, a true miracle. After witnessing the spectacular sight of 5 rockets launching simultaneously at the Sichuan Launch Center, she thought her capacity for amazement had greatly increased. Yet, the city before her once again left her in awe. That guy Luli really built this city out in the Gobi Desert. As she muttered to herself, she walked out of the safety passage. The moment she stepped out of the exit, the scene before her struck her again. Her eyes were drawn to the enormous aviation research base in the film area in the distance, and she couldn't look away. With a sense of wonder, she slowly walked into this city of miracles. The printing robots passing by from time to time amazed her. The shuttle vehicles weaving through the city, along with the cheerful laughter of workers inside, made her feel as though she had returned to a big city. But here, it was clearly the barren and harsh Gobi Desert. Further away at the filming site, several J-20s were quietly parked, and the outline of the fighter jets stirred her heart, causing her steps to quicken unconsciously. Everything she saw refreshed her understanding of what Luli was doing. Although she had known long ago that the new world was Luli's and that he was building the city of wandering Earth, it wasn't until she arrived here that she truly realized how astonishing his work was. You seem to be late. At that moment, a voice came from behind Yangshi. She turned her head and saw Luli standing behind her, smiling at her. I didn't expect the road from the county town to here to be so well paved. Yangshi smiled and asked, So, you were the one who built it? If the road wasn't fixed, the vehicles coming here would be too bumpy and slow. Luli's answer confirmed Yangshi's guess. You really have made something of yourself. Yangshi exclaimed. Did you come here just to see the city? Luli shook his head with a smile and tentatively asked, I heard you're not very happy at your company? Did Miao Miao tell you that? Yangshi pouted. Yes, she is here too. Suddenly, Yangshi sighed. Yeah, I don't want to continue. Perfect, come help me. Luli had been waiting for Yangshi to say this. Long ago, he had been thinking about how to get Yangshi to his side to help him manage the increasingly growing money. Although the expenses in the wandering Earth city were high, with government involvement, many funds were sorted out, such as for the construction of the space elevator and other things needed by various countries. Even the majority of the J-20s were funded by the government. He could even gain some benefits from it. After all, outsourcing is also business, and it wouldn't make sense to do business without profit. Plus, with many technical patents and licensing fees, the money in his hands would only increase, and he would need a professional financial investor to help manage it. In his mind, Yang Shi was undoubtedly the best candidate. What do you need my help with? Building houses? Yang Shi's gaze inadvertently drifted to the construction site in the distance. That would be wasting your talents. Lu Li shook his head with a smile. Come help me manage money. I have money now. Lu Li's lips curved into a smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The scene of borrowing money from Yang Shi when he had none felt like it was just yesterday. Now that he had turned things around and was doing well, being able to confidently say this to Yang Shi felt really great. Do you want to be my boss? Yang Shi looked at Lu Li with her charming eyes, assessing him. Just one question. Are you in or out? Lu Li didn't want to beat around the bush. Yang Shi sighed and turned to continue walking towards the J-20 fighter jets. What does that mean? Lu Li asked, chasing after her when she didn't respond. You have to wait for me to quit my job first. Yang Shi's voice came from ahead. Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Lu Li's face. He was in a great mood and quickly caught up with Yang Shi. Do you want to try flying a fighter jet? Is that possible? If I say it's possible, then it's possible. But I'm a bit scared. Scared of what? I promised to let you enjoy an incredible experience. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go? Their voices gradually faded away. The afterglow of the setting sun spread across the sky, painting the city in brilliant colors. It was hard to tell when the winds and sands on this desert plain had lessened. In a faraway place, the vast expanse of yellow sand and the spectacular view where the sea of sand meets the sky still leaves one in awe. Chapter 147. The Arrival of Mose in the Heavenly Court. Research Base, Artificial Intelligence Laboratory. This is a newly established research lab, built less than a month ago. Currently used temporarily by Xianlingfeng and a core team from the Academy of Sciences specializing in artificial intelligence. As the collaboration between Lu Li, the Academy, and the nation deepens, the research base in the Wandering Earth City has transformed dramatically. Many researchers from various fields of the Academy have relocated here, including the team led by Academician Xianlingfeng, covering top-notch research areas like nuclear fusion, energy engines, and molecular materials, among others. It can be said that this place is rapidly becoming a branch of the Academy's research base. Academician Xia, is there something urgent that you need me for? Just now, Lu Li received a call from Xianlingfeng, requesting him to come to the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. It was rare for Academician Xia to dudong reach out, indicating that something important was afoot. Mr. Lu, there is indeed a significant matter at hand. Many people from the Academy have gotten used to calling Lu Li like this. And even Xianlingfeng is no exception. The Heavenly Court space station has been completed, and the news will be released soon. There is a very crucial next step, which is the data upload of Mose to the space station. At this moment, Xianlingfeng's tone carried a hint of excitement, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. So soon. Hearing this, Lu Li's heart stirred as well. From the beginning, he knew that the mission of the Heavenly Court space station had changed to serve as the guiding station for the space elevator, and Mose's involvement had long been established. Since the formation of the Heavenly Court space station, Mose has been tasked with safeguarding the space elevator project. Standing high above, guarding the Heavenly Court. The recent rocket launch was very successful. All components of the space station have now gathered above the Wandering Earth City and have completed the docking assembly. Now, they are just waiting for Mose to settle in and officially operate the space station. Xianlingfeng briefly explained the current situation. This information remains confidential to the outside world. Only after Mose truly settles in the Heavenly Court space station will the news be released to avoid unnecessary troubles. Many foreign nations are keeping a close watch on this area. Understood. A hint of excitement also appeared in Lu Li's eyes. Once Mose successfully settles in the Heavenly Court space station, it will implement tight information shielding for this region. Whether it is ground or space-based detection signals directed here, they can all be intercepted. At that point, the construction of the space elevator will truly be limitless. No matter how much commotion occurs here, no one will notice. Foreign satellite detections will be disrupted when flying over this area, rendering them completely blind. At this time, the monitoring center of the Research Institute had already gathered quite a number of people. Among them is a core team of artificial intelligence led by Xianlingfeng. along with several academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences currently in the Wandering Earth City, including Professor Li. "Mr. Liu, you're here? Young Mr. Liu, hurry up. It's about to start." Everyone greeted Liu Li. For this young man, the academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences showed great respect, treating him not as a junior, but with enthusiasm. Liu Li smiled and nodded to the professors and academicians, greeting them. His gaze then fell on Professor Li. "Professor Li is here too. How can I miss witnessing such an important moment?" Professor Li, like all the other academicians present, had an excited expression on his face. "Speaking of which, you are the real hero. The country will definitely reward you." Liu Li smiled and shook his head. "Professor Li, you're overpraising me." The two exchanged a few words. Suddenly, a voice came from the large screen in the control room. "The connection to the space station has been fully completed. Preparing to activate the main control system. Signal connection to activate the main data of the system." As soon as the voice finished, the entire control room fell silent. Even Liu Li's gaze was fixed on the screen. In fact, the main program of the system had already been brought to space along with the components of the space station, currently existing in the storage unit within the space station. The remote command center only needed to connect to the space station signal to remotely activate the system. This not only saves a lot of time, but also makes the activation steps much more convenient. "It's starting." Xialing Feng's softly spoken words reached Liu Li's ears. Then, a familiar icon appeared on the monitor. It was a lifelike mechanical eye, with a faint red light flickering within it. As the progress bar at the bottom of the screen moved forward, the main program was rapidly activating. The scene was quite similar to when the system was first activated. The difference was that the one in space was not the real main system, but merely a data avatar, as the actual main system was still within the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. "Look, there's a new image. It seems to be successful. The avatar of the system is activated." That's the image transmitted back from the extraterrestrial orbital space station. Suddenly, there was a stir in the control room. The academicians couldn't help but speak out, their expressions becoming even more passionate. "The program is activated. That image shows the view of the blue planet from outer space. It should be adapting to the space station's operating system." Xialing Feng's voice echoed again. Liu Li watched this scene, his emotions stirred. "This will be our first step in conquering the stars and the sea." A smile appeared on his face as he murmured to himself. Xialing Feng turned his head, his eyes shining, and nodded gently. "You're right. In the future, when the space elevator is truly built, we will surely develop rapidly in the aerospace field." Everyone in the control room gazed at the magnificent blue planet on the screen, their faces filled with excitement and exhilaration. Some even had tears welling up in their eyes. Meanwhile, Xialing Feng's voice once again reached Liu Li's ears. "Once, certain countries abroad were worried about our rapid progress in the aerospace field, and they united to suppress us, hinder our efforts, and even directly refused our participation in the construction of the International Space Station. The purpose of this was nothing more than to impose a technological blockade on us. However, we ultimately relied on our own efforts to gradually catch up in this field, even surpassing the achievements of most countries here." Xialing Feng's voice grew increasingly serious and inspiring. "Now, we have our own space station. Furthermore, we now have a celestial palace. In the future, we will also build a space elevator. We are advancing at an unimaginable speed, overtaking others and becoming true leaders in the aerospace field, step by step reaching the pinnacle of the world." His voice attracted the attention of everyone in the monitoring room. The top researchers from our country remained silent, clenching their fists. The humiliation of the past has forged the achievements of all aerospace personnel today. We will not stop here, even if one day those present can no longer move forward. There will still be successors who will bravely follow our path and continue to move forward. In this moment, they were all incredibly certain, as if they could already see the future. That bright flag will take this as a starting point and enter the endless sea of stars. At that time, no one will dare to humiliate our country again. When that day truly arrives, it will be a shocking era of prosperity for our great nation. Chapter 148, Completion of the Space Elevator. At the construction site of the Wandering Earth City, the construction of the space elevator was in full swing. Huge military green barriers isolated the entire site from the outside world, and most of the workers on site were from the military. With the support of 3D printing technology, the construction speed of the elevator's foundation and ground buildings was incredibly fast. A majestic and impressive structure was gradually taking shape, becoming clearer over time. In the film studio, during a break between shoots, Wu Jing and Liang Chao were discussing the upcoming filming plans in the director's studio. Director Liang, has President Liu given any instructions regarding the scenes involving the space elevator? We've already invested so much in this film. We can't skimp on the special effects. Wu Jing asked Liang Chao with a serious expression while looking at the shooting schedule. Liang Chao recalled his previous conversation with Liu Li about this matter and shook his head with a wry smile. President Liu didn't mention anything, just said to wait a bit longer. But according to the shooting schedule, we will be filming this scene soon. Wu Jing slightly furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. I always have a feeling that President Liu might be holding back something big. At this moment, Liang Chao's voice fittingly echoed. Right. You think so too? Wu Jing's thoughts were almost identical to Liang Chao's, and for some reason, both of their gazes unconsciously turned toward the construction site, enclosed by military green walls. Teacher Wu, do you think there's a possibility? It shouldn't be possible, right? Wu Jing instinctively swallowed. The two exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of anticipation and fervor. However, after a moment, Wu Jing shook his head with a smile. That was a truly monumental project, and with the current technological advancements, it seemed quite unlikely. He felt he was overthinking it. After all, the CEO was not omnipotent. Liang Chao also shook his head. The wild thought that had just flashed through their minds quickly faded away. A month later, still at the director's studio, Wu Jing and Liang Chao stood outside the studio, their eyes fixed on the military green isolation wall. At this moment, the mere wall could no longer conceal the massive ground structure of the space elevator. More importantly, those structures had begun to extend into the sky, piercing through the clouds. The enormous building, which already had the outline of a space elevator, left both Liang Chao and Wu Jing in a daze. Teacher Wu, I think I might have to take back what I said earlier, Liang Chao said, staring blankly at the distant structure, his eyes filled with shock. The CEO really seems to be building a space elevator. This is absolutely insane. Wu Jing also wore a look of disbelief at that moment. Another month passed. The cables of the space elevator successfully connected with the ground, completing the final integration. The ground portion, the elevator's cabin, had also been manufactured, and the space elevator was officially completed. Still outside the studio, Wu Jing and Liang Chao gazed at the towering, endless space cables. Their expressions calm yet tinged with a sense of emotion, but they no longer felt the initial shock and incredulity. The space elevator has really been built, Wu Jing said. At first, I thought this might be a prop elevator built by the CEO. Although it was spectacular and breathtaking, it would still be different from a real space elevator. Looking back now, I was rather naive. Wu Jing shook his head with a wry smile. Liang Chao glanced at him and laughed. When has the CEO ever played with illusions? At this rate, even if the CEO told us tomorrow that he built a planetary engine, I wouldn't doubt it at all. I'd even think it was only natural. That's true. Wu Jing nodded in agreement. I am completely convinced now. Whatever more shocking things the CEO does, I won't be surprised anymore. They had witnessed the construction of the space elevator step by step, from initial astonishment to shock, and now to the point of normalization. Waking up every day to see the towering building felt like the world had transformed. It had become incredibly sci-fi, especially in this city, which was the theme film city of the Wandering Earth. Every building here had appeared in the movie. This blending of reality and film often gave them a sense of illusion, as if they were truly living in the world of the Wandering Earth. That feeling was quite extraordinary. While they were talking, a voice suddenly called out from behind them. Director Liang, please make arrangements to shoot the scenes of the space elevator. Today, the space elevator will conduct a trial operation, and we will head over there with a crew to hear the sound. Liang Chao and Wu Jing both felt a jolt in their hearts. The day has finally come, Liang Chao murmured. Indeed, we have to go? Wu Jing's face, however, was filled with bitterness. Liu Li looked at the two and kindly asked, is there a problem? No problem. We will prepare right away. Liang Chao and Wu Jing almost spoke simultaneously, their expressions revitalized. No joke, they had put in so much for this film. At this moment, even if they really had to go to space to shoot, they would probably grit their teeth and do it, let alone just a space elevator. It's not a big deal. Soon, the core team of the crew began to move. Liu Li nodded in satisfaction at the scene before him. This time, the situation was special, requiring them to enter the interior of the space elevator and shoot while it was in operation, ultimately needing to go into space. Therefore, at the military's request, the crew members going this time would not be too many. Of course, the core members of the crew had to go, Along with the main actors, other extras would not be needed, as suitable individuals would be selected directly from the military to assist with the filming. This was also a guarantee made by Yun Xiaofeng to Lu Li. Before departure, Liang Chao gathered everyone together. Everyone, this shoot is quite special. So I hope you can stay calm and not do anything to embarrass the crew, like making loud noises or having exaggerated expressions. Please try to restrain yourselves and not act like inexperienced country bumpkins. Additionally, for this shoot, aside from the crew's filming equipment, no one should bring mobile phones or similar devices that can capture images. If you bring them, they won't be able to stay. That's about it for now. Everyone be sharp. As Liang Chao finished speaking, the crowd was already filled with excitement. Everyone was well aware that this shoot was bound to be thrilling and would create an unprecedented achievement. After all, no one present had heard of any film crew filming on a real space elevator. Just this fact felt incredibly impressive. Let's go, Liang Chao shouted. The crew boarded the vehicle and sped towards the space elevator base. Chapter 149. I just want to know how fast this elevator is. So spectacular. It's just like something out of a sci-fi blockbuster. The space elevator has really been built. It's unbelievable. Once the crew members entered the space elevator base and saw the grand and magnificent structure up close, they were all deeply shocked. The feeling of the space elevator looked completely different up close than from a distance, standing beneath the towering structure that seemed to stretch into the clouds. Everyone felt so small, like a grain of sand in a vast desert. Can this space elevator really take people up? I never imagined that technology has developed to such an extent that a real space elevator could be built. Members of the crew began to discuss this in hushed tones. What's so surprising about it? This must be a collaboration between the CEO and the military. Just think about the props that the CEO created before. The latest model of advanced aircraft, the drone swarms, and the rapid 3D printing technology for building houses. Constructing a space elevator is really not that strange. I found myself unable to refute this statement. What is even more exciting is that we can film on this space elevator. One of the props team members excitedly whispered. Can you imagine? We're going to the sky. Which film crew has such a prominent opportunity as ours? I could brag about this for a lifetime. The buzzing discussions continued within the crew. As more people gathered closer to the space elevator, the voices of discussion and amazement grew louder. And ultimately, everyone looked up in awe at the magnificent structure, rendered speechless. In front of them, square elevator cabins stood quietly between the cables of the space elevator, topped and bottomed with a semicircular dome. This dome is made from high-temperature and high-strength materials, primarily designed to break the wind and significantly reduce air resistance when the elevator breaks through the atmosphere. Such a design minimizes energy consumption during both ascent and descent, ensuring a longer lifespan for the cabins and reducing the risk of disintegration. Look, it's the military personnel. A voice emerged from the crowd. Everyone's gaze shifted from the towering elevator cables to the front. A line of soldiers was marching neatly into the space elevator cabin. Are they going up? The character Xia Huang was still unclear about the situation and asked Wu Jing beside him. Yes, the CEO mentioned that a cabin operation test would be conducted today, so they should be going up. He thought about the upcoming filming, and a bitter smile suddenly appeared on his face. Don't rush. We might all have to go up soon. We all have to go up. Xia Huang's eyes widened. But I don't have a scene in the space elevator segment. Why do I have to go? Looking at the towering space elevator, which seemed to touch the clouds, Xia Huang instantly felt nervous. If someone has a fear of heights, going up could be disastrous. Even if his heart was fine, he couldn't handle such a big deal. You'll have to ask the CEO about that. Liang Chao's voice came from the side. But don't you think this is really exciting? Not everyone gets such an opportunity. That's true. Wu Jing nodded in agreement. I pondered that going up the elevator surely wouldn't just involve filming a few scenes inside. It probably meant we really had to go up. Liang Chao expressed his guess. There are multiple scenes in the film where the space elevator is in high-speed operation. Even Wu Jing has fight scenes during the elevator's operation. Since the CEO is going all out, the filming surely won't be half-hearted. Those shots likely require the space elevator to be operational. Who knows? We might even have to go to space. Thinking of this, Liang Chao looked up at the sky. Beyond the vast blue sky, what stunning sights await in space? From above, how magnificent would this planet appear? The thought is truly exciting. A fiery light glimmered in Liang Chao's eyes. Just then, a loud roar suddenly erupted ahead. The military's first manned trial run of the space elevator had begun. Accompanied by the booming sound, beams of light surged from the bottom of the elevator's cabin. and the cabin transitioned from stillness to motion, slowly ascending. Soon, the speed increased rapidly, quickly reaching the fixed operational speed, racing towards the heavens. I now want to know how fast this elevator operates. The Tsar watched the rapidly ascending cabin, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. It's probably about the same speed as flying a fighter jet. Lu Li's voice suddenly came from behind the Tsar. Upon hearing this, the Tsar's expression changed instantly. The speed is similar to that of a fighter jet. Does that mean riding this elevator is no different from being in a fighter jet? In fact, given that this is a closed space, it might be even more torturous. Hearing Lu Li's words, the expressions of others also turned grim. Why is making this film so difficult? It's outrageous to have speeds comparable to fighter jets. The shadow of Liang Chao's first flight in a fighter jet resurfaced with Lu Li's comment, and his face turned pale. Mr. Lu, you're not joking, are you? His voice trembled slightly as he forced a smile and asked. Seeing the troubled expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Li chuckled. Don't worry. Because we still have to film, the elevator's ascent speed will only be 10 times that of a regular elevator, which is just around 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. Upon hearing this, the tense and anxious hearts of the group eased a bit. This speed is manageable. Thankfully, it's not like riding a rocket. That would be terrifying. At this speed, let alone filming inside, it would be hard to even stand still. It's unrealistic. Mr. Lu is really considerate of us. Voices of relief echoed among the crowd. At this moment, a smile appeared on Lu Li's lips. He didn't continue to explain, just looked up at the sky with a sense of longing. This time, he would embark on this journey with the crew. Such an opportunity is incredibly rare, and he genuinely wanted to experience it. Although with his current status, he could use the elevator at any time, this filming journey held a different significance for him. As the group discussed quietly, Yin Xiaofeng walked quickly from ahead. Mr. Lu, you all should get ready. He greeted Lu Li and then pointed to the space elevator behind him, saying, you can board now. Lu Li nodded and gestured to Liang Chao beside him. Liang Chao understood, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly to those behind. Everyone get ready. Board the space elevator. Chapter 150. This shoot is life-threatening. Everyone, make sure your costumes and makeup are ready before getting on the elevator. There won't be much time for you to change or touch up once you're up there. So you must be fully prepared and start shooting right away. Liang Chao stood at the entrance of the space elevator, watching the actors and crew members enter one by one, looking around excitedly like a visitor in a grand garden. The actors need to remember that they are now elite space personnel. They must be mindful of their words and actions and stay in character. There will also be real military Air Force personnel and space warriors inside, so observe and learn from them, keeping in mind their state while executing missions. Remember, this is a live-action shoot. Each operation of the elevator represents a significant investment and cost. There are no chances for retakes. Do you understand? Liang Chao's voice made the crew members straighten up. Understood. Everyone responded, already resembling soldiers somewhat. During this time, many in the crew had spent a lot of time with military personnel, and quite a few had gone through formal training to showcase better demeanor and state during the shoot. It seems that the results of this training are quite impressive. Liang is in great shape now. Sha Huang whispered to Wu Jing. That's good. If he cares, we can be more at ease. Wu Jing replied with a smile. I'm just worried that the more he cares, the stronger the mystical forces become, Sha Huang said with a serious expression. That shouldn't be the case, right? Wu Jing felt a bit tense. Don't jinx it. This is a space elevator, and if anything goes wrong, we're all done for. But I can't shake this uneasy feeling, Sha Huang said, feeling a bit anxious since entering the space elevator. It should be fine. Haven't the military personnel already tested the elevator's safety? Plus, Director Lu also mentioned that our ride will be slower. Hearing Sha Huang say this, Wu Jing started to feel uneasy too. Just then, Liang Chao's voice came from ahead. Everyone, find your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Our shooting is about to begin. Teacher Wu, get ready. Your scene is coming up next. For authenticity, the elevator will start quite quickly. My scene? We're starting so soon? Wu Jing's expression turned serious, and then he seemed to remember something, his face suddenly paling. Quite quickly? Just how fast? At this moment, Sha Huang had already moved away, and sitting next to him was the lead actress of the film, who played Wu Jing's wife, Han Duer, Wang Ji. Teacher Wu, I think we have a scene that's filmed during the elevator's launch. It wouldn't be that scene, would it? If it's to be realistic, the speed will be very fast, right? Wang Ji's voice trembled as she spoke. At that moment, A foreign actor walked nervously to the seat between the two and sat down, saying in a tense tone, "Given the situation, it must be that scene." "Oh, great. I remember I was supposed to throw up in that scene." Wu Jing glanced silently at the foreign actor beside him and quietly said, "It's okay, don't feel pressured. You can just be yourself during the shoot. That will capture the feeling." As soon as these words were spoken, the other actors present fell silent. Meanwhile, Liang Chao and Lu Li sat together, looking somewhat anxious. "Mr. Liu, didn't you say earlier that this elevator would be relatively slow? What's happening now? Is it really going to be like this? What do you think? When have we ever shot a scene that wasn't real?" Lu Li replied lightly, "I just mentioned that the speed might be a bit slower during the shoot. I never said it would be slow when starting." He glanced over at Wu Jing and continued, "Don't worry, the actors should be fine. They've flown fighter jets before, so how hard can this space elevator be?" "Boss, I'm not worried about that," Liang Chao said, his face turning pale. What he was worried about was whether he could handle it. Remembering the feeling after flying in the fighter jet, his stomach began to churn. If he ended up on the ground during the shoot, how could he maintain his authority as a director? "What are you worried about?" Lu Li looked at Liang Chao. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Liang Chao quickly shook his head. At this point, he certainly wouldn't admit to being scared. There was no turning back now. He had to endure whatever happened. He couldn't show weakness in front of Lu Li, or he might get replaced. And then who would he turn to for support? "Then let's get ready to start." Lu Li nodded. Liang Chao gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Okay, boss." The fact that the boss was sitting there suffering alongside them left him with nothing more to say. At that moment, the actor on Lu Li's other side, Sha Huang, also looked distressed. He finally understood why he had been feeling anxious. The reason was right here. His performance after flying in the fighter jet hadn't been much better than Liang Chao's. If this continued, he felt he might not be able to hold on either. But at this point, he couldn't say he wanted to get off. How could he face such humiliation and continue working in the crew afterward? Just then, Liang Chao looked over at Wu Jing and shouted, "Props team, camera crew, are you ready?" "Director Liang, the camera positions have been adjusted. The props are fine. But do we still need the rice-paste props?" Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed, and they looked resentfully at the props master, feeling as if they were being thrown into the fire. If it came to the real thing, who needed any rice-paste props? Just go ahead and shoot it for real. Who could hold it in without throwing up? At that moment, everyone was mentally preparing themselves. This shoot was proving to be far more difficult than expected. Initially, it was just the actors suffering, but now even the crew had to endure it. They have never experienced such a scene before. "I wonder if the boss has provided us with health insurance. This shoot is too dangerous." At that moment, a foreign guy sitting next to Wu Jing suddenly muttered, "I don't know about the health insurance, but after this scene is finished, you will definitely get a pay raise." Wu Jing smiled wryly, as this has almost become a routine. As long as there are relatively dangerous or tough shots to be filmed, Lu Li usually gives all the actors extra pay. He has never seen such a generous boss. Of course, he has also never seen such a dangerous and grueling film crew. "Is everyone ready?" Liang Chao's voice rang out again. This might be the most bizarre scene they have filmed. At the entire shooting location, everyone was seated in safety chairs, with no clapperboard, no lighting, and no crew members walking around outside. Only a tense atmosphere prevailed. Everyone was gripping their safety belts tightly, their legs trembling. This scene is life-threatening. The props are ready. The cameras are also set. All personnel have had their safety belts checked. "We can begin." Voices echoed continuously within the elevator shaft. Then, Liang Chao took a deep breath and spoke again. "All right. The first scene of The Wandering Earth. First shot, start." Chapter 151, Filming a Movie. How did it turn into a manned moon landing plan? Just as the filming of The Wandering Earth was in full swing, a significant announcement was made by the authorities outside. Various related media, including the official platform of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and other authoritative platforms, jointly released a message that instantly swept across the internet, causing a huge stir. It has been decided that our space agency will soon conduct a manned moon landing plan, intending to use a manned spacecraft to travel to the moon and conduct a series of exploration projects upon landing. This moon landing plan will use the Heavenly Palace space station as a transit station, launching from there. As soon as this announcement was made, it instantly attracted the attention of countless citizens. The buzz around the announcement quickly soared, landing on the trending topics of social media. Countless netizens gathered, excitedly discussing the trending topic. A manned moon landing plan? Is this our first manned moon landing? In the past, only those across the ocean had such capabilities. Who would have thought we could now conduct a manned moon landing plan? Is it true? Wow, I'm so excited. We can finally send people to the moon. I just want to know who will be lucky enough to go to the moon this time. Why was there no news before? Did this manned moon landing plan seem like a last-minute decision? Or is it starting from the Heavenly Palace Space Station? Is our Heavenly Palace Space Station built for this mission? Amazing. Our country is incredible. Our space explorers are incredible. The thrilling news was like a drop of water splashing into boiling oil, instantly creating a massive wave online, capturing the attention of countless citizens. Subsequently, more related information was dug up by netizens. It seems that the major launch sites currently have no rocket launch plans. Where is the crewed lunar landing starting from? Is there anyone at the space station now? Wait a minute. If the launch sites have no plans, how are our people going to get up there? Perhaps there are unannounced launch plans. No, I feel like when the space station was being built, our people must have already gone up. Their mission should have been to carry out this lunar landing plan after the station was completed. So we were actually prepared a long time ago? I'm so excited. This is our first crewed lunar landing. Looking forward to the official live broadcast. The external information has not interfered with the filming inside the space elevator. After a long and difficult journey, the scene of the elevator starting was finally completed. As the elevator gradually slowed down and stabilized, everyone in the crew felt like they were alive again. Ugh! A sound came from the front of the filming location. At this moment, the filming equipment was still running, and the foreign actor sitting next to Wu Jing could no longer hold back, leaning over the chair and vomiting wildly. Wu Jing, pale-faced, glanced at that person and immediately felt his stomach churn. Fortunately, he forced himself to hold it in and stiffly turned his head to the side. On the other side, Wang Ji, who played Han Duer, also looked pale. Surprisingly, the little girl managed to hold it in and didn't throw up on the spot. Good job. Wu Jing gave her a thumbs up. A stiff smile appeared on Wang Ji's face as she nodded awkwardly at Wu Jing. The two turned to look around. After a moment of silence, a series of unpleasant sounds began to echo throughout the elevator, spreading like an infection throughout the crew. The scene became quite chaotic. Meanwhile, Luli unfastened his seatbelt. At this time, the space elevator was moving slowly, maintaining a speed of about 60, and was ascending steadily. Inside the elevator, it felt even safer than being on a plane. So, unfastening the seatbelt was completely fine. He walked to the edge of the elevator and looked out the glass window. The soft white clouds seemed to be within reach. He could almost touch them. As the elevator ascended, it stirred up a wave of white in the clouds, looking very spectacular. Below, aside from the endless sea of clouds, he could see buildings and mountains reduced to countless tiny shapes in the gaps of the cloud cover. From this height, everything on the blue planet appeared insignificant. Watching this scene, Luli felt an indescribable sense of pride swell within him. This is the true appearance of the blue planet, he murmured, his tone filled with subtle admiration. Although there are many similar images online, the feeling of seeing it with his own eyes is completely different. The difference between the two cannot be described in words. It's probably like the difference between a fictional character and real combat. Boss Lu, you really went big this time. At that moment, Wu Jing's voice came from behind. Luli turned his head and saw Wu Jingjin looking at Liang Chao and Xia Huang with a sympathetic expression. The two of them were now slumped over in their chairs, pale and limp, with a bag hanging from their mouths. As Wu Jing spoke, they occasionally convulsed, unable to control themselves as they vomited into the bag, an utterly brutal scene. They were truly dedicated to their craft. Luli's expression was serious, with a hint of emotion in his tone. It was really tragic. Although Wu Jing said this, he had somehow taken out his phone and opened the camera, switching to burst mode to capture the moment. Before getting on the elevator, they had been prohibited from taking photos inside. However, they were not forbidden from carrying their phones. It was just that the photos taken would ultimately have to go through scrutiny, and it was uncertain whether any would be kept. You are ruthless, Luli said, the corners of his mouth twitching at Wu Jing's actions. I'm helping them grow. After capturing this scene, their ability to handle pressure will definitely improve. Luli had no words to respond. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up on Wu Jing's phone screen. He paused for a moment upon reading it. A manned lunar landing plan is about to be initiated? When was this plan formulated? I don't recall hearing about it before. Luli glanced at him and smiled lightly. It might have just been established recently. The official announcement says the astronauts will depart from the Heavenly Palace Space Station. We probably won't have the chance to see that space station. Wu Jing's eyes lit up slightly. Until now, everything about the space elevator had been classified. So, While Wu Jing and the others knew the elevator had been completed, they were unaware that the guiding space station was the one he referred to as the Heavenly Palace Space Station. As for the astronauts heading to the moon, he certainly couldn't have guessed that. Lu Li fell silent for a moment before nodding in a somewhat strange manner. Yeah, maybe. Lu Li hadn't anticipated that his application to go to the moon for filming would ultimately evolve into this. It was indeed somewhat absurd. It was just shooting a film on the moon. How did it turn into a national manned lunar landing plan? Chapter 152, Impossible. Who really goes to the moon to shoot a film? The subsequent filming went smoothly. The crew members spent about half an hour adjusting their physical and mental states before diving into their work. By the time the scenes inside the elevator were completed, more than half a day had passed. It was now evening. Due to the slower speed of the elevator, it took longer to reach the space station. As the glow of the setting sun illuminated the interior of the elevator, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned towards the sky outside. The clear sky was free from light pollution, with only the sunset casting a blood-red hue across half of the horizon, creating a breathtaking view. How magnificent! Wu Jing murmured, his tone filled with admiration. Just for this scenery, this trip was worth it. At this moment, Xia Huang was also in high spirits, his eyes shining with excitement. A group of people quietly gazed at the stunning sunset outside the elevator, falling into a moment of silence. Such a scene was rarely seen on this planet. Moreover, it was hard to find a better spot to appreciate the sunset than this one. The endless white clouds lay beneath their feet, while the distant sky glowed in golden red hues, with the sun dividing the sky and the earth, resembling a vast chasm. It was truly breathtaking. Lu Li smiled, his gaze fixed on the beautiful sunset, unable to look away. At the current speed, it would take several days to reach the space station. But Lu Li was not in a hurry. After all, a moment like this was worth savoring. Mr. Lu, would you like to see the footage we shot today? At that moment, Liang Chao's slightly excited voice came from behind. In the entire elevator, he seemed to be the only one not captivated by the sunset. His mind entirely focused on the footage captured that day. Having just watched it, he was now brimming with excitement. Sure, Lu Li turned and walked over. Others also shifted their attention to Liang Chao and gathered around him. Liang Chao promptly played the unedited clips. As the video began, the elevator fell into silence, followed by a wave of gasps of amazement. The quality of the visuals was simply outstanding. The screen was filled with a sense of technology. This real-life shooting was impressive. Look at the intricate details. Even the mechanical patterns on the safety seats were so clear. From the moment I stepped into this elevator, I knew the feeling captured on film would surpass any special effects, and it did not disappoint. Incredible, this is what we produced. You see, the scenery outside the elevator doesn't even need special effects adjustments. That sea of clouds and sky is something no effects can replicate. I'm really looking forward to the final outcome of this movie. Even those crew members who had grown accustomed to grand scenes alongside Lu Li were still exhilarated. The scenes inside the space elevator remained flawless, just like before. These shots didn't require excessive embellishment. The original visuals were explosive enough. Mr. Lu, what do you think? Liang Chao looked at Lu Li with eager anticipation as the clip ended. At that moment, Lu Li also heard the system's notification in his mind. Filming progress, 70. Film realism, 80. After hearing this, Lu Li paused for a moment before slowly nodding. Not bad, it was acceptable. This comment was not only directed at Liang Chao, but also reflected his own feelings. With more than half of the film shot, maintaining an 80 realism was indeed beyond his expectations, primarily because the filming during this period hadn't involved any large-scale scenes. Therefore, the drop in realism was still within an acceptable range. However, the upcoming shots would be a different story. Lu Li turned to look outside the elevator. By now, night had fallen. Above, a bright moon hung in the sky, exceptionally clear. Next, they should go there to shoot. Is this all just acceptable? Liang Chao's expression was somewhat bitter. The requirements from the producer are too high. Wu Jing also shook his head helplessly. With the quality of this scene and the presentation of the shots, I can guarantee that it definitely surpasses all current sci-fi blockbusters. After all, it's the producer. It's understandable to have high expectations. Xia Huang sighed. This producer has built a themed film city just to make a movie and has created so much advanced technology, including this space elevator. With such conditions, it is completely normal to have higher demands. All right, everyone, please return to your seats. We're preparing to accelerate. Lu Li turned around, glanced at everyone, and continued. At the current speed, It will take at least a few days to reach the space station, so we must accelerate. What? Accelerate again? Didn't we finish shooting our scenes? Aren't we supposed to go back? Lu Li's words immediately caused a stir in the elevator. Producer, are we really going up? Liang Chao instinctively covered his heart, his face turning pale, thinking of the pain caused by the elevator's acceleration earlier. He felt his legs beginning to weaken again. That's right. You should be more aware of the upcoming shooting plans. Lu Li looked at Liang Chao and several main actors present. Don't we still have scenes to shoot at the space station and the moon? Space station and moon? Wu Jing murmured, suddenly struck by a bad premonition. My goodness, does the producer mean that the next scenes will really be shot at the space station above? And the moon? What a joke. Sha Huang was also stunned. The crew members exchanged glances, all looking shocked. It shouldn't be that exaggerated, at most. Just shooting a bit at the space station above. If we really have to go to the moon, that would be too outrageous. Even if we are willing. The country wouldn't agree. Liang Chao muttered, trying to comfort himself. That's right, it shouldn't be that extreme. Sha Huang also swallowed hard. Only Wu Jing remained silent. Looking at Lu Li and seeing his calm expression, his uneasy premonition grew stronger. Do we really not have to go to the moon? Shooting on the moon? Such an absurd thing would have seemed impossible in the past. But now, they are already on the space elevator. And soon they would be filming at the navigation space station above. Moreover, he suddenly recalled the manned lunar exploration plan released by the country that he saw on his phone earlier. The content of that announcement combined with the current situation. Could it really be such a coincidence? No, it's different. Wu Jing quickly dismissed his own speculation. Filming on the space elevator and at the space station is possible because they have the conditions to do so, but going to the moon involves too many complexities. It's unrealistic for the entire crew to go to the moon. It's simply impossible. It shouldn't be possible. Wu Jing took a deep breath, feeling that he had truly lost his mind. Who on earth films a movie that actually goes to the moon? The meaning behind General Lu's words is certainly about capturing some footage for the manned lunar exploration program at the space station, which is likely the limit of their capabilities. Indeed, they are probably just filming some scenes at the space station. Chapter 153. Wu Jing. The pioneer space station of the space elevator turns out to be the Celestial Palace. Amidst a chorus of gasps, the space elevator continues to ascend. This time, the speed has once again increased to a level comparable to that of fighter jets. However, having learned from previous experiences, everyone feels much better now. At least, the sensation of flying in the air while one's soul lags behind is not as pronounced. As the elevator's speed increases and maintains a relatively constant pace, that uncomfortable feeling gradually fades away, and everyone quickly adapts to this rapid ascent. Dozens of hours later. Ding dong. All passengers on this space elevator, please note. We are about to reach the destination of this journey. The elevator will start to decelerate. Please prepare yourselves. With the voice echoing inside the elevator cabin, the speed begins to slow down. The crew immediately feels the elevator's rapid ascent gradually decelerating, and their bodies sense the inertia from the elevator's braking. Are we almost there? It's been quite a journey. This should be the edge of space, right? Why don't I feel weightless? It must be because the elevator is equipped with anti-gravity devices, right? Anti-gravity devices? How could that be? Such advanced technology doesn't exist in the world yet, does it? Haha, we've already built a space elevator. So is it surprising to have anti-gravity devices? You make a good point, I can't refute that. A wave of discussions arises in the elevator. They still don't realize how much black technology, which is entirely absent on Blue Star, is incorporated into this space elevator. Anti-gravity devices are just one aspect. There are also materials for constructing the elevator, air circulation, energy sources, elevator control systems, and so on. Without Lu Li's technological support, this space elevator wouldn't have been feasible for Blue Star at this time. They haven't thought deeply about any of this. Lacking professional knowledge, they simply can't imagine it. Another half hour passes. The elevator finally reaches the Pioneer Space Station, coming to a gentle stop. Is this the Pioneer Space Station of the space elevator? Wu Jing gazes at the magnificent and grand space station outside, his eyes filled with astonishment. Outside the elevator, against the backdrop of the pitch-black universe, stands a sci-fi themed steel fortress. The massive structure of the space station is connected to the cable of the space elevator. Floating serenely in the cosmic void like a kite released into the sky, both lonely and majestic. The silver-gray metal gleams magnificently under the sunlight. That logo on the space station, it's the Celestial Palace? At this moment, the Tsar suddenly exclaims in surprise, his face filled with astonishment. The Celestial Palace? Wu Jing's gaze follows the Tsar's. It really is the Celestial Palace. How did the Celestial Palace space station end up here? The Tsar's mind races with confusion. No wonder, I understand now. At this moment, a hint of understanding appeared in Wu Jing's eyes. The space station was originally supposed to connect with the Divine Palace, but the plan had suddenly changed 2 months ago. It turned out that it was repurposed as the leading space station for the space elevator. He pondered as he looked at the space station, suddenly recalling the news he had seen earlier. The astronauts for the manned Lunar Exploration mission would depart from this space station. Indeed, those astronauts were set to launch from here to the moon. This was so sci-fi. The Tsar was astonished, unable to hide his surprise. At this time, the crew members around him began to discuss. Could it be that the nation had already set the plan for the space elevator several years ago, which is why they simultaneously developed the space station plan? No, the space station plan was changed suddenly. There had never been any mention of building a space elevator before. This space station was originally intended to connect with the Divine Palace station. And it must be because of the emergence of the space elevator that the Divine Palace became the leading space station. So it was because of Mr. Lu that the nation's mission for the space station was altered. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the crew instinctively turned their gaze towards Lu Li. In fact, after spending so long in the wandering Earth city, most of the crew had a vague suspicion that the construction of this space elevator was surely related to Lu Li. Otherwise, the elevator wouldn't have been built right in the wandering Earth city. Considering the incredible things Lu Li had accomplished, this suspicion seemed even more reasonable. Mr. Lu is really amazing. The Tsar sighed. I no longer know what words to use to express my admiration for Mr. Lu. Liang Chao's eyes also glimmered with a fiery light. He suddenly felt an immense sense of honor. If it weren't for joining this crew, they probably would never have the chance to witness so much incredible black technology, let alone ride the space elevator, much less come to this space station in space. The experience of coming to space to film is something I could brag about for a lifetime. Every day is filled with ups and downs. It's just so thrilling. Exclamations of awe echoed continuously. Lu Li glanced at everyone and smiled. All right, let us get ready to head out. He was the first to unbuckle his seatbelt, leave the safety seat, and walk towards the elevator exit. Your filming mission in space has just begun. Hearing this, Wu Jing's heart tightened again, and the uneasy premonition he had felt earlier resurfaced, a feeling just like when he first rode in a fighter jet. What did Mr. Lu mean by this? Aren't we just here to shoot a few scenes? Why does he say the filming mission has just begun? Unable to help himself, he turned to Liang Chao and asked, How would I know? The filming plan for this movie has never gone according to my ideas from the very beginning. I don't know any more about what is to be filmed next than you do, Liang Chao replied, his lips twitching slightly. Before this film shoot, he had earnestly made a shooting plan, but this plan could never keep up with the changes Lu Li made. What could he do? The most absurd part was that he felt like he was just tagging along in this film. In terms of props, the boss has arranged everything clearly for him, so he doesn't need to worry at all. The logistics and management of the crew have also been clearly organized by Wu Jing and the others, and he can't even intervene if he wants to. Although this feeling of being able to focus solely on filming is quite comfortable, it often leaves him with a sense of insignificance, feeling idle most of the time. While the few of them were chatting, a group of people had already exited the elevator. Before them was a spacious mechanical fortress hall, bustling with numerous military personnel at work. Not only that, but there were also many astronauts in spacesuits lining up, seemingly preparing for some task. When the crew arrived, the military personnel turned their attention towards them. At that moment, Yun Xiaofeng, who had appeared beside Lu Li at some point, looked at him with a complex expression and finally confirmed, Are you sure you want to do this? This investment is not small. I really don't know what you're thinking. Lu Li nodded affirmatively. I'm very sure. Then he glanced back at the crew members behind him and smiled. Don't worry, I have the funds. I can afford to take them to the moon. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiaofeng was left speechless. Chapter 154, Marching to Death, Nuclear Explosion on the Moon. Everyone prepare. Filming is about to start. With Liang Chao's shout, the crew sprang into action. The filming equipment was quickly set up, and some props needed for the shoot were brought in to start arranging the filming site. At this moment, Yun Xiaofeng and Lu Li were standing together, watching the scene unfold. I have brought all the astronauts from the space station to be your extras. That's quite a status, right? Yun Xiaofeng's voice echoed in Lu Li's ear. Thanks, General Yun, that's definitely a big deal. I appreciate everyone's hard work. I will make sure we finish filming quickly and not delay anyone's work. Lu Li looked towards the assembled astronauts in the distance, his eyes filled with gratitude. Having so many high-tech talents from various countries acting as extras for him was unprecedented. Anyway, the higher-ups have already stated that given your contributions, the formal honor may be delayed a bit, but we will do our best to meet your requests. You really have both capability and connections. I've never seen anyone so reckless before, and the country cooperating like this is truly unprecedented, Yin Xiaofeng said, still looking helpless, with a hint of speechlessness in his eyes. General Yun, you don't understand. Lu Li smiled, but did not explain further. Yin Xiaofeng shook his head and did not pursue the topic any longer, changing the subject. By the way, what is this scene about? Astronauts marching to death, blowing up the moon. Lu Li replied in a low voice. Yin Xiaofeng's eyes slightly widened, and then his gaze unconsciously turned towards the filming site. There. The preparations for the shoot were already complete. Everyone was in position, and Liang Chao was conducting the final confirmations. All departments, report on your readiness. As Liang Chao's voice rang out, a series of reports continually came through the intercom. All departments are ready. Good. Let's get ready to shoot. Director Liang gestured towards the camera crew and then spoke into the intercom in a deep voice. The Wandering Earth, Arc Space Station launches for the 70-second scene. First shot. Start. As Director Liang called for the shooting to begin, the set immediately fell silent. The camera pulled back to capture the entire space team. Nearly 1,000 astronauts stood in formation, their bodies straight and their gazes resolute, looking straight ahead. Among them, 90% were actual astronauts and Air Force soldiers, while the rest were actors who had come to the space station with the crew. In this scene, the moon, for some reason, had failed to leave the gravitational pull of the blue planet as planned. So it was necessary to activate the nuclear bombs placed on the moon's surface to use their explosive thrust to push the moon away from the blue planet's gravitational range. However, a very tricky problem arose. The detonation devices for those nuclear bombs were all different, with various activation methods and overly complex passwords, leaving insufficient time for decryption. Therefore, the only option now was to send someone to the moon for manual detonation. But if this method was used, the astronauts sent to the moon would undoubtedly sacrifice themselves. In front of the orderly formation, the foreign actor John, playing the astronaut commander, was giving the final demonstration before the mission began. This is the mechanical detonator for the nuclear bomb, and this is the trigger. There are a total of 81 types, and detonating one bomb can simultaneously trigger about 10 others. Therefore, we need a total of 219 people to operate them, but to ensure success without any accidents, we need 300 people. Our docking module is not a landing module, so this mission will only have a one-way ticket, and you cannot return. Now you need to make a choice. John's gaze swept over all the astronauts, his voice heavy and serious. At this moment, all the astronauts understood that this was a mission with no chance of survival, a one-way trip. Accepting the mission meant choosing to sacrifice themselves. Many astronauts closed their eyes and took a deep breath. In the face of life and death, no one would hesitate. Nor could anyone truly see it as an honor and calmly choose self-sacrifice. However, it was only a brief moment before John could finish his statement. An arm suddenly rose from the crowd. At the same time, a young voice sounded. I'll go. It was a young astronaut from the nation. At this moment, humanity faced the crisis of extinction. As long as he sacrificed himself, there was a chance to save this disaster. This young astronaut ultimately chose the latter between the survival of humanity and his own sacrifice. It was simply because he was a soldier of his nation, a space astronaut. His family and friends lived on that hopeful blue planet. For the continuation of human civilization, and for the survival of his family and friends from this disaster, this young astronaut made a choice. There was no need for any mobilization, nor for promises of benefits or glory. He resolutely accepted his mission. As the voice of this young astronaut echoed, a chorus of voices followed suit, rising from the crowd. I'll go, I'll go, I'll go. These voices were expressed in different languages, yet all carried the same tone of unwavering determination. Soon, they blended into one unified sound. This scene caused those watching from outside the filming, including Yun Xiaofeng and several soldiers who were not part of the shoot, to feel a shiver in their hearts. Standing straight unconsciously. As soldiers, obeying orders and the mission of defending their homeland is a belief ingrained in their very bones. Although this was a movie scene, it undoubtedly resonated deeply within them. At this moment, the camera shifted to the Tsar, and the atmosphere on site became extremely tense. "I'll go." A young soldier next to the Tsar also raised his hand. The Tsar turned to look at the young soldier. The soldier noticed the Tsar's gaze and instinctively looked back. However, the Tsar shot him a glare. "What are you looking at?" The young soldier was confused and instinctively averted his eyes. Then, the Tsar's voice rang out again. "The moon is ours. I can't trust you little brats with it." He pulled down the young soldier's raised hand, his expression turning resolute. In that moment, a surge of determination emanated from him. Suddenly, he shouted, "Astronauts of the nation, those over 50, step forward." Before the words were fully out, the Tsar took the lead and stepped forward. At that moment, pride and solemnity adorned his face. "We old folks haven't had our turn yet. What right do you youngsters have to steal the spotlight?" Chapter 155, Setting Off to the Moon. As the Tsar stepped forward, older astronauts from the astronaut team followed suit, stepping out to join him at the front of the line. Some of these astronauts had skin lined with wrinkles, and some had already turned gray, yet at this moment, they did not choose to retreat because of their age. One step at a time, they moved to the front of the line, making their choice. At this moment, the world faced an unbearable crisis for humanity. They were older now, and rather than seeking to survive at all costs, they chose to leave the opportunity to live to the younger generation, thus leaving more hope for this world. Just then, the commander of the astronaut team, John, also spoke up. "Makarov, you must know that in space, the Northern Bear is also invincible." As John's voice echoed, another voice arose from within the Northern Bear astronaut squad. "Northern Bear astronaut squad, those over 50, step forward." Soon, more and more voices rang out in the ranks. "The space team of the other nation, those over 50, step forward." The aerospace teams from various nations, those over 50 years old, step forward. The aerospace team from another nation, those over 50 years old, step forward. More and more astronauts are coming out of the ranks. These astronauts, without exception, share a common characteristic. They are all over 50 years old. Some have gray hair, and their steps are no longer light, but their movements remain steady and decisive, without hesitation. Outside the filming site, the expressions of those present are serious. The initial sense of watching a show has long faded. One person asks, if the world truly faces a crisis, can humanity unite to confront disaster as portrayed in films? The voice carries to another's ears. After a moment of silence, the response comes affirmatively. "I can't speak for other nations, but I believe my country will do everything possible to fight against that disaster until the very last moment. I also believe that countless individuals, like the astronauts before us, will step forward to protect this nation, to guard our shared home." This voice is strong and filled with confidence. The first speaker looks at the responder and suddenly smiles. "You're right, I don't know about others, but there isn't a coward among our military. If that time comes, we will definitely stand up without hesitation. I believe it." The responder nods, softly murmuring to himself. At this moment, all the elderly astronauts have stepped forward, and their numbers have reached 300. Among the lineup, a young soldier standing next to an elder calls out loudly, struggling to contain his emotions, "Attention!" At this moment, all the astronauts who have not yet stepped forward stand solemnly, heads held high. "Salute!" The young astronauts raise their right hands, their eyes glistening with tears. This salute seems like a farewell, and also the highest tribute to those elder astronauts who willingly face death. A solemn atmosphere envelopes the lineup. Everyone falls silent, gazing deeply at the front of the line where the elder astronauts with gray hair and wrinkled faces stand. At this moment, a spirit of legacy flows through the veins of all the young astronauts present, like seeds of hope, enduring and everlasting. One day, when these young astronauts also become elders, when the next disaster arrives, they too will undoubtedly step forward without hesitation, just like those elder astronauts do now. They will sacrifice everything for the continuation of human civilization, including their own lives. At the front of the line, the elder astronauts slowly raise their right hands and salute to their juniors, their eyes filled with determination and comfort. This is a handover ceremony, a transfer of mission between the predecessors and successors. It is also their way of saying goodbye. May that world remember their sacrifices. The voice of the responder echoes in the ear of the first speaker, carrying a hint of emotion. "Do you think this is fair?" He looked at Yun Xiaofeng, his eyes filled with complexity. Yun Xiaofeng remained silent, only lowering his head, lost in thought. Lu Li turned to the old astronauts, murmuring again. "In that world, there is no such thing as fairness. In times of crisis, only responsibility matters." The camera pulled back. and the group of old astronauts put down their tools and turned around firmly. Their figures gradually receded, stepping forward with determination. They were about to set off for the moon, to complete their mission. Yet that mission marked the end of their lives. Click. At that moment, Director Liang's voice rang out. The filming was complete. Excellent. It exceeded my expectations. He looked at the Tsar excitedly and gave a thumbs up. The Tsar, however, was still immersed in the character he had just portrayed, barely managing to smile at Liang Chao before turning to look toward the end of the space station corridor. There lay the direction of the moon. At that moment, several docking modules were stationed there, and outside the space station, various spacecraft occasionally flew by the windows, busy with unknown tasks. Those spacecraft looked magnificent. At this time, Wu Jing appeared next to the Tsar. Ever since arriving at this space station, I often felt as if I had truly entered the world of the wandering Earth, where everything seemed to merge with the worldview of the film. In the past, it was hard to imagine that we could actually come to space to film, but now, we were truly here, and everything before our eyes was not a dream. Wu Jing put his arm around the Tsar's shoulder, his tone somewhat nostalgic. So, what exactly do you want to say? At this moment, the Tsar, with Wu Jing's help, had also distanced himself from the character, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. Aren't you curious? Wu Jing suddenly turned to look at the Tsar. In order for this movie to achieve the best effect, Director Liu even brought us to space. So how do you think he will arrange the scenes on the moon? Wu Jing took out his phone from his pocket and handed the Tsar a news article he had long since screenshot, urging him to take a closer look. A human lunar landing plan from our country? Departing from the Heavenly Palace space station? It was just released a day ago. The Tsar's gaze froze for a moment, and then it seemed he thought of something, his expression slightly brightening. The human lunar exploration plan mentioned in this news is departing from here? He clearly had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Wu Jing cast a complex glance at the Tsar, then turned to look at the spacecraft outside the space station, which occasionally flew by slowly. He originally thought that Lu Li could not possibly send them all to the moon to film, but now, his thoughts began to change. Because he saw those spacecraft outside, which had enough carrying capacity to transport them all to the moon, coupled with Lu Li's previous statements and his style of doing things. All the signs now indicated that filming on the moon was indeed a possibility. He calculated countless times. But he never expected that the aerospace technology of a certain country has already developed to such an extent. Not only is there a space elevator, but even a spacecraft capable of landing directly on the moon has been created. This is simply outrageous to think about. And then there's Mr. Liu, who is truly impressive. I really don't know what words to use to describe it. In short, it's just 2 words: outrageous. Chapter 156. Are we really going to the moon to shoot a movie? Finally, the scenes inside the space station are not too many. If we had to stay here for 10 days or half a month, it would indeed be quite challenging. This feeling of not being able to touch the ground really makes one uneasy over time. They say that humanity is too small in the scale of the universe. And after a while, facing the endless darkness and cold void, the sense of loneliness inside grows stronger. This saying is indeed not wrong. Just in this short time, I've started to feel a bit overwhelmed. As time went by, the crew quickly finished their scenes inside the space station. After the last shot was completed, everyone gathered together and quietly discussed. Shouldn't we be heading back soon? After just a few days, I actually started to miss home. Me too. This time when we go back, I must enjoy the hustle and bustle of the city and the warmth of human life. It's really too oppressive in this cold space. Those real astronauts have it tough. Their psychological resilience must be absolutely strong. Otherwise, how could they complete missions in outer space? Absolutely right. But we can also say we've done our part in space, enough to boast when we return, and enough for us to feel proud. While talking, some people's gazes turned to Liang Chao not far away. Director Liang, when are we going back? Hearing this, Liang Chao looked up and saw the crew members turning to look at him. His eyes moved slightly, and then he instinctively glanced at Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, have we completed our filming tasks here? Of course not, Lu Li replied firmly. But we've already finished shooting the scenes in the space station, Liang Chao said with a hint of confusion in his eyes, looking at Lu Li puzzled. The scenes here are done. But the ones on the moon haven't been filmed yet. Lu Li turned to Liang Chao and said as if it were a matter of course. The moon? Liang Chao was taken aback. Around him, the crew members who heard Lu Li's words were also stunned. Are we going to shoot the moon scenes here? Liang Chao still didn't dare to guess in a direction that seemed too outrageous. Of course, we are not shooting here, Lu Li's voice rang out again. At this moment, Wu Jing beside him had fallen silent. He had already had some guesses, and now hearing Lu Li's words, he began to realize that the current situation was getting closer to his earlier speculation. Mr. Lu, you can't be seriously sending us to the moon to shoot, right? Wu Jing asked the question with some difficulty. Hearing this, Xia Huang next to him suddenly laughed. Don't joke, how could that be possible? Liang Chao couldn't help but swallow hard and forced a smile, saying, come on, shooting a movie on the moon is just ridiculous. The crew members around him were treating Wu Jing's words as a joke. Teacher Wu, you really have a vivid imagination. Is it not enough to shoot in space? How could we possibly go to the moon for filming? Professional astronauts from our country haven't even set foot on the moon yet. How could it be our turn? If we really get to go to the moon, it would be worth it for my whole life, even if I can't come back. Many people joked, their faces showing indifference. Some even had expressions of yearning, as if they were genuinely looking forward to a trip to the moon, though it mostly seemed like playful banter. General Manager Lu? Only Wu Jing was closely watching Lu Li, waiting for his response. Lu Li scanned the crowd but didn't speak right away. His silence seemed to signal something. The forced smile on Liang Chao's face began to fade because he knew how serious Lu Li was about making movies. Every shot and scene they had filmed in the past was genuine, and they had never used a single fake prop. Even for space, the boss was ready to take them at a moment's notice. So in his heart, he believed that Lu Li could really take the entire crew to the moon for filming. As Liang Chao's smile disappeared, the crew members gradually became tense. The laughter and teasing in the crowd faded bit by bit. Everyone looked at Lu Li, slowly falling into silence. It can't be, right? Filming on the moon? How is that possible? Boss, don't scare us. Boss, say something. Give us a clear answer about life or death. Lu Li's silence made the crew members, who had thought they would be going home, panic, and they expressed their anxiousness. General Manager Lu? At that moment, Wu Jing spoke again. Lu Li smiled and, without any more suspense, nodded affirmatively. That's right, get ready. We're going to the moon. When these words came out, everyone present fell silent. It felt like a death sentence had been confirmed, like when a girlfriend finally brings up a breakup. Everyone was stunned, their minds blank. This trip should be a rare experience in your lives. Lu Li looked at the bewildered crowd and encouraged them. So, cherish it. Cherish it? Xia Huang, still in shock, raised his head and murmured, right now, I'm worried about whether we can come back. We should be able to return, but how? I'm not sure. Wu Jing's internal speculation was confirmed, making him a bit more carefree. Honestly, if we tell people we're going to film on the moon, no one would believe it. This might truly be the most incredible thing we can do in our lives. He turned to look at the other crew members, then patted Xia Huang on the shoulder. Teacher Xia, let us get excited. Hearing Wu Jing's voice, the crew members snapped back to reality. One by one, they lifted their heads, looking towards Lu Li. The expression in their eyes shifted from confusion to a gradual spark of excitement, eventually becoming intensely heated. At that moment, everyone felt like they were going crazy. Are we really going to the moon for filming? I can't be dreaming. Quick, slap me twice. Ouch, that really hurts. It's not a dream. This is too absurd, absolutely outrageous. From today onwards, the CEO will be my idol. No, he is a god, a unique god in my heart. When I get back, I'm going to set up a shrine for him. It's simply unbelievable. We're actually going to shoot a film on the moon. Excited voices began to rise within the space station, and soon the noise grew louder. Everyone was elated, cheering and shouting in disbelief. Chapter 157. The moon explosion scene. It can't be that powerful, right? Hurry, hurry. Follow the cabin numbers we gave you earlier to board. Don't go to the wrong place, or you won't have seats there. Liang Chao's voice echoed in the docking area of the spacecraft at the space station. Crew members were now holding their cabin number tags as they boarded the spacecraft, heading towards the moon, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the space station. Looking towards the moon from the spacecraft port, a silver orb was radiating a cold light in the distant starry sky. From this position, Liang Chao could even make out the craters on the moon's surface. The massive craters looked incredibly magnificent. Minutes later, the landing module gradually left the port. The space station was moving farther away. In the distance, that blue planet was also receding. At this moment, Wu Jing was sitting with the Tsar in the landing module, gazing at the blue planet growing increasingly distant. His expression one of awe. Viewing the blue planet from this angle felt completely different. That blue planet is the origin of human birth, the cradle of human civilization, and the very foundation of human existence. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the setting from the wandering Earth. No wonder, even when faced with catastrophic disasters, humanity is reluctant to abandon their home planet, wanting to drift through space with it. As long as the blue planet exists, human civilization can truly continue. Our home has always been here, Wu Jing murmured to himself, his eyes filled with deep emotion. Wu teacher, I just thought of a question. The Tsar suddenly turned his head and looked at Wu Jing. The news you showed me earlier about our country's manned lunar exploration plan. Could that be about us? As an actor, the Tsar often made headlines, but at this moment, his feelings were difficult to settle. The country announced the manned lunar exploration program to justify our filming on the moon. This is something I've never experienced in my life. Wu Jing smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, he had also made headlines numerous times over the years. But being in the news for going to the moon was truly a first, and it probably wouldn't happen again in his lifetime. I must save this screenshot of the news. In the future, I can show it off to my son. That would be quite impressive. The Tsar's expression shifted slightly. Then he tugged at Wu Jing's sleeve. Quick, don't just talk. Send me that screenshot of the news too. The two exchanged a glance and then shared a knowing smile. This matter doesn't really concern us much. It mainly has to do with the significant influence of Mr. Liu. It's not just the military. It seems even the highest power center of the nation has been stirred this time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for them to cooperate so well with our filming. Wu Jing analyzed softly, his expression growing more serious. I had known from the start that Mr. Liu definitely had powerful backing, but I never expected it to be this substantial. They could even involve the National Lunar Exploration Program in our project. The Tsar was also quite astonished. Come on, haven't you figured it out yet? Wu Jing looked at the Tsar with exasperation. This lunar exploration program is just a cover. Its real purpose is probably to support our filming. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. The Tsar, realizing this, showed a look of shock on his face. Otherwise, the lunar exploration program wouldn't be rushed like this, right? Just keep this to ourselves. Wu Jing patted the Tsar's shoulder, speaking with a meaningful tone. I understand. I get it. The Tsar quickly covered his mouth. As all the spacecraft departed, brilliant flames erupted from the tails of these vessels, creating immense energy waves that left ripples in the universe. Then, the spacecraft roared away towards the moon. On another ship, Lu Li and Yun Xiaofeng sat together. Mr. Liu, you mentioned earlier that this trip to the moon is for filming an explosion scene? The power of the explosion won't be too great, right? Don't be reckless and accidentally cause a disaster on the moon. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's lips twitched slightly. General Yun, what are you saying? We're just filming a movie. How could we really cause any trouble on the moon? No, you must give me a guarantee. What you're doing now is beyond what a normal person would do. Who knows what you might do once you're on the moon? Yun Xiaofeng was still somewhat uneasy. His gaze fixed on Lu Li. Lu Li helplessly shook his head with a wry smile. General Yun, don't worry, no matter what. I won't actually blow up the moon. The consequences would be too significant. I know how to weigh the importance of things. I hope so. Yun Xiaofeng shot Lu Li a stern look. After that, both fell silent. After a long while, Yun Xiaofeng spoke again. I must say, creating such a big commotion just to film a movie. I'm really curious about how the final product will turn out. I just hope this film can actually be released. Lu Li smiled wryly and shook his head. So far, all the scenes and props for the movie The Wandering Earth have been real, which naturally involves many state secrets that various countries are not yet ready to disclose. For instance, the space elevator. For example, this lunar mission, along with the J-20 pulse and numerous advanced technologies, might not be fully understood by the audience. However, due to national confidentiality regulations, many aspects of this film are surely not permitted for release. During this time, Lu Li has been troubled by this matter. He wonders whether the film must be released for the system to recognize its completion and provide a final rating. If the inability to broadcast the film affects the rating of The Wandering Earth, it would be truly unfair to him. Don't worry, some things, even if we want to hide them, might not be easy to conceal. Yun Xiaofeng glanced at Lu Li and said calmly, take the space elevator for instance. It's likely that many nations around the world have already noticed something unusual. They just haven't figured out how to handle it yet. The issue of your film's release shouldn't be too problematic. So far, your film actually serves as a good form of concealment. Once this smokescreen is out, it might really manage to mislead quite a few people. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's eyes lit up slightly. I understand now. Combining reality with fiction, blurring the lines between truth and illusion. This is the highest realm of concealment. Yun Xiaofeng nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Chapter 158. preparation for nuclear explosions on the moon. The lunar surface was silent and cold. In the distance, several landing pods with glowing blue tails sped toward their destination, then gently landed near a circular crater. At the same time, several other landing pods continued their journey, heading toward the far side of the moon. Those pods carried the true scientific researchers of this lunar exploration plan. As the landing pods docked, the doors opened. Crew members dressed in spacesuits cautiously peeked out from inside, carefully surveying the surrounding environment. Voices began to emerge from the built-in communication devices within the spacesuits. Did we really come to the moon? Wow, it looks so desolate here. In mythology, Chang'e flew to such a place? Don't be ridiculous. The moon in legends can't be the same as this. By the way, isn't today the Mid-Autumn Festival? I can't believe that one day I'd celebrate it on the moon. These voices were filled with excitement, yet tinged with a hint of anxiety. Everyone hesitated to step out of the landing pod, fearing they might not return if they did. All right, what are you all rambling about? At that moment, Liang Chao's voice came through the communicator, while a figure carefully descended from one of the pods, holding onto the landing ladder. Everyone, come down according to the training methods we practiced. For this lunar filming, the entire crew underwent several days of special training. Lu Li was worried that once they reached the moon, they might run around recklessly. This place is different from Earth. If they wander off, accidents could easily occur. The moon's low gravity makes it challenging to walk freely. The props team has moved everything down and prepared the shooting location. Wu Jing and the Tsar slowly walked down from one of the landing pods, simultaneously using their communicators to direct the crew to start working. At this moment, Lu Li and Yun Xiaofeng had also exited the landing pod. You need to keep an eye on these people. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Yun Xiaofeng said seriously in a private communication channel, reminding Lu Li, don't worry. They all underwent special training before coming here, and they should be fine operating on the lunar surface for a short time. This scene isn't particularly complicated, Lu Li replied, pausing slightly. He suddenly remembered that Wu Jing's scenes on the moon seemed to be quite complex. However, during this period of special training, Wu Jing had performed the best. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Yun Xiaofeng nodded gently upon hearing Lu Li's words. Then, his gaze turned to the distance. Most of the extras in this scene were military personnel. Only a small number of actors needing close-up shots came along, but even so, the number of actors still exceeded 20, which was not insignificant. As for the military personnel, there were even more. In the movie, there were a total of 300 astronauts heading to the moon for the mission, and all of them were present this time. Not far away, a group of soldiers was curiously looking around. Although many of them were well-trained elite soldiers, this lunar journey was too extraordinary. Even these experienced warriors found it thrilling. However, elite soldiers are elite for a reason. Their adaptability to the environment and physical fitness were not comparable to those of ordinary actors and crew members. They quickly grasped the essentials of operating on the moon and soon helped the props team set up the location efficiently. At this time, Director Liang's side was also almost ready. All the equipment was set up, and the drones had already taken off. This shoot mainly relied on these flying devices, with only some close-ups requiring specialized cameras, which were not difficult to arrange. An hour later, all props and personnel were ready. Everyone, exit the area and prepare for shooting. With a command from Liang Chao, all crew members orderly exited the shooting location, and the actors and military personnel on the other side were also prepared. The first scene was the deployment of the nuclear bomb. All landing spacecraft were ready for takeoff. Liang Chao's voice echoed again in the communicator. Meanwhile, the actors and military personnel, who had already prepared, returned to the landing pod. This time, they needed to take the landing pod to continue flying, passing through the enormous circular crater ahead, capturing distant shots while also completing close-up shots inside the cabin. Of course, the close-up shots inside the cabin were mainly of Wu Jing and their group members, making their filming somewhat more challenging. As for the operations of other landing pods and the deployment of the nuclear bomb, they were precisely controlled by MOC. Lu Li and Yun Xiaofeng stood outside the filming location, quietly watching the crew at work. In the distance, landing ships took off once again. Along with the launch of these vessels, drones used for filming quickly followed, capturing magnificent and spectacular scenes. Dozens of landing ships flew into a circular pit to begin deploying nuclear devices. As each packaged nuclear device was arranged in a specific manner within the circular crater, a phased array of nuclear devices emerged. The scene was grand and shocking, breathtaking to behold. Once the highest global secret. The nuclear weapons of various countries were now being used to bomb the moon. This plot setup is indeed thought-provoking. Yun Xiaofeng couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, a spaceship in the distance suddenly lost control and crashed towards the lunar surface. Yun Xiaofeng's gaze sharpened slightly, unable to help but ask, "What is going on?" Lu Li glanced at the landing ship and replied calmly, "It's necessary for the plot." Hearing this, Yun Xiaofeng relaxed a bit. He had thought the spaceship had a problem, but it turned out to be acting. Soon, under Liang Chao's direction, the shots were completed at a rapid pace. This filming was mostly done with drones, allowing for flexible camera control. Coupled with MOC's precise calculations, as long as the actors inside the ship performed well, there wouldn't be any issues. Consequently, all the shots were done in one take. The footage of the spaceship's crash was also completed in just half an hour, thanks to the superb performances of several actors. Such quality and speed were truly exemplary in the film industry. In reality, the actors had their own unspoken struggles. They couldn't afford to be careless. If the shooting didn't go smoothly, who knew how long they would have to stay on the moon? This place was not one to linger in. Who knew what could happen if they stayed too long? All right, the pre-nuclear explosion shots are complete. At this moment, Liang Chao's voice echoed again from the communicator. Next, prepare for the nuclear explosion on the moon. Chapter 159. The moon was big and round, but why was it still flashing? At night, 8 o'clock. The moonlight tonight was exceptionally bright, the full moon hanging like a jade plate in the pitch-black sky, marking another year of family reunion. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, the annual day for moon appreciation. Within the nation, after dinner, people traditionally came outside, enjoying mooncakes while basking in the bright moonlight. This year's moon seemed particularly round. In Jiangzhou, at the affiliated hospital, Lu Changfeng sat on the balcony of his ward, sipping tea while admiring the moonlight outside. After several months of recuperation, his health had improved significantly. During this time, he had been preparing for his discharge. Lin Miao had also returned to Jiangzhou to celebrate the festival with the old man. She looked up at the full moon in the night sky and smiled, nodding. It was indeed beautiful, but unfortunately, that guy Lu Li was too busy to come back. She had no idea what he was doing filming on the moon. Not only does she not know, but apart from a few relevant people in the crew, even most of the researchers in the city of the film have no right to know about this matter. Even the famous actor is unaware of it, as he has no scenes on the moon. The reason for maintaining confidentiality is twofold. First, it involves state secrets. Second, it is a special request from a key figure who does not want things to become too complicated. If this information were to leak, the level of sensation would be no less than if a space elevator had been constructed. The more people know, the harder it becomes to control the situation. At least until the film is completed, he does not want any complications. Upon hearing Lin Miao's words, Lu Changfeng furrowed his brows slightly. I've been trying to reach him for the past few days, but I haven't been able to get through. Isn't he at the film base? With Lu Changfeng's condition stabilizing, Lin Miao had already shared some information with him, such as the situation in the city of the film and some matters after the key figure took over the company. However, Lin Miao was not very clear about those matters either, so Lu Changfeng's current knowledge is limited. Nevertheless, he is aware that both Lin Miao and the key figure are working in the city of the film, and he is quite shocked by the series of actions taken by the latter. This kid is busier than I was before. It's been months since we last met, Lu Changfeng said with a mix of emotion and helplessness. He has been really busy lately. Please don't blame him, Lin Miao comforted. But today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day for family reunions. After hearing this, Lin Miao fell silent. The two silently gazed up at the night sky. The bright moonlight shone down on them. Today, the moon is very round. Unfortunately, despite being a day meant for reunion, their family does not truly feel united. In the office of the president of a major entertainment company, even departments like operations and public relations were brightly lit, with many employees still working overtime. This was all because the premiere of the film was tomorrow. A significant amount of effort and funding had been poured into this film, so even on the Mid-Autumn Festival, he kept everyone busy promoting the premiere. He could not afford to relax. Even the slightest possibility of failure was unacceptable. Have the filming arrangements been made? Jian Yue asked, standing in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, his voice serious. Behind him, Ding Tao stood solemnly. Everything has been arranged, President Qian. Ding Tao replied. What is the current level of attention on our film online? Is the promotion adequate? We cannot cut corners on publicity. I want everyone to know our movie is coming out. Rest assured, everything has been arranged. Ding Tao continued. We started comprehensive promotions 2 weeks ago, integrating it with the previous National Space Station plan and the recent manned Lunar Exploration plan. The publicity has been very effective. Thanks to the promotions, expectations for our film online are very high, and the pre-sale for the box office has already reached 20 million. Once the movie officially premieres tomorrow and receives positive reviews, the box office is sure to soar rapidly. Based on the current films and their screenings, we have no competitors. Everything is ready. We just need a favorable turn of events. Ding Tao's words made Qian Yue nod slightly, murmuring in response. This time, we can only succeed. Do you understand? I understand. Ding Tao nodded, fully aware of the situation. This film has a significant investment from Qian Yue, as it competes with another major film while also aiming to meet deadlines. The investment alone has already reached billions. When factoring in the investment in the Fortress City, the total funding far exceeds expectations. Just a rough calculation shows it's over 100 billion. With the current financial chain of the media company, if this money goes down the drain, it would be a fundamental blow. Most of this money comes from bank loans, and if the financial chain breaks and the loans can't be repaid, the company would be finished. A single misstep could lead to disaster. If this movie really fails, the fallout would be like a flood, unstoppable. Are there any recent updates on the other film? Qian Yue suddenly asked. Ding Tao was taken aback. Then his expression turned serious. I specifically had people investigate, but there has still been no news from that side. Moreover, there is something strange. The people I sent to investigate have recently gone silent, and I don't know what's going on. You didn't send those people to take the money and run, did you? Qian Yue's brows furrowed tightly. He felt an inexplicable sense of unease lately. Coupled with the lack of updates from the other film, he couldn't calm his mind. That shouldn't be the case. Ding Tao replied, unsure of what to say. Those he hired were professionals. Typically, they wouldn't jeopardize their own careers by disappearing after receiving a deposit. Let us keep an eye on it, Qian Yue instructed solemnly. However, the most important thing now is the premiere of our film. As long as we secure the box office first and establish ourselves as the cornerstone of sci-fi in this region, it won't matter if they manage to release their film later. Besides, given the current situation, their movie's premiere seems far off. Understood. Ding Tao nodded seriously. At that moment, Qian Yue looked up and gazed out the window. Under the pitch-black night sky, a full moon hung quietly. The moon was large and round, and it seemed to shimmer. What is going on? Qian Yue paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face. The moon is shimmering? He couldn't help but rub his eyes. Ding Tao, come over and take a look. Am I seeing things? Why does the moon seem to be shining? Chapter 160. This scene is too spectacular. A few minutes earlier, on the moon, at the filming location of the other film, preparations for the final scene were complete, and the earlier footage had mostly been wrapped up. Next, the crew was set to film the last scene on the moon. Nuclear explosion on the moon. On the filming set, all the actors are ready. The Tsar and others have also taken their positions. In the distance, on the spacecraft, Yin Xiaofeng observes the shooting situation below, a hint of unease in his eyes. His expression somewhat serious. Luli, are you sure there are no problems? He couldn't help but voice his concerns. I can't shake this feeling of unease. It's already absurd enough that they came to the moon to shoot a movie. If something major happens here and certain countries notice, things could get very complicated. And we might not even know how to explain it. Luli doesn't have to worry about such issues, but Yin Xiaofeng does. It'll all be fine. Don't worry, General Yun. Luli reassured him. I'm not going to blow up the moon for real. The props for this scene are specially prepared. The explosion effects are comparable to a nuclear blast, but the actual explosive power is very limited. Luli thought Yin Xiaofeng was worried about this matter. At this moment, Luli felt a bit helpless. He was concerned that after this scene, the realism of the movie would decline rapidly, but there was nothing to be done about it. I'm not worried about you really blowing up the moon, Yin Xiaofeng replied, somewhat speechless. But at this point, he wasn't sure what else to say and fell silent again. Just then, Liang Chao's voice came through Lu Li's communication device. Everyone, get ready. We're about to start filming. As Liang Chao's voice echoed, unrelated personnel were quickly leaving the set. The actors took a deep breath, striving to adjust their states. Next, Liang Chao's voice continued to ring out. Teacher Xia, be prepared. This shoot will be simultaneous. The cameras will be controlled by drones. And I will manage all the angles from here. Everyone will follow my instructions. Let me remind you once again, our props are limited. So we only have one chance to perfect this scene. Does everyone have any questions? As Liang Chao finished, Confirmations from various departments came through the communication device. Props team, no issues. Camera team, all set. Actors, ready. Tsar, I'm also ready. With a series of confirming voices, Liang Chao took a deep breath. Okay, everyone, get ready. Nuclear explosion on the moon. Scene 23, final shot. Start. Countdown to detonation, 2 minutes. The camera zooms in on the desolate lunar surface. The Tsar leans against the packaged nuclear bomb, holding the detonation device, a complex expression on his face, a mix of acceptance of fate and deep reluctance. He gazes into the distance. Far away, a massive blue planet floats quietly in the void. That is the home of humanity that he and all the veteran astronauts must protect, even in death. He watches silently as his expression grows increasingly calm. In this era, hope is as precious as diamonds. This is something that the veteran astronauts who voluntarily took on the mission to detonate the moon are fully aware of. Now they can only blow up the moon for humanity to have hope. Detonation countdown, 1 minute. Brother, I didn't embarrass Teacher Wong, right? At this moment, the communicator suddenly echoed with old John's voice, which carried a tone of calm resolution. The astronaut's gaze had never left the distant, beautiful blue planet. Hearing old John's voice, he murmured calmly, 1 minute. Why does it feel so long? At this time, shouldn't you say a few more words? Old John's voice rang out again. Aren't you usually quite talkative? The tone of the two was like old friends catching up. Yes, I should say something. The astronaut suddenly smiled, but that smile carried a hint of helpless sadness. What should I say? The blue planet seemed to be hanging within reach in the starry sky. Leaning against the nuclear device, he looked up again but fell into silence. What a pity. I didn't take you to fish for salmon at Lake Baikal. Old John sighed, holding the detonation device in his hand, and sat down, gazing towards the distant blue planet. Detonation countdown, 30 seconds. The prompt in the communicator sounded again. At this moment, the astronaut stood up, his eyes gradually reddening with tears, fixated on the distant blue star, filled with reluctance. 10, 9, 8. The countdown continued. Old John's voice echoed once more. Brother, I'm still a bit nervous. 6, 5, 4. He gently lifted the cover of the nuclear detonation device. 3, 2, 1. But the light of Earth must be brave. Old John's voice suddenly stopped. In that instant, a dazzling white light ignited on the lunar surface, forming a terrifying white light field centered around Old John's position, rapidly expanding. Then, one after another, white light fields lit up. Beautiful. Tears rolled down the astronaut's face. A series of white light fields erupted within the lunar crater, in the vacuum. The nuclear explosion produced no sound, yet it still carried a terrifying might. The horrifying light rapidly spread to the area where the astronaut was. He continued to gaze at the distant blue planet, his hand resting on the detonation device. Pyang, Earth is still quite beautiful. As the words fell, his hand pressed down on the detonation device. A fierce light suddenly appeared beside him, instantly engulfing his body. The terrifying explosion continued, spreading from the edge of the crater to the center, until the entire crater was completely shrouded in blinding light. That world-destroying energy seemed to want to obliterate the entire moon. The blazing light swallowed everything within. The scene was spectacular. Cloud Xiaofeng looked at the dazzling white light in the distance, unable to help but raise a hand to shield his eyes. Yes, it's very spectacular. Lu Li couldn't help but murmur, such a bright light. The simulated effect should be similar to a nuclear explosion, right? Yin Xiaofeng, still immersed in the shock of the nuclear explosion, thought that this light could probably be seen even on the blue planet. As soon as this was said, Yin Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Then, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Chapter 161, Lunar Anomaly, Fortress Premieres. Why is the moon so exceptionally bright today? I saw it too. What's going on? How could the light on the moon possibly be flashing? It's shocking. The light is so blinding. It looks like the moon has been blown up. Oh my goodness, this can't be a sign of the apocalypse, right? The moon is inexplicably glowing. This mid-autumn festival is extraordinary. With the appearance of the nuclear explosion light on the moon, people on the blue planet enjoying the moon also noticed something unusual. Many were confused, and quite a few fell into inexplicable panic. Soon, related images and videos were rapidly uploaded online. At a nearby hospital, Lin Miao and Lu Changfeng, who were also admiring the moon, sensed the anomaly. Miao Miao, did you see that? Lu Changfeng suddenly spoke as he looked up at the moon. I saw it. Lin Miao squinted at the unusual light glowing on the moon, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. This bright light is not normal, right? Lu Changfeng turned to Lin Miao. At that moment, Lin Miao seemed to have thought of something, quickly took out her phone, and soon saw countless discussions and speculations about the moons flashing online. Her expression suddenly became serious, because at that moment, she recalled the film The Wandering Earth that Lu Li was currently shooting. She was aware of the segment involving a nuclear explosion on the moon. Connecting this to the recent changes in the Wandering Earth city and what Lu Li had been doing, a ridiculous guess suddenly surfaced in her mind. Could this be something that Lu Li did? In her view, this possibility was not out of the question. After all, Lu Li had even built a space elevator for the sake of making a movie. What couldn't he do? But the thought of Lu Li possibly going to the moon to shoot a nuclear explosion scene was something she found hard to accept. Just the mere thought felt absurd. Miao Miao, what's wrong? Lu Changfeng keenly noticed that Lin Miao's mood seemed off. And nothing. At this moment, Lin Miao certainly couldn't reveal her suspicions. She quickly scrolled through her phone, found Lu Li's number, and dialed it directly. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Hearing this prompt, Lin Miao's heart tightened slightly, and she became more certain about her speculation. Although Wandering Earth City was located in the vast Gobi Desert, the communication signals there couldn't be worse than those in big cities. It was impossible for there to be a situation where it was not in service. Thus, there was only one possibility left. Lu Li was not in Wandering Earth City. On this special day, Lu Li did not return to Jiangzhou and was not in Wandering Earth City. Where else could he be? It seems that the only possibility she guessed has come true. Lin Miao looked up again at the moon, her expression a mix of shock and complexity. This kid really dares to do anything. He actually went to the moon to play with nuclear explosions. This is just too outrageous. In the entertainment building of the company, as news of the abnormal light on the moon quickly spread online, it soon climbed to the trending topics. Qian Yue also saw this news. The unusual phenomenon on the moon is suspected to be a sign of the impending apocalypse. This news couldn't have come at a better time. Looking at the trending topics, Qian Yue's eyes sparkled. Mr. Qian, are you suggesting? Ding Tao's mind stirred. What a great opportunity to create momentum. It's simply a stroke of luck. A rare excitement appeared on Qian Yue's face as he hurried to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking towards the moon's direction. Quick, let the PR department take advantage of this wave of attention and promote our movie, Qian Yue excitedly said. I already have the title in mind, A True Apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Ding Tao's gaze gradually lit up. Mr. Qian is brilliant. Taking advantage of this hype to promote our movie, when Fortress premieres tomorrow, the effect will definitely be explosive. I'll arrange it right now. With that, Ding Tao quickly turned and left the office. Qian Yue did not look back. His gaze still fixed on the bright moon in the sky. This time, it truly feels like heaven is on my side. Lu Li, I wonder what else you can use to compete with me. Whispering to himself in the office, Qian Yue couldn't suppress a light laugh. Previously, Qian Yue had always worried that Xingchen Media had not released any news, wondering if they were hiding some big move that could affect the final box office and impact of Fortress. But now, he had everything in his favor: timing, location, and the right people. He felt fearless. As long as Fortress could seize the market first, make a fortune, and successfully secure the position of the cornerstone of domestic sci-fi films, everything else would be secondary. Even if The Wandering Earth were to release later and achieve better results than Fortress, they could still attribute all the credit to Fortress through their operations. It was his company, Zhongliu Media, that opened the door to domestic sci-fi, creating a flourishing scene for the genre. He, Qian Yue, would always be the final winner. Moreover, he didn't believe that The Wandering Earth could surpass Fortress. Everything was under control. With this thought, a smile once again appeared at the corner of Qian Yue's mouth. Meanwhile, the PR department at Zhongliu Entertainment had already mobilized all personnel. Soon, news about the upcoming release of Fortress flooded the trending lists of major news and social media platforms. Many netizens, still immersed in discussions about the moon's dazzling spectacle, turned their attention to the soon-to-be-released Fortress. This wave of movie promotion could almost be called textbook level. Online, discussions were buzzing. The Fortress is finally about to be released. How amazing that it coincides with the appearance of the lunar flash on the same day. Could this be some kind of omen? I'm extremely excited. Without saying much, I've already bought the tickets and will go see the Fortress tomorrow. The lunar flash. A true apocalypse. The promotion for the Fortress is still tightly linked to current hot topics. You've successfully caught my attention. The tickets are purchased. Looking forward to it. I've been following The Fortress and didn't expect it to be released so soon. I hope it won't disappoint. Speaking of which, what's happened to the Wandering Earth project by Starry Media? Wasn't it a big deal before? There were talks of city building and real props for Wandering Earth. Is that movie still happening? Indeed, the internet has no memory. However, Starry Media has been too low-key lately. I wonder how their Wandering Earth is progressing. It might be cancelled since there hasn't been any news for so long. It's still the big companies like Zhongliu Media that are impressive. The Fortress is being released so quickly, it must be supported. This night is destined to be sleepless. The unusual phenomenon of the lunar flash is still escalating. Not only within this country, but many nations across the ocean have also detected anomalies on the moon. A surge of undercurrents is brewing, potentially ready to erupt at any moment. Chapter 162, Big Production? What a piece of junk. Jiangzhou, Wanshi Film City. Zhongliu Entertainment's new movie The Fortress officially premieres today. In the premiere hall, Qin Yue and a group of crew members and actors are conducting the opening ceremony for the premiere, and due to powerful promotions, the hall is packed. Countless media reporters and film critics are present, many of whom are highly respected industry influencers, most of whom were specifically invited by Zhongliu Entertainment to generate buzz for the film after the premiere. Thank you all for attending the premiere of The Fortress. After nearly a year of filming, our crew has delivered this work, and now it's time for ratings. To be honest, I'm a bit nervous right now because the expectations for this film are quite high. Our entire production team is also anxious. Qian Yue speaks confidently in front of the screen, wearing a smile, seeming humble in his words, yet his demeanor shows no hint of modesty. Regardless, the quality of the work can only be accurately evaluated through market and audience feedback, so I won't say much more. I hope everyone enjoys the movie. Thank you. As his words concluded, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Next, the production team and actors of The Fortress took the stage to accept media interviews and interacted with the audience present. While waiting for the movie to start, some familiar critics in the hall began to discuss quietly. It is said that this movie was invested in nearly $1 billion by a major entertainment company, with many scenes specifically built for it, even leading to the construction of a film city. The props are also meticulously crafted, suggesting it should be a big production. And it might indeed mark the rise of a certain country's science fiction genre. The anticipation for this film has been high online, and I have been looking forward to it for a long time. I put in quite a bit of effort to attend the premiere. After all, with such a large company backing it, this film is unlikely to disappoint. I hope this movie can truly open the door for science fiction in that country and bring forth more excellent sci-fi masterpieces for domestic audiences, which is the expectation of countless viewers. I can hardly wait. When does the film start? Conversations filled with optimism echoed in the theater, except for a man sitting in the corner, whose face was marked by a slight seriousness. Qiu Luye is a well-known film critic and a social media influencer with millions of followers. Known for his sharp insights and honesty, he is referred to as the poison tongue of the film critique world. Films he reviews either flop terribly or receive rave reviews. It can be said that almost no one in the film critique industry is unaware of Qiu Luye's name. His professionalism ranks among the top in the field, and he truly lives up to that reputation. This time, Qiu Luye was not invited by the entertainment company, but managed to obtain a premiere ticket himself, aiming to objectively assess whether this sci-fi blockbuster, which gained popularity online before its release, truly has substantial quality. Hearing the ongoing discussions from other critics and media, his expression grew increasingly serious. As he watched the stage presentations on stage, a hint of impatience flickered in his eyes. Unlike other critics, Qiu Luye was not very optimistic about The Fortress. The reason was simple. A true sci-fi blockbuster cannot be produced in a short period. This involves numerous complex issues, and The Fortress was filmed in less than a year. According to the film's previous promotions, it is clearly positioned as a post-apocalyptic sci-fi epic, involving elements like mechs, future weapons, and alien life forms. Such a film requires a considerable amount of time for special effects, and the demands for props are extremely high. Otherwise, the film's quality will not be evident. 1 year is simply not enough to create a masterpiece like this, in Qiu Luye's view, unless the investing company pours money into it without restraint. Half an hour later, the interaction and interviews with the production team and audience finally concluded. The film was about to officially begin. Qiu Luye let out a light sigh and became slightly more serious. As the crew exited the stage, the lights in the theater dimmed. Soon, the screen lit up and The Fortress officially began. As the film's visuals appeared, the theater fell silent. Then, Grand special effects scenes emerged on the screen, prompting a soft murmur of discussion to rise once more in the theater. The special effects are impressive. The early plot moves at a tight pace, giving off a bit of a sci-fi blockbuster vibe. The weapons in the hands of the soldiers look quite impressive. They must be the meticulously crafted futuristic props that were promoted earlier, really well done. The overall performance of the actors is decent, but it seems that some of them don't quite fit in terms of acting and costume design, which feels a bit off. As the movie progresses, the discussions around it gradually fade away. By the time the movie is halfway through, the chatter in the theater has completely vanished, and the critics have fallen silent. Their expressions of anticipation and excitement replaced with disappointment. What a terrible experience. Xiao Lia, who had been watching the movie attentively, couldn't he help but feel like leaving at this point. His face showed disappointment as he sighed softly. The acting was lacking, and the costumes and props were unreasonable. Although the special effects met the passing mark, the overall plot structure felt too rushed and careless. It was clearly a sci-fi blockbuster. Yet the latter part of the story devolved into a romance. The plot and production showed obvious signs of being hurried. Is this what a billion-dollar production looks like? It's as if the money was wasted. Some critics sitting nearby turned to look at Xiao Lia after hearing his remarks. However, they didn't say anything, merely shaking their heads lightly. Clearly, the quality of the fortress did not meet their expectations either, but since they were invited by a certain entertainment company, they felt hesitant to voice their thoughts directly. Only Xiao Lia spoke out what was on everyone's mind. For the next hour, no one in the theater spoke. Even after the movie ended, there was no emotional reaction from the audience, with many sneaking out during bathroom breaks. Xiao Lia didn't leave. He endured his discomfort and watched the entire film. Not because it was worth continuing, but as a professional critic. He felt he had to see the whole movie to be qualified to comment. Now that the film was over, his disappointment urged him to vent his frustrations. What a waste of my time. The moment the credits rolled, Xiao Lia could no longer hold back, stood up, and left the theater, clearly unwilling to stay a second longer. Chapter 163. Are you comparing that thing to us? Meanwhile, at major cinemas nationwide, the first batch of viewers who had just finished watching The Fortress walked out of the theaters grumbling, their faces filled with disappointment and disbelief. What on earth was The Fortress? I actually looked forward to it and rushed to get the first tickets. It was supposed to be a sci-fi blockbuster, but instead, it turned into a doomsday romance. I can't even begin to express my frustration. It took me this long to leave, all because of that $599 ticket price. Such a terrible movie, and they dare to charge so much. That young actor's makeup and styling were also ridiculous. As a soldier, he actually had bangs, which is simply an insult to soldiers. So disappointing. To think this is touted as a foundational work of science fiction from our country is quite audacious. It's simply outrageous. I was actually looking forward to it. With such intense pre-release promotion, I genuinely believed this film would have something to offer. Now it seems that out of the billion investment, probably half went into marketing. Viewers are grumbling as they leave the cinema, and this situation is not an isolated case. It's happening in nearly every city's theaters. On the first day of its release, the reputation of the film started to plummet. Ratings for this movie have already appeared on some review websites, and they are shockingly low. And this is just the beginning. As more people leave the cinema, discussions about the film are rapidly escalating online, and its popularity is soaring on various platforms. Initially, netizens were filled with anticipation, but now it's all complaints and disappointment. This situation reached a small climax when a film review by a user went viral on social media, quickly making it to trending topics within just half an hour. Analysis and review of the latest sci-fi blockbuster. To be honest, before entering the cinema, I had some expectations for this film, as sci-fi movies from our country have always been a sore spot for many fans. Until today, there have been hardly any noteworthy works in this genre, which is unfortunate and realistic. I thought the release of this film would change that, but it turns out I was overthinking it. My followers know my style of analysis. Let's get to the conclusion. In my view, this film is nothing more than a trashy love story dressed up in a sci-fi disguise. I welcome anyone who disagrees to debate. First, the core of any film is its plot. While there can be some leniency in sci-fi films, sticking to the theme should be a consensus. Secondly, regarding costumes and props, what left me speechless and wanting to criticize the most was the acting and styling of some young actors in this film, particularly the fluttering bangs that completely reshaped my perception of soldiers. Lastly, I want to raise a question. How can a film like this dare to promote itself as a foundational work of our country's science fiction? Don't you feel embarrassed? This lengthy review by the user caused a stir throughout social media, garnering countless likes and shares. It took only half an hour for it to trend. While many viewers enjoyed the spectacle, some were not so pleased. In the entertainment company building, in the president's office, Qian Yue looked at the comment that had made it to trending topics, his expression darkening to the point where it seemed he could squeeze out ink, his face looking extremely grim. What is wrong with this person, Qian? Qian Yue slammed the tablet onto the table, his tone heavy as he looked at Ding Tao. Who invited this person, and what do they want? Mr. Qian is not on our invited film critics list. He must have bought a ticket to watch the movie himself and then posted his review. Contact him and ask him to delete the post immediately. What about the PR department? Are they just sitting around doing nothing? The situation is already so serious. A low, furious roar echoed in the office. And Qian Yue trembled with anger, his gaze frighteningly cold. This voice could be heard even in the office area outside, separated by several doors. The PR department is already working on it. This post should be taken down soon. At this moment, Ding Tao could only brace himself to speak, keeping his head down and not daring to look at Qian Yue. I don't care what methods you use. Mobilize all available resources immediately. I want all these slanderous voices against the project to disappear. Otherwise, as he spoke, Qian Yue slammed his fist on the desk. There's no need to keep those people in the PR department. Ding Tao looked up at his furious boss, hesitating to speak. Do you have something to say? Qian Yue shot a red-eyed glance at Ding Tao. Ding Tao's heart tightened, and he quickly lowered his head again. No problem. I will immediately carry out your orders. After saying that, Ding Tao hurried out of the office. As he closed the office door, a bitter expression appeared on Ding Tao's face. He knew very well that it would be very difficult for the project to turn things around. In fact, he had anticipated this earlier. The film was shot too hastily, and many things were completed in a rather perfunctory manner to meet the schedule. Although the special effects team was the best in the country, there were significant issues with the plot structure and the cast. Even with a top-notch special effects team backing it up, it couldn't save the film from its downward trend. Given the current situation, the entertainment company was at its most dangerous point. As the president, Qian Yue should be thinking about how to minimize losses instead of trying hard to silence the public's criticism online. But now, it was clear that Qian Yue was pushed to his limits. Ding Tao also understood that if this film fails, the entire entertainment company would face dire straits. Not to mention whether the film's costs could be recouped. Even the under-construction project would likely be in jeopardy. If funds couldn't be recovered, the capital chain would break, leading to a series of subsequent problems that would completely devastate the entertainment company in a short time. Hope the project doesn't sink as well, otherwise, the boss might really go crazy. With a helpless sigh, Ding Tao shook his head and walked towards the PR department. Meanwhile, at the space city, high above, reaching into the sky, the space elevator. The crew of the project had finally embarked on their journey home. Finally finished. This business trip to outer space was even more exhausting than shooting a whole year of movies. You can't say that. Although it was tiring, it was truly full of surprises from start to finish. It was so worth it. I never imagined I would have such an experience in my life. What do you think the reaction would be if the outside world knew we actually went to space and detonated a nuclear bomb on the moon? I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Anyway, I hope we can get a good rest for a few days after returning. I'm afraid that's not possible. I just received news that the Fortress seems to have premiered today. If we don't hurry to finish filming our movie, we'll be overshadowed by them. If we delay for a few more months, it might be too late. A group of crew members were chatting in the slowly descending space elevator. At this moment, Liang Chao heard their conversation and suddenly turned his head. A look of disdain on his face. Are you comparing that thing to our wandering Earth? Chapter 164. The planetary engine is about to be completed. While Liang Chao and others were discussing the movie The Fortress, on the other side, Luli had his eyes slightly closed, leaning against the safety seat, quietly resting. He was not actually asleep, but had immersed his consciousness into the hyperdimensional film system. At this moment, the system displayed the production information about Wandering Earth. Production progress, 90. Movie realism, 70. After finishing the filming on the moon, the system's information was updated. As Luli had previously anticipated, the production progress was quite good, but the realism was declining rapidly. Although the scene of the nuclear explosion on the moon had been filmed, it was ultimately fake. The significant drop in realism was, after all, expected. However, the final passing line was already very close. The upcoming filming must be done carefully. It absolutely could not be done half-heartedly. Fortunately, the movie's production progress had reached 90, and only the scenes and shots of the planetary engine remained. However, most of these shots could not be filmed with real objects. After all, Luli had only built one planetary engine. The panoramic view of planets wandering and the grand scene of thousands of planetary engines starting simultaneously would definitely have to be realized with special effects. This would further decrease the movie's realism. Hopefully, it can still reach the passing line, Luli murmured softly, in a voice only he could hear. His gaze swept over the people in the space elevator, looking at the magnificent sky outside the elevator, his eyes holding a hint of profound light. Luli had also done some analysis regarding the system's speculation and origins. In the endless depths of space, there were too many unknowns, and the conclusion he reached was that it was most likely a super advanced technology from a high-level cosmic civilization. At this moment, the blue planet and humanity were like infants who had just been born, stumbling and learning to walk, curiously exploring this mysterious and vast universe, yet completely lacking the ability to protect themselves. Perhaps in the next second, human civilization could be extinguished for some unknown reason in this dangerous dark forest. Although the system's existence provided an opportunity for the blue planet's rapid growth and technological explosion, it also instilled a strange sense of crisis in Luli. He always felt that this system he had acquired might be related to a super civilization with extremely advanced technology, far beyond what the current blue planet could compare to. If the blue planet were targeted by that civilization, humanity would likely have no chance of survival. This unknown fear also kept a sense of oppression in Luli's heart. Just then, a sudden exclamation echoed through the elevator. "Look over there. That's the city of the wandering planet. We can already see the buildings below." As the space elevator continued to descend, everyone was getting closer to the ground. "Hey, what's that huge building at the edge of our city? I didn't notice it before. Was it just built recently?" "No, that building started construction months ago. It seems like it has been almost half a year now, but I can't really tell what it is." "Wait, if you look closely from here, doesn't that giant structure resemble a planet engine as described in movie scripts?" "A planet engine. It really does look like one." Director Liang, who was nearby, was asked, "Do you know what's going on?" At this moment, everyone from the crew turned their attention to Liang Chao. He quietly glanced at Wu Jing and Xia Huang beside him, looking somewhat surprised. He immediately stood up and walked toward the window to look down. Wu Jing and Xia Huang curiously followed him. On the vast land below, the desolate Gobi was spread out bleakly. However, at that moment, a massive building lay on the land, like a slumbering giant beast or a hidden dragon in the depths, ready to soar at any moment. That was the city of the wandering planet. On the other side of the city, another equally large building had risen from the ground at some point, resembling a giant hand gripping the earth. Its area was not smaller than that of the city of the wandering planet. Moreover, the entire structure appeared tight-knit, reflecting metallic light under the sun, exuding a magnificent and shocking presence. "This building does look quite like a giant planet engine," Liang Chao murmured, unable to help but turned to Wu Jing. "This must be the boss's handiwork." Clearly, Wu Jing shrugged, not surprised at all. "The boss took us to the moon. Building a planet engine down here is nothing strange. Just look at your surprised faces." Xia Huang chimed in, but while saying this, his gaze remained fixed on the giant building beneath the clouds. His eyes filled with an inexplicable shock. Liang Chao shot a glance at Xia Huang, secretly giving him a thumbs up. He respected Xia Huang for his words, which showed no sign of pretentiousness. "Actually, I guessed this earlier too. With the boss's capabilities, it's really not surprising to pull off something like this. Everyone, let's disperse now." At this point, Liang Chao cleared his throat, a calm expression on his face. After all, he had been to the moon and seen a lot. Overreacting would be too unrefined and not fitting for his character. He didn't want others to think he couldn't keep his composure. "Can't you just be yourself?" Wu Jing glanced at the two, shaking his head in disbelief. Despite being shocked to the core, they tried to act calm and composed. These two guys were so hypocritical. "It seems like we're about to wrap up our filming," Wu Jing murmured, staring blankly at the outline of the giant building below. At this moment, the enormous planetary engine below has completed most of its construction and is clearly in the final stages, about to be finished. Since the planetary engine is almost built, based on the current filming progress, the last shots should be completed in about half a month. Adding in the post-production editing and preparations for release, around a month. At most 2 months, should be sufficient. The main concern is the film's approval process, which worries him greatly. After all, filming a space elevator on the moon is something that is hard to explain. Will the authorities really allow this film to be released? With that thought, Wu Jing's brow furrowed slightly. However, he quickly remembered Lu Li's identity, and most of his worries dissipated. In fact, the film's release might even happen sooner than he anticipated. He chuckled to himself, realizing he was fretting for no reason, with Lu's capabilities. This sort of issue should have been considered long ago, and there should be solutions in place. Saying this, Wu Jing shook his head self-deprecatingly. Chapter 165. The stage is set, waiting for the show to begin. The online discourse surrounding Fortress continues to ferment. The film's reputation is steadily declining. Nevertheless, Qian Yue and Zhongliu Entertainment have not given up. After about half a month of public relations efforts, Qian Yue finally thought of a self-sabotaging tactic to divert the audience's and the public's dissatisfaction with Fortress. Soon, Zhongliu Entertainment's official Weibo account posted an update. The content of the post appeared to apologize to the audience, but it actually contained deeper implications. Since the release of Fortress, it has not met everyone's expectations, causing disappointment among some viewers. We apologize for not living up to your hopes. We will strive to learn from our shortcomings. And we hope everyone can support domestic science fiction, giving us the motivation to continue. At least, we have worked much harder than some teams that only rely on gimmicks without taking real action. Once this update was posted, it immediately attracted the attention of netizens. Through the manipulation of online commentators, Zhongliu Entertainment successfully shifted the focus of netizens in the direction Qian Yue desired. The mention of teams that only play gimmicks without substantial action was clearly aimed at the crew of Wandering Earth from Xingchen Media. He wanted to use Wandering Earth as a shield to buy himself some breathing room, hoping that the box office for Fortress might still have a chance for recovery. And indeed, things began to develop in the direction he hoped. Shortly after the official Weibo update was released, many people started discussing it in the comments section. Especially under the guidance of online commentators, public opinion pointed directly at Wandering Earth. In truth, while Fortress has many issues, it also has its merits, particularly in the special effects, which evidently received significant effort. Indeed, I feel that this film has the potential to be a sci-fi masterpiece. However, as everyone knows, the domestic sci-fi scene has its limitations, so achieving this level is already quite commendable. As for this film, my feelings are really mixed. You could say it's bad. Yet it is indeed one of the best in the current domestic sci-fi genre because it represents a pioneering attempt unlike any before. It is certainly much better than some companies that only talk without taking action. Are those teams that only play gimmicks and do not take action referring to the team behind a certain popular film? It seems that these two films are the only major sci-fi works released recently, right? The crew of that film might as well just use my ID directly. But that seems to be the truth. There hasn't been any news about that film lately, while another one has already been completed and released. What are they doing? I was actually quite looking forward to that film, but now, with so much time passing and no updates, it seems pretty hopeless, which is a shame. Looking at it this way, the other film seems to be putting in a lot of effort. With the public relations team at a certain entertainment company working hard, public opinion has started to turn against that film, which is exactly the effect that a certain individual wanted to achieve. By guiding public discourse, they are redirecting attention to the film crew of that popular film, allowing their own film to safely navigate through its release period. After riding a wave of nostalgia, box office numbers have also seen a slight uptick. Meanwhile, in the office of the executive president of a certain investment firm, after a certain individual left a previous position, they came directly to a media company and established a new investment firm. This firm operates under the media company's name and primarily deals with financial investments, managing the cash flow of all assets within the media company. It can be said that this investment firm is essentially the treasury for a key figure. As the executive president, she is undoubtedly the core and most important person in the company. Thanks to her presence, the investment firm was able to quickly get on the right track, during which time she hardly caused any concerns for the key figure. Her capabilities are exceptionally strong, and she has fully utilized them in the media company. Now, she has become a highly sought-after figure in the investment industry in the region. Even former chairpersons of other firms greet her with smiles when they see her. At this moment, she is not alone in the office. Another individual, with a serious expression, is sitting on the sofa opposite her. Ms. Yang, the boss previously instructed that if there are any indecisive matters and I can't reach him, I should come to you. You should be aware of the situation online, right? That entertainment company's actions have directly implicated us, which is utterly despicable. How should we handle this? I would appreciate your analysis. Since a certain individual went to oversee operations in a certain city, most matters in the region have been left to this individual to handle. And he has now assumed the role of acting president. However, his recent days have not been particularly comfortable. The occasional pressure from the entertainment company has left him feeling quite exhausted, and he also isn't very clear about the filming situation of The Wandering Earth, which has made him feel quite passive. Listening to Lu Weiming, Yangshi picked up her teacup and took a gentle sip. A smile then appeared on her face. This matter doesn't have a significant impact, so there's no need to worry about it. No need to worry? Lu Weiming was taken aback. That's right. Yangshi nodded confidently and explained, currently, the filming progress of The Wandering Earth isn't suitable for public announcement, so it's normal for the audience to have doubts. But I don't think it's a bad thing. Director Yang, are you joking with me? Lu Weiming forced a smile. We're almost in a crisis. And you're saying there's no rush and it's not a bad thing? I'm not joking with you. You should stabilize the internal personnel at the company first, and for now, ignore the external voices and don't respond to any of them. Just wait for news from our director. Yangshi still wore a smile on her face. She was aware of the situation regarding The Wandering Earth. The online attacks on Xingqian media and the production team seemed ridiculous to her. Making a fuss without action? If those netizens could see the current state of The Wandering Earth City and what Lu Li has done for this film, they would probably go crazy. Those clowns making a scene behind the scenes are not worth her attention, as Xingqian is no longer the same as before. Now, Xingqian only needs to walk down the Grand Avenue and crush all competitors with absolute strength. All conspiracies and schemes are nothing but shameful tricks. On the day The Wandering Earth is finished and released, everyone will naturally realize how ridiculous their words were. Their attacks on Xingqian are nothing but ignorance. The stage is already set. Now, they just need to wait for the show to begin. And Yangshi knows that Lu Li is almost ready. This performance will definitely make all the viewers feel passionate, and it might even shock and excite the entire world. Chapter 166, The Miraculous City of Steel Casting. Wandering Earth City. At the film base, Liang Chao is leading the crew to shoot the final scenes of The Wandering Earth, most of which involve reshooting some necessary shots. The most important shots are related to the giant planetary engine. It should be nearly completed. Outside the director's tent, Wu Jing, Czar, and director Liang stand together, looking up at the distant, grand planetary engine, which resembles a colossal hand reaching for the sky. Didn't the director say we could film today? That must mean it's almost done, Wu Jing said with a hint of emotion. His gaze filled with deep admiration and uncontrollable shock as he looked at the enormous planetary engine. The director said we could shoot the ignition scene of the planetary engine today, Liang Chao said, his voice serious and tone very earnest, even carrying a sense of solemnity. The ignition of the planetary engine requires an immeasurable amount of energy and manpower, so we must be fully prepared and ensure that nothing goes wrong. Director Liang, this depends on you. The emperor turned his head, looking at Liang Chao with a complicated expression. That's right, at such a critical moment. We absolutely cannot afford any mishaps on your side, otherwise, it could lead to serious trouble. Wu Jing also nodded in agreement. What problems could arise on my end? Liang Chao was puzzled. I have been preparing for today's shoot for the past few days, and all the details have been rehearsed and simulated in advance. The shooting process is absolutely fine. Don't you trust my capabilities? Wu Jing and the emperor exchanged glances, their eyes showing a hint of strangeness. We definitely trust your abilities, but we need to be aware that this production has gone quite smoothly since it began, which actually makes us more worried. Based on Liang Chao's past unpredictable tendencies, such a situation is quite rare. Worried about what? Liang Chao looked confused. This matter is hard to explain. Both Wu Jing and the emperor shook their heads in hesitation. What do you mean by that? Liang Chao's eyes widened, feeling uncomfortable as it seemed these two were implying something. It's fine, just focus on the shoot. Wu Jing and the emperor exchanged glances again. They both sighed lightly, their faces showing subtle concern. Am I losing my mind? Liang Chao suddenly felt unwell. Just then, a voice came from a distance. Director Liang. Everything is ready. We can start filming the flying scenes with Teacher Wu and Teacher Xia. The voice from the props team snapped Liang Chao back to attention. All right, you two hurry up and get ready. This scene involves both of you flying, so good luck. Liang Chao shot a glare at Wu Jing and the emperor. A glimmer of excitement appeared in Wu Jing's eyes as he quickly nodded. No problem, I'll get ready right now. Finally, I can fly again. With that, he turned and walked towards the filming site, clearly excited. There, two J-20 Pulse fighter jets were quietly parked. In this scene, Wu Jing and the Emperor needed to simultaneously pilot the jets, flying over the massive planetary engine, while the camera followed them to capture the entire panorama of the engine. This is really going to be intense. The Emperor turned to one of the J-20 pulse jets, a bitter expression on his face. He vividly remembered the feeling from the last time he flew in a jet, even swearing never to fly again. But now, he shook his head and walked toward the filming site helplessly. Before long, the filming began. Wu Jing and the Emperor took off vertically in the J-20 pulse jets. In the next moment, they shot out like a falcon at high speed. In the vast sky, the jets flew, their bodies painted in green and gray camouflage, making them appear understated and inconspicuous at high altitudes. However, anyone who saw them couldn't help but express admiration. The futuristic lines and designs were truly captivating. Wu Jing sat in the cockpit, focused and calm, his hands gently gripping the control stick as he maneuvered the aircraft from side to side. His eyes occasionally scanned the radar screen, searching for the target's location. At that moment, the voice of his companion came through the communication headset. "Did you see it? That's the giant planetary engine. Isn't it stunning?" Hearing the voice, Wu Jing looked ahead, and a massive structure stood silently before him, its enormous form occupying all the space ahead. The J-20 Pulse seemed tiny like an ant in front of this colossal planetary engine. This giant engine, with a diameter of about 30 kilometers, was larger than the entire area of the wandering planet, appearing from a distance like an insurmountable chasm. Its exterior was covered with thick metal plates and cooling devices, resembling a city forged from steel, grand and magnificent, evoking a sense of awe and shock. For the current industrial and technological strength of the blue planet, this was a miracle, Wu Jing murmured, his tone filled with emotion and uncontainable excitement. "But Shah, didn't you say you would never fly in a plane for the rest of your life?" His tone suddenly shifted, a smile appearing on his face as he teased. "Such a spectacular scene. If I didn't come to see it, I would probably regret it for the rest of my life. Seeing the full view of this engine, even if I had to throw up again, it would be worth it." His companion sighed lightly, but his words were filled with sincerity, accompanied by a hint of excitement in his voice. "This film is almost done. I wonder what kind of sensation it will create outside." Looking back, accepting the invitation from director Liu might be the best decision I've ever made. At this moment, Wu Jing felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude as well. "I have to thank you too." His companion suddenly laughed. "If you hadn't convinced me to join the crew, I wouldn't have had such a wonderful experience." The two of them piloted the aircraft, gliding over the giant planetary engine, taking in the full view of this massive structure and appreciating the grand scenery that is hard to see for ordinary people. Their tone was relaxed, as if chatting casually. This scene required just such a state of mind. The post-production dubbing didn't matter, it could be redone. The feeling they were portraying now was what truly mattered. "Shah, it seems like we've done something really cool." "Yeah, it's incredibly cool. I've never been this awesome in my life." Their voices faded as the camera pulled away, and the 2J-20 Pulse gradually disappeared behind the giant planetary engine, which continued to stand silently between heaven and earth. Chapter 167, Planetary Engine, Ignition. A few minutes later, Wu Jing and his companion descended from the aircraft and walked toward the director's tent. Inside, Liang Chao had already extracted the footage they had just filmed and was watching it intently, a barely concealed excitement on his face. "The texture is simply amazing, magnificent, spectacular. A true steel city, an industrial marvel." Exclamations of awe continuously escaped from Liang Chao's lips. After Wu Jing and the Tsar entered the director's studio, they walked straight to Liang Chao's side and quietly watched the recently shot segment, their expressions serious. It looked impressive and indeed grand. However, it still couldn't compare to seeing it in person. That's right. The grandeur of that giant planetary engine is truly difficult to capture on camera. Only by seeing it with our own eyes can we truly feel its magnificence. After watching the segment, Wu Jing and the Tsar couldn't help but express their feelings. Although the footage of the planetary engine was breathtaking, the experience of seeing it in person while flying over it in a fighter jet was entirely different. What can be conveyed through the lens is ultimately limited. The most magnificent miracle in human history so far cannot be truly expressed in words, or rather, any attempt to express it in any language feels insufficient. The footage of the planetary engine igniting should be starting soon. Suddenly, the Tsar seemed to recall something and turned to Liang Chao. Liang Chao glanced at the time, and his expression suddenly became serious. "That's right, we need to get ready." He quickly stood up and picked up the walkie-talkie at the shooting site. Everyone, pay attention. In half an hour, the planetary engine will conduct a test ignition. We need to prepare in advance for filming the final shot of the wandering Earth. As Liang Chao's voice echoed, the entire shooting site became busy. Various departments hurriedly packed up the props and sets used in the recent shoot and began to transition to the observation point closest to the giant planetary engine. Meanwhile, crew members who had already left earlier began reporting their preparation progress over the walkie-talkie. First observation point report: the camera crew is ready, and the small-scale scene setup is complete, ready to shoot at any time. Second observation point report: our machines are ready. Third observation point report: the filming drone is ready for takeoff. Great, everyone stay focused. I hope today we can wrap up the wandering Earth perfectly. And we'll have a wrap party tonight. Liang Chao's voice came through the walkie-talkie again. Okay, received. Director, don't worry. We will definitely finish today. Voices echoed back through the walkie-talkie. Wu Jing and the Tsar exchanged glances, excitement involuntarily shining in their eyes. The ignition of the planetary engine. They were going to witness such a spectacular scene in person. Such a thing was unimaginable before. Meanwhile, at the research base of the wandering Earth City, a group of researchers who usually stayed in the lab and rarely showed themselves had all stepped out. Looking up at the distant giant engine. Old Xia, do you really think that little Lu can make it? Professor Li's eyes sparkled as he focused intently on the situation at the planetary engine. It should be fine, right? Xialing Feng's tone was somewhat uncertain. But soon he shifted his words. But since little Lu has said that the ignition test will take place today, he must be confident. He never engages in battles without preparation, does he? Seems like little Lu has transferred quite a few people over from your side, right? Haven't you received any accurate information? Professor Li's voice echoed again. Such matters aren't casually discussed until success is assured. Xialing Feng turned and glanced at Professor Li. Haven't you sent quite a few people over as well? Although this project was initiated by little Lu, if it succeeds, its significance will be immense. Many of our research findings can be validated through this project, and it can integrate numerous research results into a systematic engineering project. If this planetary engine truly ignites successfully today, it will undoubtedly be a milestone in the history of modern technology, a day that will be recorded in history. Indeed, it's astonishing, both of them expressed with deep emotion and high expectations. At that moment, countless people within the city of the wandering planet looked up at the massive planetary engine, their gazes filled with fervor and anticipation. Even many construction workers paused their tasks. Standing up and setting aside their work, all eyes directed toward the same spot. As time passed, the afterglow of the setting sun appeared, casting rays from the horizon. The light broke through the clouds, illuminating the grand structure and creating a breathtaking sight, igniting a spark of hope in the hearts of everyone looking that way. Look, there's a flash of fire. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the crowd. Immediately, the ground of the wandering planet city began to tremble slightly, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. Soon, a sound like a tiger's roar or a dragon's chant echoed from afar. A beam of light ignited within the massive planetary engine. As the ground tremors intensified, the light erupted violently, forming a blazing flame that pierced the sky, seemingly shooting into the depths of space. It's begun, Lu Li murmured inside the office building of the Star Division. He stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze deep as he looked toward the distant sky. There, the light ignited by the giant planetary engine soared like a dazzling sword reaching for the heavens, stretching endlessly into the distance. The scorching energy flame illuminated the sky brilliantly. The beam of light piercing the heavens could be seen clearly even from dozens of kilometers away. President Lu, congratulations. We did it. Lu Jian stood behind Lu Li, his eyes fixed on the distant energy beam, his voice filled with excitement and exhilaration, as if he might fly away with joy. Thank you for your hard work. If it weren't for Lu Jian and his team working day and night, this planetary engine could never have been constructed in such a short time. This is truly a miracle. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Lu Li's mind. The film The Wandering Earth has been completed, optimizing the film clips. And the system will also rate this film, which will take 24 hours. Please be patient. Congratulations, you have completed the creation of your first film work. Rewards will be distributed after the rating is out. Please look forward to it. Chapter 168, The Wandering Earth, ready for release. Jiangzhou, Starry Building. Lu Weiming stepped out of the elevator and quickly walked towards Yang Shi's office. President Yang, I just received a call from President Lu. The filming of The Wandering Earth has been completed, and we can start the pre-release promotions. As soon as Lu Weiming pushed open the office door, he couldn't wait to speak, a hint of excitement on his face. After nearly a year, this sci-fi masterpiece crafted by Starry Media had finally wrapped up filming. And everyone was looking forward to this day. I've received the news as well. For the next week, our focus will be on the promotion of this film ahead of its release. All departments must cooperate fully. Yang Shi spoke in a deep voice, a faint smile of joy appearing on her face. In that case, arrange for the PR department to release the news online first. Given the current attention on the Wandering Earth, it should help turn around some negative news. She continued, also, contact the theaters as soon as possible regarding the film schedule and the review process. As she spoke, Yang Shi's brow furrowed slightly, her tone pausing. President Yang, regarding the review, President Lu said there's no need to worry. He will handle it. We just need to coordinate with the major theaters and arrange the schedule. Lu Weiming interjected timely. That's best. Hearing this, Yang Shi's expression changed slightly, and she let out a sigh of relief. She was aware of the film's circumstances. Under normal conditions, the review would definitely not pass, as the filming process involved many aspects that are now state secrets. But since Lu Li had said the review issue would be resolved, there should be no problem. No time to lose. Go ahead and release the news. I'll handle the scheduling and also contact the media we previously collaborated with to see if we can secure some promotional resources. Yang Shi quickly made a decision. Understood. Lu Weiming replied quickly and then turned to leave the office. Yang Shi also immediately picked up her phone to contact major theaters nationwide. As a film investor, she had decent resources in this area. Soon, she dialed a number. On the other end was Wang Tsong, a small boss from the largest domestic theater chain. Mr. Wang, do you have a moment? Our Starry Media has a sci-fi blockbuster set to release soon, and I'd like to discuss the film scheduling with you. Do you have time now? As soon as the call connected, Yang Shi got straight to the point. Sister Shi? Wang Tsong paused for a moment after receiving the call, then seemed a bit puzzled. Starry Media? How did you end up there? Let's talk about this later when you have time. The matter regarding the new movie is quite urgent, so I had to reach out to you. If I were to discuss it with your business team, it would definitely waste a lot of my time, Yang Shi briefly explained. On the other end, Wang Tsong was silent for a moment before continuing. I know about your movie. It's called The Wandering Earth, right? Actually, if you hadn't called, our people would probably contact you soon anyway. Wang Tsong's words surprised Yang Shi a bit. Before she could respond, Wang Tsong continued, I usually don't handle the cinema business, but I heard some news that The Wandering Earth seems to have received support from the government. And now all the cinemas nationwide are waiting for this movie to be released. We have already prepared the specific screening schedule, and it's the top-tier resources. So you really didn't need to call me. At this point, Wang Tsong's tone took on a hint of curiosity. By the way, I'm still a bit puzzled about what is going on with this movie you are making. How did it attract the government's attention and support? Yang Shi was also a bit taken aback. Government support, she murmured, then quickly reacted. It's nothing. I suppose the government thinks the theme of our movie is good and is providing special support. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Yang Shi's mind. What special support? It can't be that simple. The reason the government is paying so much attention to this movie must be closely related to Lu Li. It's very likely that Lu Li has communicated with the higher-ups, which led to this special support. She really didn't expect Lu Li to have such influence. This is amazing. It has directly cleared all the obstacles before the movie's release. Now they only need to wait for the major cinemas to reach out to them. This is a bit surreal. Sister Shi, your answer is too official. Is there no inside information you can share? Wang Tsong still seemed unconvinced, clearly aware that things weren't as simple as Yang Shi described. What you should know, you will find out soon enough, Yang Shi thought for a moment, suppressing her inner emotions, and continued. What you shouldn't know, I can't decide. So just wait and see what happens. Wang Tsong, upon hearing this, Wang Tsong decided not to ask further. Their conversation ended quickly, and Yang Shi sat in her office chair, her eyes glimmering with light. It seems this show is going to be quite exciting. On the official social media of Shenzhen, as the news of The Wandering Earth being released soon was announced, it instantly attracted countless people's attention. Within half an hour of the announcement, discussions from numerous netizens pushed this topic to the trending list. Those who had previously doubted the Wandering Earth team for creating hype without any real action were thoroughly slapped in the face by this news. What is going on? There was no news yesterday, and today suddenly they announce it's ready for release? Is Shenzhen Media playing this big? Their confidentiality work is so good. Wow, there was really no news at all before, and suddenly it's about to be released. Was it stimulated by Fortress? This plot twist is just unbelievable. Don't mention it. Some people's faces must be hurting right now. Yes. What about those who said the Wandering Earth was just a gimmick? Where did they all go? Could they all be trolls? That can't be the case. I think everyone should manage their expectations. Even Fortress flopped. And the strength of the entertainment company is evident to all. In a year, the Haven team managed to produce anything good. Previously, they faced a funding crisis. So what good sci-fi can they create now? It's disheartening. When will the door to quality sci-fi in this country truly open? The production level of The Wandering Earth might not even be as good as Fortress, and I suspect we'll be disappointed again. Don't get your hopes up. What is starring media even worth? The Wandering Earth will surely also have shoddy special effects. A true sci-fi masterpiece cannot be produced without several years of time and substantial financial investment. The road ahead for sci-fi here is still very long. Although the news of The Wandering Earth being released has attracted quite a bit of attention, the developments are not optimistic for starring media. Due to the negative impression left by Fortress, most people are skeptical about the quality of The Wandering Earth. Some even have no hope at all. Chapter 169, Release. An unprecedented number of screenings. 3 days later, The Wandering Earth officially premiered. This timing was earlier than what Lu Weiming and Yang Shi had expected. They initially thought at least a week would be needed for pre-release preparations. However, the reality was surprising. Just as Wang Song had previously mentioned to Yang Shi, major cinema chains across the country proactively reached out in the past few days, offering the best resources and quickly confirming cooperation with starring media, promising that as long as the film passed review, it could be released anytime. Luli did not disappoint either. The day after The Wandering Earth was submitted for review, it successfully completed all processes with a smooth green light for approval. Therefore, on the third day after the announcement, domestic audiences were astonished to find that the film was already available in major cinemas across various cities. This movie can be watched so quickly? What is going on? Usually, doesn't TA film need at least half a month for promotion? Just 2 days ago, The Wandering Earth announced it was preparing for release. And now it can be watched? I want to say more. I've already bought my ticket, and I'll post a review after watching. I'll wait and see how the experts react first. This astonishing speed left countless people dumbfounded, but many still adopted a wait-and-see attitude, remaining skeptical about The Wandering Earth. Even so, a significant number of people still purchased tickets at the first opportunity. Online discussions about The Wandering Earth continued to surge, generating immense buzz. Meanwhile, inside the building of the entertainment company, Qian Yue was in a panic. What on earth is happening? Why is The Wandering Earth suddenly being released? Ding Tao stood in the office, looking somewhat troubled. Boss, this situation is too strange. We hadn't heard any news at all before. And I inquired with the relevant departments. Just a few days ago, they hadn't even received the submission for review of the film. I don't know what methods the other side used, but they somehow bypassed all the processes before the film's release and went straight to screening in theaters. Ding Tao was puzzled by this issue. Just a few days ago, he had specifically sent someone to inquire with the relevant departments. He was very clear about the submission and review process for films. The review cycle for a movie could not possibly be this short. To him, this matter seemed incredibly bizarre. Could they have illegally released it? Qian Yue's tone darkened. At this moment, Ding Tao shook his head without hesitation. The possibility of that is almost zero. So what exactly is going on? And how come their release suddenly reduced our screening rate by 50%? Qian Yue was on the verge of losing his mind. The sudden release of the film had completely disrupted their plans and rhythm, especially in terms of screening quantity. When The Wandering Earth hadn't been released, the Fortress could maintain about 30% of the screenings. But now, as soon as The Wandering Earth was released, their screenings had been slashed to 15%, while The Wandering Earth reached an incredible 60%. This was simply unprecedented. What drove Qian Yue to despair was the online discussions about The Wandering Earth, which had completely overshadowed the Fortress. The level of excitement was almost terrifying. Among this, Zhongliu Entertainment had played a crucial role. Originally, Qian Yue wanted to draw the audience's attention to the Wandering Earth team and subtly discredit them, implying that the crew was only good at gimmicks and had no real action, using this method to indirectly boost the favorability of the Fortress. But now, just half a month later, The Wandering Earth was about to be released. This meant that all of Qian Yue's previous maneuvers now seemed to have inadvertently attracted attention to The Wandering Earth, effectively advertising it. Who wouldn't be furious if this happened to them? But at this moment, Qian Yue had no way out. He could only swallow this bitter pill. his anger nearly bursting his lungs, and could only roar in frustration in the office. "Boss, what should we do now?" A bitter expression surfaced on Ding Tao's face. At this moment, he truly didn't know what to do. If The Wandering Earth was of inferior quality compared to their film, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if its quality was better than The Fortress, then Ding Tao could almost foresee the outcome. Zhongliu Entertainment would have no chance of turning things around. "Let us go buy tickets. I want to see what kind of film they made that could catch up to our pace and compete with us." Qian Yue suddenly spoke, then turned sharply to walk out of the office. "Boss, are you going to see The Wandering Earth?" Ding Tao was somewhat astonished. When Fortress was released, Qian Yue didn't pay much attention, but now he surprisingly wants to see The Wandering Earth. This feels quite strange. "Stop talking nonsense." Qian Yue's low growl echoed. Ding Tao didn't dare to say anything more and hurried to catch up, quickly booking tickets online. The Wandering Earth officially premieres at noon. The film has an astonishing number of screenings in major theaters in Jiangzhou, and since people are currently observing online and haven't rushed to buy tickets, there are plenty of seats available in the cinemas. Ding Tao quickly secured 2 tickets. "Boss, don't worry. Although the screening rate for The Wandering Earth is high, the current attendance is very low." After buying the tickets, Ding Tao quickly said to Qian Yue, "I just checked when I bought the tickets. The nearest cinema's first show has an attendance rate of less than 20%. The negative doubts online have evidently had a big impact on them. If this situation continues, unless their reputation improves quickly, the screening rate will drop soon, and then we will still have a chance." Ding Tao keenly sensed this situation, and a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. The current situation was clear. Everyone was waiting for the first batch of people to come out of the cinemas and share their viewing experience. If The Wandering Earth doesn't gain a good reputation, it might really sink. This was the first hurdle after the release of The Wandering Earth. If they couldn't pass this hurdle, there would still be a chance for their fortress. Hearing Ding Tao's words, Qian Yue's expression softened slightly. He didn't speak, but quickened his pace. Until now, he still held a hint of hope. The worst outcome had not yet appeared, and he was unwilling to accept it. Chapter 170. Has the level of domestic special effects reached this extent? Jiangzhou, Wanda Cinemas. At 10 in the morning, the premiere of The Wandering Earth is set to take place here. The core members of the crew and actors have returned from the Wandering Earth city. Liang Chao and others have absolute confidence in this film, so they didn't follow the usual promotional processes at the request of Lu Li. The film was released directly after passing the review, allowing audiences to see it in theaters so quickly. The premiere also invited numerous film critics and media. To everyone's surprise, the notorious critic Qiu Liye was also on the invitation list this time. It's rare for films to invite this big shot to a premiere, especially after he ruthlessly criticized Fortress earlier. Qiu Liye has become a sensation in the entire film industry. At the premiere, some media outlets, upon seeing Qiu Liye, rushed over to interview him, curious about the notorious critic. After the premiere, will you, like before, adhere to the principle of objectivity in your evaluation of The Wandering Earth? The reporter's question was quite sharp, clearly trying to imply whether Qiao Liye was a plant for the film, but the way it was phrased was very clever. Qiao Liye glanced at the reporter and smiled. "Everyone knows that I have always taken an objective and neutral stance when reviewing films, and this time will be no exception. However, I must say that the crew of The Wandering Earth has shown great generosity by actively inviting me to the premiere, which clearly indicates their confidence in the work." Qiao Liye expressed his stance while humorously teasing the crew of The Wandering Earth, which instantly brought smiles to the faces of the reporters. "Are you looking forward to this movie?" another reporter asked. Qiao Liye thought for a moment and nodded gently. Although the filming time was not long, I had seen the promotional material they released earlier, and it looked quite impressive. If the quality of the movie can maintain the same level as the promotional material, it should be a very exciting sci-fi blockbuster. However, I still believe that any great work requires time and effort to be finely polished. So, while I am somewhat looking forward to it, I hope that this film will not disappoint me or the countless viewers who are eagerly anticipating the rise of domestic sci-fi films. It seems that Xiao Liye is not very optimistic about the quality of this movie. Let's wait and see. The brief interview quickly concluded, and all the guests at the premiere soon took their seats. To everyone's surprise, after everyone was seated, the crew and actors of The Wandering Earth did not appear, and the lights in the venue dimmed directly. "Ladies and gentlemen, the premiere of The Wandering Earth is about to begin." A voice echoed in the studio, stirring everyone's hearts. "Are we starting the movie this quickly? Isn't this a premiere? Don't the crew members need to say a few words first?" Previously, the crew of Fortress took an hour for that. They must know we can't wait to see the movie. This is a move that deserves a thumbs up, direct and efficient. Very nice. I feel like the crew of The Wandering Earth is very confident, letting the work speak for itself without any words. I have a feeling that this trip will be worthwhile. A group of film critics and reporters began to discuss, and the entire auditorium was soon filled with a murmur of voices. This is getting interesting, Xiao Luya murmured. As the lights dimmed, the film's opening credits appeared, and the venue gradually quieted down, with everyone's attention focused on the screen. As the main film began, a segment resembling a documentary unfolded, slowly revealing the story. Starting with the 4 major human continuity plans proposed to cope with the solar helium flash, beginning with the digital life plan. Immediately, the story background is narrated. At first, no one paid attention to this disaster. It was just a wildfire, a drought, the extinction of a species, the disappearance of a city, until this disaster became intimately related to everyone. As the narration begins, a crimson mechanical eye flickers on the screen, like a flame in the darkness, creating a sense of oppression and mystery. In the next moment, the scene shifts. A view of a post-apocalyptic wasteland appears, followed by the voices of 2 characters, gradually revealing that desolate landscape. I'm telling you, they didn't even carry guns here before. You just missed the good times. This street was once bustling. They called it the little northeast of Africa, full of barbecue stalls. Just then, a rumbling sound comes from the sky. 2 unmanned patrol drones fly overhead, creating a whistling noise. Seeing this, the studio falls completely silent. Soon, suppressed gasps of astonishment emerge. Wow, the visual quality is incredible. The wasteland scene feels completely authentic, showing no signs of special effects. It looks just like reality. I can even see the reflection of the ruins in that crow's eye. It's amazing. Is this the future of unmanned flying machines? It looks so realistic, as if real objects are flying in the sky. The details are fantastic. The equipment on the 2 characters also looks cool. It's just awesome. Listening to the gasps around him, Qiuyuai gradually feels a sense of surprise. Staring intently at the movie screen, afraid of missing a single shot. The visual quality is indeed impressive, and the realism of the props and costumes, as well as the large-scale scenes, is astonishing. Even he can't find any flaws. Qiuyuai's amazement surpasses that of other reporters and critics. As a professional film critic, he takes his training very seriously and rigorously. He has seen almost 70 to 80% of films both domestically and internationally, especially in the science fiction genre, which is his favorite. However, in his memory, there are hardly any films, even in the first few minutes, that surpass the realism of props and scenes compared to The Wandering Earth. This is simply unbelievable. Has the domestic level of special effects reached such a degree? Chapter 171. No, this is definitely not something that can be achieved by special effects. After a moment of commotion and astonishment, the audience in the studio began to watch the movie more seriously. But in less than a minute, gasps of amazement erupted again. At this moment, the film shows Wu Jing and the Tsar piloting the J-20 Pulse as it slowly ascends, the energy from the aircraft's tail forming a bright blue flame. Then, it begins to take off vertically. The focus throughout this process is on the aircraft, with every detail of its metallic texture and even the heat waves emitted from its tail clearly visible. It feels as if an aircraft is slowly taking off right in front of them. The quality of the visuals, the texture of the aircraft, has stunned all the viewers. This aircraft looks incredibly realistic, completely unlike special effects. It's unbelievable. This filming technique is so immersive that the metallic texture of the aircraft is captured in detail, creating an extraordinary sense of realism. The scene, the aircraft, the visuals all look so real. There are no signs of special effects at all, which is quite frightening. It's truly amazing. How could this film be so impressive? If the quality remains at this level for the rest of the film, it's bound to be a huge hit. The audience in the screening hall is growing more and more excited, unable to contain their emotions, discussing with one another while keeping their eyes glued to the screen. Even during discussions, they don't want to miss a single shot. It's hard to believe. At this moment, Qiuyuai is also somewhat dazed, watching the scenes on the screen, filled with shock and excitement. This is not special effects. It's definitely not. Special effects could never produce such a realistic effect. This is a scene and props that are truly restored one-to-one, something that cannot be achieved by special effects. Qiuyuai is incredibly certain at this moment. He has seen too many films. He can usually tell the difference between special effects and live action at a glance. And the quality and realism displayed in The Wandering Earth have long exceeded the realm of special effects. The foundational work of science fiction in this region may truly be emerging. Now it all depends on whether the film's setting and core themes can hold up. Yui mutters to himself, his face filled with excitement and his eyes shining. Meanwhile, in the front row of the cinema, a group of crew members, including directors and key staff, are quietly watching the film. Director Liang, your idea of watching the movie before the premiere ceremony is quite good. The atmosphere here has been completely energized. Xia Huang remarks beside him. At this moment, Liang shakes his head. What a joke. I've been eager to see the final cut for a long time. Previously, when producer Lu told me that he would handle the post-production editing, I felt something was off. How could it be that I, as a director, have not even seen the final cut of my own film before its release? Earlier, after Li received a system prompt informing him of the automatic optimization feature for the film, he let Liang skip the post-production entirely, with everything handled by the system. If it weren't for this reason, the film couldn't have been released so quickly. Enough talk, let us watch the movie. Wu Jing's voice suddenly breaks in, his eyes shining as he focuses intently on the screen. Although they are the actors and director of this film, they have never really watched it in its entirety, which is why the premiere is taking place in this manner. They are eager to see the film too, and they can hardly wait. At this moment, the world setting of the film begins to unfold. As scenes appear, the narration of the movie begins again. The sun is aging rapidly, continuously expanding. In 100 years, it will expand to engulf the entire Earth. In 300 years, the solar system will no longer exist. To address the solar crisis a century from now, a united government has been established. Dozens of crisis response plans have been proposed. Ultimately, the mountain moving project has been confirmed, aiming to build tens of thousands of planetary engines to drive Earth away from the solar system for the continuation of human civilization. As the worldview of the film unfolds like a painting before the audience, gasps of astonishment fill the auditorium. At the same time, discussions begin to buzz again. The helium flash of the sun, the mountain moving project for the continuation of human civilization. This film's setting is completely different from past international sci-fi blockbusters. The response to the impending crisis is to move the Earth out of the solar system. This concept is truly magnificent and grand. Is this the sci-fi from our country? I am getting goosebumps. The discussions continue in the auditorium, but everyone instinctively lowers their voices, fearing that speaking too loudly might drown out the movie's dialogue. At this moment, Yui is so excited that she almost stands up from her seat. The film's premise of taking the home planet to escape disaster instantly elevates the narrative. Only our culture and spirit can inspire such a crazy yet exhilarating imagination. The worldview and core story are absolutely solid. This film might really open the door for domestic sci-fi. Amidst the continuous gasps of amazement, the movie keeps going. When the space elevator appears on screen from Wu Jing's perspective, the entire auditorium falls silent once more. Everyone stares in awe at the grand and majestic base of the space elevator, utterly speechless. As the space elevator ascends slowly, the Earth in the view gradually shrinks. The vast blue sea and rolling mountains recede into the distance, making human civilization seem small in that moment. The rapidly ascending elevator car soon breaks through the clouds, crashing into the pitch-black depths of space. The 90,000 kilometer space cable resembles giant dragons weaving through the dark starry sky, carrying the elevator car through the boundless universe. This scene is so spectacular that everyone holds their breath. The incredibly realistic feeling makes everyone want to shout in excitement, their faces flushed with exhilaration. Is this space elevator really created with special effects? I really can't tell the difference between reality and special effects anymore. The quality of the visuals, the level of realism, am I dreaming? Can this be created by special effects? It's unbelievable. The space elevator is so spectacular. I initially thought the opening scenes were already impressive, but I never expected the truly astonishing part to be the space elevator. It's simply amazing. This movie is bound to be a hit. It absolutely has to be. Chapter 172, Nuclear Explosion on the Moon? Lunar Anomaly? The protagonist's heart raced with excitement, wishing to share this stunning movie with all his fans. Yet he couldn't tear his eyes away from the screen for even a second. He had wanted to watch The Fortress at 10 times the speed, but now, while watching The Wandering Earth, he wanted to savor every frame, not wanting to miss a single shot. As the film played on, more and more grand scenes emerged. Planetary engines, space elevators, aerospace research bases, artificial intelligence, quantum computers, and countless futuristic technologies left both him and the audience in awe. Most importantly, everything was so real that it was impossible to find a single flaw. The protagonist's heart was increasingly shaken, as one incredibly realistic prop after another, and the breathtaking visuals stirred intense emotions within him. When the veteran astronauts vowed to fight to the death for humanity, the entire auditorium fell silent. The spirit of unwavering dedication to protect the home of humanity made everyone present silent, their blood seemingly boiling, with tears welling up in their eyes. When the intense white light from the nuclear explosion on the moon appeared, the vast auditorium even faintly echoed with sobs, as some emotionally sensitive viewers couldn't hold back their tears. However, this scene also caused some to widen their eyes, recalling certain events. The protagonist looked at the intense white light and the image of the moon shattering from the nuclear explosion. His expression gradually became serious, and his heart was stirred by turbulent waves. This segment and the visuals, apart from the explosion which showed some effects, had no traces of special effects otherwise. How could this be possible? At that moment, a recent news story flashed in his mind. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, there was a lunar anomaly that seemed remarkably similar to this scene. What on earth is going on? Not just the protagonist. Many audience members also naturally linked the scene of the moon's nuclear explosion to the lunar anomaly that occurred during the Mid-Autumn Festival. A buzz of discussion arose in the auditorium. This scene seems familiar, right? Did you see the lunar anomaly on the Mid-Autumn Festival? That day, I happened to be using a telescope to admire the moon, and I saw the anomaly clearly at that moment. It really looks like this shot. It's very similar to that day's lunar anomaly. There was also that unusual white light. Wow. I thought I was the only one thinking this. You all feel the same way, right? Is it really possible that these scenes were filmed on the moon? It can't be true. Filming on the moon is just unimaginable. So who can explain the current situation? Those shots look so real, without a trace of special effects, and the set seems just like it's actually on the moon. It must just be a coincidence. Who would be crazy enough to shoot a movie on the moon? The buzzing discussions made the entire studio become noisy. However, most of the audience felt that it might just be a coincidence. The idea of filming a movie on the moon is simply too unbelievable, overturning everyone's understanding. Nevertheless, deep inside, Chiloyi was trembling. At this moment, his heart was filled with both excitement and doubt. With his professional viewing experience, he indeed noticed that this film did not show many signs of special effects. From the earlier scenes of the space elevator to various props and sets, he found no traces of special effects, except for the lunar nuclear explosion. He could tell that the shattered images after the explosion were definitely visual effects. However, he did not detect any special effects in the process of the nuclear explosion, nor in the scenes of astronauts landing on the moon or traveling to the moon in the docking module. Although the naked eye might make mistakes, based on his experience, an incredible thought began to gradually surface in his mind. This film probably has 80% of its footage without using special effects. But how is that possible? This is a sci-fi movie, not a documentary. Although he was reluctant to believe it, once the thought emerged in his mind, it was impossible to shake off. He couldn't draw a conclusion yet, but he had already made a decision in his heart. After going back, he must find a professional visual effects artist to analyze the film frame by frame to verify whether his speculation is correct. If everything turns out to be real, Chiloyi couldn't even imagine it. This matter is too sci-fi. Next, the studio remained unable to quiet down. All the audience was extremely excited, unable to suppress their emotions. Until the film finished and the credits rolled, no one left. Not a single person showed any intention to get up, still in a state of immense shock. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, the technology advisors for this movie are incredible. Look." With this exclamation, everyone's attention immediately focused on the credits at the end of the film, eager to pause and examine them closely. Li Jingwei, Xiaolingfeng, Zhao Li Wu. Wow, these are all big shots from the Academy of Sciences, right? Truly extraordinary talents. I just checked online, and they are indeed prominent figures from the Academy of Sciences. The scientific and technological advisors for this film are all from the Academy of Sciences. There are at least hundreds of them listed here. Hundreds of big names from the Academy of Sciences serving as tech advisors. Am I dreaming? Is this really a sci-fi movie? Are you sure it's not a documentary? So many prominent figures from the Academy of Sciences have joined the production team, providing technological support for this film. No wonder all the props and sets look so realistic and impressive. It's absolutely remarkable. You have no idea what the collective support from these experts signifies. This film has truly left me in awe. I won't say more, lest I be invited for a chat. Amidst the cheers from the crowd, Liang Chao and other crew members stepped onto the screen. At this moment, the media reporters, already overwhelmed with shock, surged forward, their eyes bright and filled with eagerness as they focused intently on Liang Chao and the others. A group of film critics also directed their attention entirely to the crew members on screen. They had so many questions and uncertainties that they wanted answers to. Chapter 173. Can the space elevator take people to space? Director Liang, I just finished watching the movie, and the props and scenes felt incredibly real. Did you use all real props for this film? Director Liang, how did you shoot the scene of the nuclear explosion on the moon? It looked so realistic. Can you elaborate on that? Is the J-20 Pulse fighter jet real? Is that planetary engine genuine? It looks particularly authentic. And the filming scenes hardly show any traces of special effects. Could it all be real? The media reporters kept firing question after question, hardly giving Liang Chao any time to think. And at this point, no one cared about the order of questioning. They were all eager to learn more details, transforming the entire studio into a press conference scene. Facing these questions, Liang Chao and Wu Jing remained calm, as they had anticipated this situation. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Wu Jing smiled and took the initiative to speak. Dear reporters, with so many questions, which one would you like us to answer first? How about we go one by one? As soon as he said this, the venue fell silent. Then, a reporter spoke up first, Mr. Wu. Let us talk about the props. Wu Jing glanced at that reporter and nodded. All right, let's start with the props. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Jing said, as one of the producers of this film, I can responsibly tell everyone that most of the props in this film are real. Wu Jing didn't elaborate further, as some things still couldn't be disclosed. However, the reporters did not let this question go and continued to press. Are the new fighter jets featured in the movie real? Were they custom-made for filming? Yes. That fighter jet is a prop we specially designed. Wu Jing replied with a smile, but did not provide further explanation. The props are indeed props, and the real ones are real, but the performance of that fighter jet cannot be elaborated on too much. The reporters on site wouldn't even think that the capabilities of the J-20 Pulse have already surpassed the most advanced fighter jets in the world, and they didn't dare to consider that direction. Does that space elevator also look incredibly real? Was it specially constructed by you? Another reporter asked a question, and everyone fell silent again, their eyes fixed intensely on Wu Jing. That's right. The space elevator was specially constructed by us, and it took a considerable amount of time. The foundation has been restored to the greatest extent possible, making it look very realistic. Wu Jing's words were cleverly phrased, giving the illusion that although we built a space elevator, it merely appears to be one. Once he said this, no one would think in other directions. In fact, apart from the crew of the Wandering Earth, no one present believed that the space elevator could actually take people into space. Such a notion was too absurd and beyond everyone's comprehension. Only Liang Chao and the other crew members exchanged silent glances. They alone knew that the space elevator could indeed take people to space. However, Qiu Lia suddenly blurted out, Mr. Wu, can that space elevator really take people to space? He himself didn't know why he dared to ask that, but he just couldn't hold back. Take people to space? Wu Jing's expression shifted, and then he quickly responded with a chuckle, shaking his head. Sir, while this movie is made quite realistically, it's just a sci-fi film. You're thinking too much. We don't have that kind of capability. At this moment, Wu Jing was also puzzled. This person's thought process was a bit out there. But he had to admit that the intuition was spot on. They actually guessed the truth. As soon as Wu Jing finished speaking, laughter erupted from the audience. Clearly, everyone thought Qiu Lia's question was just a joke. Only Liang Chao and the others remained silent, focusing inwardly and standing still. What about the planetary engine? Is it real? At this time, another reporter posed a question. Hearing this, Wu Jing thought for a moment, but did not answer directly. As for the planetary engine, I think if you have time, you can visit our film base, Wandering Earth City. I believe once you go, you'll understand. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. But then another voice chimed in. Isn't Wandering Earth City sealed off by the military? This person clearly knew about the situation in Wandering Earth City beforehand. That's right. For some reasons, Wandering Earth City is still in a state of lockdown. But once the city is fully constructed, everyone will be able to visit. This response was something Lu Li had instructed him on earlier. Wandering Earth City currently holds too many secrets, and the authorities have no plans to disclose them yet. So the city is not ready for public access. However, as time goes on, whether it be the space elevator or the planetary engine, they cannot be hidden from the public forever. Eventually, the authorities will find an appropriate time to announce them. By then, Wandering Earth will be open to the world. Of course, certain areas will still have restrictions, such as the space elevator base and the area where the planetary engine is located. Even if these places are opened, visitors will only be allowed to observe from a distance. At that time, the key areas of the entire city of the Wandering Earth would be guarded by the military. And with the surveillance from Mose, it would ensure everything was foolproof. Most importantly, once the military was truly ready, no one would dare to cause trouble there. At this moment, Wu Jing felt that they were really facing great difficulties. While others promoted their films with exaggeration, they had to keep everything under wraps. And many things could not even be discussed in detail. He had never experienced such a frustrating movie premiere. As Wu Jing spoke, the media reporters and film critics at the scene became excited. It turned out that the city was really going to be built. Initially, I thought it was just a gimmick. When will that city open? I can't wait. Are those scenes in the movie really going to be in the city? That's too exaggerated. How large would that city be? This movie is truly incredible. This is the future of science fiction in this country, and this film is destined to become legendary. Everyone was discussing excitedly, and at that moment, no one was paying attention to Wu Jing and the others. However, after receiving Wu Jing's answer, Qiu Lia felt somewhat complicated inside. He didn't doubt Wu Jing's words. He just had a feeling that things might not be that simple, and neither the movie nor the city of the Wandering Earth was that straightforward. Reflecting on the ending of the movie, with those hundreds of prominent technical advisors from a major research institute, and the scenes in the film that had no traces of special effects, were those really just props? Could prop fighter jets actually fly? Would prop explosions have such realistic effects? And the space elevator and planetary engine, not to mention the scene of a nuclear explosion on the moon. The shots in the movie were too real. So real that it was terrifying upon further thought. Chapter 174, The Nation is Abuzz, News Released. After the premiere, Qiu Lia walked out of the cinema with excitement. He rushed home to write a lengthy review of several thousand words and posted it on social media. In this review, he poured out all his praise and passion, detailing his feelings after watching The Wandering Earth. The netizens who had been waiting for this moment were instantly stirred up upon seeing the review. As time went by, the first batch of viewers who entered the cinema to watch The Wandering Earth couldn't contain their excitement and shock, and they shared their thoughts on various online platforms, all of which were unanimously positive. Thus, The Wandering Earth had just premiered and already garnered an excellent reputation. On some authoritative film review websites, the ratings for The Wandering Earth skyrocketed, with the lowest score being 95 and the highest reaching an exaggerated 99, with countless positive reviews backing it. The Wandering Earth became a massive hit, and it was an unstoppable success. When the movie had just premiered at noon, many cinemas had an attendance rate of only about 20%, but by 2 in the afternoon, when viewers tried to buy tickets again, they found that all nearby cinemas were already sold out. Even the tickets for the second and third days were completely sold out. Even the corner seats were impossible to get. At the crowd's entertainment building, Qian Yue returned from the cinema, holding his head in his hands, sitting on the sofa in frustration. How could they possibly produce such an exaggerated quality film in just a year? It was absolutely impossible, he muttered in disbelief. He then suddenly looked up at Ding Tao. How do you think they did it? Ding Tao's expression was incredibly complex. Earlier, after seeing the first few minutes of footage and setup for The Wandering Earth in the cinema, he knew that crowd's entertainment had no hope left. Their Fortress and The Wandering Earth were simply incomparable in terms of film quality, and the reality was just as he thought. Even he himself was completely shocked after watching The Wandering Earth. To be fair, in comparison to The Wandering Earth, their Fortress looked like trash. Anyone with the ability to make their own judgments could tell which film was better after watching both, and there would be no controversy. Their Fortress was just too far behind. This also meant that Crowds was finished. I don't know, Ding Tao replied honestly, then continued, Mr. Qian. The current situation is very unfavorable for us. I suggest we quickly find ways to recover our funds. We've lost this battle. If we don't recover the funds from our other projects, the company's cash flow will likely break down soon, and then there's Fortress City. At this point, Ding Tao fell silent. Fortress City had been 90 completed, just needing the finishing touches. But given the current situation, with the poor reputation of Fortress, no one would visit Fortress City, the themed film city. In fact, whether the company could secure enough funding to finish Fortress City was a question. The situation was too dire for Crowd's entertainment. No, it can't be. We must have a way to turn things around. At that moment, Qian Yue suddenly stood up, staring at Ding Tao with fervor. Even if Fortress City isn't used as a theme park for Fortress, we can still rent it out as a film city for shooting. We still have a chance. As long as we maintain the current trend of ticket sales and stabilize our cash flow. Quick. Let the PR department launch a media campaign and do another round of promotion. Isn't the reputation of the Wandering Earth good? Then let's leverage their popularity for our own promotion. As long as we bundle the two films together for marketing, those foolish audiences will definitely be curious and want to see our movie. As long as Fortress has some heat, there will definitely be people buying tickets to watch it. Qian Yue remained undeterred. He knew very well that if Fortress completely collapsed at the box office, his company would be finished. No matter how much he tried to consolidate funds, the cash flow would still break. He had already invested too much in Fortress City. If Fortress did not meet expectations at the box office, the company could not be saved. 1 billion. He just needed 1 billion for turnover. As long as Fortress could bring in 1 billion at the box office, it could save crowds entertainment. Boss Ding Tao felt a deep bitterness. He could understand Qian Yue's desire to go all in. But was there really hope? Deep down, he already had the answer. The audience isn't foolish. Although the online buzz around Fortress remains high, its reputation has plummeted, especially after The Wandering Earth was released. Compared to the two films, Fortress holds no advantages. Even if some people are curious, it's merely to see just how bad Fortress really is. And they could easily find clips online to satisfy their curiosity without ever buying a ticket to the cinema. They had no chance of a comeback. What are you still dawdling for? Get the PR department to work. Seeing Ding Tao lost in thought, Qian Yue shouted angrily. Just as Ding Tao was about to leave in despair, his phone buzzed with a series of message notifications, and he instinctively glanced at it. It was a stream of the latest trending news. After reading those headlines, Ding Tao stood frozen in place. Good news. The Space Research Institute announced that the manned lunar landing mission was a complete success, achieving its set goals. This lunar landing is of great significance and may enter human history. Good news. Our space industry has made significant breakthroughs, successfully constructing a space elevator, marking humanity's first step into the cosmos and a historic moment. Congratulations from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Congratulations to the Wandering Earth for its outstanding achievements, setting a benchmark for the future of sci-fi films in our country and even the world. Film news. Nearly 100 government departments have jointly issued congratulations today, celebrating the successful release of The Wandering Earth and its excellent reputation, including various local government accounts and media outlets. Entertainment news. Congratulations to The Wandering Earth for its release, a sci-fi masterpiece produced by Starry Media, paving the way for the future of sci-fi in our country. They have created a legend. Film statistics. According to the latest data, the sci-fi blockbuster The Wandering Earth, which premiered at noon today, has already surpassed 600 million in pre-sale box office within just 5 hours. A series of news reports seem to have been released simultaneously. After reading them, Ding Tao was completely stunned. Chapter 175. It's real. Everything is real. Lunar landing plan, nuclear explosion on the moon, completion of the space elevator. Could there really be such coincidences in this world? At that moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Ding Tao's mind. He began to tremble slightly. How was the Wandering Earth made? What connection does it have with the news coming from the state? Who are we really competing against? A murmured voice echoed in the office. At that moment, Qian Yue also noticed the news on his phone. His face instantly turned pale, devoid of color, and he staggered back, collapsing onto the sofa, his lips trembling as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Starry Media has surprisingly collaborated with the state, and they have indeed built a space elevator. The lunar nuclear explosion is real, which explains everything. In this moment, all the doubts in Qian Yue's mind were answered. He had always wondered why the Wandering Earth looked so realistic, with visuals that felt like a documentary, devoid of any traces of special effects. At this moment, all those questions found their answers. It's ridiculous that he even thought of comparing their film quality. He was foolish enough to think he could defeat the Wandering Earth with Fortress City. How laughable. Qian Yue suddenly burst into laughter, and as he laughed, tears streamed down his face. Yet, he continued to laugh maniacally. The entire office echoed with his tragic laughter. Ding Tao looked at his boss, shook his head, and silently walked out of the office. He knew that Zhongliu Entertainment was done for. Meanwhile, as a series of announcements were released, the online community went into a frenzy. Countless netizens immediately associated this news with the Wandering Earth, as well as the lunar phenomenon and nuclear explosion scenes from the movie. I knew this film was not so simple. With the latest updates from Chiu Luoye, countless netizens flocked to the topic. The trending topic regarding the wandering Earth exploded. Xiaolia must be thinking the same as I do. After watching The Wandering Earth, I always felt an inexplicable shock and fear. The nuclear explosion seen on the moon was too similar to the recent lunar anomaly, and the timing coincided perfectly with our crude lunar landing plan. I have a bold guess. The people who landed on the moon might actually be from the crew of The Wandering Earth, right? Even more exaggerated is the space elevator. It just so happens that there is a space elevator in The Wandering Earth, and now, shortly after the film's release, news of the space elevator's completion has been announced. Could this be a coincidence? It's confirmed. The Wandering Earth might not be a sci-fi film at all. It's practically a documentary. At the premiere, Wu Jing mentioned that the planetary engine is now in Wandering Earth City, and we might even have the chance to visit in the future. The grand scenes depicted in the film are actually appearing in reality. This is just too sci-fi. Wu Jing, did I say that? I didn't say anything. Don't wrongfully accuse me. I thought I was watching a sci-fi masterpiece, but it turns out to be a documentary? This is truly unbelievable. What kind of power does Starry Media have to accomplish this? I just want to know when I can visit Wandering Earth City. It's hard to believe. This is a plot straight out of a novel. It's simply outrageous. I now have reason to suspect that everything in the film might actually be real, including props, scenes, and everything else. The netizens who saw the news went wild. The release of this information led to the Wandering Earth pre-sale box office skyrocketing once again. And now even tickets for 3 days later are sold out. Direct purchases can only be made a week or even half a month later. In this case, major cinemas have promptly adjusted the screening volume of the film Wandering Earth, increasing it from 60% to 80%. This means that the daily film screenings during peak hours, both daytime and evening, are mostly occupied by Wandering Earth, leaving no room for other films. As for Fortress, its screening volume has been reduced to 5%, and even then, it's only during midnight shows, which hardly anyone attends. So far, Fortress has only grossed $300 million, which is less than a third of its production cost. Given the current situation, even if this film does not exit theaters, there won't be much of an increase in box office revenue. For the next 2 to 3 months, major cinemas in the country will only be dominated by Wandering Earth. Meanwhile, the situation abroad is also tense. In the past 2 months, with the completion of the space elevator and the recent unusual phenomena on the moon, several major powers have begun to take action. The satellites of these spacefaring nations are constantly monitoring the area within the country's borders, especially where Wandering Earth City is located. However, despite the time that has passed, there have been no significant discoveries. The presence of moss has blocked all detection signals, buying the country a considerable amount of preparation time. However, it's becoming increasingly difficult to keep things under wraps. Although satellites cannot detect the situation in Wandering Earth City, the space elevator is enormous and stretches tens of thousands of kilometers into space. Even from 100 kilometers away, large telescopes can still observe this magnificent project soaring into the sky. Therefore, the official announcement was made at this time, as continuing to conceal the truth had become meaningless. Countries across the ocean that received accurate information are now somewhat panicked. They all understand what the completion of the space elevator signifies. Now, the country has quietly accomplished this feat, which no one anticipated and hardly anyone dares to believe. At this moment, countries on the blue planet are holding high-level emergency meetings. The purpose of these meetings is to discuss how to respond to this situation and what attitude to adopt towards the country. Cooperation or confrontation? This will be a decision that could affect the fate of humanity. Chapter 176, Global Shock, Tense Situation. A few days later, in Wandering Earth City, the defenses have become even stricter. After the film crew of Wandering Earth left, Yin Xiaofeng dispatched heavy troops to guard the area. Occasionally, a squadron of Patrol J-20S flies overhead. The area within 100 kilometers has been put under complete martial law, with checkpoints every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps, making the security here even stricter than many military bases. At this moment, in the office building of the Star Division, Lu Li is chatting with Yin Xiaofeng. These past few days, he has been extremely busy. Besides the release of the film, there are also critical matters concerning the city, which have reached a pivotal point. The planetary engine has already been constructed, and the next steps involve further arrangements. His original plan was to use this planetary engine as the energy core for the city, providing power to the entire urban area. However, after analysis by numerous experts, It became clear that merely using the planetary engine as an energy source would be a significant waste of resources. Furthermore, the energy needs of the city cannot fully utilize the engine's total output, leaving ample capacity for various scientific experiments that could be based on this engine. Therefore, they held an entire day of meetings to discuss the follow-up usage of the planetary engine and came up with an initial plan. Next, there's the issue of the space elevator. After the announcement regarding the space elevator, the city will inevitably need to coordinate with the military for some deployment adjustments, such as enhancing the city's defense. Additionally, there are important considerations regarding the future use of the space elevator. Originally, the purpose of building the city was to create a film set and develop it as a film base and theme park. However, with military involvement, the tourism project nearly faced cancellation. Fortunately, due to his insistence, there was a shift in the situation. The upper management agreed to implement strict planning, designating certain areas of the city as zones for tourists and film shooting, primarily within the film base. The area for the space elevator and the planetary engine has been cordoned off. Tourists can visit the film base and view the space elevator and planetary engine from a distance, but cannot get too close. This arrangement seems to be a reasonable solution. In fact, the film base alone covers an area of over 10 square kilometers, making it quite large. This open area for tourists is already sufficient. The next step is to determine the specific opening times. Of course, it is not feasible in the near term. At least, everything must be resolved first, especially issues related to foreign entities. General Yun, has the announcement of the space elevator been made in preparation for responses to other nations? Recently, he has been quite concerned about this matter, as it relates to national security. If certain major foreign powers decide to escalate tensions, it could lead to complications. Don't worry. These matters don't require your concern, Yin Xiaofeng said, glancing at him with a relaxed expression. He seemed quite confident. Curiosity flickered on his face. After some thought, Yin Xiaofeng continued, just yesterday, some countries with good relations with us have already arrived and are currently discussing cooperation. Meanwhile, several major powers, led by a certain country, have also sent representatives to negotiate. They immediately protested, demanding that we hand over the construction technology of the space elevator and assist several nations in its construction. Isn't that quite absurd? They were not prepared to let us authorize them to use the space elevator. Instead, they wanted us to hand over our technology, while they intended to develop it themselves. Yin Xiaofeng sneered, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, they were overestimating themselves. Lu Li's expression grew serious as he continued to ask in a low voice. So how did we respond? We? Yin Xiaofeng couldn't help but laugh again, then raised an eyebrow and said lightly, our negotiation representative just turned around and walked away. So direct? Lu Li was taken aback. What else? Yin Xiaofeng scoffed. Are we really going to hand over our technology? Ridiculous. What's the situation now? Lu Li's expression became even more serious. He knew very well that once the negotiations collapsed, those countries would definitely not let it go easily. It could potentially trigger a catastrophic war that would disrupt human civilization. The situation is as it is. We will conduct a global military exercise tomorrow. Nearly 10,000 various aircraft, including the J-20 Pulse, are already prepared and ready to take off at any time. Nearly 10,000. Hearing this number, even Lu Li was taken aback. Not only that, Yin Xiaofeng's tone remained calm. Do you think we've done nothing in the past 6 months? At this moment, our Xingu space station should have already reached the space above the ocean on the other side. We are fully prepared. If those countries really want to escalate things, we can disable their information communication systems right away. Our interception systems are already capable of covering the globe. Even if all the nuclear weapons in the world were launched simultaneously, we are confident we can control the situation. Those guys are just putting on a show. Yin Xiaofeng's tone was extremely composed. Hearing this, Lu Li couldn't help but feel shocked. He had anticipated that the country would take action, but he didn't expect such thorough preparations in such a short time. The production line for the J-20 Pulse was something he had provided, but he had too many other concerns over the past 6 months to pay attention to that. It was all being handled by the people of the country. So, he wasn't quite clear on how many aircraft had been produced. Now, suddenly hearing that nearly 10,000 J-20 Pulse had already been built felt like listening to a science fiction story. It was incredibly shocking. If that's the case, those countries should be too intimidated to act recklessly. Lu Li murmured to himself, his expression relaxing slightly. Don't worry, it won't escalate. Yin Xiaofeng waved his hand. With our current strength, we could easily crush any country. no one dares to initiate conflict. Moreover, we are not hegemonic. We are also willing to give opportunities to those countries that want to cooperate. But the conditions cannot be excessive, right? It has to be according to our rules. The principle that might makes right has been true throughout history. They know this too. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Yun Xiaofeng's face again. This day, he and countless comrades had waited far too long for. From now on, no country in this world would dare to underestimate our nation. This is the dignity brought by absolute strength. Chapter 177. The cosmic filming location. After bidding farewell to Yun Xiaofeng, Lu Li sat down again. He leaned back on the sofa, his consciousness sinking into his mind. The system's rating for the wandering Earth had long been released, and the result was within Lu Li's expectations, just barely hitting the passing mark. Film production progress, 100. Film authenticity, 60. Lu Li looked at these two figures and couldn't help but smile. Soon after, his consciousness sank again. A beam of light surged in his mind. Congratulations, your work has successfully reached the passing line and you have received a reward ticket. The next work will soon be unlocked. You can choose the script yourself. The system will evaluate the script and issue a task. Would you like to use the reward ticket? Looking at the task reward in front of him, Lu Li felt a bit puzzled. A ticket? What is that? As his confusion arose, a piece of information naturally appeared in his mind. Ticket. This is a ticket to a higher dimensional world. A one-time use item that allows entry into a higher dimensional world and disappears after use. The moment this information appeared, Lu Li's heart tightened. A ticket to a higher dimensional world? His pupils suddenly constricted. This item could take him to a higher dimensional world. The functionality of this ticket was incredibly powerful. At this moment, Lu Li felt a sense of hesitation. What if he couldn't return after using this ticket? Moreover, the higher dimensional world was a place he couldn't even begin to imagine. He had no idea what the environment would be like or if there would be dangers. Would you like to use the ticket? At this time, the system's prompt sounded again. Lu Li hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth. Use it. Since this was a reward from the system, it shouldn't be dangerous, right? If it were dangerous, could it still be considered a reward? Besides, he felt that the appearance of this ticket wasn't a coincidence. Perhaps it could help him understand the origin of the system. As Lu Li made his choice, a distorted halo suddenly appeared in the office, and then, in an instant, Lu Li sitting on the sofa vanished into that twisted halo. The next second, when Lu Li opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast starry universe. Is this the higher dimensional world? Lu Li murmured, but his voice did not carry. This world seemed to be composed of consciousness, resembling a space he couldn't comprehend. Sound could not travel here. Yet, if it were merely a vacuum universe, he could breathe freely within it. This strange sense of incongruity made him very uncomfortable. What now? Lu Li turned around and looked in all directions. In the boundless starry universe, there were no living beings. It was as if this world had only him as a living person. Just then, a scene suddenly appeared in the void ahead. Following that, the system's prompt sounded again. Welcome to the higher dimensional cinema, where you will enjoy the ultimate viewing experience, with the starry sky as the backdrop and the universe as the filming location. Enjoy your viewing. The moment the prompt sound fell, the scene before him in the cosmic void suddenly extended infinitely. Immediately, Lu Li's consciousness seemed to traverse the starry sky, appearing at the very top of the cosmic void. No, this description doesn't quite fit. Actually, this feeling should be more aptly described as a god's perspective. The entire universe seemed to lie before Lu Li, and wherever he looked, it felt like he was witnessing the end of the universe. Everything happening in this universe seemed to reside within his mind, much like watching a movie in a cinema. However, this movie screen was the entire universe. How could this be possible? A colossal wave surged in Lu Li's heart, as everything before him completely overturned his understanding, something unimaginable before this moment. As time passed, this movie set against the backdrop of the universe began to play. Far beyond endless light years, a galaxy suddenly emitted a blazing light. In the next second, a star, 100 times the size of the sun, exploded violently. The terrifying power generated by the supernova explosion instantly transformed everything in that galaxy into nothingness. And a horrific solar storm surged forth, flashing dazzling light across the cosmos. At the same time, an alien fleet unexpectedly appeared within the range of the supernova explosion, followed by a force that Lu Li could not comprehend emerging between the ships. This force instantly enveloped that galaxy, and then, in an instant. The energy produced by the supernova explosion was wrapped by an invisible power. It was then compressed and condensed, resulting in an energy sphere even more brilliant than the previous star, drifting and retracting. After the energy sphere took shape, it slowly floated towards the alien fleet, eventually being completely absorbed into one of the star's ships. This scene left Lu Li dumbfounded. This was not a movie or any special effects. It was something that was truly happening. The alien fleet had somehow managed to restrain all the power at the moment of a supernova explosion, then recondensed it into a terrifying energy sphere for recovery. Such power was simply unimaginable. What level had the civilization of this fleet reached? Level 8? Level 9? Or was it truly a divine-level civilization? It was utterly shocking. As this high-dimensional movie continued to play, the scenes of this universe kept changing. The theme of the movie seemed to depict a divine-level civilization continuously harvesting energy across the vast universe to expand and invade other civilizations. The destruction of a planet, the submission of a civilization, the collapse of a galaxy, the shattering of a dimension. This movie resembled a history of invasion by some barbaric civilization, constantly showcasing the dark, cold survival laws of the universe, devoid of any warmth. Civilizations that are not strong enough might be annihilated by advanced civilizations in an instant, or they could be imprisoned within the confines of a galaxy, slowly heading towards destruction. Those scenes, spectacular yet incredibly bloody, made Lu Li's heart tremble involuntarily. Much like a child watching the scariest movie, the indelible shadow in his heart was deeply imprinted in his soul. The weakness of civilization is the original sin of this universe, and arrogance is the most deadly obstacle in the development of civilization. This perspective he had only encountered in some articles before, but at this moment, this idea was deeply etched in his mind. In this space, Lu Li lost all sense of time. He didn't know how long he had been watching this film, only that when everything returned to calm and this universe stabilized again, he was already drenched in cold sweat. Is this high-dimensional cinema? Lu Li murmured again. Shortly after, the system's voice seemed to provide him with an answer, or perhaps an explanation, ringing in his mind once more. The screening is complete. This film was produced by a high-level civilization media company, and all scenes were shot in real locations, which caused a great stir in the high-dimensional world. Note, the film you produced, The Wandering Earth, has received certain acclaim in the high-dimensional world, and its core spirit is well received in the children's viewing area, thus earning qualification for the dimensional film competition hosted by the media company. Given the impact of your work, the dimensional space where the blue planet resides, the galaxy will be included in the safe zone, temporarily removed from the cosmic filming locations. Note, any dimension or space that does not reach level 2 civilization may be transformed into a filming location by high-dimensional civilizations, and could face destruction at any filming session. Your excellent work has earned survival time for the blue planet. The protection period is set for 100 years. As the system's prompt ended, Lu Li was completely stunned. He blankly raised his head, gazing at the starry sky of this universe. The surrounding scenery suddenly began to blur, as if he were traversing some dimensional passage. Faintly, at the end of that passage, he saw an alien fleet once again. The fleet was currently docked above a lush planet, seemingly wrapped in some invisible force, unnoticed by anyone. When Lu Li looked at the fleet, an inexplicable feeling surged from the depths of his heart, as if a cold gaze from within that fleet was directed at him. As the surrounding blurriness became increasingly clear, Lu Li watched the fleet slowly turn and disappear from above the lush planet, vanishing into the vast universe in an instant. In the next moment, Lu Li's consciousness became hazy. When he awoke again, he was back in the office of the Wandering Earth City. Gasp! Lu Li took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The alien fleet of the blue planet. They have come. Fortunately, the Wandering Earth was selected for the high-dimensional film competition, granting humanity 100 years of survival rights. Otherwise, that fleet might have already taken action. Lu Li's heart trembled, and he was filled with a sense of dread. The entire universe serves as a filming location for higher-dimensional civilizations. Not entering the secondary civilization means that at any moment, one could be destroyed during a filming by these higher-dimensional beings. This is the dark reality of the universe, chillingly cold. Inside the office, the silence is profound, only broken by the sound of heavy breathing. He looks up and gazes out the window. The azure sky is dotted with white clouds, and the weather is clear. This world is so beautiful, yet beneath this lovely facade lies an unpredictable crisis. Humanity's journey has only just begun. After much contemplation, I have decided to conclude this story. After 250,000 words, the financial support has dwindled, and I barely have enough to eat each day. I owe my continued writing to the generous readers who have supported me along the way. Special thanks to the top supporters on the leaderboard, as well as those who contribute almost daily. Nerve 100, Wu Jing, Mars Wian, Zhou Galactic, Shilong, Etan Fa Dai Mal, MWH Changfeng Awakens, BV Kongo Jin, and others. The first phase of the plot is complete. Although the climax feels a bit rushed, I believe I've covered the essential points to provide closure. Please forgive me, and I hope for your understanding. After all, writing requires sustenance, and it's not that I couldn't continue, but I truly didn't want to end it this way. I acknowledge my shortcomings in the beginning, as I may not have chosen the right theme or executed it well. I am especially grateful to the readers who have followed me throughout this journey. Thank you. My next book will likely be published on a similar platform, and I might explore the fantasy genre. For those who enjoy fantasy, I hope you'll check it out when it's released. I believe the theme will be quite interesting, and I plan to put considerable effort into the world building to improve my writing. That is all. See you in the next book. Thank you.